Chapter 1, The Beginning of the Career Change. Dongling First High School, Career Change Square. Today. At this moment. The annual career change ceremony is in its countdown. Just like every past career change ceremony, the traditional matchmaking under the board has become an essential appetizer in every career change ceremony. Outside the iron fence of the playground, a series of beautiful voices, sweet as honey, proclaiming matchmaking intentions, their voices sweet and mesmerizing, like a magical sound flooding the ears. Not only do they cause the young boys to glance frequently and become excited, but they also make the sacred and solemn career change ceremony feel suddenly real and urgent. 700 years ago, this world underwent a strange transformation as the will of the heavens awakened. Overnight, the area of Earth expanded by more than 10 million times. Flowers, plants, and trees. Domesticated animals. Wild beasts and flying birds. All transformed into terrifying monsters with immense power as the will of the heavens awoke. At the same time, secret realms and dungeons appeared, with monsters from outer realms rampaging, and catastrophes spreading worldwide. In this era, career changers came into being. To resist the monster disasters, everyone must, upon turning 18 and reaching level 10, participate in the career change ceremony to choose a career. Once one becomes a career changer, it is like stepping into the sky, becoming an existence that ordinary people look up to. Power. Wealth. Status. Women. All glory is within reach, everyone like a dragon, born noble. In such an era, this world undoubtedly reveres the strong. I've been in this world for 7 years. Whether I am a dragon or a bug will depend on how today's career change goes. In the first row of Class 7 of senior year, Wang Chen stands at the front of the line, feeling a bit nervous and excited. As a transmigrator, Wang Chen has already developed a deep understanding of this world where the strong are revered in the 7 years since he arrived. For the ordinary people outside the fence, career changers have become figures that seem unattainable. But in reality, even among career changers, there are still distinctions of rank. Some rise to fame with a rare hidden job at their first career change. Others choose life-related jobs, becoming cooks or miners. The career change ceremony will become a turning point in everyone's future destiny. Top-tier careers, mages, archers, warriors. Enhanced careers, enchanters, blacksmiths, alchemists. Life-related careers, chefs, miners, herbalists. Of course. Even among cooks, there are insurmountable differences. A life career chef in the career change ceremony can quickly increase the attribute points of a career changer through meals. Long-term consumption of these meals can maximize and even make the boost permanent. In contrast, a chef in the ordinary world merely satisfies one's hunger and fills the stomach. This is why career changers are naturally superior and in high demand. Who? A deep breath slowly escapes from Wang Chen's mouth. Though a little nervous, at this moment that decides his destiny, he must stay 120% calm and face everything ahead in the best possible condition. He stands at the front of the line. As the class leader and the school's recognized handsome guy and top student, every move he makes is naturally being watched by countless pairs of eyes. Outside the playground, in the line, who knows how many eyes keep falling on Wang Chen. Look, that's Wang Chen. Oh my god, he's so handsome. Slurp. If I could catch him and lock him in a small darkroom, I'd never let him out for a month. You love-struck fool, get away. Don't you know that if I have a baby with Wang Chen, it might be as smart and handsome as him? He. Ugh. A wave of dry heaving can be heard from around, and many students instinctively keep their distance from this girl who is 1 meter 50 tall and weighs 100 kilograms. Too scary. Not just the girls, even many boys can't help but focus their eyes on Wang Chen. Clenching fists, grinding teeth. Envy, jealousy, but not daring to hate. The heavens are unfair. Why did they give him such a handsome face, and also such amazing talent? How can others live like this? I heard Senior Wang Chen has already mastered the Elemental Analysis course, Combat Intuition course, Micro-Manipulation course, and even the Rare Nature Affinity course. Even the principal has publicly predicted that Senior Wang Chen might even transition into a special profession, or perhaps a unique hidden job. Sigh, I wish I had half of Senior Wang Chen's talent. For the many admiring gazes around him and the whispers of his classmates, Wang Chen had long since grown indifferent to praise and criticism. Having heard it so many times, it even started to feel tiresome. Thanks to his identity as a transmigrator, Wang Chen's soul strength was several times greater than the other students around him. Coupled with his hard work, a title of top scholar was merely a false reputation, and he himself didn't care much about it. Where there is kindness, there is also malice. Many secretly cursed him in their hearts. What's with the arrogance? Be careful, you might end up with a worthless profession and live your life as a nobody. Ha! What if the top scholar fails his class change and becomes a jobless wanderer? That'd be quite the fun. The higher you stand, the harder you fall. People were eagerly anticipating the sight of a genius suddenly crashing down from their pedestal. After all, according to past class change experiences, while the strength of a first-class profession is related to one's school performance, there is also a great deal of randomness and unpredictability involved. As a result, during every class change ceremony, whether you were a top scholar or a bottom performer, everyone was nervous and nearly out of breath. Many had already silently prayed to Buddha for blessings. In this tense and serious atmosphere, on the high platform, a massive magic circle soared into the air, dazzling with light, and the vast magic wave swept in all directions, stirring everyone's emotions. Everyone looked up in shock, and on the podium, the principal stood up, speaking into the microphone, sending his clear voice to everyone's ears. The class change ceremony preparations are complete. Please, all the third-year students, enter the class change magic circle in an orderly fashion. This great moment will determine your fate, so please take it seriously. I declare. The class change ceremony officially begins. Little Nest, Ba-Yi Temple, 2nd Ba-Lingxi Temple. Chapter 2, The Giant Beast Master. Class 9, Grade 3, Lu Chang. First job change, Ash Worker. On the high platform, the young boy emerged from the magic circle with a face full of despair, and the entire audience fell silent. The class change ceremony had already been underway for a while. Some had changed to the lifestyle job of blacksmith, some to miner, and even 4 unlucky ones had completely failed and became jobless. This result made the school leaders on the podium uneasy. As a result, they allowed Lu Chang from Class 9 to jump the line and enter the magic circle first, hoping to turn things around. However, reality was harsh, and Lu Chang, who was also known as a top scholar, had his first job change as an ash worker. A pure lifestyle job, not even an enchanter, which would at least be a strengthening job. The first success was a failure. This year's class change ceremony seemed to be hellishly difficult from the very beginning. The head teacher of Class 9 stepped forward, patted Lu Chang on the shoulder, and whispered words of comfort, though it seemed to have little effect. The young boy secretly wiped away his tears, turning back to look, his eyes filled with reluctance. I want to fight monsters, who the hell wants to collect ashes? Damn it! The class change ceremony continued. Some were happy, some were sad. The good news was, after Lu Chang, someone finally transitioned into a combat job, archer. Several strengthening jobs also appeared. However, overall, half of the students still failed their job change. Even those who successfully transitioned, the number of lifestyle job holders still far outnumbered combat and strengthening professions. Despite having anticipated such a job change ratio, the high school students who were brutally slapped by reality still wailed on the playground. Damn it! What the hell is a life career, odor specialist? Does it mean that my nose is more sensitive than a dog's? Ugh! Who the hell took off their shoes? Hey! A class change in the strengthening career alchemist. Just barely acceptable, haha. I'm about to step up, brothers. If I have to choose a life career, I hope it's lactation specialist. The senior students laughed and cursed. But in truth, they all knew, after today, their old classmates would be worlds apart, no matter their status or position, as if there was an insurmountable gap. At this moment, family dignitaries and guild leaders, who were already sitting on the podium watching the ceremony, had their subordinates approach the students who successfully changed careers, offering them various olive branches. Outside the playground, the young ladies who had been waiting eagerly for a long time seemed to have found their prey, twisting their slender, sexy waists that were barely enough to grasp, and through various connections, they eagerly handed over business cards with pink tulip designs to the successful career changers. Next, senior class, 6, sit to you. As the voice fell, the entire playground suddenly fell silent. A wave of intense, burning gazes all landed on a delicate and refined young girl at the same time. Sit to you. Undoubtedly the school beauty of Dongling number 1 high. She came from a distinguished family, had outstanding looks, and was gifted with incredible talent. The only regret was that such a goddess, a highly visible and admired figure, had an unflattering nickname, Forever Second. As soon as this thought arose, the girls were okay, but the boys all turned in unison, their eyes full of grief and anger, their gazes sharp and focused, like knives, all directed toward the front of the line. The one who started it all, Dongling's top scholar, Wang Chen. Wang Chen, whose soul was wandering beyond the heavens, suddenly felt baffled, completely confused. Feeling the hostility in the surrounding gazes, he was unhappy, but naturally, he wasn't going to let these guys off easily. Anyone who dared to glare at him, he would glare back viciously. Damn, my eyes hurt. Unfortunately, there were too many people, and he eventually gave in. But he made sure to remember their faces, looking for trouble, huh? Just wait till later. At the same time, Sitayu, with her long legs, stepped into the magic circle, and before entering, she purposely glanced at Wang Chen. Though she was known as the Forever Second, Sitayu clearly remembered that in past quarterly exams, there were times when her comprehensive exam scores had dropped to third place. And no matter what changes happened, the first place was always Wang Chen. Down below. Wang Chen naturally saw Situyu's glance before she entered the magic circle, and his eyes widened in shock as he shot back 7 or 8 unfriendly glares. The meaning in his gaze seemed to say, "What the hell are you staring at?" However, the next second. Buzz. The magic circle hummed, brilliant lights erupted, and dazzling blue sacred rays gathered in the sky above the magic circle, converging like meteors, forming an ethereal silhouette of a long blue bow. The next moment, whoosh! It flashed into Situyu's body. Oh my god. A phenomenon. Situyu caused a phenomenon when changing her career. The entire place was in an uproar. Even the principal, who had been seated, stood up in shock, his eyes filled with fervor. If he was so stunned, needless to say, the guild leaders and family dignitaries were even more amazed. Indeed. When the light from the phenomenon faded, the teacher in charge of operating the magic circle announced the result. Senior Class 6, Situyu. First career change, special career Gale Archer. The result was met with a collective gasp. It's a special career, and except for the legendary hidden careers, this must be the most powerful career at this year's career change ceremony at Dondling No. 1 High, right? As expected of the school beauty, she's absolutely amazing. Well, I suddenly feel a little sad. As a minor in a life career, will I start drifting further away from the school beauty? Everyone. Without a doubt. At this moment, Situyu was undoubtedly the center of attention, and her class's head teacher, more excited than ever, rushed to the exit of the magic circle, personally leading Situyu out from the array. He quietly whispered in her ear, "With your family background, you don't need to care about the enticements of the aristocratic families or guilds. Focus on your studies, and in a month, strive to get into a top university, bringing glory to our Class 6 and even Dondling No. 1 High School once again." Situyu softly responded, even she couldn't help but feel a bit emotional at that moment. The job transfer ceremony continued. After Situyu, several other students from different classes also transitioned into battle professions. The atmosphere on the playground reached its peak. Finally. Grade 12, 7, Wang Chen. In an instant. An even more intense wave of attention fell upon Wang Chen at the front of Class 7. The name made the shadow. It's no exaggeration to say that a considerable portion of the people present had come specifically for Wang Chen. No one could forget the principal's prophecy back then. Wang Chen was very likely to unlock a hidden profession. Such a high evaluation also meant tremendous pressure. At the crucial moment, Wang Chen, instead of looking nervous, wore a warm smile, confidently walking onto the stage as though relieved, and stepped into the magic circle. 99% of the gazes in the crowd followed his every movement. Students, teachers, department heads, the principal, the financial tycoons, the guilds. Boom! In the next moment, an anomaly occurred. Compared to the exaggerated and terrifying manifestations of Situyu's cyan longbow, the anomaly that exploded suddenly was 100 times more shocking, covering the sky. Roar! A massive roar rang out as countless ancient beast phantoms materialized above the magic circle, temporarily blocking out the sun. Dragons, mammoths, skyhawks, Shilans. The roars of 10,000 beasts echoed, like gods descending upon the world. At the VIP seats, inside and outside the playground, people were frozen, momentarily losing the ability to speak. The grandeur of the manifestation was unprecedented. When the anomaly appeared, it briefly overshadowed the sun, plunging the world into darkness. The principal looked up, his face filled with shock as he stared at the phantoms of beasts worshipping in the sky. His muttering was barely louder than the buzzing of mosquitoes. Such a manifestation. Could it be a hidden profession really is about to emerge? Below. Many students who had failed their job transitions or had gotten low-tier professions were seething with jealousy. However, just as the crowd was about to shout out, the anomaly in the sky suddenly stopped abruptly. The anomaly vanished without warning. The thousands of beast phantoms shattered like wind, and at the same time, a voice echoed out. Grade 12, 7, Wang Chen, first transition battle profession, Giant Beast Master. Boom! It was like tossing a spark into a barrel of gunpowder. The crowd erupted. Giant Beast Master. The prefix giant means it's even worse than the ordinary Beast Master. It can barely be considered a battle profession. But he's Wang Chen. How is this possible? Chapter 3, 3 God-level talents. Giant Beast Master. This profession first appeared hundreds of years ago, when humans had little systematic understanding of the profession system. Originally, this profession was classified as special profession. However, as time passed, people eventually realized the significant shortcomings of the Beast Master profession. By now, the world of job changers has formed a consensus: if you don't have money, don't play as a Beast Master. It's a profession that devours money. The reason for this is that the experience earned by Beast Masters after defeating ferocious beasts must be shared with their beast companions. This alone makes Beast Masters almost completely isolated from ordinary players. How can a poor, hungry peasant afford a powerful beast companion? Without a beast companion, how can they level up? You can't just stand and fight wild beasts in a secret realm, can you? And this is just the ordinary beast master. Wang Chen's first job transition is the even more expensive, 10 times more costly giant beast master. It's ruined. Forget about the price of any giant beast, even aristocratic families would be driven to bankruptcy for them. Even if he had incredibly good luck and bought one, the costs of raising a giant beast might be so high that even selling his kidneys wouldn't be enough for just one meal of the beast. As for catching a giant beast in the wild, that's even less possible. Up until now, there hasn't been a single case of successfully catching a giant beast in the wild, right? Otherwise, why do you think the originally special occupation of giant beastmaster has become a normal combat occupation? To be honest, giant beastmasters are even worse than combat occupations. They are just like a jobless wanderer with no career. Damn, doesn't that mean Wang Chen is finished? Good grief, from a genius to trash in just 1 second? People were stunned. One after another, their eyes fell on Wang Chen. Pity. Sympathy. Schadenfreude. Everyone knew that Wang Chen, who came from a commoner background, almost had no chance of contracting a giant beast. The only path left for him was to bow his head and work as a dog for a big family. Of course, being kept as a sugar baby was also an option. Male or female, whoever offers more would get him. On the podium. No matter if it was the principal, the director, or people from the big families, when they learned the result, their expressions were quite something. The principal didn't need to be mentioned, he was the first one to have high hopes for Wang Chen and even publicly predicted that Wang Chen might turn into a hidden profession. But the reality gave him a hard slap in the face, completely embarrassing him. The people from the big families looked even more like they had eaten a fly's dung. If Wang Chen had turned into an ordinary beastmaster, although it would cost money, considering his talent and potential, it would have been worth betting a fortune on him. But damn it, this kid turned into a giant beastmaster. This can't even be called a gamble anymore, it was clearly asking for their lives. Can't afford to mess with him, can't afford to mess with him. Even if it was my own father, I wouldn't spoil him like this. A group of people were calculating their losses. Without even thinking, they immediately passed on the idea of raising a dog. At this moment, in the magic circle, Wang Chen had completed his job change, but he still hadn't stepped out of the magic circle. It wasn't as others guessed, that he was struck by this sudden bad news. Instead, after the job change ended, a never-before-seen talent column appeared on his information panel. Congratulations, you have transformed into a giant beastmaster. Congratulations, you have obtained the Beastmaster's exclusive Beastmaster space. Congratulations, you have learned the exclusive Beastmaster skills, Beastmaster technique, contract summoning, beast revitalization technique. Congratulations, you have awakened SSS level talent, all beasts affection. Congratulations, you have awakened divine level talent, bloodline identification. Congratulations, you have awakened divine level talent, beast pet fusion, you have the ability to fuse beast pets. By placing 3 identical species of beast pets, you can fuse them into their final form, without any restrictions. Hiss. After viewing the talent column, Wang Chen couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Excited. Ecstatic. His whole body was trembling slightly, so nervous that he could hardly breathe. No wonder the strange phenomenon from earlier disappeared. It turns out that the grand spectacle was not caused by the job change itself. Instead, it was due to the job change and the exclusive job change talents that everyone else had also received. 1 SSS level. 2 divine levels. With such a talent, even the top student at Dongling No. 1 High School would have handed in the most perfect answer at the job change ceremony. Below the stage, Class 7's homeroom teacher, Li Xia, looked sincerely at the stage, at the student she had once been most proud of and the most satisfying student she had ever taught. At this moment, Li Xia still firmly held this belief in her heart. In the entire Class 7, and even in the entire Dongling No. 1 High School, she was the only one who had witnessed Wang Chen starting from a grassroots background, not relying on his father or family, but walking step by step with his own hard work and effort to reach this point. He was Dongling No. 1 High School's pride. He was before, and he still would be in the future. Undeniably, Wang Chen's transformation into a giant beastmaster had indeed left many people feeling disappointed, even angry at his lack of progress. However, as his homeroom teacher, she still firmly believed in the student named Wang Chen. You can change your life, rewrite your destiny. Some people are destined to constantly create miracles. Just like the homeroom teacher of Situyu, Li Xia personally came to the magic circle's exit, guiding Wang Chen out of the magic circle. Looking at Wang Chen, who was still somewhat dazed, Li Xia patted his shoulder and softly comforted him. The road of life is long, and momentary gains and losses never represent the future. You can try applying for a scholarship for the money to buy a pet beast. After the transfer, as long as your talent reaches B level, it's usually possible to apply for it. If you don't want others to know, you can set it so only I can see it. Don't worry about the difficulty of the application, there are teachers here. At this point, Wang Chen had fully regained his senses. Even though he knew that he wasn't a first-class garbage occupation, his homeroom teacher's words still warmed his heart. As for the scholarship policy the homeroom teacher mentioned, as a poor student, Wang Chen had long memorized the system backwards and forwards. According to the rules, the scholarship amount is divided by talent level. The highest prize can reach 1 million. At least at this stage, Wang Chen couldn't find any reason to refuse this money. After setting his personal panel, he hit other fields. Only an SSS level talent was shown. SSS level talent, Beast Affection. When using beast taming related professional skills, the effect is increased by 1000%. What the hell? You can't imagine when a mature and intellectual beautiful homeroom teacher, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, suddenly raised her voice by 8 octaves and cursed in front of countless students, teachers, principals, and big families. The scene was so shocking that it was almost unbearable to watch. Li Xia suspected her eyes were playing tricks on her, so she stared hard at the talent section and double-checked it at least 3 times. S. 1 S. 3 S's. The homeroom teacher stumbled, and if Wang Chen hadn't quickly supported her, she would have almost fallen face-first into the ground. For a while, the homeroom teacher finally regained her composure, her eyes filled with disbelief. This scene was also witnessed by the thousands of people present, and for a moment, everyone was confused. At the chairman's stage, the principal had a slight look of displeasure. Wang Chen had already caused him to lose face once, and now the class teacher was making such a scene. How inappropriate in front of so many teachers, students, and influential families. Li teacher, you're an old hand, please be mindful of the impact. Could it be that Wang Chen's talent has reached B+ level? The principal's question echoed through the microphone, resonating across the entire venue. Yes. Wang Chen's talent has indeed reached B+ level. Li Xia hesitated slightly but chose not to reveal the true situation. There were too many people, and once the news of Wang Chen's SSS level talent was revealed here, it would surely cause quite a stir. Besides, over the years, countless dark forces had targeted elite job changers from countries around the world, so if Wang Chen's talent information were to be exposed too early, it could easily cause security issues. She would have to wait until the job transfer ceremony was over before secretly telling the principal. Of course, the student aid funds would definitely be processed for him at the highest level. I see. Not bad. Although Wang Chen has changed his profession to a beast tamer, his talent is impressive, and his future is promising. In front of everyone, as the principal, he naturally had to encourage the student. Alright, let the ceremony continue. After confirming Wang Chen's situation, the principal turned and urged the ceremony to continue. There were still many students who hadn't completed their job transfer ceremonies. Who knows, maybe another student would awaken a hidden profession. Wang Chen, however, was secretly pulled aside by his homeroom teacher Li Xia, who softly said, Wang Chen, I'll get your student aid paperwork processed immediately, and it should be in your account within an hour. Then you can go to the pet beast store and see if there's a suitable beast for you. Student aid paperwork, that quickly? Wang Chen was stunned. Normally, the student aid application process would take at least 5 business days. The result in class teacher Li Xia's hands is only an hour? This is a special case. You have an SSS level talent. Even if the school doesn't have the money, I'll personally cover it for you. Li Xia waved her elegant hand, with great generosity. Don't be fooled by how low-key this beautiful teacher usually is, her family background is far from ordinary. It's said that she comes from one of the prominent families in Dongling City. She is the very definition of a rich, beautiful woman. Alright, then I'll trouble you, teacher. Wang Chen nodded gratefully. This teacher took great care of him, and this kindness was something he would remember. He then returned to the classroom and began packing his things. While packing, he started checking his panel information. Name, Wang Chen. Occupation, Giant Beast Master. Level, 10. Talent, All Beasts Affection, SSS, Beast Pet Fusion, Divine, Dot. Skills, Beast Mastery, S, Beast Master's Healing, B, Bloodline Identification, Divine, Contract Summon, B, Dot. Strength, 20 points. Wisdom, 20 points. Physicality, 20 points. Agility, 20 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unallocated skill points, 0 points. What can be seen is that Wang Chen's current level is 10. Level 10 is the threshold for the first class change. Level 40 is the threshold for the second class change. Level 70 is the threshold for the third class change. Level 100 is the threshold for the fourth class change. Because the Dragon Kingdom now implements double 10 compulsory education, every child, regardless of family conditions, can attend vocational high school for free and participate in the first class change ceremony. Moreover, only those who successfully change to a combat profession are eligible to take the vocational combat exam. The results of the vocational combat exam will determine which combat academy you will attend in the future. At this moment, Wang Chen's gaze fell directly on the talent section. All beasts affection, SSS. The effectiveness of all your beast mastery skills is increased by 1000%. As expected of a divine level talent. The effect is explosive. Wang Chen's eyes lit up with joy. This talent directly boosted the effectiveness of his profession's skills by 10 times. A full 10 times. Next, he looked at another divine level talent. Beast Pet Fusion. Divine. You have the ability to fuse beast pets. You can combine 3 beast pets of the same species into their final form without any restrictions. It's incredibly concise. For example, Wang Chen now has 3 ice lizard beast pets, so he can use the Beast Pet Fusion talent on these 3 dragon ice lizards. Then, Wang Chen would obtain the final evolutionary form of the ice lizard species. It's important to note that even the most ordinary ice lizard beast pet will evolve into a giant beast form as its final shape. With this talent, Wang Chen no longer needs to worry about not having giant beast pets. This talent is ridiculously powerful. As everyone knows, only by mastering giant beast-type pets can a giant beast master unleash their full potential. Because only by forming a contract with a giant beast pet can a giant beast master receive the corresponding attribute feedback. This attribute feedback is incredibly important, as it can significantly enhance Wang Chen's personal combat strength. When fighting against beast masters, many people choose to avoid the beast pets and go straight for the beast master. As long as the beast master is defeated, the pet will also be heavily wounded, or even killed. This is also why beast masters are classified as ordinary combat professions, as their own strength is insufficient. But if Wang Chen has a giant beast pet, he can enjoy very generous attribute feedback. This not only greatly increases Wang Chen's survival rate, but also dramatically raises his own combat power. He no longer has to worry about people taking down the king first, because he has the strength to protect his life. With this in mind, Wang Chen's heart was completely set on fire. This talent. Each one is more powerful than the last. Oh right. There's also the divine level skill Bloodline Identification. Bloodline Identification, divine after use, not only can you check detailed information about a beast pet, but you can also detect its final form. No need to say more. It's yet another extremely convenient divine level skill. With it, when Wang Chen goes to purchase beast pets, he no longer has to rely on luck. He can instantly tell which pet has the best final form. The so-called final form refers to the ultimate evolution limit that a beast pet can achieve. In the future, with this detection skill, Wang Chen can specifically select beast pets with high evolutionary limits to purchase. Of course. With the current level of magical technology, it is also possible to detect the advancement limits of beast pets. For example, a fire dragon lizard. Most fire dragon lizards have unimpressive final forms, but some with mutated talents may evolve into a crimson flame dragon. A flying dragon. Although it's a lower-tier dragon species in the dragon family, it is already a powerful beast that is highly sought after by most beast masters. If you want to detect the final form of a beast pet, you can only send it to an authoritative appraisal institution and pay an astronomical appraisal fee to find out its final form. For some high-level beast pets, you might not even be able to detect their final forms. The cost of such an appraisal is undoubtedly sky-high. However, after Wang Chen acquired the bloodline appraisal technique, he could directly detect the final form of a beast pet. Not only is it extremely convenient, but it also doesn't cost any money. Awesome! Wang Chen couldn't help but inwardly marvel. Finally, there's the basic skill of the Beastmaster profession. Beast taming is used on magical beasts, spirit beasts, and other creatures. Upon success, they will become your exclusive beast pet. Beast rejuvenation, after casting, it restores 40% of the pet's maximum health. Congratulations to Wu Youko for topping the March leaderboard with 321 gold votes, winning a cash red envelope of 188. Congratulations to Feng Zhong Chi Yuan for securing second place on the March voting leaderboard, winning a cash red envelope of 88. Congratulations to Yen D in a hurry for updates for claiming third place on the voting leaderboard with a cash red envelope of 66. The red envelopes for the monthly leaderboard prizes have been issued. Please, the 3 winners, claim them promptly. Chapter 5, First Beast Pet Purchase. Contract Summon, you will have a dedicated space to store beast pets. When you need them to fight for you, you can summon them at any time. These 3 are the basic skills of a Beastmaster. To obtain new skills, one must either level up for a second class change or learn new skill books. Ding! Dragon Kingdom Industrial and Commercial Bank SMS reminder. On May 20th at 12:32 p.m., Dongling No. 1 High School completed a deposit transfer of 1 million gold coins to your account ending in 3868. Your current balance is 1 million gold coins. Teacher Li Xia is really efficient. This scholarship came through so quickly. While Wang Chen was inwardly excited, a notification message came through on his phone. In today's profession-changing circles, paper money no longer has any value. Gold coins are the global currency in circulation. Of course. There is also a more advanced currency than gold coins, which is the Saint Crystal. One Saint Crystal is worth the equivalent of 10,000 gold coins. Right now, with this generous scholarship grant, Wang Chen now has the funds to purchase a beast pet. After packing up his things, Wang Chen planned to leave the classroom and take a taxi to the Dongling City trading market to see if there were any suitable beast pets. Just then, a very beautiful girl entered with her hands behind her back, hopping along like a bunny. Wang Chen, is your talent really B+ level? Yeah. Wang Chen nodded, but his eyes started scanning around, seemingly looking for an opportunity to escape. Hey! Wang Chen! I'm not some big tiger, why are you running away so quickly? Seeing Wang Chen act as if he was trying to escape from a tiger's den, the girl's plump little lips couldn't help but pout. Wang Chen couldn't help but smile helplessly. The girl in front of him was none other than the eternal runner-up from the earlier announcement, Situ Yu. Now she had transitioned into a Gale Archer. This profession not only has high burst damage but also extremely high agility. It is one of the most popular professions for solo dungeon runs. No wonder after she changed classes, her homeroom teacher was so excited. If nothing unexpected happens, Situ Yu will likely be among the top 3 in Dongling City in the upcoming major exam a month later. As the campus beauty, Situ Yu's figure and appearance were naturally top-notch. Standing around 1.75 meters tall, with a pair of long legs measuring a meter, her delicate features were etched on her sharp, oval face, paired with a slightly heroic ponytail, both beautiful and chic. Not to mention the boys, even among the girls, there were many who secretly admired her. The reason Wang Chen wanted to avoid her was because ever since he had pushed Situ Yu down to the second spot, she had been finding various excuses to challenge him. Sometimes, even at lunch in the cafeteria, she would bring her luxurious meal and sit with Wang Chen. This undoubtedly made Wang Chen the enemy of all the boys. There were even a few boys who, unable to see clearly, approached him and warned Wang Chen not to get close to Situ Yu, claiming that a rich young lady like her was not someone a peasant like him could associate with. Wang Chen immediately beat those boys up badly. And grabbing them by the collar, he yelled, "Open your eyes and look carefully. It's not me sticking to her, it's her sticking to me." The boys. This scene was witnessed by Situ Yu. She first widened her eyes, which were as beautiful as jewels, then squinted and smiled, slowly walking over, and then she gave those boys another beating. The boys, who had been beaten twice, left crying. Wang Chen thought that after this incident, Situ Yu would distance herself from him, but unexpectedly, she remained unchanged. Other students envied Wang Chen, secretly cursing him for not knowing how fortunate he was. If they were in his place, being with the young lady of the Situ family day and night, they would be willing to work like slaves for her. So, what's up? Why are you looking for me? Wang Chen glanced at the smiling beauty and asked casually. Of course there's something. The big exam is only a month away, I need to hurry up and level up in the wild. Wang Chen, SO? So, I want to team up with you and level up in the wild, trying to improve myself as much as possible during this month. Situ Yu said with a gentle smile. I'll pass. Don't you know my profession? Without a giant beast pet, my profession is actually worse than an ordinary beast tamer. I'd only slow the team down in the wild. Wang Chen gently shook his head. No, it's decided. At 8 a.m. 3 days from now, meet at the Morning Dawn Guild Hall. Situ Yu said seriously, then turned around, humming a tune, skipping away. Wang Chen had no choice. But after 3 years of getting along, he also knew Situ Yu's personality. Once, Wang Chen had stood her up. And believe it or not, she had directly found Wang Chen's house, barged into his bedroom in front of his parents, and with a graceful high jump followed by a heavy drop, nearly crushed him to death as he was still sleeping. She didn't care about the rules of physical contact between boys and girls. But she left Wang Chen's parents dumbfounded. Luckily, Wang Chen managed to explain the situation and proved his innocence with Situ Yu. This also showed that Situ Yu had a rather eccentric personality. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Wang Chen packed up his things and left school, taking a taxi to the East Ling City trading market. There, all kinds of items could be found: equipment, items, elixirs, beast pets, skill books, and more. And while this market was very much geared towards the common people, it also meant the items sold here were of a lower grade. If you wanted to buy B-grade or higher skill books, materials, or items, it was nearly impossible to find them. The main reason being that these goods, being rare in such a remote area, were hard to come by. Even so, this free trade market was still very lively, filled with the sounds of people. After all, in East Ling City, the majority of people were regular job changers, and their needs were these lower-level resources. Wang Chen, after glancing at the street vendor stall several times, noticed that all the beast pets here looked sickly, and the key issue was that there were no Xian beast-level pets at all. The hierarchy of beast pets, from lowest to highest, is as follows: common beast, demon beast, Xian beast, spirit beast, source beast, divine beast, sacred beast, and ancestor divine beast. From common beast to source beast, each level is divided into 9 stages, from low to high. Once it reaches the divine beast level, there are no further stages, but a new classification system starts. Above the divine beast level, the stages are as follows: from lowest to highest, transcendent, legendary, epic, overlord, king, and cosmic. Without hesitation, Wang Chen headed straight for the innermost area of the market. It was also the most prosperous area. Here, there were all kinds of beast pets, perfect for someone like Wang Chen, a novice beast master. The only downside was that they were expensive. Welcome. May I ask, do you need a pet for daily life, or one for combat? A salesperson approached, her face full of smiles. Combat-type pet. Without hesitation, Wang Chen directly stated his intention. Although the pets around him looked much stronger than those at the street stall, most of them were still for daily life. They were obedient and cute, with gentle temperaments, but their combat capabilities left much to be desired. This type of pet was mostly artificially bred, and not even worth using the bloodline identification technique on. Alright, the combat-type pets are on the 2nd floor. Please follow me. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, the salesperson's eyes brightened, and her smile became even more sincere. As everyone knows, combat-type pets are more expensive than daily life ones, with each starting at over 100,000 gold coins. If this deal goes through today, my bonus for the month is guaranteed. With that happy thought, the salesperson became even more enthusiastic towards Wang Chen. She made a gesture inviting him to follow and swayed her waist as she led the way. You're quite lucky today, sir. We just received a few source beast level pets, so I'm sure you'll leave here today with exactly what you're looking for. On the way up the stairs, the salesperson smiled charmingly, doing her best to make a pitch. But hearing her words, Wang Chen, walking behind, awkwardly scratched his nose. Source beast level pets were priced at over 3 million each. To meet the requirements for activating the beast fusion talent, he'd need to buy at least 3, which meant nearly 10 million gold coins, a sum far beyond his means. Wang Chen's main goal today was still focused on the Xian beast level pets. He planned to choose the one with the highest growth potential and use the beast fusion talent to combine it into its final form, to become his battle partner for the first transition stage. As for higher level pets, he'd have to wait until his strength reached the 2nd transition stage before considering them. After successfully transitioning as a beast master, he would receive an empty pet slot, which would increase with each subsequent transition. This meant that after completing the 2nd transition, Wang Chen would have to find another giant beast as his battle partner to increase his battle power for the current stage. From the 1st to the 9th transition, he would need to contract 9 giant beasts in total. Giant beasts were not ordinary pets, each one had formidable strength, and it was said that when they reached their maximum growth, they would possess godlike power. Only a few giant beasts had appeared on Blue Star up to now, and their offspring were even rarer and more precious. This was also why the giant beast masters were considered the most expensive profession on Blue Star and were abandoned like trash. Even the wealthiest families could not afford the cost of a giant beast master. Even if they spent all their wealth to buy a giant beast cub, just thinking about the need for 8 more in the future would leave them feeling hopeless. Fortunately, I have the beast fusion, this divine level talent. While dealing with the enthusiastic salesperson, Wang Chen couldn't help but reflect on his thoughts. 2nd floor. Customer, here is the introduction to all the combat beast pets in our store. There are a total of 160 beast pets, 100 Xian beast level pets and 50 spirit beast level pets. The last 10 are rare source beast level pets. Wang Chen had just sat down on the sofa when the salesperson, a young lady, handed him a catalog and even kindly opened it for him. The first thing that caught his eye was the 10 source beast level pets. As a newly minted beast tamer, Wang Chen was immediately drawn to the illustrations of the beasts in the catalog. Although all he could see were pictures, a fierce aura came at him with a glance. The terrifying or luxurious designs, the claws full of destructive power, each one made Wang Chen's mouth water. However, upon seeing the price of these beast pets, Wang Chen quietly suppressed the excitement in his heart. Golden Scale Giant Python. Source Beast Level Pet, priced at 3 million gold coins. Diamond Demon Ape. Source Beast Level Pet, priced at 3.1 million gold coins. Thunder Leopard. Source Beast Level Pet, priced at 3.3 million gold coins. Every time Wang Chen saw the price behind each beast pet, his heart ached. It was so expensive. The student loan he had just approved could barely buy one of their claws. I'll take a look myself. Ignoring the salesperson's attentive service, Wang Chen took the catalog and flipped directly to the section about source beasts. Out of sight, out of mind. Sure enough, the prices for spirit beast level pets were much more reasonable. Two-headed dog. Spirit beast level pet, priced at 800,000 gold coins. Blazing tiger. Spirit beast level pet, priced at 850,000 gold coins. Wind wolf. Spirit beast level pet, priced at 500,000 gold coins. The price range for spirit beast level pets dropped significantly compared to source beasts, most of them priced under 1 million gold coins, just barely within Wang Chen's acceptable range. To be honest, if he were an ordinary beast tamer, his range of choices would basically be limited to these. Among them, the one he liked most was the two-headed dog. As a spirit beast level pet, the two-headed dog possessed both water and fire attributes, making its combat power quite formidable. Moreover, most importantly, the two-headed dog had many potential evolutionary paths, and its success rate was very high. There was once a beast tamer who carefully raised his two-headed dog, causing its talent to mutate, and its final form turned into a divine beast, the Hell two-headed dog. A divine beast. Although it was a lower-ranking extraordinary divine beast, it was still enough to look down on most of the class changers on Blue Star. However, its price of 800,000 gold coins made Wang Chen hesitate. No choice, he was too poor right now. The price for a pet had to be controlled around 300,000 gold coins for him to afford it. Customer, are you particularly interested in the two-headed dog? This one is carefully selected by our store, it has outstanding affinity for both water and fire magic, and its chance of evolving is very high. If you're still unsure, I can show you. This little one is full of vitality and will definitely not disappoint you. Seeing Wang Chen's gaze linger on the two-headed dog, the salesperson hurriedly spoke with eagerness. Wang Chen nodded in response. It would be good to take a look, and by seeing the real thing, he could use the bloodline identification technique to select the strongest final form. Then please lead the way. Putting down the catalog in his hand, Wang Chen smiled gently. You're too polite, please this way. Seeing Wang Chen so polite, the salesperson's smile grew even brighter, and she quickly bowed and led the way. The place where the store kept the combat beast pets was a warehouse at the back of the building. When Wang Chen followed the salesperson into the warehouse, he found that there were beast cages of all sizes inside. In the beast cages, all kinds of beast pets are kept, both adult and young ones. When they saw humans enter, each one of them stared with fierce eyes, growling lowly. Chapter 7, Shadow Leopard and Unicorn Rhinoceros. Roar! 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 As soon as he stepped into the warehouse, sharp, echoing roars filled the air. The beast pets in the cages, each with different forms, all stared at Wang Chen with fierce eyes. Although most of these beast pets were still young and not very strong, their wildness was evident, and their cold gaze carried a strong sense of oppression. If it were other rookies just starting out, they might have been scared stiff by this imposing presence. But Wang Chen was not one of them. He excelled in every subject at school and had faced brutal and savage wild monsters before. These young beast pets' eyes were wild, but lacked true ferocity. To him, they felt no different from a gentle breeze. Guest, in order to prevent harm to the beast pets, we haven't used any suppressant drugs on them. If they startled you, please excuse them, said the salesgirl quickly when she saw Wang Chen standing still. It's fine, I'll just take a look, Wang Chen nodded in response, not offering any further explanation, and walked directly to the next beast cage. In this cage was a leopard with fur as dark as ink. On closer inspection, its body gave off a faint, illusion-like feeling. As Wang Chen approached, the leopard fixed its amber eyes on him, letting out a low growl of warning. Shadow leopard. Mysterious beast-level pet. Wang Chen had seen it in the illustrated guide before, with a price of 300,000 gold coins, just within his budget. At this moment, standing in front of the cage, Wang Chen did not hesitate and directly activated his bloodline appraisal technique. Buzz. 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 A faint wave of energy appeared, instantly enveloping the shadow leopard in the cage. At the same time, a piece of information appeared in Wang Chen's mind. Shadow leopard, mysterious beast, final evolution, shadow god leopard, divine beast, extraordinary level. Wang Chen nodded. Not bad. A divine beast level pet could be worth hundreds of millions of gold coins, and such pets were extremely rare in the entire Dragon Kingdom. This was a great start. He'd seen his first mysterious beast level pet and could even evolve it into a divine beast. However, after viewing the shadow leopard's final evolution, Wang Chen did not stay any longer and moved on to the next cage. There were many more beast pets here, the shadow leopard could be a backup option for now. Swift Wind Wolf, Spiritual Beast, Final Evolution, Howling Moon Silver Wolf, Source Beast. Flame Tiger, Spiritual Beast, Final Evolution, Twin Winged Demon Tiger, Source Beast. Lightning Eagle, Spiritual Beast, Final Evolution, Sky Eagle, Source Beast. Wang Chen continued to move from one beast cage to the next, using his bloodline appraisal technique to check the final forms of the beasts. But what made him a little disappointed was that these beasts, which were even a level higher than the shadow leopard, only evolved to source beast level in their final form, which was not worth the cost. Looks like the potential of a beast pet doesn't depend much on its initial rank. The initial rank just determines the lower limit, the final evolution form's upper limit depends on other factors. As Wang Chen used his bloodline appraisal technique to check the final evolution status of one pet after another, a thought gradually emerged in his mind. Soon, after checking the final form of the King Kong demon ape, Wang Chen confirmed that his thoughts were correct. King Kong demon ape, source beast, final evolution, mountain giant ape, divine beast, extraordinary level. The King Kong demon ape's initial rank was 2 levels higher than the shadow leopard's, and its price was 10 times more expensive. But their final evolution limits were the same, both evolving into the extraordinary level divine beast. When comparing them, who has the higher cost-performance ratio, there's no need to say more. After seeing the King Kong magic ape, Wang Chen's interest in other source beasts and spirit beasts dropped significantly, and he eagerly ran to the area for mysterious beasts. Following behind Wang Chen, the salesgirl saw him looking around without any complaints. After all, buying a beast pet is like buying cabbage, it's a partner that will fight alongside its owner once chosen. If the wrong one is chosen, it not only wastes a large sum of money but could also lead to death. It can be said that choosing a beast pet is even more troublesome than a woman picking out cosmetics, as there are many different needs to consider. While the salesgirl was lost in her thoughts, Wang Chen had already reached the area for mysterious beast pets in the warehouse. Visibly, the beasts in this area were much weaker in presence compared to what he had seen before. While those spirit beasts and source beasts roared, these were all very quiet, their tails tucked between their legs. However, Wang Chen wasn't disappointed by this. For others, a lower-ranked beast might mean lower combat power. But for him, as long as these mysterious beasts had high potential, he could turn them into beings that other pets would look up to in no time. I hope there's a strong one in here, or else I'll have to go with the shadow leopard today. He thought to himself, eagerly looking around at the beast pets. Red Wing Hawk, Mysterious Beast, Final Evolution, Flame King Eagle, Spirit Beast. Spiked Wild Boar, Mysterious Beast, Final Evolution, Tusk Boar King, Spirit Beast. Fire Devouring Python, Mysterious Beast, Final Evolution, Sky Devouring Giant Python, Source Beast. Unicorn Rhino, Mysterious Beast, Final Evolution, Moonwatching Divine Rhino, Divine Beast, Extraordinary Level. I must say, the variety of beasts here was indeed impressive, and Wang Chen's eyes were dazzled. But what disappointed him was that after walking around, only the Unicorn Rhino's potential could compare with that of the Shadow Leopard. The others, at best, only the Fire-Devouring Python barely caught his eye. Looks like my first pet will have to be chosen between the Unicorn Rhino and the Shadow Leopard. He thought silently to himself, stopping in disappointment. Although divine beast-level pets were unreachable for most beast masters, for someone like him who had the god-level talent of beast fusion, they were not enough. Well, Eastling City is just a small city, and while the variety of beasts is complete, it can't compare to the bigger cities. I still have chances, and the divine beast is enough for this stage. With a sigh in his heart, Wang Chen prepared to choose between the Shadow Leopard and the Unicorn Rhino. But just then, woo-woo! A faint cry suddenly sounded in his ear, soft and tender. Turning his head, he saw 3 small creatures in a corner's beast cage, staring at him with clear eyes. These were 3 ice blue lizards, each about 30 centimeters long. It seemed like they sensed Wang Chen's gaze was not hostile, and they stuck out their pink tongues towards him. They looked so cute. Seeing this, even though Wang Chen was a straightforward guy, he was a little charmed by their cuteness. Little things, you're quite delicate. Let me see where your limits are. After thinking for a moment, Wang Chen used his bloodline identification skill on the 3 fearless ice blue lizards. He hadn't had much hope for the ice blue lizards, after all, they were too cute and seemed to have no combat power. But the information that came back made his body tremble, and his breath quickened. Ice Blue Lizard, Mysterious Beast, Final Evolution, Ancient Overlord Ice Dragon, Ancestral Divine Beast. Ancestor Beast? Wang Chen never expected that these 3 cute creatures, which he almost ignored, would have such enormous potential, truly defying the heavens. They are the Ancestor Beasts. A terrifying creature that has never appeared on Blue Star before. The existing classification of beast pet ranks is all information explorers have found in the ruins of secret realms. But since this information was made public, the highest-ranked beast pet seen on Blue Star has been the Saint Beast Level 5 Color Dragon. That dragon was the battle companion of the most powerful transmigrator in Dragon Kingdom's history, possessing strength comparable to that of a god. After the 5 Color Dragon, no Saint Beast level pet has appeared on Blue Star. In fact, many experts believe that the Saint Beast is the pinnacle of beast pet ranks. The so-called Ancestor Beast is just a mythical existence, something that cannot be taken seriously. For many years, there has been constant debate on whether Ancestor Beasts really exist on Blue Star. Wang Chen never expected that today, he would resolve this long-standing debate. Ancestor Beasts really exist. And very soon, it would become Wang Chen's contracted beast pet. If this news spreads, it will likely drive the entire Blue Star into madness, with countless people flocking to it. Bloodline identification technique really is a god-level talent, it's truly powerful enough to defy the heavens. With a startled exclamation in his heart, Wang Chen's gaze burned as he stared at the ice lizard, his eyes shining fiercely. The three little creatures in the cage were so frightened by his gaze that they huddled together. Stay calm. I must stay calm. This news absolutely cannot leak. My strength is still weak. If the word gets out, I won't be able to protect the ancestor beast. Now is the time to quietly amass wealth. With his strong self-control, Wang Chen suppressed the excitement in his heart and his expression returned to its previous calmness. However, because of his earlier unusual behavior, the saleswoman seemed to have noticed something. Sir, you wouldn't be interested in the ice lizard, would you? She came to Wang Chen's side and asked hesitantly. Upon hearing this, that's the one. Wang Chen nodded indifferently. Hearing his words, the saleswoman's expression seemed somewhat conflicted. Sir, would you like to reconsider? The ice lizard. As a qualified salesperson, she shouldn't have said anything more after the customer made a decision. But the ice lizard was special, and she couldn't bear to see this handsome young man buy a pet that was nothing more than a decoration. It was widely known that the ice lizard ranked at the bottom among mystic-level beast pets, only slightly stronger than a monster-level pet. If compared, the shadow leopard Wang Chen had seen earlier could easily defeat 3 ice lizards. And because the ice lizard was so cute, it was loved by many female transmigrators, and its price was the same as the shadow leopard, costing 300,000 gold coins. Its cost-performance ratio was outrageously low. Although the more expensive the pet, the more commission the salesperson would earn. Looking at Wang Chen's young and handsome face, she didn't want to see him make a mistake. After their earlier interaction, she realized that Wang Chen was just a rookie beastmaster who had just transitioned, and probably wasn't financially well off. Seeing the saleswoman's hesitant expression, Wang Chen smiled faintly. This saleswoman has a kind heart. He thought silently, but still firmly shook his head and declined her kind offer. What a joke! With the ancestor beast, what use is a divine beast? Alright, sir, which one would you like? I'll pack it up for you. Seeing that Wang Chen insisted, the saleswoman stopped trying to persuade him. Which one? I'll take all 3. Wang Chen waved his hand generously and took out his phone to open the payment code. The 3 ice lizards cost a total of 900,000 gold coins, and the student loan he had just received was gone almost as soon as he got it. But Wang Chen didn't mind at all. That is the ancestral divine beast, the highest existence among beast pets. With it, will I still need to worry about money in the future? Seeing Wang Chen's bold appearance, the salesgirl was taken aback. Could it be? Did I misjudge earlier? Is this little handsome guy a young master from a wealthy family with a bizarre hobby? However, her doubts didn't last long and were quickly replaced by joy. Selling a deal worth 900,000 gold coins means she can at least earn 900 coins in commission. Alright, my dear customer, I will help you pack them all right away. The salesgirl swiftly swiped the 900,000 gold coins and began to get busy. When Wang Chen left the store, not only was he carrying a cage containing 3 ice lizards, but the enthusiastic salesgirl also prepared some food for the ice lizards. Warm community. Located in the suburbs of Dongling City, it's an old neighborhood that has been built for over 30 years. Wang Chen's home is in Building 9, Room 302, which his parents bought with most of their life savings when he was accepted into Dongling No. 1 Middle School. Riding bus 11 back home, the time just hit 6 o'clock. At this moment, his parents had not yet come home from work. Wang Chen, as usual, prepared dinner and placed it in an insulated box, then returned to his room. Creak. As the door closed, he couldn't wait to take out the cage containing the ice lizards. At that moment, these 3 little guys were no longer as fearful as before, their amber eyes looked at him curiously. The exciting moment is about to arrive. With a thrilled heart, Wang Chen extended one hand, aiming at the ice lizards from a distance. Godly Talent Beast Pet Fusion, activate. Buzz buzz buzz. An invisible wave spread out from Wang Chen's hand, instantly enveloping the 3 ice lizards. At the same time, a virtual panel appeared before Wang Chen, visible only to him. The virtual panel had 3 slots, with the projections of the ice lizards in the slots, and there was a synthesis button below. So this is the manifestation of the Beast Pet Fusion talent, it's truly convenient. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen excitedly thought and fiercely pressed the synthesis button. In an instant, Wang Chen felt his mental strength being drained by more than half, leaving him feeling empty, as if he had suddenly entered a sage time. However, he didn't pay attention to this at the moment, instead, he stared intently at the front. After confirming the synthesis, the 3 ice lizards in the cage gradually became wrapped in blue light and ultimately transformed into orbs of light. Then, under Wang Chen's gaze, these 3 light orbs quickly crashed into each other and slowly began to merge. Soon, the blue light orbs completely merged into one, turning into a strange orb that resembled ice crystals. Bang! Bang! As this orb rhythmically swelled, the light gradually retracted, and a strange creature appeared before Wang Chen's eyes. Chapter 9, Strange Phenomena, Panic in Dongling City. Dongling City. The time was just past 6 o'clock, and Dongling City was experiencing the peak rush hour after work. People, having worked hard all day, left their jobs, either taking public transport or walking to the light rail station. However, this peaceful scene was completely shattered after an invisible wave swept through. Everyone felt a pang of anxiety, they couldn't help but stop in their tracks. What happened? Why do I feel this inexplicable sense of anxiety? What's going on? Just now, I felt a vague sense that a terrifying power was about to descend. The people who stopped looked around in panic. When they saw others around them were feeling the same, they couldn't help but start discussing among themselves. At that moment, the crowd suddenly noticed that the surrounding light had grown dim. Is it going to rain? Someone looked up at the sky and asked a question. Dark clouds were spreading over Dongling City, almost instantly covering the entire city. Let's hurry up. Maybe it was just an illusion. Wait, why has it suddenly become so cold? Damn. Am I seeing things? It's summer now, why is it snowing? Seeing the dark clouds looming overhead, many people in open areas quickly started to move. But at that moment, a startled scream suddenly rang out, causing everyone to look up at the sky. Then, at this moment, everyone who looked up at the sky seemed to be petrified, frozen in place with expressions of extreme shock on their faces. In the sky, snowflakes as soft as goose feathers began to fall, quickly covering Dongling City in a layer of silver. Beep beep beep. An ear-piercing alarm sounded. The area where the Dongling City Guard headquarters was located fell into chaos. Report to the Guardian, there are abnormal energy fluctuations in the city, danger level. A member of the guard hurriedly pushed open the door to the Guardian's office. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the Guardian, who was standing by the window, gazing into the distance. I know, danger level red. Looking at the falling snowflakes outside, the square-faced Guardian had deep worry in his eyes. The red danger level corresponded to disasters that could destroy a city. Once this disaster occurred, with the defensive capabilities of Dongling City, a third-tier city, it would likely be wiped off the map in an instant. Notify the city chief, Dongling City is entering a full alert state, defensive magic array at full power. Instructing his subordinate, the square-faced Guardian's voice trembled slightly, a thick sense of helplessness overshadowed his heart. Even though his power had reached the fourth transfer, and no one in Dongling City could match him, against a red danger level disaster, he could only do his best and leave the rest to fate. At this moment, countless high-ranking figures in Dongling City, like the Guardian, stared pale-faced at the sky. Buzz buzz buzz. After the order for full city alert was given, a strong buzzing sound echoed above Dongling City. The defense magic array, not activated for decades, rapidly enveloped Dongling City like ripples in water. At this moment, the sky was illuminated, giving a slight sense of security to the trembling crowd, while also awakening buried memories of terror. The defense magic array has been activated. Could it be that wild monsters are attacking the city? What is happening? Why is this happening? Who can help me? I don't want to die? Despair and fear spread through the crowd like a plague. At this moment, everyone began to silently pray. Roar! At that moment, a deafening roar suddenly rang out. When everyone looked up, expressions of extreme fear appeared on their faces. In the sky above Dongling City, a colossal creature appeared. It gently stretched its wings, stirring the clouds in the sky endlessly. The light that shone through the gaps in the clouds allowed countless people to glimpse the full figure of this giant. With two horns on its head and wings spread wide enough to block the sun, its streamlined body was covered with deep blue scales, shining with a holy light that was hard to look at under the sunlight. A dragon? Seeing this, everyone's face showed extreme shock, and they gasped in disbelief. A dragon, a creature at least of divine beast level, stands at the top of the food chain on Blue Star, possessing immeasurable power. Why is it appearing in Dongling City? Roar! Another high-pitched dragon roar echoed. The dragon in the sky let out a long howl, its massive body circling over Dongling City a few times. Then he spread his wings and charged toward the clouds in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous roars continued to explode. The giant dragon vanished, and the dark clouds enveloping Dongling City also dissipated. Everything returned to normal. Dongling City safely passed this crisis, and the outcome seemed to please everyone. Not so. After the terrifying dragon and the strange phenomena disappeared, the guardians of Dongling City, as well as the controllers of the guilds and financial groups, all sat helplessly on the ground. While their hearts were still shaken, everyone gave a unified command. Investigate. We must find out the reason for everything that happened today. In the cozy neighborhood. Wang Chen had no idea that his fusion with the beast companion caused such a terrifying commotion. At this moment, he was staring excitedly at the magnificent light cluster in front of him. Under his gaze, the radiance slowly converged into the light cluster, and a strange creature began to take shape within. This creature looked very similar to the dragon that Wang Chen had seen in the materials, but it was more elongated and full of power, exuding a mysterious sense of holiness. Its scales were a deep blue, shining like crystal under the light. A pair of small wings pressed against its back, and every line on them gave an awe-inspiring sense of beauty. Its two eyes were also deep blue, now filled with confusion and curiosity as they examined Wang Chen. Ha! Is this the final form of the ice lizard, the ancient overlord extreme cold dragon? It looks really powerful. Wang Chen took a long breath, curiously looking at the extreme cold dragon across from him. However, with the appearance of the extreme cold dragon, the temperature in the entire room plummeted, and visible frost appeared on the floor where the extreme cold dragon was located. At this moment, even Wang Chen's body, right after changing jobs, was starting to struggle to cope. Next, it's time for the most important step, to sign a contract with this little guy. Without hesitation, while the frost had not yet spread further, Wang Chen extended his hand and used the beast control technique on the extreme cold dragon. P.S. The author's new book, Beastmaster, I Let the Divine Beasts of the Classic of Mountains and Seas Dominate Another World, has published 270,000 words, and the new book is on the rise in June. Those who love the Beastmaster theme, please vote for gold tickets, collect and support, thank you all. Chapter 10, Ancient Overlord Extreme Cold Dragon. In the bedroom. Buzz, buzz, buzz. An invisible wave surged from Wang Chen's hand, instantly enveloping the small extreme cold dragon. Under the powerful effect of animals' affection, the effects of the beast control technique were increased tenfold. Soon, 2 contract runes entered the foreheads of both Wang Chen and the extreme cold dragon. The next second, Wang Chen felt a warm and affectionate thought in the contract, while his hand felt a little itchy. When he opened his eyes, he saw the extreme cold dragon sticking out its little tongue, licking the palm of his hand. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. From today on, this little guy would be his closest battle partner in this world. Little guy, quickly retract your divine ability. Hugging the completely reliant extreme cold dragon, a cheerful Wang Chen said playfully. Then, with a thought, he summoned the extreme cold dragon's attribute panel. Beast Companion, Ancient Overlord. Extreme Cold Dragon. Nickname, None. Gender, Female. Age, less than a month, early stage, Level, Level 1. Rank, Ancestor Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth, SSS. 4-dimensional attributes, Strength 500, Wisdom 500, Physique 500, Agility 500. No buffs, equipment, or items applied. Skills. Frostbody, SSS passive skill. As an ancient overlord, the extreme cold dragon itself is the manifestation of ice attribute laws. It can completely immune to ice attribute damage, completely immune to water attribute damage, and reduces other magic attack damage by 20%, physical attack damage reduced by 20%. Extreme Cold Breath, SSS active attack skill, sprays extreme cold dragon breath forward, causing huge ice attribute damage to enemies within a certain range. Frost Hell, SSS active attack skill, summon endless frost, freezing all enemies within a certain range. Note, enemies with wisdom attributes lower than the extreme cold dragon within the frost-covered area will trigger a death effect. Dragon Might, SSS passive skill, as the ancient overlord, the oldest being among dragons, any enemy with a rank lower than the extreme cold dragon will have their strength reduced by 10%. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Introduction 1. The ancient overlord extreme cold dragon is the manifestation of the ice system's original law in the world, the only ancestral divine beast of ice attributes, with unlimited potential, able to switch between combat and ordinary states at any time. 2. Every time the extreme cold dragon levels up, it will definitely awaken an SSS level talent skill. Hiss. After seeing the attribute panel of the extreme cold dragon, Wang Chen couldn't help but take a cold breath. Terrifying. It's simply too terrifying. Just at level 1, its individual attribute already reached 500 points, which can already rival those ordinary professionals who have just advanced to their second rank. Especially when he saw the row of skills in the skill column, tears of envy streamed down Wang Chen's face. As expected of the ancestral divine beast. Born with 4 SSS level talent skills, and every time it levels up, it will definitely awaken an SSS level talent skill. It is well known that pets grow through 6 stages from birth to their peak, which are childhood, youth, young adult, middle age, and finally the ultimate form. This means that by the time it reaches the end, the extreme cold dragon will have 10 SSS level talent skills. Is this what it means to be an ancestral divine beast? Simply love it, love it. Holding the icy extreme cold dragon, Wang Chen was simply enamored. Now, whoever dares to say that being a giant beast master is trash, he would slap them with an instant hit. Having contracted the extreme cold dragon, all hidden jobs must step aside in front of him. With his mood soaring, Wang Chen didn't forget to check his own improvements. Name, Wang Chen. Occupation, Giant Beast Master. Level 10. Talent, All Beasts Favor, SSS, Beast Fusion, Divine. Skills, Beast Mastery, S, Beast Renewal, B, Bloodline Identification, Divine, Contract Summon, B. Strength, 70 points. Wisdom, 70 points. Body, 70 points. Agility, 70 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unallocated skill points, 0 points. Looking at his panel information, Wang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Each of his 4 individual attributes increased by 50 points, totaling a 200-point increase. This made his 4-dimensional attributes nearly on par with those of a level 20 professional, with the only shortcoming being in skills. He had already anticipated this improvement when he saw the attributes of the extreme cold dragon. In the current profession system of Blue Star, Beast Masters do not have an advantage compared to others, and they even rank at the bottom. This is mainly because a significant part of a Beast Master's strength relies on the pets they contract. The strength of the pets directly determines the strength of the Beast Master. Each contracted pet will provide the Beast Master with fixed proportion attribute feedback based on their current growth phase. From 10% in childhood to 60% in the ultimate form. Some may feel that raising a pet to ultimate form for only 60% attribute feedback is not worthwhile. But this idea is very misguided. It must be known that every time a Beast Master changes their class, they gain a new empty pet slot. Currently, the level classification discovered by Blue Star is from 1st to 9th rank, which means that a Beast Master can contract up to 9 pets at most. If 9 pets grow to their ultimate form, the 60% attribute feedback stacked on one person can create an incredibly terrifying monster that no one can imagine. However, this is nearly impossible to achieve. With such a terrifying prospect, the Beast Master. But in the Blue Star's professional system, it is still so looked down upon for a reason. Promoting a beast pet is not like leveling up by fighting monsters, each growth cycle requires massive resources. This is true for ordinary beast pets, and for those that reach the level of the ancestor god beast, the extreme cold dragon, it will definitely be even more terrifying. Wang Chen can already foresee that the only path before him in the future is making money. Frantically making money. This is truly a pain mixed with happiness. Gently petting the extreme cold dragon's head, Wang Chen felt somewhat emotional at that moment. Woo woo. As if sensing Wang Chen's worries, the extreme cold dragon let out a soft cry, gently rubbing against Wang Chen's hand. Feeling the affection conveyed through their bond, Wang Chen tenderly rubbed the extreme cold dragon's head. Little guy, from now on, we are life and death battle partners. Let me think, what kind of powerful and mighty name should I give you? Chapter 11, We Must Find Him. Everyone. In a secret meeting room, the mayor of Dongling City lightly tapped the table with his finger. I want to know, what are your thoughts on the recent red danger alert? He looked seriously at the people present. Sitting at the conference table, each person was a significant figure in Dongling City, including the chairpersons of major guilds, heads of top financial families, and powerful guardians. At this moment, hearing the mayor's words, everyone at the meeting exchanged glances, and each one's eyes hid a deep fear. The phenomenon that appeared in the sky of Dongling City, and that terrifyingly huge creature, weighed on their hearts like a boulder. The power that could change a city's weather was terrifying. Once it descended upon Dongling City, all their wealth and power would have no difference from mirages. Mayor, we dare not speak lightly on this matter. Why not first listen to the guardian's opinion? A middle-aged man with a big belly said bitterly. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's gaze turned to the mayor at the head of the table and a square-faced middle-aged man beside him. Is that so? Then let Guardian sit to explain the situation. After all, you are the strongest person in Dongling City, your judgment is more accurate than anyone else's. Seeing everyone in agreement, the mayor also focused his gaze on the square-faced middle-aged man beside him, kindly saying. The Guardian of Dongling City, named Sido Haonan, was a level 124 transformation warrior. In terms of strength, the people present would not be a match for him together. I think you all are being too paranoid. Sido Haonan, seeing everyone staring at him, took a sip of tea and spoke in a relaxed tone. Lord Situ, are you saying this red crisis alert won't affect Dongling City? Hearing this, everyone felt a little uplifted yet still somewhat incredulous. That's right. Situ Haonan nodded lightly and continued. According to the specialized equipment of the guard team and discussions with a few experts, we unanimously believe this phenomenon is very likely caused by a beast pet with suddenly mutated abilities. As he spoke, Situ Haonan waved his hand, and a subordinate operated a device to project a terrifying figure onto the meeting room's wall. It was hundreds of meters long, covered in sapphire scales, with fierce wings and massive dragon claws, unmistakably a dragon. I believe what we should discuss now is how to find it. After all, this is a dragon, and it is a rare ice attribute, at least an epic divine beast. As soon as Sito Haonan finished speaking, everyone in the meeting room collectively gasped in shock. Just now, the big shots who had looked weak and fearful, at this moment, their eyes sparkled with excitement, and their faces turned a shade of red. An epic-level divine beast? Even though everyone present had fortunes in the millions and their powers reached above the third transformation, an epic-level divine beast was still in existence they had to look up to. If they could befriend the owner of this epic-level divine beast, or even take it under their wing, then their respective powers would leap to new heights. After all, in history, any person who possessed an epic-level divine beast achieved accomplishments of level 7 or above in the future. Those were significant figures throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. We must find him, at all costs, and befriend him. At this moment, everyone present was shouting frantically in their hearts. In a cozy neighborhood. Woo woo! Hearing that she was about to have a name, the frigid dragon excitedly waved her small front claws, a face full of anticipation. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. Little one, you seem quite eager. Let me think, what kind of name should I give you? Holding the frigid dragon in his arms, Wang Chen began to observe carefully. At this moment, the frigid dragon, covered in dazzling blue scales, looked as if it had been chiseled from crystal, radiating a beautiful halo under the light, like a piece of exquisite art. As a lovely girl, you probably won't like names like Storm Dragon King or Ultimate Destruction God. Thinking deeply, Wang Chen suddenly had a bright idea as he looked at the eager-faced frigid dragon, saying, how about this, as the saying goes, pure as ice and clean as frost, since you are of the ice attribute, let's call you Ice Clear. Woo woo! Hearing Wang Chen's words, the frigid dragon, held high in the air, chirped excitedly a few times. Clearly, she was very pleased with her new name. Ha ha ha, then it's settled. Seeing that the frigid dragon agreed, Wang Chen, smiling, placed her on the ground. Now, looking at the loving little creature in front of him, Wang Chen extended his hand. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Wang Chen. From now on, we will be partners in life and death. Woo woo! Upon hearing this, the frigid dragon placed her tiny dragon claw on Wang Chen's big hand, her amber eyes sparkling, looking extremely cute. However, her serious expression didn't last long. Gurgle! A slight sound abruptly rang out, and the little Ice Clear shyly covered her belly, looking quite embarrassed. The next second, she bumped into Wang Chen's arms, rubbing her little head against him. Woo woo! She kept chirping. Feeling the thought coming through the contract, Wang Chen was surprised, then a smile appeared in his eyes. So you are hungry, it looks like the bag of ice crystal flowers will come in handy. Gently rubbing the little Ice Clear's head, Wang Chen put her down and turned to leave the room to prepare. The ice crystal flower, an F-grade magical plant, grows mainly in cold wild areas and is a favorite food for many ice attribute pets. Long-term consumption can slightly increase the chance for the pet to enter the next growth cycle. However, this chance is almost negligible, as the ice crystal flower is only F-grade, just a bit stronger than ordinary plants. Passing through the living room, Wang Chen glanced at the time, casually turned on the TV, and then entered the kitchen to start his busy work. The evening news was about to air, which was the program that old Wang loved to watch most. Click. Just as Wang Chen was preparing a loving dinner for Ice Clear, Wang's father and mother returned from work. Mom and Dad, you're back. While fiddling with the ice crystal flowers, Wang Chen called out, but there was no response. Wang's father and mother, who entered through the door, looked pale and had water stains on them that hadn't dried. What happened? Turning around to see the scene, Wang Chen's heart sank. Chapter 12, The Newbies for Essentials. A cozy neighborhood. Wang Chen and his family of 3 sat neatly on the sofa watching TV. The evening news from Dongling City was playing, and the beautiful host looked solemn and serious at that moment. According to our reporters, the large-scale celestial phenomenon and giant dragon scene in our city is caused by the mutation of beast pet talents. Please do not panic, citizens. The red crisis alert was just a false trigger and will not affect Dongling City. To compensate for the scare this caused, the city mayor and the guardian have decided. Listening to the broadcast on TV, Wang Chen's mouth twitched slightly. He never expected that using the beast pet fusion talent would create such a big commotion. Good grief. It triggered a celestial anomaly across the entire Dongling City. Shouldn't it be said that it truly deserves to be the ancestral god beast, the extremely cold dragon? Thinking quietly in his heart, he looked at the TV screen. The camera's image was somewhat blurry, showing an incredibly huge and fierce creature circling in the sky, roaring towards the heavens, while down on the ground, countless people were fearfully collapsing, their faces filled with terror. In a fleeting glimpse, he saw the figures of his father, Wang Jiangwo, and his mother, Li Xiufan, next to a bus station that flashed by in the picture. In the image, his honest and kind-hearted father was holding his mother in his arms, and his body seemed to be trembling. Before Wang Chen could examine it carefully, The screen went dark. With a slightly pale face, old Wang quickly picked up the remote control. Don't watch anymore. The city mayor and the guardian said it's fine, this matter will pass. Xiao Chen, was your job transfer ceremony smooth today? Old Wang pretended to be indifferent as he turned off the TV, licking his lips and asking. Wang Chen opened his mouth, wanting to tell his parents about the extremely cold dragon to cheer them up, but seeing his father's expression, it was likely to remind him of some experiences he wanted to erase. It went well. I transferred to the beast master profession. I have already handled the beast pet myself, and there will be no problem for the college entrance examination in a month. Thinking about it, Wang Chen didn't reveal that he was a giant beast master profession to avoid worrying his parents. After all, they are all beast masters, and if he didn't say anything, others wouldn't be able to tell either. Hearing their son's words, even if Wang's parents had not yet recovered from the previous experience, they couldn't help but be overjoyed. Good, good, good. No wonder you are Wang Jiangwo's son. Transferring to the Beastmaster, plus your previous performance in school, you will at least be able to get into a first-tier university. Wang's father beamed, patting his chest in a self-satisfied manner. Wang's mother said nothing, but the joy in her eyes spoke volumes about her happiness inside. Since the Dragon Country set up the professional entrance examination, the universities for professionals nationwide have been divided into 4 tiers. For top universities, 21st-tier universities, 82nd-tier universities, and over 200 third-tier universities. Each university has vastly different teaching capabilities and resources, depending on their own tier. It is no exaggeration to say that the resource disparity between each level is at least 10 times. In the simple understanding of Wang's parents, a first-tier university was already the limit of their expectations for Wang Chen, as there were less than a handful of people who could get in from Dongling City each year. For them, it would be a great honor for Wang Chen to have hope for a first-tier university. However, regarding his father's eager expectations, Wang Chen just smiled without speaking. A first-tier university? If it were the old him, he would have felt excited about this. But now, having acquired 3 top talents and skills and contracted the ancestral god beast, the ancient overlord extremely cold dragon, Wang Chen's perspective had already risen much higher. His goal had long since become the 4 top universities at the peak of Long Nation. Only by entering a top university could his talent be fully realized, and more resources could be obtained. You must know. The resource gap between first-tier, second-tier, and third-tier universities is tenfold. And the 4 top universities hold resources that amount to the total of all other universities combined. Every year, outstanding graduates from top universities achieve at least 4 transitions, which allows them to secure a guardian position in a third-tier city like Dongling. On par with the city leader, wielding the life and death power over millions of people. Of course, at this moment, Wang Chen didn't plan to tell his parents about the school. He decided to surprise them once everything settled down. You little rascal, are you up to no good again? Wang Jiangwo saw his son smiling quietly and patted Wang Chen's shoulder. However, he didn't ask further, he knew his son best. Wang Chen had always been very independent, organizing everything well without needing extra care from him. Come on, to celebrate your successful first transition to a combat profession, I've prepared a gift for you. As he spoke, Father Wang pushed a box, which he had been holding onto since he returned, in front of Wang Chen. Another gift? Wang Chen asked, somewhat surprised. No wonder Mom and Dad came back so late today, they were preparing a surprise. Of course. Open it and see. Wang Jiangwo said, a bit proud. Wang Chen didn't hesitate, he eagerly opened the box and bit his lip when he saw what was inside. A sharp long sword. Agile boots. Courage necklace. Sturdy cloth armor. Inside the box lay 4 pieces of equipment neatly arranged. Under the light, they reflected a shimmering black iron luster, making Wang Chen's eyes a bit watery. These 4 pieces of equipment were the famous high school graduation set, the rookie 4-piece set. Though the name seemed plain, they provided significant benefits to a newly transitioned professional. Dad, Mom. Wang Chen said, moved, his voice somewhat hoarse. In today's Blue Star, anything that can help professionals is expensive. This rookie 4-piece set was no exception, with a total price reaching 100,000 gold coins. Wang Chen knew his parents must have spent all their savings to buy this equipment. Little rascal, you're graduating from high school soon, why do you still act like a child? Wang's mother wrapped her arm around her son's shoulder, smiling broadly. Although our family lives modestly, you shouldn't lack what others have. Hurry and take it back to your room to try it on, make sure it fits. Beside them, Father Wang didn't say a word but looked at Wang Chen with a face full of satisfaction. Hearing his mother's words, Wang Chen nodded heavily, tightly gripping the 4 pieces of equipment, his thoughts growing stronger. His parents had worked hard for most of their lives for him, now it was time for him to honor them. Chapter 13, Going to the Dawn Guild. Back in his room. Wang Chen fed the ice crystal grass to Ice Chang, then began checking the rookie 4-piece set. Equipment, sharp longsword. Type, melee weapon. Grade, black iron. Level restriction, level 10. Attributes, strength +5. Equipment, agile boots. Type, armor. Grade, black iron. Level restriction, level 10. Attributes, agility +5. Equipment, courage necklace. Type, accessory. Grade, black iron. Level restriction, level 10. Attributes, wisdom +5. Equipment, sturdy cloth armor. Type, armor. Grade, black iron. Level restriction, level 10. Attributes, physique +5. All 4 pieces of equipment were just the most basic black iron items, providing attribute points without any magical properties. The total attributes added up to only 20 points, offering an increase equivalent to what a professional would gain by leveling up 2 times. With such trash attributes, even 4 pieces of equipment can be sold for a high price of 100,000 gold coins, which shows how expensive higher level equipment will be. In today's Blue Star, the types of equipment are divided into 3 main categories: weapons, armor, and accessories, with levels going from low to high as follows: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, star, sunlight, and divine artifacts. Each time the equipment level increases, the attributed enhancement also greatly improves. And starting from bronze level equipment, various enchanting effects will be attached to the gear, providing even greater boosts for the practitioners. Of course, compared with the enhancement effects, the prices of these higher level equipments rise accordingly. A few years ago, in the Dongling City Trading Hall, a top-quality gold-level equipment with 3 enchanting attributes appeared. The final auction price reached 6 million gold coins. This price shocked Wang Chen for several months. 6 million gold coins is a number that an ordinary person, or even an ordinary practitioner, could not earn in several lifetimes. This time, when I go to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, I can try to explore deeper. The higher the level of the wild monsters, the higher the drop rate. By then, I can not only level up quickly but also have a high chance of obtaining dropped items. As long as I get a few pieces of bronze equipment, I can greatly improve my parents' lives. After equipping the gear, Wang Chen lay on the bed, thinking about the action plan for the upcoming days. 3 days later. Morning dawn Guild Hall. It was just 8 o'clock, and the hall was already crowded with people. Looking for a healing class above level 30 to team up for a task, a contract can be signed, and whether the task succeeds or not, an extra 1,000 gold coins will be given as a reward. Take a look, a level 38 warrior here, fully equipped, strong and capable, with plenty of experience in entering the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Any young masters or young ladies interested, please contact me. The Summit Adventure team is recruiting. All practitioners are welcome to sign up, regardless of whether you are a newbie or a veteran. As long as you have potential and strength, our Summit Adventure team welcomes all. A formal contract will be signed upon joining, with meals and accommodation included along with 5 insurances. The bustling crowd of practitioners chattered away, either enthusiastically promoting themselves or looking for teammates to complete tasks, making the atmosphere in the guild hall lively as if it were a market. However, the people coming and going were quite accustomed to such situations. Many of them even showed sincere joy on their faces as they entered the hall. Since the resurrection of the Will of the Heavens 700 years ago, Blue Star expanded thousands of times, and secret realms and wild maps began to appear. The Adventure Guild Hall has been as lively as today for hundreds of years. Up to now, the Adventure Guild has become a large force that spans the entire Blue Star, and it has become an important hub connecting various countries and communities. Countless practitioners walk in here to register as adventurers, accept tasks to earn gold coins, and pursue their dreams of becoming rich by exploring wild maps. The wild map near Dongling City is called the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, which is said to contain all sorts of wild monsters. The deeper one goes, the stronger and more numerous the wild monsters become. Even at the deepest level, there are terrifying existences comparable to the 4th or even 5th transformation. Of course, this refers to the depths. On the outskirts of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, after years of adventurers' cleansing, the dangers have become quite small. Many untransformed commoners also come to the Adventure Guild to take some collection tasks within their capabilities, to supplement their household income. For example, before he transformed, Wang Chen. He once secretly registered as an adventurer in the Adventure Guild, taking collection tasks for herbs to help lighten his parents' burden. As expected, once the transformation ceremony was over, the number of people coming and going in the Adventure Guild Hall at least doubled. Outside the Dawn Guild, Wang Chen looked at the bustling crowd, a smile appearing on his face. It is said that every year after the job change ceremony, the wild monsters in the outskirts of the Beast Mountain range become extremely sought after, creating a situation where they are hard to find. I wonder if that little girl, Situyu, is well prepared to venture deep into the Beast Mountain range? Thinking silently, Wang Chen stepped into the Dawn Guild Hall. That bastard Wang Chen. He promised to team up with me and still dares to be late? It's driving me crazy. At the front desk of the Dawn Guild Hall, a youthful and beautiful girl looked at the bustling crowd around her, her expression growing colder. The girl was about 1.75 meters tall, with long legs and a slender waist, wearing exquisite leather armor, carrying a striking blue longbow on her back, her delicate features adorned with a slightly heroic single ponytail, looking both beautiful and fierce. Standing among the crowd, she was like a crane among chickens, drawing many curious gazes. Normally, such a beautiful girl appearing in the Adventure Guild Hall would instantly become the center of attention, attracting numerous flirts. Not to mention, the leather armor and longbow on the girl signified her identity as a ranged class archer. But upon closer observation, while there were plenty of curious eyes, those gazes all hurriedly shifted away once they landed on the token at the girl's waist. The token engraved with the two characters Situ made the adventurers in the hall lose their courage to strike up a conversation. The city is jointly governed by the mayor in Situ. This saying has circulated in Dongling City for decades. Anyone who dared to question it would have their graves overgrown with grass. The girl was indeed Situ. However, ordinary adventurers feared and respected Situ's identity, while those born into wealthy families did not feel the same way. Instead, they would flock to her like moths to a flame. Situ, I didn't expect to meet you here at the Adventure Guild, what a coincidence. A flashy young man with slick back hair squeezed through the crowd with a fake smile on his face. In Dongling City, Situ is truly a girl favored by the heavens. She came from a prominent family, had breathtaking beauty, and successfully changed to the special profession of Gale Archer at the job change ceremony, with a bright future ahead. All the wealthy heirs in Dongling City revered Situ as a goddess and pursued her fervently. The slick young man was named Chen Hao, the only son of the Chun family, a wealthy clan. Although he appeared somewhat flashy, his talent was still decent. 3 days ago at the job change ceremony, he successfully transitioned to the combat class of Ice Mage, standing out among all the job changers this year. Additionally, he had been a crazy pursuer of Situ during their time at Dongling No. 1 High School. Situ, are you planning to take a quest to venture into the wild maps? Seeing that you don't have any companions, why not join me? Gazing at Situ with fiery eyes, Chen Hao stepped closer, wearing a self-proclaimed gentlemanly smile. However, hearing the voice and turning around, Situ's eyes flashed with a hint of disgust upon seeing him. Get lost. With a cold snort, Situ didn't plan to pay any attention to this annoying guy. With her identity and talent, she didn't need to care about her peers in Dongling City, except for someone who made her grit her teeth in hatred. Hearing Situ's blunt response, Chen Hao's expression stiffened, but he did not get angry. Situ was recognized as the iceberg goddess at Dongling No. 1 High School, treating everyone coldly. Just getting a single word from her today was already a huge deal. Situ, you must know the dangers of going alone into the wild maps, you really don't need to push everyone away. With a slick smile, Chen Hao continued to approach her. I am a ice mage of the first rank. Before coming here, I had already formed a team with a few classmates. The team's configuration is very complete, and teaming up with us will definitely be very safe, and leveling up will also be very fast. As he spoke, seemingly to strengthen his persuasion, Chen Hao waved his hand, and 3 young men with proud expressions walked out from the crowd. Indeed, as Chen Hao said, the profession combinations of these people were very reasonable: a warrior, an assassin, a priest, plus him as the mage, making a common 4-person team among adventurers. Moreover, upon closer observation, it could be seen that these 3 had decent equipment, faintly glowing with a hint of blue light, likely wearing well-matched bronze-grade gear. Such a team among newcomers could almost be considered top-tier configuration. After finishing his words, Chen Hao looked at Situ with an expectant face. He felt that his proposal would likely be agreed upon by her. However, Situ glanced at him faintly, her cold face showing no expression whatsoever. Not interested. After saying that, she turned her head to look at the surrounding crowd. Having consistently ranked at the top in Dongling No. 1 Middle School, Situ naturally held her own pride. A third-rate character like Chen Hao, who relied on luck to change into a good profession, was simply not worth her attention. She had her own business to attend to at the Adventurers Guild today. How could she let this annoying guy delay her important matters? However, looking at the swarming crowd around her, Situ's gaze grew increasingly unfriendly. That bastard Wang Chen, wouldn't he leave me waiting today? Thinking angrily in her heart, Situ stomped her foot beside her. Seeing this scene, even a fool like Chen Hao could tell that his goddess was waiting for someone. For a moment, his mood became somewhat angry, but also unwilling. Having successfully become an ice mage, he was also considered a top genius in Dongling No. 1 Middle School. Who else would be more qualified to team up with Situ? And who dared to keep the goddess waiting here? A shadow flashed in his eyes, and Chen Hao took a few steps forward. Situ, it seems you already have a team member selected. I wonder which genius from Dongling City it is. With a smiling face, Chen Hao coldly laughed in his heart. He wanted to see who dared to compete with him. Hearing this, Situ completely ignored him. At this moment, she suddenly felt something and looked toward the entrance of the guild hall, her eyes flashing with a hint of brilliance. A handsome young man was walking in from outside. Although he wore ordinary clothes, there was an indescribable extraordinary aura about him. The moment he appeared, he attracted the attention of many adventurers. The young man was Wang Chen. Upon seeing Wang Chen, Sityu moved her feet, prepared to greet him, but immediately thought about how this bastard actually dared to be late. Humph. With a cold snort, Sityu frowned. This lady also has her pride. Walking into the Morning Dawn Guild Hall, Wang Chen immediately saw the girl among the crowd, delicate and out of the ordinary. Although many adventurers came and went in the guild hall, Sityu's unique aura directly overshadowed others' brilliance. Sorry, there was a bit of traffic on the road. Walking straight towards Sityu, Wang Chen said with a smiling face. Humph. Upon hearing this, Sityu let out a cold snort, but a hint of joy flashed across her pretentiously cold face. This bastard actually knows how to give this lady an explanation? Thinking back to how Wang Chen used to always act indifferent, Sityu's displeasure vanished like smoke. For being so understanding, I'll forgive you today. Tilting her snow-white chin slightly, Sityu revealed a smile on her face. Alright, let's quickly go to the front desk to take on tasks. The outer area of the Beast Mountain range is getting crowded lately, and if we go late, we won't get a good spot. Sityu smiled and said, then turned around, bouncing happily towards the guild front desk. Seeing this, Wang Chen rolled his eyes. Good gracious. I was only 1 minute late, how did it seem like I was guilty from your mouth? Helplessly shaking his head, he then took a step to catch up. However, just after Wang Chen walked 2 steps, a tall man suddenly came over and blocked his way. Wang Chen? Is it really you? As a giant beast master, you don't even have a pet, yet you dare to come to the Adventure Guild Hall for a quest? Do you not know how to write the word death? Chen Hao looked at Wang Chen with an exaggerated expression, raising his voice especially loud when he said, Giant Beast Master. As soon as he finished speaking, the adventurers in the hall who were admiring handsome men and beautiful women immediately burst into discussions. Giant Beast Master? No way. Is there really someone unlucky enough to change to this profession? I heard this profession is known as the most money-consuming one in history. Don't say a wealthy family, even a whole country can't support it. In an instant, many adventurers looked at Wang Chen with a hint of sympathy. So handsome, but changed to a trash profession, Giant Beast Master. What a pity. Chapter 15 Trouble Magnet. Morning Glory Guild Hall. Wang Chen felt the gazes cast at him from all around and raised his eyebrows. He glanced displeasedly at a flashy young man across from him. This young man had an ordinary appearance, pale complexion, and looked like he had overindulged, but he wore expensive equipment. After just a few glances, Wang Chen understood in his heart. This must be the trouble brought by Miss Sityu. Thinking of being affected by the trouble, Wang Chen couldn't help but frown and asked. Who are you? You, Chen Hao seemed not to expect Wang Chen didn't know him at all, and his face instantly turned ugly. Well, Wang Chen, you are no longer the top student high above in school. As a trash giant beast master, how dare you be so arrogant? Ha! So what? Wang Chen sneered upon hearing this. Let me tell you, with your trash profession, you need to recognize your identity, yet you still think about climbing high branches? Chen Hao glared at Wang Chen, speaking haughtily. I advise you to distance yourself from Sityu. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Oh? Ha! Hearing Chen Hao's words, Wang Chen disdainfully shook his head, looking at Chen Hao with amusement. At this moment, he further confirmed that Sityu was indeed a trouble magnet. It was clearly Sityu's inexplicable approach to him, yet in others' eyes, it became him wanting to climb the social ladder, and they imagined him to be a rival. How ridiculous. As for a fool like Chen Hao, Wang Chen felt that talking to him was an insult to himself. Shaking his head in disdain, he took a step forward towards the front desk. What do you mean? Seeing Wang Chen's indifferent attitude, Chen Hao became even more furious. After finishing, he reached out his hand to block Wang Chen. Clap. However, just as his hand reached out, it was slapped back. The great force made Chen Hao stumble backward. Withdrawing his hand, Wang Chen took out a piece of paper to wipe his hands, then coldly looked at Chen Hao and said, I can't be bothered with you, don't push your luck. Across from him, Chen Hao's face turned pale. Wang Chen's action of wiping his hands made him feel immense humiliation, and his face turned red. From childhood to adulthood, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Wherever he went, he was always the center of attention, and no one had ever dared to touch a finger on him. Wang Chen. Chen Hao let out a forced smile, his eyes becoming incredibly fierce. Dare to hit me? Do you not know how to write the word death? Ha! Wang Chen chuckled coldly, his gaze indifferent. Sorry, I actually know how to write it. If you don't know, I can teach you. After saying that, Wang Chen stepped forward, looking down at Chen Hao. You. Feeling the indifference in Wang Chen's eyes. A flash of panic crossed through Chen Hao's heart, but he quickly became arrogant again. Do you know who I am? Looking at Wang Chen, Chen Hao shouted frantically. My dad is one of the top 5 tycoons in Dongling City, with wealth you could never even imagine in your lifetime. I am the only son of the Chen family, my status is worlds apart from someone like you, a nobody. After saying that, Chen Hao glared at Wang Chen fiercely. Do you still want to teach me? Just take a look at your shabby appearance. Many adventurers in the hall had their attention drawn to the side, as watching young people vie for attention was a rare amusement for them. However, when everyone heard what Chen Hao said, the atmosphere suddenly became lively. The young master of the Chen family? No wonder this young man looks so familiar. Damn, to dare to compete with the young master of the Chen family, this guy named Wang Chen is really courageous. But look at young Master Chen's expression as if he wants to eat someone, and then see Wang Chen's calm demeanor. The outcome of this conflict is clear. This young Master Chen is so arrogant, saying this in public, doesn't he fear embarrassing his family? Seeing the excitement, the adventurers in the hall quickly gathered around, each one looking at the scene with playful eyes. Moreover, many of them focused their gaze firmly on Wang Chen. A handsome young man like Wang Chen was rare in this era where many transmuters emerged, and many female adventurers looked at him with a glimmer in their eyes. What a nice-looking guy, turned into a giant beast tamer, and now targeted by the young master of the Chen family. He truly was down on his luck. These attractive female adventurers planned to approach Wang Chen after this matter was settled to comfort this little brother well. However, these infatuated women's thoughts were destined to be in vain. In the center of the scene. Hearing Chen Hao's words, Wang Chen's gaze remained unwavering as he looked into Chen Hao's eyes, even revealing a faint sneer. So what? You boast so grandly, but your goddess still ignores you, right? Wang Chen sneered, not taking what Chen Hao said seriously at all. To him, this ignorant second-generation heir was just asking for a slap. After saying that, he turned around and walked toward the front desk. You. Chen Hao, struck in the chest by an arrow, looked at Wang Chen's back with flames in his eyes. Bastard, how dare you insult me like this? With a roar, Chen Hao quickly walked toward Wang Chen, wanting to stop him. At that moment, a graceful figure suddenly stood between the two. Chen Hao, I will say it again, get lost. Wang Chen is the teammate I have chosen. Do you dare to question him here? Do you want a beating? Situyu looked at Chen Hao with icy eyes, anger continuously surging in her gaze. Situyu, you. Chen Hao looked at Situyu in disbelief, his expression filled with humiliation. Are you crazy? Teaming up with a trash giant beast tamer like Wang Chen? Look at his poor appearance, he is still wearing a beginner's outfit. Speaking loudly, Chen Hao's expression became somewhat hysterical. He never expected that his goddess would actually protect Wang Chen, this nobody. One was a wealthy young lady, and the other could only afford a beginner's outfit. The difference in their status was like heaven and earth. What made Chen Hao feel even more humiliated was this tycoon young master, in Situyu's eyes, was even worse than Wang Chen. So what? Situyu looked at Chen Hao with disdain, appearing indifferent. Wang Chen, even if he hasn't changed jobs, is still thousands of times better than you, this trash. After saying that, Situyu turned to Wang Chen and said, don't mind this trash, let's hurry up and register as adventurers and go take on tasks in the 10,000 Beast Mountain. Saying this, she directly stepped forward and held Wang Chen's arm, dragging him towards the front desk, where was the proud demeanor he had just displayed in front of Chen Hao. This scene made the onlooking adventurer's jaws drop, and Chen Hao felt like he had been struck by lightning. Chapter 16, this is simply too enviable. The rich young lady is making a move on the commoner boy? In the hall of the Dawn Guild, when Situyu appeared, everyone was in an uproar. Are they crazy? Such a scene, which occurs in novels, is really happening in reality. Moreover, everyone present could clearly see that after Situyu grabbed his arm, the commoner boy still looked unwilling. Oh my goodness. Could it be that someone in the guild hall released an illusion spell of level 4 or above? At this moment, everyone began to doubt their lives. At the front desk of the hall, just as everyone saw, Wang Chen was indeed very unwilling right now. Feeling the warmth on his arm and that faint, pleasant fragrance, Wang Chen frowned slightly. It may have been acceptable back in school, but now in public, Situyu, you are doing this. My clear reputation is about to be ruined by you. Men and women should not touch each other. Muttering this phrase, Wang Chen disdainfully slapped Situyu's hand away. After having her hand slapped away, Situyu's gem-like beautiful eyes widened, her face radiating a charming smile, and then she pounced directly at Wang Chen. Unfortunately, she missed. As soon as he saw the smile on Situyu's face, Wang Chen had guessed that this girl was going to act up. Sure enough. Shaking his head, Wang Chen reached out to stop the flailing Situyu. Are you done? Hurry up and accept a mission, if you're late, there won't be a hair left. He said helplessly. However, hearing his words, Situyu didn't move at all. Instead, her eyes sparkled as they scanned Wang Chen up and down. Indeed, your talent is definitely not B-level. Looking at Wang Chen, Situyu was full of certainty. At her words, a trace of surprise flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. How did this girl find out? But he had no intention of admitting it, shaking his head and preparing to deny it. Hey! Wang Chen, are you trying to find an excuse to brush me off? Then you'd better come up with a good excuse. Seeing Wang Chen's expression, Situyu's rosy little mouth curved into a beautiful arc. I'm a first-tier Gale Archer, I have an advantage in speed, so that pounce just now took no effort at all. A normal Beastmaster would absolutely not be able to dodge it. Situyu said with a cheerful smile. As soon as she finished speaking, a light screen suddenly appeared in front of Wang Chen. Name, Situyu. Profession, Gale Archer. Level, 10. Talent, Mark of the Wind, S. Skills, Wind Walk, A. Phantom Arrow, A. Rapid Fire, B. Combat Endurance, B. Strength, 20 plus 30 points. Wisdom, 15 plus 25 points. Vitality, 15 plus 35 points. Agility, 20 plus 40 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unallocated skill points, 0 points. This was clearly Situyu setting her attribute panel to display for Wang Chen. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen could only smile helplessly. Wow! This girl is truly something. In this rising world of professionals, attribute information is the largest secret for any professional. Many won't even tell their family. After all, knowing a professional's attribute information could allow one to formulate targeted plans. Once leaked, the professional's life would be at serious risk. Situyu's actions put immense pressure on Wang Chen. However, despite his helplessness, looking at Situyu's attribute information, he couldn't help but feel a quiet shock. He had long heard that the Gale Archer is a special class that not only has high burst damage but also very high agility. Seeing it today, it is indeed so. Having just changed classes, her strength and agility attributes had both reached 20 points, twice that of Wang Chen before he contracted a beast. Total attributes even reached 70 points, 30 points more than the giant Beastmaster class. And she even possesses an S-level talent, no wonder this girl is so impressive after advancing. The leadership of Dongling No. 1 Middle School was so excited. Of course, if it were just that, Wang Chen would not be too surprised. Name, Wang Chen. Occupation, Giant Beast Master. Level 10. Talent, Beast Affection, SSS, Beast Fusion, Divine. Skills, Beast Control, S, Beast Revival, B, Bloodline Identification, Divine, Contract Summon, B. Strength, 70 plus 5 points. Wisdom, 70 plus 5 points. Physique, 70 plus 5 points. Agility, 70 plus 5 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unallocated skill points, 0 points. After contracting the Ancient Overlord, the Extreme Cold Dragon, Wang Chen's four-dimensional attributes were now far beyond Situyu. What truly surprised him was the additional attribute points from Situyu's equipment on her attribute panel. A total of 140 attribute points? Did this girl wear a full set of silver gear? Damn it! This little rich girl is too despicable. She just loves to show off in front of this hard-working commoner. Let me find an excuse to fool you. For a moment, Wang Chen silently pondered. Nothing to say, huh? Hurry up and honestly confess to this lady. Seeing Wang Chen silent, Situyu said with a smile. Forget it, I'm afraid you might doubt your life after knowing. After thinking for a while, Wang Chen gently shook his head and turned to walk towards the front desk. You are simply too despicable. Hearing this, Situyu's expression stiffened, and she chased after Wang Chen, waving her arms. She had displayed such secretive attribute information, yet this despicable guy was still hiding. This was simply intolerable. You despicable guy, show me your attribute panel. Faster. I beg you. Situyu bounced along, trying to catch up with Wang Chen, looking relentless. Unfortunately, no matter how sweetly she spoke, Wang Chen was completely unmoved. What a joke. How could a proper gentleman like me succumb to such a trivial temptation? In the hall, seeing the flirtatious scene between Wang Chen and Situyu, many adventurers were stunned. Situyu was the young lady of the Situ family, the most outstanding girl in Dongling City. No one expected to see this young lady relentlessly pursuing a commoner boy in the Adventurers Guild Hall. It was simply too enviable. Why don't I have such fortune? Everyone thought sourly in their hearts. And witnessing this scene, Chen Hao felt 1,000 points of damage in his heart. His face turned from red to purple, then to dark blue, vividly showing a change of expression in front of the crowd. Humiliation, unwillingness, fury. At that moment, a fierce anger ignited in his heart, and his jealous face twisted. What makes me worse than that mud-legged Wang Chen? With his head down and teeth clenched, Chen Hao's fists were tightly squeezed. The interaction between Wang Chen and Situ felt like a giant hammer, ruthlessly smashing his little pride into pieces. Chapter 17, So angry, and you fooled me again. At the front desk of the guild hall. After shaking off the endlessly entangled Situ, Wang Chen received the registration form handed over by the receptionist. However, he took a glance and directly turned it over to Situ in front of her. What does this mean? Situ's head popped out from behind the registration form, looking puzzled. I don't need to register, I was officially registered as an adventurer years ago. Casually explaining, Wang Chen asked the receptionist for a list of today's tasks. In the Adventurers Guild, besides collecting magic materials and the fixed tasks of hunting wild monsters, there are also personal or group commissions released in the form of bounty tasks for adventurers. Compared to fixed tasks, these bounty tasks offer more generous rewards, but the difficulty of completion also increases accordingly. In the past, due to insufficient strength, Wang Chen only did fixed tasks, but now that he has officially changed jobs, he could finally look at those coveted bounty tasks. Wow! Wang Chen, you actually dared to enter the Beast Mountain before you changed jobs? No wonder I can never catch up to you, it turns out you've been working so hard secretly? C2U's expression was somewhat indignant, her gem-like eyes fixed intently on Wang Chen. Being stared at by such beautiful eyes, Wang Chen felt a strange unease. Goodness! How is it strange to hear you say that I earn money on the side to support my family? Hurry up and fill it out, we don't have much time. With a helpless eye roll, Wang Chen pushed C2U to the table to fill out the registration form, then began to check the task list for today. Task 1, Purchase the Tiger Treasure of the Winged Demon Tiger. Task difficulty, a level. Task reward, 2 million gold coins plus 1 skill book of any skill for a level 50 warrior. Task 2, Harvest Demon Star Grass. Task difficulty, B level. Task reward, 1 million gold coins plus 1 set of mana recovery potions. Task 3, 30 Claws of the Swift Wind Demon Wolf. Task difficulty, C level. Task reward, 500,000 gold coins plus 1 Fire Explosion skill book. The task list was filled with various tasks, each reward made Wang Chen's heart race. Just completing any of the tasks at the front could allow an average person to live a life free from worry about food and clothing. However, these tasks were only for Wang Chen to admire, he couldn't even think about taking them on. Adventure guilds everywhere classify tasks into different levels based on their difficulty. From the lowest F level to the highest S level. Of course, this task level classification isn't uniform. Dongling City was just a third-rate city, and here, S-level tasks might only be rated as A or B in a larger city. This is because the classification of task difficulty also takes into account the strength of the adventurers in the guild's region. Moreover, every level of task has a minimum requirement to prevent reckless adventurers from taking on tasks they cannot complete. For example, the first task on the list is an A-level task, Purchase the Tiger Treasure of the Winged Demon Tiger. The Winged Demon Tiger is a wild monster with a level of 70, found in the central area of the Myriad Beasts mountain range, and only teams of second transformation adventurers or solo players with third transformation strength can deal with it. Therefore, in the requirements for this task, it clearly states that at least a 4-person team with all members being level 60 is needed to take on the task. With envy, Wang Chen silently scrolled to the bottom of the task list, looking for tasks suitable for a newbie like him. Soon, Wang Chen found some tasks he was satisfied with on the task list. These tasks had difficulties ranging from D level to E level. As for the minimum level F tasks, Wang Chen did not pay attention to them. F-level tasks generally involve collecting some magical herbs on the very outskirts of the Myriad Beasts mountain range. Before he changed classes, he could easily complete these. Now, taking on such tasks had absolutely no cost-effectiveness. Scrolling through the task list with his finger, Wang Chen looked at the task descriptions with a hint of hesitation. Task 326, Purchase 30 golden snake herbs. Task difficulty, D level. Task reward, 100,000 gold coins. Task 327, 10 snake gallbladders of giant golden scaled pythons. Task difficulty, D level. Task reward, 100,000 gold coins or 1 skill book of equivalent value. Task 328, 40 eyeballs of demonized goblins. Task difficulty, E level. Task reward, 60,000 gold coins. These 3 tasks are the best value among the D and E level tasks. Especially the first 2, Task 326 and Task 327, these 2 tasks can even be completed together. Golden snake herb is a magical plant that only grows in the areas where giant golden scaled pythons roam. Giant golden scaled pythons are wild monsters with a level of 35, living in groups and are massive in size. Their snake gallbladders are good magical materials. It can expand the vision range of low-level professionals, which is quite useful for archer classes. Snake meat can also sell for a good price in the trading market. However, at this moment, Wang Chen hesitated, not because the golden scale giant python was too high in level. Perhaps other newly transferred novice professionals would feel fear towards the golden scale giant python. But now Wang Chen had contracted the ancestral beast, the ancient overlord. Extreme Cold Dragon, although his level was a shortcoming, as long as he released Ice Clear, he could fight against level 40 wild monsters. His main worry was whether C2U could keep up. It would be troublesome if she dragged him down. Wang Chen, have you not chosen yet? Just as Wang Chen was pondering, someone snatched the task list from his hands. What's there to hesitate about accepting tasks? Let's just find those with high rewards. C2U had a mysterious confidence on her face, smiling brightly as she spoke. However, when she focused her gaze on the task list, her expression froze instantly. D rank? With a cry of surprise, C2U quickly covered her small mouth, looking at Wang Chen with disbelief on her face. How dare you? A newly transferred novice challenging a D rank task, isn't that seeking death? What's wrong? Are you scared? Seeing C2U's expression, Wang Chen nonchalantly said. If you're scared, you can team up with others. Humph. Upon hearing this, C2U pouted. So annoying, you've tricked me again. Thinking silently in her heart, C2U put on a confident smile again. You're not afraid, so why should I be scared? I'm just worried you might drag me down later. Let me see which task we should choose. Forcing down her guilty feelings, C2U's slender fingers scrolled through the task list. However, as she looked, her pretty face couldn't help but turn red. Golden Scale Giant Python? Its snake gall is very useful for novice archers. Did Wang Chen choose this task, perhaps? Chapter 18, Are young people today so reckless? Hey! Can you do this or not? At the Adventure Guild front desk, Wang Chen looked at the flustered C2U with some confusion. Upon hearing, C2U answered nervously, hurriedly handing over the task list. You choose, I'll go along with you. She said somewhat weakly. Strange. Receiving the task list, Wang Chen muttered a bit. However, he didn't pay too much attention, since C2U wanted to take a back seat, he would decide for himself. Hello. Placing the task list in front of the front desk lady, Wang Chen greeted politely and then said. I want to accept tasks number 326 and 327. Here are our adventure cards. While speaking, Wang Chen handed over his and C2U's adventure cards too. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. Upon hearing, the front desk lady smiled back and then lowered her head to get busy. However, just transferred? After she scanned the information on Wang Chen and C2U's adventure cards, she couldn't help but exclaim. Sir, do you want to reconsider? The golden scale giant python is a level 35 wild monster. The front desk lady looked at Wang Chen and C2U with a gaze as if they were monsters. Two newly transferred novices taking on a D-rank task seemed to her like seeking death. Are young people today really this reckless? Thank you for your reminder, we've already made up our minds. Wang Chen was very grateful for the front desk lady's goodwill but shook his head without hesitation. He entered the Beast Mountain to quickly increase his strength and make some money. He didn't plan to fight over those pathetic weak wild monsters with other novices. Hearing his words, the front desk lady hesitated a bit. She couldn't bear to see this handsome guy head into the Beast Mountain to meet his death. But seeing Wang Chen being adamant, she still nodded quietly. All right. Please wait a moment. In the hall, seeing no excitement to watch adventurers, everyone started to get busy with their own matters. However, when they heard the receptionist's exclamation, all eyes unconsciously turned to Wang Chen and C2U. What the hell? Did I hear that right? Golden Scale Python, are these two little guys planning to challenge a D-level mission directly? Are they crazy? They've just changed their jobs, and their level is only 10. Are they planning to serve gourmet food to the Golden Scale Python? Are young people nowadays this reckless? I remember when I just changed my job, the first mission I took was to deal with level 10 red-eyed rats. In the crowd, everyone was discussing, feeling like they had heard a hallucination. Newbies challenging the Golden Scale Python, there was a 25-level gap. Seeking death isn't done this way. For a moment, many adventurers looked at Wang Chen and C2U with sympathetic eyes. Goodness, they are both so good-looking, yet their brains are certainly sick. Among the crowd, Chen Hao, who was filled with rage, was also drawn in by these discussions. Ha ha! Wang Chen, a country bumpkin is still a country bumpkin, and has no idea what he's getting into. Chen Hao coldly sneered, his gaze toward Wang Chen full of contempt. He and his classmates formed a standard 4-person team, and each of them had at least bronze gear. With such a lineup, they were already considered a luxury configuration among newbies, but even so, Chen Hao didn't dare to challenge the golden scale python. He simply couldn't understand why Wang Chen was either brave or crazy enough to take on such a difficult task. However, when the smug Chen Hao saw Situyu without hesitation signing the mission acceptance form, his expression twisted. At that moment, he felt like his heart had been stabbed hard. Damn it! Wang Chen has gone mad. The goddess actually accompanies him in his madness? What on earth is happening in this world? Damn Wang Chen, what kind of love potion did you give Situyu? He thought to himself, his face turning sinister like a devil. The deadline for the D-level mission is 1 month. If the mission items are not submitted within 1 month, the mission will automatically be deemed a failure. Entering the details into the system, the receptionist handed Wang Chen the adventurer card while reminding him. Thank you, you've worked hard. Taking the card, Wang Chen politely nodded and thanked her, then turned to Situyu. Alright, it's time for us to set off. The light rail to the Wanshou mountain range runs every half an hour. We need to hurry to the platform to catch the next train. Saying so, Wang Chen led Situyu directly out of the Adventurers Guild Hall. As for the scrutinizing gazes and discussions, he didn't pay them any mind. Just because others couldn't do it didn't mean he couldn't. After the two left, the gathered adventurers shook their heads, no longer focusing on this small episode. However, only one person looked at the backs of Wang Chen and Situyu with a venomous gaze, not retracting it until they disappeared. Brother Hao, what should we do now? A boy with a face full of freckles patted Chen Hao's shoulder, bringing his attention back. What to do? Chen Hao spoke with a resentful tone. Since they accepted the mission to hunt the golden scale python, we will accept it too. I don't believe it. No matter how strong their two powers are, can they be stronger than our four? Hearing Chen Hao's words, the three boys who had gathered around showed hesitant expressions. In their view, Wang Chen and Situyu dared to take on the mission to the golden scale python because of Situyu being from a distinguished family. As the top-tier family in Dongling City, who knows how many life-saving equipment and items would be prepared for Situyu? There might even be third-tier experts secretly protecting her. As for them, although they were also considered an upper-class family in Dongling City, the gap between me and Situyu is not something that can be compared in any small way. What can I use to compare with them? What? Seeing the hesitation on the faces of his three companions, Chen Hao frowned, his tone somewhat displeased. Is it that my words are no longer effective? He looked at the three companions, speaking. No. Under Chen Hao's gaze, the three boys quickly shook their heads in denial. The gap between them and Situyu is vast, the gap between them and Chen Hao is also significant. So at this moment, they dare not argue back at Chen Hao, only inwardly cursing Wang Chen furiously. Damn Wang Chen, what are you showing off in front of Situyu, you mud-legged guy? Don't let us meet you alone in the future, otherwise, you won't have a good outcome. Fuming with anger in their hearts, the three wore expressions as if their parents had died, walking to the front desk to register. Chapter 19, Preparation. Since the revival of the celestial will, the area of Blue Star has expanded millions of times. The distances between cities have also increased millions of times. These new areas are filled with wild monsters, mountains, lakes, swamps, and wastelands. Now, wanting to travel from one city to another, the distance is even greater than going abroad in Wang Chen's past life. The 10,000 Beasts mountain range is a large gathering place for wild monsters located 300 miles outside Dongling City. The wild monsters inside have a very large level gap, ranging from the lowest level 10th grade red-eyed mice and incomplete skeleton soldiers to 100 level mountain giants and double-headed demon wolves, equivalent to human triple transformation professionals. For the professionals of Dongling City, the 10,000 Beasts mountain range is their paradise for leveling up and obtaining resources. Buzz buzz buzz. The 10,000 Beasts mountain range station has arrived, please exit the train in an orderly manner. The announcement that the light rail had arrived was heard, and Wang Chen, Situyu, and a large number of professionals who had just received tasks at the Adventurers Guild rushed down from the train. As soon as he stood on the platform, Wang Chen felt a desolate aura rushing towards him. Traveling from Dongling City to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range felt like crossing time and space from a technological world to a primitive one. There are no tall buildings or technology-filled objects here, all that exists is an endless wasteland and forests, as well as huge mountains in the distance that look like giant dragons lying on the ground. Roar! Here, one can frequently hear the roars of wild monsters, as well as the panicked cries of rookie professionals being chased by these monsters. Is this really the 10,000 Beasts mountain range? Why does it feel a bit different from what I saw on television? Situyu looked around, her expression somewhat confused. To be accurate, this isn't exactly the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Hearing this, Wang Chen began to explain. This is just the outer edge. Usually, only ordinary people without any job change and rookies like us who have just changed jobs will be active here. The monsters appearing here are generally weak magical rabbits and similar small creatures. What you saw on TV about the 10,000 Beasts mountain range is only the situation you can see in the deeper parts. Oh. Sitayu nodded, then blinked and turned to look curiously, asking. Wang Chen, I heard that bounty hunters run rampant in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and many professionals entering there end up dead not from wild monsters, but rather at the hands of these bounty hunters. Have you seen bounty hunters before? Hearing her words, Wang Chen awkwardly touched his nose. Where there is light, there is darkness. With the revival of the celestial will, professionals were born, and in this era where great power belongs to oneself, the strong power helps humans preserve their current home while also awakening the inner darkness of some people. Bounty hunters are one of those dark entities. They are a bunch of human scum who will stop at nothing for money. They usually hide among the professionals, enjoying the peace earned by others' hard work, and once they enter the wild, they turn into evil wolves, specifically targeting those lone professionals. Robbing treasures, murdering lives, they are truly guilty of all evils. Thinking of this, Wang Chen gave a white glance at the curious Sitayu. Sister, can't you think well of me for once? He said somewhat speechlessly. I didn't have a job change before, and if I encountered a bounty hunter, do you think I'd be alive now? At this moment, Wang Chen was even more confirmed that this girl had a serious problem, otherwise, how could she ask such a foolish question? However, Sitayu did not catch the disdain in Wang Chen's tone, instead, she wore an expression of anger. I haven't encountered them, because I've heard these guys are guilty of all evils, and if they dare to cause me trouble, I'll shoot them into hedgehogs, one arrow at a time. Clenching her delicate fists, Sitayu looked fierce. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes, his gaze toward Sitayu more like he was looking at a fool. Bounty hunters are bad guys, but they are not idiots. In the territory of Dongling City, causing trouble for the young lady of the Situ family, isn't that like the old birthday star hanging himself, wishing for a long life? Unless, these guys don't want to mix in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range anymore. Thinking this, Wang Chen glanced at the ornament on Sitayu's waist, which seemed like a token. With this thing around, in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, apart from the blind monsters, probably no one would dare to provoke her. Hey! What do you mean? Do you not believe what this young lady says? Seeing Wang Chen's uninterested look, Sitayu wrinkled her cute nose, looking a bit dissatisfied. No, how could the young lady Situ be wrong? Let's hurry up, we have to stay in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range for a while, and we still need to prepare some things. Wang Chen shrugged, not arguing with Sitayu, and swiftly left the platform. Entering the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, a gathering place for wild monsters, is not like going to summer camp. There are many things to prepare. Food, water, tents, these essentials need no more explaining, and Wang Chen's big backpack was already well prepared. However, powders to repel mosquitoes and mask one's aura, these items that are rarely used, can only be purchased at the outer perimeter of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. After leaving the platform, Wang Chen took Sitayu directly to the flea market at the outer edge of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Here, it is a market spontaneously formed by professionals entering and exiting the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, small but complete. Equipment, items, potions, skill books, various goods can be found here. And because it is close to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, many items are cheaper than buying in the Dongling City market. However, also because they are cheap, one must be very sharp-eyed when buying things here. If you buy defective or fake goods, then you can only blame yourself for bad luck. There is no after-sales service concept here, you'll probably turn around and find that the seller has vanished. When Wang Chen brought Sitayu to the flea market, he found the atmosphere here was extremely lively, bustling with excitement. Clearance sale. 80 stalks of grade D spiritual herb silver moongrass, effective and in good condition, not 980, not 880, just 668 to take away 80 stalks of silver moongrass. Don't miss out as you pass by, freshly baked bronze grade staves, double attribute plus 10, with added magic damage effect, whether for monster hunting or as gifts, it's the first choice. Fixed price 300,000 gold coins. Look here. The South Border Adventurers team has disbanded. The team leader has run away, indulging in wine, gambling, and bringing his mistress. The equipment originally worth 300,000, 400,000, or 500,000, now all only needs 100,000 gold coins. Chapter 20, I'm just quoting a price, why is the boss running away? I didn't expect, at the outer edge of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. There really is such a bustling market. After arriving at the flea market, Sitayu looked around the noisy scene with a curious expression, like a curious child. Especially hearing that adventurers selling equipment rhythmically say, the adventure team disbanded, and the boss ran away with his sister-in-law. This silly guy even showed a sympathetic expression on his face. Wang Chen, this uncle is so pitiful, abandoned by his companions. Should I buy all the equipment at his stall? It's only 200,000 each, it's really cheap. Looking at Wang Chen, Sitayu hesitated and asked. Only? In an instant, Wang Chen's gaze at Situyu became less indifferent. Good gracious! Saying 200,000 sounds like the same as 20. Sister, quickly put away your cash abilities. And what gave you the feeling that this guy is very pitiful? Slowly calming his emotions, Wang Chen looked at Situyu speechlessly. Equipment worth 500,000, selling for 200,000? Where in the world has such a good deal? What this guy is selling are either soon-to-be scrapped defective products or fake goods created with disguise scrolls. However, seeing that Situyu really wanted to buy, Wang Chen turned his eyes and did not directly tell her this cruel fact. After all, some things are best learned through personal experience. And whether that adventurer dares to sell the items to Situyu is still an unknown. Of course you can, we came here to prepare for things. As long as you can carry it, you can buy as much as you like. But, I think you definitely won't be able to make this deal. Nodding indifferently, Wang Chen concealed the smile in his eyes. Humph. Impossible. Also, I brought the largest space equipment from home, it has a full 1,000 cubic meters, I can carry even more. Hearing this, Situyu pouted in dissatisfaction and bounced towards the vendor. Behind. Wang Chen awkwardly touched his nose. Goodness. Space equipment, an area of 1,000 cubic meters? In today's Blue Star, space equipment, which was incredibly miraculous in Wang Chen's previous life, has also appeared with the revival of the will of the heavens. However, this is not something an ordinary person can manage. The most common space equipment, the 3 cubic meter kind, costs up to 150,000 gold coins. 1,000 cubic? Wang Chen felt that this must be worth at least a small fortune. The foolish girl, I have to admit, has indeed been fooled. Hello, beautiful lady, what are you interested in? You can choose freely, each piece is only 200,000 gold coins. The adventurer boss, who was shouting earnestly, brightened up when he saw Situyu approach and quickly greeted her with a big smile. I'm just looking around. At this moment, Situyu also grew wary, not stating her intentions directly, and began to browse the equipment laid out on the ground. This piece of equipment has great attributes. Does it really only cost 200,000? Seeing that the equipment she casually picked up was already quality bronze-level equipment, Situyu's expression was a bit surprised. Although she usually didn't pay much attention to low-level bronze equipment, she still had basic knowledge. Quality bronze-level equipment is at least above 300,000. Of course, beautiful lady. Everything I have displayed here only needs 200,000 gold coins each. Selling it this way is no choice, the adventure team disbanded, and our damned leader owes a lot of money. Now, just to pay off the debt, I can only sell the equipment cheap. Hearing Situyu's words, the vendor's eyes flashed with a glimmer of surprise, but he still pretended to be very sad. For someone who looks like they just graduated, the vendor was very clear. One's tragic persona must never collapse. Then that's truly a bargain. Pack all the equipment here for me, I want it all. Upon hearing this, Situyu Qian waved her hand, proudly taking out a platinum card. At this moment, Situyu was extremely joyful in her heart, she felt she had struck a big deal. If these pieces of equipment were sold in the city, their price could rise by at least 30 to 40%, and she would make quite a profit. This time I will definitely impress my father. Thinking silently in her heart, Situyu handed the platinum card to the stall owner. Swipe the card. Upon hearing this, the stall owner, who was blissfully preparing to take the card, looked closely and was immediately startled. What the hell? A platinum card? He looked up at the beautiful girl in front of him, his eyes filled with shock. In today's Blue Star, not everyone is qualified to hold a platinum card. This must be someone whose assets reach a certain amount to obtain it from the bank. If the stall owner remembered correctly, in the entire Dongling city, there were not even a handful of people who owned this card. The stall owner never imagined that this seemingly sweet and naive girl in front of him actually possessed such a precious platinum card. This is definitely someone he cannot afford to offend. Thinking this in his heart, the stall owner carefully eyed the girl in front of him. At this glance, it made his expression even more shocked, and he unconsciously bent his body. Situ. That was the identity token of the Situ family, only the closest relatives were allowed to possess it. The young girl needed no further explanation, she must be the most outstanding genius of the Situ family in this generation, Situ. So it's Miss Situ, I'm sorry, but I have a sudden matter today, so these equipments are not for sale right now. Struggling to shift his gaze from the platinum card, the stall owner said cautiously. Selling these fakes to the Situ family's young lady, even if he had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare. What's wrong? Are you regretting? I can slightly raise the price for you. Seeing that the stall owner didn't plan to sell, Situyu thought it was because the price offered was too low. But after she offered to raise the price, the stall owner still firmly shook his head. What kind of joke is that? I wouldn't even dare to sell at the original price, let alone increase it. I'm not ready to die. For a moment, the stall owner didn't even bother to explain to Sityu since he couldn't explain anything. He directly wrapped up the equipment with the cloth laid on the ground, packed it, and quickly ran away. Ran away. Watching the stall owner flee in panic, Sityu was left dumbfounded. What is this situation? I just wanted to negotiate the price, how did I scare the owner away like this? Beside her, Wang Chen, who had watched the entire process from behind, almost burst out laughing with all his might. Ha, now you know I wasn't wrong, right? You definitely won't be able to close this deal. Chapter 21, the shortest distance is a straight line between 2 points. In the flea market. Sityu was completely confused. She never expected that simply negotiating a price would scare the stall owner into running away. Wang Chen. Did you do this? Pouting her lips, Sityu looked at Wang Chen with a wronged expression. If it weren't for this, she couldn't figure out why Wang Chen would know in advance that her deal would fail. This has nothing to do with me, it's your doing. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen quickly shook his head in denial. This matter has nothing to do with him, it was clearly the stall owner who was afraid of selling fakes to Sityu and being retaliated against by the Sityu family, which is why he ran away. Then explain to me, how did you know in advance? Sityu was very dissatisfied with this answer. She angrily stared at Wang Chen, leaning her head close, warming the air between them. You. The sudden attack caught Wang Chen off guard. Looking at the delicate face that was so close, he took a reluctant step back. Goodness gracious. I almost lost my innocence here. After thinking for a moment, Wang Chen looked at the relentless Sityu and decided to explain. Otherwise, he felt like this guy would drive him crazy soon. It's because he is afraid of being retaliated against for selling fake goods. Pulling Sityu to the side, Wang Chen whispered to her. No way? Those equipment stats look fine, don't they? After hearing Wang Chen's explanation, Sityu's expression became even more confused. She had just looked at the equipment information, and it didn't seem fake at all. Haven't you heard of disguise scrolls? Wang Chen retorted at this moment. He began to doubt whether the girl in front of him really earned her good grades in school, or if she bought them with money. How could she ask such a basic question? Disguise scrolls? Upon hearing this, Sityu's face lit up in realization. These are magic scrolls that seal the disguise spell, which can disguise the information of an item for a limited time. Understanding the situation, the girl then pouted, her expression of grievance turning into anger as she angrily said. That despicable guy, using such a lowly trick to deceive people. As she spoke, a glimmer of slyness flashed in Sityu's gem-like eyes, and then she put her identity token, which was hanging at her waist, into her storage equipment. After doing all this, she winked at Wang Chen and proudly said, These guys are too despicable, I will catch their evidence and make them rot in prison. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen helplessly rolled his eyes. He had never realized that this girl was so full of a sense of justice. Let's go, there aren't that many scammers here for you to catch. After buying our stuff, we'll head into the Beast Mountain range. Shaking his head, Wang Chen took the lead into the flea market. Behind him, Sityu followed with righteous indignation, her eyes scanning the surrounding vendors, seeing everyone as a scammer. At the same time, at the moment Sityu put away the identity token, not far from the stall, a strong-looking middle-aged man saw this and showed a trace of helplessness in his eyes. Why did Xiao Yu put away her identity token? Now, my hard-earned vacation is going to be anything but peaceful. And that annoying little brat, knowing the purpose of the identity token, didn't even stop her? The strong middle-aged man shook his head, casually tossing the item in his hand onto the stall. In response, the stall owner didn't dare to object at all, instead, he smiled respectfully. Because on this strong middle-aged man's sleeve, 3 dragon-shaped patterns were embroidered in gold thread. This clearly indicated that he was a powerful third-turn expert. After purchasing some outdoor survival supplies, Wang Chen and Sityu officially set off. The area where the golden scale giant python is active is located at the junction of the outer and middle areas of the Beast Mountain range. Between our current position and this area, there are a lot of powerful wild monsters lurking. Walking through the forest, Sityu excitedly pointed at the electronic map, exuding a sense of authority as if she was commanding the landscape. The electronic map was provided for free to every registered adventurer by the Adventurers Guild, briefly introducing the habitat locations of wild monsters in the Beast Mountain range. The purpose is to prevent weak adventurers from accidentally entering areas dominated by strong wild monsters and dying on the spot. Among these wild monsters, the ones most threatening to us are the Goblin Tribe, Wind Wolf Pack, and Minotaur Camp. When the time comes, we can avoid these 3 monster strongholds. What do you think, Wang Chen? Sityu handed the electronic map to Wang Chen, asking for his opinion. Seeing this, Wang Chen looked at the excited girl, unconsciously touching his nose. Sister! Do you know that if you keep going this way, we will spend at least twice as long? No need to be so troublesome. He reached out to take the electronic map, then directly drew a straight line on it. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, taking detours is too much of a waste of time. Casually saying this, Wang Chen handed the electronic map back to Situyu. Upon hearing this, Situyu's expression was somewhat astonished, and she hesitantly asked, "Isn't it too risky to rush like this?" Her concern was not without reason. Goblins and gale wolves, although only level 20 wild monsters, traveled in groups, appearing in numbers of at least hundreds. For some seasoned adventurers, the danger was quite significant. However, upon hearing her words, Wang Chen shook his head firmly. "Isn't it better this way? We didn't come to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range just to complete a task, but to level up and prepare for the big test in a month. The monsters are strong and provide more experience points. This is the best for us." While speaking, Wang Chen glanced at the girl with a somewhat meaningful look. "By the way, you're not scared, are you?" he asked. I'm not. It's just that you, this guy, don't even have a beast pet. Don't hold me back later," Situyu said defiantly, waving her little fist. Suddenly, she felt a bit shy, covering her mouth with her hand, looking at Wang Chen with a hint of apology in her eyes. "Sorry, I didn't mean to," she flusteredly explained. Hearing this, Wang Chen waved his hand dismissively. The situation of giant beast tamers was well known. What Situyu said merely represented the public's perception. Besides, who told you I don't have a beast pet? Wang Chen looked at Situyu and asked with a smile. Doesn't everyone know? Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Situyu's expression became even more embarrassed as she lowered her head and said, "Giant beasts are so rare, you can't find even one in the whole Dongling city or even the entire southern Jiang province. I asked my dad when I went back, and he said there are fewer than 5 giant beasts registered in the Dragon Kingdom, and they are all in the hands of those level 7 experts." Chapter 22. Oh no, my stance is about to change. In the forest. Situyu's voice became softer and softer, finally resembling a mosquito's whisper. She felt that what she said might have hurt Wang Chen's feelings. Worried, she quietly raised her head to take a glance at Wang Chen, only to find that his expression did not waver at all after her words fell. "Wang Chen, you're not angry with me, are you?" Lowering her head, Situyu asked a bit shyly. "No." Wang Chen shook his head casually. "You spoke the truth, why would I be angry with you? Besides, I do have a beast pet." As he spoke, he directly summoned the impatient little Bingqing, who had been waiting in the beast space. Swish! Light flashed. A creature, completely azure and resembling a beautiful work of art, appeared on Wang Chen's shoulder. Woo woo! As soon as it appeared, Bingqing complained loudly, its icy little paws making Wang Chen's hair tousled. This little guy had almost gone crazy waiting in the beast space. Alright, stop messing around." Gently rubbing Bingqing's head to soothe this little one, Wang Chen turned to Situyu. "Nice to meet you, let me introduce my beast pet, Bingqing." Woo woo! After Wang Chen's words fell, the little Bingqing looked at Situyu with curious eyes, extending its tiny dragon claws in a polite manner. "Hello." Situyu instinctively reached out her hand, completely in a daze. Isn't Wang Chen a giant beast tamer? Where did he find a giant beast? Or perhaps... The icy feeling in her hand brought Situyu back to her senses. She glanced at Wang Chen, then at Bingqing, with a face full of confusion. Wang Chen, is this your beast pet? Is it a giant beast?" Stunned for a moment, Situyu asked in disbelief. "Of course." Wang Chen nodded directly. In the upcoming journey, he would definitely summon Bingqing, so there was no need to hide it from Situyu. Bingqing is not only a giant beast, but also a dragon. Of course, Wang Chen still held back a little. After all, the title of the ancient supreme beast, the extreme cold dragon, was a bit too shocking and might scare the kids. Don't make jokes. Situyu, who originally didn't believe much, became even more skeptical after hearing Wang Chen's words. A dragon? What are you joking about? Such a being at least has the level of a divine beast, how could it appear in Dongling City? Moreover, which dragon is not majestic and fierce? The little Bingqing before her looked beautiful as if it were the most exquisite artwork, even appearing adorable. How could it possibly be a dragon? You must have used a contract scroll to trick me with an ordinary pet. But little Bingqing is so cute. Where did you buy it? I want to buy one too. Situyu gave Wang Chen a skeptical glance, then directly snatched Bingqing and hugged it with a face full of affection. In today's Blue Star, beast pets are not exclusive to beast tamers, other professions can also enhance their combat power through contract scrolls. The only difference is that other professions cannot gain attribute feedback from their pets like beast tamers can. So, Situyu's words are not without reason. At this moment, she completely treated Bingqing as an ordinary pet bought by Wang Chen. Ha! The boy's pitiful pride. Situyu looked at Wang Chen triumphantly. As if to say, I see through everything, so don't pretend anymore. Opposite her, Wang Chen rolled his eyes in silence at the sight. I'm being so sincere, and you don't believe me? What a foolish woman. You're right, let's hurry up and set off. Shaking his head, he was too lazy to explain anything to this girl who had imagined who knows what. The truth will teach her a good lesson. Upon hearing this, C2U hugged Bingqing with great pride. However, at this moment, she did not take action but instead cheerfully took out a piece of equipment from her space ring and handed it to Wang Chen. It was a long sword shimmering with light. Bingqing is so cute, it would be too cruel to let her fight. This is equipment I don't use anymore, I'll lend it to you for now. Seeing this, line end. Wang Chen touched his nose, looking at C2U with somewhat strange eyes. Things seemed a bit off. This girl, knowing he is a giant beast tamer, the chance of summoning a beast pet is very slim, still dared to make a team invitation, and now she was lending him equipment. What does she want? Is she trying to be charitable? Noticing Wang Chen's blazing gaze, C2U couldn't help but flush. Don't misunderstand. The girl said somewhat shyly. I'm just worried you'll hold me back and affect my leveling speed. I don't believe you at all. Thinking this in his heart, Wang Chen carefully sized up the girl before him. Her looks were exquisite, tall and slender, with large jewel-like eyes carrying a hint of panic. Completely different from her usual ice queen appearance in front of other classmates. She looked extremely alluring. The only flaw was that her family was just too rich. If only there was a little upswing. Sigh. Letting out a sigh, Wang Chen withdrew his chaotic thoughts. What do you mean by that sigh? Opposite him, C2U looked at him suspiciously. Were you thinking of something very rude just now? It's nothing, I just thought of something sad. Shaking his head, Wang Chen accepted the equipment with slightly evasive eyes. Wow. Was I that obvious in my expression? Mumbling in his heart, he checked the information of this equipment. Equipment, Swift Wind Longsword. Type, melee weapon. Grade, silver. Level limit, level 10. Attributes, strength plus 30, agility plus 20. Enchanting effect, 1, each attack hitting the target. Self-attack speed increases by 2%, lasting for 10 seconds, stacking up to 5 times. 2, all skill power increases by 5%. 3, double attack, when attacking, there is a 20% chance to summon a sword energy attack equivalent to the damage of this attack against the enemy. Silver grade equipment? And it has 3 enchantment effects? Seeing the attributes of this equipment, Wang Chen's eyes flashed with shock. This is definitely top-notch silver equipment. The attributes and value compared to the beginner long sword in his hand are simply worlds apart. There is no need to ask, just based on this attribute information, Wang Chen dares to conclude that this Gale longsword is worth at least 4 million gold coins. In an instant, holding the Gale longsword, he felt it heavy in his hands. How is it? Aren't the attributes fantastic? I specially picked it out. Seeing Wang Chen's expression, C2U leaned over with a smile. Hearing this, Wang Chen returned to his senses and looked at the girl in front of him, her smile charming but his expression was a bit conflicted. Oh no. Is this the power of a wealthy girl? I feel like my position is becoming unsteady. Chapter 23, Hidden Danger. In the forest. Woo woo. A clear chirping sound rang out, and the frost dragon Bingqing rubbed restlessly in C2U's arms with its big adorable eyes, curiously looking at its master. She didn't quite understand why her master's expression had suddenly turned so strange. When Bingqing's call sounded, the slightly heavy atmosphere in the arena was broken. Wang Chen awkwardly touched his nose and seriously looked at C2U. Thank you. After leaving the Beast Mountain, I will return the equipment to you. Hearing this, the girl slightly nodded and averted her gaze, a bit shy. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen did not say more. The more he spoke, the more awkward it would become later. Next, he replaced the beginner longsword with the Gale longsword, and his four-dimensional attributes experienced a growth. Name, Wang Chen. Profession, Giant Beast Master. Level, level 10. Talent, Beast Love, SSS, Pet Fusion, God. Skills, Beast Control, S, Beast Regeneration, B, Bloodline Identification, God, Contract Summoning, B. Strength, 70 plus 30 points. Wisdom, 70 plus 5 points. Physique, 70 plus 5 points. Agility, 70 plus 5 plus 20 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unallocated skill points, 0 points. With the added benefits of the equipment, his highest attributes of strength and agility have now reached 100 points and 95 points, respectively. These attribute values can already rival those of a level 20 first-job professional. This shows how huge the improvement is for a professional with good equipment. Of course, this is also because the attribute feedback from the Frost Dragon Bingqing is strong enough. If it were an ordinary beginner professional, even with a full set of golden equipment, their attributes would not reach Wang Chen's level. Next, let's set off. Let's go to the first monster gathering point on the map, level up, and get familiar with our coordination. After looking at his attribute panel, Wang Chen turned and suggested. Okay. Situ Yu nodded in agreement. Then the two began their journey. Shortly after the two left, four hurried figures appeared in the forest. These four were equipped neatly and shining brightly, with a hint of youthful innocence on their faces, clearly recent first-job beginners. Chen Xiao, those two went east. One of them observed the ground for a moment and then said to his companion nearby. The one called Chen Xiao was a pale young man. If Wang Chen and Situ Yu were here, they would certainly recognize him as Chen Hao. He. Catch up to them, and when they encounter monsters, you all make your move, waste Wang Chen. Chen Hao sneered at this moment, glancing over his three followers. Remember, don't hurt Situ Yu, or don't blame me for being rude. Understood, Chen Xiao. Three people beside nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Chen Hao nodded with satisfaction, his eyes a bit excited. As long as he eliminates Wang Chen, this muddy-legged guy, he can jump out to be the hero and win the goddess's heart. Let's go. With anticipation in his heart, he swung his arm and led his followers to chase in the direction where Wang Chen and Situ Yu had left. We've arrived. Up ahead is the area where the corrupt goblins are active. An hour later, Wang Chen and Situ Yu appeared in the first monster habitat marked on the electronic map. This was a valley in the primitive forest, overall shaped like a pocket, approximately the size of a football field. At this moment, Wang Chen and Situ Yu stood behind a large tree, observing the situation in the valley ahead. In the valley, they could see hundreds of little green goblins, clustering in small groups, either playing around or cooking something in huge clay pots. If one ignored their ugly appearances, it looked somewhat like a primitive tribe. These little green goblins were the level 15 wild monsters, the corrupt goblins. Despite having goblins in their name, the status of the corrupt goblins in the wilderness monster hierarchy was even lower than that of goblins of similar size. These creatures were naturally timid, and even a newly transitioned beginner could solo one. However, corrupt goblins never acted alone. When faced with enemies, they would often swarm together. So for newly transitioned beginners, these creatures still posed a significant danger. Moreover, some mutated individuals among the corrupt goblins could sometimes awaken special skills. For example, there were corrupt goblin wizards and strong corrupt goblin warriors. These mutated individuals had challenge levels of up to 20. At this time, the gathering of corrupt goblins that Wang Chen and Situ Yu discovered contained such mutated individuals, and not just one. Monster, strong corrupt goblin warrior. Level, 15. Combat style, melee. Skills, bite, charge. Type, normal. Monster, corrupt goblin wizard. Level, 20. Combat style, ranged output, support. Skills, basic healing, poison ray. Type, mutated. Monster, strong corrupt goblin warrior. Level, 20. Combat style, melee. Skills, skin hardening, bite, charge. Type, mutated. Behind the tree, Wang Chen cast a detection spell on the corrupt goblins in the valley. Seeing the information returned from the detection spell, a glint of surprise flashed in his eyes. 2 mutated corrupt goblins, and among them was a rare corrupt goblin wizard. Their luck was truly unparalleled. What should we do now? Beside him, Situ Yu, who also looked at the attributes of this group of corrupt goblins, had a solemn expression and turned to Wang Chen to ask. Although the strength of the corrupt goblin wizard and strong corrupt goblin warrior was only 5 levels higher than that of normal corrupt goblins, the meaning was entirely different. Once these guys appeared, they would become the backbone for the timid and weak corrupt goblins. With them around, the combat power of the hundreds of corrupt goblins would at least be 30 to 40% stronger than without them. Even though Situ Yu was one of the top geniuses in Dongling City's #1 high school and wore a full set of silver armor, facing 100 directing corrupt goblins made her feel a bit intimidated. However, of course, we stir-fry them. Seeing the seriousness on Situ Yu's face, Wang Chen shrugged nonchalantly, looking very relaxed. Since they had already encountered them, he naturally would not give up on this large group of wild monsters. With the swift wind longsword just in hand, he wanted to test how sharp it was. Chapter 24, Wang Chen's plan, Chen Hao's expectation. So we use the lure tactic? Draw the corrupt goblins out one by one to kill? In the forest, Situ Yu pondered for a moment and then asked. For her kind of remote job, the kite flow is a good choice. However, no. Wang Chen shook his head directly upon hearing this. If there weren't these 2 mutated individuals, the monster drawing tactic would work quite well, but now, these guys won't be easily tricked. So what do you mean? Situ Yu looked at Wang Chen with some confusion. Of course, we go in directly and kill. Wang Chen silently gripped the wind blade sword, as if he were speaking about something trivial. Are you crazy? Hearing this, Sitayu couldn't help but gasp, her face filled with shock. In the valley, there are hundreds of drowned demons, and with 2 mutated individuals in command, their combined strength is at least comparable to an elite adventure team with an average level of 15. Sitayu was very confident in her strength, but she also didn't believe that she and Wang Chen together could face these drowned demons head-on. Seeing the disbelief on the girl's face, Wang Chen's expression showed no fluctuation at all, and he explained. Actually, the danger is not as big as you think. Drowned demons are cowardly by nature. As long as we catch them off guard and quickly kill the 2 mutated individuals, the remaining drowned demons will collapse without their commander. By that time, these green-skinned little guys, apart from their numbers, will pose no threat to us. No. Sitayu shook her head and directly refused, still feeling it was too risky. Those 2 mutated individuals are in the middle of the valley. To reach them, we first need to deal with the dozens of drowned demons blocking our way. In this case, executing the decapitation plan might not even reach the target before being held back by those ordinary drowned demons. And... Speaking, Sitayu stared fixedly at Wang Chen, her expression hesitant, as if she found it hard to speak. But after a pause, she continued. Moreover, my profession is not suitable for such decapitation actions. Once trapped in a tight spot, my advantages won't come into play. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen looked at Sitayu speechlessly. Big sister, it feels like your thinking is a bit offensive to me. You don't think I suggested this decapitation plan to put you in charge, do you? That really underestimates me, Wang. Don't worry. Your advantage lies in high burst damage and agility. How could I let you engage in close combat with drowned demons? Your task is to stand back and shoot arrows. Ice Chain will protect you. Shaking his head, Wang Chen said lightly. Are you insane? You don't even have a beast pet. How will you execute a decapitation tactic? Hearing his words, Sitayu became anxious. A giant beast master without a beast pet has strength comparable to those living professions at best. In Sitayu's view, with Wang Chen now equipped with the Windblade sword, he could only bully ordinary drowned demons. It was impossible to kill the drowned demon shaman and the sturdy drowned demon warrior. And even this was her trying to estimate Wang Chen high due to his excellent practical achievements. Originally, Sitayu didn't want to say these words, afraid of hurting Wang Chen's pride, but seeing the stubborn look on this annoying guy's face, she no longer cared about that. Wang Chen smiled helplessly upon hearing this. Good fellow. So you didn't believe a word I said about having a beast pet? Do you really think Ice Ching is just a pretty ornamental pet? If Ice Ching thought these drowned demons were too weak to even bother, otherwise, these drowned demons altogether wouldn't be enough for her to swallow. It's settled then. I'm not as fragile as you think. Shaking his head, Wang Chen decided not to give Sitayu a chance to respond. With a quick motion, his body jumped into the valley like a cannonball. Hey! Wang Chen? Seeing this scene, Sitayu stomped her foot angrily. Xiao Bingqing, your master is simply too hateful. How can anyone be so reckless? It's safe here, stay put and don't move. I'll come back to find you later. She waved her hand, taking out a shining longbow. After placing Bingqing on the ground and giving her a few instructions, Sitayu quickly chased after the enemy. Woo woo! Behind her, Xiao Bingqing saw this and a confused expression appeared on her cute face. Why did the soft cushion run away? Woo woo! What a strange human! Why run off when it's safest beside me? But I'll chase after them, I can't disobey my master's orders. Thinking in confusion, Bingqing flapped her little wings and followed Sitayu. Meanwhile, boom! The sound of impact. Wang Chen's tall body fell into the valley like a cannonball, immediately drawing the attention of the surrounding sinking demons. These green-skinned little dwarfs looked at the human that appeared in the valley, their ugly faces showing expressions of confusion. What's going on? Are humans so well-served now? Do they even deliver to our door? Roar! However, very soon, the dozen or so sinking demons closest to him let out an excited roar. It was the first time they had seen a human deliver themselves to them. Chikiri Gulu! Roar! Chikiri Gulu! One by one, the sinking demons glared at Wang Chen with cruel and vicious eyes, their jagged mouths dripping with disgusting slime. The scent of a human made them go mad with excitement. Finally, one sinking demon could not hold back its brutal nature and eagerly charged toward Wang Chen. Its speed was as fast as a hunting leopard, its ugly face full of thirst for fresh flesh and blood. It couldn't wait to tear the human in front of it into pieces, and eagerly wanted to taste the delicious human flesh and blood. With this movement, the surrounding sinking demons reacted instantly and followed suit. In the blink of an eye, Wang Chen was surrounded by dozens of sinking demons. Ha ha ha! This mud-legged fool is really looking for death. When Wang Chen was surrounded by the sinking demons, a suppressed laugh came from behind a big tree outside the valley. Chen Hao had a look of satisfaction on his face as he looked at the scene ahead with disdain. He never expected that Wang Chen, this useless guy who had just changed to a giant beast master, would dare to provoke over 100 level 15 wild monsters, the sinking demons. And not just one, but an entire swarm. Hee, do you still think you're the genius from before? Even a small squad of level 15 professionals would treat this group of sinking demons with caution. Looks like I won't need to make a move, just wait to be torn to pieces. Thinking with disdain, a cruel light flashed in Chen Hao's eyes. He couldn't wait to see Wang Chen being torn apart. Chapter 25, Crushing, Wang Chen's first monster-killing experience. In the valley. Facing the sinking demons charging towards him, Wang Chen's face showed no fear. Instead, a cold smile appeared on his lips. Ha! Looking for death. He snorted coldly, and his wind-blade sword swept out. Swish! With a flash of cold light, the first sinking demon charging at Wang Chen had its throat sliced open. One strike, kill. After taking down the first sinking demon, Wang Chen showed no hesitation. His feet moved quickly, his body like a sharp sword, directly diving into the surrounding sinking demons. In that moment, he seemed like a butterfly dancing through flowers, soaring through the encirclement of dozens of sinking demons. Every time he swung his wings, a splash of blood would follow, accompanied by a sinking demon falling to the ground. Without any surprise, all the sinking demons facing Wang Chen couldn't even withstand one strike from his sword. Generally speaking, a freshly promoted class holder, even a warrior with a silver grade long sword at level 10, couldn't kill a level 15 sinking demon with a single strike. Unlike Wang Chen, the icy clear feedback from the extreme cold dragon gave him attributes that made his four-dimensional stats comparable to a level 20 professional in a bare state. Add to this his outstanding combat instincts and his nearly bug-level control over his body, every attack he made would definitely hit the vital parts of the Abyss Demon. All of this combined made Wang Chen explode with terrifying killing power at this moment. A level 15 fully powered Abyss Demon fell down as if it were being cut like grass. In less than 30 seconds, 20 rushing Abyss Demons had died under his long sword. What? Outside the valley, Chen Hao, whose face wore a charmingly arrogant expression, halted his laughter, as if a duck had its throat choked. He looked at the figure in the valley that moved as if taking a stroll, his expression filled with extreme shock. Wang Chen. He actually wasn't torn to pieces by the Abyss Demon at the first moment, but instead pushed back? This dammit is a newbie who just changed jobs. The three followers beside Chen Hao also wore expressions of extreme shock. In their hearts, the idea of retreat began to rise together. If Wang Chen could easily slay an Abyss Demon, he surely could also easily slay them who had just changed professions for a short time. No matter how good the promises Chen Hao made, they needed to be alive to claim them. Chen Xiao, how about we just forget it? For a moment, the three little followers hesitated for a moment, one of them cautiously asked. Forget it? Chen Hao sensed the fear in his followers' words, swinging his arm to throw a big bag of pressure. Impossible. This guy has to die here today, no matter what. If any of you dare not to follow orders, I'll kill you when I get back. Saying this fiercely, Chen Hao turned his head to look at the sharp figure in the valley. Wang Chen, how can you be so strong as a garbage profession? He thought venomously, a mad killing intent showing on his face, and after a moment, he coldly said. When those two mutated wild monsters act, the three of you will move, use binding skills to control him for me. Let him die at the hands of the mutated wild monsters. As his words fell, under his fierce gaze, the three followers reluctantly moved their feet. In the valley. After the Abyss Demons died, dim light balls floated above their corpses. These light balls quickly split in half, one half entered Wang Chen's body, while the other half flew towards the icy clear. These were the life energies gained after killing the Abyss Demon, also jokingly called experience points by the professionals. For Wang Chen, the experience points provided by one Abyss Demon could fill 1/10 of his experience bar to level 11. 20 Abyss Demons were just enough to fill his experience bar to level 11. As the last light ball was absorbed, Wang Chen felt a warm power surge within his body. I leveled up. Feeling overjoyed, he sidestepped to avoid an attack from an Abyss Demon, glancing at his and the Icy Clear's attribute panels. Beast Pet, Ancient Overlord. Extreme Cold Dragon. Nickname, Ice Clear. Gender, female. Age, less than a month, youth stage. Level, 2. Rank, Ancestor Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth, SSS. Four-dimensional attributes, Strength 550, Wisdom 550, Vitality 550, Agility 550. No buffs, equipment, or item bonuses. Skills, Frost Body, SSS, Extreme Cold Breath, SSS, Ice Hell, SSS, Dragon Might, SSS. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Description 1. The ancient overlord extreme cold dragon is the manifestation of the source rule of ice, the only ancestor divine beast of ice attributes, with limitless potential, able to switch between combat and normal states at any time. 2. Every time the extreme cold dragon advances, it will surely awaken an SSS level talent skill. Name, Wang Chen. Profession, Giant Beast Tamer. Level, 11. Talent, Beast Affection, SSS, Beast Pet Fusion, Divine. Skills, Beast Taming, S, Beast Rejuvenation, B, Bloodline Identification, Divine, Contract Summon, B. Strength, 75 plus 30 points. Wisdom, 75 plus 5 points. Vitality, 75 plus 5 points. Agility, 75 plus 5 plus 20 points. Unallocated attribute points, 10 points. Unallocated skill points, 10 points. Hiss. No wonder it is an ancestor divine beast, every level up increases all attributes by 50 points. It's simply twisted. Seeing Bingqing's new attribute information, Wang Chen felt a shock in his heart. Unlike him, now that he has advanced, he can only gain 10 free attribute points and 10 free skill points for each level he raises. Bingqing leveling up is equivalent to 20 times his gain. They are completely not in the same world. It seems I need to hold on tightly to Bingqing's thigh from now on. Thinking this with a chuckle in his heart, Wang Chen evenly distributed the 10 free attribute points across the 4 attributes. With the attributes feedback from the extreme cold dragon, he doesn't need to prioritize attributes like other professionals, he can completely develop them all evenly. As for the free skill points, he chose to keep them. All the skills he currently possesses are related to the Beast Master profession. Having the SSS level talent All Beasts Affection, all his profession skills have their effects enhanced by 1000%, he currently does not need to spend skill points to boost them. He plans to save those skill points for learning universal attack skills in the future. Phew. After dealing with this den of abyss demons, I'll likely level up to 15. With the excitement of leveling up, Wang Chen swung his sword and fought again against the surrounding abyss demons. However, at this moment, he suddenly realized that after he started fighting, the long-range attacker Situyu had not moved at all. Swish! After slicing the throat of an abyss demon that attempted a sneak attack from the left, Wang Chen glanced back. Miss! Are you planning to be my cheerleader? Can you stop posing? If you don't make a move soon, I'll kill all the abyss demons. Chapter 26, Miss is not going to lose to you. This? Seeing Wang Chen maneuvering effortlessly amidst the abyss demons, Situyu was completely stunned. With her bow drawn and ready to attack, she completely forgot what she was supposed to do at that moment. Her mind and gaze closely followed the figure dodging and weaving through the surrounding abyss demons. This guy, is he really that strong? Situyu murmured, questioning whether she was seeing an illusion. If someone had told her in the past that a newly advanced rookie could charge through hundreds of level 15 wild monsters, even turning the tables to slaughter them, she would have thought that person was insane. But now. She looked at the figure effortlessly moving among the abyss demons, her heart filled only with shock and confusion. When did it happen? A giant beast master without a beast pet, with such terrifying strength? She had invited Wang Chen to team up at the Beast Mountain range to level up, with the goal, to help this guy. But now she suddenly realized, she seemed to have become the one being helped. Little Bingqing, your master, is a monster, right? Turning her head to look at the little Bingqing flying beside her, Situyu murmured. Back in school, when everyone had not yet advanced, Wang Chen's grades and strength overshadowed everyone, his top position had never wavered. After advancing, Situyu thought she would successfully take up the special profession Swift Wind Archer and could catch up to or even surpass Wang Chen, the giant beast master. But now. Looking at it this way, the gap between them had not only not narrowed but had actually become even bigger. What is happening? Are you the special profession, or am I the special profession? Situyu was confused. Woo-woo. Hearing her words, the little Bingqing, who felt warm all over after leveling up, dissatisfiedly poked Situyu's face with her little dragon claw. Silly human woman. You stood here posing for so long, and you still have the nerve to speak ill of my master? I poke. Situyu felt a bit ticklish from Bingqing's little claws and waved her hand, ready to swat it away. Just then, she suddenly heard Wang Chen's voice. Turning her head to meet Wang Chen's somewhat teasing gaze, Situyu's pretty face turned red. A hint of panic flashed in her eyes. However, right after that, thinking of Wang Chen saying she was posing, she felt a bit unconvinced. As expected, still so annoying. This young lady will not be your cheerleader. Humph. With a cold snort, Situyu bent her bow and knocked an arrow. Whoosh. An arrow with a sharp whistling sound heavily hit a delusion demon that tried to sneak attack Wang Chen. With a bang. The arrow pierced through the delusion demon's heart, pinning it to the ground. Instant kill. After doing all this, Situyu proudly glanced at Wang Chen. showing that this young lady won't lose to you. However, at this moment, Wang Chen was not paying attention to her at all, merely nodding at the dead delusion demon on the ground. No wonder she was a little rich lady with money ability, who had also changed her job to a special profession, swift archer. Her damage was quite impressive. Having this person with him to fight monsters, he didn't have to worry about being a burden. Thinking silently in his heart, Wang Chen began to fight with the surrounding delusion demons again. Behind him. Seeing Wang Chen's indifferent expression, Sityu couldn't help but pout her rosy lips. What a conceited guy. In front of this young lady, he still pretends to be calm? Humph. I'm going to steal all your monsters. With an unsatisfied cold snort, Sityu bent her bow and loosed arrow after arrow as if they were firecrackers. With Sityu's participation, the number of delusion demons in the valley began to decrease at a visible rate. Soon, over 100 delusion demons were half killed by Wang Chen and Sityu. At this moment, Wang Chen also came close to 2 mutated delusion demons with his bloodied sword. The delusion demon wizard's figure was no different from ordinary delusion demons, and it even appeared a bit small, skin and bones, looking almost on the brink of death. However, the strong delusion demon warrior was completely different from those weak kin. It stood nearly 1.60 m tall, its body full of bulging muscles, almost twice the size of an ordinary delusion demon, and it wielded a fierce bone club in its hand. Roar! Damn human, you dare to slaughter my kin? The strong delusion demon warrior's eyes, glowing with a crimson light, stared fiercely at the human before it. In its gaze, there was an unabashed killing intent and brutality. Wild monsters are not without intelligence, especially beings like delusion demons, which have the wisdom comparable to that of a 7 or 8-year-old human child. And mutated individuals like the strong delusion demon warrior can even reach a normal human level of intelligence. So when he heard this angry hoarse voice, Wang Chen was not surprised at all. He had seen this situation long ago in the library's records, and he knew even more than that. After the awakening of the celestial will, the terrifying monsters that invaded Blue Star not only possessed intelligence comparable to humans but also had civilizations. Among these monsters, only the weaker ones like delusion demons could degrade into wild monsters, being indirectly raised by humans as sharpening stones and nutrients for rookie professionals. The powerful ones all gathered on terrifying otherworldly battlefields, attacking the human defenses, constantly thinking of overthrowing and exterminating humanity. Compared to them, delusion demons, along with all the wild monsters in the Beast Mountain range, were merely juniors. Otherwise, how could the Dragon Kingdom possibly allow areas like the Beast Mountain range, where wild monsters gather, to appear outside the city? It was all for training and to make the new generation of rookie professionals remain vigilant, otherwise, such places would have long been wiped out by national powers. Facing the furious strong delusion demon warrior, Wang Chen shook the blood off his sword with a hand, smiling disdainfully. Don't be so angry. You'll soon be down to join them. His tone was calm, as if he were talking about something trivial. But this piece provoked the strong, fallen demon warrior into extreme anger. Before, humans had all feared it, but this human in front of it was completely unconcerned. This made the fury inside the strong, fallen demon warrior boil over madly. It decided to tear this human in front of it into pieces, bit by bit. Only in this way could its anger be calmed, and it could honor the dead kin. Roar! Damn human, I will tear you into shreds. With a crazy roar, the strong, fallen demon warrior swung its bone club and charged at Wang Chen. Seeing this, Wang Chen's eyes flashed with disdain as he met it with his sword. But just at that moment. Whoosh! A fierce whooshing sound rushed through the air as a shadow flew in at an incredible speed. In an instant, a strong sense of crisis appeared in Wang Chen's heart. Chapter 27, The Cold Arrow from the Shadows. Whoosh! A fierce whooshing sound rang out. Wang Chen, who was about to attack, suddenly felt a warning in his heart. With his peripheral vision, he saw a shadow rushing in from the left at high speed. Is someone ambushing? Realizing this, Wang Chen abruptly halted his advance and fell back as fast as lightning. Whoosh! A shining, cold arrow flew past his nose and landed heavily on the ground. Regaining his balance, Wang Chen turned to look in the direction from which the arrow had come. There, on the cliff of the valley, 3 figures stood quietly, one of them just putting down a bough. Them? Seeing these people, a hint of confusion flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. They gave him a feeling of familiarity, as if he had seen them somewhere before. However, he did not have time to think, because this delay allowed the strong, fallen demon warrior to charge forward with its bone club. Roar! Damn human! It roared in anger and swung its bone club down fiercely at Wang Chen. At this moment, the strong, fallen demon warrior could hardly wait to see the scene of this human being smashed into meat paste. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Chen showed no fear, only indifference. Ha! He took a deep breath. His leg muscles suddenly tightened, and his body shot out like a cannonball. The ground beneath him was deeply impacted by the powerful force he unleashed. Bang! The swift wind sword clashed with the huge bone club, making a dull sound. The next second, a startling scene unfolded that shocked the wild monsters and everyone present. Wang Chen, with just his light and thin swift wind sword, intercepted the strong, fallen demon warrior's bone club. Wang Chen is kidding? Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Sityu was about to warn Wang Chen to be careful of an ambush, only to witness this unbelievable sight. The level 20 wild monster, strong fallen demon warrior, leaned towards power attributes, and when it charged, the immense force of its giant bone club could shatter a boulder. Even a level 20 warrior focused on strength would probably not withstand this blow. Sityu never expected that Wang Chen would actually face it head-on, directly clashing with the strong fallen demon warrior. Since when could a newly promoted beast master match a level 20, power-oriented wild monster? This surely indicated that Wang Chen's power attributes had to be at least on par with the strong, fallen demon warrior. As Sityu stared in disbelief, the strong, fallen demon warrior was both enraged and horrified. At this moment, it was using all its might, yet not only could it not suppress this damn human, but the bone club in its hand was also being raised up bit by bit. Haven't you eaten? Wang Chen, holding his sword with one hand, looked at the strong, fallen demon warrior. The expression on his face was somewhat mocking. Through this collision, he basically had a rough judgment of his own strength. Without the attribute boost of the Gale Longsword, his strength could already compete with a level 20 warrior. With the boost, even a level 20 warrior would have to concede. Roar, roar, roar. Damn human, you dare to mock me? The strong submerged demon warrior was filled with a mix of shock and anger, its eyes glaring fiercely at Wang Chen. It stirred all its strength, wanting to crush this despicable human before it. But its efforts were in vain. Instead, as Wang Chen exerted a sudden force, the bone club in the strong submerged demon's hand flew out uncontrollably. Since that's all you can do, then just die obediently. A cold smile appeared on his lips as Wang Chen quickly lunged forward with his sword. Swish! With a flash of cold light, the Gale Longsword shot out and instantly pierced the strong submerged demon's throat. At this moment, the enchantment effect of this silver weapon was also activated. Swish, swish! Two sword shadows, with unyielding attack power, also landed on the chest of the strong submerged demon warrior. In the blink of an eye, the life of this level 20 wild monster was reaped. Ugh! Blood spurted out, and the strong submerged demon warrior wore an expression of disbelief as its stout body swayed a few times before falling helplessly to the ground. The thick smell of blood spread outwards, and the submerged demons witnessing this scene were filled with extreme terror. They didn't even listen to the commands of the submerged demon mage, all of them fearfully fleeing in all directions. Immediately, a clear space formed within a radius of 10 yards around Wang Chen. At this moment, Wang Chen completely disregarded the fear of the surrounding wild monsters. After slaying the strong submerged demon warrior, he looked indifferently at the left rock wall. I'm curious, who gave you the courage to ambush me? Is this still human? On the rock wall, Chen Hao's three underlings stared blankly down below, their faces filled with disbelief. They never expected that during the battle with the strong submerged demon warrior, Wang Chen would also dodge the cold arrow shot from the dark corner. Especially the underling who took the shot, feeling as if his worldview was about to shatter. He was a bowman, even though an ordinary one, not comparable to Sityu's Gale Archer, but the arrow shot under the skills effect could travel as fast as bullets. If a second transition class had dodged, he would have nothing to say, but Wang Chen was merely a novice of the first transition, still a rather useless class of giant beast tamer. Wang Chen, how could he dodge? Then, seeing Wang Chen easily kill the strong submerged demon warrior. What to do? This guy is too terrifying, should we just retreat? The mage underling and the warrior underling trembled, stumbling over their words. Hearing their words, the underling who shot the arrow showed signs of hesitance. If possible, he didn't want to oppose the terrifying Wang Chen. However, just as he was about to agree to his companion's suggestion. I'm curious, who gave you the courage to ambush me? The cold voice echoed in the valley, and all three bodies stiffened at once, turning to see Wang Chen's cold, emotionless gaze. Damn it! He found us. The three underlings panicked. When they attacked, they thought Wang Chen was doomed, so they didn't hide at all. Now. Damn it, there's no way to retreat now. If Wang Chen doesn't die, once he exposes today's incident to the Adventurers Guild, we're done for. We must kill him. The underling with the bow swallowed hard and glanced at the two beside him. All right. Under his gaze, the two exchanged looks and then nodded heavily. Let's fight. They refused to believe that the three of them, a bowman, a mage, and a warrior, couldn't handle a single Wang Chen. The warrior, along with the monsters in the valley, couldn't even kill Wang Chen. Thinking this in his heart, the three of them began to head into the valley. Chapter 28, surrounded on three sides, a situation of certain death? This girl, Sityu, really has a talent for causing trouble. Looking at the three people coming down from the valley's rock walls, Wang Chen thought coldly. carefully observing, he remembered who these three guys were. They were the three lackeys of the foolish Chen Hao. Since they appeared here, Chen Hao must also be around. Where could he be hiding? Thinking in his heart, Wang Chen scanned the rock wall with his eyes, but in the end found nothing. Wang Chen, who are they? At this moment, Sitayu, with a tense expression and Bing Qing by her side, approached. They are probably your admirers? Wang Chen said nonchalantly upon hearing this. He didn't take Chen Hao and his group seriously at all, so his tone was very relaxed. What? Sitayu screamed, her eyes filled with confusion. What do you mean by my admirers? She looked suspiciously at the three on the rock wall. After staring for a while, she didn't recognize a single one. Hey! They must be bounty hunters, right? Don't mess with me. Wang Chen rolled his eyes in disbelief at this. Do you have some misunderstanding about bounty hunters? Such weak guys, not even a dog would care. Thinking this, he said with little interest, they are Chen Hao's three lackeys, and that guy doesn't know where he's hiding now. Situyu's eyes narrowed, her face instantly turning very ugly. That Chen Hao actually dared to attack her? Was the Chen family tired of living? Seeing Situyu's expression, Wang Chen casually said, don't think too much, their target is probably me. That won't do, I will let my father destroy the Chen family when we get back. Situyu became even more furious upon hearing this. While Wang Chen and Situyu were talking, the enslaved demons in the valley, upon seeing one of their leaders dead, had their morale halved. Many enslaved demons had their fierce glints in their eyes fade away and began to think about how to escape. The enslaved demon sorcerer, protected by his minions, had a grim expression on his haggard face. Everyone charge! Who dares to run, I will kill it first. He waved his short staff, driving his nearby minions to launch an attack against Wang Chen and Situyu. Under the sorcerer's intimidation, the fearful enslaved demons charged chaotically. However, compared to before, they were now like a regular army versus a ragtag group, their combat ability and morale had fallen to the lowest point. A bunch of trash. Startled by the sound, Wang Chen glanced at the attacking enslaved demons. You keep an eye on those guys, I will deal with these monsters first. He instructed Situyu and then swung his long sword to meet the enslaved demons. While slaying the ordinary enslaved demons, his eyes kept scanning the surroundings, searching for the sorcerer's whereabouts. However, this guy was very cunning. He kept hiding his body among the minions and constantly changing positions. As expected of a smart monster, completely unlike that short, brutish one from earlier. Thinking this silently, a cold smile flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. Since the enslaved demon sorcerer wanted to play hide-and-seek with him, he would kill all the nearby enslaved demons, leaving it nowhere to hide. With determination in his heart, Wang Chen began to speed up his slaying of the surrounding enslaved demons. Swish! 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 A stream of cold light flashed, and the approaching enslaved demons fell down like harvested wheat. In less than a minute, their chaotic formation began to thin out. At this moment, behind many enslaved demons, the enslaved demon sorcerer cautiously hid his body, glaring at Wang Chen with resentment. At the same time, he slightly waved the twisted short staff in his hand, as dark green energy began to gather at the tip of the staff. Soon, when the dark green energy condensed into a solid-like sphere at the tip of the short staff, a sinister smile appeared on the face of the sinking demon wizard. In the next moment, he pointed the short staff towards Wang Chen from a distance, and the dark green energy sphere instantly transformed into a ray that shot out. Whoosh! The flying speed of this dark green ray was no less than that of the arrow shot by Situyu. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached Wang Chen's surroundings. Seeing this scene, the sinking demon wizard's bark-like face flashed with pride and anticipation. This dark green ray was his ranged attack skill, the deadly toxic ray. He couldn't wait to see this human, who had caused destruction in the camp, turned into a pool of blood. At the same time, the three henchmen, who cautiously entered the valley, saw the scene and a glimmer of joy flashed in their eyes. Now is the time. Henchman shouted, pulling back the bowstring and letting it go. The mage beside him also cast a fireball spell at this moment. In an instant, three attacks echoed each other, flying towards Wang Chen with fierce momentum. In the back, Situyu, holding her bow and arrow, suppressed the warrior among the henchmen, and upon seeing the three attacks flying towards Wang Chen, couldn't help but exclaim. Wang Chen! Be careful! The speed of the three attacks was extremely fast, and by the time she warned, they were already less than 2 meters away from Wang Chen. However, finally impatient, Wang Chen, wielding his sword to kill the sinking demon, felt the gusts of wind and a foul smell around him, but his expression showed no surprise. How could he, facing a level 20 wild monster with a ranged attack skill and 3 ulterior motive guys hiding nearby, not be prepared? Although it seemed like he was caught up in the thrill of killing the sinking demon, his mind was actually tightly strung, always on guard against ambush. Since you have come out, be ready to go on the road with your companions. Turning to face the incoming toxic ray, Wang Chen's gaze locked directly onto the sinking demon wizard hiding in the back. On the opposite side, the sinking demon wizard felt a chill in his heart and instinctively shrank back. However, the fear on his face quickly dissipated, replaced by a look of disdain toward Wang Chen. At this moment, the distance between the toxic ray and Wang Chen was less than 1 meter. Considering the flying speed of the toxic ray, crossing this distance would take less than 1/10 of a second. And 2 other attacks followed closely behind. Unless this human was a god, it was absolutely impossible to dodge. The sinking demon wizard eagerly anticipated seeing this human being eroded by poison, crying out in agony and turning into blood. But at this moment, he saw no trace of fear on that human's face. Instead, the other party showed him a smile that seemed bright but was full of cold killing intent. Pretending to be mysterious. Seeing this, the sinking demon wizard snorted coldly, not believing that this human could escape this deadly situation at such a close distance. However, the next second, the expression on the sinking demon wizard's face froze completely. Chapter 29, Ultimate Combat Techniques. In the valley. Just as the 3 attacks were about to hit his body, Wang Chen's body suddenly twisted in a way that defied logic. At this moment, it was as if the bones in his body did not exist at all, and he abruptly shifted 10 centimeters to the left. Especially his feet, which moved in a dazzling series of actions, making his body seem oddly ethereal. All this happened in a very short time, just when the sinking demon wizard thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. He was horrified to see the toxic ray had unknowingly flown past Wang Chen and heavily struck a sinking demon behind him. With a bang, the deadly beam of poison pierced through the body of the sinking demon, firmly pinning it to the ground. And in the blink of an eye, this sinking demon was reduced to nothing but a foul-smelling puddle of blood. The other 2 attacks were the same, causing no harm to that human at all. How is this possible? At such a close distance, how did that damned human dodge my attacks? Seeing this scene, the sinking demon wizard's scalp felt like it was about to explode, his eyes nearly popping out. Everything he saw before him was beyond his comprehension with his intelligence. Around him, Sitayu and her 3 lackeys were staring wide-eyed at this scene. What is this? Battle super sense and butterfly step? No. And perfect body control. The 4 murmured in unison, their eyes looking at Wang Chen as if they had seen a ghost. Especially Sitayu, as the second-best student in Dongling No. 1 high school after Wang Chen, her knowledge was certainly vast. Wang Chen's various reactions to the 3 attacks revealed some clues to her, and she identified corresponding techniques. However, it was just merely a glimpse. Sitayu simply could not comprehend how Wang Chen had mastered these 3 combat techniques to such an advanced level, and could use them simultaneously. Damn it! We are all geniuses, why is the gap so huge? Fortunately, this guy is a giant beast master. If he casually changed to a normal profession, I would probably be crushed by him for the rest of my life. At that moment, Sitayu, who had always presented herself as an icy figure, couldn't help but curse. At the entrance of the valley, a group of figures that had quietly lurking saw this and immediately hid behind a dead sinking demon. What the hell? Is Wang Chen even human? He can dodge this? Chen Hao widened his eyes as he looked into the distance, his heart wailing in despair. He never expected that he had come to see how Wang Chen would die, only to witness such an amazing scene. At this moment, Chen Hao began to doubt whether he could really achieve his goal. At the same time, in the center of everyone's gaze, Wang Chen let out a long breath, quietly feeling the soreness in his body. Having just used 3 advanced combat techniques in succession, especially the butterfly step, which placed a significant burden on both body and mind. With a body comparable to a level 20 professional at that moment, he felt somewhat weak. However, although his body was a bit tired, Wang Chen's spirit was very uplifting. Just moments ago, in that flash of lightning, he felt his understanding of the butterfly step had deepened. Moreover, the power displayed by the butterfly step also satisfied him greatly. The butterfly step is generally a combat technique engaged in by professionals above the 3rd transition. To perform it, one not only needs a strong body but also mechanical-like precise control. Even among 3rd transition professionals, those who can successfully master it are less than 1%. Previously at school, after mastering the combat techniques taught by the teacher, Wang Chen secretly found the complete butterfly step training guide in the library. Today was the first time he tested the practical power of the butterfly step. It was worth the hard work of practicing for several months. This advanced combat technique truly has a huge impact on my strength. Thinking silently in his heart, Wang Chen suddenly became even more interested in the other combat techniques that were on par with the butterfly step. But now was not the time to ponder these things. As he moved his body, he glanced playfully at the dumbfounded sinking demon wizard across from him. This guy hadn't yet recovered from the shock of having his poisonous beam skewed. It's impossible. What exactly was that strange situation just now? That damn human seemed to disappear from this space in an instant. Why did this happen? In disbelief, the fallen mage felt that the human in front of him was a monster. Clearly, his level wasn't high, similar to those humans he had defeated before, yet his real strength was unbelievably strong. At that moment, a sense of retreat began to rise in the fallen mage's heart. Encountering such a freakish monster, running away if unable to fight back did not shame the fallen mage at all. Roar! Everyone, attack! Tear that damn human apart! Furiously urging the remaining lackeys to surround Wang Chen, the fallen mage quietly began to retreat. He could sense a malicious gaze locking onto him, but he didn't dare to turn around. Mountains and rivers can change, yet one's nature is hard to change. These fallen mages, even if mutated, cannot change their cowardly nature. Looking at the retreating fallen mage, a cold smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. However, he wasn't in a hurry. While dealing with the remaining ordinary fallen mages, he slowly moved closer to the fallen mage. The valley had a pocket shape. Although the rock walls were not high, it was easy to come down but hard to go back up. The fallen mage wanted to escape, but it seemed there was no other way besides the valley exit. Yet, it was now retreating deeper into the valley, which piqued Wang Chen's interest. This situation indicated that there was definitely a passage leading to another place within the valley. If he could delay the fallen mage for a bit longer, Wang Chen felt he might reap some unexpected rewards. After all, for these intelligent mutated monsters, besides being brutal and savage, each one also had a tendency to collect treasures. With Wang Chen's exceptional efficiency, the remaining dozens of ordinary fallen mages were quickly slain. Now, the valley floor was covered with broken bodies of fallen mages, the strong smell of blood making one want to vomit. Wang Chen glanced at the figure quietly moving deeper into the valley, then turned his cold gaze to the three stunned figures at the rock wall below. Now, it's time to settle our debts, right? Now! It's time to settle our debts, right? Wang Chen advanced with his sword, his eyes holding a smile that was neither a smile nor a sneer, gazing at the three below the rock wall. At this moment, the stunned trio of lackeys were startled awake by his cold voice, trembling involuntarily. Especially when sensing the killing intent in Wang Chen's gaze, they felt despair wash over them. Before coming, they thought it would be easy to deal with a giant beastmaster and could ride on Chen Hao's coattails. But unexpectedly, even with the wild monster's assistance, they couldn't inflict any impact on Wang Chen. This peer was as strong as a monster. Wang Chen, we were left with no choice. Can you spare us? Yes. This was all forced by Chen Hao, we didn't want it. Please, for the sake of our 3 years as classmates, let us go. Knowing they were no match for Wang Chen, the trio of lackeys immediately begged for mercy. Even Lackey shamelessly brought up their so-called 3 years of classmate bond. He. Hearing their words, Wang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Classmate bond? He didn't even know what these three guys were called. What bond was there? Moreover, why talk about bonds now? What were they doing earlier? Stop wasting my time. Where is Chen Hao? Speak up quickly, and I can give you a quick end. Looking coldly at the three, Wang Chen showed no signs of being moved. The three-person group turned pale, and the lackey said somewhat reluctantly. Wang Chen, if you let us go, we will tell you. Swish. With a flash of cold light, Lackey A's head was directly severed. What qualifications do you have to bargain with me? You ignorant fool. Wang Chen shook off the blood from the long sword, his tone filled with mockery. Beside him, lackeys B and C were drenched in blood, collapsing to the ground, trembling in fear. Chen Hao is outside the valley. The two of them were as soft as mud, only knowing how to shout frantically. Hearing this, Wang Chen executed them with 2 swift sword strikes, then turned to rush out of the valley with Situyu. However, outside the valley, there were indeed signs of activity, but it was completely empty, and Chen Hao's trace was not found. That bastard can't run away, I will definitely chop him into pieces. Back at the original spot, Situyu kicked stones angrily, looking furious. Wang Chen, who was stripping armor, glanced at the girl oddly upon hearing this. He wasn't doubting the truthfulness of Situyu's words. After all, in Dongling City, no one who offended the Situ family could still be alive and kicking. He was just a bit surprised at how bold this girl was. She didn't hold back when killing wild monsters, now to kill. What are you staring at? Situyu noticed Wang Chen's gaze and glared at him angrily. Nothing. Wang Chen shrugged, getting up with the stripped equipment. Let's go, we need to chase the fallen demon wizard. If we're late, the duck will fly away. Calling out to Situyu, Wang Chen stepped directly towards the depths of the valley. As for the bodies of the fallen demons around them, both he and Situyu were not interested in scavenging. Fallen demons of this type had no useful materials on them, even their meat was poisonous, only the experience points were rather abundant. Because of this, the two did not notice that among several fallen demon bodies, there was someone who had already fainted from fear. Huff! Reaching a patch of weeds deep in the valley, the fallen demon wizard looked back. Not seeing those two hateful humans chasing after it, it let out a long breath. Damn humans! Sooner or later, I will take revenge on you. Muttering curses under its breath, it used its short staff to push aside the weeds in front of it and walked in. Behind the weeds was a dark hole about 2 meters in diameter, with a chill spreading from within. The ground at the edge of the hole had frozen hard. This was a secret passage the fallen demon wizard had stumbled upon, which could directly lead out of the valley. Because this place was hidden, the fallen demon wizard also made its lair in the passage. I will come back. Looking longingly at the surrounding environment, the fallen demon wizard entered the hole, covering it again with weeds. I hope those 2 damn humans won't find this place. Silently thinking in its heart, it walked deeper into the hole. However, the fallen demon wizard's thoughts were destined to fail. Not long after it entered the hole, footsteps sounded around. Wang Chen, how did you find out it had a secret base? Seeing the cold aura radiating from the hole, Situyu poked Wang Chen, her face full of excitement. Of course, it's thinking with my brain. In response, Wang Chen brushed off Situyu's poking hand. This valley is pocket-shaped, with only one exit. If the fallen demon wizard chose to run further inside, there must be other secret passages. Casually explaining, he walked to the hole's edge, using his long sword to push away the obscuring weeds. Upon close examination, it could be seen that the edges and surface of the hole were very smooth, completely unlike something dug out. It was more like a burrow made by some creature. Be careful in there, there might be a terrifyingly powerful creature. He reminded the curious Situyu. Wang Chen walked into the cave with a sword. After walking down for about 20 meters, the sloping path disappeared, and the passage became gentle. Rip! As the illumination scroll was torn open, a soft light illuminated a 10-meter radius around. Looking at the smooth rock walls of the passage, Wang Chen felt more confident about his earlier guess. This is indeed not a dugout passage, the rock walls are extremely smooth, and occasionally a certain mark can be seen, like scales pressed together. About 2 meters in diameter, the body covered in scales can move quickly underground. Observing the surroundings, Wang Chen pieced together the guesses he had thought of. This should be the cave left by the dark worm. Soon, he had the answer. Dark worm? Beside him, Situyu heard Wang Chen's murmur, her neck shrinking as if she thought of some terrifying scene. Dark worm. A wild creature that lives underground. Strictly speaking, it is not too powerful among wild creatures. Although it is over 5 meters long and has a body with a diameter of more than 2 meters, its level is only around 35 to 40. For elite practitioners active in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, it is not a big trouble. However, its fierce appearance and huge mouth that opens over 3 meters in diameter make many female practitioners keep their distance. What? Are you scared? Seeing Situyu's expression, Wang Chen asked with a smile. Not at all. Situyu's tone was a bit lacking in confidence. A worm over 5 meters long, just the thought of it is terrifying. Chapter 31, All Attributes over 100. Don't worry. In the cave, Wang Chen noticed Situyu's face was a bit pale, so he smiled and said. This should be the cave once owned by the dark worm, it has probably left, or else that nest of lost demons outside wouldn't still be alive. Oh, Situyu heard that it was fine and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go, we must quickly find the collection of the lost demon wizard you mentioned, if we're late, it will have vanished. To prove she was not afraid, she took the bow and arrow and strode ahead. Behind her. Wang Chen saw this scene and shook his head with a smile. This girl, seeing dead bodies without flinching, would actually be scared of worms. If we really encounter the dark worm, will this little girl Situyu cry? He thought expectantly as he hurriedly caught up. 5 minutes later. As the two deepened into the cave, they had gradually sensed the aura of the lost demon wizard. At the same time. Clink. The sound of items clashing reached their ears. No need to guess, the lost demon wizard must be packing its treasures and preparing to flee. Under the dim light of the nightstone, a thin and dry figure was struggling to place items on an open beast skin. These items occasionally collided together, producing clinking sounds. Sooner or later, I will form a larger lost demon tribe and peel the skin and remove the tendons of those 2 damned humans. The lost demon wizard mumbled curses under its breath while quickly stuffing what it deemed useful items. As for other jars and bottles, it could only painfully choose to give them up. Thus, its resentment towards those 2 detestable humans grew even stronger. When it had gathered most of its things, the lost demon wizard prepared to roll up the beast's skin. But at that moment, it suddenly noticed that the light in its secret base had become. He saw many good things in the collection of the fallen magic wizard. Several valuable magical herbs, glowing stones, and 7 or 8 irregularly shaped holy crystals. This fallen magic wizard's wealth is even richer than I imagined. Silently thinking in his heart, Wang Chen looked at the fallen magic wizard as if he were looking at walking gold coins. You. Damn human, I will fight you to the end. The fallen magic wizard felt a chill from Wang Chen's gaze, waving a small short staff and shouting. Before the words fell, dark green magic surged from the tip of the staff. A pungent smell began to spread in the cave. But... whoosh! Just as the fallen magic wizard was readying his skill, a sharp arrow struck his body like lightning. Boom! The powerful force of the arrow pinned the fallen magic wizard against the rock wall. Ah! The intense pain made the fallen magic wizard scream, but immediately after, a cold light swept across his neck, and the scream abruptly stopped. For your contribution of so many things, I will give you a quick end. No need to thank me. Wang Chen waved his hand to shake off the blood from the swift wind sword and sheathed it. At the same time, the fallen magic wizard's body weakly fell to the ground, 3 dim light clusters appearing on the surface and then merging into Wang Chen, Sitayu, and Bing Qing's bodies. As Wang Chen had previously predicted, after killing the last fallen magic wizard, his level rose to level 15, and Bing Qing also rose to level 5. Pet, Ancient Overlord. Ice Cold Dragon. Nickname, Bing Chung. Gender, female. Age, less than a month, juvenile phase. Level, level 5. Rank, Ancestral Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth, SSS. 4-dimensional attributes, Strength 700, Wisdom 700, Stamina 700, Agility 700. No buffs, equipment, or item bonuses. Skills, Frost Body, SSS, Extreme Cold Breath, SSS, Ice Hell, SSS, Dragon Might, SSS. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Description, brief. Name, Wang Chen. Profession, Giant Beast Master. Level, level 15. Talent, Beast Affection, SSS, Beast Fusion, Divine. Skills, Beast Mastery, S, Beast Rejuvenation, B, Bloodline Appraisal, Divine, Contract Summoning, B, Strength, 102.5 plus 30 points. Wisdom, 105.5 plus 5 points. Stamina, 102.5 plus 5 points. Agility, 102.5 plus 5 plus 20 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unallocated skill points, 50 points. Reaching level 15, with attribute points still evenly distributed, all 4-dimensional attributes in Bear State Breakthrough 100 points. Looking at his attribute panel, Wang Chen nodded in satisfaction. No wonder it's an ancestral divine beast, Bing Qing is truly impressive. Now, even without an attack skill, he could compete with level 30 melee professions using just his enhanced physical strength. As for those under level 20, he could crush them with one hand. However, this thought slightly faded when Wang Chen saw Sitayu beside him. These types of powerful professionals would require both hands. What are you looking at? Do you want to practice with me? Noticing Wang Chen's gaze, Sitayu glared, her expression somewhat mischievous. The swift wind archer didn't need to share experience with a beast pet like a giant beast master. So Sitayu's level was 2 levels higher than Wang Chen, reaching level 17. For the first time, she surpassed Wang Chen in level, and Sitayu was feeling confident, proud like a peacock spreading its feathers. Forget it. Seeing the girl's challenging expression, Wang Chen shook his head in disbelief. I'm afraid I might make you cry. He muttered in his heart, though he didn't say it aloud. Sitayu, being competitive, if she found out that the gap between them not only hadn't narrowed but had actually widened, Wang Chen felt he would be annoyed by her in the future. He. Are you scared? From now on, the title of eternal second place will belong to you. With a smile on her pretty face, Sitayu triumphantly waved her pink fist. Since knowing Wang Chen, this was the first time she had surpassed him. The current mood is simply refreshing. Woo woo. At this moment, the little ice clear, who was flying nearby to lighten the mood, looked at Sitayu with eyes full of compassion. What a foolish human. With a flap of her wings, she flew onto Sitayu's shoulder and gently tapped her head with her small wings. So pitiful. Ordinary and with a not-so-smart brain. He. Sitayu, completely unaware of what little ice clear was thinking, had an even more delighted expression on her face. Wang Chen, did you see that? Even little ice clear thinks I'm right. Hearing this, Wang Chen's expression immediately became strange. With the Beastmaster pact, how could he possibly not know what little ice clear was thinking? Goodness. Did you think she was praising you? She is pitying you, girl. Suppressing the urge to laugh, Wang Chen walked over to check the bounty beside the animal skins. As for Sitayu, let her sink in her false world. Chapter 32, Instant Sword, Second Strike. Using the light of the illuminating scroll, Wang Chen began to examine the collection of the fallen demon wizard. 6 moonlight herbs. 12 pieces of secret silver oregon. 23 unknown scales. I must say, the fallen demon wizard's collection is quite rich. These D-grade magical materials could be sold for at least 8 to 9,000 gold coins. However, after just a glance, Wang Chen set them aside. Then, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at two items that had been set apart. 8 holy crystal stones worth 80,000 gold coins, and a grayish object that looked like a book. I really didn't expect that this fallen demon wizard would have a skill book in his collection. Picking up the dusty book, Wang Chen thought with some excitement. Without hesitation, he pulled out an identification scroll to identify the skill book. Swish! A flash of light appeared, and the information of the skill book appeared before his eyes. Instant Sword, D Universal Skill, Active Attack Skill, upon use, instantly dashes forward a certain distance, dealing a powerful slash to the enemy. Note: 1. Instant Sword dash distance is 10 meters, can be upgraded. 2. Each use has a cooldown of 10 seconds. Dashing forward 10 meters, if applied well, this can totally be used as a teleportation skill. Thinking silently in his heart, Wang Chen felt very satisfied with this skill book. At this moment. Quick, show me what level the skill book is? Situyu leaned her head over, curiously looking at what Wang Chen was holding. But? Just a D-grade universal skill book? When she saw that the instant sword was just a D-grade skill book, her enthusiasm dropped a bit. The levels for skill books range from the highest S to the lowest F. A D-grade skill book is already quite good for ordinary professionals. In the trading market, it could at least sell for 100,000 gold coins. But for Situyu, she simply looked down on such low-level skill books. After her job change, she had so many B-grade skill books that she was dazzled. Beside her, Wang Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation upon hearing Situyu's words. There's a saying among professionals, there are no useless skills, only useless professionals. He didn't look down on the instant sword just because it was only a D-grade skill. Wang Chen, you should keep this skill book and sell it in the trading market. Situyu, seeing that Wang Chen was somewhat indifferent, leaned in with a playful smile and said, Among the skill books my dad prepared for me, there are 2 B-grade skills that don't suit me. If you call me sister, I'll sell them to you for just 2 gold coins. As she spoke, Situyu winked, looking like a big winner. To this, Wang Chen simply shook his head. Buying 2 B-grade skill books for 2 gold coins, to be honest, made him somewhat tempted. After all, a B-grade skill book is worth at least 1 million on the market. But seeing the cunning hidden in the girl's eyes, he just knew that this girl definitely had bad intentions and was after something big. To sell himself for 2 skill books, he would not do such a losing deal. Besides, the power he could unleash using the D-level skill was not necessarily weaker than those first transformation professionals with B-level skills. Since you don't want it, then it belongs to me. While speaking, Wang Chen divided the holy crystal stones on the ground with Situyu and then directly chose to use the skill book. With a flash of light, he immediately learned the skill Instant Sword. Next, the 50 skill points he had saved were all invested in enhancing the power of Instant Sword. As a D-level skill, the maximum level of Instant Sword is 5, with each 10 skill points raising the level by 1. Investing 50 skill points raised the Instant Sword skill from level 1 to level 5. The power increased by 50%, and the advanced distance increased by 5 meters, reaching 15 meters. At the same time, after raising the skill level to the maximum, new changes appeared in the information of Instant Sword. Instant Sword, D Universal Skill, Active Attack Skill, upon use, instantly lunges forward a certain distance and delivers a powerful slash to the enemy. Note: 1. Level Max, advanced distance 15 meters. 2. Skill Max level unlocks Double Strike. Within 2 seconds of using Instant Sword, it can be used again, but the cooling time will accumulate. Looking at the new information of Instant Sword, Wang Chen nodded in satisfaction. This new effect of Double Strike was another reason he chose this D-level skill. As everyone knows, any skill that is upgraded to the maximum level by skill points will have a maximum level effect. However, for high-level skills, the level cap and the skill points consumed for enhancement are far greater than for low-level skills. 50 skill points can raise a D-level skill to the maximum level, but if put into a B-level skill, it would be good enough to raise it by 1 level. First transformation professionals only obtain 10 skill points with each upgrade, which is completely insufficient for high-level skills. Under these circumstances, for Wang Chen, raising low-level skills to maximum was the most cost-effective choice. As for later obtaining high-level skills and not having enough skill points, he was not worried. Apart from gaining skill points with each upgrade, skill points can also be obtained through challenging secret realm dungeons. Of course, this way of obtaining points was a bit distant for Wang Chen at the moment. The secret realm dungeons were basically controlled by Longwei University and various major forces. What he could do now was to enhance his strength as much as possible, and after the college entrance examination competition, get the key to unlock these secret realm dungeons. Beside him, Situyu saw Wang Chen directly learning the instant sword skill and stomped her foot angrily. Stinky guy! Is it so hard to bow your head and admit defeat? Thinking angrily in her heart, she packed up the items on the ground and turned to run out. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen scratched his head, feeling a bit confused. However, he quickly chased after her and pulled C2U, walking deeper into the cave. The cave's path was direct, leading straight out of the exit, saving them from taking a detour. And at the same time, huff! In the pile of corpses in the valley, Chen Hao woke up and crawled up using both hands and feet. I'm saved. Not seeing Wang Chen around, Chen Hao was almost in tears at this moment. The power Wang Chen had shown earlier and his ruthless killing intent were simply terrifying. Feeling a lingering fear, Chen Hao completely forgot his own goals and got up to leave this place that left him with psychological shadows. But just then, boom boom boom. Footsteps were heard outside the valley. Chen Hao instinctively hid back among the corpses, staring in fear at the outside. Soon, in the chaotic valley, 4 unexpected guests arrived. These 4 people were of different appearances and ages. Different outfits, but all carried a fierce aura. After entering the valley, they opened a small distance from each other, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Chapter 33 Hyena Squad. The valley where the fallen demon resided. More than 100 corpses of fallen demons lay scattered on the ground, a strong smell of blood pervading the entire valley. 4 cautious figures walked carefully through the valley, 2 meters apart from each other. Boss, what's going on? Walking in front was a sharp-featured man, his triangular eyes scanning the fallen demon bodies around, a hint of fear flickering in his gaze. As a level 35 first transition practitioner, he was not afraid of the fallen demons. By himself, he could still slay this number of fallen demons. But on the valley floor, more than half of the fallen bodies of the fallen demons were killed with a single strike, without any extra injuries. Such means, he could never catch up to. Boss, could this be the work of a third transition powerhouse? When the man reached the center of the valley and saw a strong fallen demon warrior also killed with a single blow, he could no longer hold back and turned to look back. How is that possible? Third transition powerhouses don't have that much free time. Behind him, a middle-aged man as strong as a polar bear frowned in displeasure. It must be a second transition swordsman. You guys check the surroundings, don't scare yourselves. The strong middle-aged man waved his hand, signaling the team members to disperse and search. Boss, look. Before long, the sharp-eyed man called out in surprise, carrying a large bundle of items. These are special arrows mixed with magical metals, each one can fetch at least 100 gold coins. Which archer is so wasteful? Using them once and then discarding them? He placed the items on the ground, his face filled with shock as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the strong middle-aged man glanced at them and also showed some surprise on his face. Ordinary archers used arrows made of synthetic metals, with each costing at least 10 gold coins. What lay before him were all made of special alloys, mixed with some magical metals. Their price, it was estimated, each might be worth several hundred gold coins. Even with the strong middle-aged man's experience, he could not help but feel a shock inside at this moment. How much money does one need to treat special arrows as disposable items? Boss, we might have stumbled upon a big fat sheep this time. The sharp-eyed man counted the arrows one by one, his face growing greedier. Don't jump to conclusions yet. Whether it's a sheep or a wolf, it's still unknown. Keep searching to see if we can find other clues. Upon hearing this, the strong middle-aged man snorted coldly and started collecting all the arrows on the ground. Oh. Hearing his words, the sharp-eyed man reluctantly nodded and turned to continue searching. Soon, the 4 people made another discovery. Boss, over here we found a live one, a newbie. A man with a mop-like haircut approached, dragging a blood-soaked Chen Hao with him. At this moment, Chen Hao's body was as limp as mud, his eyes full of despair. He could never have imagined that right after the killing star Wang Chen left, he would encounter the infamous Hyena Squad. Hyena Squad. In the Beast Mountain Range, a notorious bounty hunter team known for their cruelty, never leaving any survivors. The squad consisted of 4 members. The strong middle-aged man like a polar bear was the boss, a second transition level 50 warrior. The other 2 were first transition level 40 assassins and druids, and the 4th was a first transition level 40 shield warrior. With the strength of 1 second transition and 3 high-level first transition members, the Hyena Squad ranked 36th on the Eastern Tomb City Adventurers Guild wanted list, with a bounty of 4 million gold coins. Bang! Chen Hao was thrown in front of the hyena's boss. In fear, he could not care about the pain on his body, and he pleaded desperately. Don't kill me, I am the eldest son of the Chen family, I have plenty of money, you can make me do anything. 3 days later. At the outskirts of the 10,000 Beast Mountains. In the dim jungle, tall treetops blocked out the sunlight from the sky. The jungle was very quiet, the sound of wind blowing through the leaves could be heard clearly. Rustle. Wang Chen walked through the jungle with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, beside him was Situyu, holding little Bingqing. Wang Chen, I regret it. Situyu continuously used her long bow to push aside the thorns blocking the way, her expression somewhat resentful. What? Hearing her words, Wang Chen, repeating the same action, turned his head to ask. Wang Chen. The path you chose is simply terrible. As she pushed aside the thorns and weeds, Sitayu complained. Originally, after witnessing Bingqing's fierce strength, she thought that the journey to the area of the golden-scaled giant python would be smooth sailing, cutting down all monsters in their path. The result? Just 3 days into the journey, Sitayu sadly discovered that things were not as she imagined at all. The beautiful journey in her mind had turned into a desperate fight for survival. The number of wild monsters they encountered was indeed not small, but more time was spent clearing the path. These damn thorns and weeds made her carefully prepared beautiful clothes useless. Now she had completely turned into a wild person. Beside her, Wang Chen felt a bit embarrassed and rubbed his nose upon hearing Sitayu's words. This was indeed his fault. When marking the route, he only thought about saving time, forgetting that the 10,000 Beast Mountains were entirely a primitive area, and straying from the adventure map resulted in no path at all. Surviving alone in primitive areas is also a necessary skill for professionals. I'm just making you feel it early, stop complaining. Once we get through this area, the road will get better. Wielding his sword to cut through the blocking thorns, Wang Chen defended his mistake. Upon hearing his words, Sitayu pouted. Ha ha. Pa, the man's words are tricks. You said the same thing yesterday, and today we still haven't left this area. Thinking this, Sitayu's gaze towards Wang Chen became even more amicable. However, just as she was about to tell this annoying guy that she wasn't that easy to fool, a shadow suddenly sprang from the weeds and thorns, fiercely pouncing towards Wang Chen. This shadow was extremely fast, directly crashing into Wang Chen's arms. With a bang. The next second, Wang Chen's body was sent flying backward. And in the place where he stood, there appeared a 2-meter-long, half-person-high leopard, its fur black as ink. A level 30 wild monster, the Shadow Leopard. Wang Chen. Seeing the scene, Sitayu exclaimed, quickly bending her bow to attack the Shadow Leopard, hoping to attract its attention. But the suddenly appearing Shadow Leopard easily dodged the arrow, completely ignoring Sitayu, instead focusing on the throne Wang Chen. Chapter 34, The Cunning Shadow Leopard. In the jungle. The Shadow Leopard was extremely fast, like lightning, almost instantly catching up with Wang Chen. Whoosh! With a sharp sound of cutting through the air, its 2 sharp claws glimmered with a chilling light, pointing straight at Wang Chen's throat. In midair, Wang Chen looked at the Shadow Leopard rushing towards him, his eyes calm and unwavering, without a trace of fear. He took a deep breath, suddenly twisted his body, and swiftly positioned his wind sword horizontally in front of him, blocking the Shadow Leopard's 2 claws. With a bang. In the sound of collision, he used the recoil force to fly diagonally toward the other side, while also dodging the Shadow Leopard's subsequent attack. Thud thud. After landing, Wang Chen quickly retreated to Sitayu's side. On the opposite side, the Shadow Leopard performed a beautiful spin in the air and landed steadily on the ground. Are you okay? Sitayu's pretty face turned pale as she looked at Wang Chen's chest with some concern. I'm fine. This guy's head isn't hard enough. Shaking his head, Wang Chen warily focused on the Shadow Leopard, replying to Sitayu. The moment the Shadow Leopard appeared, he had reacted. Although it had caught him off guard, he consciously reduced the impact when he was hit. His body was knocked back partly due to the Shadow Leopard's force, and partly because Wang Chen chose to mitigate the impact. This sly guy is so sinister? Seeing Wang Chen was fine, Sitayu let out a sigh of relief and turned to glare fiercely at the Shadow Leopard. Drawing her bow, an arrow shot out like a cannonball, aimed directly at the Shadow Leopard's head. The sudden situation had startled her. The not-so-wise girl decided to fiercely retaliate. However, facing the shot, the crimson eyes of the Shadow Leopard flashed with a hint of disdain. Just as the arrow was about to hit, it moved its 4 legs and swiftly dodged, twisting like a distorted shadow to evade Sitayu's attack. Seeing this scene, Sitayu was astonished, never expecting that at such close range, the Shadow Leopard could dodge the attack. Furthermore, was this creature so intelligent? Feeling the contempt shown by the Shadow Leopard, Sitayu angrily thought within herself. Meanwhile, Wang Chen noticed the Shadow Leopard's ghost-like movement as it avoided the arrow, and his eyes flashed with understanding. In such intense movement, the Shadow Leopard made not a single sound, no wonder he hadn't noticed it before it attacked. Perhaps, this is another mutated wild monster. Thinking to himself, Wang Chen's eyes glimmered as he activated his detection skill. Monster, Mutated Shadow Leopard. Level, 30. Combat Style, Melee. Skills, Claw Strike, Bite, Shadow Walk. Type, Mutated. Indeed. Seeing the properties of the Shadow Leopard, Wang Chen silently nodded. Just as he had guessed, this Shadow Leopard was indeed a mutated wild monster. It had moved silently before, even hiding its breath, probably thanks to that Shadow Walk skill. Thinking about this, Wang Chen felt a sense of fear. If the Shadow Leopard had targeted Sitayu instead of him, the consequences would have been unimaginable. However, If this shadow leopard had been lurking in the shadows waiting for an opportunity, that would have been troublesome. But since it had appeared now, its shadow walk skill was rendered useless. Use ranged skills to restrict its movement, don't let it retreat into the jungle. Wang Chen instructed C2U and quickly rushed toward the shadow leopard with his sword. Instant sword. His body created shadows in the air as he suddenly appeared in front of the shadow leopard, swinging his swift wind sword down heavily. At that moment, his sudden burst of speed startled the shadow leopard, but then brutal rage surged in its crimson eyes. This damned prey dared to counterattack? It truly didn't know how to live. Roar! With a savage roar, it fearlessly swung its sharp claws to meet him. Bang! The swift wind sword clashed with its claws, producing a thunderous sound. At that moment, the shadow leopard's crimson eyes widened, feeling an overwhelming force coming from the claws. This damned prey was not only fast but also incredibly strong? Without any surprise, the powerful strike of the instant sword sent the shadow leopard flying. Roar! However, the shadow leopard, being a mutated wild monster, was far more ferocious than ordinary monsters. As its body flew backward, it roared, its tail behind it whipping like a fierce whip towards Wang Chen. Wang Chen, be careful! Not far away, Situ, with her bow drawn and arrow aimed, called out nervously and released the bowstring. Whoosh! The arrow shot out, striking heavily at the shadow leopard's tail. Bang! A burst of blood exploded, and the shadow leopard, now on the ground, had lost a part of its tail. Roar! Pain made the shadow leopard let out a chilling roar, its crimson eyes fixed fiercely on Situ, filled with cold murderous intent. That expression seemed to say, I remember you. Having done all this, the shadow leopard quickly retreated backwards. It wanted to hide back in the darkness, waiting for the right moment to take revenge for this arrow. But its plan was good, but Wang Chen didn't want to give it the chance. At that moment, Wang Chen, who was falling due to inertia, suddenly pressed one foot in the air. With that step, it was as if he was stepping on solid ground, and his body shot out like a phantom. Instant sword. Two-part strike. This was the effect that appeared when the instant sword reached its maximum level through skill points. The next second, Wang Chen's body appeared in front of the shadow leopard as if he had teleported. The shadow leopard, preparing to retreat, flashed a look of shock in its eyes upon seeing this. It seemed utterly unprepared for this prey to unleash such terrifying speed. But it had no time to think, the ear-splitting sound of wind whooshed beside its ears. The Gale longsword slashed down powerfully. Roar! Letting out an angry roar, the shadow leopard swung its sharp claws to meet the attack. Bang! A deafening clash echoed. The passive shadow leopard was pinned to the ground by the immense force of this strike. Roar! Covered in dirt, the shadow leopard felt immense humiliation and opened its fierce mouth to bite at the human before it. It wanted to tear this annoying prey into pieces. However, at this moment, lying on the ground, its threat level in Wang Chen's eyes had dropped to an extremely low point. That gaping, ferocious mouth looked more like a joke. With a swift movement, Wang Chen flashed past the shadow leopard's attack like a ghost. Then, just as the shadow leopard's head brushed past him, he suddenly thrust the Gale longsword forward. Chapter 35, Serious Face, You Can't Defeat Me. Poochie. The sharp longsword pierced into the shadow leopard's gaping mouth, directly emerging from the back of its head. Swish! As Wang Chen withdrew the longsword, the shadow leopard's body weakly swayed a few times before crashing heavily to the ground. This level 30 mutated wild beast had tragically become a corpse just like that. Wang Chen, that arrow I shot just now was perfect, right? After the battle, Situ approached with a beaming smile. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen shook off the blood on the longsword and shot her an annoyed glance. What he had tasked Situ with was to use ranged attacks to limit the shadow leopard's movements and prevent it from escaping. Instead, Situ ignored the instructions and directly shot off the shadow leopard's tail. A well-preserved shadow leopard pelt could sell for 20,000 gold coins, but without the tail, the price would drop by at least half. However, Wang Chen also understood that this little girl acted this way because she was worried about him. Yes, you're the best. Wang Chen said somewhat reluctantly. Hearing his words, Situ's eyes curved into crescents, her face displaying a silly grin. This scene made Wang Chen roll his eyes. At the same time, while the two were talking, 3 dim light orbs appeared above the shadow leopard's corpse and then merged into the bodies of the two and Xiao Bingqing. With the accumulation of these 3 days and the experience gained now, a glow of upgrade appeared simultaneously on the two people and the beast pet. Wang Chen's mind moved, and the new attribute information of Xiao Bingqing and himself appeared before his eyes. Beast pet, Ancient Overlord. Extreme Cold Dragon. Nickname, Bingqing. Gender, female. Age, less than 1 month, juvenile stage. Level 11. Rank, Ancestral Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth, SSS. Four-dimensional attributes: Strength 1000, Wisdom 1000, Physique 1000, Agility 1000. Without any buffs, equipment, or item enhancements. Skills: Frost Body, SSS, Extreme Cold Breath, SSS, Ice Hell, SSS, Dragon Might, SSS. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Introduction, brief. Name, Wang Chen. Occupation, Giant Beast Master. Level 21. Talent, All Beasts Affection, SSS, Beast Pet Fusion, Divine. Skills: Beast Mastery, S, Revitalizing Beast Technique, B, Bloodline Identification Technique, Divine, Contract Summoning, B, Instant Sword, D. Strength, 147.5 plus 30 points. Wisdom, 147.5 plus 5 points. Physique, 147.5 plus 5 points. Agility, 147.5 plus 5 plus 20 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unallocated skill points, 60 points. As always, attribute points evenly distributed, skill points saved for later. Now, without considering any equipment boosts, his four-dimensional attributes were already nearing the 150-point threshold. This attribute was basically double that of other practitioners at the same level in their main attributes. As for Xiao Bingqing, with 1,000 points in any single attribute, even a level 60 warrior would likely be knocked down by her with one slap. Satisfied with his attributes, Wang Chen turned to glance at Situyu. This girl had her eyes vacant, a silly smile on her face, clearly allocating her free attribute points. Speaking of which, because Wang Chen had to share experience points with Bingqing, Situyu's level was now 4 levels higher than his, reaching level 25. At this rate of leveling up, Wang Chen felt that by the time their adventure in the 10,000 Beast Mountains ended, Situyu would reach the maximum level for the first promotion and be ready for the second promotion. He. Wang Chen, are you envying me now? If you give Xiao Bingqing to me, all the experience from the wild monsters we encounter will belong to you. By that time, your level will catch up to mine. After allocating her attributes, Situyu noticed Wang Chen's gaze and flashed him a mischievous smile. After 3 years of high school, in all the various subject tests, her scores had always been behind Wang Chen's. Now, having leveled up to 25, she had left Wang Chen far behind, greatly satisfying her vanity. He. Hearing her words, Wang Chen let out a cold laugh. With just a bit of experience, you think you can trade Xiao Bingqing from me? Foolish woman, do you have any misunderstanding about the ancestral divine beast? Besides, what good does being high-level do? Wang Chen silently observed Situyu for a few seconds, brewing his thoughts for a moment, then slowly said, "You can't defeat me." His truthful words left Situyu with no possibility of rebuttal. In anger, Situyu kicked the ground, held Xiao Bingqing, and turned to continue ahead. So infuriating. Situyu fell into silence. Behind, Wang Chen watched the angry girl storm away, touched his nose and smiled. Why are you walking so fast? Am I wrong in what I just said? If you think what I said is incorrect, you can refute me, and I will apologize to you. Get lost. Before Wang Chen could finish, Situyu picked up a stick and threw it at him, her chest heaving with anger. Get lost. I'm done with you. She glared at Wang Chen fiercely, striding forward. Bastard. This girl is really angry now, the kind that won't be appeased no matter what. Woo. At this moment, Xiao Bingqing poked her head out and rested it on Situyu's shoulder. She looked at Situyu, then back at her master. Woo humans are so troublesome. Rustle. After the battle calmed down, a group of uninvited guests soon arrived in the jungle. Bang! Little brat, are you trying to trick us? It's been 3 days. Why haven't you caught up to your 2 classmates? The hyena leader carelessly threw Chen Hao to the ground, his tone extremely impatient. Big brother, I really don't know. The thorns dug into Chen Hao's flesh, causing him to tremble in pain, but he didn't dare to scream. His eyes looked at the hyena leader with fear. At this moment, he was in a miserable state, stripped of all his equipment, only wearing a blood-stained thin shirt, completely losing the aura of a wealthy young master. Humph. Hearing this, the hyena leader let out a cold snort. It's getting dark. We will rest first, we will travel again early tomorrow. If we don't find them by tomorrow, you will be of no use. As he spoke, he stepped forward and lifted Chen Hao, preparing to take him to discuss a deal worth billions. But just then. Boss, we found something. Hyena 3, with triangular eyes, exclaimed as he ran over with an arrow in hand. It's the arrow from before, and the blood on the ground from the battle is still fresh. Chapter 36, The Iron Law in Darkness. In the dark jungle. What? Upon hearing Hyena 3, the hyena leader dropped Chen Hao, grabbing the arrow. Exactly the same as the previous arrow. Those 2 little brats must have just left not long ago? After observing for a moment, excitement appeared on the hyena leader's face. Hearing this, the faces of the three around him also showed sinister smiles. Treating arrows worth hundreds of gold coins as disposable items, thinking about such fat sheep made the hyena squad excited. Seeing this scene, Chen Hao, lying on the ground in humiliation with his hands covering his rear, quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Great! His back door would not be violated. Silently thinking in his heart, he looked at the cruel expressions on the hyena squad's faces, and he also felt a slight thrill. Wang Chen! Just wait, you are so handsome, the hyena leader will definitely like you. Just then. Thinking about what would happen to Wang Chen, Chen Hao, who was feeling thrilled, suddenly noticed a shadow enveloping him. Boss, hurry and catch them, they have many valuable things on them. Looking up to see the hyena leader, Chen Hao said excitedly. Don't worry. Hearing his words, the hyena leader smiled creepily, I will soon send those two to keep you company. As his words fell, his fist, as big as a sandbag, suddenly swung out. With a bang. Before Chen Hao could fully grasp the meaning of the words, he was struck through the heart. You promised me you would let me go. You are not trustworthy. As life slowly drained away, Chen Hao looked at the hyena leader with disbelief. He. Upon hearing his words, the hyena leader casually tossed him aside like garbage. Let you go? Trust? Our hyena squad's rule is to never leave survivors each time we take action. Leaving a cold remark, the hyena leader licked the blood off his fist, his eyes excited as he looked deeper into the jungle. Go, chase those two fat sheep. With a wave of his arm, he led his three companions to swiftly pursue the direction where Wang Chen and Sityu had left. Dusk. The sun set. The entire Beast Mountain range fell into silence. The dim light of the sky could no longer break through the layers of tree canopies, casting light on the ground. At this moment, inside the Beast Mountain range, the light was so dim that it could be said one could not see their own hand in front of their face. Not to mention the treasure hunters entering the Beast Mountain range, even the wild monsters born there would obediently stay in their lairs at dusk, not daring to move easily. Rustle! Amidst the faint sounds, a beam of flashlight broke the silence, casting a light column in the dim jungle. Wang Chen and Sityu were walking cautiously through the jungle. Wang Chen, I can't move anymore. Under the flashlight's beam, Sityu's face was a bit pale, and her breathing was heavy. As a wind shooter, her attribute points leaned towards strength and agility, and her stamina was no match for the freakish Wang Chen. Got it, once we pass through this forest, we will look for a place to camp. Leading the way, Wang Chen. At this moment, he spoke without looking back. Without Sityu saying it, he also planned to quickly find a place to camp. After all, the nights in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range are too dangerous, and those who have long been mingling in the mountain range silently follow a hard rule. That is, after entering the night, one must absolutely not move within the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Because at night, although the wild monsters in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range generally do not move, there are always a few exceptions. Those wild monsters that dare to move at night, without exception, are all terrifying hunters with strong power. In their respective areas, they are undeniably the overlords. So, for seasoned explorers entering the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, even if they haven't found a suitable camping spot, they will make do nearby for the night and absolutely will not get up until dawn. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Using the light of the flashlight to explore, Wang Chen silently searched for a suitable camping location. Soon, his eyes brightened. Not far ahead, he saw an extremely thick tree. This tree was at least as thick as 3 people hugging it, and with proper operation, it would be no problem digging out a treehouse for 2 people. Are you done? Seeing Wang Chen stop, Sityu directly leaned over, resting her chin on Wang Chen's shoulder, looking weak. Just hold on a bit longer, we will camp right ahead. Wang Chen unhappily pushed away the girl who had taken advantage of him and pointed ahead at the big tree. Great! Hearing his words, Sityu cheered and instantly lost her previous lethargy. What are you waiting for? Let's hurry over. While speaking, she ran directly towards the big tree, holding Xiao Bingqing. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen rolled his eyes in silence. Goodness! So you were just pretending before? He shook his head helplessly and stepped forward to follow. Bang bang bang! With a series of muffled sounds, Wang Chen used the swift wind sword to carve out a large hole in the thick branch beside the trunk. After finishing, Sityu could not wait to squeeze in. Hey, Wang Chen, do you want to come in and rest for a while? Inside the hollowed-out tree hole, Sityu shifted her but, making some room in the cramped space. Forget it. The space is too small, it's too cramped. Outside the tree hole, Wang Chen glanced at the narrow space inside and shook his head. Such a large area is enough for 1 person, for 2 people, the space would be barely enough for 1 butt. I'll just lie down here, I can keep an eye on the situation outside. You should rest quickly, we still have to travel tomorrow. After securing the hammock, Wang Chen said. Oh. Then, good night. After hearing his words, C2U responded and seemed to feel a bit disappointed. After saying goodnight to Wang Chen, she tightened her blanket and got ready to rest. But at that moment, she suddenly caught a glimpse of light in her peripheral vision. Wang Chen, it seems there are people over there? C2U's heart immediately became alert. She pointed in the direction of the light and said quietly. People? Hearing C2U's words, Wang Chen couldn't help but freeze. No way? This road is so difficult, are there other explorers coming? Thinking about this, Wang Chen looked in the direction C2U was pointing. At a glance, it instantly made his expression become serious. Goodness! There really are people taking this rotten path like us? Mumbling to himself, Wang Chen and C2U exchanged glances. What should we do now? If they get any closer, they will definitely discover us? C2U asked softly. Hearing her words, Wang Chen rubbed his nose and felt a bit of a headache. This is indeed a problem. Chapter 37, I, Wang Chen, wish to call you Wolf Extinction. What to do? Looking at the gradually approaching light in the distance, Wang Chen rubbed his nose and silently thought. At this time, changing to another camping spot is definitely unrealistic. Soon it will be completely dark. Wandering in the Beast Mountain range at this time is like dancing on the tip of a knife. However, if we don't change places, those guys in the distance coming over might bring trouble again. After all, in the Beast Mountain range, the only thing that professionists can trust the most is their own weapons. Everyone else, including companions, must be approached with caution. Silently pondering, Wang Chen gradually made a decision. Let's wait and see the situation first. If they are just ordinary professionists adventuring in the Beast Mountain range, we will ignore them. If not, then prepare for battle. He turned his head and spoke to C2U. Upon hearing this, the young girl appeared somewhat nervous. Isn't this bad? C2U hesitated and said, although there are no laws in the Beast Mountain range, we still shouldn't kill people casually, right? Wang Chen looked at C2U with a strange gaze, his expression quite unsettled. I only mentioned battle, and you want to talk about killing with me? TSK. Oh, girl. Your perspective is truly broad. I, Wang Chen, am willing to call you Wolf Extinction. What's wrong? Under Wang Chen's gaze, C2U felt a little puzzled. Nothing. Seeing that the girl didn't think there was anything wrong with the conversation, Wang Chen shook his head and turned back to look at the distance without wanting to say more. This girl is too ruthless, I must offend her less in the future. Rustle. The hyena squad of 4 walked heavily through the jungle. Boss, there are people in the trees ahead. At that moment, the third member of the squad suddenly stopped in his tracks. He closed his eyes to perceive for a moment and then said excitedly, there are 2 of them, they should be those 2 fat sheep. Upon hearing his words, the other 2 members simultaneously turned their gaze to the hyena leader. They had no doubts about the third member's words. After all, as a level 40 druid, the third member could communicate a bit with the plants in the forest. Boss, what do we do now? Shall we go directly and kill them? The second member, an assassin, licked his lips and asked excitedly. No. Upon hearing this, the hyena leader shook his head, a cunning look flashing across his face. These 2 kids were able to deal with so many fallen demons before, they definitely have powerful gear and are sure to have magic scrolls. Let's move closer and meet them first, aiming to surprise and take them out. Third, you go into stealth mode immediately, wait for my command. Looking around at the 3 teammates, the hyena leader instructed. Okay, boss is brilliant. The 3 around nodded, while the second member swiftly moved and disappeared without a word. If observed closely, one could notice a vague outline appearing in the shadow on the ground. Action. Seeing this, the hyena leader did not hesitate and stepped towards the target direction. Soon, the 3 of them arrived under the big tree where Wang Chen and C2U were. Arriving here, the hyena leader waved his hand and the others stopped in their tracks. Friends in the tree, it's getting dark, do you mind if we keep you company around? He looked at the shadow in the big tree and shouted. Up in the tree. Wang Chen's eyes flickered with a hint of strangeness upon hearing this. When did these guys discover me and C2U? Thinking in his heart, he cautiously peeked his head out from the tree and looked down at the 3 men. Sorry, it's not very convenient, please move to another place. Upon hearing his words, the 3rd and 4th hyena members showed anger on their faces and were about to rebut. However, at that moment, a large hand landed on their shoulders. It was the hyena leader. I understand, in places like the Beast Mountain range, being a bit more cautious might just save more lives. While speaking, his gaze kept circling on Wang Chen's handsome face, a rich greed surfacing in his eyes. Masculine, handsome. Just my type. The hyena leader licked his lips with his tongue. At the same time, he secretly wiggled his fingers. An order was given to the second. Opposite. Staring at this gaze, Wang Chen felt a chill rushing from his tailbone to his mind. Goodness. Something is not right with you. Since you understand, that's great, safe travels. However, Wang Chen was not a person who craved killing. He silently tightened his grip on the sword and issued an eviction order. But just then, as soon as he finished speaking, a strong sense of threat suddenly surged in his heart. Whoosh! In the next second, a fierce sound of wind broke past his ears. When the hyena boss gave the command to attack, a shadow suddenly appeared at the base of the big tree. It slithered like a snake up the tree, silently darting to Wang Chen's side in a flash. This little brat looks really good, seems like I should leave him intact, or else the boss will teach me a lesson. This shadow was the second of the hyena squad, holding a dagger, with a hint of regret in his icy eyes. At this moment, he was using a skill, the exclusive skill of a first-turn assassin, Shadow Strike. It allowed him to approach his target stealthily through the shadows and deliver a lethal blow. In just a few breaths, the hyena's second was close to Wang Chen. Seeing Wang Chen speaking, with his attention entirely on the boss, a glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. What a great opportunity! Without hesitation, he suddenly leaped out of the shadows, his dagger stabbing towards Wang Chen's chest like a venomous snake. After launching the attack, the expression on the hyena's second grew excited. He could hardly wait to feel the wonderful sensation of the dagger piercing into flesh. However, just as the dagger was about to hit its target, his pupils suddenly constricted. Whoosh! The fierce sound of wind rang in his ears. Wang Chen was startled, he had no time to think and instinctively swung his sword. To increase the power, he even activated a skill. Instant Blade. Swish! The sharp sound of wind echoed, as Wang Chen's long sword seemed to teleport and slash out. The hyena's second, who thought he had the upper hand, had his pupils shrink in shock. A rapidly descending sword appeared in his line of sight. In the next second. Clang! A fierce sound of metal clashing rang out, glaring sparks flying from the collision of the two weapons. Using the suddenly bright light, Wang Chen saw the appearance of the attacker clearly. In an instant, a flash of surprise crossed his eyes. And on the opposite side. Damn it! How can this guy be so fast? Surprise just flickering in his heart, the hyena's third suddenly felt a powerful force coming from the descending sword. Suspended in midair, he had nowhere to brace himself and was directly cleaved away. Chapter 38, The Walking 4 Million Gold Coins. With a loud bang. It was only when he crashed into the ground that the hyena's second managed to stop his backward flight. Ha! After sending the attacker flying, Wang Chen flexed his slightly numb arm and let out a long breath. That last sword swing, he had expended all his strength. Based on the recoil force, that attacker was at least 20 levels higher than him. Looks like I've run into an elite among first-turn professionals. Thinking with a solemn heart, Wang Chen patted the somewhat dazed Sityu beside him. How are you? Are you okay? Sityu, waking from a dream, looked a bit stunned. She still hadn't realized how they went from talking well to suddenly fighting. Seeing this, Wang Chen rolled his eyes in disbelief. Irritated, he pulled Sityu behind him and kept a vigilant gaze downward. Hyena squad? Clap clap clap. Kid, your adaptability and observation skills are quite impressive. So, are you interested in joining our hyena squad? Under the tree, the hyena boss, as strong as a polar bear, clapped his hands, looking at Wang Chen with admiration. Masculine, handsome, with decent strength and talent. It is also great to absorb new blood into the team. The hyena leader stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Across from him, Wang Chen finally understood the source of the inexplicable chill he felt. However, at this moment, his gaze towards the hyena leader and his group was no different from theirs. His eyes were burning, as if glittering with the light of gold coins. Just now, under the sparks from their clash, he saw the appearance of the second hyena, which revealed his identity. Hyena squad. He. This was a wanted criminal ranked 36th on the bounty list of the Adventurers Guild in Dongling City, with 4 heads totaling 4 million gold coins. Just thinking about the 4 million gold coins in front of him made Wang Chen feel that the disgusting gazes were bearable. I am indeed very interested in your hyena squad, but it is for your heads. Looking at the leader of the hyena squad, Wang Chen revealed a sunny smile. You are asking for death. Hearing his words, before the leader of the hyena squad could speak, the second hyena, who had just been slashed away, jumped out. At this moment, he was moving his numb arm, looking at Wang Chen with an incredibly cold gaze. By now, he clearly saw that the other party was just a level 15 newbie. Thinking about how he had been slashed away by a newbie who had just changed jobs not long ago filled the second hyena with rage. However, despite that, he did not act rashly, instead slowly surrounding the big tree with his companions. The second hyena knew very well that the leader hated it when someone interrupted him while he was negotiating. The previous second hyena was eliminated precisely for acting rashly. At this moment, the 3 members of the hyena squad surrounded Wang Chen and Sityu at the big tree from the sides and behind. The hyena leader stood in front, wielding a long knife, grinning sinisterly. Kid, you rejected my goodwill, so I can only proceed according to the rules. Don't worry, I will cherish your corpse. In the tree. Wang Chen, let's run quickly. Seeing the fierce and terrifying four members of the hyena squad approaching, Situyu's voice trembled slightly, and one hand tightly grasped Wang Chen's clothes. Clearly, she had also recognized this notorious bounty hunter team. Run? Hearing Situyu's words, Wang Chen patted her trembling little hand. Don't worry, nothing will happen, it is them who should run now. Speaking in a calm tone, Wang Chen glanced at the eager little Bingqing. This little guy had started to get excited when she saw the four members of the hyena squad appeared. The fighting talent hidden in her bloodline ignited a blazing fighting spirit in her gem-like eyes. But, hearing Wang Chen's words, Situyu became even more anxious. They have a second transition strongman among them, we can't possibly defeat them. Seeing her nervous expression, Wang Chen couldn't help but take a few more glances. Usually at school, this girl was loud and fearless. He didn't expect her to show such a delicate demeanor. If this were captured on camera, it would likely become Situyu's lifelong embarrassment. However, Wang Chen only thought about this in his heart, as the girl was quite scared, it would be inappropriate to stoke the fire. Don't worry. Did you forget? I am a giant beast master. Just because the two of us can't defeat them doesn't mean little Bingqing can't. Just watch little Bingqing display her might. Patting Situyu's hand, Wang Chen smiled and said, Little Bingqing? Hearing his words, Situyu looked puzzled, glancing down at the little guy in her arms. Woo woo! Little Bingqing let out a cry at this moment, her cute little face brimming with pride. Looking as if she was very powerful. No way! Wang Chen, you are sending little Bingqing to her death. However, Situyu's brainwaves were completely out of sync with little Bingqing. If we're going to die, we die together. You can't be so cruel. She will be eaten. Looking at the cute little creature, Situyu's eyes showed reluctance as she tightly held Xiao Bingqing in her arms. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen scratched his nose in speechless confusion. Goodness! You really didn't take my earlier words to heart. At that moment, Wang Chen began to feel excited. What kind of expression would Situyu have when Xiao Bingqing displays her combat stance? The four members of the hyena squad completely sealed off the space around the big tree. They looked at Wang Chen and Situyu, who were quietly talking, and each of them revealed a sinister smile. Ha ha, your bond is quite strong, huh? So, have you discussed who will hold back? I can give you a chance to let one of you run for a minute first. The hyena leader said mockingly. As he spoke, he quietly signaled to the second-in-command in the group. When he saw the second-in-command's body subtly twist, a smile crept onto his lips. The reason the hyena leader slowly surrounded them instead of attacking directly was mainly due to his concern that Wang Chen and Situyu might throw powerful skill scrolls. But now, the hyena leader was no longer worried. A rogue has a special skill called Shadow Doppelganger. Shadow Doppelganger, see a rogue exclusive skill, active skill. After use, a Shadow Doppelganger can be summoned within a 10-meter range, and the body and shadow can switch positions at any time. Note, the Shadow Doppelganger has no attack or defense power and lasts for 60 seconds. Earlier, he had already let the second-in-command use this skill, and soon, these two fat sheep would be unable to escape. With preparations made, the hyena leader quietly observed the two fat sheep before him. When he saw Situyu, a flicker of disgust flashed in his eyes, but when his gaze fell on Wang Chen, a flame of desire surged in his heart. Since he was unwilling to join, then it would be time to take advantage of the heat. Excitedly thinking, the hyena leader unconsciously licked his lips. Chapter 39, The Coldness of Anger, Is Being Handsome a Crime? On the tree. Hearing the words of the hyena leader, Situyu's expression changed, and after reluctantly glancing at Wang Chen, she gritted her teeth and prepared to move forward. However, just as she lifted her foot, Wang Chen reached out and pulled this silly girl back. Are you out of your mind? If you could trust a bounty hunter, even an iron tree could bloom. Pulling Situyu behind him irritably, Wang Chen mockingly looked at the hyena leader. Trying to shake us with words? What a clumsy trick. And, as he spoke, he disdainfully curled his lips. In a class about sensing magical fluctuations, you think you can use the Shadow Doppelganger skill under the nose of a top student who got a full score? You think I'm blind? As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Chen's longsword turned and heavily thrust downward to the left. Put! The sword instantly sank a foot into the trunk, and the shadow that was stabbed twisted violently, then vanished in a wisp of blue smoke. The Shadow Doppelganger, with no attack or defense power, was crushed instantly. Seeing this scene, the hyena's second-in-command, who was preparing to launch a sneak attack using the Shadow Doppelganger skill, looked shocked. He never expected that a level 2 rookie could actually detect the presence of the Shadow Doppelganger. What the heck? Is this for real? After using his skill, even the level 50 hyena leader couldn't pinpoint the location of the shadow doppelganger. Such sharp insight! The hyena leader was now equally shocked, looking at Wang Chen with sparkling eyes. With this talent, it's a shame to die here. Think it over well. As long as you kill that woman, I will let you join our hyena squad. By then, whatever you want, I can fulfill it for you. As he spoke, the strong body of the hyena leader, like a polar bear, trembled strangely a few times. This scene made Wang Chen and Sityu shiver in fear. Even the other 3 members of the hyena team quietly moved a little farther away from their leader, chilled to the bone. This hobby is too damn scary. Wang Chen, does he like you? Should you consider it? Hiding behind Wang Chen, Sityu stuttered and said. Hearing her words, Wang Chen almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Is it wrong to be handsome? Feeling furious and cold. You little girl, do you really want to die? Originally, when Sityu was preparing to sacrifice herself to hold the backline because of the hyena leader's suggestion, Wang Chen's favor towards this girl was about to explode. But now, it's gone. What is this like? What does like you mean? If you can't speak well, then just don't say anything. Stuttering just leads to misunderstandings. Wang Chen glared at Sityu fiercely, stretched out his hand to grab her in the chest, then directly threw the eager little Bingqing towards the hyena team's 4 members. Little Bingqing, go kill them for me. No. Seeing this, Sityu cried out in surprise. Wang Chen, you're too cruel, sending little Bingqing to her death? As she spoke, Sityu reluctantly glanced at little Bingqing's back, then clenched her teeth and grabbed Wang Chen's arm, ready to jump down from the tree. You heartless guy, hurry up and go, don't waste the time little Bingqing has bought for us. However, Wang Chen stood firm like an old tree, staring straight ahead. Sityu's little strength couldn't even make him sway a bit. Angry. He didn't want to bother with this crazy guy. Bastard. Seeing this scene, Sityu stomped her feet in anger. On the opposite side, the 4 members of the hyena team, seeing Wang Chen wave a blue shadow flying out, could not help but become serious. Be careful, watch out for skill scrolls. Especially the hyena leader, who shouted loudly to warn his teammates. But as the words fell, when the blue shadow appeared in front of them, they realized it was not a skill scroll at all, but a creature covered in blue scales, with little sharp horns on its head and 4 claws, too large and too small, flying in the air with tiny wings. It looked very cute, like something that would be chased wildly by little girls. This is actually a pet? Seeing this, the hyena leader was furious. He had just been startled by a little pet? This was simply a great humiliation. Catch it for me, I want to stew it and eat meat today. With a roar, the hyena leader completely disregarded little Bingqing, swung his long knife, and prepared to charge forward, with the other 3 following suit. Woo woo! Little Bingqing flapped her wings, excitedly looking at the 4 rushing towards her, making a clear, bright sound. After being out for so long, she finally encountered a few guys that could barely be considered toys. Without hesitation, little Bingqing flapped her wings and directly headed towards the hyena team's 4 members. Seeing this, the hyena leader, holding his long knife, displayed a hideous smile. You little thing is so loyal, I'm sure roasting your heart would taste amazing. Saying this cruelly, the hyena leader swung his long knife, aiming to chop the little creature in front of him. However, at that moment, the hyena leader's pupils instantly shrunk to the size of a needle tip, as if he had seen the most incredible thing in the world. Roar! Little Bingqing's clear call abruptly transformed into a high, soaring dragon's roar. Next, her delicate little body rapidly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, transformed into a monstrous creature 5 meters long. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! A chilly wind blew, and the moisture in the air condensed. The entire dense forest seemed to have suddenly entered winter. At the same time, the other 3 members of the hyena squad, still unsure of what had happened, were suddenly hit by a fierce gust of wind in front of them. Then their bodies were struck backward by an irresistible force. Bang! 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 The 3 rolled onto the ground and almost simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood. That single blow had broken several of their ribs. However, as notorious bounty hunters, they gritted their teeth, stood up through the pain, and alertly searched for the source of the attack. But then, they were stunned, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. In front of them, a creature that seemed to have emerged from mythology was hovering in midair. This creature was covered in deep blue scales, and with the gentle flapping of its wings, it stirred a bone-chilling wind. Its fierce claws and the pair of sharp horns spiraling above its massive head were all signs that what stood before them was a legendary mythical beast. A dragon. Chapter 40, what kind of sin had they committed to be targeted by a dragon? A dragon? A giant dragon? The leader of the hyena squad stared at the massive creature before him, feeling like his soul was frozen solid. That inconspicuous little pet was actually an incredibly noble giant dragon? Have they gone mad? This was at least a divine beast-level giant creature, and yet it had previously been held in someone's arms as a pet? The leader of the hyena squad never imagined that one day he would witness a giant dragon, a divine beast, with his own eyes, and unfortunately, become the enemy of this dragon. What kind of sin had he committed to deserve such retribution? On the side, the other 3 members of the hyena squad were so frightened they trembled and fell directly to the ground. Damn! Why would such a terrifying creature as a dragon appear here? Just now, the wind generated by those 2 dragon wings had inflicted serious injuries on the 3 of them. At this moment, the 4 members of the hyena squad were filled with despair. In the tree. Satuyu looked at the scene before her, completely stunned. A massive creature over 5 meters tall had appeared before her in the blink of an eye. Those powerful dragon claws, those ferocious dragon horns, those enormous wings spanning over 7 meters? Each detail reminded her that this was a divine beast from legend. A dragon. Satuyu never expected that the ice-clear creature she had earlier regarded as a pet was actually a giant dragon among divine beasts. This felt like a fantastical tale. At the same time, roar! The high-pitched dragon's roar rang out, and the energetic ice-clear was ready to unleash its icy breath, giving its first battle a perfect start. In an instant, endless frost power gathered in ice-clear's mouth, forming a deep blue sphere of extreme cold energy that radiated terrifying waves of power. Boom! Boom! As the energy accumulated to its peak, Ice-Clear pivoted its dragon head, and the blue energy sphere transformed into a beam of light that swept toward the 4 members of the hyena squad. Boom! A deafening roar sounded as the violent energy surged outwards in all directions. In the blink of an eye, a deep chasm appeared where the extreme cold breath hit. Except for the leader of the hyena squad, the other 3 members in the chasm didn't even have time to let out a scream before being torn apart by the raging force. So strong. Seeing the destruction caused by the extreme cold breath, Wang Chen clenched his fists, his eyes filled with excitement. One strike, killing 3 level 41st Transcendence professionals. Little Ice-Clear's strength truly didn't disappoint him. Meanwhile, the leader of the hyena squad, having narrowly escaped, trembled in fear at the sight of his 3 teammates' gruesome deaths. The power of that attack was terrifying. He knew very well that if he hadn't dodged, he would have been instantly killed. Is this the power of a divine beast dragon? It's too extraordinary. After a while, the hyena leader finally came to his senses, his eyes still filled with disbelief. This was definitely not something he, as a second-tier professional, could handle. Thinking fearfully in his heart, the hyena leader quietly tried to retreat, wanting to escape. However, as soon as he moved, a pair of majestic blue vertical pupils appeared in front of him. Thud! Without any hesitation, the hyena leader immediately fell to his knees, madly bowing down to the icy figure. I was wrong. I am blind and foolish, I am willing to pay any price. Please spare my dog life. At this moment, the hyena leader knocked his head against the ground like he was crushing garlic. Dignity? Face? Money? At this moment for the hyena leader, nothing was more important than his own life. He only regretted why he was so blind to take the young man with the dragon as a fat sheep. Damn it! Having escaped a calamity today, I must leave Dongling City and the Beast Mountain Range far behind. Thinking gloomily in his heart, the hyena leader continued to bow, while loudly begging for mercy. I am blind and foolish, I have offended you too, this is all my wealth, and I am willing to use it to exchange for my dog life. While speaking, the hyena leader took out everything valuable on him. His little life depended entirely on the whim of the handsome young man across from him. Now, he somewhat understood the feelings of those adventurers who fell victim to the hyena team, just before death. Woo-woo! At this moment, the icy figure also looked at Wang Chen, her gem-like big eyes holding a hint of grievance. That expression was as if she felt her toy was about to be snatched away. In the tree. Wang Chen smiled at this scene. This little icy figure was quite playful. As the owner, how could he possibly snatch her toy? You play slowly, just don't break it like the other 3. This guy is very valuable, your future snacks will have to come from his head. Smiling and instructing the icy figure, Wang Chen turned to look at Satuyu. As for the hyena leader? He didn't care at all about the other party's proposal. Buying life with money? Ha! Only dead bounty hunters are good bounty hunters. Damn brat! I curse you to die a miserable death. Seeing Wang Chen completely ignore him, the hyena leader's heart sank into the abyss, his anger boiling over as he started cursing. While cursing, he gripped his long knife and struggled to stand up. Bastard, do you really think you have me in your grasp? If you want to kill me, you will also pay the price. Knowing that he wouldn't be spared today, the hyena leader's fierceness was stirred up, he decided to fight to the death. Although this giant dragon was a mythical creature, it was clearly not as large as legends claimed, and was obviously still in its juvenile stage. With some luck, the hyena leader felt he might still escape with his life. However, just as this thought arose in his heart, a shadow suddenly loomed above him. The icy figure flapped her wings and instantly came to his side, then swiped with her dragon claw that was the size of a grinding wheel. With one blow, she delivered a huge smack to the hyena leader. Bang! The hyena leader didn't even have time to react before he was struck by an overwhelming force. His body spun around and flew away. With a loud crash. Under this immense power, he crashed into the rock wall and became embedded in it. Pooh! A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out, and after taking this hit, the hyena leader at least broke 17 or 18 ribs. And in the spot where he had been standing earlier, the icy cold dragon, Wang Chen, excitedly moved her dragon claw as if she was having a great time. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen silently mourned for the hyena leader for a second. A level 52nd tier professional should be able to provide Wang Chen with a good workout, right? Thinking silently in his heart, Wang Chen patted the still somewhat dazed Sitayu. Hey, are you back to your senses? Now do you believe what I said before? At this moment, awakened by the voice, Sitayu came back to her senses. She turned her head to look at Wang Chen, her eyes filled with disbelief and shock. Chapter 41, Do you want to cool down with dragon breath? This arrogant guy, Wang Chen, actually contracted a giant beast? And it's the apex among the giant beasts, a dragon? Sitayu thought about how she had previously hugged and squeezed Ice Clear, feeling as if she had just gone through an illusion. That's a dragon, I actually treated it like an ordinary pet? Even with her bold heart, she now felt an overwhelming fright. With the size Ice Clear had shown, it could probably sit on her and crush her to death. Hey! What are you thinking about? Seeing Sitayu lost in thought again, Wang Chen waved his hand in front of her. Upon hearing this, Sitayu looked over intently. Wang Chen, tell me the truth, how did you contract Ice Clear? In Dongling City, and even in the whole dragon country, the number of divine beasts, the dragons, is extremely limited. Maybe it's just luck. Wang Chen scratched his nose and replied ambiguously. I just bought a cold ice lizard at the free market, and then went home to use beast control technique to contract it, and the cold ice lizard mutated into Ice Clear. I can only say, handsome boys won't have bad luck. As he spoke, Wang Chen purposely showed a proud expression on his face. Of course, he couldn't tell Sitayu that he obtained Ice Clear through beast fusion, and that Ice Clear wasn't a divine beast, but a top-level ancestral divine beast. Such a secret is better off kept buried in the heart, or it would attract endless trouble. Luck? Because you're handsome? Cut. Seeing Wang Chen's arrogant look, Sitayu instinctively rolled her eyes. Then, she took a sudden step forward, her pretty face almost pressed against Wang Chen's. Luckily, this scene wasn't seen by Sitayu, otherwise, that guy would probably get so angry he would explode on the spot. Tell me, which pet store did you buy Ice Clear from? Speaking each word clearly, Sitayu's eyes sparkled brilliantly. It's the pet store deep inside the free market, their pets are of good quality. Feeling the girl's sweet breath on him, Wang Chen naturally turned his head away. But the next second, his head was turned back by her two jade hands. Look at me. Sitayu's eyes were bright as stars, and her mouth let out a fierce threat. Don't think about tricking me, otherwise, I'll go to your house to cause trouble every day. It was hard to imagine. The usually carefree Sitayu was suddenly serious, and her serious pretty face radiated an air as if she were a queen. Noble, cold, and undeniable. But the next second, she broke character. Could you have some hygiene? You sprayed saliva all over my face. Wang Chen reached out to push Sitayu's face away and then disgustingly wiped his face with his sleeve. In front of the cave entrance, the atmosphere suddenly became unbearable to watch. Sitayu's charming face was flushed with embarrassment, her ears turning red. So awkward. She covered her face with her hands, feeling she couldn't face anyone anymore. Meanwhile, on the opposite side. Are you okay? Wang Chen felt that the girl in front of him urgently needed Ice Clear's help. Look, it seemed like her head was about to smoke. I am fine. Sitayu stomped her foot and said loudly, secretly glancing at Wang Chen from between her fingers, her eyes dodging. Bastard. Woo woo. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen scratched his nose. So strange. I'd better look at Ice Clear's fighting posture. Thinking this, he turned his head to look under the tree. Bang bang bang. At this moment, little Ice Clear was highly spirited, treating the hyena leader as a ball, continuously patting with his dragon claws. The once dignified level 50 professional had fallen to the point of being a toy. The hyena leader's fate was indeed quite pitiful. Moreover, this toy was not valued at all. Little Ice Clear had reached a power level of 1,000 points. Every swing showed no sign of restraint. After just over 10 hits, the hyena leader's bones were almost all broken, and the whole person felt like a soft, squishy ball. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen became a little worried. If he didn't stop, the hyena leader would be beaten to death. Alright, Bing Ching. It's enough playing, let's call it a day. Wang Chen called out to little Bing Ching, then stepped forward with his long sword, smoothly finishing off the hyena leader. 400,000 gold coins in hand. He was satisfied as he placed the hyena leader's head into a sealed bag and zipped it up. Woo woo. Beside him, seeing her toy was gone, Bing Ching let out a small whimper. Her beautiful, gem-like eyes looked at Wang Chen with a pitiful expression. Bing Ching, be good. When we go back, I'll take you to the amusement park. However, at this moment, Wang Chen was busy stripping equipment, and hearing the sound, he only took a moment to comfort her. Woo woo. Upon hearing this, Bing Ching called out in dissatisfaction, feeling ignored. Whoosh. With a flap of her wings, she soared into the air, heading towards the cave exit where Sitiyu was. During her flight, Bing Ching's body quickly shrank, instantly returning to her previous petite form. In the next moment. Still immersed in awkwardness, Sitiyu was just about to use her toes to pick out 2 rooms in one hall when she suddenly felt weight in her arms. This. Looking at the suddenly appeared adorable little creature, Sitiyu instinctively trembled. She still remembered how fierce Bing Ching looked in battle a moment ago. This was not the ordinary pet she once thought, but a divine beast dragon. If she annoyed little Bing Ching, would this little guy also bounce her around like a ball? For a moment, Sitiyu felt immense pressure. But... woo woo woo. Flopping into Situyu's arms, Bing Ching blinked her gem-like eyes, looking for comfort. Seeing this scene, Sitiyu felt her heart was struck. So adorable. What kind of luck did that bastard Wang Chen have to contract such a cute creature like Bing Ching? No way, I want to steal this little guy. Thinking this silently, Sitiyu took out her cherished snacks from her spatial gear and offered them to Bing Ching. Bing Ching, you did so well today. These are rewards for you. From now on, just stick with me, and there will be plenty of snacks. Sitiyu said with sparkling eyes. Woo woo. Seeing the silly human woman being so considerate, Bing Ching patted Situyu's shoulder with her wings. Decided. This dragon will have you handle the snacks from now on. As for sticking with you. Woo. This beef jerky tastes great, I'll leave one for the owner. Little Bing Ching secretly grabbed a pack of beef jerky in her tiny claws. The other 3 members of the hyena team were blown to pieces by Bing Ching's extreme cold breath, so their gear was also destroyed. This time, after taking down the hyena team, besides the 400,000 gold coins bounty, what remained were the 4 items he stripped from the hyena leader. A long knife. A piece of half armor that was slightly deformed from Bing Ching's strike. A ring. A necklace. All 4 items shimmered with a faint magical glow, clearly at least bronze-level gear. Next, it's the blind box opening time. Laying the 4 items on the ground, Wang Chen took out the identification scroll. Rip. As the identification scroll was torn open, a gentle light enveloped the items on the ground. In the next second, the attribute information of the 4 items appeared before his eyes. Chapter 42, Huge Gains, 600,000 gold coins in hand. Under the big tree. Wang Chen looked forward with anticipation at the 4 items on the ground. Equipment, Qingfeng knife. Type, melee weapon. Rank, silver. Level requirement, level 45. Attributes, strength plus 100, constitution plus 50. Enchanting effect, 1, each time an attack hits a target. With a strong strike effect, there is a 5% probability of stunning a target for 1 second if their strength attribute is lower than that of the equipment wearer. 2, all skills of the user increase in power by 5%. Equipment, forged steel chain mail. Type, armor. Grade, bronze. Level requirement, level 45. Attributes, strength plus 40, constitution plus 70. Enchant effect, unyielding, when attacked, reduces damage taken by 20%. Equipment, silver moon pendant. Type, accessory. Grade, silver. Level requirement, level 15. Attributes, constitution plus 30, spirit plus 20. Enchant effect, 1, silver moon protection, when fighting under the moonlit night, increases attack speed by 10% and recovery speed of health by 10%. 2, increases the power of ranged attack skills by 5%. 3, Moon's Blessing, passive the user gains dim light vision effect when wearing this equipment. Equipment, space ring. Type, special item. Grade, bronze. Level requirement, none. Attributes, none. Enchant effect, comes with an internal 5x5 cube storage space. After reading the information on the 4 items, Wang Chen nodded in satisfaction. 2 silver items, 1 bronze, and 1 space ring that he urgently needed. This time, he truly reaped a bounty. From today on, I no longer need to carry a big heavy bag while traveling. Excitedly thinking this, Wang Chen put the space ring on his hand. With a faint magical ripple passing by, his consciousness established a connection with the space ring. With a slight sense, he saw a space roughly the size of his living room. It was empty, not even a single hair. However, Wang Chen was not surprised by this. Low-level space rings have no security measures at all, whoever gets it can use it. But, each time a low-level space ring changes owners, the space inside regenerates, and everything stored by the previous owner directly falls into another dimension. After trying to store and retrieve his items a few times, Wang Chen happily put all his belongings inside. Among these 4 items, the space ring was the most useful to him. Although the Azure Edge knife and forged steel chain mail were 1 silver equipment and 1 bronze equipment, their level requirements were too high. Level 45 is already at the second transition level, which is still a distance away from Wang Chen. Moreover, Wang Chen was confident that when he reached the second transition, he would definitely obtain better equipment than these 2. Therefore, he planned to sell the Azure Edge knife and forged steel chain mail at the free market. Selling them for 2 million gold coins would be no problem. As for the Silver Moon Pendant, although this silver-grade equipment had an appropriate level, its boosts in attack speed and ranged attack were obviously better suited for Situyu. Just right, the Swift Wind Longsword is very comfortable to use, so I can trade the Silver Moon Pendant with Situyu. The bounty for the Hyena Squad is 4 million gold coins, and the Azure Edge knife and forged steel chain mail can sell for 2 million gold coins. Not counting the 2 pieces I keep for myself, this time I directly gain 6 million gold coins. Indeed, the Beast Mountain Range, this wild monster map, is truly a gold mine. With good luck, one can become rich in just one night. Thinking silently in his heart, Wang Chen packed up his items, eliminated the 4 members of the Hyena Squad, and then went to find Situyu with the Silver Moon Pendant. At this time on the big tree, Situyu was holding Bingqing in one hand, constantly taking out snacks to feed her. Little Bingqing's mouth was covered in oil, far from the majestic look she had just now, a perfect little foodie. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen furrowed his brow and climbed up the tree. Eat less, be careful of indigestion. As he spoke, he poked Bingqing's round belly. Woo woo. The little one squeaked in displeasure, gave her master a resentful look, then turned her head to continue eating wildly. Hee. Shall we continue on our planned route next? Seeing this, Situyu's face revealed a smile. While feeding, she casually asked. At this moment, her tone was very relaxed, unlike the tension when Wang Chen drew that straight line before. Having witnessed Bingqing's combat power, the girl was now overflowing with confidence, no longer worrying about the dangers they might encounter on this path. That's right. Wang Chen nodded. This straight route was the closest, and with travel time plus battling monsters to level up and complete tasks, it would take just about a month for a round trip, not delaying the important college entrance exam a month later. By the way, this is for you. As he spoke, Wang Chen took out the Silver Moon Pendant. Me? Situyu's eyes widened at this, her face flushing with a hint of red. The Silver Moon Pendant looked exquisite, especially because it was made of silver, reflecting a faint hazy glow that was very beautiful. Even if this equipment had poor attributes, it would likely be sought after by many girls. Is this too precious? Situyu tightly clutched the hem of her clothes, her expression a bit shy. This was too sudden. She wasn't ready yet. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen couldn't help but smile helplessly. Goodness, what on earth are you imagining? This is considered a trophy. When we return to Dongling City, you'll also have your share after dealing with the other things. Wang Chen waved the Silver Moon Pendant in front of Situyu, feeling a bit of a headache. He felt that if he didn't explain, this girl would misunderstand. Realizing her misunderstanding, Situyu's pretty face instantly turned bright red, a faint sense of loss appearing in her heart. I'd better not. I didn't help much in the battle. She lowered her head, speaking a bit awkwardly. Hearing this, Wang Chen rolled his eyes. This little girl, she does have some self-awareness. But have you forgotten, we are teammates? If you don't want it, it would be so embarrassing for me to keep it in my pocket. Muttering in his heart, Wang Chen held the Silver Moon Pendant up to Situyu's eyes. Stop dilly-dallying like a girl, do you want me to put it on you? Is that okay? Situyu suddenly looked up, her voice rising an octave, her pretty face showing anticipation. Are you imagining things? Seeing this, Wang Chen put down the Silver Moon Pendant, irritable as he fiddled with his hammock. Behind him, Situyu, having stored the pendant, came bouncing over with a smile, like a little rabbit, to help. Chapter 43, Silver Treasure Chest. Bang! 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 The intense sounds of collision echoed in the forest of the Beast Mountain Range. A giant creature over 5 meters long swiftly dashed through the woods, each stop creating visible shockwaves in the air. These shockwaves expanded, making the towering 20-meter trees tremble continuously. Roar! A high-pitched dragon's roar sounded as a giant blue dragon waved its claws, directly splitting a golden python into 2. C2U watched the flickering figure among the broken trees, her eyes flashing with shock. No matter how many times she had seen the scene before, it still made her heart race. Especially when she saw Bingqing's claws easily snap a 20-meter-tall tree, C2U couldn't help but shiver. This little guy she often held in her arms probably could effortlessly squash her into a pancake with just a little tap. And beside C2U, Wang Chen looked at the blue figure in the forest with a bit of helplessness in his heart. Bingqing was so excited, totally forgetting the quick fight order given by her master. Alright, Bingqing, stop playing, quickly take them down, we don't have much time. He shouted at Bingqing with a bit of exasperation. Woo! The little guy, who was having so much fun, looked at her master with a bit of grievance. However, Wang Chen remained unmoved. Today was already the 15th day since he entered the Beast Mountain range, and they were now in the territory of the golden-scaled giant python. He had finished collecting the golden snake grass, and now he only needed to deal with these golden-scaled giant pythons. With less than half a month until the big college entrance exam, he and C2U had to return quickly. Otherwise, if they missed the exam, he would have no place to cry. Woo! Seeing the master unresponsive, Bingqing snorted angrily, turning her head to glare fiercely at the surrounding golden-scaled giant pythons. Big toys. It seems that he must say goodbye to you. Feeling wronged, Bingqing stomped her strong hind foot heavily on the ground, causing an invisible wave to spread, and then her fierce dragon mouth suddenly opened wide. Buzz! 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 Terrifying energy waves began to converge in her dragon mouth, and the swarming magical energy even painted the surroundings a shade of blue at that moment. And on the opposite side. Roar! The remaining few golden-scaled giant pythons tensed their massive bodies, letting out a low, rumbling growl. At this moment, they sensed an indescribable feeling of crisis from Bingqing's body. Roar! In the midst of the heavy growl, the golden-scaled giant python's crimson eyes were fixed firmly on Bingqing, while they began to retreat backward. However, Bingqing, preparing her extreme cold breath technique, saw the scene and a touch of disdain flashed in her gem-like dragon eyes. Then, the condensed blue energy ball was suddenly expelled from her. Boom! The energy ball exploded, transforming into a half-meter-thick energy pillar, sweeping towards the golden-scaled giant pythons with an unstoppable momentum. Upon seeing this, the golden-scaled giant python's crimson eyes flashed with fear. If hit by this thing, they would definitely die. Without hesitation, they whipped their massive bodies, ready to dodge to the side. But at that moment, they suddenly realized that their bodies could not move anymore. A layer of deep blue ice crystal covered their bellies, firmly freezing them to the ground. Moreover, all around, a layer of deep blue ice crystals appeared on the ground. What? Doubt flashed in the crimson eyes of the golden-scaled giant pythons. They hadn't even noticed when this deep blue ice crystal had appeared, or when it had frozen their bodies. Unfortunately, at that moment, the golden-scaled giant pythons had no time to ponder their confusion. In the instant they paused, the light beam created by the extreme cold breath struck their bodies. Boom! Amidst the violent collision sounds, an indescribable chill spread. In an instant, the bodies of the golden-scaled giant pythons froze into ice crystals, and then shattered into pieces under the impact carried by the extreme cold breath. These powerful mutated monsters were reduced to nothing. Woo! Across from them, seeing this scene, Bingqing's gem-like eyes flashed with pride. Just before using the extreme cold breath, she had quietly used the control skill Ice Hell. The golden-scaled giant pythons wanted to run, but there was no way. Well done. Not far away, Wang Chen loudly praised the little one, then continued, "Stop posing there, we need to leave this area quickly." Woo! Upon hearing the master's words, little Bingqing's pride instantly turned into grievance. Humph! This dragon was not posing here. Unhappy, she puffed out a breath, waving her wings and preparing to fly back to her master's side. But just then, she caught a glimpse of a sparkling gleam on the pile of remnants of the golden-scaled giant pythons. What is that? A trace of curiosity arose in Bingqing's heart. After thinking for a moment, she did not leave immediately but flapped her wings to approach the icy debris. Bending down, she used her 2 dragon claws to dig, pulling out a small box that shimmered with a silvery light. The small box was completely enveloped in a silvery bubble, radiating a soft glow. What is this? Can it be eaten? Seeing this thing, the little one felt even more puzzled. Not far away, Wang Chen, who was about to withdraw. Seeing little Ice Ching not moving, he couldn't help but frown, preparing to call out again. However, just as he turned his head, he was attracted by something held in Ice Ching's dragon claw. Silver treasure chest? Seeing what was in Ice Ching's hand, he exclaimed and instantly became excited. Could it really be a drop? Just from the first glance at this treasure chest, he confirmed its identity. A silver treasure chest that guaranteed a silver-grade equipment, items, or materials and skill books of equal value. Today is truly his lucky day. He never expected that from this group of mutated gold-scale giant pythons, a silver treasure chest would actually drop. Little one, you have really done a great job this time. Wang Chen looked at little Ice Ching, who had returned to her normal state, carrying the silver treasure chest, and couldn't stop smiling. This little one is really a lucky star. Thinking silently in his heart, he took the silver treasure chest into his hands. Is this the silver treasure chest? It doesn't look very special. At that moment, Situyu also leaned closer, curiously looking at the silver treasure chest. How to say this, it didn't match what she had imagined in her mind. The haul today is truly too big, let's find a safe place to open the chest later. Waving away Situyu's hand that reached towards the treasure chest, Wang Chen looked at her restlessly and said rather unhappily. TCH. Seeing the sneak attack was unsuccessful, Situyu pouted. Chapter 44 confirmed. Situyu, you are a lucky queen. Not long after. In a cave, Wang Chen pushed a giant rock to block the entrance, cutting off the light from the outside. Buzz. The glowing sphere created by the illumination spell dispelled the darkness in the cave. Wang Chen, Little Ice Ching, and Situyu, the three people and one dragon, surrounded the glowing sphere, all eagerly looking at the silver treasure chest in the center. I wonder what good things will come out of this silver treasure chest. Situyu and Wang Chen both thought so, while Little Ice Ching beside them secretly licked her lips, hoping for delicious food to pop out from the silver treasure chest. I'm going to open it. After a glance at Ice Ching and Situyu, Wang Chen placed his hand on the silver treasure chest, saying with a sense of ritual. However, just then, Situyu suddenly remembered something, placed her hand on Wang Chen's hand, and looked very serious. By the way, Wang Chen, do you have good luck? The silver treasure chest guarantees silver-grade items or equivalent materials, but the value and quantity can fluctuate a lot. If you're unlucky, be careful about getting a piece of the lowest-rated trash silver equipment. Looking at Wang Chen, Situyu said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's expression froze. He recalled some painful memories from the past. Who can understand the suffering of spending 10,000 coins and not getting a single SSR? This was the first silver treasure chest in his life. If it really opened into trash, that would be a disaster. Wang Chen silently thought to himself, pulling back his hand and looking at Situyu, what about your luck? Of course. Situyu revealed a proud smile on her face. I always get SR in draws. Do you know the card game Summoner Master that has been particularly popular lately? I'm already full of beast pets. And I haven't spent a single coin. At that moment, the girl held her chin up, radiating a dazzling light that was hard to look directly at. Hiss. Wang Chen instinctively turned his gaze away, feeling like he was about to be blinded. Although he had never played the card game called Summoner Master, many of his classmates did. Through them, Wang Chen learned that this game was extremely frustrating. To contract powerful beast pets, the only way was to open chests. Players could receive 10 ordinary chests daily. To get more, they had to spend coins to buy them. As Wang Chen knew, the drop rate in this game was disappointingly low. Many rich players poured in millions of coins but didn't manage to collect all the beast pets. C2 you can achieve the full beast pet accomplishment without spending a single gold coin. Such luck is truly impressive. Then you come. Quietly stepping aside, Wang Chen made way for the treasure chest. He. Seeing Wang Chen retreat in silence, C2U's smile grew even brighter. Ding 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 ding. Next is the moment to witness a miracle. The girl placed her hand on the treasure chest, silently reciting a phrase, and forcefully crushed the silver light membrane surrounding the chest. In the next second, the silver treasure chest opened wide, and several dazzling silver lights burst forth from within. 1, 2, 3. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen's lips trembled, his eyes looking at C2U with extreme shock. The probability of a silver treasure chest yielding 3 items is lower than winning the first prize in the lottery. How did this girl manage to do it so easily? What kind of luck is this? Bow down to the lucky one. Seeing the shocked expression from Wang Chen, C2U's smile became even more triumphant. It wasn't easy. Today, this lady finally has a chance to drop this jerk's jaw. Thinking silently in her heart, she reached into the silver treasure chest and pulled out all 3 items inside. In an instant, the entire cave was illuminated by the radiance emitted from these 3 items, shining almost like jewels. These 3 items were 2 pieces of equipment and a skill book. The equipment consisted of a pair of silvery white boots and a small magic wand. As C2U tore open the identification scroll, the properties of the 2 pieces of equipment appeared before her in Wang Chen. Equipment, boots of speed. Type, armor. Grade, silver. Level requirement, level 20. Attributes, strength plus 20, agility plus 30. Enchantment effects, 1, increases movement speed by 10%. 2, reduces fall damage by 50%. 3, step in air, must be activated by the user. Once activated, the user can walk on air for the next 3 seconds, once per day. Equipment, Shadow Wand. Type, Magic Wand. Grade, Silver. Level requirement, Level 20. Attributes, Intelligence plus 50. Enchantment effects, 1. Increases the power of magic skills by 10%. 2. Increases the casting speed of magic skills by 5%. 3. Shadow Magic Sphere. The wand has its own skill, which allows the caster to fire a magic sphere made of shadow energy to attack enemies by consuming magical energy. All three have special effects? Looking at the attributes of the two pieces of equipment, Wang Chen fell silent. This is too outrageous. Not only did she draw 3 items, but their quality is this good. The Boots of Speed in the Shadow Wand would definitely be top-notch among silver-grade equipment, no worse than his Windstorm longsword. Selling them would easily fetch 1,000,000 gold coins. Here, the Boots of Speed are yours, I will keep the Shadow Wand for myself. Throwing the Boots of Speed to C2U, Wang Chen began to play with the small Shadow Wand. The increase in agility from the Boots of Speed wasn't something he cared much about with his current attributes. 30 points, and he'd be fine after leveling up once. Also, the equipment step and air effect is quite useful for C2U, the Windstorm Archer, it's most suitable for her. On the contrary, the Shadow Wand in his hand would greatly enhance Wang Chen. Its built-in Shadow Magic Sphere skill would give him another attack skill. Then I won't be polite. Catching the Boots of Speed, C2U did not decline, directly putting them on. Next, the two of them tested their new equipment before turning their attention to the final skill book. Under the light released by the identification scroll, the previously unclear text on the skill book gradually became clear. Wind Blade Technique, see Active Skill, a magical attack skill that consumes energy to summon a giant wind blade to attack enemies. Seeing this skill book, Wang Chen's eyes lit up again. Good heavens! A C-grade attack skill book, C2U's incredible luck was confirmed. You can't learn this skill book. I won't hold back. Without hesitation, Wang Chen smiled at C2U and took the skill book directly into his hands. 2 magical attack skills, from now on I will be a noble mage. Thinking to himself, he directly slapped the skill book onto his body. Swish! A flash of light appeared, and Wang Chen was immersed in understanding the skills. C2U, seeing this scene, pouted her lips and showed a hint of envy in her eyes. Chapter 45, The Girl's Worries. Inside the cave. Using the light from the illumination spell, C2U leaned against the rock wall and quietly watched Wang Chen's profile. Immersed in understanding the skills, Wang Chen's expression was very calm, as if he were a graceful young man stepped out of a painting. This guy, from this angle, looks quite handsome. C2U thought absent-mindedly, a smile appearing on her face. But soon, this smile was replaced by a hint of worry. This wooden block has really contracted a giant beast, and it's from the mighty Dragon Clan, he will surely soar in the upcoming college entrance exam. Does that mean I will be left far behind by him? C2U's thoughts drifted further away. Her special class change to Wind Archer, while being top tier among all the students in Dongling City, seemed somewhat lacking in the entire Dragon Country. Previously, C2U had already guessed her potential score in the upcoming college entrance exam. A first-rate university was a sure thing, but there was still a big gap to the top tier. She had been quite satisfied with her expected score for the college entrance exam. A first-rate university, in the entire Dongling City, already represented a high achievement, only a few could score it every year. Even in the entire Yuzhong province where Dongling City is located, getting into a first-rate university would still rank in the top 100 among all the first-time examinees. But now, C2U felt very dissatisfied with this future result. Wang Chen's class change to Beast Master was initially the weakest among all combat classes before contracting the giant beasts, just slightly stronger than living classes. He would probably be lucky if he could just reach the scoreline of a third-rate university in the college entrance exam. Originally, according to C2U's earlier plan, after the college entrance exam began, she would team up with Wang Chen. This way, Wang Chen's scores could be boosted, and both could basically aim for similar first-rate universities. But now that Wang Chen had contracted a giant beast, and from the strongest dragon clan among giant beasts, his talent as a beast master was shining brightly. C2U knew without a doubt that Wang Chen's goal in the college entrance exam would definitely be one of the 4 top universities in the Dragon Country. How annoying. That jerk is going for a top university, if I only get into a first-rate one, won't I be left far behind? I will never catch up again? Should I team up with this guy during the college entrance exam? A thought flashed in her mind, C2U's eyes brightened but then quickly dimmed. No, that would lower his scores in the college entrance exam. The top 4 universities in the Dragon Country have strict enrollment limits every year. In past college entrance exams, only the top 5 from all examinees in the provinces could receive admission credentials to the top universities. And the top 5 aren't always safe. Sometimes, the 4 top universities would lower their admission quotas, allowing only the top 3 to have solid assurance. To stand out among millions of peers in the province and make it to the top 5 or even the top 3, every scoring point in the exam is crucial. Sityu felt that if she held Wang Chen back during the college entrance exam, causing him to miss the chance at a top university, she would feel guilty for a lifetime. Ah! So annoying. Silently pondering in her heart. At this moment, Sityu was a bit frantic. And at this time, a hand suddenly stretched out and waved in front of her. What are you doing? Are you acting up again? Lifting her head, she saw Wang Chen's strange expression. Ha! I didn't. Sityu's face turned a little red, and she quickly turned her head to look at the rock wall. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen scratched his nose, feeling a bit puzzled. If you're acting up, just bear with it. There's no medicine in the Beast Mountain range. Muttering to himself, Wang Chen sat back down on the stone, quietly checking the state of wind blade technique. At this moment, this C-grade skill had been fully mastered by him and appeared on the skill panel. Although this skill looked a bit eye-catching among several S-grade skills, he felt no dissatisfaction at all. The exclusive skills of a giant beast master are mostly support types and only work on beast pets. Every other attack skill acquired is worth cherishing. With this wind blade technique, plus instant sword and the shadow magic ball from the staff, I now have 3 attack skills. That's enough for now. Once I return to Dongling City and handle the spoils on me, I can go to the trading post to see if there are other suitable skills. Silently pondering in his heart, Wang Chen looked at the wind blade technique that had appeared in the skill bar and quietly added the accumulated free skill points. Now that he had entered the Beast Mountain range for 15 days, his level had already risen to level 30, and the accumulated free skill points totaled 150. C-grade skills required twice the free skill points for each level increase compared to D-grade skills. Spending 100 free skill points, the level of wind blade technique rose to level 5. In an instant, the description of wind blade technique changed from Wind blade technique, see active skill, magic attack skill, consumes energy to summon a huge wind blade to attack enemies. 2. Wind blade technique, see active skill, magic attack skill, consumes energy to summon 2 huge wind blades to attack enemies. May 5th. After upgrading to level 5, the number of wind blades released per attack changed from 1 to 2, and the power could be said to be doubled. Seeing this, Wang Chen felt a mix of emotions, both reminiscent and excited. Now, there was still a long time until leaving the Beast Mountain range, and he was confident he could quickly gather the remaining skill points. By that time, upgrading to the maximum level to obtain an effect-enhanced wind blade technique would definitely make it even stronger. Phew. Let's call it a day for now. Sityu, I'll keep watch tonight. You should rest first. Suppressing the urge to test the power of the wind blade technique, Wang Chen turned to look at Sityu. However, at this moment, the girl did not pay him any attention. You bastard. You're the one who's crazy. You should take the medicine. Facing the rock wall, Sityu fiercely poked at Wang Chen's shadow on the ground with a branch he picked up. I curse you, you bastard. You definitely won't get into a top university. Even if you do get in, the admissions officer will kick you out because of that foul mouth. Sityu said with malice, repeating the actions again and again. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Goodness. Still claiming you're not crazy? What normal person would casually play with their shadow? Muttering to himself, he leaned back against the rock and quietly watched the somewhat childish Sityu. Chapter 46, Return, a transformation like rebirth. Achoo! In the cave, Sityu sneezed and opened her eyes sleepily. She had a feeling that someone was gossiping about her from behind. That bastard Wang Chen, he's not badmouthing me behind my back, is he? Thinking this silently in her heart, Sityu turned her head to look for Wang Chen's trace. But in the cave, she found nothing, not even Xiaobingqing's whereabouts. Where did that bastard run off to? Startled, the girl hurriedly sat up. At this moment, she suddenly realized that she was covered with a blanket. This guy actually cares about people? Looking at the blanket that did not belong to her and still carried the scent of soap, Sityu's eyes flickered slightly. Rustle. At that moment, a faint sound came from outside the cave. You're awake? Wang Chen walked in with a rabbit, starting to tidy up on his own. Why are you up so early? Seeing Wang Chen busy, Sityu casually asked. Early? Sister, I haven't slept all night. You slept like a dead pig last night, couldn't wake you up even if I tried. Wang Chen, who was about to roast the rabbit, glanced at the girl in silence. They had agreed to take turns keeping watch, but Sityu had fallen asleep leaning against the rock wall. And she slept so soundly, if she had snored, Wang Chen would have thrown her out. Ah. Sityu lowered her head in embarrassment. I'm sorry, tonight I'll take my turn. Ha ha. You can forget about it. Wang Chen laughed without mercy. With how deeply you sleep, I'm scared a wild beast will carry you away at night. Saying this, he quickly lit a fire and began his barbecue project. Hee hee, isn't that bad? Scratching her head, Situyu felt somewhat embarrassed but completely disregarded Wang Chen's mockery. Ha ha. Wang Chen rolled his eyes, too lazy to bother with this contradictory person. Anyway, with his body boosted by attribute points, as long as he could find time to nap for a bit, he could become lively again. They were about to leave the Beast Mountain range, and he did not want to close his eyes and blink only to find his whole life had passed. Hurry up and get ready to eat, we have a lot of ground to cover today. After roasting the rabbit, Wang Chen noticed Situyu still hugging the blanket and looking drowsy, and he shouted impatiently. He felt that in the remaining days, he would probably be reduced to a babysitter. Time passed. On this day, at the entrance of the Beast Mountain range, two young men and women walked out, attracting many curious glances. These two people had outstanding appearances, with youthful faces showing a hint of sharpness not typical for their age. It was Wang Chen and Situyu. Phew! Wang Chen stood at the entrance of the Beast Mountain range, watching the busy practitioners not far away, and let out a long breath. Finally out. Almost a month in the Beast Mountain range felt like a lifetime ago. Great! Wang Chen, you can finally take a shower. Situyu also sighed in relief, deliberately scooting aside with a disgusted look. Seeing this, Wang Chen sneered, as if you weren't dirty? After a month of roughing it, neither of them was any cleaner than the other. This journey had almost turned them into wildlings. If it weren't for the rapidly increasing levels giving them motivation, they likely wouldn't have endured this long in their accustomed modern lifestyle. Now, compared to before entering the Beast Mountain range, Wang Chen and Xiao Bingqing had undergone a tremendous change. Beast Pet, Ancient Overlord. Extreme Cold Dragon. Nickname, Bingqing. Gender, female. Age, under 1 month, juvenile stage. Level 25. Rank, Ancestor Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth, SSS. Attributes, Strength 1700, Wisdom 1700, Physique 1700, Agility 1700. No buffs, equipment, or item enhancements. Skills, Frost Body, SSS, Extreme Cold Breath, SSS, Ice Hell, SSS, Dragon Might, SSS. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Introduction, brief. Name, Wang Chen. Occupation, Giant Beast Tamer. Level 35. Talent, Beast Affection, SSS, Beast Fusion, Divine. Skills, Beast Taming Art, S, Beast Rejuvenation Art, B, Bloodline Recognition Art, Divine, Contract Summoning, B, Instant Blade, D, Windblade Art, C. Strength, 252.5 plus 30 points. Wisdom, 252.5 plus 10 points. Physique, 252.5 plus 20 points. Agility, 252.5 plus 5 plus 20 points. Unassigned attribute points, 0 points. Unassigned skill points, 100 points. Little Bingqing's level had risen to 25, with each of her 4 attributes reaching 1,700 points. Even a freshly advanced practitioner would have to face defeat under this little creature's dragon claws. And with Wang Chen's upgrade to level 35, there has been a transformative change, and strength has greatly increased. The average distribution of attributes makes him very balanced, although not as exaggerated as Xiao Bingqing. If he encounters the former hyena boss now, he can win without Xiao Bingqing's help. As for the one side, Situyu, because she doesn't have to share experience with the beast pets, this girl's level is still the highest among them, reaching the first transition limit of 40 levels. It is estimated that after returning, she will have to prepare for the job transfer ceremony. By the time the college entrance examination competition begins, this girl may have already become a second transition profession. In addition to leveling gains, Wang Chen and Situyu have also collected a lot of equipment materials. However, the specific value of these will only be known when they are sold at the trading market. Wang Chen, the college entrance examination competition starts in 3 days. What are your plans for these days? Walking on the way to the light rail station, Situyu poked Wang Chen's arm. Plans? Finish the tasks, deal with the gains, then stay at home with my parents and wait for the college entrance examination competition to begin. After thinking for a moment, Wang Chen said in a calm voice. Oh. Hearing this, Situyu seemed a bit disappointed. But soon, she regained her usual carefree demeanor. Then Wang Chen, when you go sell things, don't steal my share. I'm just waiting to sit at home and count gold coins after the college entrance examination competition is over. Situyu said with a cheerful smile. Don't worry, I'll deliver it to you after selling the stuff. Hearing her words, Wang Chen rolled his eyes. Am I a mighty beast master who would steal your few bits and pieces? Humph, let's wait until after the college entrance examination competition. You definitely won't find me these days. As Situyu spoke, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. At this moment, Wang Chen seemed to sense something and turned to see a magical hovering car flying by. Goodbye. Watching the magical floating car disappear into the distance, Wang Chen rubbed his nose. Sitayu, that wicked little rich girl, didn't give him even a chance to hitch a ride. Looks like we have to take the light rail back, Xiao Bingqing. Noticing Xiao Bingqing looking longingly at the departing food feeder, Wang Chen poked her little head. Woo! The little one covered her head with her wings and let out a dissatisfied call. In the end, she peeked out her head, a bit confused about why her master didn't continue the attack. Woo! Alright, after completing the tasks, let's hurry back. When the magical hovering car finally disappeared from sight, Wang Chen hugged Bingqing and got on the light rail heading to the Adventurers Guild. At the same time, the figure in the backseat of the magical hovering car also pulled back their gaze. Little uncle, do you think the gap between people is really this big? Sitayu leaned back in her seat, a bit lost in thought. Hearing her words, a youth sitting beside her with a somewhat jaded expression looked surprised. What? Girl, you've experienced a lot in the 10,000 Beast Mountains, do you have a life insight now? Is it related to that kid just now? Sitayu's uncle, Sitaharan, had a gossip-filled expression on his face. At the same time, he was examining his niece, whom he hadn't seen for almost a month. Although looking a bit disheveled, her entire aura had undergone a tremendous change. Having shed her youth, she already resembled a powerful professional. However, at this moment, her expression still held some distress, with a hint of a little girl's demeanor. Hearing her uncle's words, Sitayu pouted gloomily. Seeing this, Sitaharan understood. I told you long ago, the gap between you and that kid is too big, but you wouldn't listen. Now that I helped you sneak out to train without your family knowing, do you feel like the lovely past is no longer there? It's okay, this is just a small setback in your life. Your future path is still very long. You two are destined to be from different worlds. Seeing his niece in low spirits, Sitaharan comforted her. We really are no longer on the same level now. Sitayu nodded, her expression very complex. Will he leave me far behind in the future? Thinking silently, Sitayu turned to look at the scenery flying past outside the window. At this moment, she thought of the breathtaking scene in the Beast Mountain range, where Iceheart unfolded his dragon body to crush the wild monsters, and thought of that boy's endless, superb combat skills. Beside her, Sitaharan looked at his niece, a satisfied look on his face. Finally understood. You two will have no outcome. It was worth it for me, risking being scolded by my brother, to arrange for both of you to go to the Beast Mountain range. As soon as Wang Chen walked into the Dawn Adventurers Guild Hall, he felt a lively atmosphere rushing towards him. Professionals coming and going gathered together, either discussing the rewards from their last mission or calling friends to prepare for a big drinking spree. Seeing this scene, a trace of nostalgia flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. People are indeed social beings, no matter how strong they are, they cannot change this. Thinking silently, he moved his feet towards the front desk. Oh? Isn't this the handsome guy who took 2 D-level missions that day? He actually survived and came back? At this moment, a female adventurer saw Wang Chen walk in and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Although it's common to see new adventurers in the guild, Wang Chen's outstanding appearance still left many remembering him even after a month. It really is him? This kid is lucky, just promoted to a new class and took on D-level missions, yet returned unscathed. Not necessarily. Look at him now, he might have failed the mission and come back to cancel it. By the way, why is he alone? I remember there was a pretty girl with him that day. Could it be that the girl died in the Beast Mountain range and he ran back alone? Very possible. The golden-scaled giant python is nearly unbeatable for newbies, this kid returning fine probably means he abandoned his teammates. In the hall, discussions were continuous, many adventurers pointed and whispered about Wang Chen. For someone as naive as Wang Chen, all professionals looked down upon him, not considering him capable of completing the high-difficulty D-level missions. Especially when a certain adventurer made a guess, many people's expressions turned scornful. Although death and injury are common in the Beast Mountain range, abandoning teammates is definitely one of the most contemptible acts. At first, Wang Chen couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the gossip around him. But hearing their guess, he couldn't help but pause, his gaze turning icy as he looked over. Everyone, don't speak recklessly without evidence. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to sue you for defamation. Wang Chen glanced around, his eyes cutting through the few who had guessed carelessly. With a sweep of his gaze, those adventurers instinctively took a step back. From that gaze, they felt an extremely chilling killing intent. However, the next second, these adventurers' faces flushed, glaring at Wang Chen. Damn, they've been hanging around the Adventurers Guild for years, and now they're scared by a kid who hasn't even grown a beard. How will they continue to mix here? But before they could open their mouths to reclaim their pride, they saw that kid put a bloody head on the front desk. Then, a calm voice rang out in the hall. Please help me settle the mission, and by the way, I want to collect the bounty for Hyena Squad. Hyena Squad? These 4 words seemed to cast a spell. instantly attracting the attention of all the professionals in the hall. This is the head of the hyena boss? This young man actually killed the hyena boss? Are you crazy? That's a fierce criminal at level 50 with 2 transfers. How can a newbie like him do it? In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire hall exploded, with everyone wearing extremely incredulous expressions on their faces. The hyena squad had been on the wanted list for 5 years, and even the official hunting teams from Dongling City had failed to capture them. But today, their leader's head was actually brought by a newbie who had just recently switched jobs to claim a reward? At that moment, the few professionals who wanted to cause trouble turned pale, tucking their tails and hurriedly leaving the hall, afraid to stay another second. Meanwhile, those around who looked displeased now dared not look at Wang Chen so arrogantly, their eyes filled with a hint of reverence. This young man is not to be messed with. Chapter 48, Expectations from Parents. After the Adventure Guild's episode ended, Wang Chen, clutching 5 million gold coins, took a taxi home. Dad, Mom, I'm back. He opened the door and habitually shouted as usual. It was still early before the work ending time, so he didn't expect to get a response from his parents. However, Chen, you're back? As soon as he entered, Wang Chen saw his parents sitting in the living room, looking at him with surprise. Yeah. The mission is done. Why didn't you two go to work today? Changing his shoes and walking into the living room, Wang Chen asked with some confusion. We took a day off. With the college entrance exam competition starting in 3 days, we wanted to accompany you in these days. Wang's mother quickly took little Bingqing in her arms, playing with the little one while pretending to be casual. No need for that. The college entrance exam competition is just a piece of cake, you two don't need to treat it so seriously. Wang Chen looked at his mother, feeling that something was off. That won't do. This is a major event related to your future. Wang's father patted the table, his expression full of disappointment. I've got this, my scores in the college entrance exam competition won't be bad. What's for dinner? I'll go cook. You need to relax these 2 days and go all out preparing for the college entrance exam competition. Just sit on the sofa and let me handle it. Wang Chen, completely bewildered, was pressed down on the sofa, watching his father bustle around in the kitchen. Something's wrong. Mom, what on earth is going on with you and Dad? You willingly went into the kitchen. Did the sun rise in the west? Wang Chen knew his father well, he had always avoided cooking. Ever since making salt-fried eggplant once, the kitchen became a forbidden zone. So why now? Wang's mother touched little Bingqing's head and laughed. Stop talking nonsense, your dad has recently learned a new dish, he wants you to try it. By the way. While speaking, Wang's mother pretended to be casual and asked. Chen, I heard you switched jobs to become a beast master? Wang Chen was helpless upon hearing this. Wow. So you two were waiting for me here? That's right, but Dad and Mom, you don't need to worry, I already contracted a pet. Wang Chen saw his father in the kitchen pricking his ears to eavesdrop, feeling the need to explain helplessly. At the same time, he was grumbling in his heart, who was the gossiping busybody? You don't need to make excuses, we all know. I heard from Aunt Lu's child that you can only contract giant beasts, and there are hardly any in the whole Blue Star. Where will you find one? Don't tell me little Bingqing is a giant beast, look at her being so cute, she doesn't have any combat power at all. Wang's mother rolled her eyes, a look that said, don't try to fool me. While speaking, she held little Bingqing and playfully tussled with her a few times. This little one was cool and refreshing, even in this hot summer, there was no need to turn on the air conditioner. Exactly. Aren't all the pets of beast masters imposing? Wang's father, busy in the kitchen, couldn't help but add, you're not allowed to take her to participate in the college entrance exam competition. What should we do if this gets hurt? She is a dragon. Seeing his parents' expressions, Wang Chen felt a bit exhausted and directly laid it all out. Don't make a fuss. Wang's mother shot him a glance and said, this little one is chubby, how could she be a dragon? As she spoke, she poked Ice Clear's little belly, which made the little one struggle, not hesitating to bite her finger. Wang's mother was not afraid, instead, she poked Ice Clear's little teeth. Mom, your heart is really big, putting your hand into the dragon's mouth, your son respects you as the strongest. Leaning on the sofa, Wang Chen looked at his mother with that all-knowing appearance and felt utterly weary. It's so hard for me. Nothing more to say, right? Seeing her son's expression, Wang's mother gently patted Ice Clear's head and placed her on her lap. I know you little brat, are proud since childhood and don't want us to worry about this situation. But you don't need to deceive us. Even if you are a giant beast master, aren't you still better than your dad and me, ordinary folks without a job? Don't put too much pressure on yourself, just perform normally in the college entrance exam. Here. While speaking, Wang's mother took out a box from behind and pushed it in front of Wang Chen. A little gift I've prepared for you. What is this? Wang Chen, confused, opened the box, and when he saw what was inside, his eyes became a bit moist. A shining bronze ring lay quietly in the center of the box. The surface's luster and the magical aura indicated this was a piece of bronze-level equipment. Mom, this. Wang Chen looked at his mom with emotion, his tone somewhat choked. Not long ago, the beginner's four-piece set had nearly emptied their family savings. He truly couldn't imagine what great cost his parents had to pay to buy this bronze equipment worth dozens of thousands of gold coins. You're all grown up, yet still act like a child. Wang's mother glanced at him with a face of disdain, then laughed self-mockingly. You say your dad and I are foolish, we never knew our house could be mortgaged for so much money? Wang Chen, hearing this, felt the light box in his hand suddenly seemed weighty as a mountain, making it hard for him to breathe. Mom! I've said no need for this, why did you mortgage the house? This card has the money I earned from my task in the Wanqiu Mountains, you should quickly redeem the house. You little brat, do you still want to teach me how to do things? Upon hearing this, Wang's mother shot her son a look and cheerfully took the card. How much money is in there? Save it for you to marry a wife. 5 million gold coins. Wang Chen closed the box and casually said. What? Wang's mother was stunned. In the kitchen, Wang's father exclaimed, You little brat, where did you get so much money? We can't get involved in illegal activities. No, I earned this from doing tasks. Wang Chen scratched his head, having already guessed this would be the situation. What task could earn so much money? At this moment, Wang's father stopped cooking, sitting on the sofa with Wang's mother, staring at Wang Chen with a criminal interrogator's gaze. Just ordinary tasks, going into the Wanqiu Mountains to fight monsters and gather some magical materials. Scratching his nose, Wang Chen dramatically simplified his journey in the Wanqiu Mountains. He didn't want to scare his parents with his thrilling experiences. Don't joke around, though I'm not a professional, I still understand the ways of the world. Wang's father slapped the table, glaring ferociously at his son. In less than a month, earning 5 million gold coins, do you think you are one of those third-tier power users? Be honest with me. Woo-woo. The little ice clear sitting on the sofa was startled by the noise, but when she saw her owner's helpless expression, her cute little face showed a gloating smile. Noticing the little one's mood, Wang Chen glared at her irritably while pondering how to deal with this situation. However, at this moment, his mother helped him out. Old Wang, it seems that our son went out with that classmate of his? Pulling Wang father aside, Wang mother whispered while casting a strange gaze at Wang Chen. The one from the Situ family? No way, how could Chen Chen do such a thing? Wang father's voice rose an octave, looking at Wang Chen with disappointment. Sitting on the sofa, Wang Chen felt very innocent. You guys are just overthinking, what has that got to do with me? Mom, you guys should return this ring tomorrow. As he spoke, he closed the box and got up, heading towards his room. Hey! Chen Chen, the bronze gear can improve your scores in the college entrance competition. Seeing this scene, Wang mother quickly spoke up. Hearing this, Wang Chen, who was walking back to his room, peeked at his parents. Dad, Mom, your son. Even if I wear a full set of black iron, I can still break through in the college entrance competition. Chapter 49, A Glorious Beginning. 3 days later. The sunlight dispelled the last traces of darkness, showering the world with brightness. In the third-tier city of Dongling in Long Country, after the sun rose, it became lively. Before 8 o'clock, the main road outside Dongling No. 1 High School was jammed with pedestrians and vehicles. Everyone gathered around the school, each face filled with anticipation as they looked up at the sky. There, a huge projection screen hung high, showcasing a scene of thousands of youthful boys and girls standing solemnly. The crowd had varied identities. They were reporters from major news media, recruiters from prestigious guilds, or parents eager for their children to succeed. But the thousands of boys and girls on the screen all shared one identity. This year's college entrance competition in Long Country, the examinees from Dongling City. At this moment, on the playground of Dongling No. 1 High School, a mysterious bronze gate stood silently, with the eager and anxious gazes of thousands of examinees focused on it. This bronze gate was the entrance to Long Country's super-large college entrance secret realm dungeon, where all the examining students would soon enter to battle monsters and overcome challenges, fighting for their futures. 3 years of hard work. Is it to soar like a dragon or to fall like an insect? To rise to great heights or to fall to the ground? It all depends on today. At the same time, the college entrance competition was not only a grand event for these examining students but also an opportunity for countless families to break through class barriers. Since the will of the heavens revived, the power of practitioners returned to themselves, resulting in the strong becoming stronger and the weak becoming weaker. In some small countries of Blue Star, powerful practitioners even ruled everything, gathering all resources in their hands. Although Long Country, as a top-tier power of the current age, had a robust national strength and implemented mandatory education for practitioners nationwide with great determination and courage. However, under the pressure from all sides and the threat of monster armies, it could only strive to provide everyone with a fair way to rise. To participate in the college entrance competition. Only by passing the college entrance competition and entering a good university could one continue to receive upward resources. Buzz buzz buzz. The bronze gate trembled, and the cold light reflected on the faces of thousands of examining students. As all eyes filled with anticipation, the principal of Dongling No. 1 High School and a middle-aged man with an aura as vast as the sea appeared before the examining students. The college entrance competition is about to begin, please prepare, all examining students. The deep voice echoed across the playground, instantly igniting the fighting spirit of the examining students. Everyone looked at the tall figure beside the principal, their eyes filled with reverence and expectation. They revered the strength of the guardian, who was a level 120 with 4 turns. They looked forward to becoming such strong individuals in their future. And among the crowd, Wang Chen was also swept up by the surrounding emotions, and a surge of fighting spirit rose in his eyes. Like a great rock soaring in the wind, rising up to 90,000 miles. Remembering a line from poetry that he once loved deeply. A smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. Under the bronze gate, Situ Haonan watched the battle-ready examinees with satisfaction and nodded, then spoke loudly. The college entrance examination competition will officially begin in 10 minutes. Now, please everyone check your gear and find your teammates. As his voice fell, the light emitted from the bronze gate surged even more intensely, and pieces of information appeared in the minds of all the examinees. College entrance examination secret realm instance, lava cave. Instance level, bronze. Minimum entry level, none. Instance difficulty, easy, normal, hard, hell. Number of participants, minimum 1, maximum 3. Instance introduction, dark and evil orcs inhabit the lava cave. Brave challengers need not only strength but also wisdom when facing them. Please act according to your ability, or your passion may turn into a delicious drink for the beasts. Bronze level secret realm instance? After reviewing the information in his mind, a gleam flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. Although this was his first time seeing a secret realm instance, he had learned a lot about them from his textbooks. Secret realm instances are classified similarly to equipment levels, starting from the lowest black iron level. The higher the level, the greater the rewards to be gained from the instance. At the bronze level, the rewards are at least more than double that of the black iron level. Moreover, starting from the bronze level, participants can choose their difficulty level upon entering the secret realm. Easy represents the minimum rewards, while hell represents the maximum rewards. The differences in rewards are calculated by multiples. It can be said that the choice of difficulty when entering the secret realm instance basically decides the final score of the examinee. Passing the normal difficulty will grant access to 3 universities. Passing the hard difficulty will grant access to 2 universities. Passing the hell difficulty will grant access to 1 university. As for the top universities, only those who can perfectly clear the hell difficulty and rank among the top in the province amongst all examinees who chose hell difficulty will have the chance to choose. Wang Chen wanted to enter the 4 top universities of Long Nation, and hell difficulty was his only choice. Thus, after learning about the information of the college entrance examination secret realm instance, his gaze turned to the surroundings. At that moment, as the information about the secret realm instance emerged, the atmosphere in the playground instantly became lively. Numerous examinees gathered in groups of 2 or 3, discussing their strategies for entering the instance. These individuals were all planning to team up to face the instance. Through teamwork, they aimed to challenge higher difficulties, gain higher scores, and enter their desired universities. However, amid the crowd, some examinees stood quietly in place. These individuals were confident in their abilities and planned to clear the secret realm instance solo to achieve better results. Wang Chen's gaze swept through these people, and he quickly found his target. A girl, standing at 1.7 meters tall, radiated a presence as if she were 2.8 meters tall, her beauty making her appear like a crane among a flock of chickens. As if pressured by the girl's powerful aura, a large space was cleared around her. The girl was none other than Situ Yu. Hey, you've been missing for the past 2 days. Did you change classes? Walking up to Situ Yu, Wang Chen looked curiously at the girl and asked. At this moment, the aura around her was completely different from when she had just come out of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. If it weren't for Wang Chen's extraordinary perception, he wouldn't have noticed the incredibly restrained power within her. Humph. Hearing Wang Chen's words, Situ Yu snorted coldly, appearing aloof and indifferent. However, the slight curl of her lips revealed her current satisfaction. Of course, this young lady is now a second transition, completely different from before. The very difficult-to-bear Situ Yu finally broke her resolve under the adorable leap of Xiao Bingqing. Don't provoke me, be careful or I'll give you a beating before the big college entrance exam starts. Holding Xiao Bingqing in her arms, the girl proudly waved her fist. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen rolled his eyes. Goodness! You just barely leveled up, and now you think you're on top of the world? Do you believe I can knock you down with one hand? Muttering to himself, he didn't expose Sitayu's bragging, but instead smiled and asked. Since you're so strong, how about teaming up? We need one more person. Chapter 50, Are you crazy? You're going into hell in novice gear. At the Dongling No. 1 high school playground. Sitayu looked at Wang Chen with a face full of disbelief. She never expected this guy would actively invite her to team up. Isn't your goal to get into a top university? Teaming up will lower your final score. Feeling a bit happy, Sitayu asked coyly. It doesn't matter, the final score doesn't affect me at all. Think it over, this is a great chance for you to hold on to a big leg. Wang Chen shrugged his shoulders indifferently upon hearing that. With his current strength, breezing through the hell-level entrance exam dungeon was a piece of cake, bringing someone along was no problem at all. After all, once they entered the entrance exam dungeon, he would be just watching from the sidelines for the sake of ultimate efficiency. This lady doesn't need it, I'm already at level 2, I don't need to hold on to your legs. Sitayu showed her little tiger teeth and insisted with a face full of defiance. At this moment, although her heart was full of joy, she still refused Wang Chen without any hesitation. On one hand, she didn't want to lower Wang Chen's score due to herself in the big exam, on the other hand, she was confident in her current strength and wanted to prove herself. Being at level 2, her strength was also outstanding among all the examinees in the entire Yuanjiang province. She wanted to rely on her own strength to get into the same university as Wang Chen, and then annoy him to death. Seeing the determination in the girl's eyes, Wang Chen rubbed his nose. This girl really has a strong desire to win. Alright, then I'll look forward to your performance. Waiting for you at the top university. Shaking his head, Wang Chen said no more. Meanwhile, the nearby examinees saw Wang Chen being rejected and all showed disdainful expressions. Goodness! You really have no shame. A trashy beast master dares to approach our goddess? Do you think you were a high and mighty genius before? Now you're just kicked aside by the goddess. Trash belongs in the trash heap. Many examinees thought maliciously, ready to ridicule a few words. However, they quickly lost interest in this. Silence in the venue. The college entrance exam competition officially begins. All examinees, please enter the dungeon. Situ Hanan's rough voice echoed throughout the venue, instantly silencing all the noise. Buzz buzz buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the bronze giant door shone brightly. In an instant, all the examinees disappeared from the playground. As all the examinees vanished from the playground, the giant live broadcast screen in the sky flickered, showing clips of students entering the dungeon appearing one after another on the big screen. It's finally starting. I'm so excited, the important moment of the year has arrived. I wonder how many students from Dongling City will make it into the top 100 of the province this time. Son, I see you. You have to do your best in the dungeon. Outside, the crowd watching the live broadcast discussed among themselves, and many couldn't help but cheer excitedly as they saw familiar figures appear on the screen. At this moment, inside Dongling No. 1 high school, the bronze giant door also displayed a light curtain, showing what the examinees were doing in the dungeon. However, the outside live broadcast screen could only see random clips of examinees battling scenes. At this moment, the light curtain on the bronze giant gate split into thousands of small grids, displaying the situation of every examinee. Opposite the light curtain, C2 Hanan and the principal of Dongling No. 1 high school sat down among the crowd after announcing the start of the college entrance examination competition. At this time, sitting here were also the mayor of Dongling City, leaders from the education department, and teachers from Dongling No. 1 high school. Leaders, in this college entrance examination competition, a total of 11 students from Dongling No. 1 high school chose the hell difficulty dungeon, 160 chose the hard difficulty dungeon, and the majority of the rest chose the normal difficulty. After C2 Hanan and the principal sat down, a staff member began to report the situation of this college entrance examination competition. 11 people? It seems this year the students from Dongling City are quite confident. The mayor of Dongling City smiled upon hearing this, unable to help but praise. The more outstanding students in the college entrance examination competition, the better the political achievements of the mayor. That's right, 11 people, this has already broken our Dongling City's record. I fear after this college entrance examination competition ends, our Dongling City can finally shake off the hat of a third-rate small city. Moreover, I heard that C2U has already reached the second transition, he might be able to hit the top 10 at the provincial level in this competition. Seeing their leader speak, the surrounding leaders of Dongling City echoed a few remarks. However, at this moment, everyone suddenly noticed that the principal of Dongling No. 1 high school had a somewhat troubled expression. What's wrong? With so many talents choosing hell difficulty, Principal Lee, why do you seem a bit unhappy? Seeing this, the mayor curiously asked. Mayor. Upon hearing this, Principal Lee hesitated for a moment and then spoke up. This year, a total of 10 students from our school can challenge the hell difficulty, but this extra one. Principal Lee did not finish his sentence, but everyone present understood his meaning. Reckless. Not listening to the school's arrangement, he is playing with fire. The mayor snorted coldly, his expression quite serious. Before the start of the college entrance examination competition, the school would always advise students to choose a difficulty matched to their strength. This is partly because the school has rich experience and can roughly estimate the grades based on the students' strengths, and partly to protect these students. After all, even though the college entrance examination competition is conducted in a secret realm dungeon, every student will be given a return scroll, but lives have still been lost before. Choosing a difficulty far beyond one's strength may very well lead to being killed by the monsters in the secret realm dungeon before having the chance to use the return scroll. Let's find out. I want to see which student didn't heed the teacher's teachings and is seeking death in such an important occasion as the college entrance examination. At this moment, the guardian C2 Hanan also had a cold expression, wanting to see who this audacious person was. Soon, everyone found the audacious guy in one small screen after another. Wang Chen? How dare he, a giant beast master without a beast pet? Looking at the slender figure on the live broadcast screen, Principal Lee couldn't help but exclaim. He never expected that the one daring enough to choose hell difficulty was Wang Chen. Beside him, the guardian C2 Hanan raised his eyebrows, and his face darkened immediately. Not only does he dare, but he also went into the hell difficulty dungeon in full black iron gear. After entering the dungeon, the equipment on the examinees will release different colors based on different levels. Hearing his words, everyone on site carefully looked, and their mouths twitched. The dim black light on Wang Chen stood out immensely among all the examinees. Goodness! Wearing the beginner's four-piece set into the hell dungeon? Isn't this just asking for death? Chapter 51, he will surely create miracles. Warm reminder, candidate Wang Chen, you have successfully entered the bronze-level secret realm dungeon, Lava Cave. The current selected difficulty, Hell level. The current number of challengers in the secret realm dungeon, 1. The return scroll has been automatically issued. If you encounter life-threatening danger, please use it cautiously. Wish you achieve excellent results. As time and space shifted, when Wang Chen once again landed on solid ground, a fierce heat wave rushed towards him, as if he was in the middle of a furnace. Looking around, he found that he was in a wide underground cave 5 meters high. The surroundings were made up of brown rocks formed from cooled lava, emitting a faint red light that illuminated the entire cave. On the ground, some still molten lava flowed slowly, giving off rising heat. Woo! Just as he observed the surroundings, Wang Chen heard a clear and dissatisfied cry beside his ear. This little creature waved its wings, creating a cold wind to disperse the surrounding heat. As an ice attribute being, the little creature instinctively felt disgusted in such a scorching environment. Just bear with it. After we finish this dungeon, I'll take you to eat ice cream. Seeing this scene, a smile flashed in Wang Chen's eyes as he patted the little creature's head. Woo! Upon hearing this, the little ice spirit chirped excitedly, ready to discuss where the best ice cream was. However, at that moment, she suddenly turned her head, her deep blue slitted pupils locking onto the depths of the cave. Boom boom boom. Heavy footsteps sounded, and 20 fierce black shadows emerged from the depths. This was a group of blue-faced, tusked orcs, towering more than 3 meters tall, each radiating a powerful wave. Monster, Orc Warrior. Level, 40. Combat method, Close Combat. Skills, Beastly Roar, Power Burst, Charge. Type, Normal. Monster, Orc Shaman. Level, 40. Combat method, Ranged Output, Support. Skills, Basic Healing, Lava Ray, Boiling Blood. Type, Mutant. There were a total of 19 Orc Warriors and 1 Orc Shaman. The spawned monsters are already level 40? No wonder it's called Hell level difficulty. Seeing the information returned from the scan, Wang Chen's eyes shone with brilliance. If he remembered correctly, the college entrance examination secret realm dungeon was divided into 4 levels, and monsters at the easy difficulty ranged from level 20 to 30. Hell difficulty starts at level 40, by the 4th level of the secret realm dungeon, the monster levels would reach 50. No wonder before entering the secret realm dungeon, the school strictly advised to choose a difficulty that matched one's strength. The power level of monsters indeed varies greatly between difficulties. Wang Chen shook his head and drew out his novice long sword, preparing for battle. Using novice equipment was not because he was reckless, but because he wanted to achieve a higher clearance evaluation. After all, the college entrance examination secret realm dungeon was different from others. The ultimate mission of the dungeon was to select talents, so the final ranking of examinees was determined based on multiple factors. If speed of clearance was the only criterion, it would be easy to have collisions among the millions of examinees in Jiang province. To prevent this situation, the college entrance examination secret realm dungeon considered the equipment worn by the examinees during final accounting. The higher the rating of the equipment, the corresponding score would decrease at settlement. Many aspiring examinees aiming for higher rankings would control their scores based on the equipment they wore when entering the college entrance examination's secret realm dungeon. However, someone like Wang Chen, dressed in all novice gear, was truly one of a kind in hundreds of years. Roar roar! On the opposite side, seeing a human appear, the orcs who had long suppressed their ferocity let out a brutal roar that shook the entire lava cave. Boom boom boom. Then, 19 orc warriors immediately stepped forward without hesitation. Waving the weapon in his hand, he followed the crowd and charged forward. At the same time, the orc shaman standing at the back waved his magic staff, showering the orc warriors with a splash of bloodlight. Blood boil. Blessed by this bloodlight, the charging 19 orc warriors felt their strength increase by almost 10%, their aura becoming even more frantic. Ice clear, it's time to go. However, seeing this scene, there was not a shred of fear in Wang Chen's eyes. Instead, a turbulent fighting spirit surged within him. He called out to the little fellow, then gripped his novice longsword tightly, his body rushing out rapidly, directly colliding head-on with the charging orc warriors. There's no hope. What reckless audacity! A giant beast master without a pet, daring to challenge a hell-level dungeon? That's not how to seek death. Behind the giant bronze light gate, Principal Li of Dongling No. 1 High School wished he could immediately pull Wang Chen out and give him a good beating. With so many leaders watching, this year's evaluations were definitely hopeless. Moreover, I hope this ignorant kid quickly uses the return scroll to escape the secret realm dungeon, and doesn't actually die in there. Silently praying, Principal Li shot a fierce glare at Class 7's homeroom teacher, Li Xia. A student dying during the college entrance exam would be a major dereliction of duty for him as principal. I'm afraid, Principal Li, your prayers are going to be in vain. Beside him, the guardian Sidohanan heard Principal Li's prayer and shook his head with a cold laugh. As he spoke, he pointed to the tall figure charging at the orcs within the giant light screen. This kid chose hell difficulty, and he probably never planned to come out alive. Hearing this, Principal Li and the others shifted their gaze, and their expressions became more dumbfounded. Goodness, facing 19 level 40 orc warriors charging, a giant beast master without a pet still dared to collide head-on? This is truly the old birthday star hanging himself, tired of living. If this student could use the terrain to tangle with the orc warriors for a few more minutes, now, I'm afraid he won't even have the chance to use the return scroll and will be torn to pieces directly. Seeing this scene, the mayor of Dongling City spoke lightly, directly sentencing Wang Chen to death. Hearing his words, those around shook their heads in silence, no one dared to refute. Using the return scroll also requires time. Although it only takes a few seconds, it was clear that the actively seeking death Wang Chen had no such opportunity left. For a moment, everyone turned their eyes away, too lazy to watch the bloody scene that would follow. However, at this moment, a resolute gaze remained locked onto the tall figure on the small screen. Wang Chen, you can definitely create miracles. Class 7's homeroom teacher Li Xia thought silently in her heart. Chapter 52, Efficient Slaughter. On the observation platform behind the bronze light gate, Li Xia looked expectantly at Wang Chen, who had taken the initiative to charge at the orcs in the secret realm dungeon. He was her most proud and most satisfied student. She believed that Wang Chen's choice of hell-level secret realm dungeon was not out of arrogance, but a decision based on his own strength. Moreover, with an SSS-level talent, Wang Chen had the capital to be arrogant. You little rascal, the teacher is waiting for you to create a miracle for me. Don't let me down. However, even though Li Xia firmly believed that Wang Chen would not fall here, watching the figure charging at the orcs made her heart tighten. In the secret realm dungeon, Wang Chen burst forth like a cheetah, instantly closing the distance between him and the orc warriors. Roar! The orc warrior at the forefront, seeing the human rushing towards him, let out a cruel roar, swinging his weapon with a chilling gust, about to smash the human before him into pieces. However, at that moment, facing the attack of the orc warrior, Wang Chen's face showed no fear, as he suddenly exerted himself while running and directly pounced into the embrace of the orc warrior. Knee strike! A clear sound of bone breaking was heard as Wang Chen's charge caved in the orc warrior's chest, and then the 3-meter-tall body flew back like a sack. Next, while still in midair, Wang Chen turned his body and swept his new long sword out. Swish, swish. With a flash of cold light, the sword blade swiftly cut through the necks of 2 orc warriors without hesitation. Blood sprayed out as these 2 orc warriors, who planned to attack together, fell limp to the ground. Instant kill. In an instant, Wang Chen neatly and efficiently dealt with 3 of the 19 orc warriors. Roar, roar, roar. However, at this moment, the orc warriors behind rushed forward closely behind. The death of their kind did not intimidate them, rather, driven by the smell of blood, these creatures let out frenzied roars, rushing forward to attack Wang Chen. In the blink of an eye, 4 orc warriors rushed up, swinging their weapons to initiate an attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 4 weapons whistled violently, charging toward Wang Chen, who was still in midair. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen, yet to land, extended one hand to meet them head-on. Wind blade technique. With a fierce surge of magical energy, two pale blue wind blades shot out, crashing hard against the four orc warriors' weapons. The wind blades directly severed the four weapons, then continued to hit the bodies of the orc warriors with unstoppable force. Rip! The sound of tearing flesh echoed as the orc warrior's towering body was cut in half by the wind blades. Blood and guts spilled onto the ground, instantly filling the cave with a nauseating stench of blood. At this moment, with the fall of these four orc warriors, a small gap appeared in the densely charged line, exposing the orc shaman in Wang Chen's sight. Good opportunity. Seeing this scene, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Wang Chen's eyes as he landed, pushed off the ground with his feet, and shot forward like a cannonball. Instant sword. In the next second, he rushed right in front of the orc shaman and swung his new long sword without hesitation. The orc shaman felt only a shadow flash before his eyes, and then he saw a cold light slashing toward him. Roar! Seeing this, the orc shaman let out an angry roar, swinging his magic staff to meet the long sword. Bang! In an instant, the two weapons collided with a violent clashing sound. However, before the orc shaman could rejoice at blocking the attack, it saw the human turn and charge toward the orc warriors. Roar! Seeing this scene, rage surged in the orc shaman's eyes as he chanted, ready to teach this ignorant human a lesson with a lava beam. But as he waved his hand, he realized that his magic staff had snapped in two, and soon, his vision was torn apart. Snap! In the next second, the orc shaman's body was split in half, falling to the ground left and right. On the observation platform behind the bronze light door, Li Xia, who had been watching Wang Chen, was stunned. Quick, powerful, every strike was lethal. Wang Chen's efficient and decisive actions sent a shiver down Li Xia's spine. Well done. She couldn't help but wave her small fist, exclaiming loudly, her eyes filled with pride for her student's outstanding performance. Teacher Li Xia, mind your emotions. Beside her, Principal Li, hearing the exclamation, flashed a hint of displeasure on his face. This teacher Li Xia, shouting in front of so many leaders like this, simply had no sense of propriety. As he spoke, he followed Li Xia's gaze, wanting to see which student's excellent performance caused her to lose her composure at this moment. However, what the hell? Is that Wang Chen? Principal Li couldn't help but exclaim, his face full of disbelief. On the screen, a tall figure moved through the orc warriors like the Grim Reaper. In less than 20 seconds, all 14 remaining orc warriors in the first stage of the Secret Realm dungeon fell under this figure's sword. How is this possible? Wang Chen has such powerful strength? Seeing this scene, Principal Li muttered in disbelief. He never expected that Wang Chen, whom he had already sentenced to death in his mind, would show such terrifying strength. This is really a useless profession of giant beast masters? Efficient killing, perfect battle awareness and body control. This kid is something. To the side, Guardian Sitohanan, drawn in by the exclamations, couldn't help but express admiration after watching Wang Chen's combat footage. Hearing his words, the people around showed some shock in their eyes. Guardian Situ, could it be that this kid really has the strength to clear the Hell difficulty dungeon? The mayor of Dongling City looked at the tall figure on the screen and asked Sitohanan. It's possible. If he can maintain this state, he might really clear it. Hearing this, Sitohanan nodded. Although Wang Chen's profession is a giant beast master, and he has an innate gap compared to other professions without giant beasts. But judging from Wang Chen's clean and decisive performance in the battle just now, Sitohanan felt that this kid might indeed make it to the end. The only difference compared to others is that he might take a bit longer to clear it. Really? Upon hearing Sitohanan's words, the mayor of Dongling City showed a hint of joy in his eyes. Having one more candidate capable of entering the book would make his political achievements look even better. However, the mayor's joy did not last long before it was directly interrupted. You're asking for death. Sitohanan suddenly snorted coldly, and his face turned very displeased. Chapter 53, Little Bingqing makes a dazzling entrance. In the Secret Realm dungeon. 20 seconds, just right. Wang Chen stood among the corpses, his eyes calmly gazing at the bloody ground around him. With his strength raised to level 35, combined with the attributes feedback from Bingqing, he found it completely effortless to face level 40 monsters. In 20 seconds, he killed 20 level 40 orcs, showcasing such efficient killing, perfectly demonstrating his strength since returning from the Myriad Beast Mountains. At this moment, after the death of the 20 orcs, a blood-red magic formation appeared on the cave floor, which was the entrance to the next level. Shaking off the blood from his novice long sword, Wang Chen stepped toward the magic formation. Passing the first level in 20 seconds puts him far ahead of all candidates, but Wang Chen did not feel proud about it. If it weren't for the environment in the first level being unsuitable for Bingqing's combat state, he would have solved it even faster. I hope the next level won't be as narrow as this. Thinking in his heart, Wang Chen and Little Bingqing's figures disappeared in a flash of blood. How foolish. To rush into the next level without restoring stamina after a fierce battle, this is seeking death. Watching the figure disappearing in the magic formation on the screen, Situ Hanan frowned. In his view, even though the recent battle was brief, Wang Chen must have consumed a significant amount of stamina. Facing stronger monsters in the second level in this condition is nothing short of madness. He'll probably just stop here. With a cold snort, Situ Hanan turned his head to look at the other candidates on the light screen. At this moment, the candidates who chose Hell difficulty had basically dealt with the first level's monsters, each standing in front of the blood-red magic formation, taking out recovery potions to replenish their stamina. Even the one Situ Hanan was most optimistic about, Situ Yu. After silently calming himself for a moment, he stepped into the magic circle. No one, like Wang Chen, moved directly into the next level without pausing. Hearing Sima Hanan's words, the crowd around shook their heads and stopped paying attention. As the strongest in Dongling City, Sima Hanan's words could almost be seen as a final verdict for Wang Chen. Only Li Xia's gaze remained unwavering. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the world spun, Wang Chen entered the second level of the secret realm. This was an exceptionally vast lava cave, as large as a football field, and the height was not as low as in the first level, with the ceiling 20 to 30 meters above the ground. Torches stuck on the lava stone walls flickered high flames, illuminating the entire cave as bright as day. The moment he entered here, Wang Chen saw his opponents in the second level, 20 orcs. However, compared to the first level, these 20 orcs were even bigger, with green faces and sharp teeth standing 5 meters tall, looking like small mountains. Monster, Orc Berserker. Level, 43. Combat style, melee. Skills, Frenzy, Power Burst, Charge, Battle Cry. Type, Normal. Monster, High-level Orc Shaman. Level, 43. Combat style, Ranged Output, Support. Skills, High-level Healing, Lava Ray, Boiling Blood. Type, Mutation. The strength level of these orcs was not only greater, but the number of orc shamans with ranged attack capabilities had also increased to 5. As Wang Chen used his probing technique to examine the strength of these orcs, the orcs in the cave also discovered this uninvited guest. Grr! With ear-splitting roars, pairs of crimson eyes instantly locked onto Wang Chen. The 5 orc shamans simultaneously waved their magic wands. Lava Ray. As magical power surged, 5 rays emitting a scorching aura shot towards Wang Chen in an instant. Grr! At the same time, the 15 orc berserkers roared and, wielding their battle axes, charged forward with heavy steps. During the charge, each orc berserker's muscles swelled, their bodies becoming even larger, clearly having activated their frenzy skill. So eager to rush up and deliver themselves to death? Upon seeing this scene, a cold smile flashed across Wang Chen's face, and he stepped back. Xiao Bingqing, it's your turn to perform. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Bingqing on his shoulder flapped her wings and flew out, her body rapidly expanding in the air. The next moment. Roar! A high-pitched dragon's roar echoed in the cave, shaking the entire cave like crashing waves. A terrifying creature, 5 meters long, covered in deep blue scales, blocked the path of the charging orc berserkers. The 5 rays of lava that shot towards it hit those deep blue scales and left no mark, instantly disintegrating into magical fragments. The charging orc berserkers, seeing this scene, couldn't help but stop in their tracks. The presence from the top of the food chain filled their eyes with terror in that moment. What is that? On the observation platform behind the bronze light gate, Li Xia, staring at the screen, suddenly widened her eyes in shock, her face showing an expression of disbelief. Teacher Li Xia, watch your emotions. Nearby, Principal Li flashed an impatient look upon hearing the exclamation. What was with this teacher Li Xia? To repeatedly lose composure in front of the guardian lord and the city head, it was simply too embarrassing for the school. No, Principal, look at Wang Chen. Li Xia stammered, pointing at the giant light screen. What's there to see? Is that brat withdrawing in fear and using a return scroll? Upon hearing this, Principal Li frowned unhappily. The gaze glanced at the light screen. What the hell? What is that? In the next second, he jumped directly out of his chair, his face full of deep disbelief. The people around him couldn't help but turn their curious eyes towards the scene. Then, they were all dumbfounded. Right before everyone's eyes, after entering the secret realm instance, the small creature that had been lying on Wang Chen's shoulder transformed in an instant. From being less than the size of a palm, it became a gigantic creature over 5 meters long. Its entire body was streamlined, covered in dense azure scales, with 2 forked sharp horns slanting towards the sky. Even just seeing the image, everyone present could feel the immense noble aura emanating from this creature. That streamlined body, those enormous open wings, those fierce giant claws, all indicated its identity to the crowd. This was a divine beast straight out of legend, a dragon. Chapter 54, he actually contracted a dragon. Is this a dragon? On the observation platform, Principal Li's eyes nearly popped out, his expression filled with extreme disbelief. He never expected to see a living dragon appear. Beside him, the guardian Sitohanan had a similar expression of shock. Even though he was a fourth-turn expert, seeing the terrifying creature on the screen made him feel incredibly small. A dragon. Not just any ordinary elemental dragon, but the rare ice type. Just from what he saw now, Sitohanan could confirm that this was definitely a beast above the master level. As long as it grew, it could at least reach the strength of 7th turn. Damn it! The anomaly that appeared in Dongling City a month ago was definitely caused by this kid. How can someone who contracted a dragon be so low-key? What is this kid thinking? With countless thoughts running in his mind, even Sitohanan, who remained calm, couldn't help but curse. Among the crowd, the mayor of Dongling City stood up with a flushed face, his breathing becoming rapid. A dragon? A giant beast master who contracted a dragon? The mayor doubted his eyes and rubbed them, staring at the screen and confirming it over and over again, no less than 3 times. Indeed. It was really a dragon. The shape was exactly the same as the images recorded in the literature. After seeing clearly, the mayor nearly stumbled, and if not for someone beside him catching him quickly, he would have almost fallen to the ground. After a long while, the mayor finally came to his senses and couldn't help but start laughing joyously. Ha 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 ha. It's a dragon. Our Dongling City has produced a giant beast master who contracted a dragon. The mayor was so excited he was dancing around, wishing he could immediately set off a bunch of fireworks to celebrate. No one knew better than him what a giant beast master who contracted a dragon represented. After the college entrance examination competition, Dongling City could immediately shed its third-tier city label and directly enter the ranks of first-tier cities, even possibly being on par with the provincial capital of Yuanjiang. He. Thinking of the beautiful prospects to come, the mayor couldn't help but chuckle foolishly. However, at that moment, no one noticed his silly appearance. Everyone's gaze was fixed tightly on the light screen, staring at that noble and vast creature. Then, the azure dragon moved. Its speed was not fast, but because of its enormous, powerful body, what seemed like a slow step instantly covered dozens of meters, arriving right in front of the orc berserker. These monsters, which possessed a powerful level of 43, would require tremendous effort from other candidates choosing the hell difficulty to deal with, felt small and weak in front of the dragon. The dragon merely swung its 2 dragon wings. In an instant, 7 or 8 beastmen berserkers were knocked flying. One-hit kill. The spectators could clearly see that the chests of these beastmen berserkers instantly caved in, and blood poured out of their mouths, resulting in instant death. Next, the azure giant dragon charged in wildly, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, swinging its claws and wings with ease, effortlessly slaying the remaining beastmen berserkers. Even the last 5 high-level beastmen shamans were easily killed with a single claw each. At this moment, when the magic circle leading to the next level lit up, only 10 seconds had passed since Wang Chen entered the second level. So strong. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked, their hearts filled with awe. 10 seconds to clear the more difficult second level? Is this the terrifying power of the dragon? Simply incredible. Where did Wang Chen contract such a divine beast, the dragon? With this terrifying dragon by his side, he will face no surprises in clearing the hell-level dungeon. So strong. Not to mention clearing the dungeon, perhaps this year's top scorer from Yuzhong province will undoubtedly be Wang Chen. Voices of shock and discussion arose, and everyone on the spectator platform couldn't help but shiver with excitement. At this moment, no one doubted Wang Chen's strength anymore. Entering the hell dungeon in beginner's gear is like seeking death for others, but for Wang Chen, who possesses a dragon, it's a vacation. Quick, I want all of Wang Chen's information, bring it to me right away. After seeing Wang Chen and the dragon disappear into the magic circle, the mayor of Dongling City excitedly slammed the table. A top scorer, a future giant beast master with unlimited potential. He was willing to spare no cost to keep Wang Chen registered in Dongling City. While everyone outside was in shock from the dragon's appearance, Wang Chen, along with little Bingqing, appeared in the third level. The environment here was not much different from before, except that the cave space had become larger, and there was more flowing lava on the ground. Roar! As soon as they entered, little Bingqing, still unsatisfied, let out an eager roar. In the center of the cave, 20 beastmen warriors, gathered together, were instantly attracted by the sound. These guys were each about the same size as the beastmen berserkers but wore fiery red armor and emitted an even fiercer aura. Level 46, Beastmen Guards. As for specific attributes, Wang Chen glanced at them, without even needing to cast a detection spell. Attribute information no longer mattered. In front of icy Bingqing, who had entered battle mode, these Beastmen Guards would only need a crushing defeat. Roar! The 20 Beastmen Guards looked at the uninvited guests in the cave and each let out an extremely angry roar. Boom, boom, boom. They raised their battle axes and rushed forward in a swarm, wanting to tear these 2 intruders to pieces. However, their thoughts were good, but reality was cruel. Roar! The high-pitched dragon roar rang out like thunder, shaking the whole cave. Following that, Bingqing opened its fierce giant mouth, and an icy breath shot out like a beam of light, creating shockwaves that made visible white air currents appear in the cave. Boom, boom, boom. The formation of the beastmen guards charging densely was directly ripped apart by the dragon's breath. As many as 10 beastmen guards didn't even have time to scream before turning into tiny ice crystal dust under the azure light beam. And those beastmen guards on either side of the azure light beam fared no better. The violent shockwaves sent them flying away. Bang, bang, bang. They only came to a halt after crashing against the cave's rock wall. Yet, before they could recover from their fear, the fierce dragon claws and the flashing shining sword appeared before their eyes. Roar! 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 Amid the mournful roars, the remaining 10 beastman guards were mercilessly cut down, their lives reaped without pity. Chapter 55, Crushing with Ease, the Terrifying Power of Ice Clear. Huff! Wiping the blood from his long sword, Wang Chen looked at the devastated cave and let out a long sigh. So strong. Even after witnessing Little Ice Clear in action multiple times in the 10,000 Beast Mountains, at this moment, he couldn't help but marvel in his heart. 10 seconds. Another 10 seconds. The Beastman guards, whose strength surpassed the Berserkers from the second level, were once again slain by Ice Clear. These guys were no match for Ice Clear, easily crushed and annihilated. So far, he had dealt with the third level in just 40 seconds. During this time, other candidates choosing hellish difficulty were still playing hide-and-seek with the second-level Berserkers. Woo woo! Just as Wang Chen was feeling emotional, Ice Clear's head, bigger than his entire body, bumped against him repeatedly. Woo woo! With its deep blue eyes fixated on him, Little Ice Clear pointed with one giant dragon claw at the magical array that appeared in the cave. Alright, let's enter the next level right now. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen felt both amused and helpless. This guy is completely hyped up. The Beastman guards moments ago didn't even get a chance to enjoy themselves. Really, you're such a little beauty, how can you be so warlike? As he spoke, Wang Chen pushed against Ice Clear's dragon head to prevent himself from being knocked away. However, at that moment he was prepared for the head but forgot that the little guy was armed all over. Woo woo! Hearing his words, Ice Clear let out an annoyed roar, her robust dragon tail swept, sending Wang Chen flying onto her back, then she dashed toward the magical array leading to the next level. Slow down. Slow down. Clinging tightly to Ice Clear's neck, Wang Chen felt like he was riding on a speeding train. 10 seconds. 20 level 46 Beastman guards barely lasted 10 seconds in front of the dragon? This is simply unbelievable. Wang Chen and this giant dragon might break through the secret realm instance at this speed? Watching the giant dragon rushing in the light curtain, along with the slightly disheveled figure, everyone on the observation platform was left in awe. So strong. Level 46 Beastman guards, faced with the dragon, fell apart like paper, easily torn to shreds. Everyone felt that today they would witness the birth of a new record. Wang Chen is probably about to create the fastest and highest clearance score in our Dragon Nation's college entrance exam history. C2 Haonan murmured, his eyes filled with shock. At this moment, there was no longer any pride of a fourth-level expert on his face, the terrifying power displayed by the giant dragon overwhelmed him completely. Others watched with excitement, but as the strongest among them, C2 Haonan saw something deeper through the giant dragon crushing the Beastman guards. This deep blue dragon, still in its juvenile stage, already possessed strength comparable to a third-level professional. This discovery nearly blew C2 Haonan's mind. So absurd. Even for a dominating divine beast, its juvenile strength shouldn't be this fierce. Could it be that this dragon's rank is king-level or even universe-level divine beast? C2 Haonan thought silently, his expression increasingly shocked. As for the holy beasts, they had only appeared once in the past 700 years since the awakening of the heavens will. Right now, he didn't even dare to think about that. While C2 Haonan was overwhelmed by his own guess, the others on the observation platform had no other thoughts at the moment. They watched as the giant dragon charged through level 46 Beastman guards like killing chickens. Only one thought filled my heart. Strong. So strong. Unbeatable. Meanwhile, a lively crowd gathered outside Dongling No. 1 High School. This candidate is quite strong, effortlessly taking down a second-stage monster, definitely has the strength of a top student. This one's good too, these three candidates work well together, they must have put in hard work. A second tier is certain. This one is not good, they haven't even passed the first level of normal difficulty? Getting into a good school is tough. Everyone watched the massive screen displaying the candidates' situations in the secret realm, their eyes wide open. Every time a new candidate appeared, a wave of discussion surged through the crowd. Look, it's Situ. Her strength is amazing, not a single monster can get close to her. No wonder she is our Dongling city's top genius, she's probably the city's #1 this year. At this moment, a beautiful figure appeared on the giant screen, with an exquisite face, wearing silver armor and holding a long bow. She moved like a butterfly among the orc berserkers in the second stage, shooting arrows that seemed like phantoms. For every 3 arrows, 1 orc berserker would fall. Such a beautiful yet deadly scene stirred up discussions among the crowd. However, before they could fully take it in, the image on the screen changed. A gigantic figure, covered in deep blue scales, charged through the 3rd stage of the secret realm and appeared before everyone. What is that? What a terrifying creature. Just seeing it makes me feel a bit dazed. Oh my. Dragon head? Dragon claw? Dragon wings? This can't be a real dragon? Seeing this scene, the crowd was stunned. They were not only shocked that a candidate had advanced to the 3rd stage but also astonished by the noble and grand beast before them. A dragon. Oh my goodness. Who is this? Could there really be a candidate with a dragon? This is insane, they finished the 3rd stage so quickly. This candidate must be a monster. Who can wake me? In my lifetime, I actually saw a living dragon. This must be an illusion. Don't change the screen, I want to see the dragon. Watching these weaklings clear levels isn't interesting. After a brief shock, the crowd erupted into loud discussions like a thunderous roar. Everyone's face revealed extreme disbelief. A dragon appeared alive before them, participating in a crucial exam. This nearly shattered their worldview. However, on the giant screen, the image only lingered for a moment before being replaced by scenes of other candidates, causing discontent among the audience. Amid the noise, a couple exchanged glances, their faces filled with disbelief. Just moments ago, that deep blue dragon and the figure on its back struck a very familiar chord in their hearts. Wang, did you just see that? That looked like Ice Ching and our son. Wang Chen. Chapter 56, The Terrifying Power of the Ice Hell. Inside the secret realm, Wang Chen was unaware that his brief appearance with Xiao Ice Ching on the massive screen had left his parents puzzled. At this moment, he was fixing his messy hair and a bit irritably patted Xiao Ice Ching's dragon horn. Just now, when Ice Ching charged forward, the wind she created nearly blew him away. Ice Ching, you have to be a lady and act elegantly. Woo woo. Facing her master's advice, Xiao Ice Ching shook her head, completely ignoring it. Seeing this, Wang Chen facepalmed in disbelief. Goodness. I have a feeling Ice Ching is going to grow up a bit wrong. But, even though it was rather messy being blown by the cold wind, it was really thrilling. Thinking quietly to himself, Wang Chen looked around. At this moment, he and Bing Qing had already arrived at the 4th level of the college entrance exam secret realm, which was also the final level. The total time so far was 40 seconds, an unprecedented record in the history of Longhua's college entrance exam. The space of the 4th level was larger than the combined size of the previous 3 levels, with a radius exceeding 100 meters, comparable to 10 football fields. The rock walls were lit with huge torches, and the flames were incredibly bright, illuminating the vast space as if it were midday. In this enormous space, 20 giant orcs were wandering on the ground. Each of these orcs was over 8 meters tall, even taller than Bing Qing, draped in unknown animal skins, with muscles exposed that looked as though they had been carved by knives and axes, clearly containing immense strength. Monster, Giant Orc. Level 50. Combat style, melee. Skills, Beast Roar, Trample, Mighty Throw. Type, Normal. Finally, some opponents that are a bit challenging. Seeing the information returned by the detection spell, Wang Chen felt a bit excited. For other examinees, these 20 giant orcs would definitely be the kind of opponents they could only face by putting in all their effort. But for Wang Chen, they only made him pay a bit more attention. At this moment, the 20 giant orcs noticed the uninvited guests that had appeared in the cave and all locked their giant, blood-red eyes, the size of wash basins, onto Wang Chen and Bing Qing. Seeing these 2 uninvited guests, the giant orcs snorted excitedly, moving their feet to surround Wang Chen and Bing Qing. Boom! 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 Their massive bodies moved across the ground, making sounds like drums beating. Roar! 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 The fresh smell of flesh and blood made the giant orcs roar violently, full of savage excitement. Finally, one of the giant orcs couldn't resist and threw its bone club to launch an attack. Whoosh! 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 In the intense whistling sound, the bone club shot out like a cannonball. Mighty Throw! Its action immediately triggered a chain reaction, with the other giant orcs nearby following suit. The next second. Whoosh! 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 The terrifying whistling filled the entire space, and 20 bone clubs flew rapidly toward the positions of Bing Qing and Wang Chen. You know to strike first? However, upon seeing this, Wang Chen showed no signs of fear on his face. Bing Qing, let's have a competition and see who kills the most giant orcs. He smiled as he patted the little dragon's horn, and before his words even finished, Wang Chen's body had already shot out like lightning. Instant sword. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of one of the giant orcs. His new long sword swung rapidly, striking fiercely at the orc's knee. The giant orc's body was simply too huge, and the most convenient attack spot for him was right here. Screech! A terrible tearing sound echoed as blood spurted from the orc's knee. However, after successfully landing the first blow, Wang Chen shook the blood off his sword and had a somewhat speechless expression. The giant orc's size was too enormous, and its skin was too thick. His sword strike only tore open the flesh on the knee, without even cutting through the bone. Roar! Feeling the pain, the giant orc roared, bending down and swinging a massive slap toward Wang Chen. Wang Chen moved his feet, narrowly dodging the attack. After steadying himself, he looked at the giant orc, whose size was nearly 5 times his own, and felt somewhat helpless. Trying to deal a fatal blow to such a big guy with ordinary attacks is simply too difficult. The long sword in his hand was like a toothpick compared to the giant orc, and he estimated that even if he stabbed it into the orc's chest, it probably wouldn't pierce its heart. But fortunately, he wasn't fighting alone. Bang! Just as the giant orc was about to launch another attack, its body was suddenly knocked away by a flash of bright blue. Woo woo! On the spot, little Bingqing looked at her master, letting out a dissatisfied cry. How annoying! They agreed on a competition, yet the master actually jumped the gun. Noticing the little one's emotions, Wang Chen awkwardly touched his nose. Alright, I admit defeat. These giant beastmen are all your prey. Raising his hands in surrender, Wang Chen smoothly handed all the giant beastmen over to Bingqing. Anyway, he had no quick way to deal with the giant beastmen right now, he might as well stand by and support Bingqing. Woo woo! Hearing his words, the little one nodded in satisfaction, as if to say her master was very sensible. On! Then, Bingqing turned to look at the giant beastmen surrounding them and let out a high-pitched dragon roar. Before the echo of her roar faded, terrifying frost magic began to rise around Bingqing. Ice hell! In an instant, a biting cold wind swept through the cave, and brilliant blue ice magic transformed into snowflakes the size of palms, gently falling and covering all the giant beastmen. Crack crack! These snowflakes landed on the ground and on the giant beastmen, instantly freezing the areas they touched. In merely the blink of an eye, the area within dozens of meters around Bingqing turned into a world of ice and snow. The ground and those giant beastmen were gradually wrapped in brilliant blue frost. At first, the giant beastmen could still move, but once the frost completely covered their bodies, they turned into ice sculptures, frozen in place. Woo woo! After doing all this, little Bingqing let out a proud cry, darting forward and shattering each of these ice sculptures with a claw. However, at this moment, Wang Chen did not move. After all the giant beastmen turned into ice sculptures, a mechanical prompt sound echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to candidate Wang Chen for clearing the lava cave secret realm. Calculating, please wait. Hearing this sound, he was instantly dumbfounded. Hadn't he finished off all the giant beastmen? How did he suddenly clear the stage? Looking at the more than 10 giant beastmen frozen into ice sculptures around him, and the little Bingqing causing destruction, Wang Chen's eyes were somewhat confused. Did Bingqing activate a skill that instantly defeated all the giant beastmen? Chapter 57 Rich Rewards. Cleared? My god. It's only been a minute. This is too outrageous. Clearing a hell-level secret realm in 1 minute, has there ever been such a terrifying result in the history of Longwa? On the observation platform, everyone looked at the frozen scene on the screen, their faces full of extreme disbelief. They were still waiting to see more battle scenes of the dragon, but unexpectedly, a flurry of snowflakes came by, and all the giant beastmen were defeated. Could this be an instant kill skill? One strike to take down 20 level 50 monsters. The strength of this dragon is simply beyond imagination. While those around were shocked, Situ Haonan's mood was also extremely restless. As the saying goes, outsiders watch the excitement while insiders see the trick. As a level 120 profession of the fourth transition, he quickly realized that when the frost covered the giant beastmen, their life was ended. Clearing the hell-level secret realm in 1 minute, the top scholar of Yuzhong province has been captured by Wang Chen. At this moment, a somewhat manic laugh rang out on the observation platform. Class 7's head teacher, Li Xia, laughed heartily without any image, sweeping his gaze over the crowd on the observation platform, his eyes full of disdain and contempt. These guys, on the day of their transfer, ignored Wang Chen when he became a giant beast master and looked down upon him. Who would have thought that Wang Chen, whom they despised, cleared the hell-level secret realm in 1 minute and created a miracle? In previous college entrance examinations, the best clearance time was 10 minutes. Now, Wang Chen had directly raised this record tenfold. Absolutely unprecedented in history. At this moment, Li Xia felt an unmatched superiority in her heart. Did you see that? My vision is that good. Noticing Li Xia's gaze, many people on the viewing platform lowered their heads, feeling ashamed of their previous short-sightedness. However, this did not include Principal Li from Dongling No. 1 Middle School, nor the mayor of Dongling City. These two men, both over 50, were grinning like blooming chrysanthemums. The mayor of Dongling City looked at the tall young man on the screen, his body trembling with excitement. Provincial champion? The mayor never expected such a tremendous fortune to fall on his head. A third-rate small city producing a provincial champion means he is not far from a promotion. This kind of luck is not just luck from the ancestor's grave, it can be described as the ancestor's grave exploding. Meanwhile, Principal Li's smile was so wide it seemed to reach the back of his head. He didn't care about the disdain in Li Xia's eyes at all. Compared to a provincial champion, these were nothing. At this moment, if Wang Chen agreed, Principal Li would even be willing to kneel down and recognize him as his father. Historical provincial champions in the Dragon Kingdom's college entrance examination, as long as they don't die young, none has a strength below level 6 transformation. He could not only be a son, but even being a grandson would be a huge gain. In the dungeon. Hearing the clearance prompt, Wang Chen had a confused expression on his face. He still hadn't figured out how the secret realm dungeon was suddenly broken through. However, when he saw the little Bingqing shattering the ice sculptures into tiny pieces, a flash of brilliance passed through his eyes. He suddenly remembered that Bingqing's Ice Hell skill has a special effect. Ice Hell, SSS active attack skill, summons endless frost, freezing all enemies within a certain range. Note, any enemy with wisdom lower than the extreme cold dragon within the covered icy area will trigger a death effect. These giant orcs, clearly monsters specialized in strength, had wisdom attributes that couldn't compare to Bingqing, and were directly annihilated by the special effect of Ice Hell. Bingqing's control skill seems like it can also be used as an area cleanup skill. Thinking silently, Wang Chen suddenly felt excited. Bingqing's attributes developed evenly. In terms of intelligence, even monsters 30 or 40 levels higher could not match her. In the future, if this skill is used well, isn't the experience going to skyrocket? For a moment, thinking about leading Bingqing to clear a large area in 1 second made Wang Chen feel a sense of anticipation. Just then, the prompt sound from the secret realm dungeon rang out again. Ding! Settlement complete. Congratulations, candidate Wang Chen, for perfectly clearing the secret realm dungeon lava cave. Current secret realm dungeon difficulty, Hell level. Clearance time, 1 minute. Comprehensive score, SSS, highest. The results have been uploaded to the college entrance examination data center, and the rewards for clearing will be issued next. As the prompt sound ended, Wang Chen quietly nodded, not surprised at all. This result was already within his expectations. After all, if he couldn't get the highest score with the ancestral divine beast, he could just dig a pit and bury himself. Bingqing, stop playing, come over quickly to claim the reward. At this moment, he called to the little one and eagerly looked at the colorful treasure chest that appeared before him. The reward treasure chests from secret realm dungeons are all of one color, unlike wild drops which have classifications. However, the items that can be obtained from inside will fluctuate based on the performance of the clearer and the level of the secret realm dungeon. There is no need to worry about getting garbage due to bad luck, like those wild drop treasure chests. Woohoo! The great contributor Bingqing curiously came over, reached out her dragon claw, and directly poked open the colorful treasure chest. Colorful light flashed as items floated in the air. As the detection spell scanned over, the information of these items appeared in Wang Chen's eyes. 5 million experience points. 100 points of free attributes. 100 points of free skill points. Golden set, Lava Roar. Elite title, Orc Slayer. B-level universal skill, Bloodthirsty Berserk. B-level magical material, Essence of Orc's Bloodline. Looking at the huge pile of items in front of him, Wang Chen's eyes sparkled with wonder. It must be said, this is truly extraordinary. As expected from a secret realm dungeon, it's simply too rich. The gains from this clear are at least several times what he fought for in the Beast Mountain range for a month. First, there were 5 million experience points, free attribute points and skill points. With a thought from Wang Chen, the experience points merged into his and Bingqing's bodies. In an instant, both his and Bingqing's levels rose directly by 5. Beast Pet, Ancient Overlord. Extreme Cold Dragon. Nickname, Bing Chung. Gender, female. Age, 1 month, childhood phase. Level, 30. Rank, Ancestral Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth, SSS. 4-dimensional attributes, Strength 1950, Wisdom 1950, Body 1950, Agility 1950. No buffs, equipment, or item enhancements. Skills, Frost Body, SSS, Extreme Cold Breath, SSS, Frozen Hell, SSS, Dragon Might, SSS. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Description, brief. Chapter 58, Terrifying Improvement, Leaving the Dungeon. The higher the risk, the greater the reward. Seeing little Bingqing's level rise to 30, Wang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Now to level up Bing Ching by 5 requires experience that would take him at least half a month of hard work in the Beast Mountain range. After reviewing Bing Ching's attributes, Wang Chen turned his gaze to the other items obtained. First was the golden equipment set, Lava Roar. Equipment, Lava Armor. Type, Armor. Grade, Golden. Level requirement, Level 40. Attributes, Strength plus 100, Vitality plus 100. Enchanted effects, 1. Rebounds 10% of damage taken. 2. Increases all skill damage by 5%. Equipment, Lava Belt. Type, Armor. Grade, Golden. Level requirement, Level 40. Attributes, Strength plus 50, Vitality plus 50, Agility plus 50. Enchanted effects, 1. Comes with weapon storage slots, allowing quick switch of main weapon, 0 out of 2. Equipment, Lava Leggings. Type, Armor. Grade, Golden. Level requirement, Level 40. Attributes, Strength plus 80, Agility plus 100. Enchanted effects, 1. Increases movement speed by 10%. Meanwhile, the 3 pieces of equipment combined also revealed a set attribute. When gathering all 3 pieces of Lava Roar, increases defense by an extra 10%, and reduces fire attribute damage by 10%. Not bad, not bad. A golden set like this would definitely be priceless in Dongling City. If sold, it could probably fetch at least 10 million gold coins. After reviewing the introduction of Lava Roar, Wang Chen excitedly equipped it while also learning the B-level skill Bloodthirsty Berserk. Bloodthirsty Berserk, the active skill. After activation, the user enters a Bloodthirsty Berserk state, reducing pain perception by 20% and increasing attack by 20%. In an instant, Wang Chen felt the power within his body growing stronger. Name, Wang Chen. Occupation, Giant Beast Master. Level, Level 40, First Transition Limit. Talent, Favored by all beasts, SSS, Beast Fusion, Divine, but. Skills, Beast Mastery, S, Beast Rejuvenation, B, Bloodline Appraisal, Divine, Contract Summon, B, Instant Sword, D, Windblade Technique, C, Bloodthirsty Berserk, B, but. Strength, 315 plus 260 points. Wisdom, 315 plus 10 points. Vitality, 315 plus 150 points. Agility, 315 plus 5 plus 170 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unallocated skill points, 150 points. After evenly distributing the attribute points, plus the feedback from Bing Ching, Wang Chen's 4-dimensional attributes in bear form had already surpassed 300 points. If counting the attribute boosts from equipment, his highest strength attribute was even approaching 600 points. Such an exaggerated 4-dimensional attribute was comparable to ordinary second transition professionals at levels 60 to 70. As for the free skill points, Wang Chen did not plan to use them for now, as B-level skills require 50 skill points for each upgrade, which was not cost-effective for him at the moment. Moreover, his level had now risen to 40, the first transition limit. To level up again, he would have to complete the job change quest in order to continue advancing. Keeping the skill points. After successfully changing careers, I can obtain a new contract slot. Soon I will be able to contract my second beast pet. Feeling pleased in his heart, Wang Chen shifted his gaze to the remaining 2 rewards. Elite title, Orc Slayer. After using it, when fighting against orc race monsters, it adds an extra 10% to attack power. Titles are divided into 4 grades, normal, elite, epic, and legendary. An elite level title is quite good for someone like Wang Chen, who is just starting out as a professional. Without hesitation, he directly chose to use it. Next was the last item, B-grade magic material, Orc Blood Essence. This thing is also quite valuable and is the main ingredient for making frenzy potions and bloodline potions. In the trading market, it can easily sell for over 2 million gold coins. However, this item is of no use to Wang Chen. He already has the Bloodthirst Frenzy skill and does not want to change his human bloodline into something ugly like an orc. So he plans to throw this material, along with other unwanted items, into the trading market for sale. Alright, Bing Chang, we should head back now. Collecting everything into his space ring, Wang Chen patted his hands and held Xiao Bingqing in his arms. Then, with a thought, he directly activated the return scroll on him. Buzz buzz buzz. After 3 seconds, his figure completely disappeared from the secret realm instance. Hurry, hurry, Wang Chen is coming out. On the observation platform, when everyone saw the paused image turn into nothingness, there was a flurry of excitement. This meant that Wang Chen had completed the settlement in the secret realm instance and was about to exit. The head of Dongling City shouted. Without caring about his image, he jumped off the observation platform. Behind him, others woke from their stupor and hurriedly followed him to the playground. At this moment, they didn't care at all about how other candidates performed in the secret realm instance, they just wanted to bask in the glory of Wang Chen, this top scorer. Buzz buzz buzz. The space in front of the bronze light gate fluctuated a few times, and then, a tall figure appeared on the playground. It was Wang Chen. After landing firmly, Wang Chen had just shaken off the dizziness of the teleportation, and before he could observe his surroundings, he was immediately surrounded by a pack of hungry wolves. The leaders of Dongling City, usually high above, as well as those mature and steady teachers from No. 1 middle school, crowded around him closely. The head of Dongling City and Principal Li had smiles on their faces that were nearly flush against his own. Seeing this scene, a flicker of astonishment flashed in Wang Chen's eyes, but his expression quickly returned to calm. Such a grand scene was definitely due to his performance in the college entrance examination's secret realm. Wang Chen, you are the pride of Dongling City. The city and the school will give you the highest specification rewards. If you have any requests, you can mention them now, anything you want. The head of Dongling City and Principal Li stared intensely at Wang Chen, their voices trembling in excitement. A confirmed provincial top scorer and a giant beast master who had contracted a dragon. This was worth any cost to win him over. However, hearing their words, there was no change on Wang Chen's face. He knew that the promises of the head of Dongling City, Principal Li, and the change in attitudes of many people around him were only because they saw the potential in him. If he were still that giant beast master without a beast pet, these people would not hesitate to kick him aside. Chapter 59, The Kindness of the Situ Family, Wang Chen's Jealousy. On the playground of Dongling No. 1 Middle School. Faced with the praises of the head of Dongling City and Principal Li, Wang Chen simply nodded politely. This kind of insincere flattery was not worth his joy. I will follow the arrangements of the leaders and principals. I just said some useless words. Wang Chen's gaze began to wander through the crowd. Soon, he spotted his mature and composed homeroom teacher at the back of the crowd. Teacher Li Xia. He greeted her with a sincere smile on his face. All along, this teacher had taken great care of him. On the day of the promotion ceremony, among the many people around him, only Li Xia truly cared about him and did not look down on him for becoming a giant beast master. Instead, she encouraged him and helped him secure startup funds to purchase his beast companions. Wang Chen was genuinely grateful to this teacher. You really did it. As she moved through the crowd, Li Xia looked at the boy before her, seemingly shining like a bright star, and her gaze fell into a daze. Over the 3 years of high school, she had witnessed Wang Chen grow from a grassroots level. He didn't rely on connections or family background, but with hard work and determination, he stepped forward one step at a time. Even though she had always firmly believed that Wang Chen was her proudest and most satisfying student, she never expected this boy could reach such heights. Provincial top scorer. Although the official announcement had yet to come out, Wang Chen's achievements were already well deserved. In an instant, recalling the hard work Wang Chen had put in over the years finally paying off, Li Xia couldn't help but feel a pang in her heart. It was so difficult. Teacher, with these scores, you should get a top rating this year, right? Seeing teacher Li Xia lost in thought, Wang Chen smiled and asked. Upon hearing this, Li Xia tucked away her emotions and softly congratulated, Congratulations, Wang Chen, for achieving the goal you have always pursued. And thank you, teacher, your performance this year has also been pulled up directly. As she spoke, Li Xia patted Wang Chen's shoulder, a heartfelt smile spreading on her face. With the college entrance exam now over, I'm sure you can't wait to share your results with your parents. Let me treat you to a meal another day. Then it's settled. Wang Chen nodded. The beautiful homeroom teacher inviting him to dinner made him feel a little excited inside. Next, the people around noticed that Wang Chen seemed low-spirited, so they offered him a few words of congratulations before returning to the viewing platform. However, after witnessing such a prodigy like Wang Chen, watching the performances of other candidates felt a bit dull. After waving goodbye to teacher Li Xia, Wang Chen prepared to leave school to find his parents. But just as he stepped forward, a tall figure blocked his way. Wang Chen, congratulations. Situ Haonan spoke with a somewhat serious expression. Thank you, guardian sir. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen thanked him politely and looked at Situ Haonan with some curiosity. Wang Chen held great respect for Situ Haonan, partly due to his impressive strength of level 120 with 4 advancements, and partly because he was the biological uncle of Situ Yu. Across from him, Situ Haonan nodded. He felt very satisfied with Wang Chen's attitude, which was completely different from the one he had shown toward Dongling City's top officials and Principal Li. This young man understands a lot. After a moment of contemplation, Situ Haonan spoke seriously, Wang Chen, you have brought honor to our Dongling City in the college entrance exam competition. On behalf of myself and the Situ family, I have prepared some gifts for you. There are a total of 200 million gold coins, and an A-grade skill book. The gold coins will be transferred to your card later, and as for the skill book, I will arrange for someone to deliver it to you tomorrow. Upon hearing Situ Haonan's words, Wang Chen's eyes widened in shock. Wow! He was being gifted 100 million gold coins and an A-grade skill book right off the bat? The Situ family truly lived up to its reputation as the #1 wealthy clan in Dongling. They were indeed rich. I never thought I would one day take advantage of the Situ family's wealth. I wonder if Situ Yu would go crazy when she finds out. As he pondered this amusing thought, Wang Chen did not refuse Sito Haonan. At this moment, he was worthy of such gestures, and accepting them would also put Sito Haonan at ease. Thank you, guardian sir, I will gladly accept it. However, regarding the skill book, you don't need to arrange anyone else, just have Sito bring it over. She knows where I live. With a respectful nod, Wang Chen thanked Sito Haonan. Seeing Wang Chen accept, Sito Haonan nodded in satisfaction. But soon after, he felt something was off. Have Sito bring it to you? She knows where your house is? When did you two get so close? Hard. The fist became hard. Sito Haonan looked at Wang Chen with a strange expression, his mouth twitching. Although this kid has extraordinary talent and limitless potential, it seems he is trying to take away my precious cabbage, otherwise. Maybe it's better to eliminate him. Guardian sir, I still have matters to attend to, I'll take my leave. Noticing the atmosphere was turning awkward, Wang Chen quickly ran away. Staying longer, he felt his life was in danger. When Wang Chen left the school, the crowd outside immediately noticed him. So soon, a candidate is already out? My goodness, how long has it been? He must have failed the challenge in the secret realm. This kid is really brave, failing and still smiling so happily. This young guy looks really handsome, not getting into university won't matter, he could probably do better than us just by relying on his looks. A series of uncertain voices rang out, and many people's gazes toward Wang Chen were filled with sympathy. When the icy figure appeared on the giant screen during the battle, the crowd didn't even notice him in the back. So, at this moment, to them, Wang Chen coming out so quickly from the secret realm clearly indicated a failed challenge. However, Wang Chen was unfazed by the surrounding discussions, the college entrance exam had not yet ended, and until the announcement time, no one would believe his explanations. It was better to let things be, the official list to be released tomorrow would be more powerful than any words. Chen, over here. As he walked out, Wang Chen heard a familiar voice, turned his head, and saw his mother waving at him. Mom, why are you all here with so many people? As he approached, before Wang Chen could finish his sentence, his parents grabbed him from the left and right. You better confess honestly, is Bingqing really a dragon? Pulling him to a secluded corner, his father and mother secretly asked. Of course. Wang Chen rolled his eyes at their words. Really? The two elders looked at the small cute creature on their son's shoulder, instantly frozen. That's a dragon. They simply couldn't connect the noble creature they had seen earlier with the adorable little Bingqing. The difference was just too enormous. I told you long ago, but you didn't believe me. Hurry home, I'm starving. Seeing the dazed expressions of his parents, Wang Chen felt a bit jealous. Truly, my real parents, just as I came out from the secret realm, you didn't even ask about my results, only caring about Bingqing. Chapter 60, The Commoner's Top Scholar, about to level up. Not long after Wang Chen left, the East Ling No. 1 high school playground shimmered as a series of disheveled figures appeared. These were students who had teleported out of the secret realm. At this moment among the crowd, some shouted excitedly, sharing their joy with those around them, while others walked out of the playground with their heads down and blank eyes. The successful challengers and the failed ones formed a stark contrast. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, a spatial fluctuation appeared again, and the next moment, a striking figure stood on the playground. That bastard Wang Chen actually dared to run off without waiting for me? Once the dizziness of teleportation ended, Sito scanned her surroundings, not spotting that annoying figure, and stomped her foot in anger. Then, she took out her phone, ready to find that annoying guy to settle scores. However, before she could act, a group of people on the viewing platform surrounded her. Little you, how did you do? Sito Haonan, as Sito Yu's uncle, straightforwardly walked up to ask. Not bad, a score of SSS, completion time 12 minutes. Seeing her uncle, Sito Yu pretended to be reserved and said, raising her neck. Not bad, with this score, you could have made the top 10 in the province last year, this year should be about the same. Looking at the pride in his niece's eyes, Sito Haonan sincerely patted her shoulder and said. Ah, truly a double happiness, it seems our Dongling City will have 2 top 10 in the province this time. The mayor of Dongling City, Principal Li, who was beside him, also wore a satisfied smile. Top 10 in the province, this was something they would not have dared to imagine before. If it weren't for Wang Chen's brilliance, they might have wanted to treat Sito Yu as a revered ancestor. 2. Upon hearing this, Sito Yu's expression changed as she looked at her uncle. Uncle, how did that bastard Wang Chen do? 1 minute to clear, this kid is definitely the provincial champion. While speaking, Sito Haonan glanced suspiciously at his niece. Little you seem to be quite familiar with this Wang Chen. No one told her, yet she guessed that the other person was Wang Chen. For a moment, recalling the previous conversation with Wang Chen, Sito Haonan's heart grew wary. However, Sito Yu was completely oblivious to her uncle's unusualness and was immersed in her own world. Provincial champion? Although she had long known that Wang Chen's score would be better than hers, hearing this news still made Situ feel a little lost. Provincial champions could definitely enter top universities, while the top 10 in the province were full of uncertainties. If I rank low in the top 10, won't I have to attend 2 universities with that bastard? Situ stomped her foot, feeling a bit frustrated. What's wrong? Worried about school selection this year? Seeing his niece's unhappy look, Situ Haonan thought she was feeling down and comforted her. Don't worry, due to certain reasons, 4 top universities decided to expand enrollment. The top 15 in each province can enroll. Really? Situ raised her head in surprise, and upon seeing her uncle nod, a smile immediately appeared on her face. What great news! Tomorrow when the results come out, I can show off to that arrogant guy Wang Chen. Uncle, I have something to do, I'm leaving. Situ waved her hand and skipped away from the school. Behind her, Situ Haonan wanted to ask his niece about Wang Chen but had to give up upon seeing this scene. The next day, results day. With the posting of the ranking of students' scores from various provinces on the Longwei Education official website. Wang Chen. This ordinary name was like a bombshell, directly causing the whole of Dongling City and even the entire Yuanzhang province to boil over. Provincial champion. A common people's genius. Numerous halos suddenly surrounded Wang Chen, catching the attention of countless people. Giant Beast Master. Contracted a powerful ice-type giant dragon. One piece of information after another about him spread online, causing countless waves. Many media sites reporting on Wang Chen's information even collapsed due to excessive traffic. On this day, the entire Dongling City was lit up because of him, with many people spontaneously lighting fireworks, celebrating as if it were New Year's Day that Dongling City produced a provincial champion. Many local reporters and guilds jumped into action, eager to get first-hand information or recruit Wang Chen into their ranks. In a short time, countless phone calls were made, and many legs were bruised from all the slapping. Especially those guilds that previously disregarded Wang Chen during the transfer ceremony, they now showed up at Wang Chen's neighborhood with piles of gold coins and resources. At that moment, they regretted immensely, hating themselves for being blind and not discovering such a genius earlier. Now, they had no thoughts of recruiting him at all. The only hope is to take something that can slightly compensate for their impression in Wang Chen's heart. Besides the commotion in Dongling City, the 4 top universities located at the pinnacle of Longwei were also shaken by Wang Chen's achievements, sending people to Dongling City one after another, hoping to recruit Wang Chen into their schools before anyone else. However, while the outside world was in chaos, Wang Chen's mood was extraordinarily calm, not affected at all by these happenings. After the results were announced, he shared his scores with his parents, then disguised himself and arrived in front of a magnificent building in Dongling City. This building was incredibly grand, with the 4 large characters Transmutation Shrine at the entrance, exuding a sacred aura. Phew! I hope the task I receive for my transmutation is simple, so I can quickly have my second beast pet. Wang Chen glanced around and noticed no one was paying attention to him, then stepped into the Transmutation Shrine. Since the awakening of the heavenly will, to continuously improve their strength, practitioners needed to keep undergoing transmutations to expand their limits. Transmutation tasks were randomly issued through the divine stones worshipped within the shrine. The difficulty depended entirely on the practitioner's luck. Generally speaking, the difficulty of transmutation tasks fluctuates within a certain range. But the world is vast, and there will always be some particularly luck-stricken individuals. Some people might only need to take down a goblin to succeed in their second transmutation, while others might need to personally kill a level 100 wild beast to achieve theirs. As Wang Chen entered the transmutation shrine, he found it a bit empty. Aside from the divine stone in the center, there were only a few staff members dozing off at their desks. However, seeing this scene, Wang Chen showed no signs of surprise on his face. Today was result announcement day, and the people of Dongling City were lost in revelry, so it was quite normal for the transmutation shrine to be a bit deserted. Moreover, this suited his desires perfectly. If it weren't for the hassle of staying home, he wouldn't have sneaked over here. Glancing around, Wang Chen walked straight to the front desk. Hello, I'm here to take the second transmutation task. In the spacious transmutation shrine, Wang Chen's voice rang out, immediately capturing the attention of the staff. A sweet-looking staff member at the front desk, seeing Wang Chen who was wrapped up tightly, flashed a touch of surprise. This was her first time seeing a practitioner come for transmutation looking so mysterious. Alright, sir, please remove your mask and hat, I need to verify your identity. Taking out a registration form, the staff member displayed a polite smile on her face. Hearing her words, Wang Chen nodded, removing his disguise and handing over his identity certificate. At the transmutation shrine, each transmutation session required real name verification. On one hand, this was because the practitioner's information needed to be reported to the Longwa Central Database, and on the other hand, it was mainly to prevent wanted criminals on the bounty list from slipping through. These wanted criminals had all committed serious crimes. Any transmutation shrine in Longwa would deny them access and would immediately capture them as soon as they appeared. All set, sir. I will now take you to undertake the transmutation task. After confirming his identity, the staff member returned the identity certificate and turned to walk toward the back. Following the staff, Wang Chen arrived in a spacious area behind the hall. This was a wide open space, starkly devoid of any decorations, entirely made of silvery metallic material. In the center, an irregular stone more than 3 meters tall floated unreasonably above the ground, radiating a gentle glow. This was the transmutation divine stone. As he got closer to the transmutation divine stone, Wang Chen felt the power within his body gradually bubbling up, as if cheering and rejoicing. Sir, please place your hand on the transmutation divine stone. You will receive random job transfer tasks, and then the divine stone will teleport you to the corresponding task location. Arriving next to the job transfer divine stone, the staff member said with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Wang Chen did not hesitate and placed his hand directly on the job transfer divine stone. Buzz! A bright light lit up on the divine stone, and a mysterious force enveloped Wang Chen's entire body. In the next second, a piece of information surfaced in his mind. Dear professional, welcome to accept the job transfer task. Detecting. The current level of the professional is 40, meeting the job transfer standard. Second job transfer task generating, generation complete. Task requirement, solve the rampant goblin tribe, normal. Do you confirm? A normal difficulty job transfer task? After absorbing the information in his mind, a hint of surprise appeared in Wang Chen's eyes. It seems that he was fairly lucky this time. The difficulty of the job transfer task is similar to the bronze level and above secret realm dungeons, divided into 4 levels. Based on the experience summarized by many professionals. At normal difficulty, the highest level of monsters encountered by professionals is equal to the current level of the professional. At hard difficulty, the strength of monsters significantly increases, going as high as 30 levels above the professional. Hell difficulty is even more twisted. The monsters that appear in the task are at least 30 levels higher than the professional, and as for the highest, it is still unknown. Since the awakening of the will of the heavens, no professional has ever completed a hell difficulty job transfer task. And what's worse, so far, the rewards for completing simple, normal, and hard difficulty job transfer tasks are the same for professionals. Hee, today's luck is good. It seems that little Bingqing will soon have a partner to play with. Patting Bingqing's little head, Wang Chen directly confirmed in his heart. Buzz buzz buzz. With a flash of light, his figure disappeared before the job transfer divine stone. As the world spun, when Wang Chen landed on solid ground again, he had already arrived outside a lush forest. Job transfer task officially started. Task target, solve the goblin tribe, 0 out of 100. Wishing the professional all the best. At the same time, a mechanical prompt sound like that when entering a secret realm dungeon appeared in his mind. 100 goblins? What a simple task, it seems I won't even need little Bingqing to help, I can handle it easily. Wang Chen thought playfully in his heart, stepping boldly into the forest. With his current strength, he could easily take down monsters 30 levels higher than him. A normal difficulty job transfer task posed no trouble for him at all. Roar roar roar. As soon as he stepped into the forest, the sound of frantic roars echoed in his ears, and at the same time, ferocious and evil gazes projected from the shadows of the forest onto Wang Chen. Swish swish swish. In the next second, grotesque goblins emerged from the forest. These goblins were short and stout, about 1.5 meters tall, covered in dark green skin, wielding bones of unknown creatures as weapons. Upon seeing Wang Chen and Bingqing, greedy expressions surged in their crimson eyes, and some even drooled thick, disgusting saliva. Monster, Goblin Warrior. Level, 35. Combat style, melee. Skills, bite, charge. Type, normal. Monster, Goblin Wizard. Level, 40. Combat style, ranged, support. Skills, corrosion ray, frenzy. Type, mutation. Monster, strong Goblin Warrior. Level, 40. Combat style, melee. Skills, skin hardening, charge, intimidate. Type, mutation. Among the 100 goblins, there were 6 mutated ones, 3 goblin wizards and 3 strong goblin warriors. Seeing these monsters appear, Wang Chen patted Bingqing's head, then silently drew out his Gale longsword to stretch his limbs. Woo woo! Little Bingqing flapped its wings and flew to the side, calling out to cheer for its master. Roar! Bingqing's tender voice seemed to touch a switch, causing the goblins to let out frenzied roars. Without any hesitation, this group of guys waved their weapons and rushed towards Wang Chen in a chaotic swarm. Humph! Seeing this scene, Wang Chen sneered and moved his foot, his body also rushing out at high speed. Whoosh! At the same time, the swift wind longsword in his hand slashed out a crescent like cold light. In an instant, the sword's edge effortlessly cut through the throats of 5 goblins. Ah! Before they could let out a cry, the 5 goblins at the front were instantly killed. The smell of blood quickly spread throughout the forest. Roar, roar, roar. Stimulated by the blood smell, the remaining goblins' eyes turned even redder. Especially as 3 goblin wizards in the back cast their frenzy spell, these guys crazily charged towards Wang Chen, stepping on their fallen comrades' bodies. Chapter 62, For Top Institutions Gather Together. Dongling No. 1 Middle School. The spacious conference room was crowded with people, with Principal Li and the teachers of Dongling No. 1 Middle School all present, standing respectfully to the side. Opposite them were 4 formidable men and women, each radiating an aura much stronger than that of the Dongling Guardian Sitohanan. These 4 were the recruiters from the 4 top universities in Longhua. From left to right, they came from Huqing University, Yanlong University, Yanhua University, and Nanjing University. Behind these 4 people stood 8 young men and women, all outstanding students from the 4 top universities, each giving off an aura around the 3rd transformation. Bang! Where exactly is Wang Chen right now? The recruiter from Huqing University was a robust middle-aged man. He knocked on the table and looked at Principal Li with an expressionless gaze. Under this calm gaze, Principal Li felt as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast, and sweat instantly formed on his forehead. He never expected that right after the college entrance examination list was released today, the recruiters from the 4 top universities would arrive in succession, leaving him completely unprepared. Please remain patient, my lord, it will be very soon, I am already in contact. Calmly wiping away his cold sweat, Principal Li said cautiously. As he spoke, he frantically signaled Class 7's head teacher, Li Xia, to hurry and contact Wang Chen. Noticing the principal's gaze, Li Xia's expression was somewhat stiff. She wanted to contact him, but she couldn't get through. What was going on with this brat Wang Chen today? His phone was off, and when she called home, his parents didn't know where he had gone. Feeling bitter in her heart, Li Xia quietly glanced over at the recruiters again. Just after the college entrance examination list was released, the 4 top universities' recruiters came to snatch him away. Wang Chen's treatment was indeed unique among all the top scorers in Longhua's provinces. After making a phone call that didn't go through, Li Xia helplessly gave Principal Li a look of "I can't help you. I've tried my best." Seeing this, Principal Li couldn't help but feel a bit bitter. The 4 recruiters opposite were not easy to deal with. If they were dissatisfied today, a single complaint could lead to him being asked to voluntarily resign as principal. Principal Li, the teachers have been waiting for almost 20 minutes. You as the principal can't even contact your own student? At this moment, a young man standing behind the Huqing University recruiter furrowed his brows and said somewhat unhappily. No, please wait a little longer. Hearing this, Principal Li shook his head repeatedly, almost shaking his head off like a rattle. The enrollment teachers from 4 universities are not people he can afford to offend, and the students who follow him are equally not people he can afford to offend. For example, the young man speaking at this moment is Zhou Zibo, who was admitted to Huqing University last year from Yuanyang Province. His profession is a special job, a thorn knight, and in just 1 year at Huqing University, his strength has already risen to level 75 in the 3rd transfer, making him a standout among the 2nd-year students. Principal Li, there's no need for more excuses. What does Wang Chen really think? The presence of all the teachers here already gives him tremendous face, yet he dares to be late at a time like this. Does he not regard us at all? Upon hearing this, Zhou Zibo curled his lip in disdain, a flash of anger crossing his eyes. He came to Dongling City with the enrollment teachers, partly to earn credits and partly to see what kind of person this year's top scholar from Yuanyang Province really is, someone worth the personal recruitment efforts of 4 top universities. But the result? As soon as he arrived, he was stood up. Usually proud and arrogant, he could no longer contain the anger bubbling inside him. Noticing Zhou Zibo's dissatisfaction, Principal Li forced a smile, ready to say something comforting. But just then, who knew you all would suddenly come here today? In the conference room, a cold muttering suddenly echoed. As soon as the voice fell, everyone's gaze instantly turned to the striking figure standing behind Principal Li. This was a remarkably beautiful girl, with exquisite features that seemed to be crafted by nature, paired with a slightly spirited ponytail, giving off a youthful and energetic vibe. It was Situ Yu. She ranked 9th in this year's Yuanyang Province college entrance exam and, like Wang Chen, earned the qualification to enter a top university. Little ancestor, could you please settle down? Principal Li glanced at Situ Yu helplessly, feeling completely exhausted. Throwing a tantrum like a spoiled young lady without considering the occasion, the teachers across from them were enrollment officials from 4 top universities, each being someone that he and the Situ family could not offend. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Situ Yu stuck out her tongue and quietly hid behind her homeroom teacher. These guys' gazes are so terrifying. I thought it was someone important, turns out it's just this year's 9th from Yuanyang Province. Zhou Zibo, seeing Situ Yu, revealed a hint of surprise in his eyes, but then he sneered again and said, If it weren't for the school expanding enrollment this year, with your grades, you wouldn't even have the right to stand here and talk big. You really are just like that Wang Chen, having no idea what it means to be humble. Situyu's face instantly showed anger, and with a huff, she stepped out from behind her homeroom teacher. Do you know what it means to be humble? After studying at a top university for a year, your strength has barely reached the third transfer. What's so proud about that? Waste of resources. She glared at Zhou Zibo, her tone utterly unapologetic. She could say whatever she liked, but dare to mention Wang Chen? You little pretty boy, I'll remember you. You. As her words fell, Zhou Zibo's face showed anger, and it wasn't just him, the 7 others standing beside him had equally unpleasant expressions. Situyu's words were too wide-reaching, pulling them all into it. For a moment, the atmosphere in the conference room became somewhat stagnant, the silence palpable. Nonsense. Principal Li's face changed drastically, turning to glare at Situyu. They are your future seniors, Situyu, how could you be so rude? Hurry and apologize to them. As he spoke, Principal Li continuously shot glances at Situyu, hoping this little ancestor would settle down. However, I didn't say anything wrong. Situyu pouted, uncaring as she stared down at the ground. You. Seeing this scene, Principal Li felt completely numb. Gritting his teeth, he was determined to forcibly pull Situyu to apologize. But just then. Waste of resources? The little girl has quite a sharp tongue. Since you look down on them, why don't you have a competition? Let's see who really is the useless one. The admissions teacher from Huaqing University tapped the table and said sarcastically. Chapter 63, Second Transition, Hope for the Future. In the conference room of Dongling No. 1 Middle School, as soon as the words of the admissions teacher from Huaqing University fell, the atmosphere instantly froze. A graduate who hasn't even entered university is going to compete with outstanding students from top universities? No matter how you look at it, this is a certain defeat. The two sides are simply not on the same level. At this moment, not only were the people from Dongling No. 1 Middle School stunned, but even the 3 other admissions teachers from top universities frowned. Teacher Zhang, this seems a bit against the rules, right? Mu Weining, the admissions teacher from Yanlong University, cast an unhappy glance at Teacher Zhang from Huaqing University. There's nothing against the rules. In response, Teacher Zhang from Huaqing sneered, speaking in a playful tone. Young people are so naive, achieving a bit of success and becoming arrogant. It's just right to give them a setback, so they know there are always bigger challenges. This is simply unfair. A flash of anger crossed Mu Weining's eyes. In her view, although Situyu's previous words were a bit extreme, they had some reason behind them. Teacher Zhang from Huaqing's actions went a bit too far. In this world, there is no such thing as fairness, especially for professionals. No matter what happened before, in front of a stronger professional, anyone must learn to show respect. You Yanlong University are too weak, that's why your students lost to our Huaqing in last year's competition. Teacher Zhang from Huaqing shook his head with a cold smile, feeling that there was nothing wrong with his decision. You. Hearing his words, Mu Weining's chest rose and fell rapidly, wishing she could cut down this arrogant guy with one sword. Damn it! Winning the first place among national universities once, and now acting like he's on top of the world. In an instant, the argument between the two brought the atmosphere in the entire conference room to freezing point. But at that moment, let's compete. A clear voice broke the silence in the conference room. I want to see how much stronger you are after a year of study at Huaqing University. Situyu stepped forward, looking fearlessly at Zhou Zibo. Hearing this, Zhou Zibo glanced at Teacher Zhang, then stepped forward with a sneer. Good. Then I will show you how to maintain respect in front of seniors. Swish. As a cold light flashed, the last goblin wizard's neck showed a line of blood, and its body fell softly to the ground. Wang Chen sheathed his sword, calmly observing his surroundings. At this moment, 100 goblin bodies lay neatly scattered around him. Total time used, 36 seconds. After stopping the timer, Wang Chen nodded silently. Not bad. This speed barely satisfied him. If he hadn't tested the defense capabilities of the new equipment in between, he could have shortened this time even more. Ow, ow. Seeing that the battle was over, Xiao Bingqing flapped her wings and flew over. Affectionately rubbing her little face against her master's, the little creature's eyes sparkled. Alright, you little brown noser, when we get back I'll buy you some delicious food. Sensing the thoughts coming from the contract, Wang Chen rubbed Xiao Bingqing's little head with annoyance. Over the month in the Beast Mountain range, the little fellow had completely become a foodie thanks to Situyu's care. Ow, ow. Hearing her master's promise, the little creature's eyes narrowed happily. At the same time, a mechanical prompt sound rang in Wang Chen's ear. Congratulations, professional, you have successfully completed the second transition job task. Job advancement in progress. Giant Beast Master, first transition, Giant Beast Master, second transition, Congratulations, you have learned the Beastmaster exclusive skill, Pet Amplification Technique. Congratulations, you have gained a new pet contract slot. Successfully transferred, the job changer is about to leave. Please wait a moment. After the prompt sound disappeared, a bright light flashed across Wang Chen's body, and he immediately felt that a certain barrier that had been binding him disappeared. Finally can continue to level up. Feeling the changes in his body, a smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. From now on, his level can continue to rise. As long as he levels up 10 more times, Bing Qing can reach the limit of his current growth stage, and once he enters the next stage, the little one will be able to speak. By then, the little one can communicate normally with others, no longer having to be a riddle dragon. Moreover, what excites him recently is the newly added pet slot, which means he will soon gain the attributes of a second pet. His own strength will become stronger and stronger, like a snowball rolling down a hill. From today, the terror of the giant beast master profession will begin to fully display on him. This time I have to pick carefully, to find an equally strong companion for Bing Qing. I've almost checked out the pet market in Dongling City, so let's go to the big city to pick the second pet. Excitedly thinking in his heart, Wang Chen began to check his newly acquired exclusive skills as a beast master. Pet Enhancement Technique, the after casting, it increases the strength of your pet by 10%. This skill is a basic skill of beast masters, and both giant beast masters and normal beast masters will receive it upon second transfer. However, when this skill is used by Wang Chen, it becomes even more powerful. With the boost of the SSS level talent Thousands of Beasts Affection, the effects of all his exclusive skills are multiplied by 10. If he uses the Pet Enhancement Technique on Bing Qing, it will directly give it a 100% strength increase. Now the little one's strength can compete with a level 70 player who has just entered the third transfer. If it increases another time, it's likely that even level 80 players will be knocked down with a paw. Strength has increased again. I hope when those top university geniuses see Bing Qing's terrifying strength, they won't be shocked to drop their jaws. Thinking excitedly in his heart, Wang Chen quietly waited to be teleported out. Soon, with a flash of light, he reappeared next to the job transfer stone. The staff waiting nearby stared in astonishment when they saw Wang Chen come out so quickly. In less than a minute, this handsome guy was truly lucky, he must have randomly drawn a simple difficulty transfer task. Thinking this, the staff revealed a polite smile. Congratulations on successfully completing the transfer task. Her tone was much more courteous than before. In today's Blue Star, first transferers are just newcomers, while successfully completing the second transfer means officially stepping onto the extraordinary path. Wang Chen felt a slight warmth in his heart at the staff's change and was about to say some polite words. Ding ding ding. However, just then, his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated urgently. Hey mom. As soon as he answered, before Wang Chen could finish speaking, his mom's rapid-fire voice came through. Where have you been, you little rascal? The admissions teachers from the 4 top universities are at number 1 high school, hurry up and get over there. The admissions teachers from the 4 top universities are gathered at Dongling number 1 high school? Hanging up the phone, Wang Chen's expression was a bit surprised. He was somewhat taken aback that the admissions teachers from top universities were so eager, considering that the results of the college entrance exam just came out today. However, thinking of the terrifying results he created in the college entrance exam, Wang Chen felt a sudden understanding. Looking back at previous college entrance exam results, the best passing scores had never crossed the 10-minute mark. And he had directly boosted that score tenfold. It's no wonder that the 4 top universities would be going crazy. I wonder what kind of recruitment conditions they will offer. I'm afraid my wallet is going to get fat again this time. Thinking of the privileges that come with entering a top university, Wang Chen left the transfer temple with some anticipation. The 4 top universities all follow an elite path, offering rich rewards to students they enroll every year. These rewards include gold coins, sacred crystals, equipment, skill books, and all sorts of items. Moreover, these are not even the most valuable. As far as Wang Chen knows, the top universities also offer precious qualifications to enter secret realm dungeons as rewards. It's important to note that not long ago, after clearing the National College Entrance Examination Secret Realm Dungeon, the Lava Cave, Wang Chen directly gained 5 million experience points and many other valuable rewards. And this was just a bronze-level dungeon. Among the top universities, there are plenty of silver, gold, and diamond-level secret dungeons. As long as he can clear these, Wang Chen felt that his strength could skyrocket like a rocket. With excitement in his heart, Wang Chen arrived at the school. As soon as he walked through the gate, he saw teacher Li Xia, who had received the news. Where have you been? Li Xia grabbed Wang Chen, her tone a bit reproachful. During the time this brat went missing, she felt a tremendous psychological pressure. Those 4 terrifying admissions teachers, just their mere presence made her feel breathless. I went to the transfer temple to change jobs. Rubbing his nose, Wang Chen said a bit shamefacedly. As soon as he saw so many missed calls on his phone, he knew he couldn't escape a round of scolding. Second transfer? You succeeded. Upon hearing this, Li Xia looked at Wang Chen in surprise. Only then did she notice that her proud student had a slightly different aura about him than before. For a moment, Li Xia's expression became a bit complicated. How long has it been? This brat, whom she had watched grow up, was about to catch up to her in strength. Alright, enough of your self-satisfaction, hurry up and come with me, those few important people are waiting anxiously. However, Li Xia quickly gathered her emotions and pulled Wang Chen towards the playground. Teacher, aren't we going to the conference room? Noticing the direction was wrong, Wang Chen asked curiously. Hearing his words, Li Xia paused her steps and said, a bit helplessly while walking, something happened, just stay calm for a moment, and first choose a school. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen was completely puzzled. But soon, as he entered the playground, his confusion was cleared up. Glancing across the playground, he saw Situyu's small face covered in dirt, with red eyes and a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Not far away, a young man stood proudly, looking arrogant. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen furrowed his brows. What's going on? Walking up to Situyu and helping her wipe the dirt off her face, Wang Chen asked in a slightly unfriendly tone. They said. Situyu seemed to find her backbone, clutching Wang Chen's clothes while explaining the situation. After hearing her, a cold glint flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. A contest between third and second transfers? Isn't that just bullying? On the other side. You are Wang Chen? You don't seem different at all. Junior Situyu wants to feel the strength of her senior, do you want to give it a try? Zhou Zibo glanced at Wang Chen, noticing he was handsome and extraordinary, like a celestial being stepped out of a painting, and spoke with a tone that turned hostile. All good-looking ones are not to be trusted. I want to punch that pretty face of yours into a pig's head. However, what disappointed him a bit was that, upon hearing his words, Wang Chen turned and looked over without any emotional fluctuations in his gaze, like an unfathomable ocean. In a daze, Zhou Zibo felt as if he saw a high and mighty deity coldly watching an ant clawing desperately. And unfortunately, he was that ant. Looks like Junior Wang Chen, you are not satisfied? What, do you want to come and practice with me, your senior? Zhou Zibo stared intently at Wang Chen, his expression extremely grim. This lofty gaze made him furious. Who do you think you are? All right. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen nonchalantly nodded. This guy didn't have to say anything, he was going to teach him a good lesson regardless. Wang Chen. Situyu clutched the corner of Wang Chen's shirt, her expression a bit worried. Although she hated Zhou Zibo on the opposite side to the core, she had to admit that this guy was indeed formidable. Just now, in the match, she had been utterly defeated. Beside her, Principal Li and others were also about to speak up to persuade him. A high school student against a second-year student from a top university was like an egg hitting a stone. Situyu's earlier defeat had directly proven this point. However, before they could say anything, Wang Chen patted Situyu's hand and then took a step forward, walking right in front of Zhou Zibo. But at this moment, his gaze was not on Zhou Zibo, instead, he directly looked past him, focusing on someone behind him. Teacher Zhang from Hucking University. Teacher, can I break him? Teacher Zhang from Hucking University showed a flash of anger on his face. Yes, but you must have that strength. Also, our Hucking University will not accept anyone without self-awareness. The corners of Teacher Zhang's mouth curled up, his tone somewhat mocking. A student who had just finished a college entrance exam dared to show no respect to a recruitment teacher from a top university? How reckless. Does he think that because he has signed a contract with a giant dragon, he can look down on the talents of a top university? Meanwhile, the other three recruitment teachers from top universities watched the scene, their faces showing a keen interest. Now that Wang Chen confronted Hucking University, this was the best scenario for them. They hadn't even offered any recruitment terms, and already one competitor was eliminated. On the opposite side, hearing Teacher Zhang's words full of implied anger, Wang Chen dismissively shook his head, directly passing on the option of Hucking University in his heart. With his grades, it was him choosing the school, not the school choosing him. He didn't know where Hucking's people got their sense of superiority. Just right, I'm not interested in schools that like to bully the weak. Shifting his gaze back to Zhou Zibo, Wang Chen disdainfully extended his hand, waving it like teasing a dog. Let's get started. If you don't strike first, I'm afraid you won't have a chance later. Wang Chen's words fell like thunder on the playground. In an instant, everyone's expression turned extremely shocked. Teacher Zhang from Hucking University's face visibly reddened, his anger making his breath a bit unstable. Bully the weak? He never expected that Wang Chen would give Hucking University such an evaluation. What ignorance! A lucky fellow who accidentally contracted a giant dragon was getting too arrogant. With such a mindset, even if he doesn't end up falling, his future achievements will be limited. Teacher Zhang from Hucking was furious, while the other three recruiting teachers couldn't help but smile. At this moment, whatever the result of the match between Wang Chen and Zhou Zibo, Hucking University had already been announced out of the game. This young man has character, we at Yanlong University need talents like him. Mu Weining, a recruitment teacher from Yanlong University, praised openly, disregarding Teacher Zhang's ugly expression. Hearing her words, Teacher Zhang's face turned even greener. Zhou Zibo, if you don't trample Wang Chen underfoot today, I'll deduct all your credits for this year. With his anger boiling, he couldn't help but transmit a message to Zhou Zibo. On the playground, Zhou Zibo, whose anger had already been provoked by Wang Chen's disdain, revealed a cruel expression upon hearing this. Good. Earlier he was afraid of being too heavy-handed in upsetting Teacher Zhang, now with that comment as a backing, he could act without hesitation. Boom! With one foot pushing off the ground, Zhou Zibo charged at Wang Chen with a fierce whistling sound. You think you can act tough? Today, I'm going to beat you into a cripple. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, Zhou Zibo's fist, carrying a strong whistling sound, was in front of Wang Chen. Facing this blow, Wang Chen did not dodge or evade. Just as the fist was about to touch him, his foot moved, leaving an illusion of himself in place. When he appeared again, he had already sidestepped Zhou Zibo and reached behind him. Then, he kicked fiercely at Zhou Zibo's backside. Bang! This kick wasn't very powerful, but it was extremely insulting. Zhou Zibo, off balance, was sent crashing down by the kick. With a thud, he landed face-first on the playground, like a wild dog pouncing on food. This senior, it seems you've eaten plenty of dirt before, your move resembles a wild dog pouncing on food to perfection. Looking at the disheveled Zhou Zibo, Wang Chen smiled slightly and silently withdrew his foot. Ah! Damn you, kid! I'm going to kill you. Zhou Zibo climbed up, his face twisted, glaring at Wang Chen with venomous eyes. He had thought he could crush Wang Chen with his strong level ability, but he hadn't expected to be humiliated like this. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Intense magical energy surged, and a thorny aura enveloped him instantly. In his rage, Zhou Zibo ignored everything else and directly used his class skill. Thorny Aura. This was the signature skill of the Thorn Knight, and now at level 3, it could increase his strength by 30% and rebound 10% of the damage. Kid, I'm going to rip your mouth apart piece by piece. Then he gestured, and a 2-meter-long lance appeared in his hand, then charged at Wang Chen. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the loud sound of footsteps echoed across the playground as Zhou Zibo charged like an army. Seeing this, the onlookers instinctively tensed up, and the admissions teachers, including Mu Weining, prepared themselves to step in to save the situation. After all, a fully powered level 3 Thorn Knight was definitely not something a level 2 could handle. But, looking at the charging Zhou Zibo, Wang Chen showed no sign of fear on his face. Boom! A flash of blood light appeared on him, his heartbeat quickened, and his blood surged wildly, making his aura suddenly become violent. Bloodthirsty Frenzy. It reduced pain by 20% and increased attack power by 20%. Instant Sword. In the next moment, Wang Chen charged out at an even faster speed, his Gale Sword slashing hard at the incoming lance. With a bang, the two weapons collided violently, and sparks flew everywhere. Zhou Zibo's forward charge was stopped, while Wang Chen was sent flying backwards. Even with the icy attribute feedback, Wang Chen still had a certain gap in hard power compared to a level 3 professional. Ha ha! You overestimate yourself. Seeing this, Zhou Zibo laughed wildly, and Wang Chen's retreat filled him with excitement. But at this moment, he didn't realize that Wang Chen, who was sent flying, showed no change in his expression. Instead, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ha! With a cold sneer, Wang Chen landed on one foot, shifting his body to unload the backlash energy, and then he shot out again like lightning. Instant Sword. 2-hit combo. Whoosh! In a fierce gust of wind, Wang Chen appeared before Zhou Zibo, whose face still bore an excited expression, and slashed the Gale Sword towards his neck. Caught completely off guard, Zhou Zibo could hardly react. He could only raise the lance to block the sword above him. Bang! Zhou Zibo felt a powerful force collide with the lance, and he struggled to hold on, nearly dropping it. But his body was directly lifted into the air by this force. Swish, swish. Wang Chen, taking advantage of the situation, quickly swung his other hand, and 2 huge green wind blades shot out. Bang, bang. Crack. Zhou Zibo, still in midair, had no time to dodge, and the 2 wind blades hit his body, sending him spinning several times until he fell to the ground face down. You. Puff. Zhou Zibo painfully lifted his head, looking at Wang Chen with crazy hatred, and just as he was about to say something, a mouthful of blood spurted out. The wind blades were blocked by his equipment, but the immense power made him feel as if he had been run over by a steamroller, as if his internal organs were being displaced. Seeing this scene, everyone around stood straight, their eyes filled with shock as they looked at Wang Chen. Especially the three enrollment teachers, excluding teacher Zhang, each had a glint of excitement in their eyes. Beautiful. Perfect battle awareness and control of timing. Although Zhou Zibo had underestimated his opponent and didn't show his full strength, Wang Chen was the same. He was a giant beast master, and his stronger giant dragon hadn't even fought yet. Ah! I will kill you. Zhou Zutong trembled all over, the way everyone looked at him felt like a knife cutting his heart. With a roar, 3 halos rose around him, and the writing spear in his hand burst forth with dazzling light, then he crazily charged toward Wang Chen. However, in the face of such an attack, Wang Chen didn't even move, not even adopting a defensive stance. Because he saw a figure blocking Zhou Zibo's path. Teacher Zhang from Hucking University grabbed the writing spear and casually swung Zhou Zibo away. Then, you have won. He shook his head, looking at Wang Chen with very complex eyes. Chapter 66, The Flame Dragon and Irresistible Sincerity. On the playground of Dongling No. 1 Middle School, it was silent as a crow. Everyone looked in disbelief at the center of the playground, at the handsome young figure. No one expected that Wang Chen had really defeated Zhou Zibo in a frontal battle. Although part of it was due to Zhou Zibo's underestimation of his opponent, this achievement was legendary. It's important to note that there was a full 35 levels difference between the two. Moreover, Wang Chen's most powerful card, the Giant Dragon, had not yet taken the field. Is this the power of the top scorer of the college entrance examination in Yuzhong province this year? It's simply monstrous. At all costs, they must recruit this freak into the school. Watching this scene, the three enrollment teachers exchanged fierce glances, as if sparks were flying in the air. And in the center of the playground, Teacher Zhang from Hucking University looked at Wang Chen with an incredibly complicated expression. He had previously thought Wang Chen arrogant, but now, he felt only shock and regret. 1 billion gold coins as a reward, a diamond-level equipment, 2 optional A-level skill books, and 1 free monthly entry each to a gold level and a silver-level secret dungeon. These are the conditions from Hucking University. Wang Chen, I hope you consider it. Teacher Zhang's tone was extremely complex. However, upon hearing these conditions that could make countless people green with envy, Wang Chen simply shook his head. Sorry, I'm not interested in Hucking University. After saying that, he directly walked towards Situyu. Looking at Wang Chen, then at the already unconscious Zhou Zibo on the ground, a deep sense of regret flashed in Teacher Zhang's eyes. A future prodigy destined to shine brightly had slipped away from Hucking University. Teacher Zhang bit his lip and picked up the unconscious Zhou Zibo and flew away. Wang Chen, I apologize for my previous underestimation. On the playground, only his voice filled with regret echoed. Wang Chen looked at the distant figure of Teacher Zhang, then lowered his head to see Situyu, stunned, and asked, Am I very powerful? Situyu's eyes sparkled with light. You are not just amazing, you are incredibly amazing. The girl rushed over directly, smiling like a silly fool. Ahem. Wang Chen felt a bit awkward, looking around for help with his eyes. However, beside him, everyone was staring straight ahead, acting as if they had seen nothing. After laughing for quite some time, Situyu finally let go of Wang Chen, her face as red as a monkey's butt. But at this moment, no one made fun of her. Mu Weining and the other 3 recruitment teachers squeezed through the crowd and surrounded Wang Chen. Wang Chen, I am a recruitment teacher from Nanshang University, and I hope you can join us at Nanshang University. For this, we are willing to offer. Wang Chen, I am a recruitment teacher from Yanhua University. You must come to our school, the bonus we give you is double that of Nanshang University. The recruitment teachers from Nanshang University and Yanhua University each grabbed Wang Chen's hands, eagerly presenting incredibly enticing conditions. Especially the teacher from Yanhua University, who immediately mentioned doubling the bonus. You must know, Nanshang University already offered a bonus of 1 billion gold coins, and with this doubling, that becomes 2 billion gold coins. This is money that ordinary people, and even some wealthy families, could never earn in a lifetime. The surrounding teachers and Principal Li were so shocked by the conditions offered that their jaws nearly dropped. However, Wang Chen's expression was very calm, he was not confused by these offers at all. On the contrary, at this moment, he was somewhat curious about the recruitment teacher from Yanlong University. Wang Chen, I am Mu Weining, a recruitment teacher from Yanlong University. I offer you the same conditions as Yanhua University. However, I see that you have already transitioned to the second stage, so you must have a blank contract slot. Yanlong University is willing to provide you with a beast pet. Mu Weining smiled at Wang Chen, her words very gentle. As soon as her voice fell, the recruitment teachers from Nanshang University and Yanhua University fell silent. Yanlong University came prepared. If it were other conditions, especially regarding bonuses, they could still compete, but a beast? Yanlong University was really investing heavily here. Those two had no authority to compete. Even if they sought approval, their sincerity would fall short compared to Yanlong University. Thinking this, the recruitment teachers from Nanshang University and Yanhua University quietly released Wang Chen's arm. Very well, it seems you can't come up with better conditions. Seeing this scene, Mu Weiniang smiled lightly, her gaze fixed on Wang Chen. I choose Yanlong University. Wang Chen did not hesitate. Although he did not need the school's reward of a beast, it showed that Yanlong University's sincerity was greater than the other two. Good, your choice is very wise, Wang Chen. Mu Weiniang's face showed a satisfied smile, and then she looked at Situyu. I believe Situyu wants to attend the same university as Wang Chen. In addition to the beast, how about 500 million gold coins and other conditions the same as Wang Chen? Mu Weiniang said somewhat slyly. Upon hearing this, Situyu's pretty face turned red, and she gently nodded. Seeing that both had made their choices, the recruitment teachers from Nanshang University and Yanhua University exchanged a few pleasantries with Wang Chen before directly taking their leave. Once they left, Mu Weiniang asked for Wang Chen's and Situyu's bank accounts. The bonuses will be transferred to your cards shortly. Other rewards will need to be collected at the school. In 3 days, new students will start. You both should prepare in these days and be sure not to be late. Mu Weiniang kindly explained a few matters and left decisively with a wave. After she left, Wang Chen and Situyu chatted with the teachers for a bit and then set off to leave the school. The two decided to spend the next few days reuniting with their families. 3 days later, Wang Chen left a note for his parents. Pressed down with a bank card containing 100 million gold coins, and then quietly left home. This action was taken not only because he did not want to witness his parents' reluctance during the separation but also to prevent them from pulling at him emotionally. Parents always give without asking for anything in return, and Wang Chen was forced into such a dilemma. After leaving home, he made his way to the interprovincial teleportation station located in the city center. Since the awakening of the heavenly will, the territory of Blue Star has expanded countless times, and the distance between cities can no longer be measured by previous standards. For instance, Yanlong University is located in the capital of Dragon Country, while Dongling City is worlds apart. In the past, one could reach it by plane or high-speed train, but now, using such outdated methods, it would likely take 3 to 5 days just to arrive. Not only has the distance increased, but the wild monster areas located within the cities have also made the journey extremely dangerous. As a result, super long-distance teleportation arrays were born. As long as one is willing to spend money, they can instantly reach any city in Dragon Country. As soon as he entered the teleportation station, Situyu, who had been waiting there, bounced over. Wang Chen, the ticket has already been bought. Our university life is about to begin. Chapter 67, Arrival at Yanlong. Yanlong University. Nestled in the northern mountains of Dragon Country's capital. Amidst the continuous buildings, pavilions and towers rise tall, and the perfect blend of classical beauty with modernity gives an overwhelming sense of mysterious beauty. This complex of buildings, though called a university, covers an area comparable to a small city. With a permanent population of 2 million, the combined number of faculty and students is nearly 1,000, while everyone else exists to serve these talents and powerful figures. In the very center of the complex stands a tower over 300 meters high, piercing the clouds like a sharp sword. This is the main teaching building of Yanlong University, the Eternal Tower. It is not only a magnificent structure but also an unfathomable war fortress. In the 700 years since the heavenly will awakened, the Eternal Tower has appeared countless times on the battlefield, crushing countless enemies for Dragon Country and Blue Star. The countless patches on its surface, along with the crisscrossing scars, are brilliant medals from numerous battles. Even standing close, one can feel the breath of blood and fire from it. At this moment, knock. 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 On the top floor of the Eternal Tower, a knocking sound echoed. Come in. A gentle voice sounded as first-class lecturer Mu Weiniang pushed open the door and walked to a wide office desk. Dean. She looked at the figure diligently writing at the desk and nervously greeted. You're here. Upon hearing her, the dean put down his pen and looked up with a warm smile. He is a man in his 30s, with an ordinary appearance and gentle eyes, looking quite unremarkable. Yet at this moment, under that gentle gaze, Mu Weiniang, no matter how many times she had come, still felt incredibly nervous, or rather, respectful. This dean is a crucial 8-turn powerhouse of Dragon Country, the Blood Knight whose name resounds across the battlefield, a terrifying existence who has emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Dean, today is the new student enrollment day. I am here to collect the reward for the new student, Wang Chen. Calming her thoughts, Mu Weiniang respectfully spoke. Wang Chen? The giant beast cub can wait. Tell me about this little guy. I want your most intuitive opinion. Upon hearing this, the dean appeared interested, leaning back in his chair and looking gently at Mu Weiniang. A prodigy. Mu Weining pondered for a moment and said with a hint of admiration, I have never seen any student who can master combat skills to such an extent at this age, as if it has become a natural instinct. Then, what about his dragon? Although we didn't see that ice giant dragon make a move this time, from the power shown by Wang Chen. Mu Weining paused, her expression in shock, then continued, it is probably a king-level divine beast. King level? Hearing this, the headmaster's eyes flashed with a spark, as if thunder was brewing within. What an outstanding little guy. He's here. The headmaster's smile grew wide, suddenly turning his gaze to outside the room, as if seeing something that delighted him through layers of obstruction. Go ahead, hand the giant beast to him. By the way, tell him that if he doesn't understand anything, he can come here to ask me. This. After catching the headmaster's implied meaning, Mu Weining's expression was shocked and full of disbelief. But before she could ask further, she was teleported out of the room amidst the flickering magical light. In front of Yanlong University. Is this Yanlong University? It feels even bigger than our Dongling city. Situyu murmured to herself, her face showing an expression like a country bumpkin entering the city. Beside her, Wang Chen also looked a bit lost. This magnificent group of buildings was so vast that the edges couldn't be seen with the naked eye. The so-called university towns from the past life were nothing compared to this. Thinking that this would be his home for the next 3 years, excitement rose within him. Isn't it shocking? Just then, a clear female voice suddenly came from beside them, as the enrollment teacher Mu Weining appeared out of nowhere. Welcome to Yanlong University. Hello, Teacher Mu. Seeing the newcomer, Wang Chen and Situyu quickly greeted her politely, then curiously looked at her. In the past few days, the two had brushed up on some information about Yanlong University, so they knew very well that this gently smiling teacher was a first-class lecturer, a powerful individual with a 5-turn strength. Her personally coming to welcome them was truly surprising. Just in time, I'll take you to register your information. To prevent you two from being taken advantage of by unscrupulous seniors. Mu Weining explained briefly, then turned and led the two into the campus. Being taken advantage of? Walking behind, Wang Chen felt a slight chill in his heart. Sure enough, no matter where it was, there was always that care from older students to younger ones. Hello, Teacher Mu. At this moment, Mu Weining led the two to the registration desk inside the school gate, where 3 students sitting behind the table hurried to stand up and respectfully greet her. The 3, 2 male and 1 female, were all under 20 years old, and their auras had already reached the 3-turn level. Teacher Mu, you're not being fair, not letting this tiny bit of points go, huh? As Mu Weining approached, the girl among the 3 revealed a look of grievance. Alright. I just happened to be here, I won't steal your points. Mu Weining shot the girl an annoyed glance. Hearing this, the girl obediently nodded, taking out the registration form, her eyes glued directly to Wang Chen. He looks so handsome, it seems the title of Schoolgrass is going to change hands this year. Hello, Junior. Please fill out your basic information. Hello, Senior. Wang Chen nodded politely, filled out the registration form, and handed it back. Wang Chen? The sophomore girl, planning to sneakily note down his contact information, couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the name on the registration form. No wonder Teacher Mu personally came to assist with his enrollment. It turns out he is a giant beast master who has contracted a divine beast. Junior, do you have a girlfriend? Looking at Wang Chen, a glow sparkled in the sophomore girl's eyes. This could be a future surefire 7-turn powerhouse. Senior, I've filled mine out too. Before Wang Chen could respond, Situyu unhappily squeezed in, glaring fiercely at the starry-eyed girl across from her as if she were a little tiger whose territory had been invaded. So angry. Do I not exist? But the sophomore girl was completely unconcerned, casually accepting the registration form while her gaze remained fixated on Wang Chen, almost as if she were glued to him. Who knows, does the junior mind having multiple girlfriends? Seeing this scene, the 2 sophomore seniors beside her showed a bitter smile, secretly envying. What a shallow woman. Is it really necessary? This junior, he's just a tiny bit more handsome than us. Chapter 68, This is a divine beast, and you actually find it wanting? After the incident at the registration office, Mu Weining led Wang Chen and Situyu to the temporary dormitory for new students. Compared to what they saw outside, entering the campus made the surrounding scenery even more shocking. The towering buildings scattered around, and pedestrians riding flying beasts or using magical props, made them feel like they had stepped into a marvelous world. What a marvelous place! Following behind Mu Weining, Wang Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The intertwining of magic and technology presented a breathtaking beauty. Our Flame Dragon University was built 35 years after the Rebirth era, and it has a history of over 600 years. Our principal is a 9-turn strongman who bears the title of God of War. Mu Weining walked in front, occasionally explaining a few things to Wang Chen and Situyu. The entrance you just came through is the main gate of the school. Besides that, there are many other exits. Once you officially start your campus life, you will encounter these. The entire school area is divided into residential area, teaching area, experimental area, trading area, mission area, and so on. You can check the specific locations on the wristwatch given earlier. Its functions are powerful, it's not just your identity proof. Hearing this, Wang Chen and Situ curiously fiddled with the newly acquired silver wristwatch on their wrists. It was entirely silver, filled with a sense of technology, and with a touch, a holographic screen would appear before their eyes. It displayed an array of information, integrating modules for trading, navigation, inquiries, games, and more, with performance that was unbelievable. After you report, you have 2 days to familiarize yourselves with the school. 2 days later, the school will hold the annual ranking competition for you. At that time, rewards and corresponding ranking benefits will be issued based on your respective rankings. And one more thing, you must remember that the most solid currency in the school is academic credits. Aside from the trading area connected to the outside world, whether exchanging resources or handling food and lodging, you will need to spend academic credits. Mu Weining spoke seriously to remind them. Teacher Mu, we just enrolled, and we have no credits. Isn't that going to make things very difficult? Upon hearing the importance of academic credits, Situ showed a bitter expression. Don't worry. When you registered, the school had already issued you a corresponding amount of academic credits based on your entrance exam scores. You can check it by opening the wristwatch. Mu Weining waved her hand and explained with a smile. Really? I have 1,000 academic credits right now. Situ swiped on the wristwatch a few times, her face lit up with surprise, and then she looked curiously at Wang Chen. Quick, let me see how much you have. About the same. Wang Chen nonchalantly hid his hand behind him, his expression very calm. Just now he had glanced, and his academic credits reached 10,000 points, a full 10 times that of Situ. Wealth should not be flaunted, it's better not to say it out loud and upset her. Teacher Mu, do you have something to discuss with me today? After sending Situ to the dorm, Wang Chen couldn't help but ask his own doubts. Mu Weining, as a top lecturer at Flame Dragon University and a 5-turn strongman, wouldn't be so idle. Happening upon them was just an excuse. I thought you would hold back from asking. Mu Weining smiled and led Wang Chen to a pavilion outside the dormitory area. I came specifically to deliver a special reward from the school to you. As she spoke, she took out a creature emitting a mysterious aura and handed it over. This creature was fluffy and looked like a small puppy that hadn't fully grown yet. Ah! Woo! As soon as it was in hand, it showed its teeth to Wang Chen, a low growl threatening from its throat. However, as the little Bingqing looked at it curiously, this little creature immediately curled up its tail and whimpered. Its body trembled continuously, seemingly scared to the extreme. Seeing what this creature was, Mu Weining was instantly astonished, her gaze at Bingqing filled with shock. This was a legendary divine beast's cub, yet it trembled in fear? Across from her, Wang Chen didn't notice Mu Weining's astonished glance. Upon seeing this little creature, he did not hesitate to use bloodline identification technique. A faint glow flickered in his eyes as the creature's information surfaced in his mind. Howling Moon Silver Wolf, Legendary Divine Beast, Final Evolution State, Sky-Devouring Demon Wolf, Cosmic Divine Beast. After checking the information, Wang Chen's eyes showed a slight tremor. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf had an initial rank of a Legendary Divine Beast, making it the highest-ranked pet he had seen besides Bingqing. However, after the shock, he sighed in his heart. Although the Howling Moon Silver Wolf's initial rank was high, its ultimate growth limit only reached the cosmic level. Its potential was rather modest. For others, this was an incredibly rare treasure, but for him, it felt somewhat like a useless trinket. With the divine talent of beast fusion, he could easily synthesize a pet with higher potential. For a moment, Wang Chen scratched at the Howling Moon Silver Wolf in his arms, pondering how to handle it. Giving up was impossible. A legendary divine beast's worth was beyond measure, he wasn't foolish enough to refuse it. Oh. It's a female. At that moment, Wang Chen's eyes suddenly moved. Teacher Mu, does this giant beast belong to me now? Can I do as I wish with it? Thinking for a moment, he looked up and asked Mu Weining. Mu Weining furrowed her brow and nodded, her expression a bit odd. Somehow, she felt that Wang Chen seemed to have a bit of disdain for the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. But soon after, she brushed away her strange thought. What a joke! This was a legendary divine beast, a powerful pet that countless people desperately sought. How could anyone look down on it? This Howling Moon Silver Wolf is the cub of the Dean's pet. The Dean has said that if you have any questions during your training, you can come to him for advice. Recalling the Dean's instructions, Mu Weining's tone became serious. Even she couldn't help but feel shocked at the favor of an 8th-turn expert. However. Then, please thank the Dean for me, Teacher Mu. Hearing her words, Wang Chen simply nodded lightly, showing no further reaction. On one hand, he wasn't clear about the dean's strength, on the other hand, he already had a destination in mind for the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. After all, he wasn't going to contract it, so this advice opportunity was of no use to him. Seeing this scene, Mu Weining showed a puzzled expression. Did you not understand the hidden meaning in my words? Being told to seek advice means the dean intends to take you as a student. Being a student of an 8th turn expert would drive countless people crazy. Why do you appear so calm? Mu Weining was greatly shocked. Chapter 69, The Goal, rank 1 on the newcomer list. After Mu Weining left, Wang Chen brought the two little creatures to his dormitory. I have to say, the treatment at Flame Dragon University is quite good, even the temporary dormitory is as luxurious as a 5-star presidential suite. After putting down his luggage and letting the two little creatures play, Wang Chen walked to the living room to call his parents and report his safety. After he left, little Bingqing's azure eyes fixed on the trembling Howling Moon Silver Wolf. Thump! With strong dragon claws, it easily flipped the Howling Moon Silver Wolf over, and the curious big sister began to check the little sister's body. Woo woo! The Howling Moon Silver Wolf, resembling a small puppy, spread its foreclaws helplessly. The belly was exposed pleasingly. The bloodline pressure from the ancestral divine beast did not allow it to have even a trace of rebellious thought. When Wang Chen returned from his phone call, he saw a scene that made him want to laugh. Bingqing sat on the bed like a big sister, while the Howling Moon Silver Wolf carefully served her fruit with its paw. There was no trace of the ferocity from their first meeting, it was like a little maid who had suffered humiliation. Don't bully it anymore. Wang Chen irritably rubbed Bingqing's head, pushed the two little guys aside, and then activated the holographic screen of his wristwatch. Just as teacher Mu Weining had said, the functions of the wristwatch were quite powerful, with various detailed introductions about the school. Especially on the forum, Wang Chen hurriedly filled in a lot of basic knowledge about Flame Dragon University. For example, credits, about ranking battles. Credits are the strongest currency within the school, this is not just saying, but deeply implemented in all aspects. Over 99% of the services in the school require credits as the key to the door. Without credits, while it's not impossible to live in Flame Dragon University, wanting to improve oneself is utterly impossible. After all, without credits, you can't enter secret realms for dungeons, and you can't even afford a ticket to attend classes. Compared to the importance of credits, the ways to earn them are quite limited. Besides taking on tasks that are regularly released in the task area by the school, the most important way is to raise one's ranking. For first, second, and third-year students, each grade has its own ranking list, and how high you rank will correspond to monthly credits and resource rewards. As for the fourth year, those seniors have long gone to the battlefield of various realms to train, and there is no corresponding list. In addition to the ranking lists for each grade, the school also established a talent list for all students in the 3 grades. The talent list includes a total of 20 individuals. The students on the list not only receive even more extravagant rewards but also have the chance to be personally taught by top-tier powerhouses. And the only condition for being on these lists is strength. Strength is supreme. This is blatantly placing the law of the jungle in front of everyone. After reading the introduction, Wang Chen sighed and turned to the official website for freshmen. Although this year's newcomer rankings had not yet been released, the rewards from 1st to 50th place were marked on the website. Wang Chen quickly skimmed through other information, but his gaze could not move away from the very top. First place, a monthly reward of 10,000 credits, for opportunities to enter golden-level secret realm dungeons, 1 S-grade material, Ice Essence. S-grade material, Ice Essence, is the main material for Bingqing to advance to the next growth stage. First place on the newcomer list, I'm certain of it. Clenching his fist, a fierce fighting spirit rose in his eyes. Afternoon. Wang Chen, over here. As soon as he walked out of the dormitory, C2U's energetic voice rang out. This girl had changed into a casual dress, standing lively in the pavilion, attracting many amazed gazes from passers-by. At this moment, C2U looked just like a neighbor's little sister, making Wang Chen momentarily stunned. Just going to the trading market, is it really necessary to make it so formal? He quickly shifted his gaze, muttering in dissatisfaction. This time, his purpose for going to the trading market was twofold: first, to see the world, and second, to fill the vacant pet spot. However, seeing C2U's appearance now, Wang Chen felt that the goal of seeing the world could be crossed off the list. No matter the age, the terrifying level of women shopping is simply catastrophic. TCH. Noticing Wang Chen's somewhat evasive gaze, C2U's face flashed with pride as she skipped over. What do you know? Shopping is a great science. Hey! Is this a giant beast rewarded to you by the school? So cute. Proudly standing to the side, her attention was drawn to the Howling Moon Silver Wolf, curled up in Wang Chen's arms. The little guy had been bullied by Bingqing for a long time, wearing a face full of grievance. Instantly, a spark of affection appeared in C2U's eyes. It's a legendary divine beast, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf, but I don't plan to contract it. I'll give it to you to play with. Wang Chen nodded and directly handed the little guy over. Ah. Sityu, looking completely dazed, accepted the little creature. This is a legendary divine beast? You just casually gave it to me? This is too precious, Her face turned red, and she began to stutter in her speech. So sudden. Is this guy trying to take the opportunity of giving a gift to confess to me? Should I agree, or should I agree? Sityu felt dizzy, her mind in disarray like a tangled ball of yarn. 10 minutes later. Following the navigation's guidance, the two arrived at the trading market located in the northern part of Yanlong University. Once there, Wang Chen pulled Sityu, heading straight for the pet store with clear intent. Welcome. Do you need a pet for daily life or for battle? After entering the store, a salesperson greeted them, her gaze subtly scanning the wrists of the two, instantly revealing a sincere smile. I want to see all the battle-type pets in your store. Wang Chen asked directly without hesitation. Alright, sir, please follow me. The salesperson turned and led the way, taking the two to the second floor. Roar, roar, roar. As soon as they stepped onto the second floor, the sounds of various beasts roaring rose and fell, and the pets locked in their cages glared at them with unkind eyes. However, when a flash of deep blue appeared in their sights, these unruly little creatures immediately became as obedient as kittens, each one shrinking in fear deep within their cages. The salesperson looked on in surprise, her gaze lingering on Bing Qing for a moment. To make so many pets fearful, this customer's pet must be a very high rank. Could it be a high-level source beast? Thinking this, she cheerfully said. Sir, all the pets in the store are here. Please see if any catch your eye. Wang Chen nodded and walked straight up to a beast cage. Then, without hesitation, he used the bloodline identification technique. On the second floor of the pet store, Wang Chen arrived at the first beast cage, quietly observing the little creature inside. Inside the cage was a small wolf with fur mixed with red, currently watching Wang Chen with fearful eyes. Crimson Flame Wolf, Spirit Beast, Final Evolution Form, Flame God Wolf, Transcendent Level Divine Beast. Seeing the information returned by the bloodline identification technique, Wang Chen shook his head and walked toward the next one without hesitation. Moonlight Snake, Spirit Beast, Final Evolution Form, Sky Swallowing Giant Python, Legendary Level Divine Beast. Venomous Toad, Spirit Beast, Final Evolution Form, Three-Legged Golden Toad, Epic Level Divine Beast. Golden Armored Turtle, Source Beast, Final Evolution Form, Azure Water Divine Turtle, Cosmic Level Divine Beast. Winged Tiger, Source Beast, Final Evolution Form, Starry White Tiger, Holy Beast. After circling around, Wang Chen couldn't help but frown. The quality of the pets here was indeed much stronger than that of Dongling City, but he didn't find what he wanted. Among the hundreds of pets, the strongest one's ultimate evolution was merely a holy beast, completely not meeting his requirements. His goal was to contract another ancestral divine beast just like Bing Qing. Dear customer, could it be that there are no pets here to your liking? Seeing Wang Chen's displeased expression, the salesperson's tone became somewhat anxious. Do you have any other pets? Wang Chen nodded and asked directly. There are a few special source beasts left, their power is quite strong, but... The salesperson showed some hesitation upon hearing this. Take me to have a look, money is not a problem. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen directly waved his hand, letting the salesperson lead the way. Now he held 2 billion gold coins in his pocket, he was indeed wealthy. Alright. The salesperson led him into a room on the second floor. As soon as he stepped in, Wang Chen understood the salesperson's strange expression earlier. In the empty room stood only a beast cage, inside were 3 small humanoid creatures, about the size of a palm. These 3 creatures bore a striking resemblance to human females, their appearance was quite delicate, and their figures could be described as curvy. Their bodies were covered with animal skin at crucial parts, fluffy tails sprouted from behind, pointed ears stood atop their heads, exuding a faint enchanting aura all over. When they saw someone enter, panic flashed in the pink eyes of the 3 creatures, instantly transforming into 3 fluffy bundles. Little fox demons? Seeing these 3 creatures, a hint of surprise flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. Since the awakening of the will of the heavens, the worlds have been connected, and some beings that only existed in fantasy novels and films have appeared in the view of humans on Blue Star. Such as dwarfs, elves, angels, and demons. These beings are active in the battlefield of the heavens, and occasionally, weak ones are captured to Blue Star. However, even so, this was Wang Chen's first time seeing such creatures from other worlds with his own eyes. And they were particularly special, little fox demons. What can I say about these little things? Growing up, they fit the image of a fox spirit in strange novels that most old drivers imagine. They are rare beast pets that can partially take shape in their juvenile stage. Of course, before reaching adulthood, as Wang Chen just saw, the size of little fox demons pretty much stays palm-sized. These three little fox demons are trophies from a great master in the battlefield of the heavens, put up for sale in our store. If the customer wants to buy them, they are 500 million gold coins each. The salesperson explained, casting a discreet glance at Situyu beside Wang Chen. Generally, when such a young couple came to the store, she wouldn't take them to see little fox demons. No other reason, just afraid it might affect their feelings. Hearing the salesperson's words, Wang Chen's mouth twitched slightly. So damn expensive. Although little fox demons are rated as source beasts, their combat power. How should I put it? It hardly counts in normal terms. Wang Chen. Situyu whispered, her eyes showing extreme danger. Don't worry, I'm a righteous gentleman, I definitely won't have any strange hobbies. Wang Chen rolled his eyes helplessly and prepared to retreat with a bloodline identification technique. The little fox demon had limited combat power, and he didn't really have any hope for it. However, little fox demon, source beast, final evolution form, nine-tailed celestial fox, ancestral divine beast. This. Wang Chen's expression froze. Ancestral divine beast? Nine-tailed celestial fox? It sounds quite powerful. Customer, although the little fox demon's combat power is not as strong as other source beasts, its enchanting ability is quite immense. If you need an auxiliary beast pet, you can consider it. The salesperson saw Wang Chen's hesitation, her face showing a knowing expression. Damn it, I need assistance? Wang Chen's mouth twitched madly, feeling like his reputation was tarnished. However, ancestral divine beast. Under Situyu's murderous gaze, he quietly took out his bank card. I'll take all three. The customer is really brave. The salesperson secretly gave Wang Chen a thumbs up and quickly took the bank card and left. After she left, Wang Chen. Situyu gritted her teeth, her gaze sweeping across Wang Chen like a knife. Well, it's really not that I have special hobbies, it's just that their growth potential is extremely high. Wang Chen touched his nose, sincerely explaining. Pervert. Old Lek. However, Situyu simply didn't believe him. Her mouth spat out cold words. You, a giant beast master, can't even contract a little fox spirit. What kind of growth potential are you talking about? Just buying one was enough, and you bought three? Ha! I spit. Seeing this, Wang Chen smiled bitterly. This misunderstanding is serious. After returning to the dormitory. Because of you three little guys, my reputation is ruined. Putting the cage containing three little fox spirits in the living room, Wang Chen looked at the little creatures inside with a bitter smile. These three little guys maintained their original appearance, with fur as white as snow, looking like ordinary three white foxes. At this moment, they were staring at Wang Chen with their pink eyes. I hope you are strong enough. Gathering his emotions, Wang Chen hugged the troublesome Ice Ching in his arms, then reached out his hand to the three little fox spirits. God-level talent beast pet fusion, activate. Buzzing. An invisible wave spread from Wang Chen's hand, instantly enveloping the three little fox spirits in the cage. At the same time, in front of Wang Chen, a virtual panel appeared that only he could see. The virtual panel had three boxes, the projections of the little fox spirits in the boxes, and a synthesis button at the bottom of the boxes. Without hesitation, Wang Chen forcefully pressed on the synthesis button with his mind. Chapter 71, The Powerful Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox. As Wang Chen's mind clicked on the confirmation synthesis button, energy rapidly drained away, and a sense of weakness surged in his heart. However, at this moment, he didn't care about the body's exhaustion, instead, he gazed strangely at what was before him. The invisible wave fell on the three little fox spirits in the cage, and light began to appear. This light grew brighter and brighter, until the three little fox spirits completely transformed into three bright white light groups. The next second, under Wang Chen's gaze, the three light groups crashed violently together. Boom! A brilliant light exploded, and amidst the halo, a strange humanoid creature faintly appeared before Wang Chen. She floated in mid-air, surrounded by twinkling lights, looking mysterious and unpredictable. Soon, the light dots were slowly absorbed into this being, and her appearance fully revealed itself to Wang Chen. Her size hadn't changed much from before, but her features became more exquisite with a sense of purity, her eyes turned peach pink, and her body was completely white without any clothing. Wang Chen's face flushed, and with a serious attitude, he curiously poked her gently with his finger. Buzz! The little creature's body trembled, and a hint of moisture rose in her peach-pink eyes. With a subtle flicker of magic, she instantly transformed into a fluffy little fox with 9 tails. After restoring her original form, the little guy seemed to lose her ability to float, desperately grabbing Wang Chen's finger in a flustered manner. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter. This little guy is nowhere near as majestic as Ice Ching when she first appeared. Next is the most important moment. Holding the little creature in front of him, Wang Chen confidently used the beast control technique. Buzzing. Vast magical energy rose in the living room, condensing into two sacred contracts between Wang Chen and the nine-tailed celestial fox, then respectively merging into their foreheads. The next second, a feeling of attachment emerged in Wang Chen's heart. When he opened his eyes, he saw the nine-tailed celestial fox's peach-pink eyes staring at him without blinking. A dazzling brilliance surged within them, momentarily making him feel dazed, as if a pink space appeared before his eyes. An utterly beautiful, unclothed woman slowly walked towards him. Hiss! He pinched his thigh hard to shake off his daze. What a powerful charm ability, even I, the master, almost fell for it. Realizing he nearly made a fool of himself, Wang Chen couldn't help but feel a bit frightened. Fortunately, there was no one else here, otherwise, he would be too embarrassed to face anyone. Woo-woo! The nine-tailed celestial fox looked at her master curiously. A fluffy tail swayed, and in the next second, a little beauty appeared in Wang Chen's hands. Lifelike, an angel in a devil, bouncing around, even though it was so small, it had a charm that seemed capable of chaos. Who could resist this? Wang Chen, who just regained his senses, quickly avoided eye contact and reached for a blanket on the sofa to cover the nine-tailed fox. Little one, from now on, you are not allowed to change into this form outside without my permission. Eek eek? The nine-tailed fox in humanoid form called out in confusion, tugging at the blanket with a pitiful expression. It seemed sad that its master didn't like it in this form. Splash! With a flash of light, the little one transformed back into its fluffy form. Seeing this, Wang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seems I need to prepare some clothes for this little one in the future. Thinking this, he opened the nine-tailed fox's attribute panel. Beast pet, nine-tailed fox. Nickname, none. Gender, female. Age, under a month, infant stage. Level, 1. Rank, ancestor divine beast. Talent, infinite growth, SSS. Four-dimensional attributes, strength 300, intelligence 1000, constitution 300, agility 400. No buff, equipment, or item bonuses. Skills, illusory body, SSS passive skill, immune to all charm and mental control skills. When any creature attacks, its power is reduced by 30%. Scarlet Eye, SSS active attack skill, the nine-tailed fox initiates a mental judgment on creatures it makes eye contact with. Those with intelligence less than the nine-tailed fox will fall into a 10-second daze, and those with intelligence less than 50% will be permanently enslaved. Charm of all beings, SSS active attack skill, releases charm power to attack all enemies within a certain range. Note, enemies with intelligence lower than the nine-tailed fox within the charm range will fall into a frenzy in lust state. Nine-tailed destruction of the world, SSS active attack skill, manifests the true form of the nine-tailed fox to inflict massive damage to enemies within range. Note, duration in infant stage is 5 seconds, increasing with growth cycles. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Introduction: the nine-tailed fox is the ancestor of nine-tailed foxes in the universe, mastering the original charm laws, and every advancement will awaken SSS talent skills. Hiss. After reading the attributes of the nine-tailed fox, Wang Chen instinctively took a breath of cold air. Strong. Simply too strong. With an intelligence attribute of 1000 points, this means that when the nine-tailed fox uses Scarlet Eye and Charm of all beings, no illegal classes below the third transition can withstand it. Moreover, the nine-tailed fox's other attributes are not weak, although it can't compare to Ice Clear, it far surpasses other beast pets. Good, from now on I will call you Susu. Feeling satisfied, Wang Chen cuddled the nine-tailed fox, Susu, and placed her in front of Ice Clear. You two sisters, have a good time bonding. Ice Clear, don't bully your sister. After giving Ice Clear a warning, he started to check his own gains. Name, Wang Chen. Occupation, Giant Beast Tamer. Level, 40. Talent, All Beast Affection, SSS, Beast Pet Fusion, Divine. Skills, Beast Taming Technique, S, Beast Revival Technique, B, Bloodline Appraisal Technique, Divine, Contract Summoning, B, Instant Sword, D, Windblade Technique, C, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, B, Beast Pet Amplification Technique, B. Strength, 345 plus 260 points. Intelligence, 415 plus 10 points. Constitution, 345 plus 150 points. Agility, 355 plus 5 plus 170 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unallocated skill points, 150 points. The main gains were in the four-dimensional attributes. The nine-tailed fox's 10% feedback increased his strength, constitution, and agility by 30 and 40 points, respectively. As for the highest intelligence, it directly increased by 100 points. In total, 200 attribute points, equivalent to a second transition adventurer leveling up 10 times. After counting his gains, Wang Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. With this, I am even more confident for the upcoming new student ranking tournament. Next, it's time to conserve energy while waiting for the tournament to start. At this moment, outside, as Wang Chen expected, everything had already fallen into chaos. Chapter 72, The Ranking Battle Begins. On a beautiful afternoon, dark clouds suddenly rolled in above the student living area of Flame Dragon University. A terrifying creature, 100 meters long with 9 tails, appeared in the sky, its peach-pink eyes shining with a marvelous glow as it surveyed the land like a queen inspecting her territory. At that moment, the entire living area, the whole Flame Dragon University, all actions came to a halt, as everyone looked up in disbelief. What is this? A cosmic phenomenon? A cosmic beast, the nine-tailed fox? Oh my god. I can't be dreaming, right? Everyone who witnessed this scene voiced their astonishment, their disbelief echoing in the air. However, in the next second, those voices all faded into silence. An invisible wave swept through the area, causing everyone who gazed into the nine-tailed fox's peach-pink eyes to blush and breathe heavily. Especially in their eyes, a look of obsession emerged. The scent of spring quietly spread among the crowd. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, the sound of rushing air was heard, and over the student living area of Flame Dragon University, several figures flew in. These figures varied in appearance, but each one radiated the aura of above 6 transformations. Cosmic Beast, the nine-tailed fox? It's a bloodline projection. Among this year's new students, someone actually managed to contract such a terrifying existence? A middle-aged man with a shaved head and a fierce aura stared intently at the nine-tailed fox in the sky, his body trembling. A cosmic beast, once naturally grown, could reach the level of 8 transformations, a pet that everyone dreams of having. This student belongs to our battle academy, I will personally take him as my student. The bald middle-aged man shot a fierce glance around him, his expression one of desperation. Zhao the Bald, are you out of your mind? A woman in a magical robe stepped forward, confronting the bald man face to face. She was stunningly beautiful, but her words were far from polite. Is your battle academy filled with muscle-headed fools? This is the nine-tailed fox, a cosmic beast of the charm type. With a pet like this student is destined to be a seat of our magic academy. Go to your battle academy? Do you want him to clash head-on with enemies? You two back off, geniuses have already been reserved by you. This student must be given to our support academy. The nine-tailed fox is born with charm, the perfect partner for support. As the Magic Academy and Battle Academy began to argue, members of the support academy couldn't hold back and joined in. In an instant, a group of teachers were shouting in the sky, their faces red, on the brink of turning into a free-for-all. Enough! At that moment, a voice filled with suppressed anger suddenly sounded, stopping the chaos among the shouting teachers. The next second, a tall figure appeared before them, a man with a gentle aura. Dean! Upon seeing him, the flushed teachers hurriedly paid their respects. Humph! Hearing this, the dean coldly snorted, you are embarrassing yourselves here even before the student's identity is confirmed? Hurry and deal with the chaos around. The charm aura from the nine-tailed fox is not something those below 3 transformations can withstand. As he scolded, he waved his hand, and an invisible force slammed more than 10 6 transformation experts to the ground. After doing all this, the dean turned his gaze to the nine-tailed fox in the sky. A cosmic beast? Where did he get this level of beast from? With his 8 transformations of strength, he easily locked onto the source of this phenomenon. Wang Chen, along with the fluffy little fox in his arms. The little fox's fluffy appearance, along with its 9 tails swaying behind, was mesmerizing. Exactly like the recorded 9-tailed fox. Through his divine sense, even as an 8th transition powerhouse, the dean's expression shook in surprise. A king-level divine beast dragon, a universe-level divine beast 9-tailed fox. Wang Chen, this giant beast tamer, is now showing potential that even he, with all his experience, finds startling. However, when he sensed the howl of the silver wolf from another place, his expression suddenly became strange. Damn it! This kid didn't take a shine to my howl of the silver wolf? He even gave her to his girlfriend? 2 days later. After breakfast, Wang Chen left the temporary dormitory with Bing Cheng and Su Su. The school had already sent out notifications via wristbands that the new student ranking battle would be held in the teaching area square. Walking to the square, it was already packed with people, and at a glance, it was all young men and women brimming with youthful energy. Among them were the 120 new students recruited by Yanlong University this year, along with some 2nd and 3rd year students joining the fun. The new students stood in the center of the square, each rising with intense fighting spirit, the smell of gunpowder very strong. Clearly, everyone was gearing up to showcase their strength in the upcoming ranking battle, aiming to defeat their competitors and secure the best rankings. That girl Situyu, hasn't she calmed down yet? As soon as Wang Chen arrived, he sensed a fierce gaze. Situyu was gritting her teeth while staring at him. That expression made it seem like he had abandoned her after starting something. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen felt it necessary to explain. Otherwise, if this little girl said something reckless in a video call with her mom one day, his lifetime reputation would be ruined. However, before he could take a step, he suddenly noticed that the atmosphere around him had become a bit odd. Turning his head, the admission teacher Mu Weining, along with a group of even stronger teachers, had somehow surrounded him. These people had green light in their eyes, as if they were staring at some rare treasure. At this moment, being watched by this group of exceptionally fierce teachers, even Wang Chen's tough nerves couldn't help but feel a chill. It was terrifying. It felt like they wanted to eat him. Teacher Wang Chen, I represent the Auxiliary Academy to invite you. As long as you join the Auxiliary Academy, the conditions are all up to you. Without waiting for Wang Chen to ask, Mu Weining stepped forward and grabbed his hand. As she spoke, she cast a shocked glance at the fluffy nine-tailed celestial fox on Wang Chen's shoulder. She now understood why she felt at the time that Wang Chen looked down on the hull of the silver wolf. It turned out he had a stronger nine-tailed fox waiting. Compared to a universe-level divine beast, a legendary divine beast really does feel a bit lacking. Today, the dean of the Auxiliary Academy had given her a strict order: by any means necessary, they had to pull Wang Chen into the Auxiliary Academy. But before Wang Chen could respond, Mu Weining, who had 5 transitions of strength, was pushed out by the surrounding teachers with even more powerful auras. Wang Chen, the nine-tailed fox and the giant dragon, 1 offense and 1 defense, are simply the perfect combination. Your strength can only be fully displayed if you come to our Battle Academy. We can meet all your requirements. Furthermore, our Battle Academy guarantees that once you reach 3 transitions, we can provide you with another beast-level giant. Squeezing to the front with his strong physique, the teacher from the Battle Academy's eyes were extremely passionate. Hearing this teacher's conditions, Wang Chen secretly nodded in agreement. Yanlong University is divided into 3 academies based on students' future career directions, namely, the Battle Academy, the Magic Academy, and the Auxiliary Academy. As a giant beast tamer, Wang Chen's career system does not have a specific direction. He can be considered a jack of all trades, able to join any of the 3 academies. However, he personally leans towards the Battle Academy, because compared to hiding in the back and casting skills, he prefers to charge forward and fight enemies up close. At this moment, seeing the eagerness on Wang Chen's face, the surrounding teachers suddenly became anxious. Wang Chen, don't listen to Zhao the Bull trying to sell you dreams. As a beast master, especially a giant beast master, in the future, as your beasts increase, the experience needed to level up will be terrifying. If you join the Battle Academy, following their training method will greatly delay your power growth. Come to our Magic Academy. 1 magic skill can take out a large area in a second, and you'll level up incredibly fast. The teachers here promise you, the Magic Academy can not only provide all the growth resources but can also offer you 2 S-grade skill books. A female teacher from the Magic Academy pushed Zhao the Bald aside, then directly took out 2 skill books, waving them in her hand, showing her sincerity. After her, the surrounding teachers also spoke up for their own academies, appealing to emotions and reasoning. The brilliance of high-level skill books and equipment overwhelmed Wang Chen's senses. Teachers. How about I decide after the ranking battle? Looking at the teachers around him who seemed eager to drag him away, Wang Chen revealed a forced smile. So enthusiastic. Okay, take your time to consider, just remember not to choose those brash fools. No problem, this is about your future planning, but I believe you will choose our Battle Academy. You are a born warrior, how can you be with those weaklings? The teachers around nodded, glaring at each other with a strong scent of gunpowder. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile, and after saying goodbye, he walked towards the area where the new students were. Meanwhile, the new students, standing in the center of the square, looked at the figure walking out from the teacher's encirclement, each with a very unpleasant expression. Why? They stood there all alone, with not a single teacher approaching them, and Wang Chen was so popular? Especially among the new students, 7 extraordinary young men and women, standing out like cranes among chickens, looked at Wang Chen, each revealing obvious hostility. These 7 were the most likely to claim the first ranking in this year's new student ranking battle, all top students from various provinces. What do you all think? A young man among the 7, with an ordinary appearance but a sturdy build, asked. His name is Zhao Li, a level 60 special class holy knight from the Luiwei province. He's just showboating. So what if he has 2 giant beasts? A guy from a common background, the higher he is lifted now, the harder he will fall. A young man beside him, with a cold demeanor, shook his head dismissively. His name is Zhou Wu, the top student from the Mingguang province, born into a top elite family in Mingguang, with strength comparable to Zhao Li. Hearing Zhou Wu mention Wang Chen's background, a girl among the 7 sneered. Indeed, with a mere level of 40, he is not even in the top tier among new students, and his equipment and skills are far behind us. Once he finishes at the bottom in the ranking battle, let's see how he will face being at Yanlong University. Exactly. Hearing this, another girl from the 7 nodded, speaking with sarcasm. We all have SSS grade evaluations, yet the teachers treat us so differently. I'm afraid after the ranking battle ends, they will suffer a loss. The ranking battle will have arena matches. At that time, we must severely teach this Wang Chen a lesson, making these teachers realize we are the true talents. Upon hearing her words, a few who initially didn't plan to join the discussion couldn't help but show their discontent. What the girl said was right, we all have SSS grade evaluations, yet the disparity is so clear now, it's simply unacceptable. You are quite popular. Wang Chen stood in the freshman area as Situyu spoke with a hint of meaning. Hearing this, Wang Chen glanced at the hostile gazes from those around him and helplessly rubbed his nose. Just 2 days into school, he had almost filled up the hatred of the freshmen against him. This is probably unique even in Yanlong University. However, besides feeling a bit helpless, he had no intention of being afraid. Hate or love, what does it have to do with him? He came to Yanlong University to improve his strength, not to build relationships. Only herd animals travel in groups, fierce beasts always walk alone. Wang Chen said eloquently, then his gaze fell on Situyu's shoulder. You contracted with the Howling Moon Silver Wolf? What's this little guy's name now? Little White. Situyu shot Wang Chen a glare and turned her head away. What a pity, the fierce beast is a pervert. She muttered softly. Hearing her words, the corners of Wang Chen's mouth twitched. Wow, this hurdle cannot be crossed. But at this moment, he had no time to explain. While the two were talking, a woman in a large magic robe stepped up to the high platform at the front of the square. Silence. She lightly pointed her magic wand, and an invisible wave instantly suppressed the noise in the square. In an instant, everyone looked at her with expectation. Everyone pay attention, the ranking battle consists of 2 parts, Dungeon Challenge and Arena Duel. Your final ranking will be determined based on the average of the highest scores from both parts. The top 50 will enter the freshman rankings and receive corresponding rewards. The rest will only receive basic treatment for the next month. I am teacher Sun Miao from the Magic Academy, responsible for judging the Dungeon Challenge section. If there are no objections, then the ranking battle officially begins now. Teacher Sun Miao scanned the freshmen present. Seeing no one speak, she directly raised her wand. Buzz buzz buzz. Fierce magic power burst forth from the wand, and the square was instantly filled with wind and clouds. A giant light gate suddenly appeared in front of all the freshmen. Chapter 74, Am I Not a Real Genius? Yanlong University Square. As the giant light gate appeared, a piece of information suddenly surfaced in every freshman's mind. Secret Realm Dungeon, Beast Tide Assault. Secret Realm Dungeon Level, Silver Level. Secret Realm Dungeon Minimum Entry Level, Level 30. Secret Realm Dungeon Difficulty Options, Easy, Normal, Hard, Hell. Secret Realm Dungeon Entry Number, 1 person. Secret Realm Dungeon Introduction, an endless beast tide is about to come. Brave professionals, will you persevere to the end amidst the beast tide, or will you be torn to shreds by the swarming monsters? Silver Level Secret Realm Dungeon? After checking the sudden information, a flame of excitement flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. He still remembered the rewards from the college entrance exam Secret Realm Dungeon. This time, with a higher level Secret Realm Dungeon, he couldn't wait to see how much he could gain. Without hesitation, he focused his mind and directly chose Hell level difficulty. In the next second, his body vanished from the square. At this moment, the surrounding freshmen made the same choice as him. In an instant, the square became empty. Soon after, the lonely giant light gate transformed into a massive screen that floated above the square with a wave of Judge Sun Miao's wand. This screen was divided into 120 grids, each corresponding to a freshman. It has finally begun. Everyone, guess who will be the number 1 freshman this year? I blindly guess it will be Zhao Li. This kid's strength absolutely stands at the top among freshmen. When the giant screen appeared in the sky, the senior students surrounding the square suddenly became excited. The freshman ranking battle is always a school tradition. At this moment, many people opened their bets, planning to seize the opportunity to earn some credits. I choose Wang Chen, he has 2 divine beast level pets. Just now, the teachers from the 3 major academies almost fought over him. He definitely has the strength to reach the top. At this moment, someone placed a heavy bet on Wang Chen. Not necessarily, his level is too low. A 20-level gap, even with divine beasts, cannot narrow that. However, as soon as he finished speaking, someone nearby contradicted him. Zhao Li has the best chance of reaching the top. At 60 levels, he can both attack and defend, and he has healing abilities. He is worth as much as a whole team and is perfect for the Beast Tide Assault in this Secret Realm Dungeon. Hearing this, many senior students around nodded in agreement. That's right. The Holy Knight profession is simply a bug, high attack, high defense, and self-healing. I'm betting on Zhao Li too. The hellish difficulty of the Secret Realm Dungeon's Beast Tide Assault will face 9 waves of Beast Tides. The challengers can't use any healing items, Zhao Li has an incredible advantage. Ha! The Holy Knight is so strong? Did I just make a huge mistake? In an instant, the senior student who had just bet on Wang Chen started to regret. While they were discussing, the teachers on the high platform oddly shared the same opinion. The teachers from the three major academies who had been scrambling for Wang Chen were all seated, their eyes focused tightly on the area belonging to Wang Chen, completely ignoring everyone else. Tap tap tap. When Judge Sun Miao, who hosted the first part, returned, she saw this strangely harmonious scene. It seems you all have a lot of confidence in this little guy? Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but ask. Of course. Teacher Sun, you just came back from the battlefield of all realms and still don't know how terrifying this kid Wang Chen is. He achieved a 1-minute clearance in the college entrance exam secret realm dungeon, an unprecedented achievement. He is the future star of our combat academy. Teacher Zhao from the combat academy, hearing this, looked shocked and then smiled, as if thinking of something wonderful. 1 minute? Hearing his words, Sun Miao couldn't help but widen her eyes. The Dragon Country College entrance exam secret realm dungeon hasn't changed for many years, so she clearly knew how terrifying this achievement was. To think that she, who was once the top student in her province, took at least 10 to 20 seconds to clear the secret realm. Wang Chen's score was more than 10 times hers. Could it be that I'm a fake genius? Sun Miao started to doubt her own life. At this moment, following the words of the combat academy teacher. Get lost. Zhao Baldi, do you have no shame? Wang Chen is clearly our Magic Academy's bright star. A teacher from the Magic Academy immediately expressed his displeasure, casting a fierce glare. In an instant, the atmosphere thickened, and it seemed like it was about to escalate into a violent conflict. All right. Awakened by the noise from both sides, Sun Miao stood in the middle with a helpless smile, saying, You don't need to show such obvious favoritism towards this little guy. Try to consider the feelings of the other new students. Humph. Why should I care about their feelings? The beautiful teacher from the Magic Academy rolled her eyes at her words. Exactly, is it that hard to acknowledge that someone is better than you? Wang Chen is 10 times stronger than them. The teacher from the Combat Academy, at this moment, surprisingly agreed with the Magic Academy. Seeing this scene, Sun Miao felt a bit exhausted. These new students, if they grow smoothly, will at least become fifth-turn professionals in the future. How can they sound like garbage when you talk about them? Muttering to herself, Sun Miao looked at the tall figure on the screen. You guys tell me, how long do you think Wang Chen will take to clear the 9 waves of beast tides? She asked with some expectation. About 9 minutes. His level is still a shortcoming, and the nine-tailed fox has just signed a contract. 9 minutes should be the limit. Teacher Zhao from the Combat Academy pondered for a moment and said, while the teacher from the Magic Academy nodded along. That's not bad. 9 minutes is already a result that many freshmen can achieve. Sun Miao said with a hint of emotion. Warm reminder, Challenger Wang Chen, you have successfully entered the silver level secret realm instance Beast Tide Assault. Current difficulty selected, Hell level. Current number of challengers in the secret realm instance, 1 person. Current number of monster waves in the secret realm instance, 9 waves. Return scroll has been automatically issued, please use it cautiously in case of life-threatening danger. Wishing you success in clearing the secret realm instance. As time and space shifted, when Wang Chen once again landed on solid ground, the prompt sound from the spirit of the secret realm rang in his ears. 9 waves? Wang Chen's face showed excitement. The more waves, the better, the more monsters that appear means higher rewards during the clearing settlement. Perhaps, if I clear this secret realm instance, I can raise Bing Qing's level to the edge of advancement. Chapter 75 Shock. Susu's first strike. In the secret realm instance, Wang Chen eagerly scanned his surroundings, quietly waiting for the monsters to appear. He was in a wide open space, completely empty, with no obstacles at all. The ground was dark red, bearing traces of a fierce battle. After careful observation, he could still smell a faint scent of blood. He guessed that this dark red was likely caused by a large amount of blood soaking through. Roar, roar, roar. While he was observing his surroundings, a brutal roar echoed in his ears. Boom, boom, boom. The next second, deafening footsteps sounded simultaneously, raising clouds of dust in the distance, and an unknown number of monsters approached at high speed. At the same time, the first wave of Beast Tide is about to begin, with 50 monsters. Please prepare, Challenger. The prompt sound from the secret realm instance also appeared. It's finally here. Seeing the monster army rapidly approaching in the distance, Wang Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. Woo woo. The 2 little ones felt his mood and couldn't help but call out. Bing Qing even directly waved her wings and flew into the air. On! A high-pitched dragon roar sounded as she directly took on a battle stance. As for Susu, the little one, she jumped onto Wang Chen's head, her 9 tails waving constantly, showing no sign of backing down. The nine-tailed celestial fox is different from the ultra-cold dragon. Until reaching adulthood, unless the nine-tails extermination skill is activated, her size will remain in this petite form. After both little ones were ready, the 50 rushing monsters clearly appeared before Wang Chen. They were a group of 2-meter-tall, enlarged, upright cats. They had sharp teeth and incredibly sharp claws, and with each breath, a gust of foul wind surged towards Wang Chen and the two little ones. Cat demon? Seeing these monsters appear, Wang Chen casually cast a detection spell. Monster, cruel cat demon. Level 50. Combat method, close combat. Skills, bite, charge, claw impact. Type, ordinary. Starting with level 50 monsters? Seeing the information returned from the detection spell, a smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. These are all walking experience gift packs. Shoo, shoo, shoo. As Wang Chen was excited, the running cat demons quickly surrounded him and then launched an attack without hesitation. Awah! At that moment, the nine-tailed celestial fox Susu, who was lying on her master's head, suddenly opened her mouth and roared. Enchanting all! Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the sound wave was tinged with a pink hue, instantly enveloping the area within dozens of meters, encompassing all the cat demons. Roar! The cat demon, which was about to attack, suddenly became restless. The steps of progress halted. Roar, roar, roar. Strange peach pink appeared in their eyes. They turned to look at their companions and let out an incredibly mad roar. Then, swish, swish, swish. Without hesitation, they launched an attack on their companions. All monsters in the first wave are dead. The second wave of monsters will arrive in 10 seconds. Please prepare, Challenger. Hearing the system notification sound in his ears, Wang Chen was directly stunned. Susu. Can you leave one for me? Hugging the nine-tailed fox Susu in his arms, Wang Chen had a face full of helplessness. I was ready to unleash a massacre. But you use one skill, and all these cat demons just commit suicide? That's way too fast, right? Muttering in his heart, Wang Chen's eyes were a bit shocked. The little one's first appearance gave him a big surprise. This tempting skill is simply a divine skill against miscellaneous soldiers. Woo woo. Hearing her master's words, Susu waved her tail proudly, as if saying I am amazing, hurry up and praise me. However, her pride didn't last for a second and was ruthlessly suppressed by the oldest sister. An icy dragon claw stretched out, lifting her up high with just 2 fingers. What the hell? What happened? How can it be so fast? A senior in the audience suddenly exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes almost popping out. He saw a number appearing in one grid, directly changing from 1 to 2. Hearing his exclamation, everyone around turned their gaze in the same direction. They just happened to see the grid where Wang Chen was located. Hiss. Then the next second, the air around the square was almost sucked empty by this group of people. Each person's face wore an expression of disbelief, as if they had seen the most incredible thing in the world. This must be a joke. From the appearance of the first wave of monsters until now, it hasn't even been 10 seconds, and they're all gone. How can it be so fast? 50 cat demons, even if they just stand there for you to cut, it would take more than 10 seconds to kill them all, right? One by one, the seniors murmured in disbelief, their expressions extremely complex. Wang Chen could do it without surprise in the first wave. After all, entering Flame Dragon University and being the top scholar in the province must mean he has some skills. Dealing with 50 level 50 monsters was naturally not hard. But resolving it so quickly exceeded their imagination. To know, every one of them, no exception, when they entered this secret realm instance in their freshman year, the speed of handling this group of level 50 cat demons could not possibly match Wang Chen's level. This TMD is going against the heavens. On the high platform, the teachers from the 3 colleges were also dumbfounded. The gentle Sun Miao could not help but curse. She just blinked at the grid twice, and Wang Chen had already solved all the monsters in the first wave? Did anyone keep track? How long did he take? At this moment, she turned around without caring about her image and fiercely looked at the prepared teacher Zhao from the Combat Academy. 8 seconds. Teacher Zhao, holding a timer, spoke with a trembling voice. To be honest, he was also shocked. He had anticipated that Wang Chen would perform well in the secret realm instance, but he did not expect it to be this outstanding. When he pressed the stop button on the timer, he felt his heart almost stop. 8 seconds. That was 50 cat demons, not 50 ants. Ha 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 ha. This must be the innate skill of the nine-tailed fox. Look, with such a powerful beast pet, Wang Chen not entering our Magic Academy is just a waste. The beautiful teachers from the Magic Academy were now so excited they were beating their thighs, their faces flushed. So beautiful. Just signing the contract, 1 skill down, and it can charm 50 cat demons into killing each other. This nine-tailed fox, this Wang Chen, is simply too fated with their Magic Academy. However, what these teachers did not know was that the shock Wang Chen brought them was just beginning. Chapter 76, Instant Kill Everything, Stun Everyone. Second Wave. A ferocious giant dragon breathed out fire, obliterated. Third Wave. Endless cold ice froze the ground, obliterated. Fourth Wave. Pink light enveloped the entire scene, obliterated. When the number above Wang Chen's grid, representing his endurance against the beast tide waves, changed to 8. The entire plaza of Flame Dragon University became silent as a grave. Hiss. Only the sound of people gasping for air could be heard, as if they had all agreed, one wave after another, echoing continuously. In this moment, everyone was dazed, their expressions filled with shock. Now, it had been less than 3 minutes since Wang Chen entered the secret realm instance, and he had reached the 8th wave. This surely cannot be a joke? What kind of monster is this? In less than 3 minutes to reach the 8th wave, back in my day when my freshman year was almost over, I could barely reach the 5th wave in 3 minutes. This is too terrifying, right? I was already a level 70 with the second transfer. Damn it! Even if I went in now, I couldn't reach the 8th wave this fast. The older students watching started to doubt life, especially those second-year students, who couldn't help but howl skyward. 3 minutes, reaching the 8th wave. This was a result they simply could not imagine. I'm afraid that only those in the top 30 among our second years could achieve this terrifying result, right? Fortunately, after the third transfer, you can't enter the silver level secret realm instance, otherwise, losing your rank to a fresh new student, you'd have no face left. This Wang Chen is probably going to break the record set by White God back then. In the murmurs, all the older students looked extremely shocked. Especially when they heard the name White God, their shock was mixed with complex emotions. White God. Bai Ziding. One of the famous 8-turn-strong warriors of Dragon Country, commander of the Dragon Country battle zone and the battlefield of Myriad Realms, and the most outstanding graduate of Flame Dragon University. Although he had long graduated and left the school, he still had many admirers in Flame Dragon University, particularly due to the numerous records he set, which many students found hard to surpass. Now, the passing record for the silver-level secret realm instance Beast Tide Assault was held by Bai Ziding. Back then, as a second transfer, he cleared the silver-level secret realm instance Beast Tide Assault in 5 minutes. This record remained unchallenged at Flame Dragon University for 20 years. And today, this person had appeared, and he was a freshman. How could this not make the many older students feel so complicated? 2 minutes and 36 seconds. On the platform, Teacher Zhao from the Battle Academy clenched the counter tightly, his lips trembling as he spoke. Just a simple 6 words, but they represented the shocking significance to everyone. The current highest passing record holder of the secret realm, White Old Man, took 3 minutes and 6 seconds to reach the 8th wave. Wang Chen pulled this result forward by 30 seconds, the 5-minute record is definitely going to be broken, he might even compress the time to under 4 minutes. Beside him, the beautiful teacher from the Magic Academy also looked no better. Compared to those older students, she could feel the horror of this achievement even more. After all, the older students knew Bai Ziding through his deeds and through the records left at the school. However, she had been in the same year as Bai Ziding, living 3 years in school plus a year of training in the battlefield of Myriad Realms, all under the shadow of his invincibility. Now a freshman can challenge Bai Ziding's record, even if this person is Wang Chen, whom she regarded highly, it still felt extremely unbelievable. Bai Ziding, who was a formidable 8-turn warrior in his prime, had hopes of reaching 9 turns or even becoming a god. At this moment, Teacher Sun Miao thought of someone who looked down upon everything. The expression on his face became extremely strange. When I returned from the battlefield of the heavens, the Commander Bai said to me with absolute certainty that the records he left at Flame Dragon University could not be broken for at least another 10 years. I wonder how he will feel when this news reaches his ears. I guess his face will be swollen from the shock? While the outside world was in tremendous shock, Wang Chen quietly waited for the arrival of the 8th wave of monsters. To be honest, the first 7 waves of monsters did not make him feel any pressure at all. He didn't even need to lift a finger, little Bingqing and Susu effortlessly took care of everything. You too, can't you leave one for me to stretch my muscles? Thinking about how he had been just a bystander, Wang Chen couldn't help but resentfully glance at his beast companions. He was really quite annoyed. You solved all the monsters while I just stood by doing nothing. Doesn't this owner have any dignity? Woo woo. Next time for sure. The little guys glanced at him with no sincerity, giving a half-hearted response. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen helplessly rolled his eyes and rolled up his sleeves, ready to let the 2 little guys know what it meant to uphold the master's dignity. However, roar roar roar. A piercing roar sounded as the 8th wave of monsters arrived on the battlefield. This time I'll let you 2 off the hook. Kicking Ice Ching's thigh, which was thicker than his entire body, Wang Chen shifted his gaze to the charging monster army. The 8th wave consisted of 50 ogres. These creatures, which had a vague blood relationship with the infernal demons, were over 5 meters tall and shone a bright green. Their menacing fangs and the bone spikes protruding from their bodies glimmered with a sharp, cold light. Monster, Ogre Warrior. Level, 60. Combat style, melee. Skills, charge, frenzy stomp, wild howl. Type, normal. Monster, Ogre Warrior. Level, 60. Combat style, melee. Skills, wild charge, frenzy stomp, wild howl. Type, elite. Unlike the previous waves, under the sweep of the detection spell, 10 of the 50 ogres shimmered with a faint blue light. These 10 creatures were the elite monsters often mentioned by the adventurers. Unlike the mutated ones, which were similar to genetic mutations with wild monsters awakening special abilities, elites were enhanced versions of the ordinary ones. Under normal circumstances, elite wild monsters are about twice as strong as normal wild monsters at the same level. In addition to these 3 types, there are 2 special types among wild monsters, namely the boss and the lord, which are colloquially known as the big and small bosses. However, Wang Chen had not encountered such wild monsters yet, so we won't discuss them for now. Roar, roar, roar. As the 50 ogres surrounded him, they immediately launched their attack without hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of their footsteps shook the ground. This time it's my turn to take action. Taking advantage of the fact that Bingqing and Susu had not acted yet, Wang Chen's figure flashed and charged forward in an instant. Whoosh! In a rapid strike, Wang Chen appeared directly in front of an ogre the next second. Roar! Seeing the human appear before it, the ogre let out a crazy roar, mouth open wide, ready to swallow the human who had stepped right into its path. But just then, a cold light flashed before its eyes, and suddenly it felt a sharp pain in its neck. Before it could even think about what had happened, it saw the dark sky and a headless body. Is that my body? The ogre had time to form a thought before its consciousness fell into complete darkness. At the same time, Wang Chen, who had slain an ogre with a single sword strike, did not stop, kicking off the ground with one foot and charging out again. 2-hit combo. He once again stood in front of an ogre, swinging his sword down to behead it. Roar, roar, roar. Until everything was done, the surrounding trolls finally reacted. They looked at the human who had just killed their 2 companions, and each one let out a brutal roar, crazily surrounding the human, wanting to tear him apart. Roar! But just as they moved, a high-pitched dragon roar suddenly echoed in their ears. Before the sound faded, an icy chill that seemed to freeze their souls enveloped them. Swish! 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 Bingqing flapped its wings and flew into the sky, unhesitatingly spraying icy breath at the trolls around its master. Boom! 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 The violent force instantly shredded the 10 trolls closest to Wang Chen. Seeing these guys turn into fragments, Wang Chen smiled bitterly and dispelled the wind blade he had prepared. Competing for kills with him, the master? This little guy, Bingqing, was truly rebellious. Just as he was pondering this in his heart, the little fox on his head, Susu, unwilling to be outdone, gave a cry. Woo woo! As the sound rang out, a peach-pink aura instantly enveloped all the remaining trolls present. Roar! 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 In the midst of crazy roars, the remaining trolls turned their crimson eyes on their companions, then launched their attacks without hesitation. 2 trolls even directly pinned their companion to the ground, discussing the continuation of life. The scene was simply eye-searing. Swish! Swish! With a wave of his hand, he sent out 2 giant wind blades, slicing those trolls in half. Wang Chen painfully pulled Susu down from his head. He hadn't noticed it in the previous waves, but seeing those 2 trolls just now reminded him that the charming skill of the 9-tailed fox not only had a chaotic effect that made them kill each other but also induced desire. If this effect triggered during battle against a person, the scene would be simply unimaginable. Woo woo! The little one looked at her master with a confused face. In the future. Looking at the innocent little one, Wang Chen opened his mouth but ultimately didn't say much. The power of this skill was evident. To stop using it because of a little special effect would be foolish. It's okay. Well done. Patting Susu's head, Wang Chen raised his eyes and looked around. With the combined effort of Susu and Bingqing, the number of trolls in the 8th wave was already very few. Well, from 50 trolls, only 4 were taken. Sighing, Wang Chen felt he still had a long way to go. Damn. This scene is too eye-searing. Is this something we can watch without spending money? As the scene of trolls breeding appeared, voices of disbelief rang out among the crowd watching the screen outside. Most of the older students, especially the girls, lowered their heads with blushing faces, but some others showed excited expressions. The 9-tailed fox's skill is too terrifying, right? Indiscriminate self-killing, plus this effect. In the future, who would dare to fight Wang Chen? Even if they win, they would probably face social death. After those trolls were killed, the older students looked at each other, their faces turning extremely strange. The impact of that earlier scene was just too strong. They found it hard to imagine how they would respond if it happened to them. This was no longer a matter of winning or losing. Who can we mess with, but not Wang Chen? At that moment, all the older students couldn't help but have the same thought in their hearts. And at this time, on the high platform in the square, the teachers watching also had very strange expressions. The might of the nine-tailed fox made them shiver. Should we change the rules for the later arena part? Teacher Sun Miao's face turned red as she tapped the ground with her magic staff to attract everyone's attention. If Wang Chen's nine-tailed fox uses that move against an opponent in an arena match, I'm afraid the reputation of our Flame Dragon University is ruined. That's right. The beautiful teacher from the Magic Academy nodded, still shaken. The scene from earlier hit her hard. If a student fell victim to that attack and unfortunately suffered from the lustful state, they would probably break down completely. This was not just a physical blow, but a torment to the soul. How about this, let's privately give Wang Chen some compensation, and for the second part of the arena battle, let's not let him bring the nine-tailed fox onto the stage. Anyway, with the strength he's shown now, missing one pet won't affect his ranking. The Battle Academy's teacher Zhao thought for a moment and made a suggestion. Good. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding teachers nodded in agreement. Then it's settled. Seeing this, the referee teacher Sun Miao also nodded, then looked in shock at the tall figure on the screen. In the freshman ranking battle, the teachers unanimously decided to restrict his strength. In the more than 600 years since Flame Dragon University was founded, this was unique for Wang Chen. At this moment, while the outside world was in shock, in the Secret Realm instance, Wang Chen had already clashed with the ninth wave of monsters. Bang bang bang! Amidst the intense sounds of shaking, 20 elite monsters, accompanied by 30 ordinary monsters, surrounded Wang Chen from all sides. These monsters were not as huge as the trolls before, and were roughly the size of an average adult. But just because they were smaller didn't mean their strength was weaker. These creatures exuded a more powerful aura, even those ordinary monsters could rival the elite trolls from the 8th wave. However, Wang Chen's expression showed no sign of change. In front of the two ancestral divine beasts, no matter how many of these weak monsters came, it made no difference. Boom boom boom. The two little creatures continuously attacked, and in the blink of an eye, they killed or injured more than half of the charging monsters. Soon, with Wang Chen following up with finishing blows, all 50 monsters from the 9th wave were crushed. Chapter 78, Strength Surges Again. Ding! Congratulations, Challenger Wang Chen, for clearing the Secret Realm instance Beast-type Impact. Calculating, please wait. In the Secret Realm instance, when the last monster of the 9th wave was pierced through the heart by Wang Chen's sword, a mechanical prompt sounded in his ear. Got it. Shaking the blood off his long sword, Wang Chen's face showed an expression of anticipation. This was a silver-level Secret Realm instance. What kind of rewards would it bring him? As he pondered silently, the mechanical prompt sounded again in the Secret Realm instance. Ding. Calculation complete. Congratulations, Challenger Wang Chen, for perfectly clearing the Secret Realm instance Beast-type Impact. Current Secret Realm instance difficulty, Hell level. Time taken to clear, 3 minutes and 46 seconds. Overall score, SSS, highest. Congratulations, Challenger Wang Chen, your score has successfully refreshed the clearing record for the silver level Secret Realm instance Beast-type Impact, and your reward has increased by 1 level. Broken the record? After hearing the prompt sound by his ear, a hint of surprise appeared in Wang Chen's eyes. He anticipated that his score would be good, but he never expected to break the clearing record of the Secret Realm instance. However, soon his surprise faded, replaced by an excited expression. The reward has been increased by 1 level. It seemed this time, he would have extra gains once again. Icing Clear and Susu, come over quickly, let me absorb some of your good luck. Calling the little creatures, Wang Chen rubbed against them and then looked expectantly at the treasure chest that appeared before him. Like during the college entrance exam Secret Realm instance, it was still a colorful treasure chest. However, the glow surrounding the treasure chest was denser this time than during the college entrance exam, which seemed to foretell that the rewards inside would be more generous. Without hesitation, after absorbing the good fortune, Wang Chen directly chose to open the colorful treasure chest. In an instant, dazzling light filled his vision, and items began to appear one by one. As he used the exploration technique, the attributes of these items appeared before Wang Chen's eyes. 10 million experience points. 200 free attribute points. 200 free skill points. Platinum level equipment, Sawtooth Longsword. Platinum level equipment, Enchanted Ring. A-level magical material, Sharp Magic's Horn. After checking the attributes of these items, Wang Chen instinctively held his breath. So rich. It's simply too rich. 10 million experience points, divided into 3 portions to absorb, directly raised his level to 45, and the Ice Clear's level also directly increased to 40, the limit of their current growth cycle. As for the nine-tailed fox Susu, due to her lower level, she directly jumped up 15 levels. In just a moment, Wang Chen felt a stronger power surging within his body. This feeling almost made him intoxicated. Without hesitation, he directly opened the attribute panels for himself and the little ones. Ice Clear, 4-dimensional attributes, Strength 2200, Wisdom 2200, Body 2200, Agility 2200. No buffs, equipment, or item bonuses. Susu, 4-dimensional attributes, Strength 1050, Wisdom 1750, Body 1050, Agility 1150. No buffs, equipment, or item bonuses. The 4-dimensional attributes of the two little ones saw explosive growth, especially Susu, whose attributes nearly doubled except for Wisdom. With their enhanced 4-dimensional attributes, Wang Chen evenly distributed the 200 free attribute points, and his strength also saw an increase. Wang Chen, Strength, 520 plus 260 points. Wisdom, 590 plus 10 points. Body, 520 plus 150 points. Agility, 530 plus 5 plus 170 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unallocated skill points, 350 points. Without counting equipment bonuses, his single attributes have already surpassed the 500-point mark. If he encountered Zhou Zibo from Hucking University now, with his instant sword, he could definitely slash the opponent away with one strike. As for the skill points, Wang Chen still planned to continue saving them. He still had not used his qualification to enter the school's treasure house to select skill books. After choosing his desired skills, he would decide on the allocation of these skill points. Satisfied, he waved his fist and shifted his gaze to the other heavy rewards. A-level magical material, Shark Magic's Horn. This needs no further explanation. A-level materials on the market are worth over 10 million, and selling it could refill his little vault. Putting away the material, Wang Chen eagerly fixed his gaze on the last two pieces of equipment. Platinum level equipment. This is definitely the highest level of equipment he has ever seen in his life. If it weren't for breaking records, these two pieces of platinum equipment probably wouldn't even exist. The value of these two pieces of equipment would exceed 100 million gold coins in the market. Moreover, there is a saying of no price in the market, as this equipment is produced from Secret Realm dungeons, perfectly matching Wang Chen's level. In today's era, it is almost impossible to find low-level platinum equipment in the market. Such treasures have long been collected by various major forces, preparing them for their own juniors. Without hesitation, Wang Chen directly used the exploration technique on the two pieces of platinum equipment. Equipment, Sawtooth Longsword. Type, Weapon. Grade, Platinum. Level restriction, Level 45. Attributes, Strength plus 200, Constitution plus 100, Speed plus 100. Enchanting effects, 1. Increases attack damage by 10%. 2. Causes bleeding effect, wounds caused by the Sawtooth Longsword have their healing effects reduced by 50%. Equipment, Enchanted Ring. Type, Accessory. Grade, Platinum. Level restriction, Level 45. Attributes, Strength plus 100, Constitution plus 100, Agility plus 100, Wisdom plus 100. Enchanting effects, 1. Increases stamina recovery speed by 20%. 2. Weapon enchanting, temporarily add enchanting effects to weapons, increasing attack range, lasts 10 minutes, once per day. Not bad, not bad. After looking at the attributes of the two pieces of equipment, Wang Chen's face was filled with joy. Both pieces of equipment are quite powerful, and their appearance is greatly in line with his aesthetic. Especially the serrated long sword, which is 2 meters long, with a blade covered in sharp teeth, looking truly breathtaking. Although the enchanted ring is low-key, its accompanying enchantment effect surprised Wang Chen with joy. Increasing the weapon's attack range significantly enhances his combat means. Once he wears both pieces of equipment, his attributes rise again, transforming into Strength, 520 plus 530 points. Wisdom, 590 plus 100 points. Physique, 520 plus 350 points. Agility, 530 plus 5 plus 250 points. Just as he finished checking his surging attributes, a surge of spatial power descended upon him. In the next second, he and the two little creatures directly disappeared in the Secret Realm dungeon. Chapter 79, Is it so hard to acknowledge others' excellence? 3 minutes and 46 seconds. In the square of the Flame Dragon Academy, silence reigned. Everyone stared at the giant screen, where the dimmed box displayed the time, all falling into silence. This is an incredibly terrifying achievement, so horrifying that when they first saw it, their worldview seemed to shatter. A new student, fresh out of enrollment, completed the silver-level Secret Realm dungeon in less than 4 minutes. Before today, nobody had ever thought someone could create such a terrifying result. The sophomore and junior students watching the spectacle now felt a bit breathless. Even when they were about to finish their freshman year, the time to clear the silver-level Secret Realm dungeon Beast Tide Impact was still more than double what Wang Chen took now. This eerie silence lasted who knows how long, until Wang Chen's figure was teleported out of the secret realm dungeon, standing in the center of the square, before someone snapped back to reality and trembled to speak. No way? Am I dreaming? How could this Wang Chen have such terrifying power? Even if he contracts 2 divine beast-level pets, it shouldn't be like this, right? That's a record created by White God. He broke it so easily? Could it be that the Flame Dragon University is about to see a horrifying genius dominate the school in the lower grades? What a monster! Looking at that tall figure, the crowd erupted in a surging tide of discussions, each face showing extreme disbelief. All of this is simply beyond their imagination. And at this moment, the teachers from the 3 colleges of Flame Dragon University on the observation platform showed the same expressions. Though they had anticipated it, when Wang Chen's score truly broke the record, they were still profoundly shocked. Such terrifying potential, even after teaching many geniuses over the years, is something they have never seen before. This kid's future achievements will definitely surpass White Shuai. The judge, teacher Sun Miao, said in shock. At this moment, Wang Chen was already standing in the center of the square, while those students who entered the secret realm dungeon with him, with the fastest progress, Zhao Li and Zhou Wu, were only on the 5th wave. The gap between the two sides was evident. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but nod, their eyes filled with shock as they looked at the calm and tall young man in the center of the square. In this moment, they were not only shocked by Wang Chen's displayed strength but also amazed by this young man's calm mindset. To achieve such an astonishing feat and still remain so indifferent, this level of composure, perhaps many of them would struggle to attain. I'll go tell him about the arena competition situation, you all think about what kind of compensation to give him. Sun Miao glanced back at the people on the observation platform, then took a step and directly appeared in the square. Hello, teacher. Seeing teacher Sun Miao suddenly appear before him, Wang Chen politely greeted her. Sun Miao nodded in acknowledgement, then spoke with a complex tone. Wang Chen, due to the special abilities of the nine-tailed fox, the school teachers hope. In the upcoming arena competition, you can enter without her. Hearing teacher Sun Miao's words, Wang Chen was slightly taken aback, and his expression became a bit strange. It seems that Susu showed great prowess in the secret realm copy, frightening all these teachers. Don't worry, teacher, I know my limits. After a moment of thought, he directly nodded and said, Susu will not enter the arena in the upcoming competition. Susu? Upon hearing this, Sun Miao was taken aback, then looked at the nine-tailed fox on Wang Chen's shoulder. Is that her name? That's quite nice. Thinking this, Sun Miao nodded, very satisfied with Wang Chen's answer. Rest assured, the school will compensate you, and you definitely won't suffer any losses. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. There are benefits to get? That's quite good. Actually, without teacher Sun Miao saying it, he didn't plan to let Susu enter the arena anyway. And not just Susu, he also planned to keep Bingqing on the sidelines. These two little ones pushed through all obstacles in the secret realm copy, the arena should be left for their master. Otherwise, wouldn't it let the two little ones steal the spotlight? Alright, we will make a list of compensations for you to choose from later. For now, since you're the first to clear the secret realm copy, go rest over there and wait. After giving Wang Chen a reminder, Sun Miao turned back to the high platform. After she left, Wang Chen stepped aside, his gaze fixed on the giant screen in the sky, searching for the figure of Situyu. Soon, he spotted a familiar figure in the lower grid. There was Situyu, dressed in a dazzling leather armor, holding a longbow and continuously shooting arrows. Next to her, there was a gigantic silver wolf, resembling a calf, that kept roaming, biting the throats of monsters that got too close. It was the legendary divine beast, Howling Moon Silver Wolf. With this guy joining the battle, Situyu was performing quite well in the secret realm copy, having already advanced to the 5th wave and standing in the first tier with the top students from other provinces. It seems this girl should have no problem clearing the secret realm copy. After checking Situyu's situation, Wang Chen didn't bother looking at others and found a place to play with the two little ones. 5 minutes later. A flash of light appeared in the square, and a tall figure emerged from the glow. It was Zhao Li. At this moment, he was covered in fresh blood, still emanating a fierce fighting spirit, clearly having gone through a tough battle. 9 minutes to clear. This is definitely the best record among all the newcomers. The teachers will definitely be greatly shocked. After landing, Zhao Li thought to himself, his face breaking into a smile as he prepared to welcome others' astonished gazes. He had long inquired that in past rankings, the best time to clear a silver-level secret realm copy was mostly between 9 to 10 minutes. His score could basically rank among the top 20 in the past results. However, just as he felt proud, he noticed the eyes of the older students were extremely strange, and not a single person showed admiration for his score. Seeing this scene, Zhao Li snorted discontentedly, a somewhat disdainful expression on his face. In his view, these older students must be jealous of his excellent record. A bunch of petty people, is it so hard to admit that others are better than you? Thinking this silently, he disdainfully shook his head and prepared to check the clearing situation of others. However, at that moment, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he looked toward a figure at the edge of the square in disbelief. Wang Chen? How is he here now? Chapter 80, what rank are you? You also dare to stand with him? Zhao Li's face was filled with disbelief. He thought he was the first to clear the secret realm copy and had not even considered that at this moment, after he came out, he could still see other people. So, when he saw the tall figure playing with two beast pets by the square, he was stunned. But soon, a cold smile appeared on Zhao Li's face. Ha ha, this guy must have failed the challenge in the secret realm. He came up with a guess and couldn't help but feel happy. No wonder the teachers looked so strange, they must have seen Wang Chen fail the challenge and felt ashamed of their previous behavior. Thinking this, Zhao Li smugly walked toward Wang Chen. Failing once is nothing to worry about, there are so many geniuses at Flame Dragon University. It's acceptable if you can shine elsewhere but fade into the crowd here. Zhao Li looked down at Wang Chen from above, acting like he was preaching. Hearing this, Wang Chen was taken aback. What's going on? He looked up, gazing at Zhao Li with a strange expression. This guy was holding his chin up, like a peacock showing off its feathers. Did you get something wrong? Out of basic politeness, Wang Chen asked, somewhat speechless. I understand. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Li proudly nodded, a look of having seen through everything on his face. I'm not comforting you, I'm telling you a fact. Coming to Flame Dragon University, being ordinary is nothing. In front of me, you don't need to act so stiff, I'm very easy to talk to. Zhao Li said casually. Wang Chen's mouth twitched as he looked at this self-satisfied guy with a strange gaze. Stiff? What am I being stiff for? Ha ha ha. This is the first time I've seen such a self-satisfied guy. No wonder he's a paladin, his head is almost filled with muscles. Is he here to make jokes? Can he look at his own rank before preaching to others? But before Wang Chen could retort, the senior students around who heard Zhao Li's words burst into laughter, their expressions full of disdain. How interesting. Do you even know your own rank? To clear the secret realm in 9 minutes, what qualification do you have to stand with record breaker Wang Chen? Hearing the laughter around, Zhao Li's face turned red with anger as he glared fiercely. However, these seniors were seasoned veterans, having spent at least a year in school, and none were afraid of him, they all glared back fiercely. A group of petty guys, only knowing how to be jealous of my excellence, I will definitely knock you all down someday. Zhao Li silently thought as he turned and patted Wang Chen's shoulder. Wang Chen, you shouldn't mix with these twisted and jealous guys, otherwise, you won't achieve much in the future. Put. Hearing this, Wang Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. This is really a big genius. Where did he get all this confidence? Seeing this scene, Zhao Li's expression became somewhat displeased. But he didn't say much, shaking his head and looking at the huge screen in the sky. He had hoped to recruit Wang Chen through this contact. After all, a commoner could achieve the top score in Yuanjiang province, his own talent must be outstanding too. But unfortunately, Wang Chen, like everyone else, couldn't calmly accept that others were better than him. Sigh. There are so few broad-minded people like me now. Zhao Li sighed, scanning the giant screen, ready to see if there were any outstanding individuals. As a scion of a wealthy family, entering Flame Dragon University, he sought personal improvement while also focusing on expanding his connections to recruit talents for the family. However, as he scanned the giant screen, his expression froze. What the heck? Someone actually cleared it faster than me? Who on earth did this? His gaze fell on a square in the upper left corner of the giant screen, and Zhao Li gasped, his eyes filled with shock. Although he couldn't see the completion time, the square displayed an SSS clearance rating. But incredibly eye-catching. And this score is right next to his, the 9-minute record still fresh. Who else could it be? He's standing right next to you. You should take a look at your own ranking, do you really think you can stand beside this genius? At that moment, one of the upperclassmen observing kindly reminded Zhao Li. As soon as the words fell, laughter erupted from the crowd. What? Did you do this? Hearing that voice, Zhao Li turned his head in shock, looking at the calm young man beside him. Yeah. Looking at Zhao Li, who was doubting his life, Wang Chen blandly nodded. Swish. In an instant, Zhao Li's face flushed red, feeling a burning heat on his skin. He just bragged in front of Wang Chen because of a 9-minute record? At that moment, recalling his previous actions, Zhao Li felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. Damn it! So humiliating. An intense feeling of defeat flooded Zhao Li at this moment, the gazes of those around him made him feel utterly abandoned by the world. Seeing Zhao Li standing there in shock, Wang Chen sighed and stepped forward, patting his shoulder to offer comfort. Don't be discouraged, you are already very talented. A 9-minute record is better than other freshmen. If you keep it up, maybe one day you'll see my back. Hearing his words, Zhao trembled all over. I'm talented? If I try hard, I might see your back? Are you comforting me or discouraging me? Zhao became withdrawn. Seeing this, Wang Chen nodded with satisfaction, feeling pleased with his own advice's effect. Look, this guy is so moved that he's trembling. As time passed, the new students entering the secret realm one after another cleared the levels and appeared in the plaza. Among everyone, aside from the genius Wang Chen, there were a total of 8 people who achieved a record of under 10 minutes, receiving an SSS clearance rating. This included Zhao, Zhou Wu, several provincial champions, and the Beastmaster Situyu. Moreover, it must be said that these freshmen truly lived up to their status as geniuses selected from all over Longwa. Even those not in the top tier achieved at least an A rating in the hellish difficulty dungeon. When everyone had finished the secret realm dungeon, the teacher Sun Miao, acting as the judge, waved his wand to disperse the giant screen in the sky and stood directly in front of all the new students. The first part of the dungeon has been completed, and everyone's scores have been recorded in the school database. Now we will announce the rankings and begin the second part of the arena competition. Chapter 81, Doubts of all the new students. Yanlong University Square. After teacher Sun Miao's words fell, a surge of magic rose around him, and a screen displaying the initial rankings of the new students appeared in front of everyone. First place, Wang Chen, clearance time, 3 minutes and 46 seconds, comprehensive performance rating, SSS level. Second place, Zhao, clearance time, 9 minutes, comprehensive performance rating, SSS level. 10th place, Situyu, clearance time, 9 minutes and 56 seconds, comprehensive performance rating, SSS level. 11th place, Zheng Tai, clearance time, 10 minutes and 15 seconds, comprehensive performance rating, SS level. 50th place, Wu Lingling, clearance time, 13 minutes and 25 seconds, comprehensive performance rating, S level. Hiss. When all the new students' eager gazes fell upon the leaderboard, the air around the entire square was almost sucked dry. What the heck? First place, Wang Chen, actually cleared the secret realm dungeon in just 3 minutes and 46 seconds? Are you kidding me? This is at least 2 times faster than the second place Zhao. For a moment, all the new students were filled with astonishment and disbelief. What's going on? Standing at the front of the crowd, Zhou Wu and a few others were also confused by the shocking news. Zhao Li's ranking and performance were better than theirs. They were well prepared. After all, as a paladin, Zhao Li had a greater advantage in the Beast Tide Attack Secret Realm dungeon. However, they never expected that Zhao Li would not be first. Instead, the first place went to Wang Chen. Teacher, I refuse to accept this result is simply not normal. Zhou Wu couldn't help but stand up, loudly addressing Sun Miao. He simply couldn't accept that Wang Chen took first place, and with such terrifying results, it was beyond him. After his words fell, several other top students from other provinces also joined in. That's right, teacher Sun Miao, did Wang Chen cheat in the secret realm dungeon? 3 minutes and 46 seconds to clear the dungeon. Even since the founding of Flame Dragon University, there has never been such a terrifying result. I demand to see the video recording of his time in the secret dungeon. The scene instantly became chaotic. Silence. Hearing Zhou Wu and the others, before Sun Miao could speak, a roar like a lion drowned out all the noise. Teacher Zhao from the Battle Academy stepped forward, standing directly in front of teacher Sun Miao. Boom! 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 His violent aura surged up, and a terrifying pressure fell upon all the new students. In an instant, those who were shouting seemed like ducks with their necks grabbed, their words abruptly cut off. You truly disappoint me. Teacher Zhao's eyes swept across everyone like lightning, with a raging fire burning in his gaze. Right under the eyes of all our teachers, in the perilous secret dungeon, do you really believe someone could cheat? His roar was like thunder, shaking the air in the square to hum. It was clear that he was genuinely angry. The performance of these new students made him feel tremendously let down, especially Zhou Wu and the provincial champions, whom he found utterly appalling. Even if their strength was lacking, to have such a fragile mindset, to question and shout against someone stronger than themselves, was unacceptable. How could such individuals uphold the backbone of Flame Dragon University in the future? I can responsibly say that Wang Chen's achievements are completely a result of his skill, earned through every punch and kick. If anyone disagrees, you can challenge him in the upcoming arena battles and prove you are stronger. If you can't do that, then just close your mouths. Teacher Zhao stomped heavily on the ground, and an ancient arena covering 100 square meters instantly materialized before him. From now on, each of you can actively challenge any student with a rank on the leaderboard. The challenged has no right to refuse. The winner will directly take the rank from the loser. There are no rules in the arena. As long as you are strong enough, you can even kill your opponent. The school's medical team is always on standby. Even if your brains are splattered, they can bring you back. Since you don't agree with the rankings, let's see if you have the courage to fight for them with everything you've got. I declare that the second part of the new student ranking battle, the arena battle, now begins. Teacher Zhao's gaze swept coldly over everyone as he announced the rules of the arena battles with an icy tone. Boom! The atmosphere among the new students in the square instantly became tense and charged. These talents from the provinces of Longwu were ignited by Teacher Zhao's words, their eyes sharp as they scanned the area for their challenge targets. Standing at the forefront of the new students, Zhou Wu and the others immediately turned their attention to Wang Chen. Zhao Li, should you go first for the first battle or shall I? Zhou Wu smiled maliciously, asking Zhao Li beside him. Just now, the teacher's words made him feel greatly insulted. He wanted to wash away the humiliation with a victory. Do as you like, I have no intention of getting involved in this mess. Hearing his words, Zhao Li took a strange step back, looking as if he planned to watch from the sidelines. He wasn't foolish. Wang Chen's terrifying score of 3 minutes and 46 seconds in the secret realm instance showed that his strength was absolutely beyond imagination. The teacher's anger just now was a great proof of this. Being second isn't bad. Thinking this, Zhao Li couldn't help but glance sympathetically at Zhou Wu. He felt that this guy would probably end up in a miserable state soon. Good. Since you're not going in, I'll take the first place ranking without any hesitation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wu disdainfully glanced at Zhao Li, then turned around and jumped onto the arena. Teacher, I want to challenge the top-ranked Wang Chen. As soon as he spoke, all eyes in the crowd turned to the tall figure amid the crowd. Wang Chen remained calm in the face of the surrounding stares. Wait a moment. He said to Zhou Wu lightly, then turned and walked over to C2U's side. You help me keep an eye on these two little guys first. Aren't you taking Bing Qing and the others into the arena? Still shocked by Wang Chen's terrifying score, C2U took the two beast pets with a bewildered expression. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen smiled, turning to head toward the arena. No need, these two little guys have already made enough of a splash. Next is my personal performance time. Watch them closely. After I finish the arena battle, there will be a reward for you. Chapter 82, I never bully others. Wow! When Wang Chen jumped onto the arena alone, the atmosphere in the square instantly exploded. Is he crazy? He's a giant beast master, and he doesn't bring a beast pet to the arena alone? This is too arrogant. Does he think he can win against Zhou Wu, who's level 60, just based on his own strength? The new students were abuzz with discussions, their faces showing extreme shock and confusion over Wang Chen's actions. It was well known that whether ordinary beast masters or special giant beast masters, their strength was heavily reliant on their beast pets, especially before the pets entered the second growth cycle. In matches of the same level, beast masters against other professions were like eggs hitting against stones. Without beast pets, they would be directly beaten by their opponents. All the new students couldn't understand why Wang Chen would make such a choice. At that moment, the expressions on the faces of the older students also reflected shock and disbelief. Wang Chen, he's way too confident, right? Although he achieved a terrifying clearance score in the secret instance, the ones doing the fighting were practically the giant dragon and the nine-tailed fox. He hardly contributed much damage. This battle will be interesting. I initially thought Zhou Wu would be beaten up by the giant dragon, but it turns out Wang Chen chose such an unexpected way to enter. I'll bet 500 credits that Wang Chen will stumble this time due to his arrogance. To all the older students, Wang Chen's choice at this moment seemed utterly foolish. When facing a beast master, the best battle strategy was to first deal with the beast master's pets, then take care of the master. This was almost a shared understanding among all professions on Blue Star. Yet, Wang Chen, as a giant beast master, gave up his greatest advantage, opting to face challenges with his own strength. This was practically the same as eggs hitting stones. Let it be known that Zhou Wu was currently level 60, while Wang Chen was 15 levels below him. The attribute difference of 15 levels meant that even with two divine beast level pets, Wang Chen's properties could not close the gap. This guy. At this moment, the expressions of the three academy teachers in the observation platform were a mix of amusing and helplessness. They discussed not letting Wang Chen bring the nine-tailed fox onto the stage, but in the end, this kid didn't just leave the nine-tailed fox behind, he also left the giant dragon off the field. What confidence! This kid actually plans to face Zhou Wu without using any beast pets, relying only on his own strength? Do you think he can win against Zhou Wu? At this moment, teacher Sun Miao sat on a chair, unable to help but ask the others. The chances of winning aren't very high, after all, Wang Chen is only at level 45, 15 levels below Zhou Wu. Teacher Zhao from the Battle Academy spoke with a somewhat gloomy expression. He now somewhat regretted agreeing to the proposal of letting Wang Chen not bring the nine-tailed fox into battle. Zhou Wu, though previously criticized for his lack of character, was still very capable. Having reached level 60 in the second transition and being a special class ice sword master, his attacks came with control. If he faced opponents weaker than himself, he could even directly control them to death. Teacher Sun Miao, did you misunderstand our intention? We only said he shouldn't bring the nine-tailed fox, we didn't say he shouldn't bring the giant dragon? The beautiful teacher from the Magic Academy couldn't help but look at Sun Miao and asked. She felt like there might have been some oversight in the communication. I made it very clear to him. Upon hearing this, Sun Miao shrugged with a bitter smile. He understood it very well at the time. I didn't expect he would ultimately make such a choice. Now I just hope that after Wang Chen loses, he realizes his shortcomings and brings his beast pet onto the field next time. Outside the arena, while everyone discussed and failed to understand Wang Chen's choice, Zhou Wu on the stage looked at his peer walking up slowly and was equally stunned. You don't plan to bring a beast pet onto the stage at all? He felt insulted. A beast master fighting without beast pets was as ridiculous as a warrior going to the battlefield without a gun. To deal with you, I'm good enough on my own. Letting two little guys come out would just be bullying you. Hearing Zhou Wu's words, Wang Chen shrugged nonchalantly and stated, I never bully anyone. You? Zhou Wu's eyes instantly turned red, bursting with an anger that felt almost tangible. So arrogant. I want to see how a beast master who doesn't use beast pets has the audacity to be so arrogant. After this battle, I will take your first rank and stomp this arrogant guy into the mud. With a cold expression, Zhou Wu slowly drew out a deep blue longsword. As soon as the longsword appeared, the temperature on the stage dropped noticeably. Clearly, this was a piece of exceptional magical equipment. Teacher, I am ready. He stared with cold eyes at Wang Chen, prepared to attack at any moment. On the opposite side, Wang Chen's eyes lit up upon seeing the longsword in Zhou Wu's hand. An opponent using a sword was indeed to his liking. Then, he nodded at Teacher Zhao in charge of the arena battle and took out an exaggeratedly shaped serrated longsword with a wave of his hand. Both sides, take your positions. Countdown 5 seconds. Seeing both sides ready, Teacher Zhao sighed helplessly and began the countdown. At the same time. Buzzing. Bright magical lights flickered around the ancient arena, and in an instant, 4 beams of light soared and converged in the sky. An incredibly solid magical barrier enveloped the stage like that. This magical barrier, on one hand, prevented the battle's shockwaves from injuring those outside, and on the other hand, it kept outside distractions from affecting the students' performance on the stage. As the magical barrier formed, Teacher Zhao's countdown voice reached its final moments. 3, 2, 1. The battle begins. As Teacher Zhao's voice fell, Zhou Wu, holding the longsword on the stage, moved instantly. He swung his longsword, slicing towards Wang Chen from a distance, and in an instant, a chilling air spread out with his movement. As this cold air touched the ground of the arena, directly forming a layer of solid ice around Wang Chen. Frost Arena. The exclusive skill of the ice swordman can create an incredibly smooth layer of ice on the ground within a certain range. This ice layer can freeze the opponent and affect their movement, while fighting on the ice layer can also provide a 10% increase in both movement and attack for the ice swordman. Beautiful. After Zhou Wu started his attack, the crowd watching couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, especially the veteran students, many of whom looked a bit serious. As the saying goes, an outsider looks at the excitement, while an insider watches the method. Zhou Wu's move truly lives up to his top position in the province. Chapter 83, I'm just afraid of trouble. Such a fast skill release speed. On the stage, seeing Zhou Wu slash out a cold wave, layers of solid ice surging towards him, Wang Chen's eyes couldn't help but flicker. This guy must have raised the skill level of Frost Arena to a very high degree. Moreover, he must have practiced thousands of times in private. This allows me to take it a bit more seriously. Thinking silently in his heart, Wang Chen waved his hand to take out the newly acquired weapon, the serrated long sword. As soon as this big fellow appeared in his hand, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. What the hell? A long sword the size of a door? Wang Chen isn't really planning to face Zhou Wu, the ice swordman head-on, is he? Is he crazy? The ice swordman has one of the top melee abilities among special occupations, and he, as a beast tamer, isn't trying to fight from a distance but instead wants to clash directly? Everyone seeing this scene, both new and veteran students, could not help but discuss among themselves, their faces showing disbelief. It's well known. Beast tamers are powerful because they can contract with beast pets to fight together. Because of the deep bond with their beast pets, once a beast tamer grows strong, they can essentially equal an entire squad. But even a beast tamer with considerable strength usually assists their beast pets in battle, casting spells from a distance to help them attack. Now Wang Chen is actually taking out a long sword to directly fight against a melee class that is at a higher level than him? Isn't that just asking for death? Wait, look. Just when everyone was shocked, someone suddenly pointed at the stage. Wang Chen, he's not dodging against the Frost Arena? Is he planning to be controlled by the Frost Arena and then just give up? The person spoke with astonishment, their face showing a look as if they had seen a ghost. Upon hearing his words, the crowd, who were discussing, followed his finger's direction to look, their faces all reflected similar expressions. He's truly gone mad. They initially thought that Wang Chen would put on an amazing performance by entering the arena alone, but the result was just this? Did he contract two divine beasts and become overly confident? Does he really think he will be as strong as the two divine beasts? Once the Frost Arena is fully deployed, all enemies within the covered area will be slowed, and considering the enhancement to the Ice Swordman, Zhou Wu's current movement speed is increased by 40%. It's impossible now, Zhou Wu will definitely crush Wang Chen in this battle. Seeing Wang Chen remain motionless under the attack of the Frost Arena, the onlooking students all showed disdainful expressions. Even Zhou Wu on the stage felt the same. Are you planning to give up? If you admit defeat now, I can let you suffer less pain. He waved his long sword, seeing Wang Chen unmoving, and did not launch an attack immediately. After all, the Frost Arena is about to fully unfold, waiting a bit longer to act will give him a greater advantage. Give up? Feeling the overwhelming chill rushing towards him, Wang Chen shook his head disdainfully. What kind of joke is this? If you want me to admit defeat, you need to have that kind of strength. I am just giving you a chance. Wang Chen said in a flat tone. If you don't elevate your state to its peak, I will defeat you early, and you will not realize the gap between us. At that time, if you think there's a chance to catch up and you come to challenge me because of your increased strength, wouldn't that be very troublesome? I despise trouble the most. It's best to let you witness the gap between us from the very beginning. As he spoke, Wang Chen spread his hands, appearing very casual. You dare to look down on me like this? Very well. You will pay dearly for your arrogance. Hearing Wang Chen's words, Zhou Wu instantly flew into a rage, his face contorted in a fierce expression. Die for me! He roared, and with a movement of his feet, his body shot toward Wang Chen like lightning. Whoosh whoosh! As he advanced, his long sword swung, sending out two icy blue sword energies that raced towards Wang Chen. Frozen Sword Energy! This was also an exclusive skill of the Ice Sword Masters. Along with its strong attack power, when this sword energy hit the enemy, it would explode, adding frozen damage to them. Bang bang! In an instant, two lightning-like frozen sword energies reached Wang Chen's face. However, confronted with these two aggressively approaching sword energies, Wang Chen's expression showed no signs of change, he simply waved the serrated long sword in his hand casually. The serrated long sword was nearly 2 meters long and 30 centimeters wide. At that moment, with a movement, it stood in front of Wang Chen like a shield. Bang bang! The next second, the two frozen sword energies landed on the blade of the serrated long sword one after the other, sending ice frost flying everywhere. As the frost appeared, it surged towards the blade of the serrated long sword. On the opposite side, Zhou Wu, following closely, revealed a look of joy upon seeing this scene. He had not expected the frozen sword energy to harm Wang Chen. The real target of this attack was to use the explosion of the frozen sword energy to stack an additional debuff state onto Wang Chen. You are dead for sure. Goal achieved, Zhou Wu kicked off the icy surface and instantly circled to Wang Chen's left like a phantom, then without hesitation, thrust his sword forward. In his eyes, the icy battlefield had already slowed Wang Chen down by 20%. Now, combined with the frozen damage from the frozen sword energy, Wang Chen would definitely not have time to defend against this sword. You arrogant guy, get ready to experience the feeling of death. At this moment, Zhou Wu could hardly wait to see the scene of his long sword stabbing into that despicable guy's neck. At the same time, the freshmen and seniors around the battlefield, witnessing this scene, looked at Wang Chen with eyes full of pity. No hope left. Having two debuff states on him, even if Wang Chen had tremendous skills, he would not be able to react in time. One must know, under such an attack, even many seniors whose strength had reached the third transition would be flustered in response. Wang Chen, who had just reached level 45 and was still in the second transition, had absolutely no chance of escape. Meanwhile, on the observation platform, many teachers from the three academies also suddenly looked grave. Zhou Wu's fierce attack surprised them all. This is trouble. That little fellow Wang Chen is probably going to pay the price for his arrogance. Not bringing a beast pet to the arena and looking down on the opponent like this, I hope this time it teaches him a lesson. The beautiful teacher from the Magic Academy couldn't help but softly say at this moment. No. However, at this moment, Teacher Zhao from the Combat Academy sitting next to her shook his head. This kid hasn't reached the end of the road yet. Chapter 84 Damage not great, insult extremely strong. On the observation platform. Hearing Teacher Zhao from the Combat Academy speak, many teachers around turned their eyes toward him. Zhao Tuzi. You don't really think in this situation, Wang Chen still has a chance to turn things around, do you? Wang Chen himself, because of the level gap, his attributes cannot match the 60th level Zhou Wu, and now he is under 2 debuffs, failure is inevitable. The beautiful teacher from the Magic Academy said this without holding back. However, hearing her words, Teacher Zhao's expression remained confident. You underestimate this little guy too much. You fragile ones who can only stand afar and throw skills, how could you feel the fierce fighting spirit rising from Wang Chen? Just watch, he is about to make his move. Teacher Zhao shook his head dismissively, his eyes shining as he looked at the arena. Hearing his words, the beautiful teacher from the Magic Academy couldn't even argue back, quickly looking towards the arena. At this moment on the arena, Zhou Wu's long sword sliced through the air with a piercing sound, and in the blink of an eye, it was near Wang Chen's body. Let me see you be arrogant. I'll pierce your neck with this sword. Let's see if you can still act cool. At this moment, Zhou Wu could even imagine the scene of Wang Chen's blood splattering. However, at this time, in front of him, a pair of sharp eyes suddenly appeared. Wang Chen waited until the sword tip was about to touch him, and his hand gripping the serrated sword moved violently. Bang! In the next second, the serrated sword, as if teleporting, blocked Zhou Wu's attack. With the feedback attributes of the Extreme Cold Dragon and the Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox, plus the bonuses from his gear. At this moment, even under debuffs, Wang Chen's speed far surpassed Zhou Wu's. Classmate Zhou Wu, swords are not meant to be used like this. Looking at Zhou Wu's grim face, still filled with excitement, Wang Chen smiled slightly and suddenly twisted the serrated sword. With a ripping sound. In an instant, Zhou Wu's thrust was deflected, stabbing sideways and causing his body to move along with it. The next second, before Zhou Wu could react, Wang Chen silently stretched out a foot. Bang! Zhou Wu staggered, his posture ruined, and he fell directly to the ground, landing in a dog-eat-dog position. Bang! Moreover, due to the arena being covered in hard ice, this guy slid right out and crashed heavily into the magical barrier around the arena. Hiss! At this moment, the atmosphere around the arena suddenly fell silent, as if the cold air had been almost sucked away. The watching freshmen and seniors were utterly shocked. What just happened? How could Zhou Wu possibly fall out? What is going on? How did Wang Chen dodge Zhou Wu's attack? After a brief silence, intense discussions erupted around the arena. Everyone hadn't even seen what happened when Zhou Wu had inexplicably fallen out in such a disgraceful manner. However, on the observation deck, the stronger teachers from the three major academies recognized the clue. Terrifying reaction speed. Loves taking risks, deftly deflecting the attack in an instant. This kid is simply a natural talent for our combat academy. At this moment, Teacher Zhao from the combat academy slammed his thigh hard, his expression incredibly excited. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the crowd, looking immensely pleased with himself. It was as if he were saying, "Look, I am the one with foresight, while all of you doubted Wang Chen, only I saw his brilliance." The other teachers nearby ignored the proud Teacher Zhao, their eyes filled with shock as they looked at the two figures on the arena. How could this happen? Bumping awkwardly against the magical barrier, Zhou Wu got up, his eyes trembling as he looked at Wang Chen. Just a moment ago, he had no idea what had happened, and he inexplicably slid to the edge of the arena in a dog-like position. Although he wasn't injured, however. This disgraceful appearance. The harm is not great, but the insult is incredibly strong. A deep sense of humiliation exploded wildly in his heart at this moment. Ah! I will kill you. Zhou Wu let out a roar like a beast, his body charging forward like a missile with a whistling wind, heading straight for Wang Chen. Bastard! How dare you make me so embarrassed? I can never forgive you. As he closed in, Zhou Wu swung his sword fiercely, aiming directly at Wang Chen's neck. A piercing wind rushed towards Wang Chen, but he remained unfazed, his serrated longsword flicking upward, directly deflecting Zhou Wu's sword and sending him flying into the air. At the same time, the sword he had raised like a door panel came crashing down. Zhou Wu, unable to control his body, had no time to react before seeing the hard sword growing larger and larger before his eyes. In the next second, the serrated longsword slammed into his face. Boom! He crashed to the ground, the massive force shaking the entire arena. Hiss! Seeing this, all the freshmen and sophomores watching the fight couldn't help but tremble slightly. The impact alone made them feel pain just by watching. One can only imagine the kind of injury Zhou Wu suffered on the stage. His whole body was as if prostrating at Wang Chen's feet. Zhou Wu struggled to lift his head, looking at the hateful young man before him with shock and hatred in his eyes. I told you, this is not how a sword should be used. Zhou Wu, your sword is fast, but it has no strength. Look, your face is almost shaped like my sword. Looking at Zhou Wu's distorted face, now flattened like a pancake, Wang Chen shrugged and said. Hearing this, Zhou Wu's expression twisted even more, not even caring to wipe the blood dripping from his nose. He pushed himself up with one hand, frantically swinging his sword, trying to attack Wang Chen. However, boom! The serrated longsword, like a mountain, pressed down on his shoulder, forcing him to the ground again. The intense pain jolted Zhou Wu's nerves. Lying on the ground, his eyes turned bloodshot. Wang Chen! I will kill you. He lay on the ground, gripping his longsword and thrusting it towards Wang Chen's legs. Whoa! Kid, you're this tough? Seeing that Zhou Wu still dared to resist, Wang Chen couldn't help but be taken aback. But his movements weren't slow. He kicked out with one foot, directly sending the sword flying out of Zhou Wu's hands. Ah! The longsword flew out of his hands, and Zhou Wu, with blood-red eyes, charged forward like a beast without reason. Seeing this, Wang Chen raised an eyebrow, his sword swishing through the air to knock him flying again. Zhou Wu, I think you've realized the gap between us. Surrender, I'm doing this for your own good. Get lost. I'm going to kill you. Zhou Wu slammed into the magical barrier and felt like some string in his heart snapped. Roar! On the arena, Zhou Wu let out a roar like a beast. The massive humiliation completely swallowed his reason. Struggling to get up, he charged directly at Wang Chen. At this point, he was like an ordinary person in a fight, with no tactics at all, no trace of a professional fighter left. Arriving in front of Wang Chen, he directly swung his wild fists. So tough? Looking at Zhou Wu charging forward, Wang Chen shook his head in disbelief, casually placing his serrated longsword horizontally in front of him. Boom! Zhou Wu's fist slammed heavily into the sword. In the next second. Ah! A wail like a ghost or a wolf echoed. Zhou Wu trembled with pain all over his body. Give up! The gap between us is as wide as the heavens and earth. Looking at Zhou Wu, Wang Chen sincerely tried to persuade him. Get lost. I'm going to tear that hateful face of yours apart. However, Zhou Wu didn't care. Ignoring the pain, he charged again. Boom! In the next second, he collapsed to the ground again in a full prostration. You can't win. Looking down from above at Zhou Wu, a hint of reluctance appeared on Wang Chen's face. Impossible. I will absolutely not lose. This hint of reluctance was noticed by Zhou Wu, causing him to roar uncontrollably. He struggled and crawled up from the ground, shaking as he swung his fist in a desperate attempt. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen's eyes showed some shock. What a tenacious fighting spirit. In such a huge power gap, this guy still dared to throw punches at him? Since that's the case, he couldn't disappoint this determination. Wang Chen thought to himself, putting away his jagged long sword and also swinging his fist to meet the attack. Bang! Ah! Bang! Ow! Bang! Ugh! The sound of fists hitting flesh echoed constantly, mixed with Zhou Wu's miserable wails. In just a short moment, Zhou Wu's somewhat lanky body on the arena became swollen. He was completely beaten up. Hiss! Seeing the scene from below the platform, all the new and old students couldn't help but gasp in shock. This was simply a one-sided crushing. 60-level Ice Sword Master Zhou Wu, in front of Wang Chen who didn't bring a pet, was like a little child being beaten, unable to fight back at all. How strong is Wang Chen's ability? Zhou Wu at level 60 doesn't even have the qualification to make him take it seriously? Is this junior so monstrous? Beating Zhou Wu with such ease, even we who just advanced to the 3rd tier wouldn't do it so effortlessly. Is he crazy? Could it be that Wang Chen now has the power to match the 3rd tier? The crowd of onlookers buzzed with discussion, the expressions on the faces of the 2nd and 3rd year students filled with shock. Today, they truly opened their eyes, witnessing a gigantic beast master who didn't use a pet, crush an opponent 15 levels higher than himself. This explosive scene was something they wouldn't even dare to dream about on a normal day. While they were in shock, the 1st year newcomers trembled in fear. This was too brutal. They looked at Zhou Wu on the stage who was almost unrecognizable, instinctively swallowing hard, their eyes filled with fear. That was Zhou Wu, with a level 60 strength, the top student of a province, yet before Wang Chen, he had no chance to fight back at all. It was just like an adult beating a child. Is this really a 1st year student like us? Everyone clearly has the same age, why does he perform so exceptionally? It feels like he isn't from the same world as us. The many newcomers fought in shock, quietly stepping back a few paces as if moving farther from the stage would give them a bit more sense of safety. Even the other province top students were wearing expressions similar to the crowd, and their faces weren't good either. Zhao, did you already know Wang Chen was so ruthless? Zhang Luyao, the top student from Yunchuan province, swallowed and asked. She felt that the shadow of the person violently attacking on the stage would likely become a psychological burden for her, one that she would never be able to shake off. Hearing her words, Zhao Li's mouth twitched slightly. Damn! If I had known Wang Chen was this ruthless, would I still have provoked him when I came out of the secret realm earlier? Thinking helplessly, Zhao Li tried to calm his expression, saying lightly. Of course, from the first glance at Wang Chen, I sensed he was extraordinary, otherwise, why do you think I didn't challenge him after the arena battle began? As he spoke, Zhao Li displayed a calm demeanor, as if that was enough to set him apart from everyone else. Wang Chen is too scary. Zhou Wu has already become unrecognizable, and he is still hitting him? But Zhou Wu truly has perseverance, sustaining such severe injuries and still not giving up. I really underestimated him before. I didn't expect him to be so brave. A new student who was familiar with Zhou Wu said with a pained expression, somewhat moved. Hearing his words, the few people around looked at the arena with mixed emotions, watching that figure who was constantly knocked down yet kept getting back up. At this moment, they strangely felt a sense of sadness. However, do you think Zhou Wu is now confused and wants to admit defeat, but doesn't have the chance to say it? Zhao Li, who also knew Zhou Wu a bit, voiced a guess at this moment. Upon hearing his words, the others around couldn't help but feel a chilling sensation. If what Zhao Li said is true, wouldn't Zhou Wu be beaten to death in the arena? In the arena. Bang! At this moment, Zhou Wu was once again knocked down to the ground, his face already swollen like a pig's head, and his eyes, which were already small, had turned into mere slits. But even in such a tragic state, he still held his neck high, unwaveringly extending his hand. Opposite him, Wang Chen looked at Zhou Wu, who was still trying to swing his fist while lying on the ground, with a somewhat helpless expression. Is this guy really this resilient? He has been knocked down dozens of times by me, yet he still won't admit defeat? Do you really want to be beaten to death by me in the arena? Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. With this thought in mind, Wang Chen prepared to handle this guy swiftly. However, just as he was about to make a move, a figure suddenly appeared between him and Zhou Wu. This person was extremely robust, with a bald head that shone brightly. It was none other than Teacher Zhao from the Battle Academy. Wang Chen, could you let Zhou Wu finish speaking? Teacher Zhao looked at the handsome young man in front of him, his tone very complex. Chapter 86, This child, there is no light left in his eyes. In the arena. Teacher Zhao from the Battle Academy looked at Wang Chen with an extremely shaken expression. A level 45 Beast Master, in a battle against a level 60 Ice Sword Master, performed with overwhelming power. Even though Teacher Zhao is a 6th transition expert and has taught at Flame Dragon University for many years, it was still the first time he had seen such a monstrous student. This kid will probably rank on the school's talent list during his freshman year. For a moment, a shocking guess floated in Teacher Zhao's mind. On the opposite side, hearing Teacher Zhao's words, Wang Chen's expression turned somewhat puzzled. Let Zhou Wu finish speaking. What does this mean? He curiously touched his nose, his gaze passing over Teacher Zhao to Zhou Wu lying on the ground. At this moment, Zhou Wu finally trembled as he extended his hand straight. I concede. As the words fell, those 3 words seemed to drain all his strength, and he immediately slumped weakly to the ground. Upon seeing this scene, Wang Chen couldn't help but feel extremely awkward. Zhou Wu. He wanted to admit defeat long ago, but unfortunately, you never gave him the chance. While Wang Chen felt awkward, Teacher Zhao spoke with a strange expression. He had already seen from the side of the arena that Zhou Wu had lost his fighting spirit, and that he had tried multiple times to admit defeat. As a result, Wang Chen misunderstood the situation. He completely didn't give him the opportunity to speak. Get ready, wait for the next challenger to come on stage. Teacher Zhao prompted Wang Chen and reached out to lift Zhou Wu from the ground. Looking at Zhou Wu's vacant gaze, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This child, there is no light left in his eyes. This battle today will probably become a shadow in his life forever. Thinking this, Teacher Zhao handed Zhou Wu over to the medical team waiting below the arena. After doing all this, he turned his head to the new students below and said, Zhou Wu has lost to Wang Chen in the challenge. Now, who wants to continue challenging, please come up to the arena. As soon as the words fell, the new students below looked at each other and instinctively took a few steps back, away from the arena. What a joke! The top powerhouse among the new students, Zhou Wu, was beaten to a pitiful state. These people, at best, were equal in strength to Zhou Wu, or even weaker. Challenging Wang Chen on the stage? Isn't that just asking for a beating? For a moment, the new students fell silent, no one daring to stand up, not even to glance at Wang Chen. Seeing this scene, Teacher Zhao on the stage sighed but said nothing more. In the past, he might have scolded these new students for lacking fighting spirit. But now, thinking of the dominating power Wang Chen displayed just now, he lost interest in lecturing. It wasn't that the new students were too timid, it was that Wang Chen was just too monstrous. Since no one dares to challenge, then the first place on the new student ranking belongs to Wang Chen. Next, you can start competing for other rankings. Teacher Zhao announced in a calm tone. After finishing, he looked at Wang Chen with fiery eyes. Wang Chen, for you, the new student ranking battle is already settled. Next, consider the issue of entering the academy. I saw your fighting style just now, it fits our combat academy perfectly. Teacher Zhao. Hearing this, Wang Chen scratched his nose, feeling a bit shy and asked. Can I compete for rankings on behalf of others? What? Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Teacher Zhao looked puzzled, but quickly thought of something, revealing a sly smile. His gaze subtly scanned a certain figure among the new students, and he patted Wang Chen's shoulder, saying, You brat. There are no rules regarding this in the ranking battle. But just this once, don't go overboard. Thank you, Teacher Zhao. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen smiled a bit awkwardly. I really envy you young people, but remember, you should still focus on strength. Teacher Zhao shook his head, giving Wang Chen a meaningful glance, then stepped off the stage. After he left, Wang Chen turned and waved at Situyu. What's wrong? Situyu, whose expression was shaken, timidly walked to the edge of the stage. Could this guy be hiding violent genes in his body? Am I going to be in danger in the future? Wang Chen's explosive power just now had even carefree Situyu feeling a bit scared. It's nothing, I told you before that taking care of two little guys has rewards, now I'm here to deliver. As he spoke, Wang Chen's gaze landed on a sturdy figure among the new students. Zhaoli, I challenge you on behalf of Situyu, he said with a smile on his face. Upon hearing his words, Situyu was stunned and widened her eyes. On the opposite side, the name Zhaoli looked as if he had been struck by lightning, his face twisted. Damn! Is this how we play? He looked at Wang Chen, his eyes trembling. At this moment, he had a desire to curse, but he didn't know whether to say it or not. He really wanted to rush up and beat Wang Chen up. But thinking of Zhou Wu's tragic state, Zhaoli suppressed this unrealistic thought. If he really went up, he would probably be the one getting beaten. Who did I offend? Third is third, it's better than getting beaten up. Thinking bitterly, Zhaoli glanced at Wang Chen, who wore a gentle smile on the stage, and lowered his head in frustration. I admit defeat. Buzz. With Zhaoli's words, the ranking board floating in the air immediately saw Situyu's rank jump from 10th to 2nd. Wang Chen stood on the stage, looking around, and seeing that no one objected to the result, he directly jumped off the stage, allowing the area for others. Wang Chen, isn't what you did a bit too overbearing? I actually quite liked being 10th. Pulled aside, Situyu's pretty face flushed, stumbling over her words. Domineering? Hearing this, Wang Chen shot him an angry glance. Are you foolish? The 10th place only has 5,000 credits, but the 2nd place has a whopping 9,000 credits, along with an A-grade material. He looked at Situyu with frustration, as if she was a disappointment. He. I understand now. Situyu smiled shyly. This bastard really does care about me. She felt sweet in her heart, as if she had eaten honey. But the next second. By the way, after the ranking rewards are given out, don't forget to transfer the extra 4,000 credits and the A-grade material to me. Wang Chen looked at the blushing little girl, putting on a serious expression. Hearing this, Situyu turned to stone, her expression a bit frantic. Bastard! Give me back my earlier feelings. Chapter 87 Little One, would you like to be my disciple? On the square of Flame Dragon University. As the 1st and 2nd places on the freshman ranking list settled, the atmosphere in the square fell silent for a moment before becoming lively again. Many freshmen, although shocked by Wang Chen's terrifying strength, felt a surge of fighting spirit as soon as he stepped down and faced others. If I can't beat Wang Chen, can I not beat you? With this thought, soon freshmen began to take the stage one after another, challenging those ranked on the list. And it seemed that because of Wang Chen's earlier battles, these freshmen fought fiercely, desperately showing off their skills. Though the fights were not as shocking as Wang Chen's, compared to mere crushing, their battles were far more exciting. In an instant, the arena was filled with the flickering light of magic, and the sounds of weapons clashing echoed continuously, drawing cheers from the old students watching. Everything seemed to be back on track. However, none of this had anything to do with Wang Chen for now. After stepping down from the stage, he was just standing beside Situyu when he was surrounded by teachers from the 3 academies. Student Wang Chen, your ranking battle has come to an end, and now it's time to choose your academy. Do you have a decision? The beautiful teacher from the Magic Academy spoke gently, her expression filled with anticipation. If you choose our Magic Academy, all previous conditions still apply, and in addition, the head of the Magic Academy is willing to personally accept you as a student. You must know, the headmaster is a 7th turn powerhouse. 7th turn? Hearing the beautiful teacher's words, Wang Chen's eyes flickered. This condition cannot be said to be unrich. A 7th turn powerhouse ranks high in the entire Dragon Country, they could be governors in peace and commanders of legions in war. Becoming a student of such a powerful person could be said to be a leap to fortune for an ordinary person, with endless benefits. And nearby, the expressions of the surrounding teachers also showed signs of shock. The Magic Academy was going all out to recruit Wang Chen. Student Wang Chen. Having observed this side, Teacher Zhao from the Combat Academy could not sit still upon hearing this. The Magic Academy headmaster personally coming to recruit students is simply outrageous. Based on your performance in the arena, I can see that you and the Magic Academy are not a good fit. The Combat Academy is your best choice. Teacher Zhao pushed through the crowd, grasping Wang Chen's hand earnestly and saying, Besides, don't listen to what this lady says. The headmaster of the Magic Academy rarely shows up and spends very little time at school. Even if he accepts you as a student, he won't have much time to personally teach you. Join our Combat Academy. All the teachers are willing to personally tailor a growth plan for you, and all the secret realms affiliated with the Combat Academy will be open to you for free. As Teacher Zhao finished speaking, Wang Chen's eyes suddenly revealed a strange look. This sounds quite good, and it seems more realistic than the conditions proposed by the teachers at the Magic Academy. Having a 7th transition strong person as a teacher is merely meant to give him some hidden benefits, but having all secret realms open for free is truly a benefit. With Teacher Zhao's promise, at least for a while, Wang Chen felt that he wouldn't need to put much effort into earning credits to enter secret realm dungeons. For a moment, he couldn't help but fall into a struggle. Meanwhile, the teachers from the Support Academy looked at each other, their expressions somewhat troubled upon hearing the conditions proposed by the teachers from the Combat Academy and the Magic Academy. With the conditions set so high by these two guys, even if they emptied their pockets, they would still be unable to compete. It is known that among the 3 academies of Flame Dragon University, the Support Academy holds the most resources due to their development direction, but in terms of teaching strength, they lag far behind the Combat Academy and the Magic Academy. One of these 2 academies has a dean personally taking on apprentices, while all the teachers from the other are joining together. It seems that besides resources, the Support Academy really has nothing impressive to offer. What to do? The teachers from the Support Academy looked at each other, their expressions filled with distress. Over the years, although the 3 academies have been equal, the Support Academy's inability to fight has resulted in a mix of students they select each year, leaving them always in the last place. Now, with a talent like Wang Chen in front of them, they were unwilling to give up. But what condition could attract Wang Chen? The teachers from the Support Academy were deeply troubled in their hearts. However, very soon, they wouldn't have to be troubled anymore. Buzz buzz buzz. A powerful force suddenly descended upon the square. The next second, the people surrounding Wang Chen were unconsciously pushed back by this force. Then, a figure appeared before everyone. Dean? Upon seeing this figure, the puzzled teachers quickly bowed and greeted, their faces filled with awe. Hearing the words of those around him, the conflicted Wang Chen was also startled and hurriedly followed suit. The dean of Flame Dragon University, named Lin Feng, was a super strong person who had reached the 8th transition, capable of shaking the entire Dragon Kingdom with a stomp. How did such a big shot suddenly appear? After respectfully greeting, Wang Chen discreetly began to observe the person. Lin Feng had a square face, with a gentle demeanor, around 40 years old, appearing ordinary on the surface, no different from an average middle-aged man. While Wang Chen was observing, his gaze unexpectedly met a pair of eyes that seemed to smile but weren't. Youngster, you have quite some courage. If you want to look, then look openly, being sneaky is too childish. Dean Lin Feng looked at Wang Chen with a smile, his tone somewhat playful. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that the giant beast, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf Cub, which the school rewarded him with, seemed to be the offspring of Dean Lin Feng's beast pet. I gave the Howling Moon Silver Wolf to sit to you. The dean isn't here to seek me out, is he? Thinking silently, Wang Chen felt embarrassed but somewhat uneasy. Sure enough, the next second, he heard Dean Lin Feng's voice that seemed to smile but wasn't. To willingly give away a divine beast-level Howling Moon Silver Wolf, such a generous person is quite rare in my lifetime. Dean Lin Feng looked at Wang Chen with a playful gaze and said in a calm tone. Youngster, do you wish to take me as your master? Ah. Wang Chen, who was just about to think of some words to deflect, was caught off guard. Take a master? This scenario seems a bit off. At the bottom of the arena. Gathered together, the teachers from the 3 main academies were puzzled to see the dean, Lin Feng, appear. The dean usually stays at the school and rarely shows up unless needed. Why is he suddenly here now? Could it be that he also values Wang Chen's talent and wants to take him as a student? Thinking of this possibility, the teachers from the 3 academies felt a sense of grievance in their hearts. How could they withstand an 8-turn master personally coming down to recruit? It's over. The dean himself is an 8-turn beastmaster. If he speaks up, Wang Chen will probably have no other choice. Now, we can only hope that the dean places Wang Chen into our combat academy for training. At this moment, Teacher Zhao thought with a sense of grievance, looking like an oppressed little wife. But, do you wish to be my disciple? Lin Feng's next words were like a heavy bomb, completely stunning him and the surrounding teachers from the 3 academies. Become a disciple? An 8-turn master personally taking a disciple? Not just a student, but a more intimate relationship as a master and disciple? The difference between taking a disciple and taking a student is like the distance between heaven and earth. For a moment, after the days, Teacher Zhao and everyone else looked at Wang Chen with immeasurable envy in their eyes. Wang Chen has, in an instant, taken a leap forward. At this moment, if he just nods, he will bind himself to an 8-turn master, sharing honor and disgrace, and in the future, he will likely walk proudly in the Dragon Kingdom. While everyone was in shock, Wang Chen also felt a storm of emotions rising in his heart. An 8-turn master wants to take him as a disciple? This made him feel a bit like he was in a dream. Am I really that popular? Although his mindset was already as firm as a rock, he couldn't help but start to doubt. An 8-turn master. In the Dragon Kingdom, in Blue Planet, they are top-tier combat power. Even in the fiercely competitive battlefields of the realms, they carry significant weight. What's wrong? Don't you want to? Facing Wang Chen, who looked a bit dazed, Dean Linfeng smiled and said, "It seems like you, a giant beastmaster, look down on me, an ordinary beastmaster." No. Hearing this, Wang Chen quickly waved his hand to deny it. What kind of joke is this? This is an 8-turn master. Grabbing such a big thigh means walking directly to the peak of life. Moreover, the Dean is also an 8-turn master in the Beastmaster profession. It's a perfect match profession-wise. A master so suitable, only a fool would refuse. I pay my respects to my master. Wang Chen flowed with the situation and respectfully bowed to Lin Feng, just like a scene he had seen on TV. Good. Seeing this, Lin Feng beamed with joy, reaching out to help Wang Chen up. Clearly, finding a good seedling, he was extremely excited in his heart. Come directly to my office tomorrow. I will personally make a training plan for you. Patting Wang Chen's shoulder, Lin Feng said with a face full of smiles. As he spoke, he glanced at the nearby Situyu. Little girl, you've contracted my Howling Moon Silver Wolf, so you also have a connection with me. You should come along with this kid tomorrow. After saying this, the surrounding teachers looked at Situyu with envious eyes again. Though Situyu didn't become the dean's disciple like Wang Chen, even being an ordinary student was already a gigantic leap. On the other side, Situyu was even more in a daze. Did that mean she had also become a student of the dean? Her face was filled with disbelief. Thank you, teacher. It was still Wang Chen who kicked her, and only then did she react. Alright, you two, don't forget to report to me tomorrow. Dean Lin Feng, seeing this, nodded and told Wang Chen before turning to leave. But at this moment, Teacher Zhao from the Combat Academy bravely stepped forward. Dean, where will Wang Chen be affiliated? Teacher Zhao asked with a face full of expectation. Hearing this, before Lin Feng could speak, the teachers from the other two colleges also gathered around. Just go to the auxiliary college. You two colleges have had enough glory these years. It's about time to let the auxiliary college shine. Looking at the crowd that had surrounded them, Lin Feng said with a half smile. Ha? Go to the auxiliary college? Hearing this, Teacher Zhao and others felt a wave of despair inside. Wang Chen's talent was already extraordinary, and now with an 8-turn expert teaching him personally, if he joined the auxiliary college, wouldn't the auxiliary college crush their battle college and magic college for the next 3 years? Just thinking about the possible future situation, Teacher Zhao from the battle college and the beautiful teacher from the magic college could not help but speak up to try to negotiate. However, before they could say anything, several teachers from the auxiliary college directly pushed them to the back. Thank you, esteemed head of academics. They all said in unison, their faces blooming with smiles. This time, they really found a treasure. Alright, you can proceed with the process for Wang Chen to join the auxiliary college. Lin Feng nodded at this and vanished from the scene in a flash. After he left, the several teachers from the auxiliary college gleefully glanced at the surrounding competitors and then directly surrounded Wang Chen and C2U as they left. The auxiliary college really is wealthy beyond measure. Standing in front of a luxurious villa, Wang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Before coming to Flame Dragon University, he had heard that the auxiliary college was the wealthiest among the 3 colleges, but he didn't expect it to be to this extent. They directly arranged for him a standalone villa as dormitory in the precious living area. The villa had 6 floors, covering over 1,000 square meters, with a garden in front and a fountain in the back, truly resembling a small palace. Really envious. While Wang Chen was in awe, a sour voice sounded nearby. C2U stood in front of her own dormitory, her face filled with envy and jealousy. As the second-ranked new student, C2U's dormitory was right next to Wang Chen's, a separate 2-story small building. This treatment, compared to other new students, was naturally extremely luxurious, but placed beside Wang Chen's grand villa, the small building suddenly seemed incredibly humble. Hee. Want to come and tour my grand villa? Seeing C2U's envious expression, Wang Chen couldn't help but tease her. Humph. Not interested. C2U pouted disdainfully. But her feet moved quickly, and she dashed to Wang Chen's side. This grand villa looked even more luxurious than her own home. Seeing C2U's contradictory behavior, Wang Chen rolled his eyes. Today, I'll show you some sights. As he spoke, he placed his hand on the villa's door lock. In the next second, a mechanical prompt sounded. Verification successful. Welcome home, Mr. Wang Chen. After entering the villa, Wang Chen found that inside, it was even more luxurious compared to the outside. The 6-story villa had all kinds of facilities, with entertainment, rest, and exercise all available. In fact, even the basement of the villa had been specially expanded into a training ground, using spatial folding technology, covering an area equivalent to a large football field. Even Bing Ching could roll around in battle postures inside. Of course, besides these, what surprised Wang Chen the most was that the entire villa was surrounded by a small concealed magic array. Once activated, the situation inside the villa would be completely isolated from the outside world. Even a 7-turn expert would not be able to probe it. Moreover, importantly, this hidden magic array did not require him to spend any resources, as it automatically absorbed the wandering magical power from the heavens and earth to replenish energy. This is very convenient, with this concealed magic array in place in the future. I don't have to worry about making too much noise now. After testing the effect of the concealment formation, Wang Chen's eyes lit up, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. In the past 2 days, he also realized how much attention he attracted when he contracted the 9-tailed sky fox. With this concealment formation in the future, he wouldn't have to worry about causing any disturbances when he contracted his pet again. Wang Chen, I always feel like we don't go to the same school. After wandering around the villa, Situyu returned with a very resentful expression. Compared to Wang Chen's big villa, her 2-story small house looked like a shabby little place, completely defeated. If you envy it, you can move over here. After all, when we were in the 10,000 Beasts Mountains, we lived together, and there are many rooms here. Hearing Situyu's words, Wang Chen replied casually. Upon hearing this, Situyu's face suddenly turned red. This isn't good, right? Can the 10,000 Beasts Mountains be the same as school? I should go back now. I'll come find you tomorrow. Situyu stammered as she spoke, then turned and fled in a panic. Seeing the girl's figure disappear outside the door, Wang Chen shook his head. This girl was squeezed into a treehouse in the 10,000 Beasts Mountains, but now she's shy? Thinking this in surprise, he commanded the intelligent butler to activate the villa's concealment formation, then took Bing Ching and Su Su to the training ground in the basement. Pushing open the door, he transitioned to a very spacious area. The entire training ground's floor was paved with extremely hard blue stone, which had a strong resistance to magic, and a white light ball the size of a grinding disc floated in the sky, illuminating the entire space. With this white light ball, the space was bright as day. Glancing around, Wang Chen let the 2 little ones play, and silently sat down on the ground to count his gains. After completing the admission procedures for the Auxiliary Academy today, he finally received his reward for being ranked first among new students. Moreover, in order to reward him for joining, the Auxiliary Academy doubled his credits and qualification for Secret Realm instances as well as materials. Now, excluding the credits spent these few days, he still had as much as 28,000 credits left. If others knew about this amount of credits, they would probably turn incredibly envious. Most of the seniors who just entered their sophomore year had spent a year at school and earned credits that didn't even add up to Wang Chen's mere fraction. After briefly counting his gains, he took out 2 fist-sized crystals that emitted an extreme cold aura. These were the S-level materials, Ice Essence, from the reward for being ranked first among new students. At this moment, as the Ice Essence appeared in the training ground, the temperature in the entire training ground began to drop sharply. In almost the blink of an eye, the temperature fell below 0. Seeing the commotion caused by the 2 ice essences, Wang Chen's eyes were somewhat shocked. No wonder it's an S-level material, just the power emanating from it can have such a huge impact on the surrounding environment. I really can't imagine what kind of boost Bing Ching will get after absorbing all the power from the ice essence. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel excited. Woo woo! At the same time, attracted by the original aura, little Bing Ching, who was frolicking around with Su Su, hurriedly came over. Her pair of beautiful blue eyes were filled with a strong desire for the ice essence. Clearly, this little one also knew that eating this ice essence would greatly enhance herself. Eat, eat. Seeing this, Wang Chen smiled as he patted the little one's head, then expectantly pushed the ice essence forward. Woohoo! The little one politely thanked and grabbed the icy marrow with its tiny dragon claws, gently tossing it into its mouth. After eating, the little one smacked its lips, looking like it was savoring the taste. Seeing this, Wang Chen couldn't help but smile a little. What a greedy little fellow! Thinking this, he held the 9-tailed celestial fox, Su Su, and walked to the side, beginning to wait for Bing Ching's upgrade. At this moment, after consuming the icy marrow, the deep blue on Bing Ching's body became even more intense, emitting a faint spiritual glow. Just by looking at this deep blue light, Wang Chen could feel a noble and vast aura. Clearly, the power deep within the bloodline was starting to be awakened by Bing Ching, and the ancestral divine beast, Extreme Cold Dragon, was about to enter the next stage. Buzz buzz buzz. Intense magical power began to surge, gathering towards Bing Ching. In an instant, the tiny Bing Ching began to unconsciously display a battle stance, a huge 5-meter-long creature appearing in the training ground. At the same time, the gathered magical power formed a deep blue light shield around her body, wrapping her entirely. On this light shield, mysterious runes flickered, giving off an aura that was profound and mysterious. Soon, under the watchful eyes of Wang Chen and the nine-tailed celestial fox, Susu, Bingqing, engulfed in deep blue light and entering the upgrade, underwent new changes. An indescribable mystical wave slowly spread, and the deep blue magical power on her body was gradually absorbed by Bingqing's massive frame. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen knew that Bingqing's upgrade was about to come to an end. At this moment, as the deep blue magical power dissipated, Bingqing's streamlined, beautiful body appeared before him. Her size had increased by a meter, her dragon claws and wings becoming more menacing, and the dragon horns spiraling on her forehead had grown thicker and larger, like swords that could pierce the sky. Most striking were Bingqing's brand new scales, which seemed to have deep blue waves flowing over them, shimmering with a mysterious luster. Noticing this, while Bingqing had not completely absorbed the gains from her upgrade, Wang Chen concentrated, and Bingqing's new attribute information floated before his eyes. Chapter 90, Master, I'm quite formidable. Beast Pet, Ancient Overlord. Extreme Cold Dragon. Nickname, Bingqing. Gender, female. Age, 1 month, juvenile stage. Level, 40. Rank, Ancestral Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth, SSS. 4-dimensional attributes, Strength 2200, Intelligence 2200, Constitution 2200, Agility 2200. No buffs, equipment, or items applied. Skills, Frost Body, SSS, Extreme Cold Breath, SSS, Icy Hell, SSS, Dragon Prestige, SSS, Frost Fury, SSS. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Description, a little. Bingqing's 4-dimensional attributes had not changed compared to before, but this did not disappoint Wang Chen at all. Instead, his gaze fixed tightly on Bingqing's skill list, his eyes gleaming slightly. A new SSS level skill, Frost Fury. Without any hesitation, Wang Chen directly opened the introduction for Frost Fury. Frost Fury, SSS active attack skill, summons a blizzard to attack enemies, causing tremendous cold attribute damage, and adds a freezing effect. Note, the coverage range of Frost Fury is influenced by the Extreme Cold Dragon's level, increasing by 10 meters for every level. Hiss. Seeing the introduction of this skill, Wang Chen couldn't help but gasp. A wide-range attack skill with a coverage range of 400 meters, this is definitely a monster-slaying technique. After seeing Master tomorrow, I must go to the Secret Realm dungeon to test the power of this skill. Thinking eagerly, Wang Chen then began to check his own gains. Bingqing had now entered her youth stage, and the one benefiting the most was none other than him, her master. Because every time a beast pet advanced in their growth stage, the attribute percentage returned to the beast master would also increase. In the youth stage, it directly increased to 20%. At this moment, with a thought from Wang Chen, his attribute information appeared before his eyes. Name, Wang Chen. Occupation, Giant Beast Master. Level, 45. Talent, All Beasts Affection, SSS, Beast Pet Fusion, Divine. Skills, Beast Control, S, Beast Rejuvenation, B, Bloodline Identification, Divine, Contract Summon, B, Instant Sword, D, Windblade Technique, C, Bloodthirsty Berserk, B, Beast Pet Amplification, B. Strength, 740 plus 530 points. Wisdom, 810 plus 100 points. Physique, 740 plus 350 points. Agility, 750 plus 5 plus 250 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unallocated skill points, 350 points. At this moment, under Bingqing's 20% attribute feedback, excluding equipment bonuses, Wang Chen's 4 primary attributes had all surpassed 700 points, with the highest wisdom exceeding 800 points. Such terrifying attributes truly gave him the strength to compete with third transformation professionals. I probably don't need Bingqing to step in, I can directly defeat even a level 70 third transformation professional. Once this little guy makes a move, it's estimated that only a 90 or even a 100 level third transformation professional can contend. Wang Chen silently clenched his fists, feeling the power within his body, his eyes shining brightly. This wave of improvement was nothing short of immense. You have to know, once professionals enter their third transformation, they step into a whole new realm. In today's Blue Star, first and second transformation professionals are collectively called low-level professionals, and their badge colors are black iron and bronze. Once they reach third and fourth transformations, professionals enter the main stage, and their badges change to silver. Just like how equipment becomes much stronger after entering the silver level, professionals also experience a world of difference in strength after entering the third transformation. In the third transformation stage, after changing professions, professionals will form a silver body. With each level gained, the attributes and skill points acquired will be twice that of before, providing a larger power increase. It was precisely because of this that Wang Chen's unexpected sword strike that sent Zhou Zibo flying during the competition in high school caused such a huge shock. You could say that after the third transformation, professionals officially start to transform into extraordinary beings. From the silver body of the third and fourth transformations to the golden heart of the fifth and sixth transformations, and then to the diamond will of the seventh transformation. At each stage, the increase in strength is quite significant. Wow! Master? As Wang Chen was reveling in his own thrilling improvement, a timid little girl's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Hearing this, he stiffened and looked up, meeting the gaze of a pair of huge dragons. Ice Chang? You learned to talk so quickly? He said in disbelief. Of course, Master. I'm really amazing. Once her body returned to its normal state, little Ice Chang flew onto Wang Chen's shoulder, her cute face filled with excitement. At first, she stumbled over her words, but it became more fluent in the end. I am the extreme cold dragon, proud in the world. First there is Ice Chang and then there is heaven. The little creature bounced around on his shoulder, looking incredibly proud. Seeing the scene, Wang Chen, who was filled with joy at first, couldn't help but be stunned. Goodness! What in the world is this? It turns out this is a problem dragon girl. If I had known, I wouldn't have let this little creature watch TV when she had nothing to do, learning all this random stuff. Woo woo! Seeing her sister commandeering the stage, the nine-tailed fox, Susu, who was lying in Wang Chen's arms, let out an envious cry. Don't worry, soon it'll be your turn to level up, Susu. Noticing the grievance coming from the contract, Wang Chen quickly comforted her. Master, I'm going to check on my little sister's body. After showing off, little Ice Chang flapped her wings and dashed off, vanishing in an instant. Soon, the two little creatures stopped in a corner of the training ground. Ice Chang secretly spread her wings, blocking Susu. Hurry, quickly change into human form, so my sister can have a good look. The little creature's face was filled with excitement, her beautiful blue eyes full of anticipation. Not far away. Wang Chen heard some noise coming from the corner and couldn't help but sigh deeply. He always felt that this little guy, Bing Ching, had grown up wrong. The next morning, after being woken up by Sitayu for breakfast, the two set off together and arrived at Yanlong University, in front of the teaching building that seemed to pierce the sky. Upon close examination of this teaching building, both felt an ancient and heavy aura. The surface covered in marks from knives and axes made them feel as if they could smell blood and fire. It's really magnificent. Standing at the foot of the teaching building, Wang Chen strained to see the pointed top, and at that moment, he couldn't help but feel small. Wang Chen. I heard that this building is not only our teaching building at Yanlong University but also one of the 9 national treasures of our dragon country, the Yanlong Fortress. Beside him, Sitayu spoke with an extremely emotional expression, her eyes filled with longing and admiration. Chapter 91, The Image of the Idol is Shattered. The Yanlong Fortress. One of the 9 national treasures of the dragon country, forged from the hard work of millions during the dark age of the revival of celestial will. It once stood in the battlefield of heavens for hundreds of years, experiencing countless unimaginable battles. Its power was enough to easily slay any 8-turn professional, possessing unfathomable might. Until the Dragon Country and the Blue Planet opened the situation in the battlefield of heavens and stood firm among myriad clans, the Yanlong Fortress remained as a foundation, residing in Yanlong University. While Wang Chen and Sitayu marveled at the grandeur of the Yanlong Fortress, a figure suddenly approached. You two students are here to find the academic dean, right? The newcomer was a man around 30 years old, dressed in a neat Zhongshan suit. Although he looked ordinary, he emitted a subtle yet fierce aura. Seeing this person, Wang Chen couldn't help but focus his gaze. Although it was just a hint of aura, it gave him an incredibly strong sense of pressure. Even the 6-turn teachers he met in the square yesterday did not give him such a strong pressure. This person was definitely a 7-turn, or even a terrifying 8-turn expert. Hello, teacher. Wang Chen and Sitayu quickly greeted him, then looked at the newcomer curiously. You can just call me Senior Bai. The man who called himself Bai smiled and said, the academic dean's office is at the very top of the teaching building. I'll take you there. Without me, you two wouldn't be able to get up. Senior Bai smiled, but after hearing his words, Wang Chen's body tensed involuntarily. A 7-turn, or even 8-turn expert leading him? Was his master really this impressive? Thinking about this, he quickly thanked Senior Bai while pulling Sitayu. Thank you, Senior, then. As he spoke, he pointed at Wang Chen and Sitayu. I am here, I won't affect your discussion with them, right? It's fine. Lin Feng waved his hand, turned to look at Wang Chen and Sitayu. This kid is my first student from many years ago. He is like your senior, so you should be closer to him in the future. Hearing this, Wang Chen and Sitayu politely greeted him, and their gazes toward Senior Bai beside them were filled with shock. The two never expected that the person leading them would be the legendary figure from Yanlong University, Bai Ziteng. He is the youngest 8-turn powerful warrior in the history of Long Country, an idol admired by countless people since childhood. Did you not mention your identity to them earlier? Seeing the expressions of Wang Chen and Sitayu, Dean Lin Feng glanced at Bai Ziteng. What's the point of me saying such things myself? Bai Ziting smiled and fully enjoyed the admiring gazes from Wang Chen and Situ. You little brat.
Hearing this, Lin Feng helplessly shook his head. Bai Ziting is his most outstanding student, with top-notch talent and growth speed. But this carefree attitude makes him a bit helpless. While he shook his head inside, Bai Ziting looked at Wang Chen with curious eyes. As the second student of the teacher, little junior brother, are you interested in hanging out with me in the future? As long as you follow me, I will give you the best resources and endless enemies for you to fight. With the talent you've shown before, staying in Yanlong University for 3 years is simply a waste. The battlefield of all worlds suits you better for improvement. Only through trials of blood and fire can you shine brighter. I believe that in the war against the myriad races, your strength will rapidly increase. Maybe in less than 3 years, you will step into the 6th turn. Bai Ziting supported his chin, speaking sincerely. Ah? Go to the battlefield of all worlds? Hearing Bai Ziting's words, Wang Chen scratched his nose. The battlefield of all worlds is a place yearned for by countless young professionals, and he is no exception. Seeing extraterrestrial beings and competing against the myriad races talking about it is enough to make one's blood boil.
But, is it a bit too early to go now?
It is already the 700th year since the revival of the Will of All Heavens. Blue Star has long stabilized its footing on the battlefield of all worlds, and the situation is not as intense as before.
Currently entering the battlefield of all worlds, all countries in Blue Star have basically imposed restrictions to prevent some hot-blooded professionals from seeking death. Basically, any professionals below the 4th turn are strictly prohibited from going to the battlefield of all worlds. He is currently only at the 2 turn. At this time, going to the battlefield of all worlds seems like he is looking for death. For a moment, Wang Chen couldn't help but hesitate. However, before he could think of anything, Dean Lin Feng, sitting behind the desk, slapped the table angrily. You little brat, just back and already trying to dig my corner? I see you are getting restless. He glared at Bai Ziting and then turned his gaze to Wang Chen. You little brat too, just became my disciple yesterday, and today you are thinking of running? The battlefield of all worlds is not somewhere you can go right now. Even a random monster encountered there has the strength equivalent to a 4-turn professional. If you go there now, isn't that looking for death? Lin Feng scolded with a smile. Teachers can't say that. With me here, who can hurt junior brother Wang Chen? Hearing his words, Bai Ziting said a bit unconvinced. Get lost. I still plan to let Wang Chen regain the honor that our Yanlong University lost in this year's National Freshman Championship, and you little brat want to dig him away from me. Lin Feng said unhappily, waving his hand. Suddenly, a vast force appeared in the office, instantly falling on Bai Ziting. Teacher, you're not adhering to martial virtue. How can you use the strength of Yanlong Fortress? The next moment, before Bai Ziting could finish his words, his body vanished from the office. Chapter 92, Expectations are not high, just casually winning a championship is fine. This? Feeling the sudden surge of power in the office, Wang Chen's face instantly showed a hint of shock. This power is vast like the sea. Feeling it up close, he felt like a small boat in the ocean, at risk of capsizing at any moment. However, this power came quickly and disappeared just as fast. The next moment, the office was calm again, as if nothing had ever happened. Is this the power of the Flame Dragon Fortress? Seeing that Bai Ziting had already disappeared from the office, Wang Chen's eyes couldn't help but tremble. An 8-turn powerhouse, in front of this power, didn't even have a trace of strength to resist. Alright. You two remember, before 5 turns, you are forbidden to mess around with this guy Bai Ziting. Having done all this, Lin Feng, with a calm expression on his face, turned to Wang Chen and said to you. This kid is a born disaster. Don't be fooled by all the fancy words he says now. If you really run with him to the battlefield of the heavens, you will definitely fall into endless danger. And don't believe his tall tales. What resources can he provide? If this kid wasn't almost broke, he wouldn't have suddenly returned from the battlefield today. Lin Feng said with a somewhat helpless expression. Hearing this, the corner of Wang Chen's mouth twitched. After hearing his master's words, he felt that Senior Bai seemed a bit unreliable. Hiss, the idol of his childhood seemed to have shattered. Remember, stay away from your senior brother until you reach 5 turns. Seeing Wang Chen and Situ standing there in a daze, Lin Feng uneasily reminded them once more. Then he waved his hand and took out 2 boxes, placing them on the desk. This is the meeting gift I prepared for you. Don't go around saying I'm stingy like that rascal. Dare not. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Wang Chen and Situ quickly shook their heads. What a joke. Behind the back discussions about an 8-turn powerhouse? They don't have the strength like Bai Ziting. Seeing their reactions, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Ah, don't be so reserved with me. Take a look and see if these 2 items are to your liking. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, master. Hearing this, Wang Chen and Situ respectfully expressed their gratitude, stepping forward to pick up their gifts from the desk.
The box in Wang Chen's hand contained a full-body armor, appearing a deep yellow and radiating strong waves of power. The full-body armor had already been fully appraised, and Wang Chen immediately saw its attributes.
Equipment: Earth Battle Armor. Type: Armor. Grade: Diamond. Level requirement: Level 40. Attributes: Strength plus 200, Constitution plus 200. Enchantment effects: 1. Reduces 30% of damage received from each attack. 2. Increases the power of all skills by 10%. 3. Comes with the skill Unmoving as a Mountain, doubling defense when activated, immune to knockback and stun, while standing firmly on the ground, restoring speed increased by 50%. Diamond grade equipment? Seeing the information of the Earth Battle Armor, Wang Chen's hands trembled, almost throwing the box away. This meeting gift is simply too precious. In today's Blue Star, a piece of diamond-grade equipment is worth at least 5 billion gold coins. Moreover, the most important thing is that the wear limit for the Earth Battle Armor is only level 40, just based on that, its price should double. Master, this. For a moment, tightly hugging the box with both hands, Wang Chen looked at Lin Feng with shocked eyes. To casually give away equipment worth 100 billion, this master is truly something else. And standing by, Situyu's expression was similar. The meeting gift she received was a longbow, entirely green, radiating a breath of life. Even without seeing the attributes, Wang Chen knew this was definitely also a piece of diamond-grade equipment. Because of the material of this longbow, it is very likely the extremely precious branch of the Tree of Life. It's nothing, this little thing is just a drop in the bucket for me. Seeing the expressions of Wang Chen and Situyu, Lin Feng waved his hand, looking completely unconcerned. While speaking, he suddenly pointed at Situyu. My main profession is Beast Tamer, and I don't have much expertise in the Gale Archer profession, so I can only guide you based on my own experience. Previously, I made a training plan for you with a 6th turn archer teacher from the Auxiliary Academy. You will go find that teacher for registration later. He will arrange your training for the upcoming period. Okay, teacher. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Situyu thanked him respectfully, then reluctantly glanced at Wang Chen, and then opened her mouth to take her leave. After Situyu left, Lin Feng's gaze fell back on Wang Chen. Kid, your training plan has made this old man lose a lot of hair. Looking at Wang Chen, Lin Feng said with a smile. Thank you, master. Knowing the drama was about to unfold, Wang Chen's eyes couldn't help but brighten. I haven't even told you the specifics of the training plan, and you're already thanking me? You're quite the little slickster. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle, then he didn't hesitate and directly tossed a document to Wang Chen. Because the national freshman competition is approaching, I have only made your training plan for the next month. Starting tomorrow, follow the items on the plan for training. Catching the document, Wang Chen nodded. However, at this moment he did not open it, but instead gazed intensely at Master Lin Feng. He was very interested in the national freshman competition. Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled and began to speak. The National Freshman Competition is an event where top students from various universities in our Dragon Country compete every year. Those who can participate in the National Freshman Competition are all top geniuses from their respective universities' first-year class. They not only represent themselves but also showcase the cultivation ability of their schools during the first month after enrollment. Therefore, after the National Freshman Competition each year, the country ranks universities based on their performance in the competition, and allocates varying resources according to the rankings. In last year's freshman competition, our Yanlong University was defeated by Huaqing, losing the first-place position we held for 5 consecutive years. This year, although the list of participants has not yet been finalized, you will definitely hold a spot on that list. After a pause, Lin Feng continued, I don't have high demands for you, just casually defeat the participants from Huaqing University and bring home the championship. Ha! Upon hearing this, Wang Chen was a bit stunned, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Win the championship? Is this request not that high? Master, just how casual are you talking about? What's wrong? You don't have confidence? Seeing Wang Chen's expression, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. I do. In the office, hearing Lin Feng's words, Wang Chen stood tall, his eyes igniting with fighting spirit. Good. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. As long as you have that confidence, don't slack off in the coming month. Due to this year's expansion in recruitment, the format of the National Freshman Competition has changed. The number of participating students will be larger and the competition more intense. Wang Chen nodded, then a hint of doubt appeared on his face. Master, is there some hidden agenda behind this year's expansion in recruitment? Since the history of the college entrance examination, the number of students admitted by each university has fluctuated within a fixed range every year. Expansions like this have only occurred a handful of times in the 600 years since the entrance exam has restarted. Now online, many netizens believe that this expansion is an omen that war is approaching. After all, the last expansion of recruitment was 150 years ago.
That year, among the myriad races, the top 100 ranked Blood Clan, leading their vassal races, declared war on Blue Star on the battlefield of the heavens. The brutal war lasted for 10 years, resulting in the death of tens of millions of professionals from Blue Star before they finally repelled the Blood Clan and its vassal races. It was precisely because of this battle that Blue Star entered the top 100 among the myriad races for the first time, ushering in over 100 years of peace afterwards.
Is this recruitment expansion really a sign of a great war rising?
Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Lin Feng nodded. The situation on the battlefield of the heavens has been somewhat unstable in recent years.
Hearing this, Wang Chen's expression inevitably became serious.
His master's words confirmed his suspicions, which made his mood somewhat heavy.
No matter which world it is, war is cruel and is always accompanied by the loss of countless lives and the shattering of countless families.
Although he had never lived in a war-torn era, what he learned from books and textbooks was enough to leave Wang Chen shocked.
Alright, these matters are not for you to worry about, little fellow. Seeing Wang Chen's heavy expression, Lin Feng smiled and said,
"It's just a precaution, and the situation is not like it was over 100 years ago. The flames of war won't reach our homeland."
Hearing this, Wang Chen couldn't help but narrow his pupils. The flames of war won't reach the homeland? Could it be a war against outside forces?
Among the myriad races, there are quite a few that are hostile to the humans of Blue Star.
Who knows which race will declare war on Blue Star this time?
Thinking of this, Wang Chen's gaze sought out his master.
However, Lin Feng did not continue on this topic. These things are still too far from you, knowing too much won't do you any good.
For now, focus on improving your own strength.
After all, the national freshman competition is your most urgent goal right now.
Here are 3 A-level skills that I have selected for you from the school's treasury. Take them back and comprehend them well.
Okay, master. Wang Chen nodded as he accepted the skill books.
Indeed, as Lin Feng said, the war that will happen on the battlefield of the heavens is still a long way off for him.
In such intense wars, a 4-turn professional could only qualify to join as a mere soldier.
The real main fighting force would still be those 7-turn, 8-turn, or even 9-turn powerhouses. He, a newly graduated 2-turn beginner, caring about these matters is truly too far-fetched.
Next.
Seeing his master had no other instructions, Wang Chen tactfully took his leave. After all, as the dean of Yanlong University, Lin Feng had too many affairs to manage daily, and just looking at the mountain-high pile of documents on his desk showed how immense his workload was.
If he weren't an 8-turn powerhouse with an extraordinary physique, this workload could easily exhaust a person to death. After returning to the dormitory, Wang Chen placed the 3 skill books selected by his master on the table.
Full Moon Slash, consumes magic power to unleash a sharp sword chi, with built-in armor-piercing effect, dealing massive damage to enemies. Lightning Step, increases movement speed by 50%. When used, the body is enveloped in a layer of shimmering light, confusing the enemy's vision. Charged Strike, after a short charging period, unleash an even stronger attack power. Seeing these 3 skills, Wang Chen couldn't help but shake his head, his expression a mix of laughter and tears.
Master, are you planning to make me walk the path of melee combat all the way?
All 3 skills are of the melee profession type. Lin Feng's intention is clear, which is to let Wang Chen develop towards melee combat.
After all, the 2 beast pets that Wang Chen currently contracted, whether it is the extreme cold dragon Bingqing or the 9-tailed celestial fox Susu, appear to outsiders as possessing extremely powerful magical powers and fierce ranged attacks. With Lin Feng arranging this situation, the plan is to fill in Wang Chen's current shortcomings, allowing him to have stronger self-defense capabilities when facing close-range enemy attacks. I have to say, Master's arrangement is exactly what Wang Chen wants.
Compared to standing behind a beast pet using skills, he prefers to charge to the front in battle alongside the beast pet.
Indeed, Master understands me. Wang Chen shook his head and smiled, directly choosing to learn the 3 skill books.
In an instant, 3 streams of light entered his body, and mysterious knowledge began to be mastered by him.
Name, Wang Chen. Profession, Giant Beast Tamer. Level, 40. Talent, All Beasts Love, SSS, Beast Pet Fusion, Divine.
Skills, Beast Taming Technique, S, Beast Revitalization Technique, B, Bloodline Identification Technique, Divine, Contract Summon, B, Instant Sword, D, Windblade Technique, C, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, B, Beast Pet Enhancement Technique, B, Crescent Moon Slash, A, Lightning Step, A, Charged Strike, A.
Strength, 740 plus 630 points. Wisdom, 810 plus 100 points. Physique, 740 plus 450 points. Agility, 750 plus 5 plus 250 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unallocated skill points, 350 points.
Looking at his brand new skill bar, Wang Chen thought for a moment and allocated his unspent skill points to Crescent Moon Slash and Lightning Step. The A-level skill has a total of 10 levels, and each level requires 50 skill points to upgrade. With the investment of 350 skill points, Crescent Moon Slash and Lightning Step were upgraded to level 5 and 4 respectively.
Skill points are far from enough.
Looking at his skill points that had returned to 0, Wang Chen scratched his head. Just upgrading 2 skills consumed all the skill points he had saved for so long. Looking at the skill bar, with many skills waiting eagerly for nourishment, Wang Chen pondered to himself. The ways to obtain skill points, besides leveling up as a professional, also include clearing secret realm dungeons. It seems that in the upcoming time, besides completing the training plan set by Master, I will probably have to stay in secret realm dungeons for a long time.
Chapter 94 Wang Chen? I can beat him with one hand.
If there were to be a ranking of the most bustling places at Flame Dragon University, then the Secret Realm Dungeon Hall would definitely rank at the top. The Secret Realm Dungeon, as a special product since the awakening of the Heavenly Will, has always been the first choice for professionals to enhance their strength. Clearing the Secret Realm Dungeon not only rewards equipment materials but also provides a large amount of experience points, as well as free skill points and free attribute points. For professionals who are not short on money, equipment and materials can likely be purchased with cash. But experience points, free attribute points, and free skill points are things that money cannot buy. Every aspiring professional seeking to become stronger will do their utmost to clear the Secret Realm dungeons, hoping to have more attributes and stronger skills than others at the same level.
At this moment,
the Secret Realm Dungeon Hall of Flame Dragon University is bustling with noise and excitement, with returning second and third year students and newly qualified students squeezing the spacious hall almost to its limits. Even though it is barely 8 o'clock now, several long lines have already formed in front of the service desk in the hall. This year's freshmen are truly insane.
This is only the second day of the freshman ranking battle, and they all rush to the Secret Realm Dungeon Hall? Don't they know there are many interesting places in our Flame Dragon University? Shouldn't they be checking in somewhere first?
In the long queue, many second-year seniors, watching the slightly naive faces in line, have expressions of disbelief.
Sigh. Isn't it because they feel the pressure? Among this year's freshmen, there's a freak like Wang Chen. If they don't put in more effort, they might not even be able to catch a glimpse of his back before the first year ends. Some seniors in the crowd, who knew the detail, couldn't help but explain to those around them. Wang Chen? Is that the little guy who broke the record for the White God Challenge? I heard that afterward, he easily crushed other provincial champions in the arena and won first place without any doubt?
Upon hearing this, some of the older students who weren't at the school during the freshman ranking battle curiously asked.
That's right, that's the genius.
I used to think the records created by the White God were impressive enough, but this kid directly compressed the clearance time to under 4 minutes.
From now on, new students entering school will probably feel hopeless. Who can break this record?
I feel like Wang Chen will probably have the strength to enter the talent list before the end of his freshman year. Those older students who had watched the entire freshman ranking battle couldn't help but act as teachers, sharing the events of that day with their confused peers.
Humph. Entering the talent list during freshman year?
When hearing someone say that Wang Chen could enter the talent list during his freshman year, several people in the group instantly scoffed.
You really dare to dream. Those who can enter the talent list are the top 20 strongest students who stayed at our Flame Dragon University.
Even if Wang Chen shows exceptional talent now, he won't make it during his freshman year. Someone shook his head in disdain and said sarcastically. His words gained some supporters. That's right, even someone as strong as the White God only made it into the talent list in sophomore year. Wang Chen only broke a small record set by the White God, and you're about to lift him to the heavens.
Do you believe that if he stood in front of me right now, I could teach him a lesson with just one hand?
A sturdy sophomore student, who looked like a raging bear, chimed in at that moment, rolling up his sleeves to reveal muscle like granite. Many of the older students who had just praised Wang Chen fell silent, no one dared to argue.
This person was named Yan Liang, a sophomore.
Although he was still far from the talent list, his strength ranked among the top in sophomore year at level 80 with 3 turns. Seeing everyone around him silent, Yan Liang sneered, satisfied as he smoothed out his sleeve and returned to the line. A mere freshman, no matter how strong, could only be just above 2 turns, not worth his attention at all. At that moment, a commotion suddenly surged from the back of the long line.
Wang Chen is here? This is Wang Chen. He really is as handsome as the rumors say. I wonder how he got such a face. I just want to go touch it.
A figure stepped into the Mystic Hall, his tall stature and handsome features lighting up the eyes of many girls inside who whispered excitedly. Upon hearing these comments, Yan Liang frowned and looked back, a trace of envy flashing in his eyes.
What a shallow bunch of women. What good is being handsome? Can you eat it? Now is the era of professionals, strength is what matters. As soon as Wang Chen entered the Mystic Dungeon Hall, he was almost overwhelmed by the noisy atmosphere inside.
No wonder my master specifically mentioned in the training plan that it's best to come to the Mystic Dungeon Hall as early as possible. Glancing at the long queue around him, he felt a bit emotional. He thought he had gotten up early enough today, leaving the dormitory before 8. Yet, arriving here so early, the line had almost stretched out the door.
If he had been even a bit later. He felt that whether he could enter the mystic dungeon before noon was still a question. Truly, no wonder it's a top university, the atmosphere here is just different. Thinking this, he silently walked to the back of a queue. Wang Chen? At that moment, a petite senior at the front of the line suddenly waved her hand at him, warmly calling out. Come here, junior. I just happen to have something to do, and I can't enter the mystic dungeon for now. Hearing this, he looked at the bright-eyed senior. Wang Chen awkwardly touched his nose. What era is this? Senior sister, your way of flirting seems a bit outdated. However, Wang Chen wouldn't refuse to enter the secret realm dungeon a little earlier. Thank you, senior sister. He walked over and politely thanked her. It's nothing, junior, can we be friends? After swapping places with Wang Chen, the petite girl boldly asked. Sure. Nodding, Wang Chen opened his data watch. As high-tech equipment provided by Flame Dragon University, the data watch is incredibly powerful, and adding friends and chatting is a piece of cake. Then, I wish you good results in the secret realm dungeon, junior. Having achieved her goal, the girl happily waved at Wang Chen and bounced away. With her departure, it was as if her actions had triggered some kind of switch. In an instant, many girls in line began to invite Wang Chen. Soon, he moved from the end of the line to the forefront. Chapter 95, Ace Dragon Requests to Battle. In the Secret Realm Dungeon Hall of Flame Dragon University. Numerous new students quietly queued, along with second and third year seniors, watching Wang Chen getting pushed ahead by girls eagerly letting him go, rushing past them like lightning. In their hearts, it felt like they had been hit by a truck. What's the use of being handsome? Among professionals, strength is king. No one knows how many people, with bitter hearts, began to grumble inside. Among the crowd, the tall Yan Liang looked at the girls with flushed faces, their eyes practically glued to Wang Chen, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. Usually these girls act all cold, when I try to talk to them, they act like I don't exist. Now they see a pretty boy and turn into a bunch of love-struck fools. He couldn't help but complain with a sour tone. Beside him, a second-year senior couldn't help but glance at him and then quietly took a step back. With that blocky face of yours, why do you think they ignore you? Don't you have any self-awareness? He. That person sneered and then looked enviously toward the tall figure at the front of the crowd. If only I could have half of that guy's handsomeness, how great would that be? After adding more than 10 senior sisters as friends and waiting for more than 2 minutes, Wang Chen finally stood in front of the service desk in the hall. Wang Chen, Jr., which secret realm dungeon do you plan to enter? Behind the service desk, a second-year senior sister asked with a warm smile. Ha! Seeing the senior sister, Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback. What happened? Isn't the one in charge of registration supposed to be a teacher from the school? It seems you don't pay much attention to the school's task hall. Completing tasks at school is also a way for us to earn credits. As if sensing his confusion, the senior sister explained with a smile and then stared at Wang Chen intently. Oh, I plan to enter the dark wilderness. Hearing this, Wang Chen nodded and handed over his data watch. Before coming here, he had prepared in advance. Flame Dragon University has 20 silver-level secret realm dungeons open to students. Among them, Dark Wilderness is considered the easiest, perfectly suitable for new students just entering. Wang Chen planned to start with the secret realm dungeon to test the waters. Receiving the watch, the second-year senior sister began to operate on the nearby equipment and reminded him. Wang Chen, Jr., note that the rewards for clearing the dungeon are based on your completion time and performance score combined. If you are not satisfied with your final result, you can exit and re-enter. This way, it won't affect the rewards you ultimately earn upon completion. Hearing the senior sister's words, Wang Chen politely nodded and thanked her. The rewards for clearing the dungeon are most generous only the first time. After each successful completion of the secret realm dungeon, only the most basic rewards can be obtained. So many people, when entering the secret realm dungeon, prepare a lot in advance to maximize their profits from the dungeon. Alright, Wang Chen, Jr., the Dark Wilderness is a silver-level dungeon, your permission allows free entry. So far, besides the silver-level dungeon, you still have 15 chances to enter the golden-level secret realm. The second-year senior operated the data wristband and, with a look of envy, handed it over to Wang Chen. Free entry to the silver-level dungeon is a privilege only those at the top of the leaderboard in their grade can have. For people like her, entering a silver-level dungeon costs 100 credits each time. Thank you, senior. Taking the data wristband, Wang Chen nodded lightly, then without hesitation, walked directly to the space portal next to the service desk. Friendly reminder, you have successfully entered the Secret Realm Dungeon Dark Wasteland. Secret Realm Dungeon level, Silver level. Secret Realm Dungeon difficulty, Hell level. Entry level, must be level 40 or above to enter. Number of entrants, single player. Return scroll has been automatically issued.
If in danger, tear the scroll to be immediately teleported out of the dungeon. As the world spun, when Wang Chen's feet once again touched the ground, he heard the prompt sound of the secret realm dungeon.
After listening to the introduction, Wang Chen did not choose to act immediately but turned to look around. At that moment, he was in a wasteland shrouded in darkness.
In the dim moonlight, he could see deep cracks crossing the wasteland's surface, along with broken armor and weapons. While Wang Chen observed his surroundings. Due to the corruption of dark energy, the challenger's all attributes decreased by 10%. Due to the corruption of dark energy, the challenger's recovery ability is weakened by 10%.
The prompt sound of the dungeon rang out again. 2 debuff states?
Noticing his body becoming a bit heavier, Wang Chen muttered, not surprised by this. Since the silver-level dungeon, challengers have to face opponents not only from the monsters in the dungeon but also from the unique environment of the dungeon itself.
Bingqing, Susu, it's time to come out and work.
After stretching his arms and legs, he summoned the 2 little creatures from his beast pet space.
My foolish master, are you going to beg for my power again?
As soon as Bingqing flew out of the beast pet space, she landed on Wang Chen's shoulder, raising her little head high with an air of supremacy.
Woo woo.
On the other shoulder, the 9-tailed fox Susu began to wave its tail.
Hearing this, Wang Chen sighed. It's master, not master. He patted Bingqing's little head and said seriously.
Bingqing is articulate when talking about other things, but every time she calls him, she always gets it wrong.
This calling is fine when it's just the 2 of them, but if others hear it. Wang Chen felt like he might socially die. Just as he was reprimanding Bingqing. Roar! A hoarse roar suddenly echoed across the wasteland. Crack, crack.
Then the sound of bones grinding followed, as skeletal figures emerged from the deeply cracked ground.
Skeleton warriors.
Monsters unique to the Dark Wilderness dungeon. Wang Chen chose this dungeon not only to test his skills but also to broaden his horizons. After all, although wild monsters run rampant in the areas outside the city and the real world, there are none from the undead race. Because these creatures are born from death energy, once a considerable number gather, they can cause irreparable damage to the real world. Thus, any undead monsters appearing in the real world are immediately eradicated.
At the same time, with the appearance of the skeleton warriors, the instantly attracted Ice's attention. Ace Flying Dragon requests to battle. She excitedly waved her little dragon claws. Chapter 96, Death Knight. Crack crack.
In the eerie and terrifying wasteland, the sound of bones scraping echoed continuously. In Wang Chen and the 2 little ones' field of vision, more and more skeletal warriors crawled out from the ground. They slowly adjusted their bones and waved their ashen-white battle blades, their hollow eyes lifelessly staring at the humans who invaded the wasteland. In sight, the number of these skeletal warriors was dense, with no end in sight. Moreover, besides the skeletal warriors, 8 even more sinister monsters emerged from the darkness. They were entirely enveloped in black armor, with bony hands gripping long spears over 2 meters long, riding on half-decayed flesh horses.
Death Knights. Seeing these guys appear, Wang Chen's eyes brightened even more.
Among the undead, Death Knights were a higher rank than skeletal warriors. Each of these creatures was once a powerful professional who transformed after death. Upon resurrection, they not only gained the favor of death's power but also retained some of their battle instincts from life. Their strength far exceeded that of monsters of the same level. Finally, a few opponents worth my notice. Wang Chen looked at the densely packed army of bones, a hint of excitement in his eyes, then without hesitation, released a probing spell.
Monster, Skeletal Warrior. Level, 40. Combat style, melee attack. Skills, Death Corruption, / Type, Undead. Monster, Death Knight. Level, 50. Combat style, melee. Skills, Death Charge, Spear Thrust, Mount Trample, Undead Warcry. Type, Undead. Seeing the information returned from the probing spell, Wang Chen's eyes shone even brighter.
It must be said, Dark Wasteland truly deserves to be a silver-level dungeon, with the first wave of monsters being incredibly strong under hell difficulty. Especially those 8 Death Knights, their strength was probably not weaker than that of professionals of the same level. While Wang Chen observed these monsters, the skeletal warriors, fully arranged in formation, had pale flames rising from their hollow eye sockets. A series of cold and evil gazes suddenly fell upon Wang Chen. Outsider. Die. Immediately, the 8 Death Knights behind the skeletal warriors let out hoarse roars, and their long spears swung forward without hesitation.
Boom boom boom.
In an instant, the dense mass of skeletal warriors, numbering over 1,000, surged forward towards Wang Chen like a tide. Seeing this scene, a hint of excitement rose on Wang Chen's face.
Little ones. It's time to move.
Calling to Ice and Su Su, he unhesitatingly stepped forward, directly launching a countercharge against the charging skeletal warriors.
Whoosh!
With a powerful burst of strength, his body shot out like a cannonball, crashing into the skeletal warriors in an instant.
Crash.
The first skeletal warrior didn't even have a chance to react before being smashed into countless fragments by Wang Chen. The next moment, his serrated longsword swung rapidly, and the surrounding skeletal warriors were all bisected. In just the blink of an eye, Wang Chen had slain 6 skeletal warriors. However, this impressive record now seemed a bit feeble compared to the performance of the 2 little ones. On the side, Ice, in battle mode, soared in the air with her 6-meter-long dragon body.
2 powerful wings flapped, stirring up a whirlwind that sent the charging skeletal warriors swaying.
At the same time, a brilliant blue magical light glowed in her mouth.
Whoosh! A ball of brilliant blue energy shot out. It struck instantly on the ground below.
At once, the skeleton warriors charging below froze in place, and a layer of deep blue ice spread across the ground, full of ravines.
Crack, crack.
The ice rapidly spread, soon covering an area of 30 meters, turning this place into a world of ice and snow.
Crash.
In the next moment, the skeleton warriors on the icy ground, as if made of sand, shattered into the finest fragments. With just one strike, the number of skeleton warriors killed by Iceclear exceeded 100. On the other side, Susu was equally unwilling to fall behind, her peach-pink aura enveloping the area for dozens of meters, and over 100 skeleton warriors began to violently kill each other. Soon, the number of charging skeleton warriors, over 1,000 in total, began to sharply decrease. Seeing this, a trace of helplessness flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. His beast companions were too powerful, making him, the master, seem somewhat unnecessary.
You 2 little guys aren't giving your master any chance to show off.
Thinking this, Wang Chen turned his head, his gaze locking onto a Death Knight in the distance.
Without hesitation,
he quickly ran, slashing through the skeleton warriors blocking his way, charging straight toward the Death Knight.
Whoosh!
When there were no more obstacles between him and the Death Knight, he moved his feet, his body flying like a cannonball.
Instant sword.
The next second, he appeared right in front of the Death Knight, his serrated longsword crashing down heavily.
Human! Die!
The Death Knight, seeing the human rushing toward him, let out a hoarse roar, his long spear thrusting out without hesitation.
Clang!
The 2 weapons collided in an instant, making a sound of metal striking metal, and at the point of impact, a visible shockwave spread.
After the collision, Wang Chen's body, suspended in mid-air, jolted, while the Death Knight's figure visibly shrank.
The warhorse beneath it neighed, and both of its front legs snapped off. Not only that, but the Death Knight's arm, holding the spear, was shattered, its bone fragments flying apart.
Bang!
The long spear, 2 meters in length, along with the shattered bone fragments, fell to the ground.
With just one strike, Wang Chen's terrifying strength was revealed. Even monsters 10 levels higher than him couldn't resist in a direct confrontation. Human! Die!
The hollow eyes of the Death Knight flickered with pale white flames, and as its mouth opened and closed, sound waves, almost tangible, spread out.
Undead battle roar. However, Wang Chen's speed was even faster.
Before the Death Knight could unleash its skill, he stepped on the air, his body shooting forward in a defiance of logic.
Instant sword effect, second strike. Swish!
The longsword slashed through the Death Knight's neck, and a head shot up into the air.
Thud!
When the Death Knight's head hit the ground, the pale white flame in its hollow eyes had already extinguished. Then, with a casual swing of his sword, Wang Chen ended the warhorse's life, his face full of battle intent as he looked around.
He was ready to find the remaining Death Knights and have a thrilling battle. But
the moment he turned his head, he was stunned.
Gone?
The wasteland before Wang Chen was completely empty, the ground littered with shattered bone fragments. Looking around, aside from Iceclear and Susu, there wasn't a single standing figure in sight.
You too, can't you leave me one?
Looking at the messy scene around him, Wang Chen opened his mouth and sighed helplessly.
Master, from now on, you can just be the ornament on my thigh.
I'll handle the charging and fighting, and you can wave the flag and cheer me on from behind. Iceclear flapped her wings and flew in front of Wang Chen, her deep blue dragon eyes full of excitement.
Master, to use your words, isn't what you're doing called eating soft rice?
While speaking, the little one leaned forward and nudged him.
Wang Chen almost stumbled forward. Pa. Don't talk nonsense. Pressing down on the playful Bing Cheng, Wang Chen's expression was extremely speechless. Your master has a great appetite. Besides, you can't even transform now, Susu is more qualified than you to say this.
With a huff, he patted Bing Cheng's head, then held the jumping Susu in his arms.
Yeah, I'm angry, master. You actually discriminate against my perfect dragon body?
Bing Cheng immediately became unhappy, shaking her head, she broke free from Wang Chen's grasp.
In the upcoming battle, I won't leave you a single monster.
The little creature huffed angrily and flapped her wings, flying deep into the wilderness. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen shook his head helplessly and hurriedly stepped to follow.
Outside.
In the hall of the secret realm dungeon. Junior Wang Chen has entered the silver-level secret realm dungeon, Dark Wilderness. In this dungeon, the enemies are all undead creatures, those creepy skeletons.
Junior is really brave, the first secret realm he challenges is such a ghostly type.
The environment inside is eerie, super scary. The last time I entered, I was so scared that I slept with the lights on for several nights. A series of clear voices sounded in the hall. Many girls couldn't help but discuss when they learned about the dungeon Wang Chen was challenging. Especially when they heard Wang Chen was challenging the Dark Wilderness, several girls turned pale. The second wave of monsters in the dungeon is the vengeful zombie. They appear randomly. Last time, this lady entered, a zombie popped up right next to my feet and grabbed my leg. I hope Junior Wang Chen doesn't experience such a nightmare. If he gets scared, I can only use my broad chest to comfort him. Cut it, how could Junior be scared by mere undead monsters? He will definitely create a new clearance record this time. The girls in the hall were talking excitedly, some even supporting Wang Chen to create a new clearance record. Hearing the discussions around, the boys waiting there felt envious in their hearts.
So, enviable. Pa! A freshly minted level 40 newbie could never break the clearance record of Dark Wilderness.
Envious to the point of red-eyed, Yan Liang could not help but speak loudly as he listened to the discussions around him. The clearance record for Dark Wilderness is 9 minutes and 60 seconds, set by a senior when he was level 65. His class is Light Mage, which naturally counters the undead, so he could achieve such a terrifying result, unbroken for decades. Even back then, when White God was in his freshman year, he couldn't refresh the clearance record for Dark Wilderness.
Wang Chen, he simply cannot.
Yan Liang glanced around and spoke with a firm tone. Hearing his words, many people around nodded, showing expressions of agreement on their faces.
Indeed. Light mages are natural counters to the undead.
At the same level, a light mage inflicts almost 50% more damage to the undead than other classes. In the Dark Wilderness secret realm, the fighting strength of a level 65 light mage might equal that of a level 70 or even above a level 73 transformation profession. Wang Chen, although he had previously shown exceptional talent, has a shortcoming in level. Having just completed his second transformation, it is impossible for him to break the record.
That's right, breaking the record is absolutely unrealistic.
Given the fighting power Wang Chen displayed in the secret realm, his completion time should be around 15 minutes.
15 minutes is still pretty good. When I cleared Dark Wilderness at level 60, it took me 17 minutes.
Nearby, a few second-year seniors echoed a few words after Yan Liang finished speaking. Listening to their words, many girls in the hall suddenly had a dangerous glint in their eyes.
These guys are simply too much. Wang Chen is so handsome, so talented, and works so hard. Do you guys only know how to sneer and mock? Is it really that hard to admit someone is excellent? Cleared the Dark Wasteland at level 60 in 17 minutes? Do you have the face to say that?
Wang Chen just turned around at level 2 but can do what you can do at level 60.
What right do you have to shout here?
And you, Yan Liang, I remember your best time clearing the Dark Wasteland was about 15 minutes.
A girl couldn't hold back her anger and loudly said to Yan Liang and the others who spoke up.
Yan Liang and the others looked at each other awkwardly, their faces showing embarrassment.
You.
Yan Liang opened his mouth, trying to retort, but someone next to him pulled at his clothes.
You can't win an argument against a woman. Let's let facts speak for themselves later.
The person reminded him. Hearing this, Yan Liang closed his mouth with a grim look and turned his head away from the girl. Just wait, when Wang Chen comes out of the secret realm in a sorry state, let's see what this infatuated girl has to say. He thought angrily, his gaze fixed on the teleportation portal in the hall, looking forward to the scene of Wang Chen stumbling out. However, the moment his gaze landed on the teleportation portal, his pupils involuntarily shrank, and his face showed a ghostly expression.
Boom!
A giant creature over 10 meters tall crashed to the ground, raising clouds of dust. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Waving to disperse the dust around him, Wang Chen looked at the shattered body before him, a look of satisfaction on his face.
The last monster in the Dark Wasteland dungeon was a level 65 zombie leader. Its strength was incredibly fierce, far surpassing that of Zhou Wu he encountered earlier in the arena.
The two little ones cleared out the minions, leaving the zombie leader for him. This battle was exhilarating for him.
Phew. I wonder, what rewards will I get for clearing this time?
Taking a deep breath, Wang Chen sheathed his jagged sword, waiting quietly for the dungeon's conclusion.
Chapter 98, Breaking the Record. Ding. Congratulations, Challenger Wang Chen, for clearing the Dark Wasteland dungeon. Calculating rewards, please wait. In the dungeon. As the zombie leader's body turned to ash and vanished, Wang Chen's ears rang with a mechanical prompt from the dungeon. It's finally beginning. Holding Ice Clear and Su Su in his arms, Wang Chen wore an expectant smile.
This was his second time clearing a silver-level dungeon. He wondered what kind of rewards it would bring him. While he was pondering, the mechanical prompt sounded again.
Ding. Calculation complete. Congratulations, Challenger Wang Chen, for perfectly clearing the dungeon Dark Wasteland. Current dungeon difficulty, Hell level. Time taken to clear, 8 minutes. Overall score, SSS, highest. Congratulations, Challenger Wang Chen, your record for clearing the silver level dungeon Dark Wasteland has been refreshed, reward level increased by 1. Broken the record? After hearing the prompt, Wang Chen's eyes brightened with joy. The reward level has increased. It seems this time, he will have extra gains. Thinking with anticipation, he turned his gaze to the colorful treasure chest that appeared before him. With no hesitation, Wang Chen directly chose to open the colorful treasure chest. In an instant, dazzling light filled his vision, and item after item appeared. As the examination technique swept over, the attributes of these items unfolded before his eyes. 10 million experience points. 200 free attribute points. 200 free skill points. Platinum level equipment, Death Dagger. Platinum level equipment, Dark Battle Armor. Class of magic material, Zombie Leader's Fong. Seeing what was in the treasure chest, Wang Chen's eyes instantly shone with light. Abundant. Simply too abundant. 10 million experience points, after splitting into 3 portions, raised his and Bing Qing's levels by 2 levels, reaching level 47 and level 42. And the lower level Su Su, even more, increased by 10 levels. Bing Qing, 4-dimensional attributes, Strength 2300, Wisdom 2300, Body 2300, Agility 2300. No buffs, equipment, or item bonuses. Su Su, 4-dimensional attributes, Strength 1550, Wisdom 2250, Body 1550, Agility 1650. No buffs, equipment, or item bonuses. Skill points continued to be retained, and free attribute points were evenly distributed among the 4-dimensional attributes. Coupled with the feedback attributes from the 2 little guys, Wang Chen's 4-dimensional attributes experienced another surge. Strength, 820 plus 630 points. Wisdom, 890 plus 100 points. Body, 820 plus 450 points. Agility, 830 plus 5 plus 250 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unallocated skill points, 200 points. After checking the increase in his strength, Wang Chen turned his eyes to the other 3 items. The 2 pieces of equipment need not be said much, they can be considered top-notch among the platinum level. The A-grade material, the Zombie Leader's Fangs, is also a precious material for making equipment. However, after glancing at the attributes of these 3 items, Wang Chen put them away in his space ring. The Death Dagger does not fit his combat style, and the Dark Battle Armor is clearly inferior to the Earth Battle Armor he just obtained. So he planned to take these 2 pieces of equipment, along with his outdated items, to the trading hall to sell. Mystery Dungeon settlement completed, transporting challengers away, please wait. After checking his loot, the mechanical prompt sound from the Mystery Dungeon rang out. The next second, Wang Chen and the 2 little guys' figures disappeared from the dungeon space amid a wave of spatial fluctuations. Mystery Dungeon Hall. Yan Liang stared intensely at the transmission gate leading into the Mystery Dungeon, his expression resembling that of someone seeing a ghost. In his view, the transmission gate shimmered with light, and a tall figure emerged from it. At the same time, a glimpse of golden light passed over the frame of the transmission gate. As an old student who had studied for a year at Yanlong University, Yan Liang knew very well what that golden light represented. Wang Chen, he successfully cleared the mystery dungeon. What the hell? How long has it been? After a moment, Yan Liang finally snapped back to reality, gasping in disbelief. And at the same moment, his voice also awakened the other people in the hall. Hiss. Everyone looked at the tall figure stepping out of the transmission gate, all gasping in astonishment, their faces full of disbelief. Did I see wrong? It's Wang Chen. He successfully passed the Dark Wasteland mystery dungeon? God. It's only been 8 minutes. Did he break the clearance record for the mystery dungeon again? Shocked voices arose, and everyone looked at Wang Chen with faces full of disbelief. Are you kidding me? That's a highly difficult silver-level mystery dungeon, even a holy light mage with an occupational advantage took almost 10 minutes to clear at level 65. Wang Chen not only cleared it, but he also took only 8 minutes? Is this for real? This is something a newcomer can achieve. Looking at the plain figure that walked out of the transmission gate, everyone's eyes were incredibly shaken. What did I say? Junior Wang Chen can definitely break the clearance record for the Dark Wasteland mystery dungeon. What do you people have to say now? Junior Wang Chen is a genius, always able to create miracles. You guys have no idea how excellent he is. In the crowd, those girls who supported Wang Chen couldn't help but cheer at this moment. Especially the one who had confronted Yan Liang, who smirked at Yan Liang, her eyes full of sarcasm. But at this moment, Yan Liang couldn't care less about getting angry with her, his gaze was fixated on Wang Chen. His gaze shook with disbelief. 8 minutes to clear the Dark Wilderness Secret Realm dungeon. This is a result he has yet to achieve. This guy. Could it be his strength is now greater than mine? How can this be possible?
Yan Liang thought in shock, feeling as if his worldview was collapsing. A level 45 Beastmaster in second transition is actually stronger than him, a level 75 warrior in third transition.
This must be a fairy tale. Meanwhile, outside the teleportation portal,
Wang Chen glanced at the shocked crowd around him and ignored them, heading straight to the service desk. Senior sister, please help me register. I want to challenge the next secret realm dungeon.
What? Hearing Wang Chen's words, the stunned senior sister at the front desk couldn't help but gasp. Junior Wang Chen. Aren't you going to take a break?
She looked at Wang Chen and asked hesitantly.
Chapter 99, 600 Years of School Founding, Never Before Seen. It is well known.
Every time one enters a secret realm dungeon, the spatial shift causes a huge burden on the adventurer themselves. Thus, after each challenge, regardless of the result, the vast majority of adventurers choose to rest before attempting the next challenge.
This is so they can achieve better results and rewards in their next challenge. At this moment,
behind the service desk in the secret realm hall, the sophomore sister looked at Wang Chen in amazement and advised him. Wang Chen, you just broke the record for the Dark Wilderness, you must have exhausted a lot of energy. There's no need to continue.
Thank you. Wang Chen responded politely with a nod but insisted on his decision.
Just now in the Dark Wilderness, he hardly used much energy at all. On the contrary, because of leveling up and the rewards he received, he felt completely refreshed, with no sense of fatigue at all.
All right. Seeing Wang Chen's determination, the sophomore sister scratched her head and took his wristband to register his information. Soon, Wang Chen stored his wristband and stepped into the teleportation portal once again. As he entered the portal, the atmosphere in the hall erupted in excitement again. It's the second secret realm dungeon. I wonder if Wang Chen can maintain such a performance. This is truly unexpected. Looking at him, it seems he showed no significant exhaustion in the last secret realm. Maybe he will break the record for the most times clearing a dungeon in one day. This time, no one mocked Wang Chen, even the likes of Yan Liang kept their mouths shut in the face of Wang Chen's terrifying clearing speed. At the same time, as all the students in the secret realm hall fell silent, the entire Yanlong University forum became lively due to Wang Chen. On the Yanlong University forum, a post titled "The Strongest Freshman Clears the Dark Wilderness Secret Realm Dungeon in Just 8 Minutes" quickly rose to the top of the forum. As soon as it appeared, it attracted a lot of attention. A freshman cleared the Dark Wilderness Secret Realm Dungeon, setting a terrifying record of 8 minutes. This shocked all the students who clicked on the post. Are you kidding me? The freshmen have only been here a few days? They are still struggling with the second transition, and yet someone has broken the Dark Wilderness clearing record? I know this Wang Chen, he's the top student from Fujiang province, supposedly a special class beastmaster who has contracted a divine beast dragon, but even with a divine beast's help, he couldn't achieve such a terrifying result? The forum was exceptionally noisy, and all the students who clicked on the post scoffed at the news, thinking the poster was just looking for attention. However, the best clearance record holder for the Dark Wilderness Secret Realm Dungeon, Wang Chen, time taken, 8 minutes JPG. When a photo of the dungeon clearing results appeared in the post, everyone fell silent. Is it really true? They looked at this freshly baked photo, their hearts shaking with disbelief. That is a silver level secret realm instance. The last record holder was a level 65 light mage. Wang Chen actually broke his record? And most importantly, when Wang Chen entered the secret realm instance, his level was only 45. Are you kidding me? In the 600 years since Yanlong University was founded, there has never been such a genius. The posts on the forum continued to ferment, attracting more and more onlookers. If the students who saw this post were shocked, then at that moment in the Secret Realm Instance Hall, all the students present were questioning their lives. Since the Dark Wasteland Secret Realm Instance, Wang Chen had repeatedly shattered their worldview at lightning speed. Silver Level Secret Realm Instance, Sunken Camp, 7 minutes, record broken. Silver Level Secret Realm Instance, Evil Cave, 9 minutes, record broken. Silver Level Secret Realm Instance, Dark Town, 6 minutes, record broken. In less than an hour, Wang Chen had completed 6 secret realm instances, each time breaking records with terrifying results, simply shocking everyone. This achievement is simply abnormal. All the students present were staring at the portal, their faces filled with shock. Every time they entered a secret realm instance, they all prepared for 1 or 2 days, ensuring their condition was perfect before entering. But Wang Chen seemed to rush through them one after another, as easily as eating and drinking. In just 1 short hour, Wang Chen's frequency in completing secret realm instances was almost matching their own for half a month. And most importantly, his achievements were incredibly terrifying. Every secret realm instance broke the record, creating a new record that people looked up to. What the hell is this monster? A genius. Too much of a genius. Staying in the same school with such a genius, I feel like my university life is going to be overshadowed by him. The old students in the hall had their worldviews shattered, while the freshmen who entered school with Wang Chen felt utterly hopeless. Everyone is a genius, why are you so outstanding? At this moment, the portal's light flashed again, and Wang Chen walked out, dragging his weary body. Having completed 6 silver-level secret realm instances, even his strong physique felt a bit overwhelmed. But compared to the fatigue, his gains were incredibly shocking. Although after the second transition, the experience needed to level up had doubled compared to the first transition. But after completing 6 secret realm instances, combined with the record-breaking increase from clearing them, his level had now risen to 55. In just 1 hour, he leveled up 10 times. This terrifying rate of improvement would likely shatter the worldview of countless people. However, this was normal, as clearing a secret realm instance for the first time itself grants a large amount of experience, not to mention each secret realm instance had its record broken by Wang Chen. But this would only happen once. After clearing the remaining secret realm instances, it wouldn't be so easy to gain such a rapid increase again. Besides Wang Chen's own improvement, the little guy Bingqing's level had also risen to 50. As for Susu, the little guy had long reached level 40, stuck on the edge of promotion. As long as Wang Chen found the promotion materials, the little guy could enter a new growth cycle. Wang Chen was very satisfied with this improvement. Huff. This little guy Susu needs the fox heartgrass as the promotion material to enter the next growth cycle. I wonder if it is sold in the trading house. He let out a long breath, looked at the surrounding people who were dumbfounded, smiled, and stepped out toward the secret realm hall. Trading zone of Yanlong University. No? Wang Chen sat on the sofa, hearing the reply from the trading hall manager and couldn't help but sit up straight. After leaving the secret realm instance hall, he rushed to the trading zone, wanting to buy the promotion material, fox heartgrass, for Susu. But the result? He had asked several places, but the answer was always the same, none. And even when Wang Chen offered to buy at double the price of S-grade materials, the people at the trading hall still said they couldn't help. Managerly, although fox heartgrass is an S-grade material, it can't be that difficult to find, right? Looking at the respectful trading hall manager in front of him, Wang Chen scratched his head, feeling a bit helpless and asked. You are the largest trading hall in Yanlong University, can't you really find any leads? Mr. Wang, I truly apologize. Hearing his words, Managerly smiled bitterly and shook his head. If it were any other S-grade material, even SS-grade material, our shop would have ways to get it. But fox heartgrass is just too special, and it has no use for professionals, we really can't do anything. Managerly looked at Wang Chen, feeling incredibly helpless inside. Long before Wang Chen entered the shop, he had already recognized him as the rising star and top new student of Yanlong University. To be honest, for an S-grade material, even if Wang Chen offered double the price, he would gladly hand it over for free. But for fox heartgrass, he genuinely had no way. Oh? Managerly, what is so special about fox heartgrass? Hearing that, Wang Chen sat up straight, his gaze fixed intensely on the opposite side. Fox heartgrass was the key material for Susu to enter the next growth stage, he had to get it no matter what. Mr. Wang, fox heartgrass comes from the Qingqiu clan, it is their precious holy object, said to have miraculous effects for the fox tribe in unlocking innate wisdom, and has always been strictly controlled by the Qingqiu clan. Now, our blue star human race and the Qingqiu clan have a tense relationship, and since fox heartgrass has no use for professionals, it is simply not circulating in the market. Looking at Wang Chen, Managerly said with a bitter smile. In the various realms of battle, the Qingqiu Fox clan and the Blue Star human race are enemies. While there have been no major wars, there are indeed quite a few minor frictions, and the relationship is very tense. Of course, for businessmen like Managerly, these aren't issues, they would dare to take risks for guaranteed profits. The main reason is still that fox heartgrass is useless for professionals. Even if they secretly obtained fox heartgrass from the Qingqiu clan, there would be no market for it. Thus, all along, fox heartgrass has only been included in the encyclopedia of magical materials, and finding even one in the market is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen couldn't help but feel a headache. This result was something he never expected. Is there really no other way? If Managerly knows where there is news about fox heartgrass, I can buy it at a high price. Looking at Managerly, Wang Chen asked, somewhat unwilling to give up. Mr. Wang, there really is no way. Hearing his words, Managerly helplessly spread his hands, things without any potential profit were simply not worth their attention as businessmen. What if you ask that powerful person? Managerly thought of the rumors flying around Yanlong University these days and cautiously suggested. That powerful person? Wang Chen naturally knew who Managerly was talking about. But having just received a bunch of benefits from his master, he hadn't achieved any real results in his training yet, and now to trouble his master again. Wang Chen considered that his face wasn't thick enough yet. But fox heartgrass was the key material for Susu's promotion. If he couldn't find it, should he let Susu stay stuck at level 40 forever? He thought to himself and turned to look at the nine-tailed celestial fox, who was glaring at him with icy clear eyes. This little guy really put him in a big dilemma. Sigh. It seems there's no other way. Thinking in his heart, he got up to bid farewell to Manager Lee. But at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came. Wang Chen. Wang Chen turned his head and saw that the girl Situyu was walking into the trading hall charmingly. What a coincidence, you are also here to buy something? Wang Chen looked at Situyu with curiosity. Buy something? I came to find you. Upon hearing this, Situyu rolled her eyes, speaking in a somewhat sour tone. You really are a busy person. I saw the post on the forum and rushed to the Secret Realm dungeon hall, only to find nothing. You don't even reply to my messages. If it weren't for someone reminding me, I wouldn't have known you came here. Post? Hearing this, Wang Chen looked confused. After coming out of the Secret Realm dungeon hall, he went straight to the trading hall, and didn't notice the information on his data watch at all. Looks like you still don't know how popular you are right now? Seeing Wang Chen's expression, Situyu spoke unkindly. As she spoke, she opened her data watch and clicked on the pinned post on the forum. Seeing the post, Wang Chen scratched his head, not expecting to gain fame in such a way again. No wonder. On the way to the trading area, the older students he encountered all had strange expressions on their faces. By the way, what do you need me for? He glanced a few times and then turned to look at Situyu. Someone didn't reply to messages, and the mentor of the support academy summoned me, so I, as a tool, could only run errands. Situyu rolled her eyes, speaking with some helplessness. Can't you just turn your ringtone on? Hearing this, Wang Chen felt a bit embarrassed. In the past few days, too many people added him as a friend, endlessly checking in on him, making him quite annoyed, so he simply put his data watch on silent. What does the mentor want from me? He scratched his nose, a bit awkwardly asking. I'm not sure about the specifics, Situyu shook her head and said, they said it has to do with your nine-tailed fox. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's spirit suddenly lifted, pulling Situyu as they rushed toward the support academy. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry. Soon. Wang Chen and Situyu arrived at the support academy, finding their nominal mentor, Mu Weining. Hello, teacher. As soon as they met, Wang Chen looked at Mu Weining with eager eyes. Having returned empty-handed from the trading area, he hoped to receive good news from the mentor. You came quite quickly. Seeing Wang Chen's expression, Mu Weining smiled, looking at the boy playfully. I called you over, and you probably guessed my intention. However, I can't give you what you want directly, you need to earn it yourself. As Mu Weining spoke, she waved her hand and took an invitation letter from the table. Ha! Upon hearing this, Wang Chen felt a bit disappointed, but when he saw the content of the invitation letter, his eyes suddenly lit up. P.S. The author's new book, Beast Taming, I Let Mythical Creatures Dominated in Another World, has been serialized with 270,000 words, starting this June. Brothers who like beast taming topics, please support with gold tickets and collections, thank you. Chapter 101 Exchange Conference. In Mu Weining's office. After Wang Chen finished reading the invitation letter, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. The information in the invitation letter was quite simple, inviting new students from Flame Dragon University to participate in an exchange conference held by several universities that had a good relationship with Flame Dragon University, located in Qingqiu City. Of course, this wasn't important. What mattered was that this exchange conference would take place in a soon-to-open secret realm in Qingqiu City. And in this secret realm, there happened to be something Wang Chen needed, fox heartgrass. I'm sure you guessed it too. Looking at the delighted Wang Chen, Mu Weining said with a smile. The purpose of calling you here, besides the fact that this secret realm will produce materials related to the advancement of the nine-tailed fox, is also to let you teach a good lesson to the other new students from the participating universities. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen nodded his head. The mentor's support came at just the right time, the fox heart herb was exactly what he urgently needed. However, the National Freshman Championship was starting in less than a month. Was it really the right time for an exchange meeting? Mentor, is there some other reason for this exchange meeting? After thinking for a moment, Wang Chen directly asked his doubt. Mu Weining explained, this is more or less a tradition we have every year after the freshmen arrive, we test the strength of newcomers from other universities before the National Freshman Championship starts. It's not just our schools, other universities will also find locations to hold this kind of exchange meeting. However, as she spoke, Mu Weining paused and cast a peculiar glance at Wang Chen. Originally, in past years, this kind of exchange meeting would usually send students ranked outside of the top 10. But you happen to need this, so the dean directly ordered that you go alone. After listening to Mu Wanying's words, Wang Chen nodded, understanding in his heart.
As the top freshman at Yanlong University, he was their trump card. He shouldn't have to personally attend such a small exchange meeting, letting those defeated go handle it instead. However, his nine-tailed sky fox was at a critical point of entering its next growth cycle, lacking the necessary promotion materials. This matter landed directly on his shoulders.
Wang Chen thought for a moment and asked Mu Wanning, "Mentor, should I hold back a bit during the exchange meeting? Hide part of my strength?"
Upon hearing this, Mu Wanning shook her head directly. "It doesn't matter, just act accordingly when the time comes. Just remember one thing, don't tarnish the reputation of our Yanlong University.
Anyway,
the exchange students sent from these few universities probably won't have anyone able to fight with you." As she spoke, her gaze became complex as she looked at Wang Chen. This student she had recruited from a small city had shown extraordinary talent since entering school, effortlessly dominating his peers, and he even set 7 new records for passing secret realm dungeons continuously. Even those second-year students who had been studying at Yanlong University for a year wouldn't be as strong as Wang Chen was now. This terrifying growth speed shocked Mu Wanying's heart immensely, even though she herself was a 5-turn powerhouse and once praised as a genius. When she was in college, compared to Wang Chen now, she was completely unremarkable. Hearing Mu Wanying's words, Wang Chen felt enlightened, then impatiently said, "All right, mentor, if there's nothing else to instruct, I will go back and pack. I'll head directly to Qingqiu City tomorrow."
"Go ahead."
Upon hearing this, Mu Wanning nodded.
After leaving the office, Wang Chen took C2U around the school a bit, and then they each returned to their dormitories. The next day,
as the sun just began to rise, he set off toward the teleportation array to Qingqiu City with the 2 little ones.
In Qingqiu City,
located in the northwest region of Long Nation, compared to Dongling City, Qingqiu City was undoubtedly a first-class city. It not only covered a broader area, had a larger permanent population, but also possessed resources that Dongling City simply did not have. Wild Secret Realms. The so-called Wild Secret Realms are unsealed secret realm dungeons, akin to what is described in books as lands of bliss. They produce many precious magical materials. The Wild Secret Realm in Qingqiu City was named Land of the Black Fox, a large-scale realm rated at silver level, which opened once a year and lasted for 3 days. During these 3 days, any professional below the 3rd turn can enter to hunt wild monsters and search for resources. Because of the existence of this wild secret realm, the tourism industry in Qingqiu City flourished. Especially during the time the secret realm dungeon opened, countless professionals would gather, greatly boosting the development of Qingqiu City.
Wang Chen walked out of the teleportation hall.
What unfolded before my eyes was this bustling scene. On the street, numerous professionals came and went, many calling their friends and striding out of the city, eager to make a fortune in the wild secret realm. Following the crowd toward the city's exit, Wang Chen listened to the conversations of others and gained some understanding of the Land of Black Fox's secret realm. The monsters in the secret realm were mostly wild fox-type creatures, skilled in mental control skills, with the big boss being the Black Fox leader at level 80. The materials produced in the secret realm were mainly magical materials related to mind skills. As for the fox heart herb, which Wang Chen was concerned about, it grew in the lair of the Black Fox leader. However, although the fox heart herb was an S-grade material, none of the professionals in the crowd regarded it as a target.
After all, the Black Fox leader was equivalent to a 3rd transition professional's strength, not something an ordinary professional could handle.
Moreover, although the fox heart herb had the name of an S-grade material, its actual value was still less than that of D-grade magical materials for the professionals of Blue Planet. "There's no need to worry, no one will snatch the fox heart herb from me."
Noticing this situation, Wang Chen smiled to himself.
Soon, he followed the crowd out of the city. At this moment, the area around the secret realm entrance was already packed with people. Countless professionals crowded the vast space, making it impossible to move. A rough glance suggested there were at least 1,000 professionals present, creating a noise like a busy marketplace.
However, outside the secret realm entrance, there was a section that seemed out of place.
Gathered there was a group of young people with proud expressions on their faces, clad in exceptionally fine equipment, causing the surrounding professionals to cast envious glances. These individuals were the new students from several universities participating in the exchange meeting.
Once outside the city, Wang Chen immediately spotted them.
There was no way to miss these flashy guys, who had directly activated the effects of their equipment. Their shining silver luster stood out amidst the mottled black iron and bronze.
Are they trying to find a sense of presence in front of ordinary professionals?
Seeing this scene, Wang Chen felt a bit amused and walked straight over.
Chapter 102, One is enough for me. Look quickly, the people from Flame Dragon University have arrived. No way? They only sent one person? They really don't think much of us. At level 55, he probably hasn't even made it onto the new student ranking list of Flame Dragon University. As Wang Chen walked toward the gathering area of the exchange meeting, he immediately caught the attention of many. Especially his Flame Dragon University uniform, which made many present display serious expressions. However, level 55, second transition.
When they used detection skills to check Wang Chen's level, anger surfaced in their eyes. Although the people present were not top tier among new students from various universities, they were ranked high, with the lowest level being 55 and the strongest among them around level 60. For Flame Dragon University to send a 55 level new student to the exchange meeting, it was clear they looked down on them.
Arrogant. Flame Dragon University has been pulled down to second place in the academy rankings by Hucking University, yet they still maintain this high and mighty attitude. Do they really think a 55 level new student can sweep us all away? So naive.
In the crowd, discussions broke out, with many students participating in the exchange meeting glaring at Wang Chen, secretly deciding to teach him a lesson once they entered the secret realm. At the same time, several universities' leading teachers were taken aback seeing Wang Chen all by himself.
Student, did your Flame Dragon University only send you?
The teacher from Qingqiu University, the host of this exchange meeting, approached with an unpleasant expression.
Other universities participating in the exchange meeting brought more than 10 students, at least 3 or 4.
But Yanlong University only sent one person, and there wasn't even a teacher to lead the group.
Is this a sign of disapproval towards our Qingqiu University?
Hearing this, Wang Chen nodded and sincerely said, the teacher said, just one of me is enough.
You.
Upon hearing his words, the leading teacher from Qingqiu University twitched his lips, and his face darkened.
So arrogant. What does he mean, just one is enough? This completely shows that he looks down on the genius students from the other universities. Alright, student, come with me to register.
The Qingqiu University teacher said dryly, turning around and heading toward the registration desk. Following behind the teacher, Wang Chen's eyes calmly swept over the crowd around him.
He could already feel the surging anger in the eyes of those around him.
If looks could kill, he would have been torn to shreds by now.
However, Wang Chen's expression showed no signs of disturbance. His goal for coming here, besides seeking the fox heartgrass, was to make a scene. Being disliked? It didn't matter, it was all part of the mentor's task. As for fear, it simply didn't exist. Just as mentor Mu Weining said before coming, among these people, there wasn't anyone capable of fighting. This guy looks familiar. In the back of the crowd filled with anger, a girl from Yanshan University hesitated in her expression. Her gaze kept studying Wang Chen and the two little creatures on his shoulders. What's wrong, Fang Yin? Do you know this arrogant guy?
Beside the girl, a tall boy named Lu Yunjiang asked curiously upon seeing his companion's expression. Lu Yunjiang, it seems this guy is our Fujiang province's top scholar, Wang Chen.
Upon hearing this, Fang Yan said hesitantly. Oh? Wang Chen? The one who has contracted with a giant dragon? Hearing her words, Lu Yunjiang's anger disappeared, and his gaze became solemn as he looked at the figure registering.
A province's top scholar, and he even has a divine beast-level dragon as his beast pet. Even if its level is only 55, it's enough to attract attention.
Right. After confirming several times, Fang Yan nodded. Ha ha. At this moment, another student from Yanshan University, hearing his companion's discussion, sneered disdainfully. A province's top scholar coming to participate in the exchange meeting? It seems this title is just for show. He probably isn't doing well in Yanlong University. Zhu Jiangming, you better not underestimate him, being the top scholar of the province, he must have some exceptional qualities. Lu Yunjiang, hearing his companion's words, couldn't help but remind him. Humph.
Upon hearing him, Zhu Jiangming snorted coldly. Fujiang province ranks at the bottom among the dozens of provinces in our dragon nation, so imagine how much sham this province's top scholar has.
If I encounter him in the secret realm, I can easily eliminate this Wang Chen.
Zhu Jiangming shook his head dismissively. Hearing this, Fang Yan's expression became somewhat angry. This criticism was too broad. She also came from Fujiang province. If the top scholar had flaws, didn't that make her flaws even bigger? However, despite her anger, Fang Yan's lips moved, but she didn't dare to speak out in rebuttal. Zhu Jiangming came from a wealthy family, with a level of 59, his strength could rank among the top 10 of the freshmen at Yanshan University. She couldn't afford to mess with him. After Wang Chen finished registering his information, all the participating universities for the exchange meeting arrived, and the host, Qingqiu University, began announcing the rules for this exchange meeting. This exchange meeting will use a point system for ranking. Every wild monster you hunt in the secret realm will accumulate corresponding points. After the secret realm closes, those of you with the top 10 points will receive corresponding rewards. The first place will receive a special reward prepared by our Qingqiu University. Standing in front of the crowd, the teacher from Qingqiu University smiled and said. While speaking, he had his accompanying colleagues distribute a jade token to each student present. Dear students, the wild secret realm is different from the secret realm instances you entered before. This is real combat. Once you enter the wild secret realm, danger lurks everywhere, so do not let your guard down. Your opponents are not just other competitors and wild monsters. The Jade token has a function to exit the secret realm. If you encounter a life and death crisis, please crush the Jade token immediately. But be aware, once the token is crushed, you will lose your qualification for ranking in the exchange meeting. Once all the students had safely stored away their Jade tokens, the teacher from Qingqiu University spoke with a serious expression. As his words fell, many students below showed indifferent expressions. They hardly took this reminder to heart. However, while playing with his Jade token, Wang Chen raised his eyebrows and glanced at the ordinary professionals gathered around. Any escape item requires time to use. He thought to himself that after the rules were announced, he would move aside and wait. Soon, a slight magical fluctuation appeared from the entrance of the secret realm, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Outside Qingqiu City, the crowd was enormous. At this moment, as a weak magical fluctuation swept across the area, all eyes turned to the entrance of the land of Black Fox's secret realm. There, the space at the entrance fluctuated with the magical waves, as if stones were thrown into water, creating ripples. In the next second, the ripples surged more violently, eventually forming a swirling vortex with a diameter of 3 meters. Through the space vortex, an unknown space could be seen behind it. It has finally opened. I didn't wait here for 3 days in vain. I hope to find precious magical materials in the secret realm. I heard that the drop rate of wild monsters inside is quite high. I'm not greedy, I just hope to get a piece of silver-grade equipment. As the spatial vortex appeared, the crowd outside the city had their eyes glued to it, each face displaying excitement. However, although many ordinary professionals were eager to enter the secret realm, none of them acted first at that moment. Instead, they fixed their gaze on the area closest to the spatial vortex. There, several teachers and students from different universities stood solemnly. The secret realm is open, everyone enter immediately. The teacher from the host Qingqiu University, seeing the spatial vortex appear, issued the order to enter. In an instant, the students participating in the exchange meeting stepped orderly into the spatial vortex. Wang Chen naturally followed the crowd and stepped inside. Buzzing. In the whirlwind, when Wang Chen once again set foot on solid ground, he had arrived in another space. Looking around, the scenery was beautiful, the vegetation lush, the air filled with freshness, and green trees and red flowers dotted between the mountains and rivers. If one did not know this was a dangerous secret realm, anyone seeing it for the first time would think it was a beautiful scenic area. It seems that entering the secret realm involves random teleportation. While observing the surroundings, Wang Chen also noticed that the students who entered at the same time as him were not in the same place as him. Moreover, there was no one within his line of sight. However, Wang Chen was not surprised by this. Every large secret realm has an internal space equal to at least a large city. With thousands of people spread across such a vast space, it could be said to be a drop in the bucket. Unless they gathered towards the central area, the chance of running into each other right after entering was very small. Master, let's quickly find the fox heartgrass. Every day, communicating with that guy, Su, is exhausting. So tired. As Wang Chen observed his surroundings, Bingqing flapped her wings and danced around him, her little face full of expectation. Woo woo. On his shoulder, the 9-tailed celestial fox Su was the same. Okay. Hearing the words of the two little ones, Wang Chen smiled and nodded, his gaze stretching far to a mountain peak deep in the forest. According to information he heard from other adventurers, the final boss in the secret realm, the Black Fox leader, had its lair established on that mountain peak. Before entering the secret realm, Wang Chen had a perfect plan in mind. First, obtain the fox heartgrass to let Su enter a new growth cycle, then hunt wild monsters to earn points. After all, Su's level had reached 40, the limit of the first growth cycle. No amount of experience would help her level up. At this distance, if we rely solely on our legs, it may take a long time to get there. Measuring the distance between himself and the mountain peak, Wang Chen looked expectantly at Bingqing. Sensing her master's gaze, Bingqing couldn't help but feel a sense of unease rise in her heart. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. She flapped her wings, keeping a bit of distance from her master, watching him with a vigilant look. Master, what do you want to do? Be good, let me ride you a bit. Looking at Bingqing, Wang Chen rubbed his hands and said with anticipation. Since contracting the frigid dragon, he had been looking forward to becoming a dragon rider. However, previously in the Beast Mountain range, flying in the sky was too dangerous, and he had never found an opportunity. This time, Wang Chen felt his dream was about to come true. No way. I'm still so small, your foot is bigger than I am, you'd squash me. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Bingqing shook her little head like a rattling drum, her two little paws guarding her in front, showing great reluctance. How could the frigid dragon, a noble ancestral beast, be ridden by someone else, not even by her master? Seeing the little one's resistant attitude, Wang Chen touched his nose, a strange smile appearing on his face. Well, how about the snacks we bought last time? Were they good? Do you want more? Looking at Bing Cheng, he coaxed her.
So tasty.
Hearing his words, Bing Cheng nodded instinctively, feeling drool almost coming out.
No, master, your temptation won't work. Even if you buy me a bunch of snacks, I won't fly with you on my back. You're just abusing a young dragon.
However, as a frigid dragon, Bing Cheng still had her principles, swallowing her saliva and resisting the temptation of delicious food.
Do you see this spatial ring?
But Wang Chen had already thought of a response. He shook the spatial ring on his finger at Bing Cheng.
If you take me to that mountain peak, I'll fill this spatial ring with snacks. Fill it up?
Upon hearing her master's words, a hint of interest appeared on little Bing Cheng's face.
The spatial ring was 5 cubic units in size. Wouldn't filling it mean she could swim in a pile of snacks?
Thinking about this, Bing Cheng flapped her wings and flew in front of Wang Chen.
Master, let's make a pinky promise. You can't trick me. Seeing the little one's vigilant expression, Wang Chen chuckled inwardly. Ha ha ha. I can be a dragon rider after all. Of course, I'm very trustworthy. Wang Chen said sincerely, extending his finger to hook the little dragon's claw. Then let's go.
With the agreement made, Bing Cheng hesitated for a moment, then flapped her wings, ready to enter battle mode.
But just then, whoosh whoosh whoosh.
Several fierce sounds of breaking wind erupted, and 3 black figures instantly surrounded Wang Chen. These were 3 foxes standing on their hind legs, covered in black fur, exuding a bloodthirsty aura.
At that moment, they looked at Wang Chen, their crimson eyes swirling with a cruel gleam, like they had found a delicious meal. However, the 3 wild monsters surrounded Wang Chen but did not attack immediately. They stood still, somewhat hesitant. Their gazes, after sweeping over the 9-tailed fox Susu on Wang Chen's shoulder, flashed with confusion and caution in their crimson eyes. Even though they were merely mindless wild creatures, they sensed the noble bloodline aura from the 9-tailed fox. Chapter 104 Wang Chen, being a dragon knight is so hard. Is this what the wild creatures in the land of the black fox are like? It's a bit different from what I imagined. Looking at the 3 wild creatures hesitating around, Wang Chen's eyes were somewhat disappointed. He had thought the wild creatures in the secret realm would be the kind of seductive foxes he imagined. As a result, these foxes still retained their primitive appearance, just magnified many times. Feeling a sense of loss in his heart, he casually threw out a detection spell. Monster, Black Fox Warrior. Level 45. Combat style, melee. Skills, bite, charge, charm. Type, ordinary. Seeing the information about these 3 wild creatures, Wang Chen lost interest even more. Level 45 was no different from cannon fodder to him. You're unfortunate to run into me. With a swift move, he charged at the 3 black fox warriors faster than a blink. Swish! A cold light flashed by, and before the 3 hesitating black fox warriors could react, their heads flew straight into the sky. At the same time, 3 points of light appeared on their corpses, entering the jade tablet hanging at Wang Chen's waist. In an instant, the blank jade tablet displayed the numbers 1, 3, 5. 135 points? Looks like points are linked to the monster's level. Glancing at the jade tablet, Wang Chen nodded silently. Next, he didn't clean up the battlefield but turned his hopeful gaze towards Bing Cheng. The materials from mere level 45 wild creatures were not worth his attention now. It's better to quickly become my own dragon knight. Humph. Perceiving her master's gaze, Bing Cheng let out a shy hum and then flapped her wings, flying a bit further away. I'm going to transform. As soon as the words fell, the little creature's figure rapidly swelled, and in the blink of an eye, a beautiful creature 6 meters long, completely blue in color, appeared in the secret realm. He. Seeing Bing Cheng manifest in battle form, Wang Chen didn't hesitate and jumped directly onto Bing Cheng's back with Susu in his arms. The 6-meter-long dragon body had a very wide back, more than enough for him alone to sit on. Is this the feeling of riding a dragon? Sitting at Bing Cheng's neck, Wang Chen curiously touched the blue scales, his heart filled with excitement. Master, please don't move around. Feeling ticklish, Bing Cheng shyly turned her neck. Okay, I won't move. Wang Chen noticed the little creature was a bit shy, so he put away his mischievous hand. Let's set off. He pointed towards the distant mountain peak and shouted excitedly. Master, hold on tight. Upon hearing, the little creature reminded him, and with a powerful flap of her dragon wings, they soared instantly into the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rushing wind almost threw Wang Chen off. This little creature is definitely doing this on purpose. Thinking this, he quickly hugged Bing Cheng's neck to steady himself. Outside world. When all the students entered the secret realm, the teachers from Qingqiu University set up a screen in the open space and called others to gather together. Alright, for the next 3 days, we will stay here and wait for the final results to be revealed. The teacher said with a smile, beckoning the staff to bring tables and chairs. Once everyone was seated, he turned on the screen. Buzz, buzz, buzz.
In an instant, a bright white light appeared on the screen, and as the light receded, the names of participating students floated onto the screen. This time, a total of 6 universities participated in the exchange meeting, and there were 50 students entering the land of the Black Fox secret realm. As time passed, the names of these 50 students began to jump constantly up and down on the screen. It can be noticed that each time these students' names rise or fall, numbers behind their names increase.
An hour later. 1. Yenchang University, Zhu Jiangming, points, 1060. 2. Jingqiu University, Wu Zixing, points, 980. 3. Bingfeng University, Liang Chengyon, points, 920. 4. Ningyuan University, Wu Xianwen, points, 850. Teacher Li, your student Zhu Jiangming from Yenchang University is doing great. It's only been an hour, and he has already broken 1,000 points. Among a few chatting teachers, the leading teacher from Qingqiu University glanced at the screen and said with a smile to the person next to him, "It's just the beginning, Zhu Jiangming is merely lucky, perhaps he happened to encounter a large number of wild monsters." Teacher Li from Yenchang University, a rugged-looking middle-aged man, smiled and replied, "You guys from Qingqiu University have Wu Zixing, he's also doing well, having accumulated over 900 points. He will catch up soon. I've heard that Wu Zixing is quite outstanding among this year's newcomers at your Qingqiu University. He has a special profession and is already at level 60. I bet he will be the first in this exchange meeting." Hearing his words, the teacher from Qingqiu University smiled broadly. Although he thought the same in his heart, he quickly waved his hand and said, "I dare not say that. This year, Yanlong University has sent a top student from the province to participate in the exchange meeting, and there are also strong students from other universities. I would be satisfied if he can make it to the top 10. As the teacher from Qingqiu University finished speaking, the nearby teachers, who had been smiling, suddenly looked a bit annoyed. What does Yanlong University mean by this? Just sending one person to the exchange meeting? This has never happened before. Teacher Li from Yenchang University frowned and looked at the lone name of Yanlong University on the screen, sounding somewhat puzzled. Who knows, maybe they lost their top position in the rankings last year and now have given up on themselves. Beside them, a teacher from Ningyuan University snorted and said, "A prestigious top student from the province has entered the secret realm for an hour and has only earned 135 points, which is at the bottom among everyone. With this level, I reckon Yanlong University will not only fail to regain the top position this year but might even drop further in the rankings." Hearing his words, a few teachers around looked at the somewhat glaring name at the bottom of the screen, their expressions turning playful. Though this is just an exchange meeting, if they could surpass Yanlong University in the rankings, it would be quite an honor. And at the same time, in the secret realm of the land of black foxes. Whoosh! A massive creature, carrying a fierce wind, descended on the peak of the mountain at the center of the secret realm. "Ice Clear, you flew too fast. Don't you know it's very cold up in the sky?" Wang Chen jumped off Ice Clear's back, rubbing his hands and complaining. Heaven have mercy. He always thought being a dragon knight would be majestic, but today Ice Clear vividly taught him a lesson. Riding on a dragon's back not only hurt his bottom, but the cold wind from fast flying was something even he, a second-turn professional, found hard to bear. Chapter 105, Devil Muscle Fox. At the peak of the mountains in the secret realm of the land of black foxes, there was an extremely vast flat ground, as large as a soccer field. In the center of the flat ground, there stood a palace built of rocks, surrounded by tall wild monsters guarding it. When Wang Chen and Ice Clear landed on the mountaintop, the arrival of the 3 unexpected guests instantly caught the attention of the wild monsters outside the palace. Roar! A chilling roar erupted, and 10 black foxes, standing 3 meters tall and as thick as a door, brandished their weapons and surrounded them from all sides. Seeing these wild monsters appear, Wang Chen abandoned his plans to teach Ice Clear a lesson and turned to look at the wild monsters. So ugly. At first sight, he couldn't help but curl his lip. The black fox warriors he encountered in the secret realm barely resembled foxes. These few were like muscle-bound devil foxes. It seems that the idea of encountering a fox spirit in the land of black foxes is going to fall through. Thinking this, Wang Chen cast a detection spell at the surrounding wild monsters and quickly grasped their information. Monster, Black Fox Guardian. Level, 60. Combat style, close combat. Skills, bite, charge, charm. Type, ordinary. Seeing the information of these Black Fox Guardians, Wang Chen nodded with satisfaction. A level 60 wild monster, it was worth the cold wind he endured to reach the peak. You two don't try to snatch from me, let your master warm up first. Before these Black Fox Guardians could launch an attack, Wang Chen instructed his 2 little companions and took a step forward, charging at the Black Fox Guardians. Instant sword. In an instant, he shot out like a cannonball, directly arriving in front of one Black Fox Guardian. Roar! At such high speed, the large Black Fox Guardian didn't even have time to react and could only let out a roar. The next second. Swish!
A flash of cold light passed by, and the serrated longsword directly severed its head.
One hit, one kill. After killing one Black Fox Guardian, Wang Chen did not pause for a moment, stepping on the ground and continuing his charge towards the other Black Fox Guardians. Instant sword, second strike. Wind blade technique. With 2 skills unleashed in a blink, 10 Black Fox Guardians all fell under Wang Chen's furious assault. Master is amazing.
From a distance, Bing Qing saw the scene and actively gave her praise. However, the excitement flashing in her eyes clearly showed she was eager to join the fight.
Just be a cheerleader for me. Wang Chen glared at Bing Qing fiercely, showing no sign of pride from her praise.
If this little one stepped in, his plan to warm up today would fall through.
All right.
Hearing his words, Bing Qing pretended to be disappointed, turning her head away, but her eyes still secretly watched nearby.
At this moment,
the Black Fox Guardians guarding outside the palace, after discovering their companions were easily dealt with, showed a cruel light in their crimson eyes.
Roar, roar, roar.
Roars of brutality erupted, and in the blink of an eye, over 20 remaining Black Fox Guardians rushed over.
Their speed was incredibly fast, thundering onto the ground, their momentum fierce.
However, seeing this scene, there was no fear in Wang Chen's eyes. He took a step back, holding the serrated longsword diagonally, as surging magic power began to flow around him. The next second, he swung the serrated longsword forward.
Whoosh!
From the blade of the serrated longsword, a 3-meter-long, solid giant blade of air shot out.
Crescent moon slash.
In an instant, the giant blade of air collided with the charging Black Fox Guardians.
Bang! Rip!
The extremely sharp giant blade of air directly severed the bodies of the first 3 Black Fox Guardians, then continued to strike the remaining ones behind.
With a loud bang.
In the violent crash, the few Black Fox Guardians hit by the giant blade flew backward as if struck by a battering ram. While still in the air, blood continuously spewed from their mouths, and the parts hit by the giant blade showed significant dents, clearly on the verge of death.
A long breath escaped, and he felt refreshed.
The body that had stiffened in the cold wind was now free of any hindrance. Let's go, next we need to deal with the Black Fox leader.
With that done, half of our goal here will be accomplished.
He called out to Bing Qing and Susu and then stepped towards the palace.
However, at that moment, Master, look!
Bing Qing excitedly called out, presenting a huge dragon claw with a treasure-like gesture.
Ha! Hearing this, Wang Chen stopped in confusion.
Turning his head, when he saw what was on the dragon claw, he couldn't help but be stunned.
On the dragon claw rested a delicate little box, shining with a bronze luster. Bronze treasure chest?
Seeing this, Wang Chen was a bit surprised, not expecting to actually find loot this time.
No wonder it's a wild secret realm. The drop rate for treasure chests is indeed not comparable to the outside.
While thinking, he took the treasure chest and opened it without hesitation. In an instant, the treasure chest transformed into light spots and vanished, leaving a solitary sphere of light suspended before him.
Upon seeing this scene, Wang Chen's mouth twitched. Sure enough, he had only received the minimum reward from the treasure chest. Only getting one? Master, your luck is truly unmatched.
Beside him, little Bing Qing said disdainfully, adding insult to injury. Hearing this, Wang Chen rolled his eyes in annoyance and tore open an identification scroll towards the light sphere.
Equipment, Black Fox boots. Type, armor. Grade, bronze. Level restriction, level 60. Attributes, agility plus 30.
Enchantment effect, increases movement speed by 5%.
Trash.
Seeing the attributes of this equipment, Wang Chen disdainfully curled his lips. A level 60 equipment had attributes lower than his previously discarded level 20 silver equipment. It could only be kept to throw into the trading hall as scrap metal.
Let's go. After casually putting away the Black Fox boots, he called out to Bing Qing and Susu and stepped toward the palace at the center of the mountain peak. Soon, without the obstruction of the Black Fox guards, Wang Chen directly arrived at the entrance of the palace.
Looking at the palace gate towering 7 or 8 meters high, he kicked it open without hesitation.
With a loud bang,
the palace gate swung open.
Wang Chen, along with Bing Qing and Susu, stepped inside.
At this moment, the interior of the giant palace was illuminated by oil lamps hanging on the walls, their flames flaring up with the entrance of the uninvited guests, making the palace incredibly bright.
Roar, roar, roar.
The moment he entered the palace, Wang Chen heard a series of suppressed angry roars in his ears.
8 massive devilish muscle foxes with unfriendly gazes surrounded them.
These creatures were much larger than their kind outside the palace, their bodies bulging with muscles, and they were no match for even the Minotaur warriors.
Monster, Black Fox Guard. Level, 70. Combat style, melee. Skills, bite, charge, strength amplification. Type, ordinary.
However, after using the identification skill to glance at the information of these Black Fox guards, Wang Chen directly shifted his gaze away from them. Just 10 levels stronger than the Black Fox guards, these creatures were still not enough to be worth watching. His eyes fell on the center of the palace, where a figure filled with a sense of oppression sat on a stone chair. This was a towering creature standing 6 meters tall, comparable in size to Bingqing in battle mode. Its appearance was identical to that of the Black Fox guards but was even more ferocious. The outwardly curved fangs were half a meter long, their tips glimmering with sharp cold light, and a pair of blood-red eyes the size of grinding wheels sparkled with cruel, brutal red light. Moreover, beside the stone chair lay a gigantic spiked mace. The grip of this mace was thicker than Wang Chen's waist. The Black Fox Leader. Without hesitation, upon seeing the Black Fox Leader for the first time, Wang Chen directly unleashed the identification skill. Monster, Black Fox Leader. Level, 80. Combat style, melee. Skills, bite, charge, strength amplification, heavy hammer dance, mental seduction. Type, boss. Taking in the information about the Black Fox Leader, Wang Chen nodded with satisfaction. As expected of a boss wild beast, its strength is quite formidable. Today, I can fight to my heart's content. Thinking this in his heart, he pointed the serrated long sword in his hand directly at the Black Fox Leader in front of him. Roar! Damn human! You dare to disturb my rest? You are doomed to die. Looking at the tiny human before him, the Black Fox Leader let out a brutal roar, its crimson eyes filled with fierce light. The violent sound shook the whole palace, sending countless dust particles falling. Hearing the Black Fox Leader speak human language, Wang Chen showed no surprise. Except for low-level wild beasts, the higher the level of wild beasts, the more intelligent they become. Even those powerful wild beasts are nearly as wise as humans. As an 80-level boss, it was completely normal for the Black Fox Leader to speak. So what if you have a loud voice? Before he could finish, the ice-clear figure beside him, hearing the Black Fox Leader's roar, immediately became angry, pushing him aside and entering combat mode. Roar! A high-pitched dragon roar echoed in the palace, the raging sound wave instantly enveloping the Black Fox Leader and the Black Fox guards present. In an instant, the Black Fox Leader's pupils involuntarily constricted, a feeling of fear rising in its heart. A sense of pressure from the top of the food chain made it feel as if it were wearing shackles, its power significantly weakened compared to usual. Roar! Damn giant lizard! I will roast you and eat you. The next moment, feeling insulted, the Black Fox Leader stood up from its seat, grabbing the massive flail beside it, unleashing a frenzied roar. A chilling killing intent instantly locked onto Iceclear. Bastard! You dare to call me a giant lizard? You are dead. Locked by this icy killing intent, Iceclear showed no fear at all, but instead, a raging fury surged in her gem-like vertical pupils. Boom! Iceclear's strong hind legs stomped heavily on the ground, her massive body transformed into a blue shadow, rapidly charging towards the Black Fox Leader. She would tear apart this thug who dared to provoke the extreme cold dragon. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen helplessly shook his head. Goodness! The Black Fox Leader is really brave. Why provoke anyone, but provoke Iceclear? It seems I don't need to make a move. Muttering to himself, Wang Chen silently mourned for the Black Fox Leader for a second, then turned to look at the 8 Black Fox guards in the palace. Since I couldn't catch the big one, taking down a few small ones is also excellent. Thinking this, he revealed a kind smile to the Black Fox guards. However, the Black Fox guards completely ignored him, their eyes fixed on a suddenly appearing 9-tailed white fox, each one's crimson eyes glistening with a peach-pink hue. Roar, roar, roar! The next second, these creatures did not hesitate to swing their weapons at their companion. Seeing this, Wang Chen's expression froze. Goodness, none of you plan to leave one for me? He looked at Su Su among the Black Fox guards and couldn't help but complain. Woo! Hearing his words, the 9-tailed celestial fox Su Su turned her head and swayed her tail, looking very pleased. As if to say, all the wild beasts outside are yours, but these inside belong to us. Noticing the emotion transmitted from the contract, Wang Chen ruefully rubbed his nose. If I had known, I would have acted first. Thinking this, feeling somewhat idle, he silently stepped aside to begin watching the battle. At the same time, boom! The Black Fox Leader saw Iceclear charging in and, without hesitation, propelled its thick legs to meet her. Whoosh! It swung the mace in its hand, heavily striking down at the creature that dared to challenge its authority. Buzzing! Furious waves of magical power surged forth, and as the Black Fox Leader's mace fell, the huge weapon split into 2, then 4. 4 attacks, seeming almost solid, rushed with a fierce whistle towards Bingqing. The mace danced wildly. To wash away its humiliation, the Black Fox Leader used its skill without hesitation. Boom! The next moment, it seemed as if a thunderclap erupted in the palace, and the violent gusts spread out in all directions, knocking everything over in its path. Ha ha ha, damn big lizard, I must have turned you into a meat pie. After the attack, the Black Fox leader let out a crazy laugh, excitement filling its ugly face. However, roar! The next second, as the high roar of a dragon echoed, its expression turned to disbelief. As the scorching dust settled, Bingqing's azure dragon body appeared before it, completely unharmed. The wild mace skill had caused no damage to Bingqing, not even leaving a mark on its surface. How is this possible? Chapter 107, Eager Susu. How is this possible? The Black Fox leader's face was filled with disbelief. Under its wild mace skill, a creature only level 50 had come out completely unharmed. In its eyes, this was simply a fairy tale. He. Stupid ant, you have no idea what kind of being you are facing. Today, let me show you what true power is. Bingqing's azure dragon eyes locked onto the Black Fox leader, letting out a strange laugh. Who knows where this little one learned to act like a big villain? As the words fell, her huge dragon claw suddenly exerted force, directly snatching the mace from the Black Fox leader's hand. With nothing in hand, the surprise on the Black Fox leader's face intensified. It never expected that in just one direct confrontation, its weapon would be taken away by the opposing creature. However, before it could think further, Bingqing grasped the mace and opened her dragon mouth wide. Buzzing. Raging ice magical power gathered and instantly formed a ball of azure energy in her mouth. The next second, the azure energy ball was spat out by Bingqing. At this moment, feeling the terrifying power fluctuations in the energy ball, fear surged in the Black Fox leader's crimson eyes. Being hit by this energy ball would definitely lead to serious injury. A realization struck its heart, and the Black Fox leader did not hesitate to move its strong legs to dodge to the side. But it completely underestimated the speed at which the energy ball flew. Whoosh! With a sharp sound of the wind, just as the Black Fox leader moved, the energy ball struck its body heavily. Boom! The energy ball instantly exploded. The azure energy flickered on the Black Fox leader, blasting its thick fur to tatters. Also, at the same time, extreme cold wrapped the Black Fox leader's body in a thick layer of ice. On the opposite side, after the extreme cold breath, Bingqing did not hesitate and immediately rushed towards the Black Fox leader again. Swish! With a fierce swing of her dragon claws, the stolen mace was raised high and the next second struck heavily onto the Black Fox leader. With a loud bang. In the sound of a heavy collision, the mace inevitably smashed the Black Fox leader's head, shattering half of its body into pieces. Humph, ant, this is what happens when you provoke the great ice dragon. Throwing the mace aside effortlessly, Bingqing raised her dragon head, showing an air of invincibility. Sigh. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh. This little one seems to have been deeply influenced by TV shows. Being showy is one thing, but why throw away the spoils of war? He walked over to pick up the mace. He kicked Ice Ching's thigh, which was taller than him, in annoyance. Master, I'm amazing, right? In the next second, Ice Ching, maintaining a proud expression, instantly broke character and rubbed her huge head against Wang Chen. Amazing. Wang Chen, being pushed back repeatedly, hurriedly urged Ice Ching to return to normal and stop her impulse to lick again. After all, he really didn't want to take a bath right now. Humph, you are heartless. Noticing Wang Chen's perfunctory response, the little one, dissatisfied, ended her battle stance and flapped her wings to watch from the sidelines. At this moment, the enchanted Black Fox guards were fighting fiercely, and soon they would all perish together. When all the wild monsters were dead, an upgrade ripple appeared on Wang Chen and Ice Ching. Name, Wang Chen. Profession, Giant Beast Tamer. Level, 56. Talent, All Beasts Love, SSS, Pet Fusion, Divine. Skills, Beast Taming Art, S, Beast Rejuvenation Art, B, Bloodline Identification Art, Divine, Contract Summon, B, Instant Sword, D, Windblade Art, C, Bloodthirsty Berserk, B, Pet Amplification Art, B, Crescent Moon Slash, A, Lightning Step, A, Charged Strike, A. Strength, 880 plus 630 points. Wisdom, 950 plus 100 points. Physique, 880 plus 450 points. Agility, 890 plus 5 plus 250 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unallocated skill points, 290 points. Pet, Ancient Overlord. Extreme Cold Dragon. Nickname, Ice Ching. Gender, female. Age, 1 month, juvenile stage. Level, 51. Rank, Ancestral Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth, SSS. 4-dimensional attributes, Strength 2700, Wisdom 2700, Physique 2700, Agility 2700. No buffs, equipment, or item enhancements. Skills, Frost Body, SSS, Extreme Cold Breath, SSS, Ice Hell, SSS, Dragon Might, SSS, Frost Rage, SSS. Loyalty, 100.
Equipment, none. Description, brief. After glancing at the current attributes, Wang Chen took the two little ones and began to search through the palace. Soon, they found two plants glowing with a mysterious light behind the huge chair of the Black Fox leader. Fox Heartgrass. Woo woo. Upon seeing the fox heartgrass, Susu instantly cried out in excitement, her cute eyes eagerly fixed on Wang Chen. Just now, her master and Ice Ching were leveling up, and she was so envious. Alright, hurry up and eat. Seeing the little one's impatient look, Wang Chen smiled and rubbed her head. Then he picked the fox heartgrass and placed it with other upgrade materials on the ground. Woo woo. Hearing this, Susu happily wagged her tail and directly pounced on the materials on the ground, using her little paws to stuff them into her mouth. In no time, the upgrade materials on the ground were completely devoured by her. After eating the upgrade materials, Susu wobbled dizzily, then lay on the ground with mysterious ripples rising around her. At the same time, a dazzling pink glow shone from Susu's body, wrapping her completely in it, turning her into a pink glow group. Ice Ching, watch over your sister as she levels up. After seeing that Susu had started her evolution, Wang Chen instructed Ice Ching to keep watch while he turned to clean up the battlefield in the palace. The materials from level 70 wild monsters, even with his current wealth, could not be ignored. Moreover, as an 80-level boss monster, the materials on the Black Fox leader held even greater value. Soon, after harvesting all the materials from the Black Fox guards, Wang Chen arrived next to the Black Fox leader's corpse. At this moment, the shattered body of the Black Fox leader was gradually dissipating into tiny light points. With the super high drop rate of the secret realm and the bonus from being a boss monster, these light points gradually gathered in midair. Finally, they condensed into a golden treasure chest emitting a splendid glow. We have loot. When the golden treasure chest fully solidified, Wang Chen rubbed his hands together and reached out to touch the chest. Chapter 108, Successful Level Up. In the Palace of the Black Fox Leader. As Wang Chen opened the golden treasure chest, 3 beams of light leaped out and lined up in front of him. 3? Looks like my luck has come. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen couldn't help but smile. Compared to the items that can be obtained from the golden treasure chest, the luck that fills him directly makes him even happier. Let me see what good things I've opened. Without hesitation, he tore open the identification scroll he had prepared in his hand. With a swoosh, a flash of light passed, and the information of 3 items appeared in front of him. Equipment, Black Fox Armor. Type, Armor. Grade, Gold. Level limit, level 80. Attributes, Strength plus 150, Constitution plus 150. Enchant effects, 1. Reduces 10% damage taken and increases 10% abnormal resistance each time you suffer an attack. 2. Increases the power of all your skills by 5%. Equipment, Black Fox Belt. Type, Armor. Grade, Gold. Level limit, level 80. Attributes, Strength plus 100, Constitution plus 100, Agility plus 50. Enchant effects, increases attack speed by 10%, comes with 5 cubic storage space. Equipment, Black Fox Leggings. Type, Armor. Grade, Gold. Level limit, level 80. Attributes, Strength plus 100, Agility plus 150. Enchant effects, increases movement speed by 10%, reduces 10% damage taken from falling from heights. 3 pieces of gold level equipment, combined together, are exactly the golden set named Black Fox set. Wearing all 3 pieces simultaneously provides additional benefits, a 10% damage reduction and an increase in strength by 10%. Not bad. After looking at the attributes of the 3 pieces of equipment, Wang Chen rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. He felt that the Black Fox leader was a bit too lacking in prestige. After all, it was the highest level boss he had slain so far. Yet, it only dropped 3 pieces of gold equipment. Even as a set, it didn't meet his previous expectations. Moreover, the level 80 wearing requirement made him only sigh in disappointment at this moment. It seems I can only take them to the trading market to sell. Thinking this, Wang Chen waved his hand to store the 3 pieces of gold equipment into his space ring. Last time he went to the trading market, he dealt with some inventory, which gave him a general understanding of the current equipment prices. Gold sets at level 80 could sell for about 200 million gold coins in the trading market, which would allow him to fatten his deflated wallet a bit. After storing these 3 pieces of equipment, Wang Chen turned around and pulled over the enormous spiked hammer from the Black Fox leader. As a weapon of an 80-level boss, this was the most important reward he had gained from this battle. With a swoosh, as the light of the identification scroll descended, the equipment's attribute information appeared in front of his eyes. Equipment, Bloodstained Spiked Hammer. Type, Weapon. Grade, Platinum. Level limit, level 80. Attributes, Strength plus 300, Constitution plus 200. Enchant effects. 1. Increases attack power by 20%.
2. Effect Crush. When equipped with this weapon, facing enemies weaker than yourself, the crushing effect will activate, increasing your strength by an additional 20% during battle. Seeing the attribute information of this weapon, a satisfied smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. Although the bloodstained spiked hammer, like the previous Black Fox set, had the flaw of a level limit, its platinum grade and 2 enchant effects greatly increased its value. Just this one piece of equipment was worth at least 300 million gold coins. Not bad, I can easily make 500 million gold coins from defeating a boss. Who knows, during these 3 days in the Black Fox Country secret realm, I might be able to recover the losses from buying beast pets before. Feeling excited in his heart, Wang Chen turned his gaze to the back of the stone chair. At this moment, a wonderful wave of power slowly surged, and brilliant light dyed the entire palace pink. The sweet upgrade is about to end. Seeing this scene, he felt a joy in his heart and quickly stepped to the back of the stone chair to quietly wait with Ice Ching. At this time, under his gaze, the pink glowing orb pulsated like a heart. With each pulse, mysterious runes surged from it, then gradually sank into the depths of the orb. Even though there was a contractual connection between Wang Chen and the nine-tailed sky fox. Even though his intelligence had now approached 1,000 points, when his gaze fell on this mysterious inscription, desire inevitably stirred within him. He could only feel that before his eyes, countless charming figures appeared, their movements breathtaking. This little one, probably the newly awakened talent skill, is related to charm. Wang Chen quickly diverted his gaze, silently guessing in his heart. Soon. When he felt the light in the palace dim, the advancement of the nine-tailed fox was nearing its end. The pink light gradually converged, immersing into one of the charming little creatures. Swish! When the light completely dissipated, a small figure directly jumped into his arms. Master, listen, I can talk now. In the next moment, a crisp and pleasant voice echoed in Wang Chen's ears. Looking down, he met a pair of beautiful pink eyes. Susu, the nine-tailed fox, was joyfully wriggling in his embrace. Compared to before, Susu had grown a bit larger. If it was the size of a palm before, it now might be 2 fingers taller. Delicate and stunning, like a national beauty, that petite figure became even more alluring. However, after a careful inspection, Wang Chen scratched his nose and turned his gaze away. The weather was too hot, it was a bit overwhelming. Susu, quickly turn back into your previous form. He commanded the little one and silently checked the brand new attribute information after the nine-tailed fox's advancement. Beast pet, nine-tailed fox. Nickname, Susu. Gender, female. Age, less than a month, young stage. Level 40. Rank, ancestral divine beast. Talent, infinite growth, SSS. 4-dimensional attributes, strength 2000, intelligence 2700, constitution 2000, agility 2100. No buffs, equipment, or items applied. Skills, illusory body, SSS, crimson eye, SSS, enchant all beings, SSS, nine-tailed annihilation, SSS, mark of servitude, SSS. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Introduction, brief. The 4-dimensional attributes had not changed compared to before the advancement. However, from now on, the barrier limiting Susu's leveling has been lifted, and the little one can happily increase her strength again. Wang Chen scanned the attribute information and directly focused on the skill list, particularly the newly appeared talent skill. Chapter 109, this skill seems a bit inappropriate. In the palace. As Wang Chen focused his mind on Susu's skill list, a profound piece of information surfaced in his mind. Mark of Servitude, SSS active skill, charm skill. After activation, it can implant a mark of servitude on the soul of any creature with intelligence lower than that of the nine-tailed fox. The creature implanted with the mark of servitude will be under the control of the nine-tailed fox, unable to resist until death or the nine-tailed fox lifts the mark of servitude. Note, current growth stage, creatures under control by the nine-tailed fox with the mark of servitude, 0/2. Hiss. Upon seeing the newly awakened talent skill of Susu, Wang Chen couldn't help but gasp. Any creature with intelligence lower than that of the nine-tailed fox will be controlled by the mark of servitude, without any restrictions. It's too overbearing. With Susu's impressive intelligence of 2,700 points, it was likely that ordinary third transformation professionals would have no way to resist the mark of servitude. This meant that at any time, he could have 2 completely submissive, loyal, fearless third transformation combatants under his control. This little one is becoming more terrifying. Holding the return to normal Susu in his arms, Wang Chen stroked her head, feeling a bit emotional while secretly warning himself not to reveal this skill easily. That's if he is a decent person. If it were someone else, they might play around with third transformation professionals. Master, what are you thinking? Susu purred softly, rubbing against Wang Chen's palm, asking curiously. It's nothing, from now on, you must not use this mark of servitude skill without my permission. Wang Chen looked serious as he warned the little creature with pink eyes. Okay, master. Hearing him, Susu was confused but still obediently nodded.
Master, should we go bully the wild monsters?
At that moment, Xiao Bingqing squeezed into his arms, excitedly asking with a face full of battle spirit.
Wang Chen nodded in response.
Now that Susu's advancement was settled, it was time to focus on the exchange meeting.
We have just over 2 days left, let's try to clear out the Black Fox territory secret realm.
Patting the heads of the two little creatures, Wang Chen stepped out of the palace. At this moment, he glanced at the jade token hanging on him, and the score had reached 500 points. Without needing to think, he knew he must be at the bottom among all the students participating in the exchange meeting.
Ga. The hunting time has begun.
As they exited the palace, the excited Bingqing didn't wait for instructions, cackling as she directly entered battle mode, flying rapidly down the mountain with Wang Chen and Susu.
At that moment,
in the Black Fox territory secret realm, students participating in the exchange meeting were like locusts, slaughtering every wild monster they encountered. Though the students weren't the top freshmen from their respective universities, each one came from a decent background, and the materials from the dead wild monsters were nothing to them. Many ordinary professionals who entered the secret realm were lagging behind these students, helping them collect the materials from the wild monsters. For a moment, a strange yet harmonious scene formed in the secret realm with ordinary professionals and these exchange students.
At this time, bang! 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 Ha! It seems there is some movement ahead?
In a certain jungle, 3 ordinary professionals traveling together were walking cautiously through the foliage. Suddenly, they stopped, noticing magical energy fluctuating in the jungle a few dozen meters away.
It seems those students have run into wild monsters again.
Among the 3, a weak-looking middle-aged man squinted his eyes, a hint of joy appearing on his face.
Should we go take a look?
He carefully suggested after exchanging glances with his companions. After entering the secret realm, they had encountered such situations several times, earning quite a bit of extra money in the process.
Okay.
Hearing this, the other 2 nodded, cautiously moving toward the direction of the fluctuations. Though all 3 had reached level 60, they remained very cautious during their advance. Danger lurked everywhere in the secret realm, not just from wild monsters but also from other entering professionals.
Soon,
they crossed the dozen meters and arrived at the area where the magical fluctuations were happening. Just as they had guessed, the combatants were indeed the university students and the wild monsters. However, the situation was not like what they had encountered before, where university students easily dispatched wild monsters.
Instead, 2 students wearing uniforms from Yenshan University were barely holding up against an enormous 6-meter beast attacking them.
This giant creature was somewhat similar to the Black Fox warriors Wang Chen encountered when he first entered the secret realm, but it was larger and had a more ferocious aura.
It's a level 75 wild monster, an elite Black Fox warrior. These 2 students are in trouble, should we step in?
Watching the battle from a distance, the weak-looking middle-aged man showed a hint of disappointment on his face, then turned to his companions. Hearing his words, one person hesitated for a moment but then shook his head. Wait, those students have methods prepared by their school.
If they can't handle it, they can still leave the secret realm calmly. If we step in and something goes wrong, that would be trouble.
He shook his head, his expression somewhat strange.
Exactly.
One person nodded in agreement. It's better to wait until they both suffer injuries, then we can pick up the scraps. Besides, I've long been fed up with the arrogant attitude of these college students. I don't have such a good heart to save them. As he spoke, this person huffed coldly and began to step back. A level 75 elite wild monster, it would take all 3 of them great effort to slay it, and they might even get hurt, wasting precious healing potions. He had no intention of making such a losing deal. Hearing his words, the weak middle-aged man and the other person also began to retreat.
Bang!
At this moment, the battle between the 2 college students and the elite Black Fox warrior had reached a fever pitch.
Roar!
The elite Black Fox warrior let out a furious roar, wielding a wooden staff as thick as a person's waist.
Bang bang!
2 dull collisions sounded, and the 2 college students surrounding it were sent flying. In midair, blood dripped from their mouths, and when they hit the ground, they could hardly stand. Seeing this scene, the 3 weak middle-aged men retreated even further. However, as soon as they moved, they suddenly felt a chilling murderous intent locking onto them. The elite Black Fox warrior turned its crimson eyes towards them.
Chapter 110 is to make you feel the harsh realities of society. Damn it!
Why is this guy's hatred directed at us? In the forest, the weak middle-aged trio found themselves targeted by the elite Black Fox warrior. Their faces suddenly showed expressions as if they had just lost their parents.
How frustrating. They just wanted to watch the fun. How did they attract the elite Black Fox warrior's attention? The 3 of them wailed inwardly, quickly moving their feet to leave the area.
They intended to pick up the bargain, but they had no plans to let others take advantage of them.
However, Roar! As soon as the three began to move, a brutal roar suddenly erupted. The elite Black Fox warrior abandoned the two fallen students and charged towards the three. At this moment, with its level 75 strength, the distance between them quickly closed. Almost in the next second, it was right in front of the trio. Whoosh! The weapon in its hand slammed down with a piercing wind sound. Feeling the fierce wind from behind and the nauseating stench, all three faces turned bitter. This is just unbelievable. Without hesitation, the three quickly began awkwardly dodging. With a bang, the elite Black Fox warrior's weapon heavily struck the ground where they had just stood, creating a massive crater from its violent force. Roar! With a failed strike, the elite Black Fox warrior let out a roar, its crimson eyes locking onto the weak middle-aged man. Thump, thump, thump. With heavy footsteps, the elite Black Fox warrior approached with a ferocious killing intent. Whoosh! Its weapon came crashing down, ready to turn the weak middle-aged man into a meat pie. Damn it! Seeing himself targeted by the elite Black Fox warrior, the weak middle-aged man cursed inwardly and swung his weapon with a serious expression, trying his best to block the blow. Bang! The intense collision sounded, and the weak middle-aged man felt as if he had been hit by a speeding car. The brutal force knocked his weapon away, and then heavily smashed into him, sending him flying. Put! While still in midair, the weak middle-aged man uncontrollably spewed a mouthful of blood, flying over 10 met. If there were any casualties, the remaining people would definitely not be a match for the level 75 elite monster. Damn it, I will never join the crowd again. In a moment, the three were cursing their greed while using all their strength to fight with the elite Black Fox warriors. In the secret realm of the Black Fox territory. After Wang Chen successfully helped Su level up, he took the two little ones into the forest and started a killing spree. In just a few hours, the number of monsters killed by him reached hundreds. No matter if they were ordinary monsters at level 40 or 50, or those elites above level 70, he didn't turn anyone away. His efficient slaughter made the points on his jade plate soar, having already exceeded 5,000. Moreover, in the forest, he also found many magical materials of considerable value. Although these magical materials were either C rank or D rank, each one wasn't worth much, their total value was still quite considerable. But as more monsters died at his hands, the frequency of encounters with wild monsters started to gradually decrease, and the level of the monsters he met also kept getting lower. At this moment, this is a problem. It seems like the wild monsters around the mountain peak have all been killed by me. After neatly putting away a C-rank magical material into his space ring, Wang Chen shook his head helplessly. He felt that his hope of making up for the expenses of buying beast pets in the Black Fox territory secret realm might come to nothing. The location he was in could basically be said to be the center of the secret realm, where the quality and quantity of wild monsters were the highest. Now that fighting monsters here was so difficult, if he expanded his range, the monsters he encountered would probably be even worse. Forget it. A mosquito's leg is also meat, any gain is better than none. Shaking his head, Wang Chen controlled his emotions and prepared to continue searching for wild monsters with the two little ones. However, just then. Bang! 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 Roar! A sudden collision sound came from afar, mixed with the roar of wild monsters. Looks like I'm going to make a gain again. Wang Chen raised his eyebrows, calling out to Bing Qing and Su to quickly head towards the direction of the sound. This was already the center of the secret realm, and basically, those who could make it here were students participating in the exchange meeting. This wave might bring some unexpected gains. Soon, Wang Chen arrived at the area where the sound had erupted with the two little ones. He saw not far away, a 6-meter-tall wild monster swinging a huge wooden stick, mercilessly beating 3 professionals. On the ground nearby, 2 guys in school uniforms were lying there, playing dead. It was obvious that these two intended to let the wild monster and those 3 ordinary professionals wear each other out, and then they would jump in to pick the fruit. Hee hee. Seeing this scene, the corners of Wang Chen's mouth couldn't help but curl up. These 2 students participating in the exchange meeting had quite a good idea. Unfortunately, today they would experience the harsh realities of society. Thinking to himself, Wang Chen casually released a detection spell towards the distant wild monster. Monster, Elite Black Fox Warrior. Level, 75. Combat method, melee. Skills, bite, charge, charm, power strike. Type, elite. An elite monster at level 75? Seeing the information returned from the detection spell, Wang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Barely, it was enough to qualify him to steal the kill. Thinking this, he no longer hesitated and leisurely walked out from behind the tree. Passing by the 2 students playing dead, Wang Chen glanced at them with a smile but ignored them, directly swinging his sword to join the battle against the elite Black Fox warrior. Wang Chen? How did he appear here?
The two students lying on the ground, playing dead, had expressions of confusion upon seeing Wang Chen suddenly appear.
However, upon seeing Wang Chen wielding his sword charging towards the elite Black Fox warrior, disdain appeared on their faces. This elite Black Fox warrior, with a level as high as 75, is a beast master who doesn't release his pets for battle, but instead comes forward with a sword. This is truly seeking death. One person shook his head, shifted his body to a more comfortable position, and prepared to enjoy the sight of Wang Chen being eliminated by the elite Black Fox warrior. However, the next second. Damn!
Just as he finally found a comfortable position, he scrambled up with a shocked face.
Chapter 111, Why are you so excited? We are in this together. In the forest.
A weak middle-aged trio struggled with all their might, entangled in a fight with the elite Black Fox warrior. But despite their numbers, with an average level reaching 60, they were at a disadvantage against the 75-level wild monster and were being mercilessly beaten. Every attack could only barely leave a small wound on the body of the elite Black Fox warrior. Once the elite Black Fox warrior's attacks landed on them, they either spat blood or were sent flying. For a time, the weak middle-aged trio could only rely on recovery potions to barely hold on, planning to slowly wear down the elite Black Fox warrior with blood-loss tactics.
Wang Chen arrived and saw this somewhat comical scene. However, he was not surprised by it.
Ordinary practitioners, without further education, grew extremely difficult.
To level up to second transfer 60 is already considered quite good.
Under the condition of poor skills and equipment, it's basically impossible to fight monsters above their level. The weak middle-aged trio's ability to firmly control the elite Black Fox warrior shows that their cooperation is quite tacit.
At this moment,
the arrival of Wang Chen was also noticed by the weak middle-aged trio.
Hey friend over there, could you lend a hand? We will split the loot from the monster kill in half.
Joy appeared on the faces of the three, and without hesitation, they called for off-field support.
Hearing their words, Wang Chen nodded. These three guys are quite reasonable. Since you are taking the initiative to ask for my help, then I won't be polite.
Smiling at the three, he shifted his feet and left his shadow as he charged toward the elite Black Fox warrior.
Instant sword. Swish.
Amidst the fierce wind sound, he instantly appeared in front of the elite Black Fox warrior.
Who?
The serrated sword in hand, with a powerful momentum, swung down directly.
Rip.
The sound of sharp blades cutting through flesh rang out. The elite Black Fox warrior, who had just noticed Wang Chen, barely had time to let out a roar before his body became stiff in place.
Immediately afterward. Thud.
The elite Black Fox warrior's body was split in half, crashing heavily to the ground, and the rich smell of blood instantly permeated the entire space.
With a single strike to kill the elite Black Fox warrior, Wang Chen nodded with satisfaction, shaking off the blood from the serrated sword.
After leveling up, his feedback attributes directly increased by 10%, making his strength now far greater than when he entered the secret realm. A 75-level wild monster couldn't even resist a single sword strike in front of him.
Beside him.
Seeing this scene, the weak middle-aged trio, who were delighted to have helped, had their expressions stiffen.
Damn. One sword to kill.
The elite Black Fox warrior, which they could only barely fight against together, could not withstand even a single strike from this suddenly appearing student.
What kind of strength is this?
Looking at Wang Chen not far away, the three were incredibly shocked, their jaws nearly hitting the ground.
Is this what a top university student is like? It's simply like comparing heaven and earth with those two guys from Yenshan University.
And on the other side, the two Yenshan University students pretending to be dead on the ground immediately scrambled up, their expressions equally horrified. A giant beast master, without even using his pets, just with a sword, had slain a 75-level elite wild monster. To them, this seemed like a fairy tale.
Wang Chen, level 56.
One student released a probing spell, seeing the feedback information and rubbing his eyes in disbelief.
56 level? Are you kidding me?
One sword instant killed a level 75 wild monster. If you told me he was level 76, I would believe it too.
We should run quickly. This guy is too brutal.
With this strength, he might really be this year's top freshman at Yenshan University. Even a single sword strike wouldn't hold up against him. The companion next to him said, trembling. After speaking, the two of them cautiously stepped back, afraid of attracting Wang Chen's attention.
However,
just a few steps back, they felt as if they had bumped into a wall. A chilling aura instantly rose from their hearts and bodies.
What is that?
One person turned his head to look behind him, then froze in place. Behind them, a 6-meter-long dragon covered in deep blue scales, radiating a noble aura, was quietly watching them. Those beautiful dragon eyes, as if made of jewels, carried undisguised malice.
Ah! A dragon!
Seeing this scene, the two students widened their mouths and shouted, scrambling to hide aside.
You pathetic ants, you dirtied my scales, how should I deal with you? Bingqing looked at the two fleeing students, feeling extremely pleased, and pretended to speak fiercely. That's right, that's right.
On her head, the nine-tailed fox Susu was also showing off with pride.
Feeling the overwhelming dragon pressure, the two students from Yenshan University were scared to the point of nearly wetting themselves. It is well known that a beast master's strength largely comes from the attributes of their beast pets. Wang Chen could slay a level 75 wild monster with one sword. This dragon's strength would surely be even more formidable. I.
The two Yenshan University students huddled together, trembling, filled with deep regret. If they had known Wang Chen would come with a dragon, they would never have played dead on the ground waiting to pick peaches. Now, things looked bad. Not only did they not get the peaches, they were probably going to become the peaches themselves.
Don't scare them anymore.
At this moment, a gentle voice suddenly rang in their ears. Turning around, the two saw Wang Chen coming over with a spring-like smile on his face.
Wang Chen.
Seeing Wang Chen, the two Yenshan University students felt as if they had found a savior, scrambling to run behind him. Their small expressions looked as if they were afraid of being swallowed by the dragon in one bite. Seeing the scene, Wang Chen couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. Good heavens! What are you two so excited about? Don't you know I'm with the dragon? You two, have you thought about how to compensate for dirtying Bingqing's scales? Looking at the two Yenshan University students, Wang Chen asked kindly. Hearing Wang Chen's words, the two Yenshan University students were stunned, then snapped back to reality, jumping to the side like startled rabbits.
What do you want? The two huddled together, trembling.
If someone unaware saw this scene, they might think they had encountered some great demon lord.
Show me what you've obtained. If I'm satisfied, I'll let you off. If not, well then, I'm sorry.
Wang Chen wore a warm smile, waving the serrated long sword in his hand.
I can only give you a free ride out of this secret realm. In the forest. Facing the noble Wang Chen, the two Yenshan University students, very happily, brought out their harvest after entering the secret realm. Choosing and picking.
Wang Chen selected a few valuable items and then, extremely trustworthy, floated away with Bingqing and Susu. After he left, the two Yenshan University students left behind stared at each other, the shock and tremor in their hearts undiminished in the slightest. A level 56 beast master, without using any beast pets, instantly killed a level 75 elite wild monster with a single sword. This terrifying record, even among the second-year students they encountered after enrolling, few could achieve.
This person is too monstrous.
After the shock, the two bitterly smiled and shook their heads, having no thoughts of wanting to regain their pride.
At first, they were angry and dissatisfied when they saw that Yanlong University only sent Wang Chen alone, thinking Yanlong University looked down on them, the students from other universities. But now,
this anger and dissatisfaction had long been crushed into pieces by Wang Chen's terrifying strength. Now, they had only one thought in their hearts, which was,
Yanlong University does not follow martial ethics.
For such a small exchange meeting, sending such a terrifying monster was simply bullying.
Yanlong University, how highly do they think of themselves?
Let's go, this kind of monster is not something we can catch up with. We should quickly hunt wild monsters to gather more points and report back to school. The magic in the depths of the forest is denser, we might find better magic materials. The two helped each other to stand up, drank a bottle of recovery potion, and slowly walked towards the depths of the forest. As for the 3 weak middle-aged men who stood still not recovering from their shock, they didn't pay any attention.
After a small intermission, Wang Chen continued to search for traces of wild monsters in the forest with his two little companions.
However, after discovering several obvious signs of battle, he decisively chose to explore in a different direction with the two little ones. The two from Yenshan University have already reached the center, other people should be close too. I hope they can leave some monsters for me, or else I will have to find some compensation from them. As he walked, the number of wild monsters he encountered was pitifully low. Wang Chen felt very helpless.
Because wild monsters represented points, the students entering the secret realm were like locusts, almost wiping out wild monsters wherever they went.
Adding to that, the ordinary professionals following behind were picking up the leftovers. He hadn't gained anything for over an hour.
Master, finding wild monsters is so troublesome, why don't we go find your kind?
As if sensing the master's frustration, the little Bingqing on his shoulder excitedly proposed.
Causing trouble for them? Hearing that, Wang Chen looked at Bingqing with a strange expression. This little one, could it be that she's addicted to mischief?
Yes. Bingqing nodded excitedly, her gem-like eyes sparkling.
Master, let's go find them and play the game of hero and dragon. We can knock them down and gain a lot like before.
The little one flapped her wings and flew into the air, looking very eager. And not only her, even the little Susu on the other shoulder showed hints of interest. Upon hearing Bingqing's words, Wang Chen rubbed his nose, looking strangely at this troublesome dragon.
A game of hero and dragon? Good heavens! You think of yourself as an evil dragon? Do you want me, your master, to go help you grab a princess? Where did you learn all this nonsense?
Speechlessly grabbing Bingqing in his hand, Wang Chen tapped her little head.
On the TV.
The little one said defiantly, that's how it's shown on TV, a giant dragon grabs a princess, and then a bunch of heroes come to deliver food.
Hiss. Hearing that, Wang Chen rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. A dignified ancestral divine beast, is it really okay for you to tarnish your own image like this?
Thinking helplessly in his heart, he held little Bingqing in front of him.
Playing games is fine, but where am I supposed to find a princess for you? Susu. Susu will do.
The little one pointed to Susu on her shoulder, her small face full of excitement. Hearing her words, Wang Chen looked at Bingqing and then at Susu on his shoulder, who had a face full of anticipation, and suddenly understood.
These two little ones have probably been planning this for a long time. All right. Wang Chen nodded and said, then let's wait for those brave ones to come to us. Quick, finally found a lone one. Hurry up and surround him, don't let him escape.
In the forest, three unfriendly professionals suddenly jumped out from the bushes, grinning as they surrounded a handsome young man.
Wow, it's another beast master.
Kid, I advise you to behave and hand over all your equipment. Otherwise, maybe Big Brother here will have to negotiate a deal worth billions with you. Seeing the two cute pets on the handsome young man's shoulder, a burly man among the three revealed a glint in his eyes.
Ha ha ha. Old Six, you're greedy again, but this kid is really handsome.
Hearing his words, the other two companions of the burly man showed mocking smiles, their eyes scanning the young man with ill intent. The three of them were all level 65 second-tier professionals, and their purpose for entering the secret realm of Black Fox was not only for the magical materials inside but also for the students who entered with them. After all, finding a few D-grade and C-grade magical materials is nowhere near as profitable as stripping a set of at least silver-level equipment. And the risk is not high, there are thousands of people entering the secret realm, and when leaving, just blending into the crowd makes it hard for the victim to be found.
Opposite them. Surrounded by the three, it was Wang Chen.
At this moment, he looked at the three unfriendly guys in front of him, a smile flashing in his eyes.
I didn't expect someone to come knocking so soon. Little Bingqing, it's time for you to take the stage, right? As he spoke, Wang Chen took 2 steps back, planning to leave the stage for Bingqing. However, too ugly, master, you better come yourself.
Bingqing looked at the three crooked melons and moved her wings, then lazily lay back on his shoulder.
Sigh. Hearing Bingqing's words, Wang Chen couldn't help but fall silent. It's good to even encounter people, and little one, you're being picky? Opposite.
Seeing this scene, the three professionals all showed anger on their faces.
Goodness. Can you at least respect our profession? Kid, it looks like you won't shed tears until you see the coffin.
The burly man grinned sinisterly, took down his axe from his back, and charged directly at Wang Chen.
Chapter 113, A Family Should Be Together. In the forest.
The burly man swung his battle axe, bringing a violent momentum slashing toward Wang Chen. Just now, he had already seen that this young man was only level 56. So this time, the burly man didn't use any skills at all. After all, in his view, with his level 65 strength, crushing a level 56 student was easy.
If he used skills and accidentally went too hard, it would create a big mess. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the battle axe reached the young man's face.
Seeing the young man standing still, an expression of surprise flashed across the burly man's face.
Goodness, this guy got scared? This year's new students really aren't up to par.
As he thought, he began to look forward to what gains he could reap from this.
During battle, still having time to think wildly? However, just then, a mocking voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Whoosh. Then in the next second, the battle axe in his hand struck empty air.
The young man who was standing in place slowly turned into fragments and disappeared.
A residual shadow?
Seeing this scene, the burly man's eyes couldn't help but show some shock. Although he didn't use skills for this strike, the speed was still very fast. This student was able to dodge, he probably just used a displacement type skill.
Kid, relying on skills to escape, what are you showing off for?
Holding the battle axe, the burly man looked disdainfully at Wang Chen, who appeared on the right.
Skills? Hearing his words, Wang Chen couldn't help but laugh a little. I just took a step to the right. He explained earnestly. Humph.
Upon hearing this, the burly man snorted coldly, wearing an expression as if he thought he was joking.
Without using skills, how can a level 56 little guy be faster than a level 65 professional? Let's all attack together, first disable this kid's ability to move, don't let him escape from the secret realm.
The burly man shouted, calling 2 companions to surround Wang Chen. Looking at the 3 forming an encirclement, a hint of interest appeared on Wang Chen's face. Not moving, he planned to see what they could do.
At that moment,
The tall, thin man who had circled behind Wang Chen pulled out a crossbow without hesitation and pulled the trigger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 crossbow bolts shot out, instantly reaching Wang Chen's back at a very close distance. When the thin man saw the young man in the center of the encirclement not even trying to dodge the incoming bolts, a hint of joy appeared on his face.
Although this crossbow was only bronze-level equipment, each bolt was coated with deadly poison.
As long as it pricks the skin, the poison would immediately spread throughout the body, causing the poisoned person to enter a sluggish state. The thin man put down the crossbow and said with a smile, "This is guaranteed, this kid is too careless." Before he could finish, his voice suddenly stopped, and the smug expression froze on his face.
With a bang, the 3 crossbow bolts hit Wang Chen's back hard, but the force didn't shake his body at all. Instead, the bolts were deflected away.
Seeing this scene, the 3 robbers showed a look of shock on their faces.
But in the next second, greed appeared in their eyes. Withstanding an attack from bronze-level weapons, completely unscathed? How good could this kid's equipment possibly be? In an instant, their breaths quickened. "Let's go together,"
the burly man called out, raising his battle axe heavily towards Wang Chen. On the other side, the assassin profession quietly activated Shadow Step and rushed in, the gleaming dagger stabbing out. Meanwhile, the thin man, seeing that the crossbow had no effect, took out a small magic wand and cast 2 debuff skills towards Wang Chen.
Slow down spell. Weakness spell. 2 beams of magical light enveloped Wang Chen, and he instantly felt his strength within him diminishing a bit. His speed decreased by about 20%, and his power by about 10%. They're quite coordinated.
Caught in an ambush from 3 sides, Wang Chen showed no fear. Instead, he calmly commented. It must be said that while these ordinary professionals might not compare in resources or equipment to students from prestigious schools, their combat experience was quite rich. Other students entering the secret realm, not to mention level 56, even level 60, would probably suffer in such a siege.
But
for Wang Chen, this all seemed a bit childish. Even with 2 debuffs stacked on him, his current attributes still crushed the 3 around him.
Boom!
At this moment, Wang Chen, surrounded and without dodging, stomped heavily on the ground and charged directly at the burly man on the left. Before the man's battle axe even fell, he was already up close.
Then, a punch was thrown. With a bang. With the enhancement of his equipment, the power in Wang Chen's punch exceeded 1,500 points.
Even without using skills, after being hit by this punch, the burly man with a face full of flesh felt like he had been struck by a speeding car. With immense power unleashed, his body bent like a shrimp and then flew backward, crashing through 2 large trees before coming to a stop. After doing all this, Wang Chen did not chase after the wind. Instead, he stomped on the ground again. By a hair's breadth, he dodged the dagger aimed at his kidneys, exchanging a glance with the assassin.
Bang!
Seeing the horror on the guy's face, Wang Chen unhesitatingly gave him a big slap. The slap made him spin a few times, and for a moment, stars filled his eyes, unable to tell east from west.
What a disgusting guy, why target my kidneys of all places? Bang!
Muttering to himself, Wang Chen delivered another powerful slap, sending the assassin crashing to the ground.
In total, within 5 seconds, 2 members of the robbery trio were knocked down.
Beside them, the tall and skinny wizard preparing his magic skills gaped at this scene, his skills interrupted before they could be cast.
Too fierce. In 5 seconds, 2 level 65 professionals were taken down. Was this really a lone, fat sheep? This was clearly a lone fierce tiger. At that moment, the wizard realized that their trio had kicked a hard metal board. I surrender. Glancing at his pitiful companion, the wizard shamelessly dropped his magic staff and raised his hands. So cowardly from the heart. Seeing this, Wang Chen was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect this guy to be so sensible. However, he did not stop, giving the wizard another slap, pressing him to the ground. Why are you still hitting me after I surrendered? His face made intimate contact with the ground. The wizard felt extremely wronged. A family should be neat and tidy. Wang Chen rubbed his hands, looking at the wizard's face with a red mark only on one side, wondering if he should make it symmetrical. Chapter 114, I still prefer your unruly look. In the forest. Bang! A crisp sound rang out.
Wang Chen satisfiedly retracted his hand, looking peacefully at the wizard on the ground.
This time, it was symmetrical.
On the ground, the wizard was completely dazed.
I have no strength to resist, why are you still hitting me?
He looked at the young man in front of him with trembling eyes, feeling extremely aggrieved.
But he dared not say anything.
Meanwhile, the burly man who was knocked back, along with the fallen assassin, staggered to their feet, trembling as they wiped the blood from their mouths.
We are no match. Completely no match.
Their expressions were incredibly bitter. They never expected that a good, fat sheep would turn into a mighty tiger. A few punches and kicks had easily knocked them down.
Are the students now this monstrous?
Silently wailing in their hearts, the two cautiously looked at the young man across from them.
This classmate, what do we have to do for you to let us go? The burly man asked tremblingly, not even daring to run away. Hearing this, Wang Chen turned to look.
Seeing the fear on the burly man's face, he wore a teasing expression. I still prefer the way you were before, unruly and defiant. Looking at the burly man, Wang Chen said with a smile.
Classmate, please, don't joke.
Thinking about his previous actions, the burly man's body stiffened, revealing a smile uglier than crying.
Hand over everything valuable you have, and I'll let you leave.
Seeing the burly man so terrified, Wang Chen had no interest in teasing him anymore and directly stated his conditions.
Okay.
The three burly men did not hesitate at all, directly placing their valuable equipment and what they gained from the secret realm on the ground.
Oh. I didn't expect you three to be so wealthy?
Calculating the value of these items, Wang Chen looked at the burly man with a smile that was not quite a smile. Seems you did quite well in your earlier dealings.
No, this is our life savings.
Hearing his words, the burly men shook their heads frantically, their heads bobbing like a rattledrum.
Get lost.
Seeing this, Wang Chen smiled and did not pursue the matter further.
Thank you, we're leaving.
The burly men breathed a sigh of relief, dragging their two companions away as they scrambled to leave. After the three left, Wang Chen continued to move forward along the planned route with the two little ones. Although the suggestion of playing games made by Bing Qing seemed a bit unreliable before, the games just now were indeed good.
Wang Chen felt that he was likely going to be busy next. 2 days later. Outside. Damn. What kind of monster is this Wang Chen?
His points have already exceeded 50,000.
Did he wipe out all the wild monsters in the Black Fox's land secret realm?
In front of the entrance to the Black Fox's land secret realm, the teachers leading the 6 universities stood amazed, staring at the screen not far away. At this moment, an incredibly eye-catching line of text flashed on the screen, almost making them squint.
Flame Dragon University, Wang Chen, point total, 53,000 points.
Looking at this line of text, the teachers felt their worldview shatter. Now, among the students entering the secret realm, the total points of the top 5 students barely compared to Wang Chen's.
How can Wang Chen's strength be so strong? Teacher Li, do you have any insider news?
In 3 days, he hunted wild monsters and earned over 50,000 points.
This kid's strength in our university might be stronger than those sophomores. The teacher leading Yanchuan University looked sideways with astonished eyes.
Hearing his words, Teacher Li from Qingqiu University sighed with a bitter smile.
This kid is the top freshman at Flame Dragon University.
I heard that in just 2 days of starting school, he refreshed the completion records of 8 silver-level secret realm dungeons.
What? As soon as the words fell, the faces of the teachers from the other 5 universities showed shock.
Not to mention being number 1 among freshmen, just entering school and refreshing the records of 8 silver-level secret realm dungeons, this young man is simply too abnormal.
Is he really that monstrous? Isn't Flame Dragon University overestimating us? For a relationship-building exchange meeting, they actually sent their top freshmen. Isn't this a devastating blow to our students?
The teacher from Yanchuan University fell silent for a moment and said with a somewhat angry tone.
Absolutely. This is seriously lacking in martial ethics. He's here specifically to undermine our students' confidence, isn't he?
Upon hearing this, the other teachers from several universities echoed in agreement. As one of the 4 top universities in Long Country, the students at Flame Dragon University are exceptionally strong.
Any top 10 freshmen could dominate among students from non-top universities.
They participated in the exchange meeting to broaden their students' horizons and to sharpen their students, so they would understand that there are always others better than themselves. But now, Flame Dragon University sent their top freshman monster to compete. All the teachers were worried that once the students who entered the secret realm came out and saw Wang Chen's terrifying scores, they might doubt their own life.
Hearing their words, the teacher leading Qingqiu University had a bitter smile on his face.
I'm not kidding, I just contacted a teacher from Flame Dragon University.
Wang Chen came here because the Black Fox's land secret realm has what he needs.
He shook his head and said, his tone filled with emotion.
Who would have thought that Wang Chen, whose level was the lowest among all the students participating in the exchange meeting, would be the strongest one?
Upon hearing the words of the Qingqiu University teacher, the leading teachers from several other universities exchanged helpless glances.
This is really an unexpected disaster. Buzz. Extreme cold dragon breath.
A ball of deep blue energy fell among 10 wild monsters, and the extreme cold burst out, instantly freezing the 10 wild monsters into ice sculptures. Then, a surge of magical power shattered these ice sculptures into pieces. When these wild monsters died, 10 weak light clusters split into 3 parts, like swallows returning home, entering the bodies of 3 figures nearby.
Level 58.
Wang Chen noticed that the power within him had increased a bit more and nodded in satisfaction.
Today was already the last day of entering the Black Fox's land's secret realm.
In 3 days, he not only helped Susu level up, but also raised his own level by 2. Although this achievement cannot compare to his first clear of the secret realm instance, he still thought it was quite good. After all, now that he had entered the second transition, the experience needed to level up was increasing significantly, and as a giant beast master, he had 2 bottomless pets to care for, which required an enormous amount of experience. Calculating the time, it's almost time to be teleported out of the secret realm, so the 3 of us will just wait here in peace.
Chapter 115, Leaving the Secret Realm.
In the secret realm of the land of Black Foxes, Wang Chen found a clean spot, took out some snacks from his spatial ring, and gave them to the 2 little fellows.
He then sat beside them, waiting to be teleported out of the secret realm while checking his attribute panel.
During these 3 days, his level had risen from 56 to 58, and Ice Ching's level had also increased to 53. As for Susu, due to her lower level, she had even climbed to level 46.
Pet, Ancient Overlord. Extreme Cold Dragon. Nickname, Ice Ching. Gender, female. Age, 1 month, youth stage. Level, 53. Rank, Ancestral Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth, SSS.
4-dimensional attributes, Strength 2800, Wisdom 2800, Physique 2800, Agility 2800. No buffs, equipment, or items applied.
Skills, Frost Body, SSS, Extreme Cold Breath, SSS, Ice Hell, SSS, Dragon Might, SSS, Frost Fury, SSS. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Introduction, brief. Pet, Nine-tailed Skyfox. Nickname, Susu. Gender, female. Age, less than a month, juvenile stage. Level, 46. Rank, Ancestral Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth, SSS.
4-dimensional attributes, Strength 2300, Wisdom 3000, Physique 2300, Agility 2400. No buffs, equipment, or items applied.
Skills, Illusory Body, SSS, Crimson Eye, SSS, Enchantment of All Beings, SSS, Nine-tails Annihilation, SSS, Mark of Slavery, SSS. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Introduction, brief. At this moment, the strength of the 2 little ones had increased by at least 30% compared to before entering the secret realm. However, the one who benefited the most had to be their master, Wang Chen. Name, Wang Chen. Occupation, Giant Beast Master. Level, 58. Talent, All Beasts Adore, SSS, Pet Fusion, Divine. Skills, Beast Taming Technique, S, Beast Rejuvenation Technique, B, Bloodline Identification, Divine, Contract Summon, B, Instant Blade, D, Windblade Technique, C, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, B, Pet Enhancement Technique, B, Crescent Moon Slash, A, Lightning Step, A, Charged Strike, A. Strength, 1140 plus 630 points. Wisdom, 1280 plus 100 points. Physique, 1140 plus 450 points. Agility, 1160 plus 5 plus 250 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unallocated skill points, 310 points. Susu entered her second growth cycle, and the feedback proportion of her attributes rose to 20%, pushing Wang Chen's 4-dimensional attributes over 1,000. Now, just based on the attributes, he could already compete with Season 3rd transition professionals. Besides the power increase, during these 3 days, thanks to the game Brave and the Dragon, Wang Chen's other gains were also quite substantial. The magic materials and wild monster materials contributed by ordinary professionals and students from other 6 universities had almost filled up his spatial ring. Although he hadn't sold them at the trading hall yet, just estimating the value of these materials, along with the equipment from boss chests, exceeded 1 billion gold coins. Moreover, his score on the Jade card had now reached 53,000 points. Having taken the first place in the exchange meeting, he had more than enough. These 3 days have been truly wonderful. After taking stock of his gains, Wang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Now, the cost of purchasing the nine-tailed skyfox was already half recovered. Once the rewards from the exchange meeting were distributed, his little treasure trove would nearly return to its state when he first entered school. Buzz buzz buzz. While Wang Chen and the 2 little ones were waiting leisurely, the space within the secret realm of the land of black foxes suddenly shook. Each professional entering the secret realm was enveloped by a white light. As silver-white spatial energy surged, everyone instantly vanished from the secret realm and returned to the outside world. The secret realm of the land of black foxes was officially closed. We're out. We're out. Finally out. I wonder what my ranking is this time. Ha ha ha. My requirements are not high, 8,000 points. Getting into the top 10 seems reasonable, right? The students participating in the exchange meeting had just recovered from the dizzying sensation of teleportation, and they erupted into noisy discussions, many with excited expressions and anticipation in their eyes. However,
The vast majority of students, however, remained silent, their expressions as unpleasant as tasting something bitter.
At the same time,
their gazes all fell on a handsome young man at the back of the crowd, their eyes filled with complex emotions.
Ha!
Taking a breath of fresh air from the outside world, Wang Chen scanned the surroundings with his gaze. He looked at each of those probing eyes one by one, and offered a gentle smile to the owners of those looks. These guys are all enthusiastic supporters participating in the Warrior and Dragon game, having almost drained their savings to play the role of the warrior.
They can be considered real good people.
Quietly giving a thumbs up to these individuals in his heart, Wang Chen finally focused his gaze on the host, the teacher from Qingqiu University.
At this moment,
as if sensing Wang Chen's gaze, the teacher from Qingqiu University returned a forced smile, and then waved his hand, causing all the jade tokens to fly into his hand and merge together. With the surge of magical power, the combined jade tokens projected a light screen in midair, displaying all students' scores and rankings.
1. Flame Dragon University, Wang Chen, score, 56,000 points. 2. Yenshan University, Zhu Jiangming, score, 18,000 points. 3. Qingqiu University, Wu Zixing, score, 17,000 points.
4. Icewind University, Liang Changyon, score, 15,000 points.
5. Ningyuan University, Wu Xianwen, score, 14,000 points. At this moment, seeing the ranking and scores, many students looked dumbfounded. Wang Chen? First? Are you kidding? Is there a problem with this ranking? Wang Chen's level is the lowest among everyone, how could he have the most points? Besides, over 50,000, are you joking? Zhu Jiangming and the others would need to combine their scores just to match his. After the initial shock, incredulous voices began to echo among the students. One person's score is comparable to the total of the other top 5, this is simply beyond their imagination. In an instant, even those students who had friendly exchanges with Wang Chen in the secret realm couldn't help but feel amazed. They knew there was a gap between them and Wang Chen, but they never expected it to be this large. So large that they couldn't even muster the thought of comparison. Silence. Seeing that the students below had finished looking at their rankings, the teacher leading Qingqiu University dispersed the light screen, drawing everyone's attention to himself. The exchange meeting is over, next we will distribute corresponding rewards based on individual rankings. Chapter 116, Rewards and Return. Wang Chen. As the first in the exchange meeting, Qingqiu University has prepared 2 choices for you. One is 1 billion gold coins, plus a set of golden level equipment, including armor, belt, bracers, and weapon, a total of 4 pieces, the wearing level is 60. The other is an A-level skill book, plus access to all silver and golden level secret realm dungeons of Qingqiu University. Of course, each secret realm dungeon can only be entered once. In front of the crowd, Teacher Li from Qingqiu University looked at Wang Chen with complex emotions. He wasn't really surprised that a student from Flame Dragon University could take first place in the exchange meeting. After all, over the years, the gap in resources has long since widened the distance between the 4 top universities and these first-class universities. But he did not expect that Wang Chen would achieve this first place with such ease. In previous exchange meetings, although Flame Dragon University performed well, the gap with other universities wasn't too significant. But this year, the performance gap is so large, it truly shows a complete lack of face. However, on the opposite side, Wang Chen did not pay attention to Teacher Li's complicated emotions. After hearing the 2 options for rewards, he fell into silent contemplation. Both rewards were very generous, deep down, he wanted both. After all, only children make choices. Money and equipment could translate into real combat power, and the reward for clearing the secret realm for the first time was also extremely generous. Although Qingqiu University was not as strong overall as Yanlong University, it had around 15 silver and gold level secret realms. If he could clear these secret realms, Wang Chen believed his level could definitely rise to the 2nd job limit in a short time, and he might even have a chance to advance to a 3rd job. However, this was a single-choice question. I choose the first reward, gold coins and equipment. After thinking for a moment, Wang Chen made the choice with great difficulty. Hearing his words, Teacher Li from Qingqiu University looked a bit surprised. Wang Chen, I hope you think carefully, compared to money and equipment, the permission to enter the secret realm clearly has a higher value. Looking at Wang Chen, Teacher Li persuaded him with a complex tone. Qingqiu University offered 2 reward options for first place in the exchange conference, which actually had a bit of their own selfish interests. After all, choosing to enter the secret realm meant inevitably staying at Qingqiu University. This way, Qingqiu University would have the opportunity to poach him. Moreover, it must be said that in previous times as the host of the exchange conference, Qingqiu University had indeed managed to dig up several good talents with their generous spending. So, although Teacher Li had a very complex view of Wang Chen, he sincerely hoped Wang Chen would choose the second reward option. Wang Chen's strength, far surpassing that of other students, would greatly increase Qingqiu University's ranking among universities nationwide if he joined.
Thank you, Teacher Li, for your reminder, but my decision will not change. Hearing his words, Wang Chen shook his head and smiled as he said. Besides, if I chose the second reward option, I am afraid my master would chop me up.
Master?
Hearing this, Teacher Li's eyes flickered with surprise. These two words held very important meaning.
He curiously asked. May I ask which esteemed person at Yanlong University is your master, Wang Chen? It is our Yanlong University's Dean Lin. What? Master Lin Feng?
The corner of Teacher Li's mouth twitched, immediately dispelling his little thoughts.
A disciple of an 8-transformation powerhouse was not something Qingqiu University could tempt.
Moreover, thinking of Lin Feng's infamous past, Teacher Li's expression became quite subtle, and he unconsciously took a step back, increasing the distance between himself and Wang Chen.
Seeing this scene, Wang Chen looked on in confusion.
It seemed his master's name filled Teacher Li with great fear.
Did my master have some glorious deeds in the past?
Lost in thought, Wang Chen suddenly felt a curiosity about his master's past experiences.
On the other side. Wang Chen, this is your first reward.
Noticing Wang Chen's gaze, Teacher Li did not say much and directly presented the first reward.
He said nothing about persuading Wang Chen to choose the second reward. Thank you, teacher.
Seeing this, Wang Chen set aside his doubts and politely thanked him as he accepted the reward.
This is what you deserve. Teacher Li replied and hurriedly walked towards the second-place winner of the exchange conference. His demeanor made Wang Chen, who was planning to exchange polite remarks, feel a bit awkward as he touched his nose. However, he quickly shifted his attention to the reward in his hand. Equipment, Gentle Breeze Battle Armor. Type, Armor. Grade, Gold. Level Restriction, Level 60. Attributes, Strength plus 150, Constitution plus 150. Enchant Effect, 1. Reflect 15% of damage taken per attack. 2. Increase the power of all skills by 10%. Equipment, Gentle Breeze Belt. Type, Armor. Grade, Gold. Level Limit, Level 60. Attributes, Strength plus 70, Constitution plus 70, Agility plus 70. Enchant Effect, 1. Increase defense by 5%. 2. Increase movement speed by 5%. Equipment, Gentle Breeze Arm Guards. Type, Armor. Grade, Gold. Level Limit, Level 60. Attributes, Strength plus 100, Constitution plus 100. Enchant Effect, 1. Increase attack power by 10%. 2. Increase defense by 5%. Equipment, Gentle Breeze Longsword. Type, Weapon. Grade, Gold. Level Limit, Level 60. Attributes, Strength plus 100, Constitution plus 100, Speed plus 50. Enchant Effect, 1. Increase attack damage by 10%. 2. Add a speed effect, increasing attack speed by 30%. The attributes of these 4 pieces of equipment are quite good, and they are top-notch among gold-grade items. If all are worn, they will additionally increase the wearer's skill damage by 10% and defense by 15%. However, after looking at these equipment attributes, Wang Chen's eyes were a bit hesitant. He was very satisfied with these pieces of equipment, and the level limit was not an issue. But if he wanted to use them, he could only wear them one by one. The Gentle Breeze Battle Armor and Gentle Breeze Longsword could not compare at all to his current Earth Battle Armor and Jagged Longsword. Wearing the Gentle Breeze Belt and Gentle Breeze Arm Guards alone would not allow him to gain the extra attribute bonuses from the set. I should go back and see what good equipment the trading hall has. If there's something that can provide what I need, I'll sell this set. If not, wearing 2 pieces individually can still enhance my strength a lot. Thinking this way, Wang Chen put the pieces of equipment into his space ring, said goodbye to the few teachers around him, and then stepped towards the city of Qingqiu. Chapter 117, The competition is about to start. Flame Dragon University. I really envy you, going out once and gaining so much. On the street of the trading area, Situyu held a cup of milk tea, sipping it while continuously glancing at Wang Chen. This is not my fault, I invited you before, but you refused. You should know, if you had gone with me to the exchange meeting, you could have gained a lot too. Beside him, Wang Chen, also holding a cup of milk tea, said with a smile. I'm not like you. Hearing Wang Chen's words, Situyu rolled her eyes, speaking with a slightly sour tone. You have your master supporting you, you don't even go to class, and the teachers at the academy won't bother you. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen awkwardly touched his nose. Speaking of which, a week has passed since the new students started school, and he didn't even know where the classroom for assisting the academy was. He. I made a bit of money this time, let me treat you to a meal. Chuckling twice, Wang Chen quickly changed the subject. After returning to Flame Dragon University, he called Situyu to the trading area to handle his gains, conveniently transferring that portion he had from the Beast Mountain to Situyu.
Just as he had estimated before, the profits from this trip to Qingqiu City fully covered his previous losses when buying beast pets, and even slightly exceeded them. So far, aside from the equipment on him and the gentle breeze set he kept, the gold coins he had in his pocket had already surpassed 3.5 billion. This is a number he could never have imagined before. However, this money seemed a lot, but after wandering around the trading hall for a while,
Wang Chen deeply felt his own poverty.
A platinum-level equipment suitable for his level started at a minimum of over 1 billion, and those were among the lower-end platinum items. The price for high-quality ones would easily be several times more.
As for diamond equipment, that long string of zeros.
It made Wang Chen feel shy about his pockets, and he also gained a profound understanding of his master's generosity.
Taking out 100 billion worth of equipment as a gift, Lin Feng was simply too generous. Beside him, upon hearing that Wang Chen wanted to treat to a meal, C2U instantly jumped with joy.
Let's find a place to eat in the trading area. To eat something good in the school cafeteria, you have to spend credits. I know a great place here. Their dishes use magical ingredients. Not only do they taste good, but they can also slightly boost your attributes. You've hit a big payday this time, so you must treat me well. As they spoke, C2U dragged Wang Chen straight to the food street in the trading area.
After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Wang Chen returned to the dormitory, clutching his empty wallet. The food in the trading area was indeed delicious, but the only downside was that it was too expensive. This was his first time treating someone, and he spent a whole tenth of his small goal.
Master, let's go there again next time. I want to eat big pork knuckle. The little Ice Ching, with a round belly, rolled on the bed, her little face full of expectation.
I want to eat ribs.
Beside her, the also full Su Su revealed a look of savoring the moment. Seeing the two little creatures, Wang Chen could not help but rub his forehead.
90% of this meal's cost went into the mouths of Ice Ching and Su Su. These two big eaters had stomachs like bottomless pits.
Fortunately, as ancient divine beasts, Ice Chang and Su Su did not need to eat regularly. They could survive by absorbing the magical energy from the world. Otherwise, if this continued, his 30 billion gold coins would not even be enough to cover the food expenses for these two little ones, let alone buying equipment.
Okay, next time for sure.
He patted the two little creatures on the head perfunctorily, soothing them, before turning to his study to check the cultivation plan his master prepared for him. Due to the upcoming national freshman competition, Wang Chen had been specially approved not to attend classes during this period. Before the competition began, he focused all his efforts on improving his strength.
Clear dungeons, enter the battle space to fight. My master has arranged everything for me clearly.
Seeing the cultivation plan packed with activities for every day, Wang Chen shook his head with a wry smile. However, his eyes were very bright and filled with anticipation about how much his strength would improve once he completed this cultivation plan. After recovering his energy in the dormitory, Wang Chen took the two little creatures to the secret dungeon hall to begin his training. As he fought day after day without interruption, his strength seemed to snowball, rapidly increasing. Later on, even without Ice Ching and Su Su, he could enter the silver-level secret dungeon alone and rely on his own strength to break his previous best score.
During this time of training, the atmosphere among the new students was also very lively.
Every year's national freshman competition sees the participating teams from various universities composed of 5 members. In this month, the freshmen were frantically improving their strength, competing for the other 4 spots on the team. Time flew by, and more than half a month passed. On this day, just as Wang Chen emerged from the secret dungeon, he received a communication from mentor Mu Wanning, asking him to immediately come to the school square.
Time flies so fast, the national freshman competition is about to begin. After hanging up the phone and thinking about mentor Mu Wanying's instructions, Wang Chen felt a bit excited.
After a quick tidy up, he immediately headed to the school square.
At this moment,
in the school square, 6 people were already waiting. They were the other participants from Yanlong University for the global competition, along with their supervising teacher.
When Wang Chen arrived, he found 2 familiar faces among the other 4 participants: Zhou Wu and Zhao Li.
These 2 guys had become stronger after a month of training, both reaching level 70. Aside from them, Wang Chen had also heard of the other 2, even though he hadn't interacted with them. One was a level 69 shield warrior, Chu Mingkong, a level 69 fire mage, Zhang Xiaoqiao.
This girl, Situyu, seems to have fallen behind. Glancing around, Wang Chen did not find Situyu's figure, and he felt little surprise.
Situyu's foundation was not as strong as the others, and although she had gained abundant resources after entering Yanlong University, it was unrealistic to turn those resources into strength in such a short time. While Wang Chen was sizing up Zhao Li and the others, they, too, noticed Wang Chen the moment he appeared.
At the first sight of Wang Chen, all 4 pairs of eyes involuntarily shrank.
Even without using the detection technique, they felt an extremely fierce aura radiating from Wang Chen.
Chapter 118, The Flame Bird. In the square. With Wang Chen's arrival, everyone's attention was drawn to him.
This guy, his strength has become even more terrifying than before. Feeling Wang Chen's aura, Zhao and the others couldn't help but feel a jolt of shock and a wave of defeat washed over them.
Wang Chen, second shift level 65. Especially after secretly using the detection technique to check Wang Chen's level, the four were thrown into turmoil.
You see, Wang Chen's profession was a giant beast master, and he would have to share experience points with the contracted beast pets, making his leveling difficulty at least 3 times that of others. In such a challenging situation, to have his level rise more than 20 levels in just 1 month was simply beyond their imagination.
Damn it, recovering from the previous humiliation is impossible now.
This guy is too terrifying. For the next 4 years, we'll probably have to live in his shadow.
Among the four, Zhou Wu quietly took a step back, lowering his presence.
Initially, after suffering a crushing defeat in the entrance ranking battle, he worked hard and frantically improved his strength in the secret realm dungeons, wanting to redeem himself.
But now, seeing this, it was absolutely hopeless.
When Wang Chen had a 15-level difference, he could crush him without using any beast pets, and now with just a 5-level difference, it would surely be even easier.
But this is actually good.
With such a terrifying guy around, this national freshman competition should be easy for us. The geniuses from other universities should also feel the terror of this guy. Thinking quietly, Zhou Wu inexplicably felt a little schadenfreude.
Opposite him,
Wang Chen noticed the fluctuation from the detection technique, gave the four a playful look, smiled, and then walked over to stand in the team. After returning from the communication meeting, he had been engrossed in the secret realm dungeons, crazily improving his strength. By now, although he hadn't reached the second shift's extreme limit, he had managed to raise both himself and the 2 little guys to level 65.
Beast Pet, Ancient Overlord, Extreme Cold Dragon. Nickname, Ice Clear. Gender, female. Age, 2 months, juvenile stage. Level, 65. Rank, Ancestral Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth, SSS.
4-dimensional attributes: Strength 3400, Wisdom 3400, Constitution 3400, Agility 3400.
No buff, equipment, or item support. Skills, Frost Body, SSS, Extreme Cold Breath, SSS, Ice Hell, SSS, Dragon Might, SSS, Frost Fury, SSS. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Introduction, brief. Beast Pet, Nine-tailed Celestial Fox. Nickname, Su Su. Gender, female. Age, 1 month, juvenile stage. Level, 65. Rank, Ancestral Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth, SSS.
4-dimensional attributes: Strength 3200, Wisdom 3900, Constitution 3200, Agility 3300.
No buff, equipment, or item support.
Skills, Illusory Body, SSS, Scarlet Eye, SSS, Enchanting All, SSS, Nine-tails Annihilation, SSS, Slave Mark, SSS.
Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Introduction, brief. Name, Wang Chen. Profession, Giant Beast Master. Level, 65. Talent, All Beasts Affection, SSS, Beast Pet Fusion, Divine. Skills, Beast Mastery, S, Beast Rejuvenation, B, Bloodline Identification, Divine, Contract Summon, B, Instant Blade, D, Windblade Technique, C, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, B, Beast Pet Amplification, B, Crescent Moon Slash, A, Lightning Step, A, Charged Strike, A. Strength, 1480 plus 630 points. Wisdom, 1620 plus 100 points. Constitution, 1480 plus 450 points. Agility, 1500 plus 5 plus 250 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unallocated skill points, 0 points.
The free skill points obtained from leveling up were also invested in the A-level skill Crescent Moon Slash.
Successfully raised the skill level to 5, unlocking a new special effect, Multiple Attacks.
Round Moon Slash consumes magical power to unleash a sharp sword energy with armor-breaking effect, dealing massive damage to enemies.
5-level effect, Multiple Attacks. When the skill is activated, an additional sharp sword energy strikes the enemy.
Now, his strength compared to before has nearly doubled.
Beside him,
upon seeing Wang Chen arrive, the middle-aged man in front, who had his eyes closed in rest, opened them. He was tall and sturdy, standing a full 2 meters high. His loose casual clothes looked like tight-fitting outfits on him.
This person was Chen Xiaolin, the leading teacher from Yanlong University for the National Freshman Battle Competition.
A 7-turn strong warrior.
Very good, everyone is here, let's set off directly.
Next, on the way, I will explain the important points of the battle competition. Chen Xiaolin cast a glance at the gathered Wang Chen, nodded with satisfaction, then waved his hand.
Whoosh!
Suddenly, a whirlwind swept through the square, and in the next second, a massive shadow was cast on the ground. Wang Chen and others looked up, only to see a gigantic flying creature speeding toward them, slowly landing in the square.
Flame Bird?
Seeing this creature, everyone couldn't help but exclaim, even a hint of surprise flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. The flame bird, a rare flying type, source beast level pet, not only serves as an excellent mount, but is also incredibly powerful, capable of rivaling 5-turn professionals at full growth.
Everyone, get on the back of the flame bird, we will set off immediately.
The leading teacher Chen Xiaolin called out, stepping forward to jump onto the back of the flame bird.
Hearing his words, Wang Chen and the others quickly followed.
Once everyone was seated on the back of the flame bird, with a pat on its head from Chen Xiaolin, the massive creature flapped its wings and took to the sky.
Buzz! Buzz! Buzz!
At the same time, magical energy surged from Chen Xiaolin, and a translucent magical barrier rose on the back of the flame bird, enveloping everyone inside. In an instant, the fierce wind that rushed at them disappeared without a trace.
I wonder when Ice Qing will reach this speed. Wang Chen sat on the back of the flame bird, watching the rapidly passing scenery below, and couldn't help but sigh.
Meanwhile, Zhao Li and others also curiously looked at the buildings below that were turning into black dots. Since the revival of the Heavenly Will, the rise of teleportation arrays and the appearance of flying-type wild monsters have made the sky almost a forbidden zone for humans. Except for those strong warriors with a rank of 5 or above, ordinary professionals rarely experience flying.
At this moment,
when the flame bird reached a certain height and began to move in the predetermined direction, the leading teacher Chen Xiaolin clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. Next, I will briefly introduce the situation of the battle competition.
Every year, the National Freshman Battle Competition is held in the large gymnasium of the capital city of Longhua.
At that time, more than 100,000 spectators will enter the gymnasium to watch the competition. Moreover, in addition to the spectators watching on site, the details of the battle competition will also be live-streamed to viewers nationwide. It can be said that the National Freshman Battle Competition is Longhua's annual grand event. This event not only determines the strongest freshmen and ranks various universities for the year but also aims to showcase national strength and inspire the people. Every year, the National Freshman Battle Competition is divided into preliminary rounds and formal competitions. The preliminary rounds will take place in a secret realm, where each university selects one person to enter the secret realm and compete for the qualification for the formal competition. There are a total of 100 qualifications for the formal competition and the preliminary rounds, and the higher the rank, the more bonus points earned in the end. On the back of the flame bird, the leading teacher Chen Xiaolin explained the important points of the battle competition.
As his voice fell, his gaze landed on Wang Chen. In the first preliminary match, Wang Chen, you must perform well and strive to take the top position. Chen Xiaolin said with a smile. Ah. Hearing this, Wang Chen couldn't help but be stunned.
He never expected that before the championship began, he would bear such a heavy responsibility. On the side, Zhao Li and others also showed some shock in their eyes, but none of the four had objections to Wang Chen participating in the preliminary match. The preliminaries determine the qualification for the official match, and historically, the strongest competitors from each university's team participate.
At Yanlong University, no one is more qualified than Wang Chen. Okay, Teacher Chen. After a brief daze, Wang Chen solemnly nodded. This feeling of being valued wasn't bad.
Don't put too much pressure on yourself, just perform normally when the time comes. Seeing this, Chen Xiaolin's eyes flashed with satisfaction as he made a note, then continued to introduce the details of the championship. After the preliminaries, the qualified universities will enter the official match, and the format of the official match is a ring battle, randomly matching universities to compete against each other. At that time, all of you will need to step onto the stage. The ring battle is a best-of-5 system. The team that first wins 3 rounds scores a point and advances to the next round. If you fail in the match, you will enter the losers bracket to continue fighting. The final ranking of the official match will be determined by the number of points. In the ring battle, the newcomer with the most wins will earn the title of the strongest newcomer of the year and receive a mysterious reward.
Mysterious reward? Hearing Chen Xiaolin's words, Wang Chen and others' eyes glowed with excitement. Teacher Chen, can you tell us what this mysterious reward is? The exquisitely beautiful Zhang Xiaoqiao couldn't help but ask. The mysterious rewards vary each year, provided by the official. What this year's reward is, no one knows until the very last moment. However, looking at the eager expressions on everyone's faces, Chen Xiaolin paused and said, last year's strongest newcomer received a mysterious reward, a cosmic-level divine beast cub. Cosmic-level divine beast? Hearing his words, Zhou Wu and others' expressions couldn't help but shake. A cosmic-level divine beast, once it grows up, is a terrifying existence that can rival an 8th-tier strongman. Getting such a beast pet is equivalent to obtaining the key to open the door to becoming strong. In an instant, Zhou Wu and others' feelings surged with excitement. However, they soon cast somewhat envious glances toward Wang Chen. With this guy around, no matter how good the mysterious reward is, it seemed unlikely to be theirs. On the side, Wang Chen felt a bit disappointed upon hearing Chen Xiaolin mention the mysterious reward. For him, with the divine talent of beast fusion, a cosmic-level divine beast didn't catch his eye at all. He preferred gold coins and equipment, which felt far more attractive. Yanlong University is located on the outskirts of Kyoto. Under the blazing speed of the Firebird, Wang Chen and his group soon arrived at their destination, the Kyoto Grand Stadium.
At this moment, as the National Freshman Championship was about to begin, the outside of the Grand Stadium was packed with people, bustling and lively. Although it wasn't time for the audience to enter yet, reporters from all over the country had already enthusiastically surrounded the area. They were waiting here, hoping to obtain first-hand information about the competing teams from each university, getting ahead to earn more clicks and attention. Last year, the teams ranked 50 or below have mostly arrived. Given this timing, the top 50 teams should also be arriving soon.
Why hasn't Yanlong University arrived yet?
They are the closest to the Grand Stadium and should logically be the first to get here. They probably don't want to come out so soon. After all, last year's National Freshman Championship saw Yanlong University being crushed by Huaying University, losing their historic first-place position.
Last year's National Freshman Championship was truly thrilling. Who would have thought that the long-standing second place, Huqing University, would turn the tables and pull Yanlong University down from first place by a single point? However, I feel that this year it will be very difficult for Huqing University to maintain the top position. Outside the Grand Gymnasium, the crowd was abuzz with discussion. Many people mentioned Huqing University and Yanlong University, excitement evident on their faces. Last year's Freshman Championship was undoubtedly the most thrilling of all the editions, with fierce battles throughout. The final battle outcome between Huqing University and Yanlong University stirred up a huge uproar online.
No one expected that Yanlong University, which had held the top spot for 10 consecutive years, would be pulled down by Huqing University in the final showdown. Another team has arrived.
Look, it's last year's fourth place, Nanjing University. I heard their goal this year is to break into the top 3, I wonder if they can achieve it. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed.
In an instant, everyone followed their gaze and saw 6 people walking out of a landing airship not far away. Leading them was a formidable middle-aged man, with 7 golden lines on his sleeve, marking him as a 7th-turn expert. It goes without saying, this man was the leading teacher from Nanjing University. Behind him were 5 others, 3 men and 2 women. The men were tall and handsome, and the women were charmingly beautiful, each wearing a look that seemed to disregard everything.
My goodness! They're all second-turn level 70.
The freshmen from Nanjing University this year are so strong.
This is already the second team with all members at second-turn level 70.
It looks like this year's National Freshman Championship will be even more intense than last year. Among the reporters, someone cast a detection spell and, upon seeing the information about these 5 people, couldn't help but exclaim.
At 18 or 19 years of age, achieving second-turn level 70 is truly outstanding among all peers. Chapter 120, The Powerful Lineup of Huqing University. Second-turn level 70.
In the current Blue Star, this can be considered an important turning point, marking the leap from low-level to mid-level practitioners. In third-tier cities, this level can already be regarded as middle class.
For ordinary practitioners who have not advanced to university, 90% will never cross this threshold in their lifetime.
Now, with a few 18 or 19-year-old students achieving second-turn level 70, it is almost fair to say they stand at the top of the ordinary crowd.
Moreover, it is foreseeable that their limits are far from just this.
So at this moment, the reporters gathered outside the capital's Grand Gymnasium, seeing that the participating students from Nanjing Academy are all at second-turn level 70, the shock in their hearts can be imagined. This year's lineup is truly impressive. Now, 2 teams with all members at second-turn level 70 have emerged. The intensity of the championship is probably going to reach an all-time high. I remember that last year, only the champion, Huqing University, had such a glamorous lineup, and even Yanlong University, which has won the championship for 10 consecutive years, didn't manage it.
People in the crowd discussed excitedly, their eyes shaking as they looked at the team from Nanjing University.
I think this year, Nanjing University isn't just aiming for the top 3, they are aiming for the championship.
Yanlong University and Huqing University are in danger.
Many reporters gasped in shock, feeling that Nanjing University had the potential to challenge for the championship.
Boom, boom, boom.
As the team from Nanjing University entered the gymnasium, the sound of roaring engines echoed in the sky once more.
Look, the team from Huqing University is coming. With this exclamation, everyone's attention was drawn to it. Bang!
The hatch opened, and a group of 6 appeared in front of everyone. It was the leading teacher from Huqing University along with 5 participating students. Just like South Saint University, all 5 contestants from Huaqing University are also level 70, second transfer. But despite having the same level, the aura around them seems subtly stronger than that of South Saint University. Especially among the 5, there is one tall, muscular boy who carries a massive 2-handed sword on his back, radiating an intense and terrifying energy. Just looking at him from afar gives one a sensation of their eyes burning. Look quickly.
That's Lan Qianlong. Oh my god, his aura is so terrifying. Is this really a second transfer at level 70? I feel like even an ordinary third transfer professional wouldn't have such presence. I heard Lan Qianlong has defeated second-year students since entering school. He is definitely Huaqing University's trump card. Outside the large gymnasium, amidst a chaotic group of reporters, countless eyes are continuously drawn to Lan Qianlong. Lan Qianlong, the top scholar of Tianjing province, a special profession dragon slayer warrior. It looks like Huaqing University has come prepared again this year. To keep their top position, they've sent out their strongest force. With Lan Qianlong's overwhelming strength, this year's strongest newcomer will probably be his. Absolutely. Among the groups that just entered, even the contestants from Yanhua University and South Saint University don't have an aura like his. Reporters chatter excitedly, cameras pointed at Lan Qianlong, eagerly sending this first-hand material back to their respective websites. Within Huaqing University's team. Hearing the discussions around him, Lan Qianlong showed some impatience, raising his brow and glaring back at those who were scrutinizing him. Boss, don't be so fierce. Your attitude could harm Huaqing University's image. Beside him, the only girl among the 5 contestants from Huaqing University, smiled playfully at Lan Qianlong's expression. This girl was beautifully attractive, with delicate features lightly adorned with makeup, and a pair of long eyes like autumn waters, making one involuntarily want to sink into them. Her impressive figure and perfect curves set her apart as the most eye-catching in Huaqing University's team, aside from Lan Qianlong. Especially her long and shapely legs, which were particularly mesmerizing. Her name is Zhuqingwen, a special profession ice mage, and her strength is second only to Lan Qianlong among the 5 contestants from Huaqing University. Ha! Upon hearing her words, Lan Qianlong raised an eyebrow and disdainfully said, "So what if I'm fierce? I don't care if they like me. And anyway, Huaqing University's image is built through strength. Why should we care about such superficial things?" However, even as he said this, his impatience did soften a little. Yes, you are strong and you are right. Hearing this, Zhuqingwen shook her head, looking somewhat speechless, then turned to warmly greet the reporters around her. Her sweet smile made the surrounding reporters wish they could shove their cameras right into her face. TCH. Seeing this scene, Lan Qianlong sneered, somewhat looking down on Zhuqingwen's actions at that moment. But he didn't say much, he only continued forward in silence. However, at that moment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as they were about to step into the gymnasium, a sudden, violent whistling sound pierced the air. They stopped and turned around, only to see a small black dot appearing in the distant sky. Firebird? The people from Flame Dragon University are coming. The leading teacher from Huaqing University, Gu Wanjing, narrowed his eyes, his expression turning slightly playful. Hearing his words, Lan Qianlong, Zhuqingwen, and the others also became intrigued, standing still and staring into the distance with puzzling looks. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of wind grew more intense, and soon, a massive shadow enveloped the area outside the gymnasium. Then, a giant firebird appeared under the gaze of everyone, slowly landing in the docking area. Look quickly. The people from Yanlong University are here. Riding a mature firebird comparable to a 5th-turn elite, Yanlong University is really extravagant. The reporters gathered outside the large gymnasium, seeing the handsome firebird, could not help but feel excited. Such a powerful and beautiful creature struck a chord with many people. At this moment, Lan Qianlong and Zhuqingwen were also looking curiously or with fighting spirit at the group of people on the back of the firebird. Didn't expect Yanlong University would send Chen Xiaolin as the leader? Gu Wanqing, the leading teacher from Huqing University, saw the tall figure walking down from the firebird, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. Teacher Gu, what's so special about Teacher Chen Xiaolin? Hearing this, Zhuqingwen asked curiously, her eyes sparkling with gossip. Oh. His strength is amazing. 20 years ago, he made a big splash in the championship. Gu Wanqing's eyes flashed with a hint of brilliance, speaking in a nonchalant tone. Chapter 121, is Yanlong University really this week? The people from Yanlong University have arrived. Riding a mature firebird comparable to a 5th-turn elite, Yanlong University's entrance is definitely the most impressive. To have such momentum right upon arrival, they must be determined to claim first place in this year's championship. The crowd outside the large gymnasium looked at the figures stepping down from the firebird and could not help but start discussing among themselves. Many people even secretly used detection spells to check the strength of Yanlong University's team. However, this glance left them astonished. No way? Only 2 level 70 second-turn fighters? Is Yanlong University's team strength this week? Oh my, Nanshang University and Yanhua University both sent full teams of level 70 contestants. Is Yanlong University just giving up after losing first place last year? Seeing the strength of Yanlong University's participants, the crowd outside the gymnasium erupted in outrage. 2 level 70 second turn, 2 level 69, 1 level 65.
Such a contestant lineup would have been considered quite strong in previous national freshman championships. But this year's competition, to all the reporters, was clearly not enough. Not to mention, just looking at the paper strength, Yanlong University had a significant gap compared to the other three top universities.
Is this for real? What is Yanlong University thinking?
Last year's championship, their weakest contestant was level 68.
This year they even sent a level 65. Are they just here to fill in numbers?
Watching the slowly approaching group from Yanlong University, the reporters debated among themselves, expressions filled with disbelief. At this moment, a tall and handsome figure among the Yanlong University team attracted the most attention.
Hey! This guy might be the weakest, but he's really handsome.
Just now, among all the students in the participating team, probably no one can compare to him. Among the crowd, many female reporters looked at Wang Chen and the team, their eyes shining, their cameras clicking away frantically.
Tisk! What's the use of being handsome? A second turn level 65, he must be the weakest among all the participants.
Let me see, Yanlong University sent him here, they probably just want to fill in numbers. Otherwise, no matter how they couldn't find manpower, they wouldn't send a level 65 student to compete.
Maybe Yanlong University plans to use the pretty boy strategy. Many male reporters around expressed doubt and a bit of sourness in their tone.
In their view, as one of the four top universities, having continuously held the title of the best university in Long Country for 10 years, even after facing troubles last year, it wouldn't make sense for them to send a level 65 student to compete.
Isn't this a joke? Filling the numbers? The surrounding female reporters, upon hearing their colleagues' words, immediately became unhappy. What's wrong with filling numbers? They also have the right to be here.
Good-looking, at the age of 18 or 19, already has the strength of a level 65 in second transfer, their future is also limitless.
You people can't even catch up with flattery. Many people looked at the surroundings with unfriendly eyes and fiercely counterattacked.
Hearing their words, those who were just discussing Wang Chen immediately shut their mouths. Although they wanted to retort, they really found no reason to do so. At the age of 18 or 19, having the strength of level 65 in second transfer, truly deserves the phrase great future.
Boss, should we show them a little power?
In the team, Jolly squeezed beside Wang Chen flattering him, hearing the surrounding discussions.
No need.
At this, Wang Chen shook his head indifferently, not caring about the discussions and glances around him at all.
Instead,
his gaze was focused on a group of people at the entrance of the big stadium.
People from Hucking University?
Looking at these people, Wang Chen raised his eyebrows, feeling a bit surprised. During enrollment, he already noticed some friction between Hucking University and Yanlong University, and now they were waiting here, it was likely not for friendly reasons. As Wang Chen observed the few from Hucking University, they were also watching Wang Chen, and Zhao and Zhou Wu. However, apart from Zhuo Qingwen's gaze lingering on Wang Chen for a while, everyone else just glanced over him, their attention mainly on Zhao and Zhou Wu. Only two level 70 in second transfer, it seems Yanlong University plans to give up on competing for first place this year. Lan Xianlong smirked, his tone somewhat mocking. Looks like it, those two should be Zhou Wu and Zhao Li, I've heard of them, their strength is similar to mine. Looking at their lineup, in the formal competition arena, boss, you could probably break through them alone.
Beside, a thin, ordinary-looking boy from Hucking University echoed Lan Xianlong.
His complexion was somewhat pale, like a sickly person who had not seen sunlight for years, and he constantly played with a gleaming dagger in his hand. His name was Ichiji, a special profession shadow walker. After Ichiji finished speaking, several people around nodded in agreement, although they didn't speak, it was clear they approved of his words.
However, don't be careless.
At this moment, Gu Wanqing, who had been looking ahead, suddenly spoke. Although Zhou Wu and Zhao Li are level 70 in second transfer, their strength might not be the strongest in Yanlong University's team. Be careful of that Wang Chen, don't look at his low level, but he might be the hardest bone to crack in Yanlong University.
Hearing Gu Wanqing's words, Lan Xianlong and others couldn't help but look sideways. Teacher, don't joke.
A level 65, with a 5-level strength gap from us, even if he's strong, it's still limited. Ichiji scoffed, speaking casually.
No.
However, upon hearing his words, Gu Wanqing shook his head seriously.
This is not a joke. You don't know how terrifying Wang Chen's performance was in the college entrance examination competition. Thinking of the score he had once seen, Gu Wanqing's eyes showed some shock. Wang Chen's name alone could secure a place in history by raising the best score in the college entrance competition by 10 times since it began. As he spoke, Gu Wanqing saw his students seeming unconvinced, and he solemnly reminded them.
The enrollment teacher told me, when Wang Chen just reached second transfer, he displayed the strength to repel third transfer professionals, and he was only contracted to a beast pet at that time. Yanlong University recruited him with a huge beast pet as a price, now he has 2 divine beast level pets.
His strength is definitely stronger than before. Chapter 122, I heard you have a dragon? At the entrance of the large gymnasium, Lan Xianlong and the others heard the reminder from their lead teacher, Gu Wanqing, and their expressions grew slightly serious. However, when they focused on the handsome figure in the distance, they could not see anything in him that warranted their caution. The gap between level 65 and 70 is not something that can be easily crossed. Let alone the fact that they were all top geniuses among their peers, fighting above their level was as simple as eating and drinking. Especially Lan Xianlong, with his current strength, he had confidence to win even against a third-turn professional at level 75 who had forged a silver body. Gu teacher is great everywhere, but too cautious. Lan Xianlong mumbled in his heart, not taking Gu Wanqing's warning to heart at all. Hey! At this moment, Zhuo Qingwen suddenly slapped her forehead, as if she just thought of something. Gu teacher, I remember Wang Chen's first beast pet is a dragon of divine beast level, right? She turned to look at Gu Wanqing, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Exactly. Hearing her words, Gu Wanqing nodded and said, according to our estimation, it is very likely a master-level divine beast. He. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Qingwen let out a silver bell-like laugh and looked at Lan Xianlong strangely. Boss, a master-level divine beast dragon, don't you feel a bit moved right now? After all, your profession is dragon slayer. Zhuo Qingwen said excitedly. Hearing her words, Lan Xianlong was taken aback, and then he looked passionately towards Wang Chen in the distance. Every dragon slayer's ultimate dream is to slay a real dragon. Reminded by Zhuo Qingwen, he suddenly thought that he seemed to have a chance to fulfill this dream in this year's national freshman competition. Thud. 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 Filled with excitement, Lan Xianlong directly moved his legs and strode towards Wang Chen. Behind him, Gu Wanqing saw the scene with a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes, while Zhuo Qingwen and the others were all excited. Especially Zhuo Qingwen, her eyes were filled with schadenfreude at the moment. And on the opposite side. Hello, Teacher Chen. Lan Xianlong blocked the way of the Yanlong University team and respectfully greeted Chen Xiaolin. Although he was a student of Huaqing University, he still showed appropriate respect when facing a level 7 strongman. What's the matter? Chen Xiaolin nodded, looking at Lan Xianlong with a calm expression. Teacher Chen, I want to talk to Wang Chen for a few words. Lan Xianlong said neither humbly nor arrogantly, his eyes fixed on the handsome figure behind Chen Xiaolin. Hearing his words, Chen Xiaolin's eyes couldn't help but show a strange look. At this moment, he remembered the information collected by the school about Lan Xianlong. A dragon slayer, huh? He chuckled lightly in his heart, nodded dismissively, and walked around Lan Xianlong towards the entrance of the gymnasium. Behind, Zhou Wu, Zhao Li, and others looked at Lan Xianlong with strange expressions. Is this a provocation? Wang Chen is not easy to deal with. Looks like another victim is about to appear. Zhou Wu felt a bit of schadenfreude, but did not linger, quickly chasing after Chen Xiaolin with Zhao Li and others. What's the matter? Looking at the giant Lan Xianlong in front of him, Wang Chen raised an eyebrow. I heard you have a giant dragon? As he scanned Wang Chen, Lan Xianlong seemed to be searching for something. Hearing his question, Wang Chen felt a bit confused but still politely nodded. I look forward to meeting you in the arena battle. Remember, my name is Lan Xianlong, and my profession is Dragon Slayer. Seeing Wang Chen nod, a fierce smile filled with excitement appeared on Lan Xianlong's face. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Wang Chen to reply. He turned and returned to the team of Huaqing University. Lan Xianlong? Dragon Slayer warrior? Hearing his words, Wang Chen was taken aback for a moment, and the next second, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve up, revealing a cold smile. This guy is really arrogant. Hey! Looking at Lan Xianlong's back, Wang Chen called out, then stepped forward. If you want to slay dragons, I'm afraid that's not possible. After all, with your small stature, I think a single claw from Bingqing could turn you into a pancake. As he walked past Lan Xianlong, Wang Chen turned his head and smiled kindly at him. And also, make sure to work hard in the preliminaries, or else you might not qualify for the main event. After his words fell, Wang Chen didn't even look at Lan Xianlong's ugly face and quickly chased after Chen Xiaolin and the others. You! Lan Xianlong's clenched fist rose with an almost palpable rage in his eyes. For the first time in his life, someone dared to be so arrogant in front of him. Kid! I will definitely beat you so badly that you won't be able to find your teeth. Lan Xianlong thought viciously in his heart as he stepped towards the team. Wow! Meanwhile, the reporters gathered around the grand stadium couldn't help but get excited upon seeing this scene. They clashed. The showdown hasn't even started, and there's already so much tension between Yanlong University and Huaqing University. With so many years of grudges between the two schools, the preliminaries starting tomorrow are bound to be very intense. This is so interesting, I can't wait for tomorrow's preliminaries. The crowd chattered, and many people's eyes sparkled with excitement.
However, among the crowd, some people's faces showed confusion.
What's happening? Why isn't Lan Xianlong going to find the two strongest from Yanlong University, but instead going to challenge this handsome guy? Right.
This handsome guy is only level 65, why would Lan Xianlong take the initiative to provoke him?
This doesn't make sense. Could it be that he is jealous because he looks handsome? No.
Hearing the puzzled voices around, many reporters who understood the situation started to explain. That handsome guy just now is Wang Chen, the top scorer from Yuanchao province in the college entrance exam. His profession is a giant beast tamer, and it's said that his pet is a divine beast-level giant dragon. Lan Xianlong's profession is dragon slayer warrior. He probably has his eyes on Wang Chen's giant dragon, wanting to make his profession truly worthy.
Upon hearing this explanation, the crowd was shocked, their eyes shining brightly. A dragon slayer warrior and a giant beast tamer with a giant dragon. This combination is simply too intriguing.
No wonder Lan Xianlong actively provoked Wang Chen. I heard that if a dragon slayer warrior kills a pureblood giant dragon, it can elevate their own profession. Lan Xianlong is treating Wang Chen like a stepping stone. I can't wait to see their duel. It will probably be one of the most attention-grabbing clashes in the National Freshman Championship.
Chapter 123, Chen Xiaolin's Sharp Tongue.
Outside the Grand Stadium, there was much discussion. Everyone was greatly interested in the clash between the Dragon Slayer Warrior and the Giant Beast Tamer with a giant dragon.
This interest made everyone's eyes heat up, staring unblinkingly at the participating teams of Yanlong University and Huaqing University, wishing they could fight right now. However,
compared to the fiery atmosphere among the crowd, the two teams of Yanlong University and Huaqing University were surprisingly quiet, even still. Even Lan Xianlong, after returning to his team, only glared fiercely at Wang Chen in silence. Next to two 7th-tier strongmen, no matter how intense the rage in his heart, he had to restrain his emotions.
The side of Yanlong University was the same, aside from Wang Chen, Zhou Wu, and the others merely responded with glances.
In an instant, the gazes of both sides clashed together.
It seemed to spark in the air. And ahead,
Gu Wanqing and Chen Xiaolin, walking side by side toward the large gymnasium, were having a great conversation, unlike the students who were competing fiercely among themselves. I really didn't expect that Yanlong University would send you as the leading teacher to participate in the championship.
Gu Wanqing glanced at the students behind him and said with a cheerful smile, also, the students you sent this year are considerably weaker than last year. What is it? Planning to surrender without a fight and hand over the first place to us? Ha! Hearing Gu Wanqing's words, Chen Xiaolin let out a cold snort, his expression somewhat disdainful. After winning once, your tail is already up in the sky? This time, I'm leading the team just to tell you Huaqing University that the things you obtain through tricks, you won't be able to keep. First place will always belong to us at Yanlong University. You Huaqing University should just stay in the position of eternal second. You. Upon hearing this, Gu Wanqing's smile faltered, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Goodness, that bastard Chen Xiaolin's tongue is as vicious as ever. Ha 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 ha. Gu Wanqing sneered, raising his eyebrows to say. Then I truly look forward to it. However, as he spoke, he glanced at Wang Chen in the Yanlong University team. What a good seedling. How could you let Yanlong University ruin him? Old Chen, this little guy showed astounding strength and terrifying potential in the college entrance examination. You Yanlong University can't handle him at all. Look, after a month of enrollment, Wang Chen's level has only risen to level 65, what are you doing? Also, don't you know that this time is the explosive period for these kids' strength? At such an important time, you actually sent him to participate in some exchange meeting, wasting time for so little resources? Saying this, Gu Wanqing's expression turned extremely sincere. If Yanlong University cannot provide the resources for Wang Chen, Huaqing University can help. No need. Chen Xiaolin shook his head dismissively, looking at Gu Wanqing with a half-smile, and said sarcastically. Our Yanlong University is not like you, we don't like to pull seedlings to help them grow. You. Hearing Chen Xiaolin's words, Gu Wanqing could not help but feel a bit frustrated. What does pulling seedlings to help them grow mean? Levels are the most important. Your Yanlong University's old-fashioned teaching methods should have been eliminated long ago. As long as you raise the levels, the other things you lack will quickly be made up for. An angry look rose on Gu Wanqing's face, and his tone became somewhat rude. However, hearing his words, Chen Xiaolin did not care at all, just shook his head, and then said indifferently. In that case, let's see the truth at the championship. These kids will make you realize that your Huaqing University's education method is fundamentally wrong. Humph. Gu Wanqing snorted coldly and was about to refute again. But at this moment, both parties had completely entered a hall of the large gymnasium, attracting the attention of many onlookers, as Chen Xiaolin directly stepped toward the registration desk. Sooner or later, your Yanlong University will decline under the hands of you rigid guys. Gu Wanqing silently thought while under the gazes of the crowd, he was too lazy to argue with Chen Xiaolin anymore. In the hall, many teams that had arrived early at the large gymnasium lingered here, wanting to gather information about their future opponents in advance. When the two teams entered the hall, the other teams still staying in the hall immediately cast their eyes over. Yanlong University and Huaqing University are here. Huaqing University is actually all 70 level again. It seems they are planning to replicate last year's tactics. That must be Lan Qianlong, right? His aura is indeed strong. I heard he dominated in a head-on battle just a week after enrolling. A second-year senior from Huaqing University has been challenged. That girl is so beautiful. Which brother knows her? Please introduce. It's Suo Qingwen, our province's top scholar, a special class ice mage, both beautiful and strong, the goddess of many students in our batch. As the gaze swept through the lineup of Huaqing University, it paused on many students in the hall, their expressions frozen, eyes filled with fighting spirit and curiosity. Of course, more than half of the gazes landed on Suo Qingwen in the Huaqing University team, whose delicate looks and stunning figure drew admiration. After all, the desire to appreciate beauty is something everyone shares, and for these 18 and 19-year-old boys, Suo Qingwen's appeal was even more powerful than her level. After sizing up Huaqing University, everyone's attention shifted to the parallel team from Yanlong University. However, upon looking, many faces in the hall revealed disappointment. No way? Only 2 at level 7? Yanlong University's competing team is even weaker this year than last. What are they thinking? After losing first place last year, they should at least send a full team of level 70 players without exhausting resources to create a new third transformation student. Oh my god. Look at that handsome guy in their team, his level is only a second transformation 65. He's probably the weakest among everyone, right? As they recognized the competition team's strength from Yanlong University, the gathered students in the hall began to discuss, their faces showing expressions as if they had seen a ghost, eyes full of disbelief. At that moment, over 80% of the people in the hall had their gaze on Wang Chen. They were all curious about how a second transformation 65, the lowest ranking contestant among all participants, had the qualification to join the competition. Could it be, just because he's more handsome than anyone else present? Chapter 124, I'm about to make enemies of everyone. In the large gymnasium. The competing students present were all focused on the contesting team from Yanlong University. As for Zhou Wu, Zhao Li, and others, many students from different universities recognized them or were from the same province. They had a basic understanding of their strength. So, after observing Zhou Wu and Zhao Li, everyone's attention settled on the most unique member of the team, Wang Chen. This year, a second transformation 65 participating in the national freshman competition. It felt as if a sheep had mixed into a pack of wolves. They felt an extremely unreal sensation. Moreover, Wang Chen exuded a plain demeanor. Apart from a face stunning enough to surpass beauty, he seemed just ordinary. Everyone was very curious, what qualifications did he have to represent Yanlong University at the national freshman competition? This person seems to be our province's top scholar, Wang Chen. In the crowd, several students from Yuanzhang province widened their eyes, some unable to believe they were speaking. Wow! As soon as the words fell, many people around began to discuss. Wang Chen? The guy who switched to the Giant Beast Master class and was lucky enough to contract with a giant dragon? No way, a guy who just got lucky like him shouldn't have the qualification to compete with us. Everyone knew that the Giant Beast Master, while a top-tier special class, could wield enormous combat power. However, in the 700 years since the Cosmic Will reawoke, no Giant Beast Master had been able to reach the peak successfully. It's not that past Giant Beast Masters didn't try hard enough, but rather that the resource consumption was terrifying. To grow, a Giant Beast Master relies on contracted pets. But due to the class characteristics, only gigantic beasts are suitable as pets for Giant Beast Masters. However, each Giant Beast must be at least Divine Beast level, even if you turn over the entire blue star. Can't find the 9 Divine Beasts. Once, those Giant Beast Tamers were fortunate, contracting giant beasts that showcased formidable combat power from the very beginning. However, as time passed and they could not contract any more giant beasts, they gradually faded into obscurity. It seems that Yanlong University really doesn't care about this year's competition at all. Of course. They have won the championship for 10 consecutive sessions, firmly holding the first place in our Dragon Kingdom's university rankings for 10 years. The resources they have accumulated are simply not on the same level as ours. Even if they occasionally fail to secure first place, it doesn't hurt them at all. I fear the champion of this year's competition will emerge from Huaqing University, Nanchang University, and Yanhua University. In the crowd, many shook their heads and sighed. Several students from Nanchang University and Yanhua University remained, their eyes shining with hope. They felt that this year's chance to contest the first place had grown larger. Just then. Old Chen, have you lost your mind? You let level 65 Wang Chen participate in the preliminaries. What are you guys at Yanlong University thinking?
At the registration desk, a 7th turn expert in charge of registration saw the name of Wang Chen on the list for the preliminaries and couldn't help but exclaim, his expression extremely odd.
Wow! As soon as this exclamation sounded, the atmosphere in the entire hall exploded.
The preliminaries are the most crucial part of the national freshman competition each year, determining whether one can qualify for the official competition.
Once passed, at the very least, one can enter the top 100 among all universities in the Dragon Kingdom.
Historically, the strongest candidates from each university compete in the preliminaries. Of course, the 4 top universities have the luxury to be reckless. Anyone on their team has the strength to pass the preliminaries.
However, it's one thing for Yanlong University not to send Zhou Wu and Zhao Li, but to send Wang Chen? Isn't that madness?
2nd turn, level 65, even if he had a dragon, in the midst of everyone, his paper strength is the weakest. The crowd began to buzz with discussion, many students' eyes lighting up, especially those from rival teams who couldn't conceal their smug smiles.
Hee.
If Yanlong University dares to send Wang Chen, then we dare to make sure he does not qualify for the official competition.
Anyone want to collaborate? After the preliminary start, let's eliminate Wang Chen first and let Yanlong University take a nasty fall this year. Count me in.
In an instant, many students quietly gathered together, wearing wild and excited smiles. However, among these people, a few wore cold smiles.
They were students from Qingqiu University and Yenshan University. A bunch of fools. Targeting Wang Chen? You'll probably lose your pants. Truly unaware of how high the sky is, Wang Chen killed an 80-level boss when he was over level 50, now at level 65, his strength can only be stronger. The students from both universities, remembering their teacher's instructions, looked at the students preparing to deal with Wang Chen and couldn't help but show superior expressions. Let them make a fuss. The more ruckus they make now, the uglier their downfall will be. Perhaps in this competition, we won't have to exert much effort, and our rankings will move up just like that.
At the registration desk.
What's the matter, is there a problem? Chen Xiaolin saw the shocked expression on his old friend's face and casually asked. This isn't really a matter of whether there's a problem.
The 7th turn expert at the registration desk had a very conflicted expression, looking at Chen Xiaolin as if he were an idiot. This person was Shi Wanjie, the head of the national freshman competition and also a judge. Old Chen, think carefully, writing down Wang Chen's name now means tomorrow when the preliminaries officially start, there's no way to change it.
Shi Wanjie looked at Chen Xiaolin.
In a very strange tone, he said.
No need to change. To deal with this group of weaklings, Wang Chen is enough alone. He doesn't even need to use full strength, he can easily beat them with just one hand. Chen Xiaolin shook his head, his tone full of confidence. Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, all the gazes in the hall suddenly turned to Wang Chen. Not using full strength? Beating them with one hand? This is too arrogant.
In an instant, everyone's eyes turned fierce, grinding their teeth and clenching their fists, deciding that they would make Wang Chen pay in tomorrow's preliminary competition.
Under the gaze of everyone, Wang Chen couldn't help but awkwardly touch his nose. Although what teacher Chen Xiaolin said was not wrong, this was really too much hate. I just want to be a quiet handsome guy, do you want me to become everyone's enemy in the preliminary competition? Alright.
Shi Wenj, seeing Chen Xiaolin's insistence, nodded helplessly and packed away the registration form and other items.
Since you insist, I won't say anything. Here is the key to your rest area, take your people over yourself. Chapter 125, Chen Xiaolin, when it comes to arrogance, I only bow to Wang Chen. All participating teams were arranged to stay in the rest area of the big gymnasium. As one of the 4 top universities, Yanlong University directly took up residence in the most luxurious room of the rest area. In the past, other university teams had no objections to such arrangements. They thought it was reasonable, after all, Yanlong University was powerful and strong. But this year, seeing Yanlong University occupying one of the most luxurious rooms, many people gritted their teeth in anger, their eyes cold and sinister. Chen Xiaolin's words in the hall were simply hateful. It made them all feel a swell of anger, wishing they could immediately drag Wang Chen out and beat him up. At this moment, teacher, why can't I participate in the preliminary competition?
In the room of Huaqing University, Lan Shanlong sat across from his team leader, Gu Wanjing, with a tone of dissatisfaction and anger.
In the hall, hearing that Wang Chen would represent Yanlong University in the preliminary competition, Lan Shanlong was overjoyed. He felt like he was just one step away from slaying the dragon. But Gu Wanjing put Zhu Qingwen's name down on the roster for Huaqing University's preliminary competition. This made Lan Xianlong very dissatisfied. Now everyone was secretly waiting to take down Wang Chen. If Yanlong University didn't secure a spot for the official competition, wouldn't he have no chance to slay the dragon? You will have the chance to meet him. Hearing Lan Xinlong's words, Gu Wanjing said flatly, "Don't underestimate Wang Chen. Also, don't underestimate Chen Xiaolin.
Since he dares to let Wang Chen fight in the preliminary competition, he must have confidence in him."
And,
as he spoke, Gu Wanjing paused and continued. "No matter how many people target Wang Chen in the preliminary competition, Yanlong University still cannot miss the qualification for the official competition."
Can't be. Lan Xianlong was somewhat disbelieving upon hearing.
Chen Xiaolin had already shot words like missiles in the hall. It would be surprising if other university students didn't attack Wang Chen. Just now, those students' furious eyes would make even someone with Lan Xianlong's composure feel a little fearful. It's important to know that there were a total of 320 teams participating in the national freshman competition. With these people targeting him, there seems to be no way for Wang Chen to break through.
You don't understand.
Although Chen Xiaolin talks a lot, he never talks big.
Wang Chen's strength is far more terrifying than you see. However, Gu Wanjing explained to Lan Xianlong, suddenly turning his gaze to Zhuo Qingwen beside them. If there really is a chance to trip Yanlong University, don't give up.
The ranking in the preliminary competition has corresponding points. The lower the ranking of Flame Dragon University, the greater our chance of securing first place.
Gu Wanqing advised. I understand, teacher.
Upon hearing this, Zhuo Qingwen's face showed excitement, looking like she couldn't wait.
Humph.
Beside her, Lan Xianlong snorted coldly with some anger. Meanwhile, while discussing tomorrow's preliminary match tactics at Huqing University, other universities were doing the same. However, other university leaders, besides the coaches from the 4 top schools who were wary of Chen Xiaolin's decisions, were passionately boosting morale.
They encouraged their competing students to teach Wang Chen a good lesson in the preliminaries. They aimed to ensure that Flame Dragon University would not qualify for the official match.
And in Flame Dragon University's room,
Teacher. Wang Chen looked at Chen Xiaolin, his expression full of helplessness.
Today's spotlight was intense, which was very inconsistent with his low-profile style.
What? Do you think I was too arrogant today?
Chen Xiaolin replied with a smile, his tone very calm.
Wang Chen nodded.
In his view, there was no need to draw hatred like this.
You don't understand. Seeing Wang Chen's expression, Chen Xiaolin shook his head with a smile and said, It's better to be a bit arrogant. You're only 18 this year, the perfect age full of vitality, yet your mindset is like us old folks. This is not good for your future development. Young people should be fearless, like your senior brother Bai Zitting.
That kid was incredibly arrogant after enrolling. He challenged everything and anything in his path.
In just 8 years, his power rose to the 8th transformation. Now, he is stationed at the heavenly battlefield for our dragon nation, competing against countless races. You should really learn from him, be brave and diligent. Ha! Hearing Chen Xiaolin's words, Wang Chen was taken aback. He didn't expect senior brother Bai Zitting to be so fierce back then. But, challenging everything in the air? Teacher, your description sounds a bit like a teddy bear?
Shaking his head to dismiss the strange thought, Wang Chen smiled wryly and said, Alright, I will do as you say, teacher, and be a bit arrogant tomorrow. I won't use beast pets and will defeat all my opponents in the preliminaries.
Good. This is the spirit of our Flame Dragon University. Hearing this, Chen Xiaolin smiled broadly, ready to praise.
However, before he could finish, he suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Wang Chen with an odd expression.
Not using beast pets? Kid, you are even more arrogant than I said. The next morning, in the Kyoto Sports Center, the crowd was buzzing.
As soon as it hit 8 o'clock, the grand arena, which can hold 100,000 spectators, was already packed.
At this moment,
in the center of the great arena, 320 students participating in the preliminaries stood quietly, their fighting spirit surging, mixing together to shatter the clouds in the sky. Before them, a giant teleportation light gate stood silently, the ancient and mysterious patterns on the gate radiating a mysterious aura.
This was the entrance to the preliminary match's secret realm. It's starting. It's starting. The annual National Freshman Championship is finally about to begin. Sunflower seeds and drinks for sale in the front row. Ha, I've waited too long for this day. I heard this year's championship will be the most exciting in history, I can't wait. At the same time, cameras floating in the sky streamed the images from the arena to major live broadcast websites across the Dragon Country. The National Freshman Championship is known to be the most prestigious competition among young people. It not only showcases the abilities cultivated by universities but also crowns the strongest newcomer as the undisputed leader among peers. At this moment, over 80% of the Dragon Nation's population excitedly gathered in the live streams, eagerly awaiting the official start of the championship. Even the universities across the Dragon Nation paused their lectures. All students sat in their classrooms.
With excited expressions, they looked at the live broadcast screen, waiting for those once senior students to appear.
Chapter 126, The Preliminaries begin. At this moment,
the grand stadium was buzzing with voices. Nearly 100,000 spectators sat in the stands, eagerly watching the center of the arena. In the field, 320 students stood solemnly, each radiating a strong fighting spirit. Youthful energy and intense fighting spirit soared into the sky, shattering the clouds above, letting golden sunlight pour down on this group of 18 and 19-year-olds. In front of the 320 students, a huge teleportation portal stood quietly. Under the teleportation portal, the tall and deep-breathing Shi Wenlin's eyes sparkled like lightning, sweeping over each student.
Silence.
As the clock struck 8:30, Shi Wenlin stepped forward, and his solemn voice echoed throughout the venue, directly suppressing the noise in the arena. The aura of a seventh-turn powerhouse erupted unabashedly. In everyone's eyes, Shi Wenlin seemed to grow infinitely taller, transforming into a giant that captured everyone's attention.
The National Freshman Competition preliminaries officially begin. Now I will announce the competition rules. The preliminaries will take place in a large secret realm, and scores will be the assessment standard to determine 100 qualifiers for the main competition. There are two sources of points, kill points and defeat points. In the secret realm, there are numerous wild monsters. Depending on the strength of the monsters, killing them will yield different amounts of kill points. Eliminating other competitors will award defeat points, which is a fixed 100 points plus 10% of the eliminated competitors' total points. All competitors will be teleported to the outer edges of the secret realm. The preliminaries will end when 100 competitors either ascend the central holy mountain of the secret realm or remain in the secret realm. At that time, rankings will be based on the number of points earned by the competitors, and a corresponding number of main competition points will be accumulated based on rankings. Please note, this match will be broadcast live for every viewer across the country. Shi Wenlin's voice resonated like rolling thunder throughout the arena.
When the preliminary rules were read out, the participants standing in the center of the stadium couldn't help but spark with excitement.
The rules have been announced. Next, everyone please prepare, we will teleport to the secret realm immediately.
Shi Wenlin said solemnly, and as his words fell, the teleportation portal behind him erupted in brilliant light, enveloping the 320 participants in silvery spatial power.
Buzz buzz buzz.
Immediately, mysterious information about the secret realm surfaced in every participant's mind.
Secret realm, trial ground. Secret realm level, silver level. Secret realm type, large multiplayer secret realm. Entry level, level 40 and above can enter. Entry number, multiple people.
Return scrolls have been automatically issued, and death will automatically teleport you out of the secret realm. At the same time, as the information about the secret realm appeared in everyone's mind, the surging spatial power in the arena reached its peak.
Swish swish swish. The dense silvery spatial power swept over, and all participants' bodies merged into the teleportation portal.
In an instant, the area before the teleportation portal became empty, leaving only Shi Wenlin. After the teleportation ended, the massive teleportation portal did not disappear. Shi Wenlin's magical power surged, and a vast ocean of magical energy was injected into the teleportation portal.
Buzz buzz buzz.
The giant teleportation portal shone even brighter, and then in front of everyone's eyes, it rose from the ground, transforming into a massive screen. This screen was seamless, forming a circular ring, ensuring that every viewer in the stands could clearly see the scenes on the screen. When the transmission light gate transformed into a screen, the scenes from various live streaming rooms in Dragon Country also changed, revealing the situation inside the secret realm.
Swish. The transmission ended. Wang Chen shook his head, shaking off the dizziness of the transmission, and then curiously scanned his surroundings.
At that moment, he found himself in a forest, surrounded by towering trees, with a rich scent of nature enveloping him.
This environment is somewhat similar to the secret realm of the Black Fox homeland.
Looking at the surroundings, Wang Chen silently thought. His feet moved, and he jumped to the top of a big tree. As he looked around, the lush green forest stretched far and wide. Only in the very distance could he see a hint of other colors. However, in the distance at the end of the sky, there was a gigantic mountain peak piercing the sky, looking like it was touching the heavens.
Master, master. Quickly let us out, I don't want to stay in the beast control space.
While Wang Chen observed the surrounding environment, the voices of Bing Qing and Su Su rang in his ears.
You two should behave and stay put in the preliminaries. You are the trump cards, how could you possibly appear so early? Hearing the impatient voices of the two little creatures, Wang Chen smiled and shook his head. No, no. We won't interfere, we'll just watch from the side, okay?
Upon hearing their master's words, the two little creatures immediately started to act spoiled.
However,
Wang Chen, who had long had a plan, was not moved at all. These two little creatures were fearless, letting them out would be like releasing wild horses, and it was obviously impossible to make them return. It's better for them to stay honestly in the beast control space. Promising a whole bunch of conditions, he managed to pacify the two little creatures. Then Wang Chen jumped down from the treetop and planned to head directly towards the holy mountain in the distance.
But at that moment,
suddenly, from the shadow of a tree as thick as three people embracing, ripples surged. In the next second, a figure emerged from the shadows.
Ha! Wang Chen turned his head and couldn't help but let out a light ha. Just entered the secret realm and encountered a contestant? Moreover, the clothes on this person looked a bit familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. This seems to be a contestant from Mingguan University. Thinking to himself, Wang Chen looked over with interest.
Mingguan University ranks outside the top 100 in Dragon Country universities. If it weren't for the fact that Wang Chen had casually seen the contestant's information before, he might not have recognized him at all. Moreover, this guy was quite cautious, hiding right after entering the secret realm, almost like a little mouse.
At the same time, Wang Chen?
The figure emerging from the shadows, while carefully observing the surroundings, also discovered Wang Chen. It was a weak-looking male student, appearing gentle and refined. The dagger in his hand and his earlier hiding in the shadows indicated his identity as an assassin. Upon seeing Wang Chen, the assassin boy first trembled in fear, but then excitement broke out on his face.
Chapter 127, Encountering the Unscary, the Weak Feel Embarrassed. Mingguan University.
Ranking in the second tier among universities in Dragon Country, it has been hovering around 150 to 160 for years.
Gao Ming. One of the students representing Mingguan University in this year's national freshman competition. To be able to represent Mingguan University in the preliminaries, his strength was evidently the strongest in the representative team.
Level 68 in the second transition, his profession was assassin. His occupation and the school's weakness led him to activate the assassin's exclusive shadow concealment skill as soon as he entered the secret realm, hiding in the shadows to observe the surroundings. After all, Gao Ming was quite aware of his circumstances. With his level 68 strength in the second transition, he was neither superior nor inferior among all the contestant teams. He wasn't afraid of the wild creatures in the secret realm, but if he accidentally bumped into other contestants, especially for those with great strength, they are bound to have bad luck. After observing the surroundings in the shadows and confirming there was no risk, he finally stepped out from the shadows.
However, he never expected.
Despite being so cautious, he would encounter another contestant at the first instance. Really, why not stay put in the secret realm to observe but instead bounce around in the treetops? Feeling the presence behind him, Gao Ming muttered quietly and cautiously turned to look. However, this glance caused a hint of joy to appear in his eyes.
Wang Chen?
He never thought that the contestant who teleported to the same area as him would actually be Wang Chen from Yanlong University.
In the past, if he encountered a contestant from Yanlong University, he would have chosen to flee immediately. But now it was different. Wang Chen's strength was only 2 turns at level 65, and his profession was a giant beastmaster.
Gao Ming scanned the surroundings and noticed that Wang Chen, upon entering the secret realm instance, had not summoned his beast pet.
This discovery made Gao Ming extremely thrilled.
It is well known that whether it is an ordinary beastmaster or a giant beastmaster, at low levels, all their strength relies on their beast pets, and their own combat power is not much different from ordinary professionals. In his view, since his level was 3 higher than Wang Chen's, a sudden ambush could very likely eliminate Wang Chen.
Ha ha ha.
Just thinking about eliminating a contestant from Yanlong University made Gao Ming unable to contain his laughter.
Yanlong University is a top university and has consecutively won the National Freshman Championship for 10 sessions. If he truly succeeded, he would become famous. So it's Wang Chen, you startled me by appearing out of nowhere. How about teaming up?
Together we can hunt wild monsters and definitely earn more points. Suppressing the killing intent in his heart, Gao Ming smiled and walked toward Wang Chen with a beaming face. At the same time, he gripped his dagger tightly, looking for the moment to strike. As long as he gets close, with the burst power of the assassin profession, he could definitely eliminate Wang Chen in a combo.
On the opposite side. Appearing out of nowhere? Hearing Gao Ming's words, Wang Chen's eyes revealed a hint of amusement.
He saw through this guy's intentions at a glance. However, at this moment, he couldn't be bothered to expose it, and instead felt like teasing him a bit. After all, this was a whopping 100 points of score.
Teaming up?
Sure. Then we will have to discuss it thoroughly. Wang Chen looked at Gao Ming, who was approaching him, with an unmoving stance and a kind and gentle expression on his face. Hearing Wang Chen's words, especially seeing that Wang Chen showed no signs of alertness, a trace of undisguised disdain flashed in Gao Ming's eyes.
Just this? Not a hint of vigilance at all. Still daring to act so arrogantly in the hall? Sending Wang Chen from Yanlong University to participate in the preliminaries was truly a wrong decision. Haha, if I eliminate Yanlong University in the preliminaries, I will probably be trending first tomorrow. Our Mingguan University will become much more famous. I wonder how much reward the school will give me then.
Excitedly thinking about it, Gao Ming's smile grew even wider.
Wang Chen, you agreed to team up? That's truly wonderful. Don't worry, I will definitely protect you well.
Together our strength can absolutely secure a spot in the official competition. Gao Ming said with a smile, calculating the distance between him and Wang Chen.
On the opposite side. Hearing Gao Ming's words, Wang Chen barely restrained himself from laughing out loud. A contestant from a university ranked outside the top 100 and who has never participated in the official competition, claiming he could secure an official competition spot for him? This was simply full of drama. Okay. Then I shall depend on you, my classmate. However, Wang Chen didn't break the pretense this time, and instead continued with the act. Rather, he smiled and looked at Gao Ming. Finally, it has begun. Do you know how long I have waited for this day? I have waited an entire year. 320 contestants, who knows who will win first place in the final preliminaries? I heard this year's competition is the strongest ever, with 50 participants from various universities reaching the second transfer level 70. Moreover, there are 3 teams where all members are at second transfer level 70. As the live streaming screen shifted to show the situation in the trial land, excited viewers instantly started spamming the bullet comments. Second transfer level 70? Truly worthy of our Dragon Kingdom's geniuses. These young folks are simply amazing. I am already 30 this year, still struggling at second transfer level 50. I doubt I will ever reach level 70 in this lifetime. Bow down to the top players at level 50 in the front row. A first transfer lobby kneels before you. I wonder if you need some accessories on your legs? Lines of bullet comments kept flying by as many enthusiastic viewers started having fun in the live room. Oh. Look quickly. Just after being teleported into the secret realm, some contestants have already collided. Just then, a fresh bullet comment captured everyone's attention. At the same time, the scene in the live room changed, and 2 figures were seen by everyone. What luck is this? I heard the area of the trial land's secret realm is incredibly vast. To meet right after entering, they must be winning the lottery. Meeting is not scary, whoever is weak will be embarrassed. That skinny guy seems to be a contestant from Mingguan University. I heard he is a second transfer level 68 assassin. But who is that handsome guy opposite him? The school uniform looks somewhat familiar. Seeing the unfortunate soul on the screen, the excited viewers in the live room began discussing. That's the uniform of Yanlong University. The contestant from Mingguan University must be dumbfounded right now. Just entering and running into Yanlong University, it seems they won't even make it into the top 200 this year. Chapter 128, Instant Kill. In the Grand Gymnasium. The circular screens surrounding displayed the situation in the Secret Realm dungeon. Many contestants, after teleportation, either carefully progressed after observing the surroundings or fought monsters right away. Among these scenes, many viewers quickly spotted a moment that was out of sync with other contestants. I can't believe it. Meeting right after entering? Which school is this unlucky? Oh. It seems to be Gao Ming from Mingguan University and Wang Chen from Yanlong University. This is really too unfortunate. Mingguan University only advanced 1 participant last year, reaching 150. Now, they run into Yanlong University as soon as they enter. They are probably going to be at the bottom this year. As a gasp of surprise arose, many viewers focused on the 2 approaching figures on the screen. My goodness! What is Gao Ming doing? He encounters Wang Chen from Yanlong University and doesn't escape at the first moment but actively approaches instead. Has he given up resisting? Seeing Gao Ming actively move closer to Wang Chen, excitement erupted among viewers, puzzled by Gao Ming's actions. But at this time, Yanlong University, Wang Chen, second transfer level 65, profession, Giant Beast Tamer. Mingguan University, Gao Ming, second transfer level 68, profession, assassin. The giant screen helpfully displayed both sides' strengths. No way? Second transfer level 65? Why would Yanlong University send Wang Chen to fight in the preliminaries? I remember that all participating students this year seem to start at level 67. And a giant beast tamer, who doesn't summon their beast immediately upon entering the secret realm, what is he thinking? Seeing the hints given by the organizers, the viewers' discussions grew louder like waves. Everyone had an incredible expression on their faces. No one expected that Yanlong University would send a level 65 student to compete in the preliminaries. Was this a reckless move after losing the top spot last year? Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, in the viewing area of various universities, the leading teacher from Mingguan University, a middle-aged man with 6th turn strength, was nearly grinning from ear to ear. What luck! This year, Mingguan University is going to rise. He thought excitedly, his gaze fixed firmly on the screen. As long as they eliminated Yanlong University, preventing them from qualifying for the finals, even if they didn't achieve past rankings, Mingwan University's reputation would soar. After all, stepping on Yanlong University was an honor he'd never even dreamed of before. Beside him, the expressions of the other first and second tier university teams watching were also filled with excitement. However, in the viewing area of the four top universities, the atmosphere was not as noisy as theirs. Old Chen, Wang Chen just encountered a level 68 assassin. Aren't you worried that he'll get eliminated since he didn't maintain distance or use his beast pet? The leading teacher from Huaping University, Shi Wanqing, pulled his gaze from the screen and glanced at Chen Xiaolin beside him. Worried? Why should I be worried? This Gaoming poses no threat to Wang Chen at all. Hearing Shi Wanqing's words, Chen Xiaolin shook his head, looking disinterested. Oh? Seeing this, Shi Wanqing raised an eyebrow and looked at the other four contestants from Yanlong University behind Chen Xiaolin. He found that there was not a trace of worry on their faces, instead, they seemed to be enjoying the show. It seems they really have confidence in Wang Chen. Thinking this, Shi Wanqing withdrew his gaze and looked at the big screen again. At the same time, he quietly transmitted to the students behind him. You guys, carefully observe the battle between Wang Chen and Gaoming. Meanwhile, while the outside world was buzzing with discussion, Gaoming had already closed the distance between himself and Wang Chen to 3 meters. This is just too awesome. Looking at Wang Chen not far away, Gaoming's excitement could barely be contained. 3 meters was practically close enough for him, a highly explosive assassin, to leap across in one step. Wang Chen, oh Wang Chen. If you had released your beast pet at the first opportunity, you might have avoided the fate of elimination, but unfortunately, now you have no chance. Seeing himself so close, with Wang Chen still completely on guard, Gaoming couldn't help but think excitedly. Just immediately become my points. Then, Gaoming stopped pretending, his body swaying like lightning as he rushed out. In the next second, he was already behind Wang Chen, his eyes filled with excitement and killing intent, as the dagger in his hand struck toward Wang Chen's neck like a venomous snake. Whoosh! A sharp sound of slicing wind rang in Wang Chen's ears. But at that moment, feeling the powerful wind coming from behind, Wang Chen's expression showed no sign of fluctuation. With a swift movement, he turned to face the charging Gaoming. Then, one hand shot out like lightning, and with 2 fingers, he gently pinched Gaoming's glimmering dagger. At that moment, with excitement on his face, Gaoming was still lost in his dream of becoming famous. But in an instant, he found that the dagger in his hand was pressed down as if it were under a mountain, the fierce attack being completely neutralized. This. Surprised, he looked up, and locked eyes with Wang Chen's starry gaze. This classmate, didn't you say you wanted to cooperate? Why suddenly attack me? Looking at Gaoming, Wang Chen said with a smile. Gaoming was filled with shock, struggling with all his might, unable to pull his dagger out from Wang Chen's fingers. Wang Chen, classmate. I just want to test your strength and see if you are qualified to work with me. For a moment, his face turned pale, knowing he kicked the iron plate, and he hurriedly opened his mouth to explain, trying to gloss over it. Oh? Is that so? Hearing his words, Wang Chen's lips curled slightly, revealing a smile that was not quite a smile, as he asked. Then are you satisfied with my strength? Satisfied, satisfied. Together, we can definitely sweep through the trial grounds. Gaoming spoke urgently, his expression one of extreme shock. Is that so? Since you have tested my strength, I will test yours as well. Wang Chen said with a cheerful smile. What? Hearing his words, Gaoming was startled, and at that moment, without even considering his weapon, he hurriedly let go and tried to retreat. But at that moment, whoosh! A fierce wind surged around him, and Wang Chen's powerful thigh swept out like a steel whip. So fast that Gaoming couldn't react at all. Bang! The next second, a dull collision sound rang out, and Gaoming's body was kicked away like a ball, and while still in midair, it turned into specks of light and disappeared. Chapter 129, 1 power defeats 10 skills, basic attack equals ultimate move. Ah! A shrill scream echoed out. After being hit by Wang Chen's whip kick, Gaoming felt as if his entire body had been torn apart. And indeed, it was the case. While still flying backward, his body began to dissolve into light, about to be teleported out of the trial ground's secret realm. I was actually killed by a basic attack? An intense pain crashed into his nerves, and as Gaoming watched his body dissolve into light, he belatedly thought. The trial ground's secret realm is different from ordinary dungeons. There are no teleportation scrolls. There are only 2 ways to leave, one is for the secret realm to close, and the other is death. How is this possible? This is impossible, his level is only 65. How could his strength be this strong? Roaring in shock, Gaoming's gaze was fixed on the opposite side, his face filled with disbelief. And on the opposite side. You can't even block my kick, you are too weak. It seems you are not qualified to cooperate with me at all. Wang Chen looked at Gao Ming with a calm expression, his tone indifferent. No.
Hearing his words, Gao Ming screamed hysterically, wanting to say something. But at that moment, his body completely turned into light under the power of space and was teleported out of the secret realm.
At the same time,
the dagger that Wang Chen had grabbed also disappeared without a trace.
Seeing this scene, Wang Chen raised an eyebrow, a flicker of disappointment and anger flashing in his eyes. Eliminating a competitor and not even getting the spoils, this trial ground secret realm is simply too disappointing. Moreover, hiss. Eliminating a competitor without obtaining loot, could it be that killing monsters in the secret realm also only yields points without any other rewards? After eliminating Gao Ming, Wang Chen thought of a possibility, and his mood became even worse.
If it turned out to be as he thought, he would really incur a huge loss in the preliminary rounds.
Forget it, let's find a monster to test it out first. Wang Chen sighed and turned to walk towards the distant holy mountain. Whoosh!
In the grand stadium, when the scene of Wang Chen one-kicking Gao Ming appeared on the screen, the atmosphere in the audience was instantly ignited.
Holy sh*T. One-hit kill? Am I seeing things? Gao Ming's level is even higher than Wang Chen's, yet he was directly eliminated by him with one kick? Even though the assassin class has weaker physique attributes than other classes, it shouldn't be this exaggerated. The power of that kick?
Wang Chen's strength attribute must exceed 800 points, otherwise, he couldn't possibly have such terrifying power.
What the hell? Wang Chen's kick's power is even higher than my ultimate move damage. What is this? Basic attack equals ultimate move, 1 force defeats 10 skills? This is interesting now. Wang Chen's strength far exceeds his own level. He is probably among all the contestants in the preliminary rounds. I can rank among the top.
The audience buzzed with discussions, all wearing shocked expressions on their faces. A level 65 giant beast master, without using any beast pets, took out a high-level assassin with a single ordinary attack. The terrifying power this represented left them in complete astonishment. In the viewing area of the various participating teams, those candidates who hadn't entered the arena, along with their team leaders, were equally dumbfounded. Isn't Wang Chen's divine beast-level giant dragon pet a magical ice dragon? How could it grant him such a powerful strength attribute? Gu Wanqing, the team leader from Huaqing University, wore an expression that changed from grim to puzzled, his mind filled with confusion. If Wang Chen had used magical skills to take out Gao Ming, he might have accepted it. After all, receiving the attribute feedback from a divine beast-level ice dragon meant Wang Chen's wisdom attribute must be extraordinarily high. But now, it was just a normal kick. Could it be that Wang Chen's dragon pet not only has a powerful magical attack but also possesses strong close combat abilities? With this speculation, Gu Wanqing felt things were exceeding his expectations. Behind him, Lan Xianlong's nonchalant expression faded, replaced by seriousness. This guy, with equipment enhancement, his strength attribute probably already exceeds 1,000. Taking out Gao Ming with a single hit made Lan Xianlong begin to take Wang Chen seriously. Although he could achieve that as well, he was a special profession dragon slayer, and his career traits meant his strength attributes naturally exceeded those of other professions. For Wang Chen, a giant beast master, to do this was quite terrifying. Well, this is good. I was worried you were too weak, that defeating you wouldn't feel fulfilling. Now that your strength increases, I'm even more interested in you. Lan Xianlong felt excitement gradually building in his heart. In the secret realm of the trial ground. Bang! A muffled sound of collision echoed, a broken body of a shadow wolf collapsed to the ground. As expected. Wang Chen shook off the blood from his serrated sword, unable to help but sigh in his heart. Just as he had previously guessed, after killing wild monsters, there were only points awarded, not a single bit of experience. Moreover, the points given were extremely low. The Shadow Wolf was a level 50 monster and only gave him a mere fraction of points, just 1% of Gao Ming's. But killing the Shadow Wolf required the same amount of effort as taking down Yao Ming. It seems the preliminary rounds encourage contestants to fight against each other. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't keep the kill points from wild monsters so low. Defeating points are the most important. Wang Chen silently pondered, turning to leap onto a large tree to survey his surroundings. Now that the preliminary rounds had officially begun, the surrounding forest had become uproarious. Everywhere he looked, there were many places with smoke rising, mixed with faint sounds of battle. Students from various universities participating in the preliminary rounds were desperately killing wild monsters to earn points. Observing the situation around him, Wang Chen waved his hand, and a light screen appeared before him. Wang Chen, points, 101. Zhuo Qingwen, points, 35. Zhao Mingkong, points, 28. This was a convenience provided by the Secret Realm instance, allowing contestants to check the points of other participants and their own current ranking. After eliminating Gao Ming, Wang Chen's rank had skyrocketed to first place, far exceeding others. I guess others have already realized the importance of defeating points and must be preparing to target other contestants.
I need to act quickly. Since killing wild monsters only yields points, I'll focus on other contestants to firmly maintain my first position. Wang Chen thought silently, his resolve strengthening.
Amidst the sounds of battle around, he locked onto the one closest to him.
Chapter 130, The Chaotic Forest. Wang Chen, score, 101. Zhuo Qingwen, score, 35.
Zhao Mingkong, score, 28. In the forest, Zhuo Qingwen looked at the data on the light screen, a hint of confusion appearing on her beautiful face.
How is this possible? Why is Wang Chen's score so much higher than mine? Did he happen to encounter a nest of wild monsters?
Seeing Wang Chen's score, which was more than double her own, Zhuo Qingwen had a guess in her heart. But soon she shook her head, casting that guess out of her mind. During her time on the trial ground, she had tested the rules for points dropped by wild monsters. Wild monsters above level 50 awarded 1 point when killed. Wild monsters above level 60 awarded 2 points when killed. Based on the strength of monsters around the edge of the forest, Wang Chen's 101 points would mean either 101 wild monsters level 50 or above, or 50 wild monsters level 60 or above. In Zhuo Qingwen's view, even if Wang Chen's strength far exceeded her own level, it was absolutely impossible for him to kill so many wild monsters in such a short time.
Could it be points from defeating other participants? Thinking of a possibility, Zhuo Qingwen's eyes lit up. At that moment, Xiao Yun, score, 115. Wang Chen, score, 101. Zhuo Qingwen, score, 35.
Zhao Mingkong, score, 28. The data on the light screen changed, and a participant named Xiao Yun surpassed Wang Chen, taking the first place.
Just as I thought. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Qingwen's eyes shifted, confirming her guess. She knew that this Xiao Yun was a freshman from Qinghai University, level 68 after the second job change, profession, magic swordsman. Xiao Yun's strength placed him only slightly above average among all participants in the preliminary round.
To suddenly jump to first place on the score leaderboard was definitely because he had eliminated another participant.
He.
So other participants are actually the most important source of points, and here I was wasting so much time killing wild monsters.
Looks like I should go find other participants to have some fun.
Confirming her guess, Zhuo Qingwen's face revealed an excited expression, her eyes sparkling.
So, where to go first?
Leaping onto a large tree, Zhuo Qingwen began to think while watching the ongoing battle fluctuations around her.
At the same time,
the changes on the score leaderboard also caught the attention of other participants.
And they began to take action. Damn! Wu Yong, are you crazy? The preliminary round has just started, why are you looking for trouble with me instead of hunting wild monsters?
In a certain area of the forest, a frustrated roar echoed. Two figures dashed quickly through the forest, one chasing, one fleeing. The one fleeing was a boy holding a magic staff, looking disheveled, his face flushed as he glanced back angrily at the person behind him.
Ha ha ha.
The one called Wu Yong was a tall boy wielding a sharp battle axe.
How many points can you get from hunting wild monsters?
It's nothing compared to defeating other participants. Wu Yong laughed wildly, looking at Gao Zhihao with a mocking expression.
After discovering the change in the score leaderboard, he had set his hunting target on other participants.
Hearing his words, Gao Zhihao felt bitter. Earlier, when he was hunting wild monsters, he ran into Wu Yong and agreed to team up to hunt monsters for points. Unexpectedly, Wu Yong had malicious intentions and ambushed him when he let his guard down. A level 68 magician being attacked up close by a level 68 axe warrior had a predictably grim outcome.
The very first moment, Gao Zhihao's magic shield was shattered.
Sustained serious injuries. If it weren't for a displacement skill in his hand, he would have likely been eliminated by Wu Yong right then and there.
Bastard, how could I have trusted you so much before?
Just wait for me, I will definitely get my revenge. Gao Zhihao swung his magic staff to cast a lightness spell on himself while roaring fiercely at Wu Yong.
Useless. You don't have that chance anymore. You don't really think you can outrun me after getting hurt, do you? Stop struggling and just give up, let me eliminate you.
Behind, Wu Yong sneered at Gao Zhihao's words, completely unconcerned. As he spoke, he took advantage of Gao Zhihao's distraction and hurled his battle axe with a wide swing of his arm. Whoosh! The battle axe flew toward Gao Zhihao, spinning rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him. Crap! Having just cast a lightness spell and prepared to escape, Gao Zhihao was cursing inwardly upon seeing the battle axe flying towards him. In an instant, he didn't think of running away, he hurriedly waved his magic staff to set up layers of magical barriers in front of him.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The loud sound of intense collisions erupted as the battle axe smashed heavily against the magical barriers. Gao Zhihao, caught off guard, was pushed back a few steps by the impact. Whoosh! After shattering a layer of magical barriers, the battle axe whirled back into Wu Yong's hand.
Let's see where you can run this time.
He tightened his grip on the battle axe and stepped closer towards Gao Zhihao, who was forced to stop.
Bastard!
Seeing the undisguised malice on Wu Yong's face, Gao Zhihao couldn't help but curse loudly.
If you want to eliminate me, don't think it will be easy for you.
Gao Zhihao growled fiercely, casting a magical shield on himself with his staff, then his gaze fixed intently on Wu Yong.
Is it over?
Standing in a broken area, Wang Chen frowned as he looked at the surroundings. When he noticed the battle fluctuations, he hurriedly rushed over, only to find he was still a bit late. When he arrived, aside from the remnants of battle on the ground, there was no one around. These two guys sure finished quickly. Thoughtfully, Wang Chen moved his feet, preparing to jump into a big tree to look for his next target.
But just then, boom!
Suddenly, a loud crashing sound rang in his ears. His steps paused, and Wang Chen turned to look towards the sound coming from not far away.
He didn't even need to jump up the big tree to check, just by listening to the noise, he knew the battle was happening quite close to him. What good luck! Without any hesitation, Wang Chen swiftly headed towards the direction of the sound. With over 1,500 points of agility, his figure swept through the forest like a gust of wind. Soon, he arrived at the area where the battle was taking place. Hiding behind a big tree, he saw two figures engaged in a standoff not far away. One held a magic staff, while the other wielded a battle axe. Chapter 131, The Fisherman's Gain. Who?
In the forest, Gao Zhihao, looking disheveled, panted heavily as he stared at his opponent. During the fight with Wu Yong, he had been ambushed and then pulled into close range. This left him, as a magician, in a constantly suppressed state, unable to unleash his full power. At that moment, his clothes were torn, one arm hanging weakly by his side, his face pale without a hint of blood, and his shoulder had a deep, bone-visible wound. In just a few minutes, Gao Zhihao had been pushed to the brink of exhaustion, with his magical reserves nearly depleted by Wu Yong. However, on the opposite side, Wu Yong's condition was only slightly better. His body was marked with burns, and both his eyebrows and hair were completely gone.
Who?
After a few heavy breaths, Wu Yong looked coldly at Gao Zhihao.
I have to say, you really surprised me. Even after being ambushed by me, you.
Such battle power can still erupt.
But now, do you still have magical skills to unleash?
With a sinister grin, Wu Yong advanced step by step, holding his battle axe. He had thought that by ambushing first and exhausting Gao Zhihao's stamina, he would easily defeat him in close combat.
But unexpectedly, Gao Zhihao was also a tough character, willing to trade injuries to land a few hard hits on him.
After taking 2 flame impacts and an extreme cold ray, Wu Yong felt his body stiffening.
But fortunately,
he was the one who held on until the end. Although Gao Zhihao's explosive power was surprising, after dragging the fight until now, the opponent's magical power was almost gone, while he still had half his stamina left.
You can try it. Even if I get eliminated, I'll take you down with me.
Hearing Wu Yong's words, Gao Zhihao retorted fiercely, putting on an act as if he was prepared to die.
However, despite not showing weakness, his mind was tensed up.
During the intense battle just now, he had used all his tricks and several life-saving skills just to hold on until now. But weakness was weakness, there was no way to create distance from Wu Yong, and several of his powerful skills did not have enough time to unleash. Continuing the fight, Gao Zhihao knew very well in his heart that he would definitely lose.
Oh really?
Hearing Gao Zhihao's words, Wu Yong paused, his expression somewhat uncertain. The earlier battle had drained him greatly.
Although he was confident about eliminating Gao Zhihao, if the opponent had any counterattack methods that could injure him again, it would be a loss.
When entering the trial realm, each contestant was only allowed to carry 2 bottles of recovery potions. He had already used one during the previous battle. If he used another one, he would have no advantage left in the next encounters with other contestants. For a moment, Wu Yong and Gao Zhihao stood in a deadlock.
Meanwhile, these two guys are fighting fiercely.
An unexpected guest stood behind a nearby tree, calmly watching the scene. It was Wang Chen, who had rushed over upon hearing the noise.
2 contestants equal at least 200 points, it seems they are about to make it easy for me.
Thinking this with a hint of amusement, Wang Chen stepped out from behind the tree without hesitation. To him, the axe warrior and wizard in their prime were not his opponents. Now that they were both injured, he paid them even less mind. The moment Wang Chen appeared, the calm between Gao Zhihao and Wu Yong was instantly shattered, both icy gazes turning towards the unexpected guest.
Wang Chen? Recognizing Wang Chen's identity, both called out simultaneously, their expressions somewhat grim. Especially Wu Yong, whose face turned extremely ferocious. He was just about to finish off Gao Zhihao, and at this moment, someone had jumped in to reap the benefits. How could he not be angry? On the other side, Gao Zhihao's face was ugly, but a hint of joy surfaced in his heart. Wang Chen's appearance gave him a glimmer of hope for breaking the deadlock.
Wielding his magic staff quietly, a faint magical power slowly enveloped him.
Cat's agility. Feeling his body lighten a bit, Gao Zhihao began to slowly move backward.
As he moved, he instantly attracted the attention of both Wang Chen and Wu Yong.
Your prey is trying to escape, aren't you going to make a move? With his arms crossed, Wang Chen glanced at Wu Yong with a playful look, appearing to enjoy the show. TCH. I don't need your reminder, right now, I'm more interested in you than him.
In response, Wu Yong's face twisted in rage, his eyes only briefly passing over the fleeing Gao Zhihao.
Gao Zhihao had already lost the use of one arm.
This injury is absolutely not something that can be healed by a recovery potion. Even if the mana is replenished later, his fighting ability will still be reduced.
So, compared to Gao Zhihao, who just wants to escape now, Wu Yong is more wary of and interested in Wang Chen,
a competitor from Yanlong University, and a level 65 giant beast master. Wu Yong feels that even though he is not in good condition right now, the 3-level advantage allows him to suppress and even resolve Wang Chen.
Eliminating a competitor from Yanlong University? This is really an exciting achievement.
Thinking silently in his heart, Wu Yong couldn't help but feel excited all over. Opposite him, Wang Chen shook his head when he heard this. He didn't care about Wu Yong's words and instead, he shifted his gaze to Gao Zhihao, who had already retreated a distance. Since Wu Yong didn't want it, he would take the points from Gao Zhihao first. However, just as Wang Chen was about to make a move, Wu Yong acted first.
Die.
With a sudden movement, Wu Yong charged toward Wang Chen at an incredible speed, leaving a trail of shadow in the air.
B-level skill, charge.
In an instant, Wu Yong, with a fierce grin on his face, appeared in front of Wang Chen, quickly swinging down his heavy battle axe.
Axe strike. Facing the oncoming battle axe, Wang Chen raised an eyebrow.
He didn't expect that Wu Yong would be so decisive, attacking as soon as he spoke. But unfortunately, his decisiveness was misplaced.
Wang Chen sidestepped and let the rapidly descending giant axe miss.
Then he lifted a foot and kicked out heavily.
Bang! Crack!
With a dull collision sound, Wu Yong's body directly hovered in front of him, and then he flew backward at a speed even faster than during the charge. He crashed into a big tree with a loud bang, creating a spiderweb-like crack in the trunk before slowly sliding down.
Poof! This is impossible.
As soon as his body hit the ground, Wu Yong spat out a mouthful of blood, looking at Wang Chen with disbelief, his expression like he had seen a ghost.
Chapter 132, The Advancing Competitor.
In the forest, the atmosphere suddenly became stagnant. Wu Yong looked at Wang Chen in disbelief, his face incredibly pale. He never expected that even after unleashing 2 skills, he wouldn't even touch the corner of Wang Chen's clothing.
On the contrary, he was directly injured by a simple kick from the opponent.
Hiss! He struggled to stand up from the ground, but as soon as he moved, he gasped in pain. That kick had broken several of his ribs.
Damn it! How could he be this strong?
Thinking in shock, Wu Yong quickly took out the last bottle of recovery potion and swallowed it. At the same time, on the other side, Gao Zhihao, who had quietly retreated after Wu Yong charged, stood frozen in place, as if petrified, with an utterly shocked expression on his face.
Is this a joke?
Looking at Wang Chen, he murmured in disbelief. Wu Yong's strength had been very clear in their battle just now. A level 68 axe warrior, strong and powerful in physique, even after being hit by both frost beam and flame impact, he didn't spit blood. Yet now, with just a simple kick from Wang Chen, he was broken through. If he hadn't misheard, Wu Yong had definitely broken several bones.
How is this possible? Isn't he a level 65 giant beast master? How can his power crush a level 68 axe warrior? What kind of monster is this? Filled with dread in his heart, Gao Zhihao couldn't think much more. He waved his magic staff and cast a lightness spell on himself again, then turned to run. With the 2 enhancement skills stacked, his speed now reached the average level of a 68-level professional, creating a breeze as he ran. However, just as he ran less than 10 meters, he suddenly heard a mocking voice in his ear. Where do you think you're running to?
Hearing this voice, Gao Zhihao paused, his expression on his face as if he had seen a ghost. There stood Wang Chen, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, leisurely watching him. You. Looking at Wang Chen, Gao Zhihao's eyes nearly popped out, his mouth agape. With the agility of a cat and the light body technique, his movement speed increased by 30%.
Wang Chen's sudden appearance in front of him showed a speed that was at least double his own. This meant that Wang Chen's agility attribute was at least equivalent to a level 70 agile class profession.
In addition to that, his strength was even more fearsome than a level 68 vice warrior.
What kind of monster are you?
Gao Zhihao looked at Wang Chen with disbelief, his voice stuttering, as if his worldview had shattered.
Across from him, Wang Chen watched Gao Zhihao leisurely, his expression incredibly calm. Classmate, don't be nervous, just let me hit you softly once.
As he spoke, he took slow steps forward, a slight smile on his lips.
You, don't come closer. However, hearing Wang Chen's words, Gao Jihao's eyes widened in terror. Firewall technique.
In extreme fear, he swung his magic staff hard, creating a wall of flames in front of him, as if separating Wang Chen would help him escape danger. However, he completely failed to see that at the moment the wall of flames appeared, Wang Chen's slowly approaching figure vanished like a phantom.
I told you not to be nervous, I just want to hit you once.
Just as Gao Jihao let out a sigh of relief, Wang Chen's calm voice rang in his ears again.
Ha!
He suddenly turned his head, his expression frozen in shock. Wang Chen, who should have been blocked by the firewall technique, was now standing right next to him.
You,
Gao Jihao opened his mouth to say something, but a strong hand grasped his neck directly.
You made me waste a skill on you. You're making it very difficult for me.
With one hand lifting Gao Jihao up, Wang Chen said in a calm tone.
Crack.
As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly exerted force, crushing Gao Jihao's throat.
Ugh.
As Wang Chen released his grip, Gao Jihao's body fell limply to the ground, his face full of terror, transforming into light dots and teleporting away from the secret realm.
Sigh.
Seeing this scene, Wang Chen sighed and turned to look at Wu Yong, who was sneaking away.
Whoosh. In a flash of movement, Wang Chen appeared behind Wu Yong. Instant sword, 2-hit strike. Following the principle of not waste, Wang Chen delivered a fierce punch heavily to Wu Yong's head. Bang! In the dull sound of collision, Wu Yong couldn't even let out a cry of despair as his head was smashed, and his body was teleported away from the secret realm. This violent death would surely leave him with a serious psychological shadow. Gained 103 points. Gained 102 points. After eliminating 2 contestants, Wang Chen's total points reached 306. However, 300 points could not even get him into the top 20 of the scoreboard. Zhuo Qingwen, total points 565. Zhao Mingkong, total points 532. Xiao Tianxi, total points 506.
The top 3 individuals all had points exceeding 500. This meant that each of these 3 had eliminated at least 5 contestants. Indeed, others have also discovered the quickest way to gain points, and the battles in the secret realm are becoming more intense.
Glancing at the scoreboard, Wang Chen shook his head. Currently, nearly all contestants had set their sights on eliminating each other.
In just 1 hour since entering the secret realm, of the 320 contestants, only 256 remained, and a total of 64 contestants had been eliminated.
I need to act quickly, earning as many points as possible in the early stages to gain an advantage.
Thinking about the rules of the preliminary round, Wang Chen turned and continued toward the area where battle fluctuations appeared. Each time a contestant is eliminated, they can obtain a fixed 100 points from that contestant, plus 10% of the points they earned.
The more contestants eliminated, the more points earned. But once the preliminary round enters the later stages, the number of contestants will sharply decrease, making it very difficult to quickly accumulate points. After all, defeating a contestant with 1,000 points and defeating a contestant with no points yields only a difference of 100 points. The ranking in the preliminary round is based on the points gained by contestants in the secret realm. Even if eliminated, a contestant only loses the opportunity to continue earning points. The points they already have will not be erased. And most importantly, when the number of people in the secret realm decreases to 100, the preliminary round will end directly. Chapter 133, Zhuo Qingwen's Terrifying Power. In the Grand Gymnasium. At this moment, on the circular screen, 2 figures were entangled, swirling magic power and skills colliding, creating crevices in the ground within a radius of several dozen meters. On one side of the battle was a warrior in battle armor, wielding a long knife, while on the other side was a slender sorceress with a magic wand. The fight between the two mesmerized the audience in the gymnasium, with continuous cheers. As expected from students of a top university, this contestant from Huaqing University is simply a prodigy, a ranged class able to suppress a close combat class of the same level. So terrifying. The contestant fighting her is Yuan from Yuanshan University, a level 70 warrior of the second transition, the strongest among Yuanshan University's team, with strength comparable to an ordinary third transition professional. Yet in front of Zhuo Qingwen, he was beaten so badly he couldn't even find north. That's right. Moreover, not only is Zhuo Qingwen's combat power fierce, but her looks are also top-notch. I heard that Zhuo Qingwen isn't even the top tier in Huaqing University's team. It's hard to imagine how strong Lan Xianlong and their team must be. The audience buzzed with discussions, Zhuo Qingwen's outstanding beauty and power drawing much admiration. In the viewing area for the contestants' team, Chen Xiaolin watched the screen displaying the graceful figure, his expression filled with admiration. With his insight, he could tell that Zhuo Qingwen had not fully unleashed her strength. It seemed she was evenly matched with that warrior, but in reality, she had not been serious at all. This girl, her talent is truly terrifying. I wonder if she can force out all of Wang Chen's strength? Thinking silently in his heart, Chen Xiaolin felt a sense of anticipation.
Behind him, Zhou Wu, Zhao Li, and others looked serious, their eyes filled with apprehension as they glanced at Zhu Qingwen on the screen.
This woman is terrifyingly strong. I'm afraid if I come up against her, the outcome is uncertain. Zhou Wu thought to himself, stealing a glance at Zhao Li beside him, and quietly asked, if you run into her, do you have confidence in winning?
Hearing his words, Zhao Li was silent for a moment, then shook his head. If it's close combat, I have about a 60% chance. If she keeps her distance, my chances are probably less than 30%. Zhao Li said heavily.
30%, huh?
Upon hearing this, Zhou Wu nodded, his expression somewhat grim.
Zhu Qingwen isn't even the strongest in Huaqing University. I heard Lan Xianlong is even more terrifying.
In the official match's arena battles, we are likely to be in for a hard fight. Zhou Wu said seriously.
However,
hearing him, Zhao Li shook his head. What are you worried about? With that guy Wang Chen around, they can't stir up any trouble at all. Just relax, this year's freshman championship, let's wait for Wang Chen to take us to victory.
That's true.
Hearing this, Zhou Wu was taken aback for a moment and then nodded in agreement. Although as a genius he was reluctant to admit he was not as good as others, when it came to Wang Chen, it was a different story. The shadow Wang Chen left on him during the freshman ranking battle had not been dispelled until now. Thinking of Wang Chen's terrifying strength, Zhou Wu looked at Zhu Qingwen on the screen with a trace of glee. If Zhu Qingwen were to encounter Wang Chen in the trial grounds, she would probably fall hard.
At this moment,
the battle on the screen had reached its final moment.
Yuan from Yuan Mountain University was completely suppressed in front of Zhu Qingwen.
As a mage, Zhu Qingwen held her magic wand and moved gracefully like a butterfly among the flowers, constantly circling around Yuan. With each wave of her wand, magical attack skills shot out one after another, forcing Yuan into a desperate situation. Moreover, upon close observation, it could be seen that Zhu Qingwen released her magic at an incredibly fast speed, with intervals of less than a second between each skill. Such a terrifying casting speed made Zhu Qingwen's magical attacks almost seamless. Although each individual magical attack might not be powerful enough to harm a tough warrior, the cumulative damage from these continuous attacks was quite significant.
Damn it!
Getting hit by an ice ray, Yuan cursed inwardly as his movement became sluggish again. He never expected that one day he would be suppressed, even toyed with, by a ranged fighter in close combat.
His battle skills and awareness, honed to perfection, were rendered useless against Zhu Qingwen's agile positioning and exceptional timing.
Throughout the battle, it was he who had been on the receiving end, unable to touch even the hem of Zhu Qingwen's clothing.
Is the gap between me and the students of top universities really that big?
For a moment, Yuan felt a deep sense of despair as his defensive movements became distorted.
What a great opportunity! Seeing Yuan expose his vulnerabilities, Zhu Qingwen's eyes sparkled with joy.
Swish, swish. As she waved her magic wand, 2 ice rays shot out, instantly freezing Yuan in place.
Then,
Zhu Qingwen stopped, tightened her grip on her magic wand, and began to chant a spell. This was the first time she had spent so much time preparing a skill in her battle with Yuan.
It's over.
Seeing this scene, Yuan, enveloped in a chill, felt a flash of despair in his eyes. Previously, Zhu Qingwen's casual attacks were not weak. Now that she was taking her time preparing, the upcoming skill would definitely be terrifying.
Sure enough. 3 seconds later,
as Yuan's body recovered from its sluggish state, Zhu Qingwen, on the other side, was already prepared with her skill.
Buzz, buzz, buzz. Frost Nova.
The chaotic magical energy bound to the tip of the magic wand surged out in an instant, striking Yuan like lightning.
Crack.
An extreme cold erupted, freezing Yuan's entire body into an ice statue, which then shattered into light points and was teleported away from the realm.
Gained 110 points. Got it, done.
Hearing the prompt from the realm, Zhu Qingwen clapped her hands, her pretty face showing a smile.
This is already the 7th contestant I've eliminated, my points must be far ahead of those behind me. Thinking happily, Zhu Qingwen focused her mind and clicked on the leaderboard.
However, in the next second, she suddenly widened her eyes.
Wang Chen, score, 1065. Zhu Qingwen, score, 775. Zhao Mingkong, score, 632. Chapter 134, A Small Trouble. Wang Chen, score, 1065. Zhu Qingwen, score, 775. Zhao Mingkong, score, 632.
Looking at the ranking on the score leaderboard, Zhu Qingwen's beautiful eyes widened, filled with disbelief.
Wang Chen? How did this guy get so many points? Thinking in confusion, Zhu Qingwen bit her lip. Before her battle with Yuan, she had seen the score leaderboard, and at that time, she firmly occupied the first position. Wang Chen's rank had already dropped out of the top 20, with only 350 points. And now,
after spending half an hour defeating Yuan and gaining more than 100 points, her first place ranking was snatched by Wang Chen. In 30 minutes, he earned over 700 points. This meant that during this time, nearly 7 competitors were eliminated by Wang Chen.
How did this guy Wang Chen do it? Even if the other competitors stood still, wouldn't it take more than 30 minutes to eliminate them?
At this moment, Zhuo Qingwen felt extremely puzzled.
Meanwhile, in another area of the forest. Boom!
With a loud explosion, dazzling flames soared into the sky. A scorching wave of fire enveloped an area of 10 meters, and within that area, a figure was turned into light dots before even crying out in pain, being teleported away from the secret realm. When the flames subsided, a thin, handsome boy holding a magic wand walked out from behind a nearby tree.
This person was named Zhao Mingkong, from Yanhua University, a level 70 fire mage of the second transition.
That's the 6th one. I should be able to surpass Zhuo Qingwen now, right? Zhao Mingkong looked at the competitor being teleported away from the secret realm nearby and eagerly opened the score leaderboard. Seeing the ranking on the leaderboard, his expression froze.
Wang Chen? First place? How can a level 65 beast master have higher points than me?
A flash of cold light crossed Zhao Mingkong's eyes, feeling a bit angry. Being surpassed by someone of lower level, Wang Chen, made him very unhappy.
No way, I need to speed up.
If a level 65 Wang Chen gets the first place in the preliminaries, won't I lose face? It would be great if I could run into Wang Chen. As long as I eliminate him, my points can soar by another 200. Zhuo Qingwen and Zhao Mingkong's surprise was not an exception. At this moment in the Trial Land secret realm, all competitors checking the score leaderboard felt the same way. Shock, confusion, curiosity, and malice filled the air.
And at this moment,
the one that everyone was thinking about, Wang Chen, encountered a small trouble while looking for other competitors.
In a certain area of the forest. Roar! A deafening roar echoed, shaking the leaves fiercely.
After the roar, a giant wolf, 5 meters long and massive in size, walked out from behind the trees, its 2 crimson eyes fixed firmly on the human that intruded into its territory.
Opposite him,
Wang Chen stopped, looking at the suddenly appearing giant wolf, and helplessly cast a detection spell.
Monster, Gale Wolf King. Level, 80. Combat style, melee. Skills, bite, charge, strength boost, giant wind blade. Type, boss. Damn! An 80-level boss monster, my luck really is the worst. Seeing the Gale Wolf King's attribute information, Wang Chen scratched his head.
Ever since he discovered that the wild monsters in the secret realm only provided points and not experience, he kept his distance from these creatures. After all, the points gained from defeating wild monsters were far less than those from eliminating competitors. There's no point in fighting wild monsters, it's better to spend the time looking for other competitors.
Roar! As if sensing Wang Chen's disdain, the Wind Wolf King's crimson eyes flashed with a hint of human-like anger.
It howled to the sky, and 2 gigantic wind blades appeared beside it, then shot towards Wang Chen.
Swish! Swish!
The piercing sound of wind broke the air as the giant wind blades rushed towards Wang Chen at an incredible speed.
Trouble!
Wang Chen moved his feet, leaping high into the air, and the 2 giant wind blades flew beneath him.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Just as he landed, the sharp collision sounds rang behind him, and the powerful wind blades cut through dozens of large trees before dissipating.
Can we talk this over? How about you pretend you didn't see me today, and we go our separate ways?
Looking at the Wind Wolf King opposite him, Wang Chen shrugged his hands and said. He had finally found a trace of a competitor, and if he fought the Wind Wolf King now, by the time he got to the competitor, there would be nothing left.
Roar! Roar! Roar!
However, upon hearing his words, the Wind Wolf King let out a brutal roar, its crimson eyes fixed on Wang Chen, drooling with a foul smell. Clearly, it had no intention of letting this food go.
Roar!
With a roar, the Wind Wolf King pushed off the ground, its massive body charging towards Wang Chen at a terrifying speed. In just a breath, it crossed the distance between them and stood right in front of Wang Chen.
The next second. Swish!
The Wind Wolf King's claws, as large as grinding wheels, were swung out mercilessly and swiftly. The sharp claws, glimmering with a chilling light, gave no doubt that even hard steel would be cut into pieces before them.
Looks like there's no room for discussion.
However, facing the Wind Wolf King's attack, there was no trace of fear on Wang Chen's face. He sighed helplessly, moved his body, and instantly retreated to avoid the Wind Wolf King's assault.
With a loud bang,
the Wind Wolf King's claws missed and struck the ground, creating a massive pit.
Since you're seeking death, I can only fulfill your wish.
At the same time, taking advantage of the Wind Wolf King's pause, Wang Chen drew out his serrated longsword and swung it.
Moon slice. Swish. Swish.
2 crescent-shaped energy blades shot out, heavily striking the Wind Wolf King.
Boom. Boom.
The violent sound of collision erupted, and the Wind Wolf King was sent flying, with 2 deep wounds visible to the bone appearing on its body.
Roar.
After crashing through a few trees, the Wind Wolf King let out a mournful cry, fear flashing in its crimson eyes. It struggled to lift its body, wanting to escape from this terrifying human.
However, the next second,
just as the Wind Wolf King had gotten back on its feet, it blinked, and that terrifying human seemed to appear in front of it in an instant.
Chapter 135, This level 80 wild monster is too unremarkable. In the Grand Stadium.
When the circular screen showed the scene of Wang Chen slicing the level 80 Wind Wolf King with a single sword, all the audience members who witnessed it were left dumbfounded.
I can't believe it. I must be seeing things, right? That was a level 80 wild monster, and he just sent it flying with one sword? When did a level 65 Beast Master become so powerful in close combat? How does it feel like the level 80 Wind Wolf King is no different from a husky in front of Wang Chen? The audience discussed among themselves, each face reflecting shock. In the viewing area of various universities, aside from those from Flame Dragon University, all competitors and their supervising teachers wore similar expressions. Previously, they could barely accept Wang Chen eliminating those competitors. After all, Flame Dragon University is one of the top 4 universities, and Wang Chen possesses strength far beyond his own level, which is understandable. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to enter Flame Dragon University and become one of the top new students this year in the Dragon Kingdom. But a single sword strike to defeat the level 80 wild beast, the Gale Wolf King? This is something they find hard to accept. There is a full 25 level gap between them. No matter how talented one is, it is impossible to cross such a large level. Moreover, if Wang Chen had fought hard before defeating the Gale Wolf King, they would have just accepted it, but this was a complete crushing defeat, clearly showing it was not on the same level. Based on the current state, it seems that Wang Chen would even have the fighting power against a level 90 wild beast. Truly remarkable. I initially thought Wang Chen was the weakest in the Flame Dragon University competition team, but unexpectedly, he turned out to be the strongest. If Zhao Mingkong faced the Gale Wolf King, he probably wouldn't handle it so easily. The leading teacher from Yanhua University, Zhu Mingzhen, stroked his chin, his eyes somewhat obscure and uncertain. In the previous combat meeting, although he did not look down on Wang Chen like other university team leaders, he also did not pay much attention to him. The main strategy was still aimed at Zhou Wu and Zhao Li from the Flame Dragon University competition team. As a result, unexpectedly, this was a misjudgment. In the upcoming official matches, if you encounter Wang Chen, be vigilant, this kid is very strange. Moreover, he hasn't summoned his beast companion yet. In the official arena battles, we might need to use 2 against 1 to deal with him. Zhu Mingzhen withdrew his gaze from the screen and turned to the 4 team members behind him to advise. Understood. Hearing his words, the 4 unreleased students from Yanhua University nodded with grave expressions. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gu Wanqing from Huaqing University was also advising Lan Xianlong and others. Now you understand I wasn't wrong, right? Put away your little underestimations. Don't think Wang Chen's low level means he is not your opponent. You have to know that he hasn't used his beast companion yet. The giant dragon's strength will definitely be stronger than his own. Gu Wanqing said with a serious tone. Hearing his words, a few people from Huaqing University nodded, but at that moment, Lan Xianlong raised an objection. Teacher Gu, aren't you making a big deal out of this? If it were me on the stage, I could kill that level 80 wild beast with a single sword. Wang Chen just heavily injured it, which means nothing. If I faced him, even if he summoned his beast companion, I am absolutely confident I would win. After all, the Dragon Slayer class's unique characteristics are the natural nemesis for the dragon race. Lan Xianlong spoke confidently, his eyes sparkling, clearly not taking Gu Wanqing's words to heart. Hearing his words, Gu Wanqing shook his head helplessly, choosing not to continue persuading him. At this time, it wasn't necessary to overly dampen Lan Xianlong's fighting spirit. Moreover, what Lan Xianlong said held some truth. The Dragon Slayer class's unique characteristics are basically no different from natural enemies for the dragon race. Because as divine beast-level dragons, one of their main abilities is Dragon Might, which can weaken the strength of those below their level by a percentage. According to Huaqing University's research, divine beast-level dragons range from extraordinary to the highest cosmic level, with Dragon Might reducing abilities by 5 to 15%. This is a terrifying value. For practitioners of the same level, every slight difference could tip the scales of victory. The existence of Dragon Might gives dragons an inherent advantage when facing other practitioners. However, the initial characteristic of the Dragon Slayer class can directly immunize against the influence of the Dragon Might. Even when the dragon-slaying warrior faced the giant dragon, there was still an increase in damage. So although Lan Xilong's words were very arrogant at this time, Gu Wanqing did not refute him and felt in his heart that Lan Xilong was not wrong. However, what he did not know at all was that Wang Chen's beast pet, Bing Cheng, was not a divine beast but an ancestral god beast, the ancient overlord of the extreme cold, the ice dragon. In front of such a terrifying creature, any common sense that Gu Wanqing had encountered was utterly unmeasurable. Roar!
In the Trial Land Secret Realm, the Swift Wind Wolf King looked at the human who suddenly appeared before him, fear showing in its scarlet eyes, letting out a series of low, threatening roars.
I already told you, we can go our separate ways. You just wouldn't listen. Across from it, seeing the fearful Swift Wind Wolf King, Wang Chen shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly. Now that things have come to this, I can only force myself to send you down. Before the words fell, before the Swift Wind Wolf King could react, Wang Chen's giant-toothed sword swiftly swung out. Whoosh! The sword left behind trails in the air, and in an instant, it swept across the Swift Wind Wolf King's neck. Bang! A head as large as a grinding disc dropped to the ground with a dull sound. Gain 20 points. Tisk. Indeed, one cannot have any illusions about these wild monsters. Hearing the Secret Realm's notification sound, Wang Chen raised an eyebrow, his gaze slightly helpless. A dignified level 80 wild monster, strong enough to fight most contestants, yet only provided 20 points. It was simply too disappointing. Forget it, even a mosquito is meat.
Sighing, Wang Chen showed no hesitation, his feet moved as he leaped onto the crown of a tall tree. Looking around, the area he had marked earlier with some noise was now completely silent. Clearly, the two sides battling there had either suffered a defeat or both retreated.
What a hassle. Looks like I have to find my next target.
Thinking silently in his heart, Wang Chen looked around, starting to search for his next target.
Soon, he sensed a wave of magical energy in the area to his right front. Chapter 136, Delivery to Your Door. Time passed little by little. The atmosphere in the Trial Land's secret realm grew increasingly tense. At this moment,
only 2 hours had passed since entering the secret realm, but nearly a third of the 320 contestants had been eliminated.
Now, only 220 contestants remained in the secret realm, and because of the fierce fighting at the beginning, all remaining contestants had become incredibly alert, or rather, they were all being cautious. They carefully walked through the forest, and except for a few contestants confident in their strength, the rest would pretend not to see each other even when crossing paths. In 2 hours, 100 people had been eliminated. This terrifying rate of elimination had frightened most of the remaining people. Every one of them was thinking about others being eliminated while they made it into the top 100. However, as the sky in the Trial Land's secret realm gradually darkened, the mindset of most remaining contestants also began to change. Compared to their initial vigilance upon entering the secret realm, many began to form groups, gathering in pairs to create weak little teams to deal with others. There were traces of other contestants' activities here just now. It was one person. In a certain area of the forest, a petite girl holding a magic wand closed her eyes to sense for a moment, then turned to say to the few people beside her. Next to her were 3 burly boys. The leader, with a stature like a door plank, had arms as thick as a regular person's thigh. It could be confirmed without guessing that this boy was definitely a warrior. There is certainly a special bloodline. The person's name is Li Mingho, a level 70 barbarian warrior of the second transfer. The other 2 boys are a level 69 archer of the second transfer and a level 69 cursed sorcerer of the second transfer. One person? Then what are we waiting for? Let's follow the trace and find him. Hearing this, a sinister smile appeared on Li Mingho's face as he said in a deep voice. Perfect, this time, the few hundred points will be taken by you, Su Jing. Upon hearing his words, the girl named Su Jing nodded. Meanwhile, the archer and the cursed sorcerer opened their mouths, seemingly having opinions about Li Mingho's distribution. But when they looked at Su Jing, they all silently closed their mouths. Su Jing is a level 69 druid of the second transfer, possessing a huge advantage in the forest, especially in tracking, more useful than hunting dogs. All the plants in the forest can serve as eyes. In their temporary team, Su Jing's importance is second only to the strongest warrior, Li Mingho. After discussing the distribution of roles, Su Jing no longer hesitated and waved her magic staff, which looked like a wooden stick. Buzz buzz buzz. B-level skill, plant perception. A tender green light spread from the magic staff, instantly enveloping the surrounding plants within dozens of meters. Swish swish swish. As these plants were nourished by the tender green magic, they immediately swayed as if stretching. Tell me, which direction did the creature that just passed by go? While maintaining the magic input, Su Jing chanted quietly. Swish swish. As soon as her voice fell, the plants within dozens of meters pointed their leaves toward the southeast direction. They went southeast, just walked for about 5 minutes. Receiving the guidance, Su Jing released her magic and stepped forward to lead the way. Are these participants all like rats? Walking through the forest, Wang Chen couldn't help but complain about the quiet atmosphere around him. Ever since he dealt with the Swift Wind Wolf King, it seemed like his good luck had run out. During this time, he hadn't encountered a single participant, and every time he rushed to a noisy area, it ended up being a bust. The Swift Wind Wolf King didn't place a curse on me, did it? For a moment, Wang Chen even doubted whether the Swift Wind Wolf King had cursed him before dying. Now,
The preliminary round had been ongoing for 4 hours, and the number of participants had dropped again, leaving only 200. If half of them get eliminated, the preliminary round can be directly announced as over. At this time, although Wang Chen still maintained first place in points, the gap with the people behind him was no longer significant.
Wang Chen, points, 1085. Zhuo Qingwen, points, 1005. Zhao Mingkong, points, 902.
The second place, Zhuo Qingwen, was just 80 points behind him. As soon as he eliminated another participant, his first place would be lost.
It seems that next, I need to go wait at the foot of the holy mountain.
The number of people is getting fewer, the preliminary round will probably see new changes. Just right, I can take this time to deal with some monsters along the way and widen the points gap a little more.
If I get eliminated by a little girl, wouldn't I be ridiculed to death later? Thinking silently, Wang Chen made a plan for his next actions.
Glancing in the direction of the holy mountain, he was about to set off.
However, at that moment,
whoosh! A sharp sound of breaking wind suddenly rang out, and as soon as the sound reached his ear, a cold gust of wind had already arrived behind him.
Why can't I stop talking?
Wang Chen raised his eyebrows. At the moment the sound of breaking wind occurred, relying on his keen perception, he turned on one foot.
Whoosh!
An arrow gleaming with a chilling glint grazed past the corner of his clothing.
Bang!
The arrow heavily struck the ground. The powerful force it carried drove it completely into the earth.
The power is not bad, but the speed is miles behind that girl. Sit to you.
Wang Chen shook his head and turned around, his gaze calmly looking toward where the arrows were shot from. Not far away, under a big tree, a boy holding a bow and arrow looked astonished as he stared this way, and behind him emerged 3 more figures.
4. It seems my luck isn't bad, all the luck is gathered here.
Seeing these 4 people, excitement flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. These 4 guys, at the very least, could provide him nearly 500 points.
On the opposite side. Quick reaction.
At this close distance, being able to dodge the rapidly shot arrows, Wang Chen, you deserve to be my opponent. Li Mingho saw Wang Chen narrowly dodge the arrows, and a smile crept on his lips, his long face filled with more ferocity.
Ha!
Hearing Li Mingho's words, Wang Chen was momentarily stunned, then looked at him with a strange expression.
This guy really loves to show off. Could it be that his muscles have taken over his brain? He thought silently, speaking in a calm tone. Since you say so, I'll reluctantly treat you as my opponent, considering you brought yourself to my door. He.
In the forest, after hearing Wang Chen's words, the 4, led by Li Mingho, couldn't help but sneer, their contempt evident on their faces.
Wang Chen. You don't really think that because you got lucky and eliminated a few weak contestants, ranking first by chance, you can look down on us, right?
Looking at Wang Chen, Li Mingho said disdainfully.
You need to realize your own strength. Being only level 65, you absolutely cannot be our opponent. I advise you to be smart and let us eliminate you honestly, or you'll suffer. As he spoke, he clenched his fist, as big as a sandbag, the bones cracking loudly, the threat unhidden. Beside him, Su Jing showed a cruel smile. Why say so much to him? Just deal with him quickly. Eliminating a contestant from Flame Dragon University will surely reward us when we return. Su Jing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she waved her magic staff, a tender green magic instantly merging into a nearby big tree. Boom! 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 The ground trembled violently the next second, roots bursting out from the soil, swaying like tentacles. Then, these roots instantly tightened down into the ground. Snap! The towering 20-meter tree was directly pulled from the ground, and the roots intertwined, supporting the thick trunk, giving the tree a human-like ability to move. Druid exclusive skill, Summon Treyant. Once the Treyant appeared, a stiff face appeared on the trunk, hollow eyes locking firmly on Wang Chen. To the side, after Su Jing started to act, Li Mingho and the other 3 spread out from 3 other directions, surrounding Wang Chen in the middle. Ha ha ha! Wang Chen, this time, you will definitely not escape. After the encirclement was formed, Li Mingho's face, filled with excess flesh, revealed pride and arrogance, his eyes brimming with malice. Meanwhile, at the other 2 positions, the archer and the curse mage each gripped their weapons tightly, silently preparing to launch their attack. At this moment, Wang Chen looked at the 4 around him, his gaze calm with no signs of disturbance. For these 4 guys, especially Li Mingho's words, he couldn't be bothered to respond. Because he felt absolutely no threat from them. They were too weak. Even to say, the allure of Li Mingho and the other 4 to him was less than the Treyants summoned by Su Jing. The druid profession is really convenient, summoning such a big guy in the forest must be fast on the road. But I remember druid seems to have transformation skills. At the first and second turns, there are forest bears and grey wolves. I wonder if this girl, after transforming, completely turns into one of these 2 beasts, or if she'll become a beastman. With his gaze fixed on the giant Treyant, Wang Chen's thoughts began to drift away. If the druid's transformation skill could turn someone into a beastman, he would really like to see that. Ha ha ha. Are you scared?
Beside him, Li Mingho saw Wang Chen silent and thought he was frightened, bursting into wild laughter.
Just stand there and let the treant eliminate you, or else I'll take action myself. A punch from me would really hurt.
Looking at Wang Chen, Li Mingho spoke with a tone of arrogance.
Oh?
Hearing this, Wang Chen raised an eyebrow and turned to look at Li Mingho.
I don't know if your punches hurt, but my punches not only hurt, they could also kill.
Saying this with a playful tone, Wang Chen looked extremely relaxed, even putting away the jagged long sword into his spatial ring at that moment.
Humph. Arrogant.
Hearing his words, before Li Mingho could respond, the nearby curse wizard couldn't help but snort coldly. As he spoke, he suddenly swung his magic staff topped with a skull, and a green magical ray shot out from the skull's mouth towards Wang Chen.
Be great skill, curse ray.
The curse wizard's specialty, as a first strike skill, not only had decent power and quick release speed, but it would also place the enemy under a curse state that reduced all attributes by 20% after hitting. After the curse wizard attacked, Su Jing also ordered the giant treant to follow up.
Swish.
The treant's thick branches whipped through the air like a long whip, creating waves in the air wherever it passed. In an instant, Wang Chen found himself in a situation of being attacked from both sides.
However,
at this moment, his expression remained calm.
Boom.
He stepped on the ground with one foot and swiftly dodged to the side, easily evading the two attacks. After landing, his legs bent slightly, and the suddenly tensed muscles stretched his pants tightly.
Swish.
In the next second, he shot out like an arrow, aimed directly at Li Mingho.
Ha! Looking for death.
Seeing Wang Chen target him for an attack, Li Mingho revealed a sinister smile.
Su Jing, if I accidentally kill him, don't blame me for stealing your points. Li Mingho sneered, undaunted as he faced Wang Chen.
As he stepped forward, his body inflated in size, his skin glowing with a bluish light, giving him a savage, wild aura.
Wang Chen. Feel what power is.
With a glimmer of cold light in his eyes, Li Mingho's fist was enveloped in a layer of blue magic, and he swung it directly at Wang Chen.
Be great skill, Shatter Bone Fist.
This skill, as an exclusive ability of the barbarian class, not only had immense attack power but also carried a bone shatter effect when it hit the opponent. Against foes with less strength, the bone shatter property would activate, causing a crushing blow to the hit area.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
As the punch was thrown, it created a piercing sound in the air.
This punch would crush even steel. However,
in the face of Li Mingho's punch, rushing forward, Wang Chen's gaze was as calm as water. The fist he had kept clenched at his waist shot out like a cannonball.
Charged strike.
At this moment, the A-grade skill activated, increasing Wang Chen's strength by a full 50%.
Boom.
As soon as he swung, the air was compressed, creating waves of pressure.
Bang.
The two fists collided, and the air at the point of impact twisted, sending a violent shockwave surging outward.
Crack.
In the next second, the sound of broken bones echoed. Li Mingho's face changed drastically as he felt a violent force surge toward him.
The arm instantly snapped.
Then Wang Chen's fist followed through, heavily striking his chest. This caused his body to be knocked flying, and even while in midair, he spat out blood. After hitting the ground, he rolled several times before finally coming to a stop.
Chapter 138. Unfortunately, she's not a beast-eared girl. Puff.
A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Li Mingho struggled to stand up from the ground.
At this moment,
the area around his chest visibly dented in, and his right arm hung weakly by his side.
One punch.
Wang Chen, with just one punch, had rendered his arm useless.
How is this possible?
Looking at Wang Chen, Li Mingho's expression was filled with shock, his eyes carrying a lingering fear and disbelief.
As a barbarian class, his strength and physical attributes were incredibly high. Even normal level 73rd turn professionals couldn't inflict such damage in a single hit.
In his perception, Wang Chen's punch just now was more than double his own strength.
How could this guy be so strong?
For a moment, Li Mingho felt bitter, realizing he had underestimated the situation.
On the other side,
Su Jing and the others were also staring in shock at this scene, never expecting that Li Mingho, the strongest fighter among the four, would be hurt by Wang Chen without even enduring a single move.
When did a level 72nd turn barbarian become so fragile? Damn it! Is he level 65 second turn?
His strength likely rivals that of a third turn professional. Su Jing and the others thought in astonishment, their expressions growing serious, and they collectively put away their previous contempt for Wang Chen. It was important to know, Wang Chen's class was a giant beast master, and he hadn't even summoned his beast yet, displaying such terrifying combat power. Once he fully unleashed his strength, he would likely be even stronger.
Thank goodness. Now we have 4 people.
Su Jing silently thought in her heart, issuing an attack command to the giant tree man, and then waved her magic wand again.
With a whoosh,
dense magical power surged from the wand, instantly enveloping her entire body. In the next second, Su Jing's body began to expand wildly. Crack, crack. With the sound of cracking bones, she transformed into a towering 5-meter-tall forest bear, appearing as a mountain of flesh.
Huh? She turned directly into a beast? Hearing the commotion, Wang Chen turned his head and felt a trace of disappointment. He had thought that after Su Jing activated her transformation skill, she would become a beast-eared girl. But instead... was that it? It seemed he was thinking too much. Whoosh! As he felt disappointed, a whooshing sound suddenly rang in his ear. With a flick of his toes, Wang Chen shifted his body 30 centimeters to the side. In the next second, an arrow wrapped in a scorching aura brushed past him. Boom! The arrow struck the ground heavily, exploding with a bang. It created a pit with a diameter of 1 meter. Archer exclusive skill, explosive arrow. Damn! Seeing his attack miss, the archer was stunned. He never expected Wang Chen's reaction to be so fast. At such a close distance, he could dodge a rapidly flying arrow. Let's attack together. This guy's strength is very strong, we probably won't be able to take him down without joining forces. Li Mingho, clutching his severed arm, pulled out a warhammer from his space ring with a serious expression. Hearing his words, Su Jing and the others nodded, their eyes warily watching Wang Chen. At this moment, although they were extremely reluctant to admit it, they had to accept one fact. That is, Wang Chen's strength far surpassed all 4 of them. It was somewhat laughable. Each of the 4 of them, if taken alone, had a level 4 advantage over Wang Chen, but unfortunately, this gap had no effect at all. Bang, bang, bang. The giant tree man charged towards Wang Chen, its thick branches crashing down heavily. Meanwhile, the archer and the cursed sorcerer also followed up with their attacks. Whoosh! 2 piercing sounds cut through the air, as explosive arrows and venomous magic balls shot towards Wang Chen. Now this is more like it. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen twisted his neck a couple of times, and a spark of excitement flashed in his eyes. This was just enough to warm him up. Boom! The ground was smashed into a deep pit as his body seemed to teleport, swiftly dodging 3 attacks, appearing right in front of Su Jing, who had transformed into a forest bear, then throwing a punch. Instant sword. Although he was not using a long sword at this moment, Wang Chen's fist had power that was no less than that of a long sword. Seeing Wang Chen suddenly appear in front of her, Su Jing's pupils narrowed, and her arms, like pillars, quickly crossed in front of her. Boom! The next second, a fist, carrying unimaginable power, slammed into her arms. Ah! The immense force turned Su Jing, transformed into a forest bear, into a mass of flesh and blood on her arm. Stumble, stumble, stumble. She stumbled back 17 or 18 steps, her body now like a mountain of flesh, plopping down hard on the ground. After sending Su Jing back with 1 punch, Wang Chen did not pause, pushing off the ground and rushing out again. Instant sword, second strike. This time, his target was the cursed wizard. Seeing Wang Chen charging at him, the cursed wizard's eyes flashed with panic, quickly interrupting the spell he was preparing, and slamming his skull staff heavily onto the ground. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, a layer of flickering translucent magical barrier enveloped his entire body. A universal skill for magic classes, the magical shield. At the moment the magical shield appeared, Wang Chen's fist also arrived. Boom! Crack! With 1 punch, the cursed wizard's magical barrier was shattered. Then, with unstoppable momentum, his fist struck heavily against the cursed wizard's head, amidst the wizard's fearful gaze. With a loud bang. It was as if a watermelon had been smashed, as the cursed wizard's head turned into glowing dots and disappeared. Gained 120 points. In the blink of an eye, 1 member from Li Mingho's group was down. Seeing this scene, Li Mingho, who was charging towards Wang Chen, flashed with astonishment in his eyes. The cursed wizard was level 69, second transition, and although the magical shield he released was only a C-rank skill, its defense was quite formidable. Yet, in front of Wang Chen, it was as thin as paper. What kind of monster is this? Thinking with shock in his heart, Li Mingho's actions did not slow down. He charged in front of Wang Chen and swung his warhammer down heavily. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the warhammer was in front of Wang Chen. At the same time, Wang Chen just turned around, not dodging or avoiding the warhammer. Seeing this, Li Mingho's expression was a bit stunned, but it quickly turned ferocious. You can't dodge this, can you? My warhammer is platinum equipment, it can definitely smash your head. Thinking joyfully in his heart, Li Mingho was already looking forward to Wang Chen being eliminated by him. However, just as the warhammer was about to hit Wang Chen, one of Wang Chen's hands suddenly reached out like lightning, blocking the warhammer's path. Boom! In the next second, the platinum-level equipment collided with flesh and blood, producing a dull sound. A dull sound was emitted. The next second,
Li Mingho felt as if his warhammer had struck a huge mountain. Not only did it not have the desired effect, but the recoil made his arm, holding the hammer's handle, feel a bit numb.
What the? How is this possible?
Seeing Wang Chen stop his weapon effortlessly with one hand, Li Mingho's expression froze.
This guy's strength is terrifying. Feeling shocked, he quickly tried to pull back. However, at this moment,
Wang Chen had no intention of letting him go.
With one hand against the hammer, Wang Chen's other arm directly wrapped around the hammerhead. He then smiled at Li Mingho and kicked heavily, hitting him in the groin.
This vital area, even if it were made of iron, would bow slightly in respect under such terrifying force. The sharp pain instantly made Li Mingho clench his legs tightly, his body weakly kneeling on the ground, unable to even hold his warhammer.
Seeing Li Mingho lose his fighting ability, Wang Chen snatched the warhammer and swung it back. Bang!
The warhammer directly knocked away an arrow that had shot towards him. Then, instead of using this opportunity to finish off Li Mingho, he moved his feet and shot forward like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the archer.
No match. Completely no match.
Looking at Wang Chen, who suddenly appeared in front of him, the archer's face was bitter, and his eyes held despair. At this moment, the warhammer grew larger before his eyes, crashing down with a fierce whistling sound.
With a bang,
the horrifying force created a large pit in the ground, and the archer vanished the moment the pit appeared.
Gained 115 points. Run. This is a monster.
Nearby, Su Jing, who had stood up again, was terrified by this scene. Without a word, she hurriedly turned to flee into the forest.
But
Wang Chen had long considered her his prey. How could he let her escape? As soon as Su Jing moved her body, Wang Chen followed closely, rushing forward with terrifying speed. With over 1,700 agility points due to his equipment boost, Wang Chen's body seemed to transform into a flash of lightning. In midair, he left behind multiple afterimages, and in the blink of an eye, he was behind Su Jing, the warhammer coming down heavily. At this moment, Su Jing had just taken 2 steps forward.
With a bang,
Su Jing, with her back facing Wang Chen, had no chance to evade and was directly crushed into light by the warhammer, teleporting away from the secret realm.
Gained 110 points. This thing is quite handy.
Having dealt with Su Jing, Wang Chen hefted the warhammer in his hand and turned to Li Mingho, who was gasping on the ground. Though that kick was not lethal, it had already made Li Mingho's situation dire. Fortunately, any injuries sustained in the secret realm would recover once he left. Otherwise, Li Mingho would probably rise to the position of a major official. However, knowing that the injuries would heal, a heavy shadow had already settled in Li Mingho's heart.
Looking at the now powerless Li Mingho, Wang Chen felt a bit embarrassed. That kick was purely instinctive.
I hope this won't affect you later.
Here you go. Thinking silently, Wang Chen directly threw the warhammer at Li Mingho. Boom!
The warhammer flew out like a cannonball, heavily striking Li Mingho.
Smash!
Without surprise, Li Mingho, in pain, was teleported away from the secret realm.
Gained 135 points. Job done, wrapping up.
Hearing the notification sound from the secret realm, Wang Chen clapped his hands, his eyes filled with joy.
Li Mingho and his 3 companions had directly provided him with 480 points. Wang Chen, total points 1,565. Zhu Qingwen, points number 1,201. Zhao Minkong, points number 1,050.
At this moment, he once again pulled the gap with the second-place Zhu Qingwen to over 300 points, solidifying his first position even more.
Not bad.
I hope guys like Li Mingho bring in more points later. Feeling a bit happy, Wang Chen stepped forward again towards the holy mountain in the center of the forest.
At the same time, as Wang Chen dealt with Li Mingho and his 3 teammates, exclamations arose from all directions in the forest.
Every contestant checking the leaderboard had expressions of shock on their faces.
Are you kidding? Points jumped 4 levels? Did Wang Chen just eliminate 4 contestants?
In a part of the forest, Zhu Qingwen, who was sitting on a tree trunk checking the rankings, exclaimed and nearly fell off the branch. Just now, right under her gaze, Wang Chen's points changed 4 times in a row.
Zhu Qingwen understood very well what this represented. This guy took out a team of 4 in just a few minutes. That's just too quick? Zhu Qingwen's beautiful eyes widened, filled with disbelief.
It's important to note that the contestants representing various universities entering the trial land are mostly the top students from their respective colleges, and excluding Wang Chen, their lowest level is at least second transition 69 level. Zhu Qingwen knew clearly that even if she encountered such a temporary team, resolving it so quickly would be impossible. It would turn into a tough battle. It seems teacher Gu Wanqing's reminder is correct. I really shouldn't underestimate Wang Chen. I need to hurry up. Thinking silently, Zhu Qingwen cast a falling feather technique, jumped down from the tree, and headed for the area she had just observed. Damn! Why is the gap getting bigger and bigger? In another area, Zhao Minkong looked at the leaderboard, equally dumbfounded. He never expected that after working hard to take down a bunch of wild monsters, Wang Chen would widen the gap even more.
Chapter 140, Target, Holy Mountain. At this moment,
the stadium was silent. All the spectators stared dumbfoundedly at the live screen, their eyes nearly popping out. No one expected that, facing an attack from 4 contestants who exceeded his level, Wang Chen would effortlessly neutralize the danger.
1 against 4, crushing victory. It's really shocking.
Those are 4 strong contestants, including Li Mingho, a second transition level 70, who ranks in the top 30 among all contestants.
Did you notice that throughout, Wang Chen didn't even use a weapon, relying just on his fists to effortlessly crush Li Mingho and his 3 teammates? Perfect combat awareness and reaction speed, along with strength far beyond his own level. Is he really just a second transition 65 level student? It's hard to imagine. Every step he took during the battle had no mistakes, every move was perfect like a textbook. After a moment, the audience erupted into a wave of discussion. Everyone couldn't help but praise Wang Chen. His control ability and mental quality are extreme. Every attack from Li Mingho and his team was under his control. If it were anyone else, even the slightest wavering would prevent them from creating such a smooth crushing situation. Even in the viewing areas of various universities, the teachers leading the teams couldn't help but praise him. This kid must have gone through extremely strict training. Such battle awareness doesn't come without thousands of battles. It's absolutely impossible to cultivate. His power is terrifying. With one punch, he sent the barbarian profession Li Mingho flying, his attributes at least 50% higher than Li Mingho. It's truly unimaginable that a second transfer 65 level giant beast master possesses such power. Gu Wanqing, the teacher leading the team from Huqing University, gazed in admiration, his words openly expressing his appreciation. Lan Xianlong, put away your previous disdain. Wang Chen will definitely be a strong opponent for you in the official match. Underrate him, and you might suffer a huge loss. As he spoke, Gu Wanqing turned to Lan Xianlong, his tone becoming serious. Upon hearing his words, Lan Xianlong nodded, his eyes growing more serious. 1 against 4.
He crushed 4 participants with higher levels than himself. This kind of achievement, even Lan Xianlong, in his pride, had to admit that Wang Chen possessed the strength to threaten him. You have to know, these 4 participants are not ordinary professionals. They are the best of their respective university freshmen, geniuses that countless professionals look up to, each having the ability to fight above their level.
Moreover, Wang Chen even defeated these 4 without using his beast companion.
This means he hasn't even shown his full strength.
Teacher Gu, I will be cautious and alert in the official match. However,
Lan Xianlong confidently said, I still have absolute confidence in defeating him on the stage. After all, although his power attributes are strong, there is still a certain gap between us, and my 4-dimensional attributes have no weaknesses. I will definitely crush him in other aspects. Hearing this, Gu Wanqing nodded and focused his gaze back on the circular screen.
Now nearly half of all participants have been eliminated, and the secret realm will soon undergo new changes.
I hope Zhuo Qingwen can seize the opportunity to quickly increase her points, otherwise, the first place in the preliminaries will be taken by Wang Chen.
This will directly widen the gap between Yanlong University and us in the official match.
Looking at the numbers at the top of the screen that represented the decreasing number of participants, Gu Wanqing couldn't help but think quietly.
In the trial ground's secret realm.
As the number of participants dwindled, the atmosphere in the forest grew increasingly quiet. Many participants began to hide their tracks, heading towards the holy mountain at the forest's center. At this moment, the majority of participants were thinking about surviving until the end. In such circumstances, those aiming for higher rankings found it increasingly difficult.
Damn! Are these guys all rabbits? How come each one runs faster than the last?
In the forest, Zhao Mingkong, holding a long sword, cursed angrily upon seeing several figures flash by and disappear. He had finally encountered a participant in the forest, but as soon as the others saw him, they turned and ran without a word, faster than a rabbit.
Wang Chen, points, 1,565. Zhuo Qingwen, points, 1,201. Zhao Mingkong, points, 1,050.
After glancing at the score rankings, Zhao Mingkong felt increasingly irritated.
Wang Chen's 1,565 points were painfully glaring to him.
Being suppressed under a peer who was 5 levels lower than himself, Zhao Mingkong was experiencing this feeling for the first time. This made him feel even more displeased.
Wang Chen, don't let me run into you, otherwise, I will definitely eliminate you. Thinking this resentfully, Zhao Mingkong was too lazy to search for other participants.
Let's head to the Holy Mountain first, everyone else must have run off somewhere. I heard from the teacher that the Holy Mountain area will have a large number of wild monsters, no matter whether I encounter other participants or wild monsters.
We'll have a significant advantage in the final ranking.
He looked at the distant tall peaks, and a decision formed in his heart.
At the same time, in another area of the forest. Boom boom boom.
Zhuqingwen raised her magic wand high, and the raging magical power condensed sharp ice spikes in the sky, bombarding the nearby area.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Ice spikes fell like cannonballs into the area, turning over a dozen wild monsters into a sieve. The wild monsters only had time to shriek before their bodies were frozen solid by the coldness attached to the ice spikes. Gained 65 points. When the Secret Realm's notification sound rang out, Zhuqingwen silently ended her spellcasting. There is still a gap of 300 points. She calculated her current total points and felt a bit anxious inside. It seems like I have to hurry to the Sacred Mountain. Relying only on killing wild monsters for points, catching up to Wang Chen seems unrealistic. I hope to run into Wang Chen at the Sacred Mountain. I want to ask him how he earns points so quickly. While thinking silently, Zhuqingwen stood still to recover her magic power and then turned toward the Sacred Mountain. Chapter 141, New Rules. In the Trial Land's Secret Realm. Centered around the towering Sacred Mountain, the entire Secret Realm can be divided into 4 regions: East, West, South, and North. At this moment, looking down from the sky, in these 4 regions, figures moved quickly, heading directly toward the central Sacred Mountain. As the preliminary round was nearing its later stage, all participants intended to enter the Sacred Mountain first to secure an early advantage. With this mindset, the forest suddenly fell silent, the continuous sounds of battle vanished. However, even so, the number of participants was still decreasing continuously. There were always some guys who couldn't see eye to eye, unable to resist fighting when they met. Ding! Current remaining participants in the Secret Realm, 160. The number meets the standard. The second phase of the preliminary round begins. Rules: 4 entrances open in the East, West, South, and North regions centered around the Sacred Mountain. After entering the Sacred Mountain, participants cannot harm each other. Note: there are 2 hours left until the Secret Realm ends. Participants who do not enter the Sacred Mountain will not receive extra points when the final ranking is determined. When the number of participants decreased to 160, the notification sound echoed in the ears of every remaining participant. Only 160 left? After entering the Sacred Mountain, we can't harm each other? And we can get extra points during the final ranking? Doesn't this mean that as long as I can enter the Sacred Mountain, I'll basically secure my spot in the top 100? In an instant, all participants couldn't help but stop, their minds swirling with thoughts. I must act quickly. Get to the Sacred Mountain before others. According to the rules, there are only 4 entrances to the Sacred Mountain. If someone blocks me outside, it will be trouble. This rule came at just the right time. Only 4 entrances. If we can block one, we can quickly gain a large number of points. Some were delighted, others were mournful, and a small portion saw opportunity in this new rule, their eyes sparkling with excitement. At this moment, Wang Chen, who was rapidly moving through the forest, also stopped after hearing the notification sound. It seems that in these last 2 hours, a chaos battle will likely erupt outside the Sacred Mountain. Everyone will fight desperately for a chance to enter. After hearing the Secret Realm's notification, Wang Chen couldn't help but ponder. Based on the news he got from teacher Chen Xiaolin, those who persist in the Secret Realm until the end. During the final settlement, a 100-point bonus will be awarded. This extra 100 points will determine whether many universities can secure one of the 100 spots to enter the official competition. Therefore, all participants simply cannot give up this 100-point bonus. There are still 2 hours left. As long as I block the entrance to the Holy Mountain in this area during this time, I will gain a lot of points. This way, not only can I qualify for the official competition, but I can also enjoy a few exhilarating battles. I hope those guys won't disappoint me. Thinking silently in his heart, Wang Chen excitedly looked towards the distant Holy Mountain. After the Secret Realm's prompt sound ended, the entire Holy Mountain was wrapped in a semi-transparent magical barrier. In the southeast, northwest, and 4 regions of this magical barrier, there are 4 giant gate-like passages, which are obviously the entrances to the Holy Mountain. The hunting moment has begun. There are still 60 elimination spots. I will try to boost my total points to over 5,000. It is said that the first place in the preliminaries has special rewards. I must get my hands on it. Looking into the distance, Wang Chen smirked slightly and hurried towards the entrance of the Holy Mountain. Soon, as he rushed forward, he quickly arrived near the entrance to the Holy Mountain. At this moment, at the foot of the Holy Mountain, the entrance was empty, without a trace of any other participants. However, for this, Wang Chen felt no disappointment at all. With only 4 entrances and 160 participants scattered in the forest, at least a quarter had to pass through here. It's best to wait for them here. Thinking this, Wang Chen confidently walked to the entrance of the Holy Mountain, then stood at the edge, closed his eyes to rest, and waited for the arrival of other participants. Wang Chen? How did he get here so fast? At this time, a girl holding a magic wand was hiding in the canopy of a large tree around the entrance of the Holy Mountain, her eyes wide in shock as she looked at the tall figure at the entrance through the gaps in the leaves.
This girl was hiding here, planning to ambush the participants coming here to earn herself a few more points.
But she didn't expect that just after hiding in the canopy, she would see Wang Chen arrive. What the hell? What is he planning? Standing at the entrance without entering, does he want to boldly block other participants?
Seeing Wang Chen stop at the edge of the entrance almost made the girl gasp. She never imagined that Wang Chen would think the same way as her, planning to ambush participants at the entrance. However, compared to her, Wang Chen was even more aggressive and bolder, standing there so boldly.
Damn! Isn't he afraid of attracting everyone's anger? Even if he's strong, it shouldn't be this arrogant.
The girl thought in shock, her gaze towards Wang Chen carrying a hint of indescribable emotion.
It seemed to be envy.
If only I had his strength, I would attack lone participants, and if I encountered many of them, I could directly retreat to the holy mountain. That really sounds perfect. But this is also good, with him there attracting others' attention, I might be able to sneak attack and ride on his coattails. The girl pondered silently, retracting her gaze and huddling back into the canopy, then tightly grasped her magic wand, focusing and waiting. Whoosh! At that moment, a fast-moving participant came rushing in. This was a boy in armor, his strength at level 68 of the second transfer, moving with extreme caution. As he arrived here, he immediately spotted the tall figure guarding the entrance. This. Upon closer look, when he realized that the person was Wang Chen, who currently ranked first on the points leaderboard, he felt.
His face suddenly turned extremely ugly.
After arriving at the entrance of the holy mountain but not entering, he could guess Wang Chen's purpose without thinking.
This guy is really arrogant.
He dares to guard the entrance of the holy mountain alone, he really doesn't care about anyone else.
Chapter 142, is he crazy? Damn! Everyone, look quickly. What is Wang Chen doing?
A sudden shout echoed in the large stadium as an audience member pointed at the circular screen, their eyes wide as saucers.
At that moment, many people followed the direction the person was pointing to look.
They saw Wang Chen's figure appearing at the entrance of the holy mountain in a separate area of the circular screen.
This is nothing, isn't he just planning to enter the holy mountain and wait until the preliminary rounds are over?
Exactly, now that the preliminary rounds are nearly over, the contestants entering the holy mountain cannot fight among themselves. Wang Chen must think his points are sufficient and plans to stay until the preliminary rounds end.
Seriously, what's so surprising about that?
Seeing that tall figure sitting quietly in the screen, the audience began to discuss among themselves, feeling that the person who shouted earlier was being overly dramatic. Now that the preliminary rounds are in the final stage, it is understandable for contestants with enough points to not want to continue fighting. After all, successfully staying until the secret realm closes will earn an extra 100 points, and very few people would fight to the death at this stage. Everyone wants to survive until the end to get extra points, to avoid being surpassed by those eliminated contestants in the final rankings. So after seeing Wang Chen's actions, many viewers shook their heads and began to watch the other contestants.
But at that moment... Wait, everyone look carefully, Wang Chen hasn't entered the holy mountain. He is sitting outside the entrance of the holy mountain.
A careful audience member stared at the screen and noticed the boundary line under Wang Chen's feet.
What? He hasn't entered the holy mountain? It's true.
Hearing this person's words, the audience members who were about to look away became interested again.
Upon closer observation, they soon realized the person's statement was correct. What is he trying to do? Standing at the boundary of the holy mountain entrance and not entering, could it be he wants to block the door? No way, is Wang Chen crazy? Upon noticing Wang Chen's strange behavior, the audience couldn't help but have a guess in their minds, each face showing shock and confusion. Blocking the entrance, he wants to be an enemy of all the contestants in this area. Who gave him the confidence? Even if he showed strong abilities before, he needs to understand what he is about to face. Now there are still a total of 160 contestants left. On average, there are 40 people in each area. If Wang Chen wants to block the door, he will have to face at least 39 contestants. Even if he is strong, 39 contestants could drown him with just one spit each. A wave of discussion rose in the audience, and everyone looked at Wang Chen on the screen with a mix of sarcasm and shock. They mocked Wang Chen for being overconfident, thinking he could challenge 39 contestants alone. What shocked them was that Wang Chen actually had the guts to carry out this crazy idea. And on the other side, this guy is really arrogant. How could a school like Flame Dragon University produce such an ignorant guy? In the contestant viewing area, the leading teacher from Huaqing University, Gu Wanqing, looked at the figure sitting calmly at the entrance of the holy mountain on the circular screen, and couldn't help but show a cold smile. Is he thinking his points are enough, so he plans to waste time? Little guy, reality will teach you to be a better person. Zhao Mingkong from Yanhua University is also in this area, so there will be a good show ahead. Thinking silently, Gu Wanqing's expression turned playful. Beside the seat at Huaqing University, Chen Xiaolin, the leading teacher from Yanlong University, watched Wang Chen's actions on the screen, and his mouth twitched fiercely. He never expected that at the moment the preliminary round was about to end, Wang Chen would make such a crazy choice. One person, blocking all the contestants in an area, how dare he? This brat, just wait until I come back and deal with him. Chen Xiaolin thought helplessly, but his eyes were suddenly filled with envy and anticipation. Although Wang Chen's actions seemed a bit overconfident, but it's really damn exciting. He had always wanted to do this in his time but never dared to take action, not knowing if Wang Chen could succeed. Here they come. At this moment, Chen Xiaolin suddenly held his breath, his gaze fixed on a figure that suddenly appeared on the screen. Other competitors have started to arrive one after another. How long can Wang Chen hold on? In an instant, all the viewers' attention was drawn to the scene where Wang Chen was. Some were gloating, while others were filled with expectation. At the same time, at the entrance of the Holy Mountain in the Trial Land's secret realm, in the eastern area, a single person wants to guard the entrance. Wang Chen, you can't think you're invincible among the contestants, right? The armored man who arrived at the entrance looked at that handsome figure, his eyes showing disdain. His name is Wu Zhaoyun, a level 68 Earth warrior of the second transfer. I admit you might be strong, but wanting to block the door. You're just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Wu Zhaoyun sneered coldly in his heart, his feet moving quickly toward the Holy Mountain's entrance. Boom, boom, boom. Bright yellow magical energy enveloped him, and with the drum-like sound of his footsteps, his charge created momentum like an army of thousands. Wu Zhaoyun's goal was clear, to get past Wang Chen and directly enter the Holy Mountain. After all, he knew well that although he was very angry with Wang Chen's actions, he had to admit that Wang Chen's ranking at the top was due to his absolute strength. Perhaps some contestants could defeat Wang Chen, but that person would definitely not be him. But Wu Zhaoyun's thoughts were beautiful, yet at the moment he took a step, Wang Chen pulled out a serrated sword from his space ring and stepped in front of Wu Zhaoyun's charging path. Seeing this scene, a flash of anger crossed Wu Zhaoyun's eyes. He had chosen to avoid confrontation, yet this guy was unwilling to let it go. Mighty strike. Looking at Wang Chen, Wu Zhaoyun swung the two-handed sword during his charge. In an instant, a rich magical energy enveloped the surface of the two-handed sword, accompanied by a piercing whistle, flying toward Wang Chen at high speed. This mighty strike skill is a B-level skill, one of the exclusive skills of the Earth Warrior profession. Wu Zhaoyun invested a large number of skill points to raise the skill level to the maximum. Its power is at least 3 times stronger than a normal B-level skill. Not far away, a girl hiding cautiously in a big tree saw this scene, and a spark of expectation flashed in her eyes. Can this Wu Zhaoyun break through Wang Chen's blockade and enter the Holy Mountain? Chapter 143, What kind of monster is this? In the Trial Land's secret realm. Good coming. Looking at Wu Zhaoyun, who was rapidly slashing with a two-handed sword, a spark of excitement flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. Then, he suddenly tensed his arm, sweeping the serrated sword toward the charging Wu Zhaoyun. With a loud bang, the two weapons collided instantly, exploding into a terrifying wave of energy. But that was not all. In the moment of collision, Wang Chen stepped back with his left foot, dissipating the force of impact. Next, his body spun like a top. Sizzle, sizzle. Sparks flew from the friction between the serrated sword and the two-handed sword. Who? Just as the words were spoken, the action took place in an instant. Wang Chen's movement was completed in the blink of an eye. Wu Zhaoyun felt a flash before his eyes, and Wang Chen disappeared from his sight. A great opportunity. Seeing this scene, Wu Zhaoyun's heart was filled with joy. He stomped heavily on the ground, and his body rushed forward quickly, aiming to charge directly through the entrance into the Holy Mountain. However, at that moment, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A sudden and fierce sound of wind erupted beside his ears, and before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. The next second, Wu Zhaoyun suddenly realized he had already charged into the entrance of the Holy Mountain. Ha ha ha. Wang Chen, I'm in. With surprise in his heart, Wu Zhaoyun wanted to turn around and mock Wang Chen a few words. But at that moment, he suddenly realized he couldn't move his head, and the scenery before him kept shaking. What's happening? A shock ran through his heart, but before he could ponder what had happened, he suddenly felt darkness engulfing him, his consciousness sinking into blackness. In his last moment, he saw a headless corpse crash heavily to the ground outside the entrance of the Holy Mountain, dissipating into specks of light. So, I have already been eliminated? On the opposite side. Gained 120 points. Hearing the secret realm prompt in his ears, Wang Chen smiled and stood in place, waiting. A mere level 68 opponent is simply not a match for him. Instant kill? In the treetops, the female mage was in shock. She never expected that Wu Zhaoyun, who was equal in strength to her, would be killed by Wang Chen in the blink of an eye.
For a moment, she stared blankly at the tall and imposing figure at the entrance, her mind almost completely filled with Wang Chen's clean and decisive action moments ago. No wonder he dared to block the entrance of the holy mountain. Wang Chen's strength is probably not much different from the top competitors.
What kind of monster is he? He's clearly only level 65, and he's a giant beast master. How could he be this strong? The girl instinctively shrank further into the treetops to avoid being discovered. It must be said, Wang Chen's effortless killing of Wu Zhaoyun had frightened her. At the same time, it wasn't just her who was scared. Not far from her, behind a large tree, two figures were quietly holding their breaths, secretly observing Wang Chen at the entrance. So terrifying.
One sword, instant kill on a level 68 opponent. Wang Chen's strength has absolutely reached the top tier among all competitors.
This person, so monstrous. The two figures hiding behind the tree were two girls, and at that moment, they exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with shock. What to do? With the strength Wang Chen just displayed, even if we joined forces, we probably couldn't break through his blockade. The girl with a bun on her head let out a breath, her tone laced with fear.
Wait.
The girl with a single ponytail shook her head with a bitter smile and said, "We'll wait for others to arrive, then we can take advantage of the situation to sneak into the holy mountain." As she spoke, the girl with the ponytail had a hint of bitterness at the corners of her mouth. She was herself an outstanding genius among her peers, reaching level 69 as a two-turn. So when she first saw Wang Chen, she didn't think much of his level 65 strength. After all, for these geniuses, each level's gap was unimaginably huge. Let alone a difference of 4 levels, which seemed like a chasm. But now, she felt she was wrong. A giant beast master, without using beast pets or skills, could kill an opponent 3 levels higher with one sword. Such terrifying strength, not even a level 69 or even level 70 could possibly achieve. Wang Chen's strength is probably already comparable to those in the third turn who have formed a silver body. In a one-on-one situation, the only ones likely to stand against him are probably contestants from the other 3 top universities. Now, to pass through the entrance of the sacred mountain, we can only rely on our numbers to gang up on him. The girl with the single ponytail spoke bitterly, her face reflecting deep defeat. In the past, she had been proud of her genius talent, but now, upon seeing Wang Chen, she deeply realized that there are still differences among geniuses. At this moment, Wang Chen glanced playfully at the large tree where the two girls were situated, and then he ignored them. He had already noticed them when they first arrived. Moreover, not just them, the guy hiding in the tree canopy had not escaped his perception either. However, Wang Chen had no intention of paying attention to these 3 contestants. After all, the entrance to the sacred mountain was right behind him, they couldn't bypass him to enter. Wang Chen, points total 1,685. Zhu Qingwen, points total 1,380. Xiao Tian's, points total 1,260. Ha! Glancing at the leaderboard, Wang Chen couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Zhao Mingkong, who had maintained a position in the top 3, was actually pushed down by Xiao Tian's from Nansheng University. Moreover, compared to before, Xiao Tian's points had surged by over 300 in a short amount of time. It seems there are others among the contestants doing the same as me. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes as Wang Chen licked his lips. Next, let's see who can eliminate more contestants. With excitement bubbling in his heart, Wang Chen closed the leaderboard and turned his gaze toward the distant forest. At this moment, a tall boy stepped out from the forest, his expression wary yet somewhat surprised. Wang Chen? Are you planning to block the entrance, preventing us contestants from this area from entering the sacred mountain? The boy said, bringing the battle bow from his back into his hands. How about a deal? I don't want to fight you, let me pass, and I promise I won't cause you any trouble. He drew 2 arrows, placing them on the bowstring, his tone serious. However, sorry, I'm actually more interested in the points you have. Wang Chen chuckled lightly, looking at the boy with indifference as he drew his serrated long sword. Chapter 144, One Man Guards the Gate. At this moment, in the Trial Land's secret realm, Wang Chen guarded the entrance to the sacred mountain in the eastern region, continuously thwarting one contestant after another in just one short hour. Regardless of whether these contestants reached level 68 or 70, they were all eliminated like cutting vegetables in front of him. In just 1 hour, Wang Chen's points skyrocketed, already reaching a terrifying total of 3,000, creating a large gap from others. Moreover, in addition to this, Wang Chen, points total 3,000. Zhu Qingwen, points total 2,200. Xiao Tian's, points total 1,900. Zhao Mingkong, points total 1,200. As of now, the top 3 on the leaderboard had completely separated from the others into 2 tiers. However, as the points rapidly increased, the number of contestants in the secret realm had sharply decreased to 120. At this rate, there would be no need to finish the last hour, and the preliminary round would end early. After an hour of continuous battle, Wang Chen remained spirited, firmly holding the entrance to the sacred mountain like a gatekeeper. At this moment,
in front of him, 3 contestants stood cautiously at a distance, their expressions exceptionally grim. These 3 were professionals, a warrior, a mage, and an assassin, all reaching level 70 after their second job change. Yet at this moment, none dared to step forward, initiating an attack on Wang Chen.
Wang Chen,
your points have reached 3,000.
The first position already belongs to you, why block the door here? Why not let us pass?
The tall warrior among the 3 said impatiently, his face filled with deep apprehension.
Hearing his words, Wang Chen simply shook his head.
Right now, he was only 800 points away from Zhuo Qingwen, and there were still 120 contestants left. This meant that there were over 1,800 points still lying around. Having blocked the door until now, if he let someone in and was then surpassed by Zhuo Qingwen, that would be a big problem.
Do you really want to be this ruthless?
Seeing Wang Chen shake his head, the assassin raised an eyebrow, his face looking extremely grim. After witnessing Wang Chen's recent strength in eliminating 10 contestants in a row, he had no desire to fight Wang Chen. Furthermore, the 3 of them here.
Whoever acts first would be creating an opportunity for the other 2.
I don't want to be this ruthless either, but the people behind are really pressing hard. Upon hearing the assassin's words, Wang Chen shrugged his shoulders, looking helpless. Seeing this scene, the 3 assassins felt their teeth itch with frustration.
What to do? Should we team up?
At this moment, the 3 exchanged glances that revealed the same thought in each other's eyes.
But, although they knew teaming up was the best choice at this moment, they still hesitated.
They were all competitors, with no foundation of trust among them, and each had their own hidden intentions.
Let's attack him together. The hot-tempered warrior snorted, if we can't get into the holy mountain, we wouldn't get any extra points, and it would be no different from being eliminated.
That's right. After the warrior spoke, the mage beside him nodded in agreement.
Then, who will take the front to face Wang Chen?
Seeing the 2 had the intention to cooperate, the assassin asked solemnly. As soon as he finished speaking, both he and the mage's gazes fell on the warrior. One was a ranged class, and the other was a low defense class cannon, both incapable of containing Wang Chen up front. So although it wasn't spoken, they all tacitly agreed that the warrior would take on this heavy responsibility.
Hiss.
Noticing the looks from the 2, the warrior gritted his teeth, his expression somewhat grim. Given the terrifying power Wang Chen had just demonstrated, charging at him might not end well.
But at this moment, there was no one else capable of it besides him. Okay. I can go up front to take Wang Chen's attack, but...
The warrior paused while speaking, his cold gaze sweeping over the assassin and mage.
But let me make it clear in advance, if you 2 plan to use me as cannon fodder and sneak into the holy mountain while I'm fighting Wang Chen, I will chase you to your school and not let you off. Don't worry. We won't.
The assassin and mage exchanged glances, their eyes were somewhat tumultuous, but they solemnly promised.
Fine, I'll trust you once.
Seeing this, the warrior snorted coldly, gripping his battle axe, ready to step forward.
However, at this moment... Whoosh!
At this time, someone else arrived. His aura was unrestrained, giving off an arrogant and overbearing feeling.
It was a tall, slender, handsome boy.
Seeing this person appear, the warrior who was about to strike paused and looked over. Upon seeing him, a smile unconsciously appeared on his face.
Zhao Mingkong. Ha, now that he's here, our chance of entering the holy mountain is even greater.
Zhao Mingkong was a level 70 fire mage of the second transfer, from one of the 4 top universities, Yanhua University.
In the eyes of the 3 warriors, even if Zhao Mingkong couldn't defeat Wang Chen, he definitely wouldn't be easily eliminated.
As long as the 2 engaged in battle, an opportunity for them to enter the holy mountain would arise. Silently thinking this, the 3 exchanged glances and quietly started to retreat.
At the same time,
Zhao Mingkong, radiating an exuberant aura, glanced at the 3 and then ignored them, stepping out from the woods, his gaze firmly locked on Wang Chen.
Ha ha ha. I finally ran into you. Looking at Wang Chen, Zhao Mingkong's expression twisted into something fierce.
Since the start of the preliminary rounds, his ranking had always been beneath Wang Chen's in the scoreboard, and the anger in his heart had long been building to the limit. And now, as the secret realm was about to conclude, Wang Chen's score had reached a terrifying 3,000 points. This made it utterly impossible for him to catch up before the secret realm ended. No matter what Zhao Mingkong did now, it was inevitable that Wang Chen, at only level 65, would remain above him. Originally, he thought he would have to wait until the formal competition to wash away this humiliation.
But now,
just before the preliminary rounds finished, he encountered Wang Chen.
Kid, today I'm going to roast you into charcoal.
Zhao Mingkong sneered, taking a step forward, the surging magic power flowing like waves, crushing forward. Opposite him, Wang Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at Zhao Mingkong with confusion.
He recognized this person, but why such big anger? Clearly it was their first meeting. Why did it feel like he had wronged him? Zhao Mingkong and Wang Chen are facing off. This will be a good show. I wonder if Zhao Mingkong can eliminate Wang Chen? Impossible. Wang Chen is currently at the entrance of the Holy Mountain.
Zhao Mingkong might defeat him, but he absolutely cannot eliminate him.
He just needs to take a few steps back to directly enter the Holy Mountain. True, but what follows will definitely be a fierce battle. We have a show to watch.
In the Grand Stadium, seeing the circular screen with Wang Chen and Zhao Mingkong confronting each other, all the spectators couldn't help but show excited expressions. This was the first time since the preliminary rounds began that contestants from the four top universities were meeting face to face. The coming battle would surely be thrilling to watch. It seems Wang Chen's blocking action is about to end now. Now he's facing not just Zhao Mingkong, but also 3 other contestants. While these 2 are fighting, the other 3 contestants will definitely not be indifferent. They will seize the opportunity to enter the Holy Mountain.
They might even team up with Zhao Mingkong to attack Wang Chen.
Look quickly, Zhao Mingkong is about to attack. All eyes were glued to the circular screen, and every spectator held their breath, afraid they would miss something.
At the same time, in the Trial Land's secret realm. Hoo.
As Zhao Mingkong drew upon his magic power, a stifling, scorching aura enveloped the whole area, raising the temperature at the entrance of the Holy Mountain by several degrees. As a special profession, the explosive flame mage, Zhao Mingkong could only learn to use fire attribute skills and non-attribute general skills due to his occupational traits. Although this made his combat style somewhat one-dimensional, it had resulted in an extremely fierce attack power. After all, among all magical skills of various attributes, fire and lightning are recognized for their extraordinary killing power.
Wang Chen, encountering me today is your misfortune.
A glint of cold light flashed in Zhao Mingkong's eyes, and without any visible movement, 5 large fireballs gathered behind him.
In the next second, these 5 fireballs shot toward Wang Chen like cannonballs. On the opposite side,
seeing the 5 fireballs hurtling toward him, a ripple crossed Wang Chen's eyes.
No chant casting, this Zhao Mingkong has some impressive skills.
Moreover, the D-grade skill fireball was currently showcasing power comparable to a B-grade skill in Zhao Mingkong's hands, demonstrating just how strong the explosive increase of fire skills was for his class.
However, Wang Chen showed no signs of fear on his face. Although this attack is strong, if it can't hit, it's all in vain. Thinking in his heart, he moved his feet and instantly stepped back. Swish! Directly, he entered the sacred mountain from the entrance. At the same time,
5 huge fireballs heavily struck the magical barrier that enveloped the sacred mountain.
Crackling!
In an instant, the 5 fireballs seemed to enter the water, only emitting wisps of green smoke before disappearing.
Once inside the sacred mountain, fighting among contestants is strictly forbidden, and it's not just empty talk.
Within the range of this magical barrier, there exists an anti-magic domain where any skills become ineffective, and any attacks cannot cause harm.
Damn! Coward!
On the opposite side, seeing Wang Chen enter the sacred mountain, Zhao Mingkong cursed inwardly, his expression extremely twisted. He never expected that Wang Chen would be so cowardly.
I'll let you go this time. When it comes to the arena battle, I will definitely take care of you.
Looking at Wang Chen, Zhao Mingkong said angrily.
However,
before he finished speaking, he became choked in his throat. At this moment, Wang Chen, who had retreated into the sacred mountain, took a step forward.
And walked out again. What did you say? Wang Chen looked at Zhao Mingkong with a smile, his eyes full of amusement. You?
Seeing this scene, Zhao Mingkong's face turned red with anger. He never expected that Wang Chen would dare to come out and be so mocking.
Bastard! With a roar, Zhao Mingkong waved his magic wand, and the intense magical power boiled fiercely. Buzzing!
Surging magical power swirled and formed an energy ball that flickered in front of him.
A-level skill, explosive fireball. I'm going to roast you into charcoal. With a wave of his magic wand, the explosive fireball shot out. Boom! As soon as it flew out, the explosive fireball rapidly expanded, instantly transforming into a huge fireball over 3 meters in diameter. In an instant, it reached Wang Chen's front. At this moment, just the heat emitted by the fireball roasted the leaves of the big tree at the entrance. If it hit him, it would be like taking a direct hit from an RPG. However, Wang Chen's expression remained flat. Faced with the incoming explosive fireball, he merely took a step back. Then, after the explosive fireball was extinguished by the magical barrier, he stepped out again. This. Seeing this scene, Zhao Mingkong nearly spat blood. So, shameless. I wanted to have a fair battle with you, and you're just exploiting a bug here? You coward. You can only rely on the protection of the magical barrier? Have the guts to fight me fairly. Looking at Wang Chen, Zhao Mingkong gritted his teeth and said,
Upon hearing his words, Wang Chen merely shrugged dismissively. What a joke! When fighting against a ranged magician like Zhao Mingkong, the first step is definitely to close the distance. But doing so would inevitably mean leaving the entrance of the sacred mountain and giving other contestants a chance to enter.
He would never do that. Ah! Feeling Wang Chen's disdain, Zhao Mingkong's face turned pale.
Swish, swish, swish. He waved the magic wand in his hand continuously, unleashing various skills.
Flame arrow rain. Explosive fireball. Meteor fire rain.
One skill after another bombarded Wang Chen wildly.
However,
these skills only shattered the ground at the entrance but didn't even harm a single hair on Wang Chen's head. He merely hopped back and forth in and out of the magical barrier, easily nullifying Zhao Mingkong's attacks.
Ha ha ha. This is so funny. How did Wang Chen come up with this idea? Using the anti-magic domain inside the sacred mountain to give himself an edge. No, no, no. I feel like I'm going to laugh my belly off.
With this anti-magic domain in place, Zhao Mingkong can never hurt Wang Chen. In the grand stadium, the audience eagerly awaiting a fierce battle between Wang Chen and Zhao Mingkong were all dumbfounded. Nobody expected that Wang Chen would deal with Zhao Mingkong in this way. Although the process of the battle caught them completely off guard. However, the viewing effect is excellent. And on the other side, the observing competitors and their teachers couldn't help but laugh at this scene. Using the forbidden magic field to fight, since the Trial Land's secret realm has started, Wang Chen is the first one to do this. Chapter 146, The Preliminary Contest Ends. In the Trial Land's secret realm, several competitors standing in the woods, watching the fight, were also stunned by Wang Chen's operation. They never expected that Wang Chen would pull off such an impressive move. In an instant, what they had anticipated as a fierce battle turned into a playful scene. However, after the surprise, everyone's faces turned grim. Wang Chen stood at the entrance of the holy mountain, repeatedly jumping side to side, never leaving, which gave them no chance to sneak in.
This is so frustrating. What should we do?
He has made up his mind to be the gatekeeper, and Zhao Mingkong, as a ranged class, can't force Wang Chen to leave the entrance at all. Under a big tree, the annoyed warrior turned to look at the two beside him. Hearing his words, the assassin and the mage exchanged looks, their eyes showing helplessness. This situation was something they never expected. The only way now is to team up with Zhao Mingkong, to limit Wang Chen in close combat, then we can resolve the current predicament. After a moment, the assassin said in a heavy tone. Hearing his words, the warrior nodded, his gaze on Zhao Mingkong, who was crazily unleashing skills.
Will he join us?
The warrior's voice was somewhat lacking in confidence. If he doesn't team up, there's no other choice, unless he wants to be blocked outside by Wang Chen. Beside him, the mage shook his head. After his words fell, he took a step forward and swung his magic staff to attack Wang Chen. At this moment, Zhao Mingkong not far away merely glanced over and didn't respond.
It seemed like he tacitly agreed to the alliance between them.
Seeing this scene, the warrior and the assassin exchanged a glance.
Bang!
The warrior raised his shield and quickly moved toward Wang Chen. At that moment, the assassin flickered and disappeared from the spot.
On the opposite side. Finally couldn't hold back?
Seeing the three of them make a move, excitement flashed in Wang Chen's eyes.
At this moment,
facing the magical skills from Zhao Mingkong and the mage competitor, he didn't retreat into the holy mountain to hide, but moved instead.
Instant sword. Whoosh! His figure instantly vanished from the spot.
Two magical skills exploded in a cloud of dust.
The next second,
when Wang Chen's figure appeared before everyone's eyes, he was already in front of the warrior, who was advancing with the shield.
Be careful!
Seeing this, the mage couldn't help but shout. Hearing his words, the advancing warrior was startled, and quietly peered out from behind the shield. In one glance, he saw a gleaming broadsword slicing violently through the air toward him. The warrior's pupils contracted, instinctively raising his shield to meet it.
Bang! The next second, a fierce collision echoed.
The warrior felt as if the shield in his hand had been hit by a speeding train.
An unimaginable force directly pressed his raised shield against his chest. Pooh!
He spat out a mouthful of blood, spinning as he flew away.
Damn! Is it this terrifying?
In midair, the warrior looked at Wang Chen in horror. He never expected th.
Sizzle!
The long sword instantly plunged halfway into the ground. In the next second, the previously empty ground warped with light, and a shadow appeared. It was the assassin contestant. At this moment, his whole body was pierced by a jagged sword, and he looked at Wang Chen in disbelief. His body slowly turned into specks of light and vanished. He had promised to attack together with a few others, but he broke the agreement and planned to sneak into the sacred mountain using stealth skills. But he never expected that Wang Chen could still notice his movements amidst the attacks from the other three.
Fool! I have been on guard against you for a long time. Seeing the assassin's unwilling gaze, Wang Chen smiled as he drew his sword. Among the four, the one most likely to sneak past him into the sacred mountain was indeed the assassin contestant. So from the very beginning, after the other three made their moves, most of Wang Chen's attention had been focused on the assassin. It could even be said that his unusual retreat from the entrance was to set a trap for the assassin. Whoosh! At this moment, seeing the assassin eliminated, Zhao Mingkong and the warrior and mage contestants widened their eyes in shock and disbelief. They never expected that Wang Chen could still appear so relaxed under their attacks and even detect the stealthy assassin. Damn! How can this guy be so strong? Spitting out blood, the warrior contestant struggled to rise from the ground, feeling utterly speechless. In the blink of an eye, one was dead and one was injured among the four, yet they didn't even touch Wang Chen's clothes. This battle was almost pushing him to despair. And while the three of them were stunned, Wang Chen moved his feet, his body glowing with blurred electricity, and instantly appeared behind the mage contestant. Lightning step. At this moment, under the effect of this A-level skill, a vivid shadow remained where Wang Chen had been. Swish! The stunned mage, when he saw the shadow dissipate and sensed something was wrong, felt the sharp blade sweep across his neck, nearly decapitating him. Ho! Covering his neck, the mage fell helplessly to the ground. Damn! Seeing Wang Chen eliminate another person, Zhao Mingkong and the warrior contestant felt a shock and hurriedly retreated to create distance. Especially Zhao Mingkong, who, while retreating, quickly cast 2 protective spells on himself. Flame Shield. Magical Defense Dome. Wang Chen's terrifying speed and attack power had scared him tremendously. On the opposite side, Wang Chen glanced at the score leaderboard, then looked at the panicked expressions of Zhao Mingkong and the others, a smile slowly forming on his lips. Don't worry. I don't plan to eliminate you too. Saying this, he moved his feet, his body instantly passing through the entrance and entering the sacred mountain. Now, the overall situation was set. As he stood firm at the entrance, all contestants remaining in the secret realm heard the prompt sound simultaneously. Remaining contestants, 100, Secret Realm rules triggered, preliminary rounds officially over, Secret Realm closing. Chapter 147, Rich Special Rewards. In the Trial Lands Secret Realm. Remaining contestants, 100, Secret Realm rules triggered, preliminary rounds officially over, Secret Realm closing. When the prompt sound from the Secret Realm rang in their ears, Zhao Mingkong and the warrior contestants' faces fell as they stopped their actions. Son of a gun. This time you're lucky, but when it comes to the arena match, you won't have the anti-magic field as your crutch. I'll make sure to thoroughly deal with you then. Zhao Mingkong glared fiercely at Wang Chen, his tone icy and resentful. In his view, without the Sacred Mountain's anti-magic field, Wang Chen would have already been burned to a crisp by his fire magic. However, Wang Chen didn't care at all about his words. He just glanced lightly at Zhao Mingkong, who had turned into a point of light and vanished, and then withdrew his gaze. At this moment, the Secret Realm prompt sound in his ear was somewhat different from others. Congratulations, contestant Wang Chen, ranked first on the leaderboard. Now, rewards are being issued to you. Rewards are being issued. Please wait. Listening to the prompt sound, Wang Chen's eyes were a bit expectant. Soon, a treasure chest radiating colorful light appeared before him. Without hesitation, Wang Chen chose to open the treasure chest directly. In an instant, dazzling light filled his vision, and item after item appeared one by one. The inquiry technique swept over. 200 million experience points. 200 free attribute points. 200 free skill points. Platinum level equipment, Gale boots. Special title, Reaper. Seeing the information feedback from the inquiry technique, Wang Chen nodded in satisfaction. This reward, unique to first place, was indeed generous. 200 million experience points were instantly absorbed by him, causing his level and that of his 2 little companions to jump directly to level 70. Beast Pet, Nine-tailed Celestial Fox. Nickname, Susu. Gender, female. Age, 1 month, juvenile stage. Level, 70. Rank, Ancestral Divine Beast. Talent, Unlimited Growth, SSS. 4-dimensional attributes, Strength 3450, Wisdom 4150, Constitution 3450, Agility 3550. No buffs, equipment, or item enhancements. Skills, Delusive Body, SSS, Crimson Eye, SSS, Enchanting Alves, SSS, Nine-tails Annihilation, SSS, Mark of Enslavement, SSS. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Introduction, brief. Beast Pet, Ancient Overlord, Extreme Cold Dragon. Nickname, Ice Clear. Gender, female. Age, 2 months, juvenile stage. Level, 70. Rank, Ancestral Divine Beast. Talent, Unlimited Growth, SSS.
Four-dimensional attributes: Strength 3650, Wisdom 3650, Constitution 3650, Agility 3650.
No buffs, equipment, or item enhancements. Skills: Frost Body, SSS, Extreme Cold Breath, SSS, Ice Hell, SSS, Dragon Might, SSS, Frost Fury, SSS. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Introduction, brief. Name, Wang Chen. Occupation, Giant Beast Tamer. Level, 70. Talent, All Beasts Affection, SSS, Beast Pet Fusion, Divine. Skills: Beast Taming, S, Beast Rejuvenation, B, Bloodline Identification, Divine, Contract Summon, B, Flashblade, D, Windblade Technique, C, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, B, Beast Amplification Technique, B, Crescent Moon Slash, A, Lightning Step, A, Charged Strike, A. Strength, 1605 plus 630 points. Wisdom, 1745 plus 100 points. Constitution, 1605 plus 450 points. Agility, 1625 plus 250 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unallocated skill points, 0 points. Wang Chen evenly distributed the attribute points, while the skill points gained from leveling up and rewards were added to Lightning Step. He raised the skill level of this A-level skill to 3, increasing its effect by 10%. Now, not counting strength solely by level, he had already reached the top tier among all the competitors. After wrapping these up, his gaze focused again on the last two items. Equipment, Gale Boots. Type, Armor. Grade, Platinum. Level restriction, level 70. Attributes, Agility plus 300. Enchanting effects, 1, increase movement speed by 20%. 2, Water Treading, an active effect that allows the wearer to walk on water after activation, light as a feather. Seeing the attributes of this equipment, a flash of satisfaction appeared in Wang Chen's eyes. Both the increased attributes and the enchanting effects were very useful to him. He directly switched his equipment and turned his attention to the final item. Special title, Reaper. Title effect, increase attack power by 10% against humanoid enemies. Hiss. Seeing the title effect, Wang Chen couldn't help but hiss. Although the effect was quite simple, the increase was incredibly powerful, making it much easier for him to win against other opponents, especially the contestants he would face next in the arena. Now that I've reached the maximum level for the second transformation, once the new warrior competition ends, I'll start preparing for a job change. Next, I must also go to the trading market when I have time to pick out my third beast pet in advance. After checking his gains, Wang Chen thought with some anticipation. At the same time, the power of the rules in the secret realm surged, and he began to be transported away. It's over. I really didn't expect that the first place in the preliminaries would be taken by Wang Chen, the contestant with the lowest level. Indeed, who would have thought that his level 65 would possess such extraordinary power? Even the level 70 Zhao Mingkong could not defeat him. But it seems that the level gap between Wang Chen and the others will likely be erased. I remember that the first place in the preliminary round will receive a special reward from the secret realm, incredibly generous. In the Grand Gymnasium, when the images on the circular screen froze, all the spectators couldn't help but discuss. This year's preliminary round results can be said to be beyond their expectations. The first place was taken by Wang Chen, who had the lowest level among all the competitors, and he won with undeniable dominance. At this moment, as the audience murmured, the images on the circular screen darkened, and the avatars of the contestants appeared one after another. The preliminary round had ended, starting to determine the qualification for the official competition. For a moment, everyone instinctively held their breath, their eyes fixed on the screen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, the images on the screen froze again, and the freshly released preliminary rankings were presented to everyone. First place, Yanlong University. Second place, Huaqing University. Third place, Nansheng University. 58th place, Yanhua University. Chapter 148 has great spirit. In the Grand Gymnasium. When the newly released preliminary rankings appeared, the participating teams from various universities had mixed emotions. But the most excited emotions belonged to the team from Yanhua University. As one of the top 4 universities, ranking 58th in the preliminary round could be said to be Yanhua University's worst result, bar none. Those glaring words slapped all members of the Yanhua University team hard, making them feel extreme humiliation. That bastard Zhao Mingkong, letting him participate in the preliminary round, and he only brought back such results. It seems his resources will be cut down a bit in the future. He doesn't deserve the school's full training. The leading teacher from Yanhua University clenched his fists, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Given the current situation, he would love to rush up and give Zhao Mingkong a couple of hard slaps. Although ranking 58 still secured their qualification, it did not affect their entry into the official competition. However, the ranking determined the starting points each university had in the official competition.
The top 100 rankings from the preliminary round, from top to bottom, the first place can initially get 10 points, the second place gets 8 points, and the third place gets 5 points.
After that, from 4th to 10th, everyone receives 4 points.
From 11th to 30th, it is 3 points. From 31st to 50th, it is 2 points. After the 50th place, everyone uniformly gets 1 point. For ordinary universities, being able to enter the official competition is already a great fortune, and they regard the points lightly.
But for Yanhua University, points are extremely important.
Now they only have 1 point, and to maintain their historical ranking after the freshman competition ends, they must fight several more matches than the other universities. And they must achieve a record of complete victory.
Otherwise, they simply cannot create a gap with the other universities. And most importantly,
now with only 1 point, they no longer have the chance to compete for the freshman competition champion. After the rankings appeared, all the participants from the preliminary round were teleported out of the secret realm. At this moment, everyone looked at the rankings on the screen and couldn't help but start discussing. Haha, 96th place, I didn't expect to be eliminated halfway but still got the qualification for the official competition.
I'm so lucky.
I'm only 10 points short of the 50th place. It's so frustrating, if I had killed 2 more wild monsters, I could have gained 1 more initial point for the official competition.
Look, Yanhua University ended up in 58th place. Wow. Doesn't that mean we Mingguang have a chance to fight for the top 4 this year?
In the crowd, Zhao Mingkong listened to the discussions around him, silent, his face incredibly gloomy. Every hidden scrutinizing gaze was filled with mockery and schadenfreude, like knives, piercing through his heart again and again.
What are you so proud of?
Even if the initial scores are low, our Yanhua University's position is not something you guys can stand on. In an instant, Zhao Mingkong's heart was filled with uncontrollable anger. Compared to him, however, the competitors looked towards another figure in the crowd with serious and admiring eyes.
Wang Chen's strength is simply terrifying. When he eliminated me, it felt like he didn't even use all his power.
Now that he has received a special reward from the secret realm, his level has risen to 70, his strength must be even more formidable.
This year, the first position might return to Yanlong University.
Looking at Wang Chen, who seemed relaxed and carefree in the crowd, many competitors felt a sense of looking up to him. That powerful strength made them feel that they were simply not on the same level as Wang Chen. Especially those competitors who had encountered Wang Chen in the preliminary rounds, their eyes carried a hint of fear.
However, among them were not left out Huaqing University's Zhuo Qingwen and Nanshang University's Xiao Tians.
Their eyes only had battle intent and strong confidence in their own strength.
Regarding the gazes of those around him, Wang Chen wore a relaxed expression, showing no signs of tension, calm to the core.
In fact, at that moment, he even began to anticipate the treasures he would find when he visits the Beijing Trading Hall after the event ends.
At this time, silence. A dignified voice suppressed all the noise, and a tall figure, Shi Wenlin, appeared in the arena. The preliminary round has officially ended. Tomorrow, the second phase of the National Freshman Championship will take place, the official match. The official match will be held in the form of a ring battle. Teams that have qualified for the official match must submit their lineup to the organizing committee before 10 o'clock tonight. Now, everyone, exit the arena.
After Shi Wenlin finished speaking, he waved his hand, directly announcing the end of today's matches. The circular screen floating in the sky trembled violently at this moment, transforming into a light orb, which he then took into his hand.
At the same time,
the competitors who qualified for the official matches took a serious glance at their opponents for tomorrow, then turned to leave.
Wang Chen also walked towards the Yanlong University area at this moment.
However, after taking a few steps, a graceful figure walked up beside him. I didn't expect that despite my hard work in the secret realm, I still couldn't catch up to you in the end.
Zhuo Qingwen's beautiful eyes fell on Wang Chen as she pouted and said,
"But don't get too proud. When we meet in the official match, I will let you see my strength." As she spoke, Zhuo Qingwen waved her pink fist, boosting her own momentum.
In response, Wang Chen looked at Zhuo Qingwen in surprise, not expecting her to take the initiative to talk. However, he simply nodded and left without saying anything.
Now that his strength had risen again, it was no exaggeration to say that among the second transformation professionals, he had no rivals. If Zhuo Qingwen saw him as an opponent, it would be a case of picking the wrong person.
Humph. So cold and aloof?
Behind him, seeing Wang Chen leaving without a word, Zhuo Qingwen raised her eyebrows in dissatisfaction, her eyes flashing with a hint of surprise. As a girl of exceptional talent, Zhuo Qingwen had entered the Huaqing University beauty ranking right after school started, and countless boys had courted her daily.
Wang Chen's indifference was something she had never seen before.
Humph. Just wait until I knock your teeth out in the ring, let's see if you still dare to ignore my charm.
With a cold huff, Zhuo Qingwen bounced away towards the Huaqing University area. On the other side, Wang Chen met up with the others from Yanlong University. Well done. Chen Xiaolin patted Wang Chen on the shoulder. Unreserved admiration.
Your last move in the preliminary match was very clever.
Looking at Wang Chen, Chen Xiaolin said with a smile. Wang Chen was taken aback for a moment and awkwardly touched his nose.
He didn't expect to receive such an evaluation from Chen Xiaolin.
Chapter 149, Battle Lineup and Shopping.
Remembering himself in the secret realm, jumping repeatedly at the entrance of the Holy Mountain, he made Zhao Mingkong and the others furious.
Wang Chen found Chen Xiaolin's evaluation somewhat strange.
This teacher Chen truly has different points of focus. Thinking playfully in his heart, he politely asked Chen Xiaolin.
Teacher Chen, there are no other arrangements next, right?
No. Hearing this, Chen Xiaolin shook his head. Next is your resting time. If you have anything to do, just go do it. Remember to come back at night.
Oh, right.
While speaking, Chen Xiaolin paused and pulled Wang Chen back, who was about to run away.
Don't rush off. Which number do you plan to enter the arena tomorrow? Looking at Wang Chen, Chen Xiaolin asked with a smile. Teacher, does it make a difference? Upon hearing this, Wang Chen scratched his head.
In the official arena battles, teams are randomly matched by the smart brain, and a best-of-5 wins system is implemented.
Generally, top universities have an overwhelming advantage over regular universities. Basically, the person who goes first can easily defeat the team from a regular university. So Wang Chen didn't care about which number he was to enter. Of course, it makes a difference.
Seeing Wang Chen like this, Chen Xiaolin shook his head with a smile and said, the arena battle not only decides the final ranking, but also concerns who becomes the strongest newcomer. If your ranking is low, the victory points you earn will be very few, and then you won't be able to contend for the title of strongest newcomer against others.
Oh. Wang Chen nodded upon hearing this.
He hadn't expected there to be such a connection. Then teacher, please arrange it for me.
Thinking for a moment, Wang Chen directly handed the problem over to Chen Xiaolin.
After all, this was his first time participating in such an event, and he certainly didn't understand it as well as Chen Xiaolin.
Professional matters should be handled by professionals. Hearing his words, Chen Xiaolin nodded.
Then, you will enter third in the team, after Zhou Wu and Zhao Li. This way, it gives them the chance to fight, and it won't affect your victory points. And most importantly, if you enter third, you can also turn the tide if you face unfavorable situations.
Chen Xiaolin seemed to have already thought it through and directly analyzed it for Wang Chen. Okay, I'll listen to the teacher. Wang Chen nodded in agreement with Chen Xiaolin's arrangement. Then it's settled.
Seeing this, Chen Xiaolin let go of his hand. Go stroll around, come back early.
Kyoto.
As the capital of Dragon Country, it is one of the top super cities on Blue Star today. The prosperity is astonishing. Just in the trading area, Kyoto has as much as 4 parts. After Wang Chen came out of the gym, he directly called a hovercar and arrived at the nearest eastern trading area.
At this moment.
After arriving at the eastern trading area, as soon as he got out of the car, the bustling atmosphere left Wang Chen, this country bumpkin, dumbfounded. The flow of people was thick, and a glance around was full of heads.
Moreover, over 90% of these people were professionals. Quietly glancing around, Wang Chen further discovered that the weakest among these professionals were almost at level 3. Damn! No wonder it's Kyoto, a super city everyone dreams of.
For a moment, Wang Chen felt amazed as he walked into the trading area, curiously looking around with the expression of someone who had never seen the world. But it was understandable for him to be this way. In the trading area, various items like equipment, props, spirit medicines, beast pets, and skill books were all available.
Moreover, even the vendors leaning towards the common folk sold things of quite a considerable level. After walking less than 100 meters, Wang Chen saw several stalls selling B-level skill books, materials, and items.
If it were in Dongling City, items rated B or above could be regarded as treasures of those shops. But here, they were everywhere. I hope to find a satisfying beast pet today. This bustling scene made Wang Chen feel a sense of expectation in his heart. Next, he followed the signs on the street and began to walk towards the place selling beast pets. Spirit Beast Leopard Cat, only 2 million gold coins, and you can own a strong beast pet that is cute in appearance, gentle in character, and has decent combat power.
Don't miss it. Come take a look. Source Beast Level Pet, Sanyue Demon Wolf, loyal and reliable with strong combat power, whether for leveling or traveling, it's the top choice. Only 20 million gold coins. Blood Sale. Blood Sale. Newly arrived precious pet, Thumb Little Fairy, only 1 million gold coins, and you can give your child a perfect childhood companion. Upon reaching the area selling beast pets, each shop had a salesperson shouting hoarsely. At the same time, they constantly introduced the creatures in the cages beside them to passers-by. Wang Chen listened and looked curiously at a few. The Spirit Beast Leopard Cat and the Source Beast Sanyue Demon Wolf were ordinary with very low potential.
However, that cluster of thumb little fairies had quite decent potential. They were only at the monster level, but their growth potential had reached the source beast level, and they were indeed very cute, causing many children to stop in their tracks.
But the potential was still too low.
After glancing a few times, Wang Chen withdrew his gaze and randomly chose a shop to walk into.
To truly find good goods, one must enter the store to check them out. Welcome. May I ask what type of beast pet you need, dear customer? As soon as he entered the store, a salesperson welcomed him with a beaming smile. I'll take a look first. Wang Chen politely nodded and began to browse the shelves.
Swift Wind Leopard, Spirit Beast, Final Evolution State, Wind Master Leopard, Source Beast.
Blazing Flame Eagle, Spirit Beast, Final Evolution State, Blazing Divine Eagle, Source Beast.
Lightning Tiger, Spirit Beast, Final Evolution State, Thunder Tiger King, Source Beast.
After a round of browsing, Wang Chen left the store under the disappointed gaze of the salesperson. The quality of beast pets in these shops in Kyoto was indeed very high, rivaling even the trading area of Flame Dragon University. However, he still didn't find anything satisfying. After wandering around, soon, Wang Chen had explored the entire street of beast pets.
Under the bloodline identification technique, he found that the beast pet with the highest potential only reached the Holy Beast level.
Fire Crow, Spirit Beast, Final Evolution State, Sun God Crow, Holy Beast.
Although this was terrifying for others, compared to Bing Qing and Su Su, it was like heaven and earth.
Forget it.
It seems I won't find what I need at the Eastern Trading Market. After the competition tomorrow, I'll check the other 3 trading markets.
Seeing the sky darken, Wang Chen helplessly boarded the return floating car.
Chapter 150, the official match begins.
Night.
The living area of the Grand Stadium was brightly lit. The teams from various universities that successfully advanced to the official competition gathered together to discuss the list of participants to be reported.
At this moment, in the room of Huaping University,
Gu Wanqing looked at the excited Lan Xianlong, Zhu Qingwen, and others, and smiled slightly. Zhu Qingwen, you are the first to go on stage in our participant list. Be sure to give it your all, start strong, and set a good tone for us.
Lan Xianlong, you're in the second match, aim for stability. If anything goes wrong in the first match, it will be up to you to turn the tide.
As for the others, after the first round, I will arrange for you to go on stage to gain battle experience.
Okay, teacher. The people of Huaping University responded in unison.
However, at this moment, Lan Xianlong scratched his head in frustration.
Teacher Gu, can't I be the first to go on stage? If Zhu Qingwen accidentally breaks through them, won't I miss my chance to perform?
His goal is to compete for the title of this year's strongest freshman. Too few appearances will directly affect his final score.
Don't worry.
Hearing his words, Gu Wanqing smiled and shook his head, saying, Tomorrow is just the first round of 100 to 50 competition. Missing 1 or 2 matches won't affect your final score. What you should focus on is that there are still the second and third rounds. At this time, making fewer appearances can help you expose less of your strength, to avoid drawing attention from other competing teams.
All right. After hearing Gu Wanqing's words, Lan Xianlong nodded, feeling frustrated.
On the other side, in a room at Yanhua University, the atmosphere is incredibly oppressive.
The team leader, Gao Mingcheng, solemnly gathered the 5 members of the team in the living room. I believe you all know the difficult situation we are facing. Gao Mingcheng patted the table, capturing everyone's attention.
Right now, we only have a few points and have already lost the chance to compete for first place. What lies ahead of us is one path, to give our all to maintain last year's 4th position. So, before the official competition enters the final round, we must ensure a perfect victory. Every match must not be lost. Zhou Jing, you will go on stage first tomorrow. As he spoke, Gao Mingcheng's gaze fell on a figure that radiated an aura of keep your distance.
Zhou Jing, a level 70 magic swordsman with a second transfer.
Hearing Gao Mingcheng's words, Zhou Jing nodded calmly, her exquisite face showing no sign of emotional fluctuation.
Teacher.
At this moment, Zhao Mingkong, sitting nearby, suddenly spoke up.
I have an objection. Why can't I go on stage first? You.
Upon hearing this, Gao Mingcheng shot an irritated glare at Zhao Mingkong. Because your failure in the preliminary competition has put us in a very passive position, therefore, you will be the last to go on stage.
Ha! Zhao Mingkong's eyes widened.
Teacher, the preliminary competition was just an accident. Such a situation will never happen again on the platform. Moreover, Zhou Jing is a magic swordsman. She is not good at prolonged battles. At this moment, Zhao Mingkong looked unconvinced, raising his neck and saying, You can let me go second. If she encounters any mishap, I can stabilize the situation. Hearing his words, Gao Mingcheng shook his head. The battle lineup for the first round is decided. Putting you at the end is because we fear unexpected situations during tomorrow's random matchups. As he spoke, Gao Mingcheng looked at Zhao Mingkong with a grim expression. If we aren't lucky tomorrow and end up matched against one of the 3 top universities, you going last is crucial.
If we lose then, don't say I didn't warn you in advance. Gao Mingqing's cold laughter made Zhao Mingkong instantly quiet down. The next day, as the clock struck 8, the sports stadium was already packed to capacity.
The deafening noise seemed like it would lift the roof off the stadium.
Finally, it's starting. In the official competition phase, everyone battles. So exciting. I wonder if there will be any surprises in this year's official competition.
Let's see the random matchup results. If in the first round, teams that ranked in the top 10 from previous years meet, this year's rankings may change drastically. Amid the bustling discussions, all the audience's eyes focused on the giant screen in the center of the stadium, which measured several dozen meters in size. On the screen, the 100 universities entering the official competition were ranked from top to bottom based on their preliminary ranking. According to the rules of the official competition, these 100 universities will be randomly matched on-site through the intelligent brain. In the first round of the official competition, each university will face opponents from 3 other universities, and the competition will only end after 3 matches. According to the points earned, the top 50 out of 100 universities will advance to the second round of the official competition.
At this moment, silence.
A solemn voice silenced the entire venue. Under everyone's gaze, the host Shi Wenlin's tall figure appeared at the bottom of the giant screen. The first round of the official competition has officially begun, and we are now proceeding with random matching. Please look at the big screen. Shi Wenlin's eyes scanned the whole venue like lightning, announcing clearly and decisively. As his voice fell, the screen, which had been frozen, suddenly changed. The names of 100 universities began to spin instantly on the screen, getting faster and faster until only after images remained. Soon, with the screen now frozen, the battle list for the first round of the official competition was freshly released. In the first round of the competition, each university had to battle against 3 other universities, so the entire screen was neatly divided into 100 areas.
In each area, it displayed the opponents that each university had to face in the first round. Huaqing University. First match, against Yuanshan University. Second match, against Mingguan University. Third match, against Xintian University. Yanlong University. First match, against Yanhua University. Second match, against Fenghua University. Third match, against Hongyun University. Yanhua University. First match, against Yanlong University. Second match, against Sunning University.
Third match, against Nanjing University.
Wow!
When the freshly released battle list appeared on the screen, the atmosphere in the large gymnasium instantly boiled over. In the 3 battles of the first round, it turned out that top universities would clash.
Damn!
Yanhua University and Nanjing University face off in the first round. They will probably have an extremely intense third match.
Oh my gosh! Looking at the current trend, this year's college rankings will probably see a shakeup. Yanhua University might very well drop out of the ranks of the top 4 universities. Chapter 151, Entering the Battle Secret Realm. Yanlong University Assembly Area. It seems we will have it easy today. Chen Xiaolin looked at the freshly released first-round battle list, a smile spreading across his face. Yanshan University, Fenghua University, Hongyun University. These 3 universities have been ranked around 70 or 80 in past years, having a significant gap with Yanlong University. In Chen Xiaolin's view, there was no need to formulate specific tactics, they could just push through step by step. Zhou Wu, Zhao Li, the matches against Yanhua University will be up to you too.
How you divide the 3 battles during the competition is up to you. I only have one request: win beautifully. Turning to Zhou Wu and Zhao Li, Chen Xiaolin said slowly.
Okay, teacher. Don't worry, teacher.
Zhou and Zhao Li responded loudly, their faces filled with battle intent. Seeing this, Chen Xiaolin nodded with satisfaction, his gaze falling on Wang Chen. The upcoming matches against Fenghua University and Hongyun University will be handled by you, Wang Chen. There will be 6 battles in total. You can assess your strength. If you are too exhausted, you can let Zhou Wu or Zhao Li help you during one match.
Chen Xiaolin said with a smile.
In the first round of the official competition, each match has at least 3 battles and at most 5 battles. According to the rules, during each match, participants are prohibited from bringing any recovery items after entering the battle, unless there is a substitution in the middle, otherwise, they will continue to fight until victory or defeat.
Understood. Wang Chen nodded, having no objections to Chen Xiaolin's words. Seeing that Wang Chen understood, Chen Xiaolin didn't say much more and turned to watch Yanhua University's area with a sense of schadenfreude. In the 3 matches of the first round, Yanhua University would face Nanjing University. This meant that one of them would surely lose 3 points. Although, given the strength of Yanhua University and Nanjing University, there is no problem in advancing to the top 50, but the one who fails loses the chance to compete for a higher ranking. If it were Nanjing University, it would be fine, as they have the preliminary points to rely on, and at least they could maintain their past ranking.
But if Yanhua University loses, given their already lagging points compared to other universities, it would be tough to squeeze into the top 10 this year.
This is the first time Old Gao leads a team in the freshman championship.
If they end up not even making the top 10, the old president of Yanhua University will probably skin him alive. Thinking with schadenfreude in his heart, Chen Xiaolin wore a rather joyful expression on his face.
At this moment,
in the Yanhua University area, Gao Mingchan was feeling quite irritated. The surrounding gloating eyes made him wish to dig out those people's eyeballs. He never imagined that his luck would be so bad, really facing one of the top universities in the first round of 3 matches.
Damn! I shouldn't have taken this job. Thinking in frustration, Gao Mingqing's gaze fell on Zhou Jing, Zhao Mingkong, and others.
You guys take turns to compete in the first 2 matches and just win, hiding some of your strength. In the last match against Nanjing University, Zhou Jing, you must win at least 2 matches and try to exhaust the stamina of the Nanjing University players. Zhao Mingkong, your position in the final match is extremely important. Even if you can't win, you must strive for a draw. Gao Mingqing said with a serious tone, his gaze lingering on Zhao Mingkong.
Don't worry, teacher. Victory must belong to our Yanhua University.
Hearing this, Zhao Mingkong nodded, his eyes flashing with excitement. Just yesterday, he thought he wouldn't have the chance to compete in the first round. Unexpectedly, now he, as the last contestant, had become the most important one in Yanhua University.
On the other side, compared to the tension in Yanhua University, the atmosphere among their opponents, Nanjing University, was quite relaxed.
Don't put too much pressure on yourselves, just perform normally when facing Yanhua University.
They are currently behind in points, so the students competing will definitely be anxious.
As long as we stay steady, victory will definitely be ours. The leading teacher from Nanjing University had a good mindset, smiling as he reminded Xiao Tiance and others. Under his influence, Xiao Tiance and others looked relaxed as well. When the competition list appeared, Shi Wenlin waved his hand, and the giant screen in the sky split in 2, then 4, turning into 50 slightly smaller screens lined up in the sky.
At the same time, Shi Wenlin channeled magic power into the high platform beneath his feet.
In an instant, the already constructed teleportation portal in the center of the stadium shone brilliantly. Although the formal competition system is a ring battle, it is not about setting up a ring in the stadium for each participating team to compete one by one.
That would be too time-consuming and troublesome.
To respond to the formal competition of the annual Freshman Championship, the organizing committee specially transformed a wild secret realm for the competition. In this battle secret realm, the spirit of the realm coordinated the whole scene, dividing out 50 spaces to hold 50 matches simultaneously.
And after the first match ended, the lineup for the second match could be instantly teleported together. It couldn't be more effortless. After the entrance to the secret realm opened, Shi Wenlin said loudly, "As the waiting time is over, all participating contestants please enter the battle secret realm." Once his voice fell, the prepared contestants orderly walked into the teleportation portal. "Teacher, we're going in too." In the Yanqing University area, Wang Chen stood up and smiled at Chen Xiaolin, then led everyone from Yanqing University into the teleportation portal.
Buzz, buzz, buzz. As everything spun around, when Wang Chen and others landed on solid ground again, they had already arrived in another space.
At this moment,
they were standing in the broad arena stands, facing the team from Yanshan University.
Dawn! Dawn! Dawn!
As both sides appeared in the arena, the sound of exciting war drums echoed throughout the space.
In the next second, the cold, mechanical voice of the spirit of the secret realm rang in everyone's ears. First round, first match of the official competition. Yanlong University vs Yanshan University. The battle will begin in 10 seconds. Please prepare the first battle contestants from both sides. Boss, I'm going to the field. Is there anything you want me to tell?
On the stands of Yanlong University, Zhao Li turned to Wang Chen, his eyes gleaming with anticipation.
Just play normally. Hearing his words, Wang Chen said lightly.
Yanshan University's strength was not strong. Among the students participating, the highest level was only level 69, second transfer. With Zhao Li's strength, he could easily crush them. While speaking, he glanced at Zhou Wu beside him. But you need to discuss with Zhou Wu about who will play extra in these 3 battles.
Ha!
Hearing his words, Zhao Li rubbed his hands, a little excited as he asked.
Boss, can we share one of your opponents?
Chapter 152, Next Round Crushing Opponents, Truly No Sense of Achievement.
In the secret battle realm. Boss, can you share one of your opponents from the second match with us?
Zhao Li looked at Wang Chen with eager eyes, rubbing his hands as he asked. As soon as his words fell, Zhou Wu, who was expressionless, quietly glanced over. In the first round, they were assigned 3 opponents, and both wanted to play once more.
Seeing their eager expressions, Wang Chen couldn't help but chuckle.
How about this? The first battle against Tsinghua University can be shared with you too.
After thinking for a moment, Wang Chen said.
Playing one less match did not affect his pursuit of the title of strongest newcomer.
Having secured first place in the preliminary round already made his personal points far exceed those of other participants.
Boss, I love you. Receiving this answer, Jolly shouted with joy, his face filled with happiness. Even Zhou Wu, who was standing beside him, relaxed his expression a little.
Then I'll go on. Xiao Zhou, wait for me to finish 2 matches before you go up.
Jolly raised an eyebrow at Zhou Wu proudly. As he spoke, he moved his feet and, in the next second, directly appeared at the center of the arena stage.
At the same time,
his opponent also appeared across from him.
Battle was about to begin. Outside,
in the large stadium, 50 screens arranged in the sky showed the scenes of various teams in the battle realm.
Dawn! Dawn! Dawn!
The exciting sound of war drums stirred every audience member at the scene.
However, most of the audience's attention was focused on those live broadcasts from lower-ranked schools. Sure enough, watching these weaklings compete is the most entertaining. Exactly.
The competitors from the top-ranked schools are way too strong, crushing everyone without any challenge.
Right? Look at Yanlong University and their opponent Tsinghua University, which was ranked in the 70s last year. Their competitor couldn't even block a single move from Wang Chen.
What a pity. I wanted to see what a divine beast-level dragon looked like, but Wang Chen's opponent was so weak, he was easily crushed by a beast master without using any beasts.
Yanlong University should finish their battles the fastest.
I estimate they will have completed all 3 matches before the other universities finish. It seems that during the first round, the battles of Nanjing University and Yanhua University are the only ones worth looking forward to. The audience was buzzing with discussions, their expressions quite speechless. Many felt that their ticket money was wasted today. The top-ranked universities in previous years, especially the 4 top universities, won their first-round matches effortlessly against their opponents. Even if only one person was sent out, they would directly break through the opponent's defenses.
It can be said that the process looked incredibly dull and boring.
If it weren't for the rivalry between Nanjing University and Yanhua University in the first round today, the audience would have wanted to refund their tickets and go home to watch the livestream. At this moment, not just the audience found it extremely boring.
In the battle secret realm. Bang! Bang! Bang!
The heavy sounds of collision rang out as Wang Chen's fists continuously fell on his opponent. The third fighter from Hongyan University had no chance to fight back at this moment, he could only be hit like a punching bag.
Bang! With Wang Chen's final heavy blow, the competitor from Hongyan University turned into light spots and disappeared. Yanlong University wins. So weak. Hearing the prompt sound in his ears, Wang Chen rolled his eyes in frustration. This was already the last match of the first round for Yanlong University against Hongyan University. In the previous matches, Yanshan University and Tsinghua University had been easily crushed by him, Zhou Wu, and Zhao Li, without any ripples at all. In the third match against Hongyan University, Wang Chen had hoped for a surprise. After all, Hongyan University ranked higher than Yanshan University and Tsinghua University. However, the performance of the competitor from Hongyan University was still so weak. After 3 battles, Wang Chen didn't even break a sweat, and Hongyan University was completely wiped out. To be honest, if it weren't for earning points to get the title of strongest freshman, he wouldn't have wanted to compete after beating Tsinghua University. Dealing with these competitors felt like hitting children, there was no sense of accomplishment at all. Boss, you finished that fight too quickly, right? Yeah, your dragon hasn't even had a chance to appear yet.
As soon as Wang Chen stepped down from the stage, Zhou Wu and Zhao Li gathered around him.
Ha!
Hearing their words, Wang Chen curled his lips. He actually wanted Ice Clear to come out, but unfortunately, the opponent's competitor didn't give him the chance. Let's go, our matches for today are over. I hope to encounter some heavyweight ones tomorrow. Calculating the time, Nanjing University and Yanhua University should also meet now, let's go out and watch the fun. Shaking his head, Wang Chen communicated with the spirit of the secret realm and chose to leave the battle secret realm directly.
In the large gymnasium.
As time passed, among the 50 screens arranged in the sky, 49 screens were frozen in place, and only the live screen of Nanjing University and Yanhua University was still bright.
Who do you think will win, Nanjing University or Yanhua University?
In the watching area, Chen Xiaolin looked at Wang Chen, who seemed uninterested, and asked with a smile.
It should be Nanjing University. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen perked up and speculated.
Zhao Mingkong from Yanhua University can participate in the preliminary round, he must be among the top 5 in their team. From his level, it seems the others from Yanhua University are limited in strength.
He.
Hearing this, Chen Xiaolin suddenly smiled and said.
Not necessarily. Shall we make a bet? A bet? Wang Chen was taken aback, and his expression became a bit strange. Teacher, do you think even more highly of Yanhua University? Exactly. Chen Xiaolin nodded and said. You think Xiao Mingkong is weak because you are too strong. This kid Xiao Mingkong is on par with Zhou Wu and Zhao Li, and if it weren't for being in the same region in the preliminary round as you, Yanhua University wouldn't have ranked 58th. So, what do you think? Do you want to bet? Is it like that? Wang Chen raised his eyebrows, casting a strange glance at Zhou Wu and Zhao Li. Beside him, Zhou Wu and Zhao Li puffed up their chests, looking proud. This scene made Wang Chen's gaze even stranger. These two guys being on par with Xiao Mingkong is way too weak. What's there to be proud of? Thinking this, he shook his head at Chen Xiaolin. I trust your vision, teacher. Let's skip the bet, my little savings can't handle extravagance. Chapter 153, so Zhou Wu is a sister complex. In the big gymnasium. With most of the competing teams finishing the first round, the live screens in the sky turned off one by one. At last, only Nanshang University and Yanhua University remained. The host Shi Wenlin waved his hand, and 50 giant screens in the sky merged together. This allowed all the spectators to see the showdown between Nanshang University and Yanhua University more clearly. At this moment, the competition had entered the second match, and Zhou Jing from Yanhua University had won the first round. Now, she faced her second opponent, the main force of Nanshang University, Xiao Tiance. Just admit defeat. You've exhausted at least 50% of your stamina in the last fight, you are no match for me now. On the stage, Xiao Tiance stood with his hands behind his back, speaking lightly. Paired with his fairly good looks, his coolness was on full display. However, on the opposite side, Zhou Jing snorted disdainfully and charged forward without hesitation. Yanhua University's leading teacher had issued a strict order: even if she couldn't win the second match today, she had to drain Xiao Tiance to exhaustion. Bang bang bang! The battle erupted in an instant. Outside, this Zhou Jing is much more fierce than Zhou Wu. Both are special profession demon sword masters, but her combat skills and experience far surpass Zhou Wu, almost at the level I had in my sophomore year. Wang Chen sat in his seat, watching the two figures entangled on the screen, unable to help but exclaim in admiration. After experiencing the first battle, Zhou Jing, with half her stamina, was holding her own against Xiao Tiance with her superb combat skills. In the battle, she utilized every skill perfectly, connecting them flawlessly with her remaining stamina. It seems teacher Chen Xiaolin's prediction was right, Yanhua University really can take down Nanshang University. But Zhou Jing? Zhou Wu? Do these two have some kind of relationship? Thinking about this, Wang Chen turned to glance at Zhou Wu, who looked particularly nervous. This guy had not shifted his gaze since Zhou Jing and Xiao Tiance started fighting, appearing extremely concerned. Boss, are you feeling confused right now? Just as Wang Chen was pondering whether to ask, Zhao Li suddenly leaned over with a grin. What? Do you know something? Wang Chen was taken aback, looking over with curiosity. Of course. Zhao Li smiled mysteriously. I'm close friends with Zhou Wu, I even know there's a mole on his butt. He said with a cheeky smile, subtly glancing at Zhou Wu before quietly adding. Zhou Jing is Zhou Wu's sister, she was born a minute earlier than him. Is that so? Wang Chen raised an eyebrow. So these two were actually twins. However, their differences are too great. Considering Zhou Jing's current displayed strength, while she may not crush Zhou Wu, at least she could easily overpower him. Could it be that Zhou Jing absorbed all the nutrients in the womb? As he thought about this, Wang Chen looked at Zhou Wu with an odd expression. Surprised, huh? Seeing this scene, Zhao Li chuckled. Zhou Wu has lived in his sister's shadow since childhood. In high school, he transferred to another province to escape her grasp. But don't think that even though they are not in the same school now, Zhou Wu can escape the fate of being beaten. Not long ago, his sister came to our school and gave him a good beating. Zhao Li's face was filled with schadenfreude. Don't talk nonsense. Beside them, the sound attracted Zhou Wu's frustrated exclamation. I just didn't want to argue with my sister, otherwise I could defeat her with one hand. If you don't believe it, shall we go out and practice? He angrily glared at Zhao Li. I don't want to fight with you, the sister complex guy. Hearing his words, Zhao Li quickly shook his head and returned to his seat. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wu's face turned red with anger. Bastard! You are the one with a sister complex. He shouted angrily and rushed to wrestle with Zhao Li. Alright, you two calm down, the battle is about to end. Seeing this, Wang Chen helplessly touched his nose and waved his hand to separate them. Hearing his words, the two quickly sat back down, especially Zhou Wu, who nervously looked at the screen. At this moment, on the live stream screen, the battle between Zhou Jing and Xiao Tianzu had already ended. As expected, Xiao Tianzu achieved the final victory. However, it was a bitter victory. The resilient Zhou Jing had pushed him to the point of exhaustion. At this moment, Xiao Tianzi had no strength left to continue to the next battle. One could say Zhou Jing alone had knocked out two competitors from Nanshang University, giving Yanhua University an advantage. In the following battles, the scales of victory began to tilt towards Yanhua University. Soon. Bang bang bang. As the last contestant Zhao Mingkong stepped onto the stage and unleashed a meteor fire rain, defeating the last competitor from Nanshang University, Yanhua University claimed victory. After that, the first round of the official competition has concluded, and we will now announce the advancing list. After all the matches finished, the host Shi Wenlin spoke loudly and clearly. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant screen began to flicker. In the first round, every participating team had to compete in 3 matches. For each victory, they earned 3 points, for each loss, they lost 1 point. So at this moment, as the giant screen froze, Yanlong University ranked first with 19 points. Following closely were Huaqing University, and then Nanshang University barely holding on to third place with their preliminaries points. As for Yanhua University, they climbed into the top 30 with their 3 consecutive victories. When the list of 50 advancing spots appeared, the atmosphere in the gym erupted again. Some were excited, some were sorrowful, and others were furious. Especially those university teams that did not advance to the second round, all sighed heavily. Thus, they could only compete for the rankings below the 50 positions. Although they were still in the ranks of hundreds of universities in Long Country, the difference in resources between the top 50 and the bottom 50 was indeed significant. Silence. Seeing everyone check the rankings, Shi Wenlin shouted loudly to quiet the crowd. Teams that did not advance, please proceed to another area for ranking competitions. Next, the advancing teams will begin the pairing for the second round. Buzz buzz buzz. As soon as Shi Wenlin finished speaking, the giant screen flickered again. The second round of the official competition was still arena battles. Since 50 teams had been eliminated, in the second round, all participating teams did not need to compete 3 times to advance. Basically, they only needed to defeat their opponent to advance to the third round. However, there was one exception. Only 24 teams would advance to the third round. So in the second round, among the victorious teams, the 2 with the lowest rankings needed to battle again. The winner would advance to the third round, while the loser would receive the 25th ranking and end their journey in the competition. Buzz buzz buzz. Soon. As the images on the giant screen slowly came to a halt, the new matchup list for the second round was freshly released. Yanlong University vs Ice Emperor University. Huaqing University vs Qingyun University. Nansheng University vs Mingwan University. Yanhua University vs Chongming University. Whoa! The second round matchups are quite exciting. Yanlong University is directly up against the Ice Emperor University, which has been in the top 10 in previous years. This will definitely be a fierce competition. I can't wait to see Wang Chen's dragon in this battle. When the freshly released matchup list appeared before their eyes, the audience in the large stadium erupted in excitement. The second round matchup list has 2 particularly big highlights. One is Yanlong University vs Ice Emperor University. Yanlong University goes without saying, they have held the top position for 10 consecutive years, their strength is beyond doubt. Ice Emperor University is no slouch either. In past rankings, they hovered around the 6th or 7th place, never falling out of the top 10, always eyeing the title of a top university covetously. Besides that, the second highlight falls on the unfortunate Yanhua University. Chongming University's ranking is similar to Ice Emperor University's. After a tough battle, it's uncertain who will win when they face off against the weary Yanhua University. In the contestant viewing area, the strength of Ice Emperor University is very strong. Their main player, Hui Yunjie, has the special profession of Divine Wind Archer. This profession is stronger in the early stages than your girlfriend's Gale Archer. Chen Xiaolin turned to Wang Chen, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. Hearing this, Wang Chen couldn't help but awkwardly touch his nose. Teacher, actually, I have a clean relationship with Situyu. He explained a bit awkwardly. However, upon hearing his words, Chen Xiaolin's expression became a bit strange. A divine beast cub can just be given away. And you tell me you two are innocent? Are you kidding? The young people nowadays really know how to play. Thinking this, Chen Xiaolin smiled and said, I'm just making a comparison, so you have an intuitive understanding. As he spoke, he paused and continued. Ice Emperor University's starting lineup includes a level 70 Earth Mage, followed by a level 70 Berserker, with Hui Yunjie in the third position. What do you think? Should Zhou Wu and Zhao Li go out first, replacing the Earth Mage and Berserker, to let you directly face Hui Yunjie, or should you go in directly? I'll go in directly. Wang Chen thought for a moment and said.
Now watching universities Zhu Qingwen and Lan Xianlong have already surpassed me in individual points.
If I don't work harder, they will stretch the gap.
The competition for the strongest newcomers' individual points is calculated separately from the team's points, and the methods of obtaining them are also different. In every battle, the competing players who participate and win will earn points for themselves and their team, while also stealing individual points from the opponents, accumulating them for themselves.
In the first round, the opponents Wang Chen faced were too weak, and he didn't gain any stolen points at all, currently holding only 14 personal points.
Meanwhile, Lan Xianlong and Zhu Qingwen have each reached 18 and 16 points respectively.
Alright. Hearing Wang Chen's words, Chen Xiaolin nodded. As long as you know your own situation, I won't interfere too much with your actions. But one thing, you can't mess up in the match. Otherwise, when I return to school, I will certainly drag you down with me. Chen Xiaolin said with a smile. Don't worry, teacher.
Hearing this, Wang Chen smiled and confidently said, no matter how strong the Ice Emperor University is, they won't be my opponents.
Moreover, in this battle, I plan to let my beast pets join.
The two little guys, Bingqing and Susu, had long been unhappy about staying in the beast pet space. Now facing a fairly decent opponent, it's just right to let them come out and stretch their muscles. After speaking, Wang Chen nodded to Zhou Wu, Zhao Li, and the others, then directly stepped towards the teleportation gate leading to the battle sanctuary. Behind him, Zhou Wu, Zhao Li, and a few others sat there, seemingly unbothered and motionless. Clearly, the second round of the competition would be completed by Wang Chen alone.
What the hell? Look! What is Yanlong University doing? Why is only Wang Chen entering the battle sanctuary? The other four are just sitting on the observation platform, not moving? When Wang Chen's figure walked into the teleportation gate, the audience, who realized it late, suddenly discovered that only he entered, while the others from Yanlong University stayed on the sidelines as spectators. In an instant, after this revelation, the atmosphere in the entire stadium exploded. My goodness! Yanlong University is planning to rely solely on Wang Chen to defeat Ice Emperor University? Are they too confident? If Wang Chen fails in the match, Yanlong University will again miss the chance to be first this year. This is going to be exciting. The duel between Yanlong University and Ice Emperor University was already a highlight of the second round. Now that Yanlong University is doing this, my anticipation has skyrocketed. The audience was buzzing with discussions, the noise almost shaking the roof off the stadium. In the competitors' area, the coaches of other universities participating in the second round were also incredibly shocked. No one expected Chen Xiaolin from Yanlong University to have such confidence in Wang Chen. Even though Wang Chen had outperformed everyone in the preliminary rounds, it was still surprising to send him out alone, right? While pondering in shock, everyone looked at the calm Chen Xiaolin, their eyes filled with disbelief. Among them, the one with the most complicated feelings was undoubtedly Su Wanqing, the leading teacher of Ice Emperor University. Initially, as she faced Yanlong University in the second round, her heart was already uneasy, sensing that trouble was about to come. Now, Yanlong University only sent one person to compete? Ha! This is what you all asked for. With a cold smile in her heart, Su Wanqing felt a bit more relaxed. Chapter 155, Never Seen Such Arrogant Person. Buzz buzz buzz. As the world spun, when the participants from Ice Emperor University regained their footing, they found themselves standing on the Grand Arena's platform. This time our opponent is Yanlong University, everyone must stay alert. After recovering from the dizziness of teleportation, the main force of Ice Emperor University, Hui Yunjie, turned to his teammates, saying seriously. In this battle, we seek no merit but ensure no mistakes. They are sending Zhou Wu and Zhao Li first. You two must exhaust their stamina in battle. Even if you lose, don't let them fight a second match. Hui Yunjie's gaze landed on the Earth Mage and the Berserker appearing first and second. Got it, Captain. Just watch, we'll definitely take them out. The Earth Mage and Berserker nodded confidently. However, at that moment. Wait. One person in the team suddenly exclaimed, pointing ahead with wide eyes. Why is there no one from Yanlong University? Hearing his words, Hui Yunjie and the others looked up in unison, confusion evident in their eyes. They saw that the platform belonging to Yanlong University was completely empty. What's happening? This scene completely stunned Hui Yunjie and the others. Look! Wang Chen is on the arena's stage. Is he planning to challenge our Ice Emperor University by himself? Then, the Earth Mage discovered a lone figure on the stage, his face becoming incredibly grim. Hearing this, Hui Yunjie and the others turned and also turned pale. They saw a tall and proud figure standing alone on the stage, and when they looked over, he provocatively beckoned with his finger. So arrogant. This is too disrespectful. Even if your Yanlong University is a top university, it shouldn't insult people like this.
Hua Yunjie roared, his eyes almost bursting with fire. He had never seen such an arrogant person. He. Alright, since your Yanlong University looks down on others, today I will make you fall hard. Hua Yunjie sneered coldly, glaring at the Earth Mage and the Berserker. I don't care how you two fight, but exhaust his stamina in the first 2 matches. Hua Yunjie said angrily. Rest assured, Captain. We will definitely complete the task. Hearing his words, the Earth Mage and the Berserker gritted their teeth in response. Good. Upon hearing this, Hua Yunjie nodded, then let's head to the stage. As soon as he finished speaking, the Earth Mage's figure disappeared from the stands. Master, is it my turn to stage now? On the arena stage, Bingqing flapped her wings and flew beside Wang Chen, her face filled with anticipation. No, we agreed I would go first. Hearing her words, before Wang Chen could respond, the nine-tailed fox Susu on his shoulder began to shake her tail in dissatisfaction. Susu, you dare to compete with me, your older sister? Do you believe I will settle this with you when we get back? Upon hearing this, Bingqing angrily flew in front of Susu, stretching out her tiny claws to rub Susu's head. That's not allowed, we clearly agreed on this. Under Bingqing's magical claws, Susu struggled hard. Watching the two little ones argue, Wang Chen couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Giving you both the opportunity is useless, isn't it? How about this? He reached out to separate the two little creatures, smiling as he said. You play rock paper scissors, the winner goes first, and the loser goes to the back. Okay. Now that's fair. Upon hearing his words, Bingqing and Susu thought for a moment and nodded in satisfaction. But then, the two little creatures looked at their tiny paws, their expressions showing confusion. One had sharp dragon claws, and the other had a paw with no individual pads. How can they play rock paper scissors like this? For a moment, both little ones looked at Wang Chen with grievance. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen revealed a mischievous smile. Oh. Looks like you can't play this game. How about you think of a solution and let me fight this battle first? He asked with a smile. No. We definitely have a way. Master, you can't trick us. The two little ones shook their heads angrily, cautiously glancing at Wang Chen, and then ran off to discuss. At the same time. Buzz. The space on the stage flickered, and the next second, a figure appeared on the opposite side. It was the Earth Mage from Ice Emperor University, making his debut. As soon as he stood on the stage, the Earth Mage took out a staff covered in mysterious inscriptions, embedded with a yellowish gem. Whoosh! As he waved the staff, a layer of magical shield instantly enveloped his body. Then, feeling uneasy, he recited another spell, summoning 4 magic shields radiating a solid aura to protect himself. After completing all this, he finally looked seriously at the opponent. However, this glance left him utterly shocked. As he prepared for battle, he saw that Wang Chen had made no defensive moves at all. Instead, he stood relaxed, watching the two cute little creatures as they gesticulated. Seeing this, the Earth Mage felt a surge of anger. He felt completely disregarded. At that moment, he felt as if Wang Chen treated him like air. Since you're not moving, I will arm myself to the teeth. With a cold smile in his heart, the Earth Mage angrily began his preparations. Swish! The magical light kept flashing, and various enhancement spells began to stack upon him. Cat's agility. The strength of a brute, the vision of an eagle, ultra-speed regeneration. In the blink of an eye, colorful magical halos appeared around the Earth-type mage's body. He stacked all the enhancement skills he knew onto himself. At this moment, the Earth-type mage's sense of security skyrocketed. However, after doing all this, he found the opponent, Wang Chen, remained unmoved, not even altering his posture slightly. What on earth is he thinking? The Earth-type mage felt confused, unable to understand Wang Chen's hidden intentions. You must know, at this moment, with his enhancement skills stacked, his combat power had reached a nearly perfect state imagined. Even compared to the top newcomer of Ice Emperor University, Hua Yunjie, he was not at a disadvantage. After all, in a real battle, no one would give him the chance to layer on so many enhancements. Damn it! Since you're not moving, then I'll take the initiative. After waiting for a moment, seeing that Wang Chen still didn't act, the Earth-type mage couldn't help but feel anxious. Each enhancement skill might have a duration. If this dragged on, the effects would soon expire. In the arena, Wang Chen felt quite helpless. Why is the Earth-type mage so cowardly? I have been so arrogant, and I haven't even used my defensive stance. Can't you just charge over? Let me quickly deal with you before the two little ones decide the winner? Sigh. With these thoughts, Wang Chen sighed. I won. At that moment, Xiao Bingqing excitedly shouted, proudly flying forward to face the Earth-type mage.
Ha!
Hearing the voice, a distracted Wang Chen looked over in confusion.
Su, how did you two decide the outcome in rock paper scissors?
He looked at the downcast Su and curiously asked.
Woo. Master, Sister Bingqing is bullying me. I can only throw rocks.
Su looked at Wang Chen with teary eyes, feeling wronged.
Ha!
Hearing this, Wang Chen glanced at Su's little paw and almost burst into laughter.
It's okay. Once we finish with this opponent, it will be your turn next.
Holding back his laughter, he comforted Su in his arms.
Meanwhile,
the Earth-type mage had reached his limit.
Damn it! I must take the initiative. If I don't attack now, the enhancement skills will expire.
Thinking this, the Earth-type mage raised his magic staff, and a surge of magical power blossomed from him. In an instant, yellow magic spheres full of formidable energy began to gather behind him.
Whoosh! With a thought, these yellow magic spheres shot straight towards Wang Chen's direction. The next second. Boom! Boom! Boom!
The yellow magic spheres exploded one after another, causing the entire arena to shake violently, dense magical light enveloping Wang Chen's area. Seeing this scene, a glint of joy flashed in the Earth-type mage's eyes.
He hit the target!
He exclaimed in his heart.
This skill is a B-class skill, Explosive Ball. Its power is terrifying. Even those specialized in defense would suffer heavy damage if hit. Let alone the mediocre Beast Tamer with average attribute growth. Hee. It seems this battle will be easier than I thought.
For a moment, the Earth-type mage felt proud.
However, in the next second,
his expression froze in shock. The dense magical light was suddenly dispersed by a raging wind. A massive creature appeared on the arena, completely unharmed. This creature was covered in deep blue scales, exuding a chilling aura all over.
It's here! Wang Chen's beast pet, a divine beast-level dragon. It looks so beautiful, like the most perfect artwork in the world.
In the Grand Stadium, the audience watching the match between Yanlong University and Ice Emperor University began to discuss excitedly as a powerful creature appeared on the live screen. That streamlined body, those muscular limbs filled with strength, those heart-stopping dragon claws and horns.
None of it failed to stir their emotions. So fierce.
No wonder it's a divine beast-level dragon. Facing a B-level skill released by a level 70 mage, it remains completely unharmed. My gosh, this terrifying magical defense capability, it feels like the Ice Emperor University player's attack is just scratching it. I would really love to have such a perfect creature. Among the audience's discussions, many people stared at the massive figure on the screen, their eyes nearly sparkling with excitement. Divine beasts, in today's revived world of the Celestial Will on Blue Star, can almost be called the existence at the top of the food chain.
Growing up, it would surely become a dominant force. And in the battle secret realm, finally released the dragon.
The Earth Mage looked at the colossal creature in front of him, his face shaking into seriousness. The creature opposite him gave an incredibly strong sense of oppression. At this moment, he could even feel his own body slowing down under some unknown force.
Dragon's might. It was absolutely the legendary dragon's might. However,
at this moment, the Earth Mage felt no fear in his heart, but rather a faint excitement arose. Wang Chen had not even summoned his beast dragon in the preliminaries but was now directly releasing it against him.
Does this not mean he feels pressure from me as well?
Thinking excitedly in his heart, the Earth Mage's mood immediately lifted.
Ha.
Let me see today just how strong the dragon really is. With a roar, the Earth Mage raised his magic staff, and more immense magic power surged forth from his body.
In the next second,
the solidified earth and yellow magic enveloped him, transforming him into a giant over 10 meters tall.
A-level skill, Earth Giant.
After casting the skill, his strength multiplied. As long as the magic power was not exhausted, the Earth Giant would continuously recover from his injuries.
It could be considered the mage's killer move against large extraordinary creatures. Let me measure your strength.
Transforming into the giant, the Earth Mage roared and strode directly towards Bingqing.
Thud.
At this moment, his heavy body walking on the stage made the entire platform tremble. For a moment, the momentum was unmatched. Moreover, under the enhancement of the Earth Mage's skills, he advanced at incredible speed, almost reaching Bingqing in the blink of an eye. Then, he swung a heavy punch. Like a millstone, his fist instantly created waves of air on the stage.
However, oh ho! Have turned into a big guy? This is getting interesting.
Seeing this scene, Bingqing showed no fear. Instead, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Previously, the small body of the Earth Mage had failed to pique the dragon's interest. Now, with this big guy, a long-lost fighting spirit arose within her.
Oh haha, let me see just how strong you are.
Bing Cheng shouted excitedly, her fierce dragon mouth opening wide. Buzz buzz buzz. Terrifying energy waves appeared in Bing Cheng's mouth, transforming into a massive energy ball glowing with bright blue light in the blink of an eye.
Extreme cold breath. In the next second, the energy ball fully formed, and a terrifying power wave emerged. Then, just as the Earth Giant's fist was about to land on her, the energy ball was suddenly unleashed by Bing Cheng. Boom boom boom. The raging energy exploded, and a cold light pillar over a meter in diameter surged towards the Earth Giant's fist at an incredible speed. In an instant, the Earth Giant's fist was crushed into pieces by the violent force. The icy beam continued its momentum, striking heavily at its chest. Chapter 157, Crush, Crush, Still Crush. Boom! The icy breath transformed into a beam of energy, unstoppable as it crushed the Earth Giant's arm, then struck heavily at the giant's chest, piercing through from front to back. Ugh! Under the violent force, the Earth Mage didn't even have time to let out a scream. The extreme cold turned him into a giant ice sculpture, which then shattered and vanished in the spreading battle waves. Instant kill. This incredibly violent scene left everyone who witnessed it in shock, jaws dropping. No way? Is the dragon this strong? On the stands, Hui Yunjie and others were dumbfounded, their eyes nearly popping out. When that blue creature appeared on the stage, they had already tried their best to overestimate its fighting power, but they didn't expect. They still underestimated it. That was a level 70 dual transformation practitioner, known for its defensive capabilities as an Earth Mage. And yet, after releasing 3 defensive skills, fully boosting its abilities, and using the Earth Giant's special skills against large extraordinary beings, it got instant killed? Is such power truly something a dual transformation practitioner can withstand? Hiss. The figure reappeared in the stands. The Earth Mage gasped, looking at the blue figure on the stage with lingering fear. In that brief moment, the extreme cold made him feel as if his very soul was on the verge of freezing. If it weren't for the protected rules of the secret realm, he would have been dead for sure in that moment. Is this really our peer? Is this really an opponent we can overcome? The Earth Mage muttered in despair. Beside him, Hui Yunjie and others, awakened by his voice, looked at each other, their faces showing signs of bitterness. Regarding their companion's words, even though they were unwilling to admit it, they had to reluctantly accept this fact under such crushing power. Before Wang Chen, they were as fragile as can be, unable to withstand a blow. Captain, is there any point in continuing the fight? The berserker pursed his lips, looking at Hui Yunjie with a complicated expression. As a student from Ice Emperor University, participating in the national freshman competition alongside the team, the berserker was undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. In the past, when facing a powerful opponent, even if he knew he couldn't win, he would still feel a surge of fighting spirit, wanting to see how much of a gap existed between him and the opponent. But now, this is no longer about whether one can win or lose. To go on stage is simply a death sentence. Wang Chen didn't even need to lift a finger, just that dragon had crushing power against him. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. What of fighting if we fail? Ice Emperor University will never admit defeat. Upon hearing his words, Hui Yunjie fell silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "All right." Upon hearing this, the berserker nodded silently, wearing a look of readiness for death as he awaited the next fight to begin. And at that moment, on the stage, Ice Clear looked at Wang Chen with a pitiful gaze. After finally coming across a big toy, who would have thought it to be so weak? With one strike, it was instantly killed. Master, I want to continue fighting in the next round. That last one was too weak, I didn't even use my strength, and it was gone. The little one said gloomily. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's mouth twitched as he looked at the innocent-faced little one, his gaze filled with surprise. A level 70 dual transformation Earth Mage was quite strong among peers. Yet in Ice Clear's words, it was simply too weak. Truly, this was the ancient sovereign beast, the icy dragon. Alright then. You discuss it with Susu yourself. Wang Chen intended to refuse, but seeing the little one's eager eyes, he could only nod helplessly. The upcoming battle would likely not have a chance for him as the master to appear. So great! Ice Clearing exclaimed joyfully. From now on, I will definitely be very careful and will never easily let them get ruined. While speaking, her authoritative dragon eyes swept over Susu, and after a friendly trade with Susu, she successfully achieved her goal. Next, the battle continued. After Ice Clearing held back most of her strength, the battle process was still somewhat indescribable. To sum it up, crushing, crushing, still crushing. Facing a second turn, level 70 Berserker, Ice Clearing didn't use any skills at all, relying solely on her super level 4-dimensional attributes to toy with the Berserker. In the end, she used her dragon claws to explode the Berserker's head. As for the third match against Hui Yunjie, he was even worse.
As a second turn, level 70 God Wind Archer, his main attributes were strength and agility, excelling at tearing his opponents apart with continuous attacks. However, when he encountered ice clearing on the stage, his fighting style was completely restrained. All of his attacks, pushed to the limit, left not even a white spot on ice clearing's gorgeous blue-scale armor.
Under ice clearing's deliberate leniency, Hua Yunjie could only rely on his speed advantage to desperately dodge ice clearing's attacks. But what had to come would still come.
Exasperated by Hua Yunjie, this little bug, ice clearing directly unleashed a claw technique that came crashing down from the sky.
Whoosh!
In the fierce sound of the wind, ice clearing's massive body rapidly descended, and her strong, powerful dragon claw heavily pressed down on Hua Yunjie's body.
Bang!
The platform shook violently several times, and under the furious force, Hua Yunjie was smashed into a pulp.
Hiss!
Seeing the scene, Wang Chen, who was watching from the side, took a breath and silently mourned for Hua Yunjie for a few seconds in his heart. Although ice clearing was still in her youth phase, her 5-meter stature made her weight exceed several tons. With such terrifying power compressing down, Hua Yunjie would probably leave a serious psychological shadow in the future.
I hope he is strong enough.
Wang Chen thought with a hint of intrigue, his figure starting to fade away in the secret realm.
3 battles, 3 victories. The second round match officially ended.
At this moment, the total score of Flame Dragon University increased by 3 points again, while the points Wang Chen looted from Hua Yunjie and others helped his personal score reach 21 points. Surpassing Zhuo Qingwen, Lan Xianlong, and others, he temporarily ranked first.
At this moment. Outside.
In the Grand Stadium, all the spectators looked at the screen fixed in the sky, speechless for a long time. Each of their faces was filled with shock and disbelief. Many viewers who previously thought Wang Chen and Flame Dragon University were arrogant felt their faces were being slapped. They never expected that Wang Chen alone would truly break through Ice Emperor University, and in such a completely crushing manner. The total battle time added up to no more than 5 minutes. In such a short time, the other university teams that entered the second round had not even finished their first match.
Chapter 158, Elegance Never Goes Out of Style. The gap is too big. Is this the Divine Beast level giant dragon? A second turn, level 70 professional is vulnerable in front of her. It's truly terrifying. Can anyone really defeat such a ferocious creature?
In the silent spectator stands of the Grand Stadium, a gasp broke the silence, and then everyone's emotions sparked, with everyone frantically discussing with those around them.
With this giant dragon, Wang Chen can already say he is invincible among his peers.
Among all the contestants in this tournament, not one could possibly be his opponent.
An invincible posture. Showing extraordinary strength at such a young age, Wang Chen's future is absolutely limitless. Have you noticed?
Suddenly, someone pointed at the screen frozen in the sky and exclaimed, lost in thought.
This is not all of Wang Chen's strength.
Don't forget, he is now a second transition, with 2 beast contract slots.
The little fox on his shoulder hasn't even made a move yet.
Hearing his words, everyone was stunned, and their expressions quickly turned to shock.
That's right.
The giant dragon was only Wang Chen's first beast pet, and at this moment, as a second transition, he still had 1 beast pet yet to battle.
It's truly unimaginable. Wang Chen's profession is a giant beast master. His other contracted beast pet must at least be at the divine beast level, right? Oh my god.
So, its strength might be comparable to the giant dragon.
This is too hard to believe, right? With the strength the giant dragon just displayed, if Wang Chen's other beast pet has similar battle power. With his current strength at level 70 in the second transition, he might be invincible not just among second transition warriors but even finding few opponents among third transition professionals. With a second transition body matching the third transition professionals who have forged their silver bodies, we are perhaps witnessing a genius who will dominate an era.
A chorus of gasps echoed, and all the spectators' faces were filled with shock and excitement, causing their bodies to tremble involuntarily. The last time such a genius appeared was 10 years ago. Bai Zitting from Yanlong University swept through the National Rookie Championship and then rose rapidly like a rocket. In just 10 years, he reached the 8th transition, commanding the battlefield and leading one of the 4 great legions of Longhua, clashing with myriad races.
Now, Wang Chen has displayed such potential. Wang Chen.
The luck of Yanlong University truly makes people jealous. In every university viewing area, all the teachers leading the teams focused their eyes on the screen frozen in the sky. Their expressions were full of shock and melancholy. They were shocked that today they witnessed a young man with limitless potential displaying an invincible form. They felt melancholy because this young man was not from their own school.
Alas! If we had spared no effort to recruit Wang Chen during this enrollment, in the future, Huqing University could replicate the glory of Yanlong University.
Gu Wangqing slapped his thigh, his face full of disappointment and regret. At this moment, he repeatedly cursed the recruitment team full of useless people in his heart.
With Wang Chen alone, Hucking University could hold the top position among universities in Longwei for the next 10 years. What a pity! Such a fine talent fell into the hands of Yanlong University. Gu Wangqing now wished he could pull out the teachers who went to Farjiang province for recruitment and beat them up. On the other side, the teacher leading the Ice Emperor University team, Su Wanxin, was stunned, unable to recover from the shock of Wang Chen breaking through her team's defenses. This is impossible. How can Wang Chen be so strong? Just one beast pet, and he easily breaks through 3. Among the participants, who else can match his strength? Su Wanqing mumbled, feeling that her previous thoughts were extremely laughable. At the beginning of the second round, she thought it was arrogant for Yanlong University to send out Wang Chen alone, looking down on Ice Emperor University. But now, what qualifications does Ice Emperor University have to make such a genius take action? Yanlong University must think too highly of us. Thinking in shock, Su Wanqing's dazed gaze fell on Chen Xiaolin, who had been calm and indifferent since the match began. This guy has been planning to watch the show from the start. Looking at Chen Xiaolin, Su Wanqing gritted her teeth. You bastard! After all these years of friendship, can't you leave us Ice Emperor University a bit of face? And Chen Xiaolin, who was being watched by her, was already churning with emotions, now doing his utmost. In order to maintain his calm exterior despite the mounting pressure, he had to keep himself composed. To be honest, the strength displayed by Wang Chen's dragon pet surprised the teacher leading the team significantly. He anticipated that Wang Chen would achieve ultimate victory, but he never expected it would be so effortless. This little brat is even more of a genius than Bai Ziding was back in the day. Our Flame Dragon University is about to produce another dragon. Shouting with excitement in his heart, Chen Xiaolin remained unshaken on the surface. Elegant. He must be elegant. He cannot lose face in front of these country bumpkins. Suppressing the urge to burst into laughter, Chen Xiaolin pretended to be indifferent as he glanced around, nodding at the other teachers leading their respective universities. As the second round of the competition gradually came to a close, the 24 universities advancing to the third round appeared one after another. As in previous years, the universities entering the top 24 were mostly established powerhouse schools. Among them, Flame Dragon University held an indisputable advantage, currently ranked first. And it was evident that soon the term currently would be erased. All the leading teachers were fully aware that even though the competition was just entering the third round, with Wang Chen around, there was no chance for anyone to compete with Flame Dragon University this year in the National Freshman Championship. Now, the other team leaders who successfully advanced to the top 24 hoped desperately not to encounter Flame Dragon University too soon in the upcoming matches. Otherwise, they would be utterly defeated. As time passed, the final match concluded. The tall figure of MC Shi Wenlin reappeared on the stage. The second round of the competition is officially over. Next, we will proceed to the draw for the third round, where 24 compete to enter 12. As soon as he appeared, he stated this without any hesitation. As his words fell, the giant screen in the sky began to rotate once again. Soon, the matchups for the 24 advancing to 12 were fresh off the press. Flame Dragon University vs Wushan University. Huaqing University vs Fanfeng University. Nanjing University vs Songming University. Chapter 159, Am I Famous Now? In the Grand Gymnasium. Looking at the freshly released matchup list for the top 24 on the giant screen, some rejoiced while others were dismayed. Those teams that did not match up against Flame Dragon University breathed a sigh of relief, feeling quite pleased. Wang Chen's strength put immense pressure on them, his power exceeded the average level, and with at least 2 pet beasts at the Divine Beast level, he was stronger alone than a team of 5 from any university combined. Once they met, there was no other possibility than to be severely beaten. In an instant, their relaxed mood shifted to delight as their gazes fell with glee upon the teacher leading Wushan University. At that moment, the teacher leading Wushan University wore a bitter expression, feeling utterly speechless in response to the gloating looks around him. Why is my luck so terrible? Thinking helplessly, he took a quiet glance at Chen Xiaolin, who was leaving the Grand Gymnasium. It seems I need to buy 2 good bottles of wine tonight to talk to Chen Xiaolin. In tomorrow's match, we must at least save some face for Wushan University. His eyes shifted, the teacher from Wushan University silently tightened his wallet. You did very well today, you little rascal. You didn't see Su Wanqing, her eyes nearly popped out. On the way back to the residence, Chen Xiaolin's smile was so broad it was almost behind his head, looking at Wang Chen with immense satisfaction. Today, thanks to Wang Chen, he had made a great impression in front of the leading teachers from other universities. Simply too impressive. And behind them, Zhou Wu, Zhao Li, and others looked at Wang Chen with entirely different eyes than before. Previously, they still thought there was a chance to catch up to Wang Chen. But today, with Bai Qin showing her strength, their little thought was thoroughly dispelled.
Without using beast pets, Wang Chen could easily beat them. If he used beast pets, they would have no chance at all.
The gap is getting bigger. Wang Chen's rise is unstoppable. I really don't know if being in the same class as him is our misfortune or our luck.
The few of them thought in shock, unable to see themselves on the same level as Wang Chen anymore. They could only walk behind, watching Chen Xiaolin and Wang Chen laughing and chatting ahead.
At this moment. Tonight, the teacher will take you out to relax and see the world. Chen Xiaolin confidently put his arm around Wang Chen's shoulder and said cheerfully. Hearing his words, Wang Chen twitched the corner of his mouth. He really wanted to ask, is this relaxation serious? The popular segment did not appear. As the leading teacher, Chen Xiaolin still had some basic morals. After a big meal,
Chen Xiaolin and the teacher he found from Wushan University sat on the hovercar, wearing lewd smiles and with their arms around each other.
Wang Chen then went alone to the Western trading market in Kyoto. At night,
the trading market was still very lively, bustling with voices. Pedestrians were shoulder to shoulder, constantly stopping at roadside stalls to browse and pick. After looking at the stalls for a while, Wang Chen noticed that at night, the beast pets here were all droopy, looking lackluster. The highest level was only 2 spirit beast level pets. It seemed that after a whole day of selling, these were what's left after being picked through by others. However, this did not decrease Wang Chen's interest. With the bloodline identification technique, his ability to find hidden treasures among beast pets was unmatched. From the eastern side of the beast pet area in the trading market, Wang Chen wandered all the way to the west, using the bloodline identification technique on every beast pet he saw. Among them, he found 2 promising creatures. Jade Turtle, Mystic Beast, Final Evolution State, Azure Water Divine Turtle, Holy Beast. Striped Python, Mystic Beast, Final Evolution State, 3-headed Giant Python, Divine Beast, Overlord level. These 2 beast pets had the highest potential among the stalls and were quite affordable in price. The striped python didn't need to be considered, while Wang Chen silently noted the jade turtle. If he didn't find higher-level beast pets later, it could serve as one of the alternatives. After exchanging contact information with the vendor, Wang Chen stepped into a beast pet shop.
Welcome. May I ask, sir, do you need lifestyle beast pets or combat beast pets?
As he entered the shop, a salesgirl with a bright smile welcomed him.
I'll take a look first.
Wang Chen politely nodded to the salesgirl and prepared to look around himself. During his 2 strolls in the trading market, Wang Chen accidentally discovered a peculiar phenomenon. Although lifestyle beast pets are currently inferior in combat power to combat beast pets,
some non-man-made little creatures among them have quite remarkable potential. For example, the previous jade turtle can be classified as a lifestyle beast pet because its cute appearance attracts many female professionals who keep it as a pet. But who would have thought that the jade turtle has more potential than over 90% of combat beast pets, with the possibility of evolving into a holy beast? So Wang Chen planned to treat them equally, whether lifestyle beast pets or combat beast pets. He intended to sweep through all today. However,
his plan encountered a small setback right at the beginning.
Wang Chen?
The salesgirl, who initially planned to step back, suddenly exclaimed after carefully studying the handsome young man before her.
You are Wang Chen? The contestant from Flame Dragon University participating in the National Freshman Competition this year? The salesgirl excitedly blocked Wang Chen, her breathing quickening.
In his eyes, little stars appeared.
Seeing the scene, Wang Chen couldn't help but be stunned.
He did not expect to be this famous now. He awkwardly rubbed his nose, confirming the other person's guess.
So great. I didn't think I would meet someone alive today, no. Can you show me your monster pet dragon?
The salesgirl said somewhat incoherently. At this moment, her exclamation also attracted the attention of others in the shop, and a large group of girls surrounded Wang Chen. Their fiery gazes recklessly swept over him, as if they wanted to swallow him whole.
As this situation developed, Wang Chen was completely at a loss. But it wasn't surprising that these salesgirls acted this way.
The National Freshman Competition was broadcast live throughout the Dragon Country, and in just a few days, each contestant had gained quite a few fans online. Among them, the most top-tier students, like Wang Chen, who performed exceptionally, had an extraordinarily large number of potential fans. Not to mention, he was also a giant beast master, naturally making the staff in these monster pet shops feel a special connection with him.
Inside the pet shop, Wang Chen helplessly dealt with the enthusiastic fans. He also didn't expect to be this famous before the National Freshman Competition even ended. However,
compared to him, the one who shone most brilliantly today was Bing Qing, who was actually the most famous one. It hadn't even been half a day since the second round match with Ice Emperor University ended, and merchandise related to Bing Qing had already come out. Several salesgirls in the shop held cartoon versions of Bing Qing dolls, asking him for signatures.
I wonder if the sellers will give me copyright fees if I go to them.
After fulfilling the requests of a few salesgirls, Wang Chen thought playfully. While he was pondering, a calm voice suddenly rang out in the shop. Alright, you've achieved your purpose, so don't trouble our guest any further. As the voice faded, a middle-aged man, dressed neatly and of a hearty appearance, walked down from upstairs with a big smile. I'm Huang Yuan, the manager of this shop. Today, Wang Chen's visit truly brings glory to our little shop. After dispersing the salesgirls in the hall, manager Huang Yuan politely spoke to Wang Chen.
Manager Huang, you are being polite. Hearing this, Wang Chen nodded politely. Wang Chen must have come today to prepare for the third transition ahead of time. Why don't we go upstairs to discuss in detail?
Our shop has recently acquired several monster pets with good potential, perhaps one of them will catch your eye.
Huang Yuan said with a beaming smile and very enthusiastic tone. Oh?
Upon hearing his words, Wang Chen was slightly stunned, his expression somewhat surprised. Since the national freshman competition began, his situation was no longer a secret in the eyes of some people.
A giant beast master could only contract giant monsters.
What Huang Yuan said now surely meant their shop had goods.
Manager Huang, could it be that your shop currently has giant beasts for sale? Following behind Huang Yuan, Wang Chen asked curiously. Wang Chen, you jest. Such precious things as giant beasts are not something our small shop can possess.
We only have a few monster pets with insufficient potential, which have a possibility of progressing to giant beasts.
Huang Yuan shook his head and smiled upon hearing this.
Giant beasts are not just vegetables, they are incredibly valuable, with the lowest rank being divine beast level, and are very few in the entire blue star. Otherwise, the giant beast masters, who are considered strong among special professions, wouldn't be in such a situation now.
Hearing his words, Wang Chen nodded and didn't ask further. Soon, the two arrived at the VIP area on the second floor and sat down on the sofa. After a little while, a staff member came up with several beast cages. One wolf, one tiger. A bear. Classmate Wang Chen, these are the three treasured beast pets in our shop. The howling moon wolf, the giant tooth tiger, and the earth warbear.
Huang Yuan politely pointed to the three beast pets, introducing each one to Wang Chen. All three of these beast pets are source beast level, and they are among the top tier, possessing combat power that can rival a 7-turn professional once they mature. Moreover, they all have exceptional bloodlines, with the potential to evolve into divine beasts. Huang Yuan wore a smile, and a hint of pride crept into his tone. Seeing this, Wang Chen nodded slightly. Having source beasts with the potential to evolve into divine beasts is indeed very precious. The fact that Huang Yuan could bring out three at once speaks volumes about the strength behind this beast pet shop. Classmate Wang Chen, if any of these three beast pets catch your interest, I can take the liberty to give them to you directly. Seeing that he had captivated Wang Chen's attention, Huang Yuan said slowly at this moment. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's eyes moved, and his expression showed some surprise. Source beast level beast pets each cost in the hundreds of millions. Not to mention, these three have the potential to upgrade to divine beast level, their value could easily multiply tenfold. Huang Yuan is willing to give away such precious items, he must have some grand design.
That wouldn't be necessary. If I find what I need among these three beasts, I can purchase them directly. Wang Chen shook his head and politely declined Huang Yuan.
Then, he focused his gaze on the three beast pets and unhesitatingly used his bloodline identification technique. Howling Moon Wolf, Source Beast, Final Evolution State, Devouring Sky Demon Wolf, Divine Beast, Legendary Level. Earth Warbear, Source Beast, Final Evolution State, Titan Warbear, Divine Beast, King Level. Seeing the information returned by the bloodline identification technique, Wang Chen's eyes narrowed, and his expression displayed some shock. Huang Yuan was not wrong, both the Howling Moon Wolf and the Earth Warbear had the potential to upgrade to divine beasts. Especially the Earth Warbear, if it succeeded in evolving, it would be a formidable existence among divine beasts.
Huang Yuan must have consulted an authoritative appraisal institution before bringing these beast pets here. However,
although the Howling Moon Wolf and Earth Warbear have the potential to become divine beasts, they alone did not warrant such a shocked expression from Wang Chen. What truly surprised him was
Giant Tooth Tiger, Source Beast, Final Evolution State, Dongjin White Tiger, Ancestral Divine Beast.
Another beast pet with the potential to evolve into an ancestral divine beast.
What a delight without effort.
After reading the details about the Giant Tooth Tiger, Wang Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. A new ancestral divine beast would greatly enhance his power once he reached the third turn. However, now, there was only one Giant Tooth Tiger available, and he still needed more to use the beast fusion technique.
What's wrong? Classmate Wang Chen interested in the Giant Tooth Tiger?
Seeing Wang Chen's gaze fixed on the Giant Tooth Tiger, Huang Yuan stepped forward with a smile and asked.
Yes. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen nodded and pretended to regretfully say.
This Giant Tooth Tiger indeed meets my requirements, but with only one, it feels somewhat lacking.
Oh? Huang Yuan appeared puzzled upon hearing this. But before he could ask, Wang Chen continued.
The potential of this giant toothed tiger does meet my needs, but it is still just a source beast. Developing it to the point where I can contract it will likely require considerable effort. As he spoke, Wang Chen paused and asked, Manager Huang, do you happen to have any other giant toothed tigers for sale? Upon hearing his words, Huang Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, This giant toothed tiger was acquired by our shop from the wilderness. If Wang Chen needs it, I can send someone to help find more. Then I'll trouble you, Manager Huang. Wang Chen nodded politely. I will reserve this giant toothed tiger, and please help me search for at least 3 more. Have them delivered to Flame Dragon University together. No problem. Hearing Wang Chen's words, Huang Yuan's smile grew even brighter. 1 giant toothed tiger sells for 1 billion gold coins, while 3 are 30 billion gold coins. Such a big deal is rare even in the expensive capital city. Chapter 161, The Sun and the Firefly. In the VIP area on the 2nd floor. Huang Yuan's smile became even more radiant, and his gaze towards Wang Chen was filled with respect. He had no doubt about Wang Chen wanting so many giant toothed tigers. It must be for nurturing goo. Many forces on Blue Star often do this. They place the same beast pets in a specific environment, letting them fight and devour each other, and the last one standing is stronger and has greater potential. Moreover, there is a high chance that it will advance to the next level. However, ordinary people use this method, at most, to get a few dark beasts or spirit beasts. Those with money only use regular source beasts. Wang Chen, using top-level source beasts to nurture goo, is definitely a rare grand gesture. It seems Wang Chen is valued even more at Flame Dragon University than I imagined. This kind of genius must be befriended well. Thinking silently in his heart, Huang Yuan became even warmer towards Wang Chen. Wang Chen did not deliberately distance himself. After all, he would need to purchase beast pets in the future, and maintaining a good relationship with such professionals only has benefits. For a moment, one side intentionally befriends, while the other goes with the flow. Both sides' relationship quickly warmed up. In the end, after exchanging contact information, Wang Chen sat in the hovering car and returned to the Grand Stadium under Huang Yuan's reluctant gaze. The next day, the National Freshman Competition, the 3rd round officially began. The Grand Stadium was filled with cheers and excitement. No one knows how many spectators are eagerly waiting to see the dragon take the stage again today. However, compared to the noisy atmosphere in the audience, the atmosphere in the observation area of various universities was oddly calm. Among the various university teams waiting here, everyone's expression was somewhat uninterested. Especially for the 4 top universities, excluding Flame Dragon University, the atmosphere among the teams was not only heavy, but everyone's expression was also very awkward. This year's competition, we have no hope of taking first. Retracting his gaze from Flame Dragon University, Gu Wanqing, the leading teacher of Hucking University, said helplessly. Wang Chen's strength is too extraordinary. He has already reached the level of elite 2nd or even 3rd year students. And if we face Flame Dragon University later, don't take it too hard if you lose. As he spoke, Gu Wanqing's gaze swept over Lan Xianlong and Zhuo Qingwen. It's not that you aren't strong, but he is just a monster. It's an unearned blame. Gu Wanqing's tone carried a hint of regret. Hearing his words, Zhuo Qingwen and Lan Xianlong exchanged glances, their expressions full of disbelief. Perhaps their lips moved, but they couldn't think of anything to counter. They had already watched the replay of yesterday's match. Wang Chen didn't even need to take action, just his giant dragon pet easily defeated the Ice Queen University's competition team. The strength difference was so great that it almost drove them to despair. It's worth noting that Ice Queen University is not weak, and any one of their participants from the first 3 matches, Zhuo Qingwen or Lan Xianlong, would not dare to guarantee that they could win all. If we draw Flame Dragon University in the match, as soon as Wang Chen takes the stage, I'll admit defeat. Fighting with such a monster is just looking for suffering. Zhuo Qingwen clenched her delicate fists and finally sighed. Earlier, at the end of the preliminaries, she had even provoked Wang Chen with words. Looking back now, she found herself quite ridiculous at that time. Meanwhile, Lan Xianlong gritted his teeth and remained silent. The expressions were extremely grim. As a special profession of dragon-slaying warrior, his ultimate dream was to one day personally cut off the head of a giant dragon. The opportunity finally came, but he now found that he could not grasp it at all. Wang Chen's giant dragon beast pet was so powerful that it left people in despair. Last night, he watched the battle replay between the Giant Dragon and Ice Emperor University over 100 times, repeatedly putting himself into it, searching for a chance to defeat the dragon. But he ultimately helplessly discovered that there was not a trace of winning probability. I will not admit defeat. Even if I can't win, I must try the power of that giant dragon. After a moment of silence, Lan Xianlong gritted his teeth and said. Hearing Lan Xianlong's words, Gu Wanqing looked over with a complex expression. Wang Chen's current performance had completely left him without any rivals among his peers. Lan Xianlong and Zhuoqing, when compared to him, were like fireflies compared to the sun. The gap was so great that it was despairing.
Gu Wanqing was very worried that after being crushed by Wang Chen, Lan Xianlong would be devastated.
But at that moment, he also had no way to advise Lan Xianlong to give up.
You. Just do your best then. He could only helplessly sigh.
Meanwhile, such conversations were constantly occurring among other teams. Nanshang University, Yanhua University, Ningguang University. These teams aspiring for the championship position had now all given up their ideas.
Meeting the suddenly emerging Wang Chen this year, they could only consider themselves unlucky. At this time,
in the Yanlong University team, Chen Xiaolin sat beside Wang Chen, kindly persuading him.
Wang Chen, in the third round against Wu Mountain University, you can take it easy.
Wu Mountain University has always had a good relationship with us, there's no need to make them lose so badly.
Hearing Chen Xiaolin's words, Wang Chen looked at him with a strange expression. It seemed that the teacher from Wu Mountain University yesterday had clearly arranged everything for Chen Xiaolin.
Noticing Wang Chen's somewhat unusual gaze, Chen Xiaolin's expression became somewhat unnatural.
Don't think too much. We've collaborated with Wu Mountain University on several important projects, they can be considered our own. Chen Xiaolin defended himself. Good. Wang Chen nodded, I will try to hold back a bit and extend the battle time.
Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaolin's smile grew even wider.
Then I will be at ease.
As he spoke, he quietly turned his head to look at the direction of Wu Mountain University and gave a knowing glance to their leading teacher. Then, the two exchanged a knowing smile, as if they had reached some kind of undisclosed cooperation.
Wang Chen watched the scene and couldn't help but laugh. He realized that these 7th rank experts were not as lofty as he had once thought. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At 8 o'clock, Shi Wenlin's familiar figure reappeared before everyone.
The National Freshman Championship officially begins the third round.
Now, all participating teams, please enter the battle secret realm. After landing on the high platform, Shi Wenlin spoke loudly without any hesitation. With that, he directly opened the entrance to the battle secret realm. In the next second, the teams that entered the top 24 filed into the secret realm one after another. Chapter 162, Is This Not the Son of Luck?
As the National Freshman Championship progressed to the third round, the battles between the university teams became even more intense. Huaqing University, Nanshang University, and other top universities were facing powerful opponents. And apart from these top universities, other university teams encountered adversaries that were more difficult to deal with one after another.
However, this did not include Yanlong University.
After Wang Chen revealed the power of the giant dragon, all the spectators who came to watch the match, even those participating teams, reached a consensus in their hearts. In this edition of the National Freshman Championship, with Wang Chen around,
Flame Dragon University will be unstoppable.
No one thinks that Flame Dragon University will fail under these circumstances, so the majority of the spectators have shifted their attention from the outcome to how long their opponent can last.
At this moment,
when the 24 competing teams entered the battle realm, the discussions in the large auditorium were like waves, surging and crashing repeatedly.
Wushan University is going to have bad luck this time.
In the match of 24-12, facing Flame Dragon University, they probably won't be able to keep their ranking from previous years.
Haha, I wonder if Wushan University will be easily defeated like Ice Emperor University by Wang Chen's Beast Pet Dragon, breaking the record for the fastest elimination? It shouldn't be that bad, right?
Yesterday, Wang Chen's Beast Pet Dragon has already revealed its strength. Wushan University should come up with a targeted strategy, they should last longer than Ice Emperor University.
On the observation platform, all the spectators eagerly watched the giant screen in the sky. But most people's eyes were fixed on the live broadcast screen showing Flame Dragon University and Wushan University.
And there was a unanimous belief that Flame Dragon University's victory was unstoppable, and Wushan University's defeat was just a matter of time.
That's not necessarily true.
Wushan University and Ice Emperor University's strength is on par, their rankings over the years are similar. Even if they have had time to prepare, in the face of absolute strength, everything is futile.
Exactly. What can they do against Wang Chen's Beast Pet Dragon?
In yesterday's battle, he saved a lot of strength, not only did he not act, but another beast pet also didn't show up.
I think the battle between Flame Dragon University and Wushan University will be no different from the one against Ice Emperor University yesterday. In the midst of various discussions, everyone looked down on Wushan University and firmly believed it would soon follow in the footsteps of Ice Emperor University. At the same time, in the observation areas of each university, the battle between Flame Dragon University and Wushan University also occupied the minds of most of the supervising teachers present. Old Chen, give me a straight answer, did you communicate well with Wang Chen yesterday?
The supervising teacher from Wushan University quietly approached the calm Chen Xiaolin and asked with a very complex tone.
Once, taking the place of Flame Dragon University was always Wushan University's goal. Even before the second round of the official competition began, Wushan University's target had never wavered. But now, looking at the calm Chen Xiaolin, the supervising teacher from Wushan University felt extremely complex feelings. From chasing Flame Dragon University to now hoping not to be beaten too badly. The gap during this period affected his mindset, even though he was a 7-turn powerhouse. Don't worry. Everything is under control. Hearing his old friend's words, Chen Xiaolin nodded slightly, exuding an air of confidence that everything was within grasp. Seeing this scene, the supervising teacher from Wushan University let out a sigh of relief. In the past, when Chen Xiaolin showed such a smug attitude, the feelings that arose in his heart were only disdain. But now, seeing it, he inexplicably felt a bit of reassurance. Life is unpredictable, like a large intestine wrapping a small intestine. Old Chen. How come your Flame Dragon University is so lucky? Last year, its momentum had just dwindled, and this year you recruited such a talented student. After getting a response, the supervising teacher from Wushan University did not rush to leave and sat down beside Chen Xiaolin to chat idly, filled with envy in his words. A single Wang Chen, whose potential surpasses all the new students Wushan University has enrolled this year. How did such a gifted individual end up being picked up by Flame Dragon University? And he is also a special profession, Great Beast Master. This made the teacher leading the team from Wushan University, who had always believed in the power of strength, reflect a bit on the elusive concept of luck. Giant Beast Masters, in the Blue Star, have almost become a profession that is completely impossible to grow into. Yet Wang Chen, against all odds, created a miracle within the realm of the impossible. This is simply like the chosen one in a novel. He. Hearing the words of his old friend, Chen Xiaolin grinned widely, his face full of unabashed pride. You don't understand, it's not just luck, it's that we have an eye for talent and discovered the pearl that is Wang Chen. Do you know? To get Wang Chen to enroll, we directly offered a divine beast cub. Chen Xiaolin said with a laugh, his tone extremely self-satisfied. Upon hearing his words, the Wushan University teacher nodded, his expression thoughtful. A divine beast cub. In any university, this is the highest level of resource, an existence that countless people dream of. Let alone using it to recruit a new student, even to attract a 7 transformation strongman, it would be sufficient. Yanlong University has such boldness, it's no wonder they are making waves in the national freshman competition. This is truly enviable. By the way, the Wushan University teacher suddenly thought of something and turned to Chen Xiaolin, asking. The divine beast cub you offered, is it that little fox on Wang Chen's shoulder? What kind of divine beast is it? Hearing this, Chen Xiaolin paused, then chuckled and said. That is the divine beast 9-tailed fox, it's a pet Wang Chen found on his own. What we prepared is the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. Oh? 9-tailed fox? The Wushan University teacher looked a bit surprised. The 9-tailed fox is also a renowned and powerful existence among divine beasts, capable of standing among the top divine beasts due to its charming abilities. However, Wang Chen contracted the 9-tailed fox when he was at the 2nd transformation, so now he must have prepared even a pet for the 3rd transformation? After the national freshman competition, once this kid enters the 3rd transformation, his strength will surely soar again. Looking at Chen Xiaolin, the Wushan University teacher was filled with shock. But upon hearing his words, Chen Xiaolin's mouth twitched, and he replied with a rather strange tone. Not really. This kid Wang Chen, after getting the Howling Moon Silver Wolf, directly gave it away. What? Upon hearing Chen Xiaolin's words, the Wushan University teacher couldn't help but exclaim. Giving away a divine beast cub? Does he have a mine at home? The Wushan University teacher was stunned by Chen Xiaolin's words, left feeling both fried and soft inside. A divine beast cub. That is something that can make even a 7 transformation strongman feel greedy. When did it become a gift that could be given away? What kind of existence is worthy of such a reason for recruiting? Old Chen, I remember that the Howling Moon Silver Wolf should be the pet of that great person from your Yanlong University. Wang Chen gave it away so easily, didn't that great person say anything? After a moment of silence, the Wushan University teacher looked at Chen Xiaolin, seemingly unable to believe his question. Lin Feng, as a top expert in the Beastmaster faction, had the Howling Moon Silver Wolf as his contracted pet. This was no secret among the high circles of the Dragon Country. He could give away the cub of the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. Obviously, he thinks highly of Wang Chen. But Wang Chen gave it away. One must understand that the relationship between a pet and a Beastmaster is incredibly close, due to the existence of the Beast Pact. Saying they are like family is not an exaggeration. To put it another way, the cub of the Howling Moon Silver Wolf could be considered half a descendant of Lin Feng. Anyone, knowing that someone treats their own descendant as a gift, would probably go wild with rage. Wang Chen is still bouncing around. It truly astounds the Wushan University teacher.
Beside him, Chen Xiaolin's mouth twitched, feeling deeply understanding of his old friend's shock. When he heard this news, he did not show much better reaction than his old friend. That was a divine beast cub, and not just any divine beast cub, but one backed by an adult divine beast and an 8 transformation strong human.
Such power could easily overturn a small country on Blue Star.
Yet, Wang Chen effortlessly gave away the Howling Moon silver wolf cub, which was simply bold beyond measure. What puzzled him even more was that after doing such a crazy thing, Wang Chen was not torn apart by Lord Linfeng.
He.
Chen Xiaolin chuckled dryly, speaking with a complicated tone. Lord Linfeng directly took Wang Chen as his personal disciple and will teach him himself. This. Upon hearing this, the teacher leading the team from Wushan University was stunned. He never expected such a turn of events. Due to some special reasons, Linfeng held an extraordinary status among the higher-ups of major universities in Dragon Country, and his reputation was fearsome. According to what the teacher from Wushan University understood before, this development completely contradicted Linfeng's usual behavior. This was a very protective senior. If someone dared to give away his beast pet's offspring, he would just throw the person into the battlefield to fend for themselves. It seems Wang Chen's talent is too strong, making Lord Linfeng take a liking to him.
After a moment, the shocked teacher from Wushan University thought of a possibility.
Thinking this way, he felt a bit more relaxed about the current situation at Wushan University.
To put it bluntly, he was now ready to take a back seat.
Linfeng had once trained someone like Bai Zitting, who was invincible among peers, and now there was Wang Chen. It was quite reasonable. It wasn't that Wushan University was not strong enough, but rather that the opponents were too extraordinary. This was a crime without a battle.
Old Chen.
In the future, we should get our 2 schools closer. We are planning to organize students to explore a newly discovered secret realm dungeon soon.
Are you interested in joining? After relaxing, the teacher from Wushan University asked.
Oh?
Chen Xiaolin raised an eyebrow, looking at his old friend in surprise.
Exploring a newly discovered secret realm dungeon was indeed a rare training opportunity for students. Wushan University was actually willing to give up a spot, which surprised him.
Let's discuss in detail. In an instant, Chen Xiaolin put his arm around his old friend's shoulder, and the two began to chat. At this moment, inside the battle dungeon. Boss, go for it. We're down here cheering for you.
On the stands, Zhao Li said with a big smile, his expression incredibly relaxed. Originally, in the 3rd round of today's competition, they could have sat in the audience just like yesterday.
But Chen Xiaolin kicked them all into the battle dungeon to save face for Wushan University.
However, even though they came in, the combat plan for Yendilong University remained unchanged. Wang Chen would compete in all 3 matches of the 3rd round to strive for the title of strongest newcomer.
Seeing the tired look on Zhao Li and the others' faces, Wang Chen nodded.
With a movement of his feet, his figure appeared in the center of the competition arena. At the same time, his opponent from Wushan University also appeared before him.
This was a pale-faced, ordinary-looking boy wearing ancient armor, radiating a sharp aura.
Wei Ping, a level 70 warrior of the 2nd transformation.
As expected.
The battle strategy of Yendilong University is exactly the same as yesterday. Seeing Wang Chen's figure on the arena, Wei Ping raised an eyebrow, looking somewhat dazed. When watching the battle replay yesterday, they had already guessed Wang Chen's intention. One person on stage, trying to earn as many personal points as possible to win the title of strongest newcomer in the country.
Normally, if someone else did such a thing, they would be considered crazy. It's a loss of mind.
But with Wang Chen's previous achievements as the foundation, Wei Ping and everyone else felt not the slightest disdain, only pressure and a faint trace of envy. Such reckless and arrogant behavior is backed by incredibly strong strength. If possible, Wei Ping and everyone would want an opportunity to shine like this.
Unfortunately,
their strength does not allow it. The teacher said, just perform normally during the match. Wang Chen will go easy and offer guidance. Recalling the team's teacher's advice, Wei Ping tightened his grip on his battle knife, gazing seriously at the opponent. Although being guided by a peer felt very embarrassing, when that person was Wang Chen, it seemed somewhat justified.
Wang Chen, please give me your guidance.
Taking a deep breath, Wei Ping said politely.
Across from him.
Wang Chen, who was discussing with Bing Qing and Su Su about who should go first, paused in surprise, looking at Wei Ping with a strange expression. Although teacher Chen Shaolin had given him some instructions when entering, which made him somewhat prepared for the fight, he never expected that the participant from Wushan University would be so polite, so obedient. It was a posture of requesting guidance from a senior. This directly confused Wang Chen. You are so well behaved, when I hit you later, I'll feel reluctant to strike too hard. Wang Chen touched his nose, feeling somewhat helpless in his thoughts. On the stage, the atmosphere was incredibly strange. Wang Chen looked at the serious and tightly gripping battle knife of Wei Ping, feeling a bit helpless.
Bro, we are in a competition.
You come out with such a polite demeanor, and I feel embarrassed to hit you.
Ugh, you two don't attack this round, let me fight them.
He thought for a moment, turned to Bing Ching and Su Su, and before the two little ones could object, he directly pulled them into the beast pet space.
These two little ones attack without restraint. What if they directly defeated Wei Ping in one move? Teacher Chen's instructions would be wasted.
After doing all this, Wang Chen waved his hand to take out a serrated long sword and beckoned to Wei Ping.
Come on, attack, I'm afraid if I make a move, you won't have a chance, he said in a calm tone. Alright, please give me your guidance.
Hearing his words, Wei Ping nodded seriously, showing no signs of anger at being underestimated. It was as if Wang Chen's words were completely natural. This scene made Wang Chen even more speechless. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Ping moved his feet, his figure instantly darting out like lightning. Charge! In the next second, he appeared directly in front of Wang Chen.
Bang!
He stomped on the ground with one foot, leaping high, his battle knife slashing down with a furious momentum.
Jumping slash.
In an instant, Wei Ping unleashed two signature skills of a warrior. Swish! The battle knife slashed down heavily, and the blade actually cut through Wang Chen's body, creating a gash on the arena floor.
This? No way? Wang Chen's strength is just this?
Seeing his attack hit, Wei Ping was momentarily astonished. He never expected that Wang Chen would not dodge his attack. Your speed is fast, but your attack intentions are too obvious. At that moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded in Wei Ping's ear. He was taken aback, quickly turning to retreat 7 or 8 meters. Focusing his gaze, he saw a tall figure already standing where he had been before.
And at this moment,
the figure that he had just cut in two was gradually dissipating into light spots.
Seeing this scene, Wei Ping's pupil shrank, and his heart surged like turbulent waves.
During his charge earlier, his sight had been firmly locked on Wang Chen, and he hadn't noticed any action from him at all. But during that time, Wang Chen had moved without leaving the slightest trace, leaving a phantom in place.
This terrifying speed shocked Wei Ping deeply in his heart. What are you standing there for? Keep going.
Seeing Wei Ping frozen in place, Wang Chen helplessly reminded him.
Oh.
Hearing this, Wei Ping felt a bit ashamed, holding the knife and attacking again.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
In an instant, the two blades clashed, producing a deafening sound of collision. I already said, your attack intentions are too obvious. I don't even need to wait for you to strike, as soon as your eyes move, I know where you are going to attack.
Holding a serrated long sword to block Wei Ping's attack, Wang Chen occasionally gave reminders. You're using too much strength. Haven't you learned in combat class that when facing an evenly matched opponent, you should only use 70% of your strength and leave some for yourself? These two skills work together well, but the connection is too stiff. Foolish. You know that after using the slanted moon slash, your body will be stiff for a moment, and yet you didn't activate your defense skill beforehand?
Amidst the sparks flying, Wang Chen's calm voice rang out from time to time, each word accompanied by Wei Ping's suppressed cries of pain. In just a few minutes, Wang Chen effortlessly handled Wei Ping's attacks and beat him up like a pig's head.
Meanwhile, in the outside world, in the grand stadium,
watching the two figures entangled on the screen, all the spectators were silent for a long time. In the footage, Wang Chen wielded his long sword wildly, easily blocking Wei Ping's repeated attacks.
Moreover, after each block, Wang Chen had the chance to directly slay and eliminate Wei Ping but chose instead to leave a wound on him while giving a critique. Hiss. Can anyone tell me, is this really a battle between two peers?
After a long silence, someone in the audience spoke strangely. As soon as this was said, it broke the silent atmosphere, bringing others back to their senses.
Wow.
In an instant, the entire grand stadium buzzed with noise.
Exactly. This battle is just something. It's completely a teaching demonstration.
Wei Ping looks like a little child in front of Wang Chen.
From beginning to end, Wang Chen didn't use a single skill and easily countered many of Wei Ping's attacks, striking back perfectly every time. My goodness.
Wang Chen has honed his combat skills to a master level. It's truly unimaginable how someone his age could possess such strong combat skills.
I feel like if I went up, I'd probably lose in one move.
The chatter continued, and the praises in the grand stadium were endless. No one was surprised that Wang Chen could defeat Wei Ping. After all, with the strength displayed by the beast pet dragon yesterday, there was no contestant who could match up.
However,
the battle reaching this level left the audience struggling to comprehend. Strong, yet with combat skills so exceptional.
Is this really an 18-year-old boy? Or not some old monster that has honed combat techniques for decades? At this moment,
in the observation areas of various universities, nearly all the accompanying teachers were thinking the same as the audience. Strong is one thing, but he is strong in every aspect without any flaws. This is truly a genius. His combat skills have reached a master level.
Without relying on 7th transition power, even if I personally participated, I might not be his opponent. Gu Wanqing, the leading teacher from Huaqing University, felt an immense shock watching the effortlessly moving figure on the screen.
The young Wang Chen, just in terms of combat skills, was already more seasoned than this famous 7th transition powerhouse who had been renowned for decades.
I really don't know how this kid trained himself. Did he start honing his combat skills right from the womb? Gu Wanqing shook his head, feeling an immense sense of defeat in his heart.
At this moment, his thoughts almost represented all the teachers leading the team present.
And on the other side, the teachers leading the team from Wushan University stared at the battle on the screen, their mouths agape. Although Yanlong University had indeed gone easy in the fight, not using a single finishing move. At this moment, he felt that being defeated to such an extent was even more embarrassing than being killed instantly. Chapter 165, Is this something a person can practice to achieve? Old Chen.
After a long silence, the teacher leading the team from Wushan University looked at Chen Xiaolin with a complicated expression.
Yesterday, he had discussed with Chen Xiaolin that during today's competition, Yanlong University should be a bit lenient, so Wushan University wouldn't lose face too badly. During the match, Wang Chen indeed went easy, fighting back in a very harmonious way. But
the more the teacher from Wushan University watched, the worse he felt inside.
This leniency was a bit too much, wasn't it? It was almost enough to flood the entire gymnasium. He.
Seeing his old friend's mournful gaze, Chen Xiaolin forced a laugh, feeling a bit helpless inside. He hadn't expected that when he told Wang Chen to hold back a bit, leaving some face for Wushan University on the stage.
The result? Wang Chen turned the battle into a teaching session. This kind of fighting style was even more embarrassing than a direct kill. Yet, despite feeling helpless, Chen Xiaolin was just as shocked as anyone else. Wang Chen's extreme fighting techniques nearly dropped his jaw. This little brat is hiding too deep. I fear that even if he changed to a normal occupation, his strength would still far surpass that of others at the same level. What a monster! I remember Bai Ziding wasn't this monstrous at his age. Thinking about this in shock, Chen Xiaolin turned to glance at his mournful old friend, contemplating before saying, Old son, I didn't expect Wang Chen to go so easy. How about this, after the competition ends today, I'll take you out for relaxation, at least to let you regain some face. Get lost. Hearing his words, the teacher from Wushan University snorted coldly, irritated. Who the hell wants your treat? Chen Xiaolin might as well not have brought it up. Once he did, teacher Sun from Wushan University was even angrier. So what do you want? Hearing this, Chen Xiaolin shrugged helplessly and asked. How about this? Teacher Sun rolled his eyes, coldly saying, In a while, when that wild secret realm dungeon opens up, let Wang Chen take people to help us pressure the battle. Chen Xiaolin raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Wait, you need us to send people to pressure the battle for your secret realm dungeon clearing? Doesn't your secret realm dungeon belong to you yet? He asked in astonishment. It is well known that wild secret realm dungeons generally belong to whoever finds them first. Wushan University was already ready to send people in to clear the dungeon, yet now they still needed assistance, which was somewhat unexpected for Chen Xiaolin. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have invited you. Hearing his words, teacher Sun nodded helplessly and said, This secret realm dungeon was discovered by Wushan University together with Xingyue Guild and Liaoyuan Guild. Both sides have never reached a conclusion on the ownership rights issue. Not long ago, it was finally decided that young people would go in to clear it, and whoever's people defeat the final boss and get the key to the dungeon would own the rights. So what do you mean? Chen Xiaolin understood, looking at his old friend with a strange expression. You want us, Yanlong University, to work for free? That's not possible. Teacher Sun shook his head, glancing sideways at Chen Xiaolin and sneering. You won't start working for free without seeing any results. If I wanted you to work for free, would you still help? If this time we successfully obtain the key, the dungeon rights will be split evenly between the two of us. The profits will also be divided equally every year. That sounds good. Chen Xiaolin nodded, then let's discuss in detail after the championship. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at the big screen in the sky. Next, let's continue to watch Wang Chen's performance. Hearing this, teacher Sun's smile faded. Looking at his student on the screen who was being taught, his mood became irritable again. In the battle secret realm. Bang! 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 The dull sounds of collision echoed constantly on the arena. Occasionally weapons clashed, sparking a few bursts of fire. At this moment, the third contestant from Wushan University had taken the stage. This person was the main force of Wushan University, Zhao Weiyang, a level 70 shadow assassin. His figure flickered unpredictably on the arena, and with each attack, it seemed like a cobra striking, exceptionally fierce. Bang! The dagger collided with the long sword. Zhao Guoyang used the recoil to retreat his body. Swish! While retreating, his form flickered and suddenly disappeared from the arena. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. This skill connection is quite good. Nodding to himself, he stood firm, and the jagged long sword suddenly swung back behind him. Clang! In the next second, an incredibly sharp dagger suddenly materialized from the air, striking heavily on the jagged long sword. Bang! Immediately afterward, Wang Chen pivoted his body, one foot shot out like lightning. It directly kicked Zhao Guoyang, who had just appeared in midair, flying back 7 or 8 meters. Thud, thud, thud. Upon landing, Zhao Guoyang retreated 7 or 8 steps before stabilizing his form. At this moment, he looked at Wang Chen in shock, his expression filled with confusion. Wang Chen, how did you discover my trace? Zhao Guoyang asked, puzzled. He saw the scene very clearly. Before he launched his attack, Wang Chen had already placed the jagged long sword in the path of his attack. This was simply like predicting the future. It's very simple, your situation is somewhat similar to Wei Ping. Hearing his words, Wang Chen said calmly. Gaze also carries weight. Before you attacked, I had already perceived your intention. Upon hearing this, Zhao Guoyang couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Gaze carries weight? Wang Chen's words left him quite perplexed. The so-called cicadas know the autumn wind before it stirs. When your battle intuition is cultivated to the extreme, when someone looks at you, you can basically sense their thoughts about 70 to 80%. Seeing Zhao Guoyang stunned, Wang Chen explained again. This. Hearing Wang Chen's words, Zhao Guoyang's mouth twitched, his expression somewhat bitter. Battle intuition, he had been training tirelessly since he was young, and while he wouldn't say he was the best, he considered himself to be at a peak among his peers. However, cultivating it to the mystical degree that Wang Chen mentioned. Zhao Guoyang had no confidence in himself at all. This was no longer something that could be achieved through effort. Without talent, one could practice a lifetime and not reach that level. Wang Chen, I truly admire your strength. There's no need to continue fighting. With a sigh of despair, Zhao Guoyang cupped his hands in salute towards Wang Chen and directly chose to concede. Chapter 166, Battle Against Hucking. In the Grand Sports Arena. When Zhao Guoyang conceded, the match between Wushan University and Yanlong University officially ended. Soon, other universities' competing teams also finished their matches consecutively. The third round of the official competition, 24-12, came to a complete end. As Shi Wenlin's tall figure reappeared before the audience, the list for the fourth round of matches, 12-6, was freshly released. Yanlong University vs. Wargod University. Huaqing University vs. Yuntian University. Nancheng University vs. Dan University. The fourth round of battles remained utterly unchallenging for Yanlong University. Wargod University, in the historical rankings of universities, stood even lower than Wushan University. This year, their luck was good, entering the top 12, which had already made them very satisfied. So, after the battle list appeared and they saw that their opponent was Flame Dragon University, the contestants from Wargod University only made a few gestures and then quickly chose to admit defeat. The battles between the two sides were completely different from the other matches that almost beat the dog's brain out. This made the coaches from various universities watching on the sidelines twitch their lips. Time passed. The fourth round of battles also ended one after another. The teams entering the top 6 were, as expected, dominated by the old strong universities, which were Flame Dragon University, Huaqing University, Nanshang University, Yanhua University, Donghuan University, Xianwu University. With the end of the fourth round, the fifth round quickly began. But this time, after the battle list was matched, the atmosphere in the large gymnasium suddenly fell silent. Flame Dragon University vs. Huaqing University. Looking at the big screen with this line of text, the audience in the venue instinctively held their breath. Although everyone had expected that top universities would clash in the fifth round, no one had thought that it would be Flame Dragon University against Huaqing University. Thinking of Wang Chen's almost dominating strength among peers, the audience's expressions turned strange. Although this battle had yet to begin, in the eyes of all the spectators, the outcome was already decided. This will be interesting. Last year in the championship, Huaqing University eliminated Flame Dragon University and claimed the first place, while Flame Dragon University could only settle for second. And this year, in the fifth round, the two sides are facing each other. Huaqing University's got it tough. Not only can they not maintain their long-standing second place, but they will also fail to reach the top 3 this time. After the silence, discussions in the large gymnasium surged like a tide, and the expressions on the faces of all the spectators were very strange.
The grievances between Huaqing University and Flame Dragon University have a long history. Since the National Freshman Championship began, both sides have been hovering between the first and second places. But this year, this situation has been broken. Flame Dragon University has returned to the first place, while Huaqing University has been kicked out of the top 3 for the first time. Fortunately, they met in the 5th round. If they had met in the 4th round, Huaqing University's ranking would probably be even lower. This time, although they can't get second, at least they can maintain their status as a top university. Voices of discussion continued to rise, and countless schadenfreude gazes fell on a group of contestants in the viewing area.
It's too bullying. The match hasn't even started, why do they think we will definitely lose? Feeling the surrounding gazes, Lan Xianlong clenched his fists, his face extremely grim. This feeling of being looked down upon by everyone almost drove him crazy. And next to him, Zhuo Qingwen and others also had ugly expressions. As the proud sons of heaven drawing everyone's attention, they were now looked down upon by all. They had never experienced such a feeling from childhood to adulthood. Today could almost be said to be deeply memorable. Alright. Gu Wanqing saw the expressions of his students and lightly sighed. What they said is not wrong. At this stage, your strength really does not compare to Wang Chen's. In the upcoming battles, just perform as best you can, do not tarnish our Huaqing University's reputation. If you don't want to fight, it's also fine to admit defeat directly, the teacher will not blame you. As his gaze swept over Lan Xianlong and the others, Gu Wanqing spoke with a sigh. Teacher Gu? Hearing his words, Lan Xianlong and the others opened their mouths in disagreement, their eyes filled with frustration. It's all right. Seeing this, Gu Wanqing shook his head. You have had an easy journey so far, experiencing some setbacks can be a good thing for you. Moreover, what does it matter that Wang Chen's strength currently shows overwhelming power? After all, his profession is a giant beast master. As time goes on, the gap between you will only become smaller. Even. Gu Wanqing paused for a moment and said lightly. When he faces the issue of not finding a giant beast to form a contract with, and his strength stagnates, you might be able to surpass him. Remember, temporary strength or weakness does not define a lifetime. Go and compete, just bring out your best state. Hearing his words, Lan Xianlong and the others were taken aback for a moment, then heavily nodded, their eyes once again filled with fighting spirit. They were filled with a strong sense of expectation for the future Gu Wanqing described. However, they, and even Gu Wanqing, did not know that beasts had never been an obstacle to Wang Chen's strength. With the divine skill of beast fusion, Wang Chen's future strength would grow larger like a rolling snowball. Lan Xianlong and the others were currently lagging behind, and in the future, they would barely even see Wang Chen's figure. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the space transformed, when Wang Chen's feet touched the ground again, he was already standing on the arena in the battle secret realm. Opposite him stood the delicate and exquisitely beautiful Zhuo Qingwen. I won't say unnecessary words. Wang Chen, your strength indeed far surpasses mine, but I am definitely not weak. One day, I will catch up to you. Zhuo Qingwen looked at Wang Chen with complicated eyes, speaking firmly. During the preliminaries, she was still bothered by Wang Chen getting first place, believing it was her bad luck that allowed him to take the lead. But in the following matches, after seeing the strength Wang Chen displayed, Zhuo Qingwen felt a bit ridiculous about her previous thoughts. This genius was absolutely not someone she could contend with at her current stage. However, Gu Wanqing's words gave Zhuo Qingwen her confidence back. Temporary strength or weakness does not define forever, she still has opportunities in the future. Are you ready? Let me see how big the gap is between us. As her words finished, Zhuo Qingwen waved her hand and took out an ice crystal staff, looking at Wang Chen with determination. On the arena, Wang Chen looked at Zhuo Qingwen with a strange expression and a somewhat subtle demeanor. This girl, with such a fighting spirit, how much chicken soup did she drink before coming on stage? It seems that teacher Gu from Huaqing University is indeed good at boosting morale. Thinking this, Wang Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Since you are so full of fighting spirit, then I won't hold back later. He looked at Zhuo Qingwen and said plainly. Humph. Who wants you to hold back? Upon hearing this, Zhuo Qingwen let out a cold snort. As soon as she finished speaking, she directly raised the ice crystal staff in her hand, and a surge of magical power began to swirl around her. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, her exquisite figure was enveloped by a protective shield of magical brilliance. Moreover, more surprisingly, the temperature on the entire arena began to drop rapidly as this shield appeared. In the blink of an eye, it had reached freezing point, and layers of frost appeared on the ground of the arena. Magical shield plus ice field. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen raised his eyebrows, his expression somewhat surprised. It must be said. As the first combatant from Huaqing University, Zhuo Qingwen indeed has some skills. Without any casting gestures, she released 2 skills in an instant. This talent was indeed a bit frightening. However,
Wang Chen was just a little surprised. At this moment, he stood there uninterested and had no intention of taking action.
What do you mean?
Seeing this scene, the prepared Zhuo Qingwen's beautiful eyes flashed with annoyance.
Do you look down on me? No. Wang Chen shook his head nonchalantly in response. Didn't you say you wanted to see the gap between our strengths? I'm currently giving you the opportunity.
If you don't arm yourself to the teeth and prepare thoroughly,
I will directly eliminate you, and I believe you won't feel good about it then.
He said in a calm tone, pretending to consider Zhuo Qingwen's feelings.
Arrogant. Hearing his words, Zhuo Qingwen's mouth twitched, and her pretty face instantly turned cold as ice. From childhood to adulthood, she had never faced such humiliation from her peers. This is what you asked for.
Zhuo Qingwen shouted angrily, raising her ice crystal staff.
Buzzing.
Surging magical power flowed, and the ice attribute magic that drifted in the space gathered at this moment to form a long ice crystal snake over 20 feet long.
B-level skill, Ice Snake Technique. You will pay the price for your arrogance. As her words fell, Zhuo Qingwen aimed her ice crystal staff at Wang Chen from afar. Swish! The 20-foot-long ice crystal snake shot out with a whoosh, clawing and pouncing towards Wang Chen. Boom! In an instant, the ice crystal snake hit Wang Chen's location and exploded immediately. As the ice crystal snake exploded, a rich blue ice fog, radiating extreme coldness, enveloped the area within 5 meters of the explosion. The ice snake technique was Zhuo Qingwen's main combat skill, and under her profession as an ice mage, the explosive power was incredibly strong. Moreover, she had invested a significant number of free skill points into this skill, resulting in a new effect, the dense blue ice fog. This ice fog slowed down and caused freezing damage. Ordinary level 60 monsters, once shrouded in this ice fog, would become frozen and turn into a living target. At this moment, seeing the area around Wang Chen covered by the ice fog, Zhuo Qingwen was first stunned, then a flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes. He. Look down on others, now let's see how you be arrogant. Zhuo Qingwen snorted coldly, her magical staff waving again. 6 ice spears, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, shot into the ice fog. Bang, bang, bang. Sounds of collisions rang out as the wild wind caused by the ice spears dispersed the ice fog. Taking 2 of my skill attacks directly, you won't die but you'll be seriously hurt. Seeing no movement from within the ice fog, Zhuo Qingwen's lips curved into a smug smile. However, before she could finish her words, the expression on her face froze instantly. Once the ice fog was dispelled, the area was empty, not even a shadow of Wang Chen was in sight. Are you too happy too soon? At that moment, a teasing voice rang in Zhuo Qingwen's ear. This. A shock coursed through Zhuo Qingwen's heart, her feet moved, and without hesitation, she dashed forward, quickly retreating 10 meters. After creating enough distance, she turned her serious expression to look. There stood a tall figure right behind the spot she had just occupied. When did you sneak past? Seeing this scene, Zhuo Qingwen's pupils shrank, and she asked in disbelief. After launching the attack just now, she had not noticed any movement from Wang Chen. But he had appeared behind her completely without her realizing it. Zhuo Qingwen understood very well what this meant in her heart. If Wang Chen had moved just now, she would have died countless times already. Oh, probably when your ice snake technique exploded. Hearing Zhuo Qingwen's words, Wang Chen shrugged and said casually. The ice snake technique did indeed launch quickly, and the subsequent ice spears also followed rapidly. But for Wang Chen, whose agility was nearly on par with top-tier third-tier players, that speed was rather insufficient. He didn't even need to use any skills. Instead, relying solely on his stat-enhanced body, he managed to evade the attack without disturbing Zhuo Qingwen and appeared behind her. Hearing Wang Chen's words, Zhuo Qingwen was stunned, and then her pretty face turned bright red, her head seemingly letting out steam. Thinking back to how Wang Chen had been standing right behind her just now, watching her battle the air with her wit and courage, anger and shame almost made Zhuo Qingwen's sanity explode. How embarrassing. This guy is too vile. Looking at the handsome and tall boy across from her, Zhuo Qingwen gritted her teeth, her eyes red with fury. And at that moment, it seems you have no other tricks left. Wang Chen completely ignored Zhuo Qingwen's furious glare, tapping his toes on the ground, his figure darting out like lightning. Not good. Zhuo Qingwen, who had been grinding her teeth, was shocked in her heart. She quickly retreated, her ice crystal staff swinging, ready to release a skill to build a defensive line between herself and Wang Chen. However, whoosh! The sharp sound of wind rushing past her ears, followed by a masculine figure appearing in front of her. Too slow. Wang Chen looked at Zhuo Qingwen with a calm gaze and threw a heavy punch. Crack! The defense shield, strong enough to withstand attacks from opponents of the same level, shattered under this punch. Then the punch's momentum didn't stop, and with a heavy blow, it hit her head with a resounding thud in Zhuo Qingwen's astonished eyes. Chapter 168, Dragon Slayer? Just you? Boom.
Zhuo Qingwen's delicate face, filled with shock, was directly blasted by a punch to the head.
Her headless body hadn't even hit the ground before it turned into light spots and disappeared on the arena.
Hiss. In the large stadium, the audience, seeing the scene on the screen, collectively sucked in a cold breath.
So violent.
Everyone, looking at Wang Chen on the screen, couldn't help but twitch their lips. To eliminate such a delicate and charming girl with a brutal headshot. It's simply too much of a lack of tenderness towards women.
Doesn't Wang Chen worry about not being able to find a girlfriend in the future?
Yeah, he's too much of a typical straight guy, he could have used a gentler method. I'm guessing Zhuo Qingwen might be left with a psychological trauma after this. Various voices of loud discussion rose, and many onlookers in the audience began to awkwardly talk about Wang Chen's actions. However, among them, there were also people who admired and understood Wang Chen's behavior.
What's wrong with a headshot? Just because she's pretty, should he go easy on her? They're opponents, even enemies to some extent. Showing mercy to an enemy is cruelty to oneself. Don't forget, students as talented as them will have to fight in the battlefield of the heavens in the future.
The enemies there are strange and varied.
If their minds aren't tough enough, they won't even know how they died. Wang Chen did well. He didn't let the opponent's looks cloud his judgment.
Some people were ruthlessly mocking the surrounding audience, praising Wang Chen's actions.
Upon hearing their words, many onlookers had strange expressions on their faces and cast unfriendly glances, ready to retort. However,
when they saw the people speaking, their lips twitched, and in the end, they obediently kept silent.
Those praising Wang Chen were all powerful professionals, and even sitting there, they exuded a murderous aura. It was clear they were all veterans of the battlefield of the heavens. Tenderness toward women? That didn't exist in their eyes. In the battle secret realm, Wang Chen's punch earlier wasn't as complicated as the audience thought. He aimed for the head simply because it was the easiest and would guarantee a kill. If he had aimed for the chest, there might have been a buffer. After Zhuo Qingwen's figure disappeared from the arena, Wang Chen turned and looked toward the stands of Huaqing University. Next, he extended his hand and beckoned with a finger.
A girl in battle armor, full of heroic spirit, on the Huaqing University stands, pursed her lips and hesitated. Seeing what happened to Zhuo Qingwen earlier, she felt very nervous now.
Although no one could really die in the arena, the pain was no less.
To put it simply, aside from not dying, all injuries felt just as real. Do you not see, after left the arena, Zhuo Qingwen had an extremely pale face, filled with terror, her body still trembling? It was clear that she had developed a severe psychological shadow.
Xiaoya, can you be a bit more decisive?
Beside her, Lan Xianlong couldn't help but urge when he saw the girl's appearance.
The female warrior named Xiaoya gritted her teeth. I admit defeat, you go fight him.
As soon as she finished speaking, she covered her face and sat down in a chair.
Coward.
Seeing the scene, Lan Xianlong curled his lip, feeling extremely disdainful of his companion's surrender.
It's just a match, not actually going to die, what are you afraid of? He shook his head and directly stepped onto the arena. I heard your profession is Dragon Slayer warrior?
On the arena, seeing Lan Xianlong come down, Wang Chen looked over with interest.
The profession of Dragon Slayer warrior and the feud with dragons can almost be traced back hundreds of years.
This profession is not like mages or warriors, which are products of the awakening of celestial will, but a path walked out by the strong of Blue Star themselves. The first generation of Dragon Slayer warriors could be said to have stepped on the corpses of giants to reach the peak, leaving this legacy to the people of Blue Star with great vigor. Until now, the name of this strong person who created the new professional legacy still hangs high in the Hall of Glory of Blue Star, receiving admiration from countless people.
That's right.
Hearing Wang Chen's words, Lan Xianlong puffed out his chest, his face full of pride. Being able to become a Dragon Slayer warrior had always been his pride. After all, compared to ordinary special professions, the talent requirements for a Dragon Slayer warrior are much higher, and it can take decades to find one.
Seeing this scene, Wang Chen shook his head. The profession of Dragon Slayer warrior is strong, but Lan Xianlong is just SOSO. However, at this moment, he did have a candidate to deal with this guy. Since you are a Dragon Slayer warrior, come out, Ice Chain, today let you move your muscles and bones. With a wave of his hand, a giant blue beast appeared on the arena. Giant dragon.
Seeing Ice Ching appear, the fighting spirit in Lan Xianlong's eyes burned like flames.
Today, I will prove to everyone the power of the Dragon Slayer warrior. Lan Xianlong stared vigorously at Ice Ching. However,
manifested in battle mode, Ice Ching wore an indifferent expression, too lazy to respond with a word.
Master, you broke your promise, you said I would go on stage first, but now the fight is almost over.
Ice Ching looked at Wang Chen pitifully, her huge head nudging against him, almost knocking him over.
Alright, I'm not letting you out now. This guy is a dragon slayer warrior, you have to treat it seriously.
Wang Chen waved a hand to hold back Ice Ching, speaking with a hint of a smile.
What? Dragon slayer warrior? Upon hearing his words, Ice Ching's bright blue slit pupils immediately fixed on the opposite Lan Qianlong. Dragon slayer? Just you?
With a glance up and down, a hint of disdain flashed in the little one's eyes. Being stared at by those authoritative eyes, Lan Qianlong felt his hairs stand on end, an extreme sense of danger enveloping him, so he couldn't even bother to retort to Ice Ching's words, directly assuming a defensive posture.
Ha ha. Really can't stand the fright. Seeing Lan Qianlong like this, Ice Ching's playful spirit arose. I'm just standing here, what can you, a dragon slayer warrior, do to me? The little one spoke in a provoking tone. As soon as the words fell, the vigilant Lan Qianlong's face instantly turned red. You go too far. He stepped forward, the giant sword between his hands suddenly swinging towards Ice Ching. Whoosh! The giant sword sliced through the air, creating a strong gust of wind. In the next second, the giant sword directly reached in front of Ice Ching, heavily slashing towards her dragon claw. Faced with this scene, a hint of disdain flashed in Ice Ching's eyes, her fierce dragon claw neither dodging nor avoiding, directly reaching out to grab the swung giant sword. Chapter 169, The Realm of Lands. Bang, the giant sword, carrying violent power. He heavily struck the icy dragon claw. Then, he was directly caught in Ice Clear's hand. That violent power was completely dissipated into nothingness. This. Lan Qianlong's eyes were shaken violently, his face filled with disbelief. He felt that his attack seemed to hit a divine mountain. Not only did it not shake it at all, but the counterforce made half of his body numb. With your level, you still dare to say slay the dragon? Kick. Ice Clear looked at Lan Qianlong playfully, her expression incredibly disdainful. Beside them, Wang Chen saw the scene and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He didn't know where this little guy learned this, looking exactly like a big villain. In an instant, a trace of sympathy appeared in his eyes when he looked at Lan Qianlong. The little guy was having a lot of fun now, and Lan Qianlong was probably going to suffer a terrible fate next. And then, bang bang bang. The battle process was exactly as Wang Chen expected. Ice Clear completely crushed Lan Qianlong. The dragon-slaying warrior class's effects had no impact at all when facing the ancient supreme cold dragon. The only effect was, compared to other classes, the dragon-slaying warrior could take a beating better. But that was all. The whole battle was simply unbearable to watch. In summary, Lan Qianlong was miserable. This roughly matched his fate. As Lan Qianlong was defeated, the next contestant from Hucking University simply chose to surrender. Thus, this round of the 6-3 competition concluded with Yanlong University winning. And next, after the last round's matchup list was announced, Yanhua University and Nanjing University both gave up competing with Yanlong University. After all, with Wang Chen's dominance among his peers, going on stage was just finding punishment. Soon after the last round between Yanhua University and Nanjing University finished, the National Freshman Championship officially came to an end. This year's Dragon Kingdom University rankings were freshly released. First place, Yanlong University. Second place, Nanjing University. Third place, Yanhua University. Fourth place, Hucking University. This year's university rankings were both expected and unexpected. Expected was that Yanlong University reclaimed the top spot, continuing its glory. Unexpectedly, the most powerful competitor, Hucking University, lost its longtime second position, falling to the bottom among the 4 top universities, becoming a joke after their boastful claims before the competition. However, overall, this year's National Freshman Championship was still full of highlights. Just the emergence of Wang Chen as a prodigy was already worth the ticket price. After the competition ended, naturally, it entered the reward segment that all participants eagerly anticipated. All contestants would receive rewards from the organizing committee based on their school's ranking. The value of the rewards decreased from high to low according to the rankings. As the first in this competition, Wang Chen, who also received the title of strongest freshman, naturally received special rewards compared to other participants. So special that, at this moment, while others stood on the platform to receive their rewards, he alone was summoned into the realm of fields. After the world spun around, Wang Chen found himself having left the Grand Gymnasium, arriving in a brand new world. The landscape was beautiful, the scenery warm. Is this the realm of fields? Because he had received tips from Chen Xiaolin earlier, Wang Chen was not flustered at this moment. Instead, he curiously observed his surroundings. It seems not much different from the outside. Although he had heard about the realm of fields before, it was still his first time entering here. After the awakening of the heavenly intentions, professionals were classified from 1 to 9 transitions. And within this classification from 1 to 9, except for the 9th transition,
According to the characteristics of different stages of professionals, it is divided into 6 stages.
The first transformation professional is in the black iron stage. The second transformation professional is in the bronze stage.
These 2 stages can basically be said to be the most immature period for professionals, which is the novice period. In these 2 stages, although professionals have gained extraordinary powers and have created a gap with ordinary people who haven't transformed, the gap is quite limited. In cases of skill and lack thereof, ordinary firearms can still threaten the life of first and second transformation professionals. When reaching the third transformation, professionals formally begin their journey on the extraordinary path. From the third transformation to the fourth transformation is the silver stage. In this stage, professionals integrate precious magical materials into themselves, forging a silver body, transforming their physical being into that of an extraordinary creature, significantly enhancing their strength, and ordinary firearms pose no threat at all. Further on, from the fifth transformation to the sixth transformation is the golden stage, condensing a golden heart, completely becoming an extraordinary life, doubling their lifespan, and able to withstand small missiles. After the golden stage, comes the seventh transformation, known as the human-shaped nuclear weapon. This stage is called the master stage, where professionals become extremely powerful, capable of single-handedly destroying cities and breaking mountains and rivers with ease. Beyond that is the eighth transformation, the legendary stage, where professional strength has nearly reached the limits allowed by the world, possessing unimaginable power.
The realm of the land. This is a special space exclusive to 8th transformation legendary Strongers.
It is similar to a secret realm dungeon, but within it, the will of the 8th transformation Stronger is fully carried out. It is no exaggeration to say that within the realm of the land, the 8th transformation Stronger holds a status equivalent to that of a deity, where even a single word or action carries unfathomable power.
This is almost like creating a world. I wonder if my master's realm of the land will be the same as here. Wang Chen curiously looked around, quietly speculating in his heart. His master, Lin Feng, is also an 8th transformation Stronger, and among the 8th transformation Strongers, he is quite powerful. Unfortunately,
Wang Chen previously wanted to broaden his horizons, but ended up being mercilessly rejected by Lin Feng.
You are this year's strongest new student.
At that moment, a hoarse old voice suddenly echoed in his ears.
In the next second, Wang Chen's vision shifted, arriving in a magnificent palace.
Looking up, an old man sitting on the throne was watching him with great interest. This person was extremely robust, and although his aura was not obvious, he gave off an incredibly noble feeling.
I bow to Lord Zhang Mo. Upon seeing this person, Wang Chen politely bowed.
Without needing to guess, it is clear that this is the master of the realm of the land, the same 8th transformation legendary Stronger, Zhang Mo. There is no need for excessive courtesy. Zhang Mo looked at Wang Chen with a smile, waved his hand, and a mysterious power condensed into a chair behind Wang Chen.
Sit down.
I have 2 items here. Both can be rewards for you obtaining the title of the strongest new student. You may choose one.
Chapter 170, Only Children Make Choices. 2 items?
Hearing Zhang Mo's words, Wang Chen was momentarily stunned. He thought he was summoned to the realm of the land, directly receiving the reward items, and would be teleported away. But unexpectedly, he still had the right to choose.
It seems this is what teacher Chen Xiaolin meant by special.
He silently pondered in his heart, respectfully looking at Zhang Mo, waiting for further explanation.
Zhang Mo did not hesitate, waving his hand, and 2 items appeared before Wang Chen.
One was a palm-sized extraordinary flower with 3 leaves, and its petals were a bright yellow. The other was a long sword shining with a cold light. Before Wang Chen could use his identification technique, Zhang Mo directly began to introduce it.
This extraordinary flower, named Thick Earth Flower, is an SS-class magical material, possessing the remarkable effect of transforming the body.
Your level has reached 70, and you are about to undergo the 3rd transition. After taking this, it will increase each of your 4 attributes by 100 points, and you will gain a stronger boost when completing the job transition task in forging the silver body. This long sword, named Armor Breaker, is a star-grade weapon.
As for its attributes, you can see for yourself.
With these words, the attributes of the Armor Breaker sword appeared before Wang Chen's eyes.
Equipment, Armor Breaker. Type, Weapon. Grade, Star. Level requirement, Level 70. Attributes, Strength plus 300, Constitution plus 200, Speed plus 200. Enchantment effects, 1. Increases attack damage by 20%.
2. Has an armor-breaking effect, with damage from the Armor Breaker ignoring 50% of the target's defense. 3. Sever, with an attack using the Armor Breaker, there is a 5% chance to destroy the target's equipment.
Star-grade equipment? Seeing the attributes of the Armor Breaker sword, Wang Chen raised an eyebrow. This is a level higher than diamond-grade equipment, and even a 7th transition master might not possess one.
Moreover, this star-grade equipment only requires level 70 to wear, greatly increasing its value, making it truly priceless.
Looking at this piece of equipment, Wang Chen's eyes couldn't help but heat up. With this equipment, his strength would see a tremendous rise. But if this reward were the only one, Wang Chen would happily accept it, but having to choose made him hesitant. Thick Earth Flower, SS grade magical material. Just by its grade, its value is not lower than that of the armor breaker sword. And more importantly, it increases all attributes by 100 points and enhances the strength of the silver body forged after the third transition. This holds unparalleled attraction for Wang Chen, who was about to make his third transition. To be honest, he wanted both items. Lord Zhang Mo, these two items. Wang Chen looked up at Zhang Mo, feeling a bit shy. You want both? Seeing Wang Chen's expression, Zhang Mo glanced at him with interest. Yes. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen nodded directly. What a greedy little guy. Zhang Mo chuckled and said. You're Lin Feng's disciple, with items like the thick earth flower and armor breaker, as long as you ask, he will definitely prepare them for you. Especially the thick earth flower, this relates to the strength of your future silver body, even if you don't ask, he will prepare it for you in advance. Are you sure you want to choose both? As he spoke, Zhang Mo paused, and with a playful tone said. If you do that, you will owe me a personal favor. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen bit his lip but still nodded. Lin Feng was undoubtedly good to him, but it felt wrong to bother his master for something he could earn for himself. As for owing a favor, Wang Chen considered this as well. An 8th transition expert is almost at the top of Blue Star. Even when using this favor, he would have to wait until he reached the 7th transition or matched their level. On the contrary, establishing a relationship with an 8th transition expert before that would only be beneficial for him. At times, he could use the name of the 8th transition expert for his gain. After all, Zhang Mo, unlike Lin Feng, belongs to the official side as an 8th transition expert, which could help Wang Chen avoid a lot of trouble in the future when entering the battlefield of the realms. Alright. Seeing Wang Chen made a choice, Zhang Mo smiled and waved to place both items before Wang Chen. Since that's the case, first take the thick earth flower, and I'll help you keep an eye on it. Thank you, Lord Zhang Mo. Hearing this, Wang Chen didn't hesitate, he respectfully thanked and directly took the thick earth flower into his mouth. This precious SS-grade magical material melted instantly in his mouth, and he swallowed it down. Immediately, an extremely powerful energy surged like waves, rapidly spreading from his stomach to his limbs and bones. Hiss! At that moment, even with Wang Chen's endurance, he couldn't help but gasp in pain. Under this violent energy, every muscle, organ, and even cell in his body was torn apart and then recombined. And this process was not a one-time event, but a cycle that repeated itself. Hiss! This pain was no less than being cut into 1,000 pieces, and it was cutting again and again. Wang Chen's body instantly curled up in the chair, trembling continuously in agony. He never expected that taking the thick earth flower would bring him such intense pain. But at this moment, he bit his teeth hard, refusing to let out a cry of pain, while silently experiencing the feeling of his body being torn apart. During this process, he could feel that each time his body was torn apart and recombined, the newly born muscles, organs, and even cells were enhanced a little more. This enhancement was completely different from distributing free attribute points, more like a kind of evolution. It was as if a piece of iron ore, after being hammered 1,000 times, was forged into steel. Even with the same volume and mass, the gap between steel and iron ore needs no further explanation. Half an hour later, the effect of the thick earth flower faded, and the overwhelming pain also retreated. Whew! Wang Chen let out a long breath, collapsing directly into the chair. At this moment, he was drenched in sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of the water. This is truly a heart-wrenching experience. Wang Chen muttered in his heart, feeling the surging power within him, and quietly opened the attribute panel. Name, Wang Chen. Profession, Giant Beast Master. Level 70. Talent, All Beasts Adore, SSS, Beast Pet Fusion, Divine. Skills, Beast Mastery, S, Beast Rejuvenation, B, Bloodline Identification, Divine, Contract Summon, B, Instant Sword, D, Windblade Technique, C, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, B, Beast Pet Amplification, B, Crescent Moon Slash, A, Lightning Step, A, Charged Strike, A, Strength, 1,705 plus 630 points. Wisdom, 1,845 plus 100 points. Physique, 1,705 plus 450 points. Agility, 1,825 plus 400 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unallocated skill points, 0 points. Chapter 171 Planning. The effect of the thick earth flower is indeed extraordinary. After checking the attribute panel, a smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. At this moment, he felt that a power that could shatter mountains surged within his body, and his senses became sharper. These, just from an increase of 100 points in each of the four-dimensional attributes, absolutely could not bring such an enhancement.
It must be the mysterious power within the thick earth flower that transformed his body. I believe you have experienced the wonders of the thick earth flower. In the seat, Zhang Yamo saw Wang Chen's delighted face and smiled as he spoke. This precious magical material that can transform the body is very effective for practitioners who are about to undergo their third transition to construct a silver body. You kid got the strongest newcomer title this time, helping Flame Dragon University reclaim the top position, and when you return to school, you will definitely receive a lot of rewards. At that time, you can take the opportunity to exchange the rewards for such magical materials.
Thank you, Lord Zhang Yamo, for the reminder. Hearing this, Wang Chen stood up from the seat and politely bowed to Zhang Yamo. No need to be so formal, I see great potential in you. However, the effect of this magical material is the greatest when taken for the first time. After that, the effectiveness will decrease one after another, and after taking 3, it will no longer have any effect. Zhang Yamo kindly reminded, then waved his hand, and a light gate appeared in the palace. The rewards have all been issued to you, you can return and meet with your companions. The young man takes his leave. Seeing this, Wang Chen got up to bid farewell to Zhang Yamo and stepped into the light gate. Buzz buzz buzz. After a brief moment of dizziness, he reappeared in the grand gymnasium, next to teacher Chen Xiaolin and others. Next. The national newcomer competition completely came to an end, and the participating teams withdrew one after another. Wang Chen and the others followed teacher Chen Xiaolin and boarded the teleportation array back to Flame Dragon University. Flame Dragon University. Dormitory area. Now that I have reached level 70, what lies ahead is? It is to undergo a third transition, increasing the levels of Bingqing and Susu to the current stage's limit. At the same time, I am waiting for Huang Yuan from the capital to send over the beast pets I ordered. In the dormitory, Wang Chen sat on the sofa, quietly planning his future itinerary. After returning from the capital, Wang Chen welcomed a rare free time. Teacher Chen Xiaolin gave them a day off to rest well, while waiting for the school's rewards to be officially announced tomorrow. But before I undergo the third transition, I need to get those 2 magical materials that enhance physical strength and take a shot at the Sky Tower. Thinking of what teacher Chen Xiaolin mentioned on the way back, Wang Chen's eyes burned with excitement. The Sky Tower. It is a training ground at Flame Dragon University, specially designed to cultivate students' fighting abilities. Now, with the National Freshman Championship officially concluded, all the students on break have returned to school, and the Sky Tower has officially opened. The Sky Tower has a total of 99 levels, with difficulty increasing from low to high. The highest level, 99, can only be passed by those at the 6th transition. Not only can the Sky Tower hone combat skills, but every level passed grants students rich rewards. In a way, this place is a treasure land for most students to earn resources. Moreover, because of the high difficulty of the Sky Tower, the number of levels passed can distinguish students' strengths. The Tianjiao ranking of Flame Dragon University is arranged based on the rankings from the Sky Tower. Each month, a ranking is tallied, and by the end of the month, the top 50 students are listed on the Tianjiao ranking, receiving corresponding cultivation resources. When teacher Chen Xiaolin mentioned the Sky Tower, he reminded Wang Chen to go there as soon as possible, not to delay until after the third transition. Because, in the reward rules of the Sky Tower, the rewards received by second transition professionals for the same level are much higher than those received by third transition professionals. Furthermore, if one can enter the Tianjiao ranking in the second transition stage, it will break Flame Dragon University's record and earn another reward. Teacher Chen Xiaolin is truly a good person. Thinking of teacher Chen Xiaolin's earnest expression at that time, Wang Chen felt somewhat emotional. If it were not for this reminder, he would probably miss the chance to take advantage of the school's rewards. Master, what are you laughing at? So lewd. At that moment, Xiao Bingqing suddenly bounced over, her face full of disdain. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen rolled his eyes in speechlessness. I was thinking of finding you a sister? He said irritably, then hugged Susu nearby tightly while opening the attribute panels of the 2 little creatures. Beast Pet, Ancient Overlord. Extreme Cold Dragon. Nickname, Bingqing. Gender, female. Age, 2 months, juvenile stage. Level 70. Rank, Ancestor Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth, SSS. 4-dimensional attributes, Strength 3650, Intelligence 3650, Physique 3650, Agility 3650. No buff, equipment, or item boosts. Skills, Frost Body, SSS, Extreme Cold Breath, SSS, Ice Hell, SSS, Dragon Might, SSS, Frost Rage, SSS. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Introduction, brief. Beast Pet, 9-tailed Celestial Fox. Nickname, Susu. Gender, female. Age, 1 month, juvenile stage. Level 70. Rank, Ancestor Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth, SSS. 4-dimensional attributes, Strength 3450, Intelligence 4150, Physique 3450, Agility 3550. No buff, equipment, or item boosts. Skills: Illusory Body, SSS, Crimson Eye, SSS, Bewitch All Living Beings, SSS, Nine-Tailed World Destruction, SSS, Seal of Enslavement, SSS. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Introduction, brief. Both little creatures have now reached level 70, but have not yet hit the current stage's limit. Only when they reach level 80 will they encounter the barrier to enter the next growth stage. The next stage will enter the youth period, and the attribute ratios these two little ones provide will reach 30%. At that time, I will welcome another wave of strength enhancement. But, gently stroking Susu's soft little head, Wang Chen's eyes revealed a rare hint of hesitation. After the third transition, he had 3 beast pets, and the experience gained would be divided into 4 parts. By that time, the speed of leveling up would inevitably be slowed down. Relying solely on running secret dungeons could not maintain the previous rapid leveling speed. After all, those secret dungeons with greater rewards had strict entry-level requirements. It seems that after I challenge the Heavenly Tower tomorrow, I need to ask my master where there are suitable areas for leveling up. Chapter 172, The Dispute Between 2nd and 3rd Year Students. Flame Dragon University. Heavenly Tower. In the grand and spacious hall, many students had already gathered here. They clustered in groups, discussing something with each other, and occasionally, when their eyes met, the fighting spirit in their gaze sparked intense flames. In recent days, the 2nd and 3rd year students had returned to campus one after another, and the competition for this month's outstanding list at Flame Dragon University had officially begun. Many capable senior students were preparing to enter the Heavenly Tower on its first day to gain some advantages for themselves. I heard that among this year's freshmen, there's a little monster who swept through other universities in the national freshman competition, claiming the title of strongest freshman without dispute? You really are ignorant. Didn't you watch the live broadcast during the break? That junior is named Wang Chen, his profession is a giant beast master, and he accidentally contracted a divine beast-level dragon, wreaking havoc in the national freshman competition. Don't underestimate him. Even though he's still at the 2nd transition, his strength is not inferior even compared to 3rd transition professionals. At this moment, in a corner of the hall, 5 students were gathered together, discussing among themselves. From the clothes they wore, it was clear that they were all 3rd-year seniors. Giant beast master? Giant dragon? Looks like another remarkable talent is emerging. Among the 5, one handsome boy's eyes flickered with curiosity upon hearing this. Indeed, this year's freshmen are much stronger than last year. Wang Chen's current strength might almost match the top-ranked students in the 2nd year. Perhaps, when he challenges the Heavenly Tower for the first time, his ranking will surpass those in the 2nd year. Humph. While the 5 were discussing, a shadow suddenly stopped beside them, snorting coldly. A freshman just entering, no matter how strong he is, how can he compare to a 2nd year's? Senior, you are too self-deprecating. The speaker was a male student with a cold expression. The markings on his clothes indicated he was a 2nd-year student. Ha! Hearing his words, the 5 third-year students could not help but frown and look over. Upon seeing this person, all 5 could not help but smirk. I thought who it was? Turns out it's you, the one who brought shame to our Flame Dragon University. The handsome boy among the 5 looked at this person with a mocking gaze. This 2nd-year student was named Gu Wenba, his strength reaching level 98 at the 3rd transition, consistently ranked among the top 5 in the 2nd year. Now, he ranked 50 on the outstanding list, known as the gatekeeper of the outstanding list. Gu Wenba, last year you participated in the national freshman competition, and as a result, our school lost its rank as the #1 university. Do you still have the face to say this? Gao Yuanfeng, you. Upon hearing the handsome boy's words, Gu Wenba's face instantly turned a deep shade of anger. Don't hit the face, don't expose the scars. As one of the 5 participants from Flame Dragon University in last year's national freshman competition, failing to take first place had always been a sore spot for Gu Wenba. Now, being exposed in public was driving him to the edge of fury. What about you? The face of our Flame Dragon University has been completely ruined by you. Seeing Gu Wenba furious, Gao Yuanfeng, the 3rd-year student, said disdainfully. If I were you, I would have found a piece of tofu to crash into. Don't bully people too much. Upon hearing Gao Yuanfeng's words, Gu Wenba's face changed from green to white. We're talking about the matter at hand, which is Wang Chen. Don't resort to personal attacks here. Thinking about Gao Yuanfeng's strength, Gu Wenba suppressed his anger and said in a dark tone. He is just a new student who has just enrolled. Even if he holds the title of the strongest new student in the country, his strength can only dominate among freshmen. He doesn't even have the qualifications to compare with our sophomore class. He. Upon hearing this, Gao Yuanfeng sneered and curled his lips, and the people next to him also laughed coldly, their expressions full of mockery. Seeing this scene, Gu Wenba's anger surged even more, wishing he could drag Gao Yuanfeng away for a duel right then and there. But in the end, he managed to suppress his impulse.
Gao Yuanfeng's strength had reached level 120 on the 4th transformation, ranking among the top in the junior class, and he was ranked 25th on the genius list. Gu Wenba knew very well that challenging him would only bring humiliation to himself. You are bullying the weak with your strength, but I won't hold it against you. Once I reach my 4th transformation, I will handle this matter properly. Gu Wenba snorted coldly and angrily walked aside before more people noticed the commotion. TCH. Upon hearing his words, Gao Yuanfeng disdainfully curled his lips. Waiting for your 4th transformation? Should I wait for you to reach level 120? How ridiculous. By the time you get there, I'll have already reached my 5th transformation. A bunch of useless trash. Gao Yuanfeng shook his head, his gaze sweeping over Gu Wenba and a few second-year students in the hall who had anger on their faces but dared not speak. Last year, in the National New Student Competition, Yanlong University lost the championship it had held for 10 consecutive sessions in Gu Wenba's hands. Gao Yuanfeng and the other junior students viewed this as a disgrace. If it weren't for the lack of authority, they would have loved to expel Gu Wenba's group from school. Thus, on ordinary days, they would not show any kindness to these sophomore students. Even now, the top-ranked Yen Yunhao, ranked 40th on the genius list, had not improved their perception at all. This guy can really endure. I think his position as the gatekeeper of the genius list will soon be taken by this year's new students. One of the girls among the 5, seeing Gu Wenba storming away, said sarcastically. Indeed, it's coming soon. This year's freshmen are very strong. I estimate that after Wang Chen completes his 3rd transformation into a silver body, he will be strong enough to enter the genius list. Upon hearing her words, Gao Yuanfeng nodded and expressed admiration in his tone. Gao Yuanfeng had a good impression of Wang Chen, who was set to reclaim Yanlong University's honor. And not just him, the entire group of junior students found this year's freshmen quite pleasing. Thud thud. Just as Gao Yuanfeng finished speaking, a tall, slender figure suddenly walked into the hall. Hearing the sound, Gao Yuanfeng looked up, intending to look away. However, his movements suddenly froze. Wang Chen? Looking at the figure that had entered the hall, Gao Yuanfeng revealed a smile. This kid really came today. With this thought in mind, Gao Yuanfeng stepped forward to greet him. Old Gao, where are you going? The few people behind him asked unconsciously upon seeing this. Of course, it's to let this year's strongest new student feel the love from his seniors. Gao Yuanfeng waved his hand backward, smiling as he spoke. As teacher Chen Xiaolin said, those who can come to challenge the Tongtian Tower are all outstanding students among Yanlong University students. Stepping into the Tongtian Tower Hall, Wang Chen looked at the lively atmosphere inside, his eyes flashing with a hint of surprise. At this moment, in his perception, there wasn't a single student in this hall below the 3rd transformation. Even many have reached the 4th transformation. Not to mention others, just the people present here have the strength to crush the Dongling city he has lived in for more than 10 years. After all, the guardian of Dongling city is barely above the 4th transformation. And here, there are at least over a dozen people who are almost equal to him. No wonder it's a top university, really full of talent. As he swept his gaze over the many seniors present, a spark of battle intent rose in Wang Chen's eyes. With these competitors around, this challenge of the Sky Tower will be even more interesting. Thinking this, Wang Chen stepped towards the front desk of the hall, intending to register his information and test the difficulty of the Sky Tower. However, just at that moment, suddenly, a handsome young man quickly walked up to him. Wang Chen, Jr. Your performance in the National Freshman Championship has indeed brought great prestige to our Yanlong University. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation. Before he even arrived, a cheerful voice rang out. Wang Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at the young man with a somewhat confused expression. What does this junior from the 3rd year mean? It seems we haven't even met. This sudden praise, and so loud too, feels quite embarrassing. Thank you, senior. Looking at this 3rd year senior, Wang Chen politely replied. This is not flattery, this is what you deserve. The person walking over is Gao Yuanfeng. He immediately friendly grabbed Wang Chen's hand and gave him a pat on the shoulder. Last year, our Yanlong University lost face, and now you have regained it. You're now a great hero of our school. Come. Since this is your first time at the Sky Tower today, let me, your senior, properly introduce you to the situation here. Gao Yuanfeng said with a smile, his eyes filled with admiration for Wang Chen. While speaking, he directly pulled Wang Chen towards his small group. Hearing his words, Wang Chen showed a hint of helplessness on his face. This senior is really too familiar, isn't he? However, he can sense the goodwill from the senior, and since he also lacks some understanding of the Sky Tower, he decided to obediently follow him. At the same time, when Gao Yuanfeng revealed Wang Chen's identity, all the gazes in the Sky Tower Hall suddenly fell on Wang Chen. Is this junior Wang Chen? He really is as handsome as the rumors say, no wonder he topped the school's handsome ranking right after enrolling. I heard that he defeated participants from other universities with thunderous force in the National Freshman Championship, and no one could force him to use his full strength.
That's right.
Even the participants from the other 3 top universities couldn't stand against Junior Wang Chen. I watched the live broadcast the whole time, they were beaten so badly.
Exactly.
Especially those guys from Hucking University, they were utterly crushed. Junior Wang Chen has truly avenged us. In an instant, looking at the handsome, graceful figure at the entrance of the hall, many people's eyes showed goodwill. The competition among the 4 top universities is quite fierce, and Yanlong University has maintained its first place in the college rankings for 10 years, which made the new students feel a strong pride in their identity. Having lost the competition last year and being suppressed by those from Hucking University, they had long been aggrieved. This year's freshmen reclaimed the first place, making them feel proud as well.
So handsome, I wonder if Junior Wang Chen has a girlfriend? What are you thinking?
Junior Wang Chen's determination to become stronger is known throughout Long Country. Even a beauty like Zhuo Qingwen has been defeated by him without hesitation, so how could he take a liking to someone like you?
Get lost. I'm also a beautiful flower. If you disagree, let's go to the arena and have a match. Seeing Wang Chen's tall figure and handsome appearance, many girls present. Everyone couldn't help but laugh playfully with spring in their eyes.
For a moment, the atmosphere in the hall became chaotic, causing many people to show envious glances.
However, waste.
With Gao Yuanfeng's unabashed voice ringing out, the atmosphere in the hall turned a bit strange. Many people's expressions changed and became somewhat unpleasant. These people were all second-year students who had just entered their second year this year, and they were the strongest among the second-year students. Among them, several were fortunate enough to participate in the national freshman competition last year. Gao Yuanfeng's few words were too widespread in their impact, directly making these people feel discontent in their hearts.
TCH. Gao Yuanfeng is really talking nonsense. Just because he entered school a year earlier, he dares to insult us like this.
Among the crowd, a boy with an eagle-hooked nose and a cold appearance flashed a fierce light in his eyes.
Exactly, the opponents they faced in their year can't even be compared to ours. Even if they are allowed to fight, they still can't win.
Beside him, a girl with a rather mean look echoed.
And that Wang Chen too, winning a championship and his tail is up in the sky, daring to respond to Gao Yuanfeng like this? Truly without any reverence.
These 2 were participants from Yanlong University in last year's national freshman competition.
The boy's name was Sun Zongqing, and the girl's name was Zhao Wanjun.
Both of them had now reached the 3rd transition at level 100, ranking 2nd and 3rd among the second-year freshmen, and were listed 46th and 45th on the Genius ranking.
At this moment,
as their voices intertwined, a few second-year seniors in the hall also joined in, looking at Wang Chen with a trace of anger.
However,
as soon as they started to speak, it attracted a lot of mocking glances. The 3rd-year seniors all looked at them with mocking eyes, and many even showed cold smiles. On the other side, Wang Chen, who was following Gao Yuanfeng, was unaware that the few words from the senior had brought him a large wave of hatred. But even if he knew, with Wang Chen's big heart, he wouldn't care.
At this moment,
Wang Chen, Jr., I am Gao Yuanfeng, just call me Senior Gao. Pulling Wang Chen aside, Gao Yuanfeng introduced himself, then looked at others with a cheerful smile.
These few guys are my teammates, Gao Lu, Shi Xiaoyu, Su Mingyang, and Feng Wei.
He introduced the other 4 members of the small group to Wang Chen one by one.
I've met several seniors.
In the Tongtian Tower Hall, after Gao Yuanfeng finished introducing, Wang Chen politely greeted Gao Lu and the others. Each of these 4 had reached the 4th transition and were also quite strong among the 3rd-year seniors, all having rankings on the Genius ranking.
Wang Chen, Jr., you're too polite.
You are outstanding in this national freshman competition, and it won't be long before your strength surpasses ours.
Handsome and strong, Junior, you need to be careful in school, there are quite a few people eyeing you.
To the polite Wang Chen, Gao Lu and others spoke with smiles and warmth. They showed no airs of being 3rd-year seniors and even joked with Wang Chen.
However, among the 4, Shi Xiaoyu's tone seemed somewhat off.
Wang Chen, Jr., I watched your battles in the national freshman competition, you suppressed the other university teams so they couldn't lift their heads. Although you are only at the 2nd transition, your strength is quite fierce among the 3rd transition.
Moreover, your combat awareness and skills are outstanding, I am a kindred spirit with you.
Shi Xiaoyu's name sounds gentle, like a woman's, yet he is a tall man over 2 meters high, with a body as sturdy as a door. With a height of over 1.8 meters, he seemed to dwarf everyone in front of him by half a head. His whole body was filled with bulging muscles, and one of his arms was thicker than Wang Chen's thigh. At this moment, he looked at Wang Chen with fiery eyes, radiating intense battle intent.
After you reach level 3, are you interested in sparring with me, senior?
Shi Xiaoyu licked his lips and said in a deep voice. Hearing his words, Wang Chen froze for a moment, feeling a bit of discomfort in his heart.
This senior was simply a big muscle boss. The action of licking lips on him looked brutal. Being regarded as a kindred spirit by him was simply overwhelming. Senior, Wang Chen touched his nose, feeling a bit awkward. Alright. Wang Chen, you don't need to pay attention to him, this guy is just a battle maniac. If you fight him once, he'll be stuck to you from now on. Seeing Wang Chen's embarrassment, Gao Yuanfeng shot a glare at Qi Xiaoyu without any good humor. And you're already at level 4, 120, and you want to spar with Junior Wang Chen? Aren't you ashamed? I can't believe you even thought of it. He's very strong. Level doesn't represent his true strength. I can sense a faint sense of danger from Junior Wang Chen. Hearing Gao Yuanfeng's words, Qi Xiaoyu shook his head indifferently, speaking with a serious tone. Ha! Upon hearing this, Gao Lu and others were momentarily stunned, their expressions turning somewhat incredulous. Qi Xiaoyu's strength of level 4, 120 was not the strongest among the five. Su Mingyang and Gao Yuanfeng could both press him down. But as a battle maniac, Qi Xiaoyu's perception of aura and danger was incredibly keen, even surpassing Su Mingyang and Gao Yuanfeng. If he said Wang Chen was very strong, then he must be very strong. Moreover, he sensed a hint of danger from Wang Chen. After recovering from the shock, Gao Lu and the others looked at Wang Chen with incredulous eyes. Although they didn't watch the entire live broadcast of the National New Student Competition, they did follow some of the battles of Yanlong University. Wang Chen's powerful strength and exquisite fighting techniques left an extremely deep impression on them. But this impression was limited to the fact that this junior had high talent and would undoubtedly become a strong individual in the future. But now, for Qi Xiaoyu to feel a sense of danger, didn't that mean Wang Chen could also threaten them? Could this be something a level 270 could achieve? It seems, Junior, you are hiding it very well. After a moment of silence, Gao Yuanfeng spoke in a somewhat peculiar tone. Senior Qi is joking, seniors and sisters, you really don't need to take it to heart. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen touched his nose and said a bit helplessly. Now, with Bing Qing and Su Su by his side, although his strength could dominate among level 3 players, there was still a significant gap to level 4. Even if he pulled out all his tricks, it was impossible to defeat Qi Xiaoyu. At most, he could only cause him some trouble. What Qi Xiaoyu said simply put him on a hot plate. No. I'm not joking. Hearing Wang Chen's words, Qi Xiaoyu smiled honestly and said straightforwardly. You're already level 70 and can make me sense a hint of danger. When you reach level 3, your strength should at least double. By then, you'll definitely have the strength to fight me. Wang Chen felt a bit helpless upon hearing this. This Qi senior was simply a one-track mind. Junior Wang Chen, don't be humble, Lao Qi is saying you are capable, then you definitely are. Among those wasteful sophomores, only the first-ranked Shang Yuanshan can give him such a feeling. You come to Tongtian Tower today, and I'm afraid you'll break the record for our Yanlong University's entry into the talented rankings, stepping all over those sophomores. On the side, seeing this scene, Gao Lu and others spoke while laughing, their tone somewhat shocked. Alright. I brought Junior Wang Chen over to inform him about the situation regarding Tongtian Tower. You guys are just showering him with praises. Everyone is praising junior brother Wang Chen to the point of shyness. At this moment, Gao Yuanfeng stepped forward to defend Wang Chen and began to introduce the situation of the Tongtian Tower in detail. The Tongtian Tower is divided into 99 floors, and to break through at least requires strength equivalent to that of a sixth transition. Since the Tongtian Tower was established, not a single person has been able to break through it during their time at school. Junior brother Wang Chen, I have high hopes for you. Gao Yuanfeng teased with these words and continued to explain further. Starting from the first floor of the Tongtian Tower, each challenge's difficulty will increase sequentially. On the first floor, your opponent will be a level 70 character with equal strength to yours. By the second floor, the strength of the opponent does not increase, but their number does by 1. All the way to the 9th floor, you will face a siege from 9 opponents of the same level. Listening to Gao Yuanfeng's explanation, Wang Chen gradually gained a clear understanding of the situation regarding the Tongtian Tower. The challenge difficulty of the Tongtian Tower increases by a large grade every 9 floors, with a difficulty span of 10 levels. From the 1st to the 9th floor of the Tongtian Tower, the challenge difficulty is level 70, where you will encounter 9 level 70 professionals. From the 10th to the 18th floor, the challenge difficulty is level 80, where you will face 9 level 80 professionals on the 18th floor. After that, it continues in this manner up to the top floor of the Tongtian Tower, the 99th floor, where the challenger will face a siege from 9 170 level professionals of the 6th transition. No wonder, since its construction, no one has ever succeeded in breaking through the Tongtian Tower. Upon understanding the information about the Tongtian Tower, Wang Chen's eyes couldn't help but show a hint of shock. Chapter 175, A Fantastical Tale? In the main hall of the Tongtian Tower.
After Gao Yuanfeng finished introducing the situation of the Tongtian Tower, Wang Chen's interest grew stronger in his heart. When entering the Tongtian Tower for challenges, the opponents encountered are all professionals of the same level.
This is a considerable benefit for the challengers.
After all, students like Wang Chen often encounter opponents, mostly wild monsters, and those simple-minded wild monsters. Fighting these wild monsters can improve combat skills, but the extent of improvement is limited. It cannot compare to having other professionals as opponents, which speeds up the improvement much more quickly. Moreover, within the Tongtian Tower, every battle can be considered a life and death struggle, as the opponents you encounter will not hold back at all. In this situation, the Tongtian Tower can almost be called a sacred place for honing combat skills. No wonder the school's talent ranking is based on the rankings in the Tongtian Tower rather than on performance in mysterious dungeons. Having figured out the situation of the Tongtian Tower, a spark of enlightenment arose in Wang Chen's heart. The ultimate enemy of a professional is not the wild monsters but the various wise forces on the battlefield that are no weaker than the people of Blue Star. The Tongtian Tower is the training ground that Yanlong University has prepared for students before they step into the battlefield of the myriad worlds. It seems that in the future, I will have to spend time training in the Tongtian Tower. Thinking silently in his heart, Wang Chen turned to look at the entrance of the Tongtian Tower in the hall, his eyes filled with fiery determination.
So, junior brother Wang Chen, do you want to enter the Tongtian Tower and give it a try? Seeing Wang Chen's expression, Gao Yuanfeng smiled and asked. Of course. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen nodded and politely said. Thank you, senior, for your clarification. I want to see how many floors I can break through in the Tongtian Tower with my current strength. As soon as his words fell, a vigorous fighting spirit rose from his body. Seeing this scene, Gao Yuanfeng and the others couldn't help but show a hint of excitement in their eyes. With your strength, getting through 27 floors should be no problem, it just depends on how far you can go in the 4th difficulty of the Tongtian Tower. If you reach the 30th floor, junior brother, you might just make it onto the talent ranking today. Then we will wait here for your performance, junior. Gao Lu and others said with smiles, encouraging Wang Chen. Because the opponent's strength in the Sky Tower increases every 9 levels, the students simplify the difficulty into 11 levels, ranked from low to high, corresponding to different layers. The 4th difficulty corresponds to the 28th to 36th layers. Currently, the gatekeeper of the talented student ranking, a second-year senior, Gu Wenba, who is at the 98th level of the 3rd transfer, is challenging this layer. Okay, then I will take your good words to heart, seniors. Wang Chen smiled in response and then walked directly to the registration desk beside the entrance of the Sky Tower. After paying 100 credits to the staff, he stepped into the teleportation portal. At the same time, seeing Wang Chen's figure disappear in the hall, the atmosphere in the entire hall suddenly became lively. This kid really wants to challenge the Sky Tower today? This is interesting, I wonder how many layers he can break through. Given Wang Chen's performance in the national freshman competition, he can probably surpass the 2nd difficulty and reach beyond the 19th layer. 19th layer? Is he really that monstrous? He has only been in school for a month and is almost catching up with me, who has been practicing hard for a year. The hall was filled with discussions, and many guessed how many layers Wang Chen could create in the Sky Tower. When they heard that someone said Wang Chen could reach beyond the 19th layer, the expressions of some second-year students in the hall were filled with frustration. They had studied at Flame Dragon University for a year, and now they are just lingering in the 3rd difficulty of the Sky Tower. Wang Chen had been in school for only a month and could reach their current level. It was simply monstrous. At this rate of improvement, it won't be long before this strongest freshman who just enrolled surpasses many second-year students. He. Suddenly, a sneering voice suppressed the noise in the hall. What are you all lamenting about? Gao Yuanfeng cast a playful glance across the hall, his gaze particularly focused on those second-year students. At this moment, he no longer had that gentle demeanor in front of Wang Chen but instead exuded a sharp and aggressive atmosphere. Wang Chen is not like you useless people. Still struggling in the 3rd difficulty after a year of enrollment. Today, he can at least enter the 4th difficulty and reach beyond the 28th layer. Gao Yuanfeng spoke arrogantly, and his words drew agreement from Gao Lu, Qi Xiaoyu, and others. Once again being called useless. The expressions of the second-year students in the hall suddenly revealed disbelief, and their eyes turned toward Gao Yuanfeng with great anger. Many of them were also preparing to respond fiercely in rebuttal. However, upon hearing Gao Yuanfeng say that Wang Chen could enter the 4th difficulty and reach beyond the 28th layer, their actions all came to a halt, and the atmosphere in the entire hall fell abruptly silent. Poochie. After a moment, a sneer suddenly rang out in the hall. Gao Senior, aren't you exaggerating a bit too much? Second-year Zhao Wansu spoke disdainfully. Wang Chen can enter the 4th difficulty of the Sky Tower? That's simply a fantasy. Even though he received the title of strongest freshman in the national freshman competition, he is still only a 2nd transfer.
In the third difficulty, the opponents are already at the third transfer, 90 levels, and the fourth difficulty reaches the limit of the third transfer at 100 levels. Speaking, Zhao Wanxiu paused, glancing over the students in the hall, then said with conviction.
Wang Chen, at 70 levels of the second transfer, absolutely cannot break through to the fourth difficulty.
As his words fell, the atmosphere in the hall became silent, and a pin drop could be heard. Zhao Wanxiu's strength was among the top 3 second-year students, at 100 level of the third transfer, ranked 45 on the talented student ranking. He had already reached the 34th level of the Sky Tower. Her words had considerable persuasion. Soon, after a brief silence, many second-year students in the hall began to echo her thoughts.
That's right, that's right. No matter how strong Wang Chen is, he is just a freshman who has just started school. It is completely ridiculous to think he can enter the fourth difficulty of the Sky Tower. Senior Gao, don't joke around. I admit Wang Chen has great potential, but how could he possibly compare with us, who have been studying at Flame Dragon University for a year? Well said. For Wang Chen to reach the third difficulty and defeat opponents across 20 levels is already astonishing. Crossing 30 levels? It's simply impossible. A tide of discussions rose, and almost all second-year students looked at Gao Yuanfeng as if he were a fool. Chapter 176, The Big Bet. The hall of the Sky Tower was extremely noisy, with many second-year students mocking Gao Yuanfeng, believing he was just boasting. A freshman who just enrolled a month ago, even if he were the strongest freshman in the Dragon Country this year, could never enter the fourth difficulty of the Sky Tower. And not only them, but even those third-year students who were on the same side as Gao Yuanfeng also felt that his words were suspect. If Wang Chen could enter the fourth difficulty now, he would have already reached the average level of third-year students. In their view, this was simply a fantasy. Ha! Hearing the mocking voices around him, Gao Yuanfeng sneered disdainfully. Do you think Wang Chen is just like you useless people? His gaze swept across Zhao Wanxiu and Sun Zongxing. Gao Yuanfeng mockingly continued. Don't think that if you can't do it, then Wang Chen, this genuine genius, can't do it either. Today, I'll make it clear here, Wang Chen will definitely enter the fourth difficulty. If you don't believe it, let's have a bet. Hearing Gao Yuanfeng's words, many second-year students in the hall suddenly changed their expressions. No one expected Gao Yuanfeng to have such confidence in Wang Chen, and even dared to make a bet. However, those who hesitated in their hearts were very few. Most still felt that Gao Yuanfeng was just bragging. Ha! Zhao Wanxiu curled her lip, her somewhat sharp face filled with disdain. Since Senior Gao has such confidence, let's have a bet. I'll wager 5,000 credits that Wang Chen can't enter the fourth difficulty. Alright. Since Wanxiu is participating, I can't fall behind. Beside her, Sun Zongxing stepped forward with a sneer after seeing Zhao Wanxiu speak. I completed a task assigned by the school during my break, so I'll wager 10,000 credits. As Zhao Wanxiu and Sun Zongxing announced their bets, many second-year students in the hall began to stir. I'll wager 1,000 credits that Wang Chen can't enter the fourth difficulty. I'll bet 2,000 credits that Wang Chen will definitely get stuck in the third difficulty. I'll wager 500 credits, just to join the fun. The second-year students felt this bet was a sure win, and they eagerly responded to Sun Zongxing and Zhao Wanxiu, putting forth credits that Wang Chen can't enter the fourth difficulty. And in the hall, many third-year students who belonged to the same camp as Gao Yuanfeng were also affected by the situation. In their eyes, Gao Yuanfeng's suggestion for this bet was simply insane. A freshman who just entered a month ago and has only reached level 70, how could he possibly enter the fourth difficulty of the Sky Tower? Is Gao Yuanfeng trying to be a lucky fairy today? For a moment, many third-year students were eager to join in, but out of consideration for their positions, they held back instead. Ha! Watching the enthusiastic scene, Gao Yuanfeng sneered, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. At this moment in his eyes, these eager sophomore students are all fresh and young. He dares to make such a bet, and although it is partly due to Wang Chen's strength shown in the national freshman competition, the main reason is still Qi Xiaoyu. Qi Xiaoyu may not be the strongest among the junior students, but her sensitivity to breath is unmatched. When the few of them teamed up, thanks to Qi Xiaoyu, they avoided quite a few crises. So, if Qi Xiaoyu says Wang Chen can do it, then he definitely can. Gao Yuanfeng has great faith in his teammates. Xiaoyu, Gao Lu, you both remember the names of these bettors. Turning to his teammates, Gao Yuanfeng gave a cheerful command. After instructing his teammates, he looked back at those familiar junior students. Hey! Do you guys want to join in? Gao Yuanfeng asked with a big smile. Is that okay? A hesitant junior student asked. Exactly, the current bet has already exceeded 50,000 credits. Can you handle it if you lose? You won't default, will you? Others doubted whether Gao Yuanfeng would ultimately renege on the bet and wouldn't be able to provide the credits as promised. No need to worry. Seeing that these people were also tempted, Gao Yuanfeng's smile broadened. You know what kind of person I am, I always keep my promises. When have I ever defaulted? If I lose, even if I have to sell my teammates to pay you, I will provide the corresponding credits. He said with an extremely serious tone, his chest thumping loudly. This made Gao Lu and Qi Xiaoyu roll their eyes in response. Why sell us? Why not sell you? However, with Gao Yuanfeng saying this, those interested juniors all made up their minds. Okay, old Gao, your reputation is reliable. I'll bet 10,000 credits that Wang Chen won't make it to the 4th difficulty. Then I'll bet 5,000 credits. I'll bet 8,000. In an instant, the atmosphere in the hall became lively again, with nearly 80% of the students getting involved. By the time everything settled down, Gao Yuanfeng and Qi Xiaoyu gathered the list. The students who believed Wang Chen wouldn't make it to the 4th difficulty contributed up to 110,000 credits. Wow! 110,000 credits? Our team of 5 can't earn that much in a semester. Seeing the statistics, the honest Qi Xiaoyu was left dumbfounded. That's right, if we lose, even selling ourselves wouldn't be enough to cover it, right? Gao Lu and Su Mingyang beside her also exchanged shocked glances. What are you guys worried about? Among the 5, only Gao Yuanfeng was grinning. Losing is impossible. This 110,000 credits will give half to Wang Chen and equally divide the rest among ourselves. It's like harvesting several S-level tasks. Yao Yuanfeng treasured the statistics he held in his hands, his eyes almost sparkling with credits. At the same time, after stepping into the teleportation portal, Wang Chen directly arrived at the first level of the Tower of Heaven. The space on this first level is quite vast, covering an area as big as a large soccer field. Such a spacious area, even Ice Ching could unleash her full combat state. It seems the Tower of Heaven has considered the challengers thoroughly. Looking around, Wang Chen silently thought. The battle space is so expansive, clearly designed to accommodate different professions of challengers. For some ranged professions, if the battle space is too small, it naturally limits their potential. Especially for fragile classes like mages, if they can't create distance during a fight and encounter melee opponents, they wouldn't even dare to speak loudly. Ding! At that moment, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Wang Chen's ear. Challenger Wang Chen, you have successfully entered the secret realm of the Tower of Heaven. Current location. The first layer of the Tower of Heaven secret realm. Please note, the Tower of Heaven secret realm is a special realm. Every time a challenger successfully passes a layer, their injuries will be healed before the next challenge begins. During this time, the challenger can choose to continue the challenge or leave the Tower of Heaven. The battle will begin in 10 seconds. Please prepare, challenger. 10. When the cold reminder echoed in Wang Chen's ears, a countdown appeared in the wide battle arena. 10. 9. 8. A 10-second wait? Looking at the countdown in the sky, Wang Chen's fighting spirit soared. Master, master. At this moment, Susu and Bing Qing, who were in the beast pet space, suddenly called out. Let us out quickly. You can't leave us out of such fun. Yes, yes. I also want to challenge the Tower of Heaven and see where my limits are. Hearing the voices of the two little ones, Wang Chen raised an eyebrow and a mischievous smile appeared on his lips. What did you say? The signal is bad in the Tower of Heaven. Master, you. As he spoke, Wang Chen showed no hesitation and directly cut off the connection between the beast pet space and the outside world. The Tower of Heaven is of great benefit for honing combat skills, and he had no intention of letting it go. So, before reaching the limit, he absolutely couldn't let the two little ones out to cause trouble, otherwise, the meaning of his challenge to the Tower of Heaven would be lost. After sealing off the beast pet space, Wang Chen's ears instantly became quiet. At the same time, the countdown in midair reached its end. Buzzing. In the next second, magic power surged, and a figure appeared before Wang Chen. This was a tall figure whose appearance and gender could not be discerned, clad in heavy armor, holding a giant sword that was almost as tall as a person. From the equipment, it was clear that the opponent for the first match was a warrior-type professional. The aura all over him was quite fierce, having reached the second turn, level 70. Interesting. The Beastmaster profession can be classified as support and ranged, yet the opponent generated in the first layer is melee type. This must be intentional. Wang Chen looked at the warrior opposite him with great interest, a flicker of strangeness passing through his eyes. He guessed that if a melee professional entered the Tower of Heaven, the first opponent generated would likely be a ranged type. Because to quickly improve combat skills, fighting against an opponent that counters your profession brings the greatest rewards. Bang, bang, bang. While Wang Chen was pondering, the warrior across from him had completely formed and suddenly moved forward, charging at Wang Chen like a cannonball with furious blood energy. Warrior skill, charge. This opponent on the first layer strictly followed the first principle of close combat and ranged combat, quickly closing the distance. However, Facing the charging warrior, Wang Chen, a half-ranged professional, showed no intention of creating distance. Instead, he stepped 1 foot down on the ground and fearlessly met it head-on. Whoosh! In an instant, he appeared just in front of the level 70 warrior. Swish! Seeing Wang Chen approaching, the warrior swung the giant sword in his hand, cutting down with a wild gust of wind. However, as the giant sword swung down, a white fist suddenly appeared before his eyes. With a bang, the warrior didn't even have time to dodge, and his head was smashed like a watermelon by the white fist. An opponent of the same level poses no pressure on me at all now. Wang Chen withdrew his fist and quietly watched the headless body of the warrior fall, turning into light spots and disappearing. Ding! Congratulations to the challenger for passing the first layer of the Tower of Heaven. In 10 seconds, the second layer challenge will begin. At the same time, a mechanical reminder echoed in his ears. Soon. 10 seconds passed. With the surge of magic power, the level 70 warrior, clad in heavy armor and holding a giant sword, reappeared. But this time, it turned from 1 into 2. Charge! As the two warriors solidified their forms, without a hint of hesitation, they quickly charged at Wang Chen from the left and right. Whoosh! The warrior on the left approached, swinging a giant sword straight down towards Wang Chen's head. The warrior on the right swung his sword horizontally, attempting to slice Wang Chen in half at the waist. However, faced with the simultaneous attack from both sides, Wang Chen's expression remained completely calm. With a quick movement, he shifted his body horizontally, kicking towards the left warrior while simultaneously throwing a punch at the right warrior. Bang! Bang! Crack! Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed as the two warriors on the second layer had their chests caved in, their bodies flying backward. Before they even hit the ground, they turned into light points and vanished. Now, with the enhancements from Qingqing and Susu, Wang Chen's four-dimensional attributes had long surpassed that of other practitioners at the same level. Name, Wang Chen. Profession, Giant Beast Master. Level, 70. Talent, All Beasts Favor, SSS, Beast Pet Fusion, Divine. Skills, Beast Mastery, S, Beast Revival Art, B, Bloodline Appraisal Art, Divine, Contract Summoning, B, Instant Sword, D, Windblade Art, C, Bloodthirst Madness, B, Beast Pet Amplification Art, B, Full Moon Slash, A, Lightning Step, A, Charged Strike, A. Strength, 1705 plus 630 points. Wisdom, 1845 plus 100 points. Physique, 1705 plus 450 points. Agility, 1825 plus 400 points. Unassigned attribute points, 0 points. Unassigned skill points, 0 points. There was no need to use skills, he could easily eliminate them with raw power. After passing the second layer, without any fatigue, Wang Chen continued to attack. Third layer. Fourth layer. Eighth layer. Ninth layer. Soon, he arrived at the end of the first difficulty of the Sky Tower, facing 9 opponents of the same level. Facing the siege, Wang Chen still appeared calm and collected. Each move he made carried immense strength, eliminating one opponent with each strike. Bang! 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 Amid the sharp sounds of collision, none of the 9 foes matched him, and they all quickly turned into light points and vanished. Soon, the first difficulty of the Sky Tower was breached by Wang Chen. At this moment, his total time was less than 2 minutes. The 9th layer, cleared? Wow! His speed is way too fast. Those were opponents of the same level, and there were 9 of them on the 9th layer. Even killing 9 chickens couldn't be this quick, right? In the hall of the Sky Tower, everyone looked at the entrance's teleportation portal, where lines were lighting up repeatedly, their gazes shaken. Each line that lit up represented a layer cleared in the Sky Tower. Now, in less than 2 minutes since Wang Chen entered, 9 lines had already lit up. This speed was simply beyond imagination. Chapter 178. This cow, enough for me to brag about for a lifetime. Damn! Clearing the 9th layer in less than 2 minutes, Wang Chen's speed must have broken the record. I'm already a third advancement, level 90, but even if I started from the beginning, facing level 70 opponents, I couldn't be this fast. At this speed, Wang Chen might trigger the Sky Tower's response, manifesting his battle footage in the tower. In the hall of the Sky Tower, voices of astonishment echoed, and everyone looked at the rapidly lighting 9 lines with visibly shaken eyes. Amidst these discussions, the teleportation portal at the entrance of the Sky Tower suddenly burst forth with light, a spark flying out from within. The next second, this spark suddenly expanded, transforming into a screen before everyone's eyes. On the screen, it showed Wang Chen's battle footage on the 10th layer of the Sky Tower. Damn! It really triggered the Sky Tower's response? Wang Chen's current speed has broken the record, who knows how far he can maintain this speed.
Seeing the screen appear, the older students in their second and third years showed surprise in their eyes. The Sky Tower actively condensed battle footage for everyone to watch. This was a privilege granted only to those who first entered the Sky Tower and broke the fastest clearing record of their predecessors. For hundreds of years since the Tower of Heaven was built, those who could actively cause disturbances in the tower could be counted on two hands. Last time, it was still the so-called number one genius of 100 years, Bai Ziding, who rose like a rocket.
This guy Wang Chen is truly extraordinary.
When Senior Bai Ziding caused disturbances in the Tower of Heaven, he was also at level 70 of the second transition limit, without going into the third transition. Wang Chen's current strength is already stronger than Senior Bai Ziding of the same level.
Watching the scene where Wang Chen easily dealt with an 80-level opponent, Gao Yuanfeng couldn't help but exclaim.
Hearing his words, Qi Xiaoyu and Gao Lu nearby nodded in agreement.
With this kid around, the next few years at Yanlong University will probably be lively. Maybe we can recreate the glory of Senior Bai Ziding. I remember, when Senior Bai Ziding first challenged the Tower of Heaven, he entered the 4th difficulty at level 70 and only stopped at the 36th floor. Wang Chen might surpass him, Gao Lu said with a complex tone. Next to her, Qi Xiaoyu seemed to have her fighting spirit rise like flames in her eyes. I must fight him while he's still weak, otherwise, there won't be another chance. Qi Xiaoyu licked her lips, her face filled with eagerness. Seeing her like this, Gao Yuanfeng and the others pretended to feel creeped out and distanced themselves from her. Qi Xiaoyu, looking at your bulky frame, I didn't expect your heart to be so dirty.
Ma Wei, one of the girls in the group, said with a face full of disdain. However, upon hearing her words, Qi Xiaoyu showed no signs of anger. Instead, she wore a face of pride as if not ashamed at all.
You don't understand a thing. Junior Wang Chen is even more talented than Senior Bai Ziding, and his rise has become unstoppable.
I estimate it won't be long before his strength surpasses mine. If I find a chance to fight him now, I can still win, otherwise, I can only be ruthlessly defeated.
Just think about it.
Qi Xiaoyu paused, a sly look appearing on his honest face as he spoke profoundly. In the future, Junior Wang Chen will be like Senior Bai Ziding, unbeatable in this generation, dominating the battlefield. When we go out and say we defeated Junior Wang Chen in our youth, how impressive will that be?
Wow!
Upon hearing Qi Xiaoyu's words, Gao Yuanfeng and the others exchanged glances, their faces full of surprise. Of all of us, if we talk about courage, it has to be you, Xiaoyu. Gao Yuanfeng and the others sighed, their eyes sparkling with interest in what Qi Xiaoyu had said. If they really did that, when Wang Chen became the strongest in Dragon Country, this victory would be enough for them to brag about for a lifetime.
Count me in. I want to go too, I want to go.
In an instant, Gao Yuanfeng and the others united their stance. But on the other side, the other sophomore and junior students in the hall weren't as excited as Gao Yuanfeng and his group at this moment. In fact, they were somewhat frightened. The screen projected in the hall showed Wang Chen, with each punch, already infiltrating the 3rd difficulty of the Tower of Heaven, reaching the 23rd floor.
At this moment, Wang Chen faced 5 opponents, each at level 90. The power of a 3rd transition at level 90 is considered above average among the sophomores. And with 5 of them, even a junior student who has completed the 4th transition would have to put in considerable effort to match them. But in the battle footage, Wang Chen faced these opponents with overwhelming force. All one could hear was bang, 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 bang. The deafening sounds of collisions rang out continuously as those who had reached 3rd transition, level 90, were all resolved by Wang Chen one by one. His ease in combat left everyone in shock. Damn it! He's already reached the 24th floor, and Wang Chen hasn't even used his beast pets. Goodness, he can't really break into the 4th difficulty, right? This is going to cost a fortune. The credits I've saved up over the holiday will probably be gone. In an instant, many seasoned players in the hall, unable to enter the 4th difficulty, cried out in despair. Entering the 24th level of the Celestial Tower, Wang Chen's beast companions, the giant dragon and the 9-tailed fox, had yet to make their appearance. It was clear that a level 90 opponent could not pose any pressure on Wang Chen. Moreover, there were only 4 levels left to reach the 28th level of the 4th difficulty. One could easily guess that there would be no surprises as Wang Chen stepped into the 4th difficulty. It's over, it's over. 5,000 credits took me a whole semester of saving, and now I'll have to eat dirt. This time it's bad. Had I known, I wouldn't have joined the fun. This semester I'll have to go back to the task center to work hard. That bastard Gao Yuanfeng, he must have had contact with Wang Chen long ago, teaming up to cut us down like chives. Many faces in the hall showed extreme pain, staring at Gao Yuanfeng with resentful eyes. Credits were extremely valuable at Flame Dragon University, and every point was hard-earned. Suddenly losing most of them today felt like a death sentence to these seasoned players. Among them, Sun Zongxing and Zhao Wanxiu fell the most pale. They had spent the most credits, and the pain felt like their hearts were being pulled. Moreover, beyond the heartache, watching the unstoppable figure in the battle scene left them utterly shocked. Even if they were reluctant to accept it, looking at the glowing patterns on the portal, they had to admit that Wang Chen's strength now exceeded theirs. Amidst those resentful or painful gazes, Wang Chen swept through the third difficulty, crashing through the 27th stage with a fierce force. Chapter 179, the second-year senior students fell into silence. Celestial Tower. 28th level. As the countdown to preparation time hit 0, a figure holding a magic wand, exuding a powerful aura, appeared in the space of the 28th level. A level 103 turn wizard. It seems that after entering the fourth difficulty, the opponents manifested in the Celestial Tower have changed again. Looking at the opponent opposite, dressed in a large wizard robe, Wang Chen's eyes lit up. In the previous 3 difficulties, he had faced only warrior-type opponents. Although this kind of hand-to-hand combat made the blood boil. For Wang Chen, he still hoped for more diverse opponents to accumulate combat experience more quickly. Buzzing. While Wang Chen was pondering, the level 100 wizard waved his wand, and a surge of magical energy rippled from his body, instantly forming a brilliant magical shield in front of him. But that was not all. With the appearance of this magical shield, powerful magical missiles also coalesced behind the wizard. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Silently casting spells. Multitasking. The opponent manifested in the 28th level of the Celestial Tower had already mastered all the combat skills required by the 3-turn wizard profession to perfection. Interesting. Clenching his fist, Wang Chen's fighting spirit surged. At that moment, the level 100 wizard, after continuously releasing 2 skills, retreated slightly, waving his wand. Whoosh! 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 The magical missiles suspended behind him flew straight toward Wang Chen's location. These magical missiles were incredibly fast, almost comparable to the speed of bullets. In an instant, they reached Wang Chen before he could even react. Boom! 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 In the next second, a violent explosion occurred. The surging magical energy instantly created a chaotic flow of magic in the area where Wang Chen was, completely enveloping him. Hiss! So painful! Amidst the chaotic magical energy, a cry of pain echoed, and then a somewhat disheveled figure emerged from within. It was none other than Wang Chen. At this moment, his school uniform had turned into rags, and the exposed skin bore marks as if it had been smoked. Enough power! Wang Chen moved his body, grinning at the 100-level magician opposite him. He had never expected that the magic missile skill, when used by a third transition 100-level magician, could be this fast. He almost didn't react with his strong battle instincts. But this is better, having pressure leads to improvement. Bring it on! Wang Chen shouted excitedly, moving his feet and charging toward the 100-level magician like lightning. Damn! Is this guy's body made of iron? The magic missile skill released by a 100-level magician can shatter a tank, and Wang Chen is actually unharmed, only a bit messy? In the hall of the Celestial Tower, the sophomores and juniors watched the figure stepping out of the chaotic flow of magic on the screen, nearly dropping their jaws. No one expected that the 70-level Wang Chen could withstand the magic missiles from a 100-level magician with his body. It's worth noting that although magic missiles are not known for their power, a 30-level difference is enough to pose a deadly threat to a 70-level practitioner. But how high is this guy's physique attribute? I'm currently a third transition 90 level. If I get hit by a magic missile from a 100-level magician, I would definitely spit blood. Is this what a giant beast master looks like? The attributes given to Wang Chen by the giant dragon, couldn't they all be added to his physique? Voices of disbelief rang out, everyone wore expressions of shock. You have to understand. There is a huge gap between the third transition and the second transition. That is the silver body. After forming the silver body, a practitioner's attributes will be greatly enhanced, and the attribute points gained with each level up will double. In this situation, a 70-level Wang Chen could withstand the magic missiles from a 100-level magician. This indicates that Wang Chen's physique attributes are already comparable to those of a 100-level warrior-type practitioner. Right now, being this terrifying, if he completes the third transition, he would probably be able to rival fourth transition practitioners immediately. Everyone in the hall suddenly thought of this possibility, and their faces turned pale with shock. Especially those sophomores. At this moment, they felt an inexplicable sense of shame. Once Wang Chen transitions, his strength will surpass all the students in his year. Will they have to carry the label of being useless until graduation? In the corner of the hall, Sun Zongxing and Zhao Wanqiu exchanged glances, subtly nodding. Then, taking advantage of the awe of the crowd in the hall, they quietly stepped toward the exit. They couldn't watch any longer. If they kept watching, they would feel despair because of this freshman. Trying to run? Just as the two reached the door, a mocking voice rang in their ears. First, transfer me the points you lost.
Gao Yuanfeng grinned and blocked their way at the door, extending his hand toward Sun Zongxing and Zhao Wanqiu. As his words fell, the crowd in the hall suddenly woke up.
Wang Chen had now entered the fourth difficulty. This meant they lost the bet. For a moment, everyone in the hall looked at Gao Yuanfeng with expressions like they had eaten something bad. Not only had they lost a large amount of credits, but they had also been shown up by a recently enrolled freshman. This feeling was simply unbearable. However, these people still cared about their face. Reluctantly, they transferred their credits to Gao Yuanfeng. Then, they continued to watch Wang Chen in the screen, charging wildly. At this moment, Wang Chen had been fighting the magician on the 28th floor for 2 minutes. This was the longest battle he had fought since entering the Celestial Tower. But for this, Wang Chen showed no signs of impatience on his face. Instead, it secretly carried a hint of joy. Indeed, fighting against a slightly stronger opponent like this is very beneficial for my improvement. During these 2 minutes, the battle skills in Wang Chen's hands became increasingly proficient and more concise in their connection. Compared to before, his fighting power had at least improved a lot. Almost there. Today I still have to go to my master to collect my reward, so let's end this quickly. After the magician created distance, Wang Chen did not pursue again but stood still. Are you ready? Next, I'm going to beat you all up. He joked at the magician opposite him, then waved his hand in a gesture. Ice clear. Soft. It's your turn to perform. As the words fell, 2 violent auras soared into the sky beside him. Chapter 180, Beast Masters are so fierce, is there any room left for others to live? Buzzing. The violent aura enveloped the 28th floor of the Sky Tower. The magician, who quickly created distance, was swept by this violent aura and momentarily halted, even if slightly. At this moment, in front of him, the challenger who entered the Sky Tower had 2 figures appear beside him, one large and one small. On the left was a massive creature, 5 meters long, covered in deep blue scales, exuding a wild aura. On the right was a petite creature, with 9 tails and sparkling pink seductive eyes. The extreme cold dragon Ice Clear. The 9-tailed celestial fox Soft. Upon seeing these 2 beings, even though the magician was merely a preset program, at this moment, he inexplicably felt a sense of wanting to worship. This unusual change caused the magician, who should have quickly launched an attack after creating distance, to pause. And opposite him. Master, you are so bad. You actually locked us in the little dark room? Exactly, I won't pay attention to you anymore, it was so dark in there. After Ice Clear and Soft appeared, they completely ignored the magician opposite them and instead turned to Wang Chen, angrily blaming him. I was wrong. Seeing the appearance of the 2 little creatures, Wang Chen quickly apologized. Humph. Upon hearing this, the 2 little creatures huffed with pride. Ice Clear rolled her eyes and pretended to be dissatisfied, saying, Master, you have no sincerity at all. If you want to please us, at least treat us to a big meal. Exactly. Soft chimed in from the side. No problem. Seeing this, Wang Chen chuckled to himself, patted his chest, and quickly agreed. The National Freshman Championship has ended, and the prize money from the organizing committee has been distributed. A full 500,000 holy crystal stones. According to the exchange rate between holy crystal stones and gold coins, this amounts to 5 billion gold coins. So, Wang Chen is now adorned with the diamond bachelor skin again. Treating 2 big eaters to a meal is no big deal. Master is so nice. Master is awesome. Upon hearing Wang Chen's agreement, Ice Clear and Soft immediately cheered. Alright, now let's get ready to deal with that guy over there. Patting the heads of the 2 little creatures, Wang Chen pointed at the magician opposite him. Charge! Bang, bang, bang. The level 100 magician, capable of fighting evenly with Wang Chen, was controlled by a seductive skill from Soft, then was crushed into pieces by a claw from Ice Clear. What the heck? What is this? Did he just pass the 28th level? I almost forgot, Junior Wang Chen is a giant beast master, he is not fighting alone. In the hall of the Sky Tower, looking at the images on the screen, the sophomore and junior students widened their eyes, their faces full of bitterness. Before, as Wang Chen charged through the Sky Tower from the 1st to the 27th level, everyone present had unconsciously viewed him as a warrior profession. At this moment, looking at the imposing deep blue giant dragon and the petite, charming 9-tailed fox on the screen, everyone in the hall suddenly remembered that Wang Chen was a giant beast master and had 2 beast pets. To be honest, Wang Chen was the weakest in this combination. Damn it! Is there no way to live? Wang Chen is already strong enough to make one despair, and now he has contracted 2 beast pets even stronger than him. Who in our Flame Dragon University can suppress him? Goodness, Wang Chen has already reached level 4 without relying on his beast pets, now with both of them in action, doesn't that mean he has the chance to challenge level 5?
The people in the hall looked at each other, their expressions full of bitterness. Despair. The gap was simply too despairing. They had studied at Flame Dragon University for a year or even two, and now they were about to be caught up by a newly enrolled freshman. This feeling made everyone present feel very complicated. In a corner of the hall. Captain, do you think Wang Chen can reach level 5? Gao Lu asked Gao Yuanfeng beside her. As her voice fell, Shi Xiaoyu and others also looked over. It should be impossible. Gao Yuanfeng pondered for a moment, shook his head and said. You all came from level 4, you know the situation well. Level 4 is completely different from the previous levels. Each time you go up a level, not only does the number of opponents increase, but there are also combinations of professions. For example, at level 31, challengers will encounter opponents who are level 100 warriors, mages, archers, and supports. This kind of reasonably composed team can exert a combat power that is not simply additive. After Gao Yuanfeng's words, Shi Xiaoyu and others nodded. Indeed. A well-composed 4-person team can even fight against opponents multiple times stronger. Shi Xiaoyu sighed. So, Captain, at what level do you think Wang Chen will stop? Gao Lu then asked. It should be at 35 or 36. Gao Yuanfeng thought for a moment and said. The last 2 levels of level 4, the opponents will already be 2 teams of level 100. Even if Wang Chen's giant dragon and nine-tailed fox are powerful, they will be helpless against such enemies. That's still terrifying. Su Mingyang sighed after hearing this. If he reaches 35 or 36, Wang Chen will have surpassed 99% of second-year students, almost matching the current top second-year student. After today, he may enter the top 40 of the talent list. I remember when I entered as a freshman, I couldn't even touch the edge of the talent list. As he spoke, Su Mingyang's tone had a hint of bitterness. And after his words fell, Gao Yuanfeng and the others looked at each other, their expressions similarly complex. This prodigy is fortunately from our Flame Dragon University. The few of them felt the same sense of relief in their hearts. As the outside world buzzed with discussion, Wang Chen, along with Bing Cheng and Su Su, charged forward and went crazy with the trials. The 2 little ones released all their pent-up frustration from being locked in the small darkroom onto the opponents manifested by the Sky Tower, fighting fiercely. Level 29, passed. Level 30, passed. Level 31, passed. Under the brutal bombardment of the 2 little ones, only when they reached level 35 did their pace slow down. At level 35, they faced 8 level 100 opponents, with an extremely reasonable team composition. Assassins, mages, warriors, archers, supports, tanks. At this level, Wang Chen, who had been leisurely watching the show, was forced to intervene, entangling with one opponent to share the pressure for the 2 little ones. Finally, after Bing Qing used her extreme cold breath to restrain the opponent, and Su Su unleashed the extremely taxing SSS level skill Nine-Tails Destruction for saturation bombardment, the opponent at level 35 was defeated. Phew! Next is level 36. After enjoying the instant healing from the Sky Tower, Wang Chen looked at the countdown in the sky that was gradually approaching 0, his eyes filled with anticipation. He wanted to see, together with Bing Qing and Su Su, how far their limits could truly reach. Chapter 181, Ranking on the Talent List. Explosive update, please support. Phew. 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 In the 36th level of the Sky Tower, Wang Chen was panting, feeling like his whole body was about to fall apart. He never expected that the opponent on the 36th floor of the Tower of Heaven would be only one more than the 35th floor, but the pressure it brought was nearly doubled. With his currently enhanced body, his stamina was almost exhausted in the fierce battle. Bing Qing and Su Su, on the other hand, had completely depleted their energy and returned to the pet space to rest. Huff. It's about time. Now, with Bing Qing and Su Su, the maximum I can handle is 9 level 100 professionals. Wang Chen steadied his breath and turned his gaze to the last remaining level 100 warrior in the arena. At this moment, the remaining level 100 warrior was also in a dire situation, with his armor cracked all over. However, the hand that held the sword remained steady. Swish! The level 100 warrior charged forward, his long sword slicing fiercely and swiftly. It seemed he wanted to cleave Wang Chen in half. This is the final blow. Huff! Faced with the sweeping long sword, Wang Chen took a deep breath, and his serrated long sword defiantly met the attack. Clang! The sweeping long sword collided violently with the serrated sword, creating a sharp, ear-piercing sound of metal clashing. Sparks and shockwaves erupted, spreading out like waves in all directions. In an instant, the ground was furrowed with deep grooves from the impact. Bang! Realizing his attack was blocked, the level 100 warrior stomped 1 foot heavily and halted his charge, then tried to retreat and create distance. However, just as his body was leaning back, Wang Chen rushed forward at that moment. Bang! The serrated longsword dropped to the ground, and Wang Chen punched into the level 100 warrior's arms.
Bang! 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 His fists flew rapidly, raining down like raindrops on the level 100 warrior's chest. Crack! Wang Chen's final punch landed on the level 100 warrior's chest and instantly shattered his bones. A massive dent appeared in the warrior's chest, and his body flew backward like a ragdoll. In midair, his body turned into little sparks and vanished. At that moment, exhausted, Wang Chen staggered and plopped down on the ground, breathing heavily. 36th floor of the Tower of Heaven, cleared. This. In the main hall of the Tower of Heaven, everyone stared dumbfounded at the figure on the screen, gasping for breath, their eyes nearly popping out. They never dreamed they would one day witness a freshman who had only been enrolled for a month conquer the 36th floor of the Tower of Heaven. Moreover, he accomplished this with the strength of a level 72 turn. Is this really a human? Clearing the 36th floor of the Tower of Heaven, there are less than 40 people among the third-year students. Wang Chen is going against the heavens. Damn, I'm getting shown up today. It feels like a legend is about to be born. With the strength of a third-year student right after enrollment, Wang Chen is definitely a one-of-a-kind case in the history of Yanlong University. In the hall, everyone was buzzing with discussion, looking at the figure on the screen with awe in their eyes. In the past, no matter how famous Wang Chen was, to everyone, he was just a newly enrolled junior, someone with potential who needed time to catch up with them. But now, having cleared the 36th floor of the Tower of Heaven, Wang Chen shattered their perceptions with his formidable strength. At this moment, as the screen created by the Tower of Heaven gradually faded, the leaderboard hanging at the top of the hall glowed vibrantly. A name rose sharply, directly pushing aside the current top second-year student, Chang Yuanshan, to occupy his rank. Top of the leaderboard, Wang Chen from the first year. With this wave, the entire second-year class of Yanlong University was utterly defeated before Wang Chen. After this ranking appeared, everyone in the hall exchanged looks, feeling immense pressure together. So embarrassing. We have spent a whole year studying in school, and now we are overtaken by a freshman. No way, I will enter the secret realm dungeon to train hard. I won't come out until I reach level 10. Let's go together. If we don't work harder, we probably won't even see Wang Chen's back in the future. The sophomores and juniors in the hall no longer had the previous idea of just watching the show. They called for friends, either challenging in the Tower of Heaven or rushing to the secret realm dungeon hall. The school is definitely going to be livelier from now on. Seeing this scene, Gao Yuanfeng's mouth twitched, and he spoke with deep emotion. Wang Chen's actions today have already begun to show their impact. From today on, the whole Yanlong University will probably become even more competitive. After all, everyone is a genius, no one can bear to be surpassed by a younger brother a few years younger. The 38th floor of the Tower of Heaven. Ding! The challenger has successfully passed the 38th floor. Do you want to continue challenging the next floor? Wang Chen sat on the ground, steadying his breath, as the mechanical prompt sounded in his ears. Forget it. I'll stop here for today. After thinking for a moment, he directly chose to give up. The continuous 38 battles had already made him aware of his current limit. Now facing a 110 level 4th transfer opponent would completely be looking for punishment. Moreover, although the Tower of Heaven restores the challenger's physical consumption before each level challenge, this only applies to physical exhaustion. Mental fatigue can only be recovered through rest. Wang Chen truly had no energy for another intense battle now. Ding! The challenger has given up on continuing to challenge the next floor. The reward settlement will now begin. Ding! Challenger Wang Chen, identity, freshman, current strength, second transition, level 70, successfully passed, 36 floors. Considering that the challenger is attempting the Tower of Heaven for the first time and has refreshed the clearing record with second transition strength, this reward has greatly increased. Calculating, please wait. Teacher Chen Xiaolin really didn't deceive me. The second transition challenge in the Tower of Heaven will grant extra bonuses to the final rewards. Hearing the prompt sound in his ears, Wang Chen immediately became interested. Rewards? He highly treasures them. I heard that the Tower of Heaven's rewards are mostly credits and skills. I wonder what level of skill I can get after such a big increase. Wang Chen thought hopefully in his heart, silently waiting for the settlement to finish. Soon. The cold prompt sound rang in his ears again. Ding! Congratulations to the challenger Wang Chen for successfully passing the 36th level of the Tower of Heaven, overall score, S level, upgraded score, SS level. Now granting you, SS level reward. Ding! Congratulations to the challenger Wang Chen for receiving the following rewards. Reward 1, 10,000 credits. Reward 2, 50,000 holy crystal stones. Reward 3, general A-level skill double fist strike. Hiss. Hearing the prompt sound,
Wang Chen, sitting on the ground to rest, jumped up directly, with an expression of great excitement on his face. He never expected the SS-level reward to be so generous.
10,000 credits, this is almost the amount an ordinary student at Yanlong University accumulates in a semester.
And now, he earned it in less than a day's time. As for the 50,000 holy crystal stones, they are equivalent to 500 million gold coins, a wealth that an ordinary person cannot earn in a lifetime. However, Wang Chen had previously received 500,000 holy crystal stones as a prize from the national freshman competition, so he wasn't as concerned about these 50,000 holy crystal stones as he might have been before. He put away the holy crystal stones and looked eagerly at the skill book floating in front of him. Double fist strike, a general skill, active attack skill. After a brief charge, rush quickly to the enemy's front and instantly deliver 10 attacks. During the attack, the enemy will enter a state of rigidity and floating. Not bad, not bad. After learning this skill, I have gained another way to attack. Seeing the introduction of dual fist strike, Wang Chen did not hesitate to choose to learn it. Dual fist strike instantly unleashed 10 attacks, and with his current power attribute, there were basically no opponents below level 100 who could withstand it. Moreover, the effects of stiffness and floating were the essence of this skill. Even if the enemy could endure 10 punches, Wang Chen could conveniently follow up with other skills to deliver a thunderous blow. After learning the skill, his attribute panel became even more impressive. Name, Wang Chen. Occupation, Giant Beast Master. Level 70. Talent, Blessing of All Beasts, SSS, Beast Pet Fusion, Divine. Skills, Beast Mastery, S, Beast Regeneration, B, Bloodline Identification, Divine, Contract Summon, B, Flash Sword, D, Windblade Technique, C, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, B, Beast Pet Amplification, B, Crescent Moon Slash, A, Thunder Step, A, Charged Strike, A, Dual Fist Strike, A, but. Strength, 1705 plus 630 points. Wisdom, 1845 plus 100 points. Physique, 1705 plus 450 points. Agility, 1825 plus 400 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unallocated skill points, 0 points. Next, I will go to my master to receive the school's reward, and then prepare for the job transfer task. Wang Chen looked at his increasingly enriched skill bar with satisfaction and directly chose to exit the Tower of Heaven. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the world spun, he reappeared in the lobby of the Tower of Heaven. As soon as he appeared, before he could observe his surroundings, several figures immediately surrounded him. Junior Wang Chen, you have truly opened my eyes today. You ranked 40th on the genius list just 1 month after enrollment, you are simply unprecedented. Gao Yuanfeng occupied the left side, unceremoniously grabbing Wang Chen's hand with a smile. Junior, don't forget to spar with me after your 3rd job transfer. Qi Xiaoyu squeezed to the right, her eyes filled with intense excitement. The following Gao Lu and Su Mingyang didn't say much at the moment, but their gazes towards Wang Chen were much friendlier. For such a junior with limitless potential, maintaining a good relationship could only bring them benefits. Not to mention, just a moment ago, they had earned quite a few credits thanks to Wang Chen. Seeing Gao Yuanfeng and the others' enthusiastic demeanor, Wang Chen awkwardly scratched his nose. Senior Gao, you flatter me. Pulling his hand back awkwardly, Wang Chen replied politely. Wang Chen, you are too humble. Hearing Wang Chen's words, a smile flickered across Gao Yuanfeng's face. Come, give me your personal account, thanks to you, I have made a big fortune. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen was somewhat puzzled and took out his personal terminal, curiously looking at Gao Yuanfeng. I made a bet with others, betting whether you could enter the 4th difficulty. I didn't expect you to be so powerful, directly breaking through the 4th difficulty. I must properly thank you this time. Gao Yuanfeng added him as a friend, manipulating the terminal while smiling. Oh. Upon hearing his words, Wang Chen nodded. He did not feel offended by the bet made about him. During the national freshman competition, those bookmakers played for much larger stakes than Gao Yuanfeng. It was just that Wang Chen was too lazy to participate at that time, otherwise, his assets would have doubled by now. Ding! Credits plus 60,000. Just as Wang Chen was about to exchange a few pleasantries, suddenly a message popped up on his personal terminal. 60,000 credits? In that instant, even with Wang Chen's calm and steady nature, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, a look of surprise on his face. He never expected Gao Yuanfeng to have played so big. An ordinary student at Flame Dragon University probably wouldn't accumulate 60,000 credits even after 4 years. Senior Gao, what is this? Wang Chen looked at Gao Yuanfeng with astonishment in his eyes, asking in a somewhat surprised tone. Of course it's the winnings from the bet, just now, your big brother cut through everyone in the lobby of the Tower of Heaven. Seeing the look of astonishment on Wang Chen's face, Gao Yuanfeng said proudly. Isn't this too much? Upon hearing his words,
Wang Chen touched his nose, feeling a little embarrassed.
60,000 credits are probably a number that could seriously hurt this small group of Gao Yuanfeng.
Not too much, not too much.
This time we won a total of 110,000 credits, the bulk goes to you, Junior.
The rest is enough for us. But this opportunity is probably only this time.
Wang Chen, your strength has been exposed now, and those guys will definitely not bet with me anymore.
Gao Yuanfeng patted Wang Chen's shoulder, and by the end, his expression showed some regret. What Wang Chen did today can be said to be a miracle.
Next time he comes to the Tongtian Tower, if someone bets on him entering the 5th difficulty, it's likely no one will take the bet. With this thought, Gao Yuanfeng felt a sharp pain in his heart, thinking that several small goals credits were slipping away from him.
Then thank you very much, senior.
Hearing Gao Yuanfeng say this, Wang Chen smiled and nodded, looking at Gao Yuanfeng and his friends with increasingly friendly eyes.
These upperclassmen are really nice.
Thinking to himself, he glanced at his credit balance. After just passing the 36th level of the Tongtian Tower, he received 10,000 credits, and now he got another 60,000 credits from Gao Yuanfeng's bet. The number of credits he now has reached a terrifying 100,000.
Enough for him to customize 2 pieces of star-level equipment in the school's logistics office. Chapter 183 Invitation. Wang Chen.
This noon, I'll treat you, let's go to the cafeteria for a good meal.
Seeing Wang Chen accept the credits, Gao Yuanfeng said enthusiastically. Hearing his words, Wang Chen smiled and nodded. Cafeteria. At Yanlong University, it is the top place, overwhelming countless restaurants outside. Gao Yuanfeng is very sincere in wanting to treat at the cafeteria.
I need to go pick up my reward from my master later. Once I'm done, I'll contact you, senior. After thinking for a moment, Wang Chen said with a smile.
All right.
Hearing this, Gao Yuanfeng nodded and looked at Wang Chen with some envy. Taking an 8th turn powerhouse as a master is something they wouldn't even dare to think about.
By the way,
Wang Chen, you are now ranked 40 on the talented list. You already have the qualification to accept outdoor tasks from the task hall.
When you go to claim your reward, you can ask the dean for advice.
Gao Yuanfeng suddenly thought of something and spoke to Wang Chen mysteriously.
Hearing his words, Wang Chen was a little confused. Senior Gao, is there something special about this? He asked.
Of course. Gao Yuanfeng nodded and said matter-of-factly. The persons listed on the talented list are only 50, they are the strongest students in the school, and naturally, their treatment is different from others. Students on the talented list not only have the qualification to accept outdoor tasks but can also form their own teams, register at the school, and enjoy preferential resources from the school. Junior, don't underestimate these outdoor tasks and teams. When we reach our 3rd year, all the resources needed for further improvement are based on these 2 aspects.
Oh? Upon hearing this, Wang Chen became interested. Can you talk more about it, senior? No problem.
Gao Yuanfeng began to explain to Wang Chen in detail.
Soon, Wang Chen had a detailed understanding of outdoor tasks and teams. The so-called outdoor tasks refer to doing tasks outside of Yanlong University.
There are many types of these tasks, including solving wild monsters, finding magical materials, guarding certain areas for the school, transporting resources, and so on.
Each of these tasks has quite generous rewards, enough to make countless professionals envious.
But on the flip side, the difficulty and acceptance restrictions of the tasks are also quite high. At Yanlong University, only those who enter the talented list and prove their strength qualify to accept tasks.
As for the team, it also arose because of these outdoor tasks.
After all, tasks are not only different in type but also divided into single and multiplayer.
Very high difficulty multiplayer tasks.
Temporary teams are obviously not realistic. After all, no one dares to trust their back to those temporary teammates. So after entering the talent rankings, many students registered in the task hall to form their own small teams and accept group tasks.
Moreover, forming a small team will be recorded in the school, allowing them to display the banner of Flame Dragon University externally and enjoy the protection of the school.
At the same time, each time a task is completed, corresponding contribution points will be accumulated, which can be used to elevate the team's level or exchanged for valuable treasures at the school. In addition, members of high-level teams can convert their contribution points into equivalent military merit when entering the 4th year to go to the battlefield of all realms. Not to mention, just the ability to exchange contribution points for military merit drives the students crazy. After all, other students entering the battlefield of all realms can only start as lowly soldiers, accumulating military merit bit by bit to improve their status and strength.
And students with enough contribution points can start with a certain level of status. So being ranked in the talent rankings has such benefits? After hearing Gao Yuanfeng's introduction, Wang Chen's eyes couldn't help but brighten.
He definitely wants to experience the battlefield of all realms. After all, competing with countless races and fighting with the geniuses of other races makes one's blood boil just thinking about it. With that in mind, he needed to plan well for this outgoing task and team. With Wang Chen's strength, recruiting team members from the first-year students to form a team would be a burden for you.
I suggest you join a junior team.
Seeing Wang Chen deep in thought, Gao Yuanfeng spoke with a hint of expectation in his tone. Hearing his words, Wang Chen nodded, and then looked over with a half-smile.
Senior Gao, do you have any recommendations?
Of course.
Gao Yuanfeng rubbed his hands a bit shyly upon hearing this.
I'd like to invite you to join my team. Our team is currently B-level and has one official member slot available. He paused for a moment before continuing. Of course, with your strength, other teams will also welcome you with open arms.
You can think it over, it probably won't be long before others come to recruit you. Hearing this, Wang Chen silently nodded.
Gao Yuanfeng's invitation was within his expectations, and he had a good impression of Gao Yuanfeng and Qi Xiaoyu, so joining their team was also a good choice.
However,
with the third transition approaching, he planned to wait until completing the transition before making a decision. Thinking about this, Wang Chen relayed his thoughts to Gao Yuanfeng. No worries, now you should focus on improving your strength. When Gao Yuanfeng heard that Wang Chen didn't directly refuse, his smile grew even more radiant.
Okay, then let's meet at the cafeteria at noon.
Seeing this, Wang Chen also smiled, then began to bid farewell to Gao Yuanfeng and the others.
This time we might have hit a jackpot. After Wang Chen's figure disappeared at the door, Gao Yuanfeng turned around excitedly and said. In Gao Yuanfeng's view, since Wang Chen did not refuse outright, this matter was almost certain.
Thinking about how his team might have a promising genius, he felt as if he was floating. In the future, he and the other members of the team might very well be etched in history because of Wang Chen, revered by countless people in the future. Just like Bai Ziding back in the day, and the legendary team he had joined.
What's wrong, Captain? Wang Chen hasn't agreed to join our team yet, right? Why are you so excited?
Beside him, Qi Xiaoyu looked at Gao Yuanfeng's ecstatic expression and asked with some confusion.
You don't understand.
You are just building muscles and not brains, don't delve into such profound matters. Hurry up and go to the cafeteria, book a table for the Lord-tier extraordinary creature set meal for me.
Our captain had a big splurge today.
Patting Qi Xiaoyu's powerful chest, Gao Yuanfeng said with a laugh. Hearing his words, Qi Xiaoyu instantly threw away his earlier doubts and happily walked towards the hall exit. Every extraordinary creature in the Lord's class has a power level equivalent to at least the 6th tier. Food made from such precious ingredients is not only delicious, but also offers significant benefits for those of us at the 4th tier.
Chapter 184, Master's Wife?
No, this is your Aunt Yu.
Knock, knock, knock. After leaving the hall of the Sky Tower, Wang Chen directly went to the teaching building. At this moment, he stood outside his master's office and gently knocked on the door. Come in.
Lin Feng's authoritative voice echoed.
Creak.
Wang Chen pushed the door open and saw his master Lin Feng surrounded by a pile of documents.
You brat have come.
Find a place to sit by yourself, I'll finish what I'm working on.
These bastards at the Western camp only know how to ask me for supplies every day.
Seeing it was Wang Chen, Lin Feng waved his hand and continued to bury himself in the pile of papers. Seeing his master so busy, Wang Chen's expression turned a bit surprised. He never expected that a dignified 8th-tier expert, capable of fighting a nation alone, would privately have such a peculiar demeanor.
While thinking, Wang Chen sat down awkwardly on the sofa. Soon,
Lin Feng finished handling the documents and stretched lazily.
Finally done. I shouldn't have taken the position of academic director. He muttered and turned to look at the awkward Wang Chen. I heard you made big news again today?
Lin Feng stood up slowly and asked with a smile.
No.
I just casually went to challenge the Sky Tower. Hearing this, Wang Chen quickly stood up and replied respectfully.
Casual?
Upon hearing his words, Lin Feng curled his lips. With the strength of a 2nd tier, level 70, passing the 36th level of the Sky Tower, if that's casual, then nothing is extraordinary.
I couldn't do it back in the day, you're saying it so easily. With an annoyed glare at Wang Chen, a faint smile appeared on Lin Feng's face.
Wang Chen's recent achievements had really let him shine in front of his old friends. Thinking of those jealous and envious gazes now made Lin Feng want to laugh a few times.
All right, come with me.
Calling Wang Chen, Lin Feng stepped toward the white wall of the office.
Creak.
He swiped his hand, and a spatial crack appeared directly in the office.
Seeing this scene, Wang Chen's eyes widened in shock.
To cut through space with just a swipe, how powerful must one be?
Stop dawdling, hurry up and come in.
Turning around to see Wang Chen staring blankly, a hint of amusement flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, then he stepped directly into the spatial crack.
Seeing this, Wang Chen hurriedly followed. In an instant, the space shifted.
Wang Chen found himself in a place filled with the sounds of birds and flowers. The mountains were beautiful, the waters clear, and birds and beasts ran freely, creating a poetic scene.
Moreover, the area was vast, with no end in sight.
Master's domain space is at least several times larger than Lord Zhang Mo's. Looking around, Wang Chen's expression turned somewhat dazed.
The strength of an 8th-tier expert could be glimpsed from the size of their domain space.
Lin Feng's space was so large that his strength was evidently far superior to Zhang Mo. Speaking of which, since you became my disciple, this is your first time entering my domain space.
How does it feel? Isn't it much stronger than that little kid Zhang Mo?
Seeing Wang Chen's expression, a hint of pride flashed across Lin Feng's face as he asked with a smile.
Master's domain space area is the largest I have ever seen. Compared to Lord Zhang Mo's, it's like the difference between fireflies and the bright moon. Wang Chen replied honestly. Ha ha ha. Hearing what he said, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. The gaze towards Wang Chen was even more satisfied. Well said. Your liking to speak the truth is exactly the same as I was back in the day.
Lin Feng said with a smile. Seeing this, Wang Chen smiled shyly, planning to make a few targeted comments based on the situation in the domain space.
But just at that moment, I knew you would put on a show in front of your disciple. Who doesn't know you, Lin Feng? In the past, you deceived and harmed dozens of races on the battlefield of the heavens.
A cold voice suddenly rang out, and then a graceful woman walked over from a distance. This woman was stunningly beautiful, with a cool demeanor, silver-white long hair, and pupils of light golden color. Even wearing a loose long robe, she couldn't fully hide her curvaceous body.
Moreover,
atop her head were two fluffy pointed ears, adding a unique allure to her cool charm. This was clearly a beast girl. At the first sight of this woman, a hint of amazement flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. Si-Tu and Zhuo Qingwen he met at the competition were both beauties, but compared to this woman, they seemed like undeveloped buds.
However, Wang Chen quickly reacted and hurriedly shifted his gaze away to avoid looking.
This was his master's domain space, and staring was simply too rude.
With a child present, Silver Moon, can you not reveal my past?
Beside them, after the woman appeared, Lin Feng muttered discontentedly.
He.
Hearing his words, Silver Moon playfully pouted and stopped in front of Wang Chen.
You are the old man's little disciple? The one who sent my child away?
Silver Moon looked at Wang Chen with great interest. Hearing this, Wang Chen realized immediately who the woman was. Lin Feng's beast pet, the extraordinary divine beast Howling Moon Silver Wolf.
In an instant, he felt extremely embarrassed. Disciple Wang Chen, greetings, master. After thinking for a bit, Wang Chen didn't dare to continue the conversation and respectfully greeted. But before he could finish speaking, he was suddenly covered by a big hand on his mouth. Don't shout randomly, this is your master's battle partner. Call her Aunt Moon.
Lin Feng glared fiercely at Wang Chen, his old face flushing a bit. Although everyone understood the relationship between beast tamers and their pets.
But being exposed by a junior.
Lin Feng's old face was a bit embarrassed.
He. Seeing his master's expression, Wang Chen secretly laughed in his heart and blinked to signal he understood.
Bring out your two little ones, Aunt Moon has benefits for them. Lin Feng released his hand and pretended nothing had happened as he spoke.
Ha!
Seeing this scene, Silver Moon scoffed once. Then she did not pursue Wang Chen further and directly disappeared with Ice Clear and Soft. After she left, Lin Feng quietly let out a sigh of relief.
Let's go, you kid, this time you brought back our Yanlong University's honor and helped me save face. I'll take you to my treasure vault to broaden your horizons.
At this moment, Lin Feng had lost interest in showing off his domain space to Wang Chen.
He waved his hand to summon a teleportation array and then dragged Wang Chen into it. Buzz! When the brief disorientation of the teleportation disappeared, the two arrived in a space filled with an ancient and heavy atmosphere.
Looking around, the dense spiritual light was almost blinding.
The space shifted.
When Wang Chen regained his vision, he found himself in a vast treasure vault. The spiritual light that filled his view almost dazzled his eyes. This treasure vault had numerous intersecting storage racks, and each rack was filled with items radiating strong magical energy.
Magical materials, equipment, skill books, rare treasures. It could be said to have everything. Is this the collection of an 8th-tier powerhouse? It's simply overwhelming.
Struggling to pull his gaze away from the dazzling items,
Wang Chen's mouth almost spilled tears of poverty. He had previously been proud of his wealth, but now, comparing himself to Lin Feng, it was like the gap between a billionaire and a beggar. Any random item here, taken out, would probably surpass his entire fortune. For example,
at this moment, on the storage shelf to his left, there lay a crystal glowing faintly red, about the size of an adult man's fist. Within this crystal surged vast fire element magic power, and Wang Chen felt he could not perceive its limits even when he carefully sensed it. Needless to say, this must be a fire element magical creature's magic crystal, and in its lifetime, its level was at least equivalent to a 7th tier professional. After all, just the aura emitted by this magic crystal made Wang Chen feel somewhat breathless. Such magic crystals are not valued merely in gold coins. Even if it were 10 or 100,000 holy crystal stones, it would probably only buy a piece of his scraps. And underneath this magic crystal, in a box, lay a gleaming long sword, exuding an extremely strong wave. Wang Chen only stared at it for a few moments, and his eyes were already stinging from a scorching aura.
Sun-level equipment. This is definitely sun-level equipment.
Even without seeing the attributes of this equipment, Wang Chen's heart was filled with undeniable certainty. Only equipment at such a level would have this terrifying display.
For a moment, after feeling the pressure, Wang Chen quickly withdrew his gaze, not daring to look recklessly anymore. Ha ha ha. Are you scared by my collection, master? Don't stare at these, you can't even use them now.
Seeing Wang Chen's expression, Lin Feng chuckled softly, with a tone that was quite self-satisfied. These were all treasures he had accumulated after countless battles in the battlefield of all realms. Combined, their worth wouldn't even compare to the treasury of some small countries on the Blue Star.
Come with me.
After calling out to Wang Chen, Lin Feng stepped into the inner part of the treasure house. Soon, he stopped in front of a storage rack. On this storage rack were dozens of invaluable magical materials, each emitting impressive fluctuations. You kid are about to reach 3rd tier, it's the perfect time to lay a solid foundation. Lin Feng muttered to himself, then reached out and picked up a dragon-shaped fruit from the storage shelf.
This is the Earth Dragon Fruit.
It's one of the most effective materials for professionals about to reach 3rd tier. As he spoke, he casually handed the Earth Dragon Fruit to Wang Chen.
Thank you, master.
Just smelling the fragrance of the Earth Dragon Fruit made Wang Chen feel refreshed, knowing it was a rare treasure, and he quickly expressed his gratitude. Then, he looked eagerly at Lin Feng. Earlier, Zhang Mo had mentioned that professionals could consume 3 types of magical materials to enhance their bodies before reaching 3rd tier. Now, he still needed one more.
Master. Wang Chen opened his mouth, feeling a bit embarrassed to speak. All right. I've already prepared it for you.
Lin Feng shot Wang Chen a glare with no good humor and waved his hand, interrupting his next words.
Regarding the last material you will consume, I have prepared 2 options for you. One is the Tianxing grass. The other is the star blood.
Looking at Wang Chen, Lin Feng asked with great interest.
Which one do you plan to choose? Huh? Wang Chen scratched his head, wondering why these 8th tier experts always like to make people choose. After thinking for a moment, he asked. Master, which one is stronger? Of course, it's the star blood. The effect of Tianxing grass is the same as the Earth Dragon Fruit.
However, the star blood has a rather domineering effect, and consuming it is not only extremely painful but also carries a significant risk. As Lin Feng spoke, his gaze turned serious as he looked at Wang Chen. If you consume star blood and fail to withstand the impact of the star will, your mental attribute will be permanently halved. Of course, if you survive, the boost you receive will be double that of the Tianxing grass. Then the disciple chooses the starry blood. Hearing this, Wang Chen said without hesitation. Given the chance to become stronger, he naturally wouldn't let it slip away.
As for the impact of the starry will? Wang Chen had confidence in himself. Good.
Seeing Wang Chen's immediate choice, Lin Feng showed a smile.
Then, he turned and continued to lead the way ahead. Soon,
the two arrived at the depths of the treasure vault. The storage racks here were completely different from what they had seen before, all engraved with unknown magical patterns, emitting a chilling gleam.
It seemed to have some kind of suppressive effect.
Moreover, each storage rack had very few items on it, with 3 or 4 kinds at most, and only one at least. After coming here, Lin Feng brought Wang Chen to a storage rack with a separate item on it. On this storage rack, there was only a droplet of liquid that radiated a deep luster, floating gently. It was only the size of a fingertip, but it inexplicably gave Wang Chen a feeling heavier than a mountain.
Is this the starry blood?
Looking at this liquid, a strong curiosity shone in Wang Chen's eyes. This name sounded flashy and cool, and after consumption, it would also have the impact of the starry will. Could it really be the blood of a star?
But, how could a star have blood? Thinking curiously, Wang Chen's gaze fell on his master Lin Feng. If you want to know, why keep it to yourself? This is indeed the blood that flows from a star.
However, this star is somewhat different from what you know. It is not the ones hanging in the sky, but a transformed star. Lin Feng's words were a bit convoluted, but Wang Chen immediately understood after listening. For a moment, looking at that drop of starry blood, waves surged in Wang Chen's heart.
Goodness! A star transformed, its power must be beyond imagination. How strong must his master be to possess its blood? Don't think of me as too mysterious. Seemingly sensing Wang Chen's thoughts, Lin Feng shook his head and said,
A transformed star is already no different from a deity, and it is not something I, a mere eighth transition, can handle. This starry blood is something I fortuitously picked up on the battlefield of the heavens. As he spoke, Lin Feng waved his hand, directly grabbing the starry blood from the storage rack and handing it to Wang Chen. Hiss. As soon as Wang Chen took the starry blood, all the muscles in his body suddenly tensed. He never expected that this starry blood, which seemed only the size of a fingertip, would be extraordinarily heavy. It almost made him embarrassed. Ha ha ha. Beside him, Lin Feng chuckled, his expression showing a hint of glee. You brat, your reflexes are quick. The star is immensely vast. Though this blood is only a tiny drop, its weight exceeds 1,000 pounds. Lin Feng explained with a hint of regret. Hearing his words, Wang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Goodness. So you, master, intentionally wanted to see me make a fool of myself? However, with the starry blood being so heavy, can I really digest it if I swallow it? Alright, now that I have handed you the two materials, you can consume them here. I'll assist you with protection. Lin Feng didn't continue to tease Wang Chen. With a wave of his hand, the two arrived in an open area. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen didn't hesitate, grabbing the starry blood in the earth dragon fruit, and directly putting them into his mouth. These two incredibly precious magical materials melted instantly upon entering, turning into a vast, surging energy that surged through his body. A painful sensation arose, and Wang Chen quickly closed his eyes and focused to resist. Damn! Meanwhile, Lin Feng, who was about to explain some precautions to Wang Chen, couldn't help but twitch his lips upon seeing the scene. You brat! I didn't ask you to eat them together. He never expected that Wang Chen would swallow the starry blood and the earth dragon fruit simultaneously. Really reckless. Taking starry blood and earth dragon fruit separately already has pain that ordinary people cannot endure. When pain stacks twofold, it becomes even more unbearable. Looking at Wang Chen's tightly furrowed brow, Lin Feng's expression showed some helplessness. Oh no. The safety measures I prepared for this kid are clearly not enough now, it seems we will have to bleed again. Stomping his foot, Lin Feng waved his hand. In the domain space, the wind and clouds surged, and an incredibly pure energy rushed in, enveloping Wang Chen's body. At the same time, a magic circle lit up beneath Wang Chen, emitting a gentle glow. Next, we can only pray that this kid has a good fate. After finishing all this, Lin Feng looked at Wang Chen in the middle of the magic circle, his face changing constantly. Meanwhile, inside the magic circle, Wang Chen was completely unaware of the changes happening outside. After swallowing the star blood and earth dragon fruit, an incredibly vast energy surged from his stomach, rushing towards his limbs and bones. This overwhelming energy shattered his flesh and bones in an instant, and the intense pain made Wang Chen's vision go black, even with his strong will. Moreover, right after that, this force not only destroyed the body but also sent a portion flowing towards the soul. Hiss. In that moment, Wang Chen felt like his entire soul was about to be torn apart. That feeling was like placing the soul under a steamroller, grinding it into fragments bit by bit. This pain caused him to sweat profusely, soaking his clothes instantly. And besides that, in the midst of extreme agony, an incredibly terrifying pressure suddenly appeared. Boom! Wang Chen felt as if a bomb had ignited in his mind, blowing his soul out. The next second, everything blurred before his eyes, and his soul arrived in an endless starry sky. In this starry sky, the stars were dim, with only one blazing sun shining brightly. Endless light and heat, along with an indescribable pressure, caused cracks to appear on the surface of Wang Chen's soul, and in the blink of an eye, it was about to shatter completely. Is this what the master meant by the impact of the star will? That star blood actually flows from a transforming star? In the unimaginable pain, Wang Chen's gaze was fixed on the distant blazing sun. At this moment, there was an unfathomable distance between them, yet Wang Chen vaguely felt a sensation of being watched by something. Hiss. Once this feeling emerged, Wang Chen realized that his consciousness seemed to be ignited, slipping into a daze. Can a person really endure this? At this moment, he felt a bit reckless. Crack. Crack. Silently, Wang Chen's soul began to shatter. First his feet, then his legs, his hands, lower body, chest. In the end, his soul was left with only a head, still staring at the distant blazing sun. Ha! Is this the feeling of nearing death? As his consciousness sank deeper into darkness, in the midst of confusion, Wang Chen felt as if he could see the land of the dead. Crack! The last remaining head of his soul was covered with cracks. It seemed that in the next second, it would completely vanish without a trace. But at that moment, from those cracks, suddenly two beams of light radiated with a vast aura. One was azure blue, the other was peach red. And at this moment, looking through the gap, it could be seen that within Wang Chen's soul head floated two glowing, mysterious runes. Those were beast-taming contracts.
Roar, roar, roar. Woo, woo, woo.
Two roars filled with infinite dominance and authority suddenly echoed in this endless starry sky.
The next second, the light bursting out from Wang Chen's mind transformed into two enormous beasts landing beside him.
One was a giant dragon over 100 meters long, covered in blue scales, looking extremely fierce. The other was a slightly smaller creature, a white fox with 9 tails stirring up the starry sky.
Ancient overlord of the extreme cold dragon. 9-tailed celestial fox.
As the two beast pets appeared, Wang Chen instantly recovered from his despair, and his dissipated soul reassembled in an instant, with tiny silver lights appearing within his soul compared to before. However, at this moment, Wang Chen did not notice this anomaly. He stared dumbfoundedly at the two gigantic creatures beside him, his eyes filled with immense shock.
Is this the ultimate form of Ice Clear and Soft? Recalling the scene he vaguely saw with his contract partners Ice Clear and Soft, Wang Chen's heart was filled with incredible shock. He never expected that at the moment his soul was about to shatter, Ice Clear and Soft would appear here through their contract. Roar! Wha!
At this moment, the extreme cold dragon and the 9-tailed celestial fox simultaneously turned their fierce gazes toward the distant star emitting endless light and heat.
Amidst the mighty and domineering roars, invisible sound waves instantly crossed endless distances, landing on that star. Crack!
Suddenly, a shattering sound echoed through the boundless starry sky, and in the next second, cracks appeared on the surface of that star.
Boom! Then, the star exploded directly. At the same time, Wang Chen's soul plummeted rapidly, and endless pain engulfed him once again.
After the soul returned to the body, endless pain surged back once more.
However, at this moment,
having gone through the agony of his soul being crushed before, Wang Chen realized that he could now endure the pain in his body.
Ah!
He gritted his teeth tightly, enduring the endless pain. His body slowly tore apart, then reassembled again. Each cycle increased his body's strength a little more. After countless repetitions, when Wang Chen gradually adapted to this pain, the endless agony receded like a tide. Feeling this change, Wang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Swish! In an instant, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes, and the world before him became clearer. It's over! He muttered to himself, feeling a release in his mind as his body fell toward the ground.
Did it succeed?
At that moment, a hand suddenly supported him, and Lin Feng's concerned face appeared before him.
It succeeded. Wang Chen nodded, speaking weakly.
Upon hearing his words, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with shock. He never expected that, in the face of the super-doubled impact of the star will, Wang Chen would break through so quickly. This speed was simply astonishing. However, in the next second, his expression returned to calm. This is a mental recovery potion, drink it quickly. Lin Feng waved his hand to take out a bottle of potion, and without waiting for Wang Chen to speak, he poured it directly into his mouth. The potion flowed down his throat into his body, and Wang Chen immediately felt a surge of energy, regaining some vitality. Master? After stabilizing himself, Wang Chen looked at Lin Feng with a hint of resentment. The impact of the star will is completely different from what Master said before. The intensity is like heaven and earth apart. If it weren't for Ice Clear and Soft today, he probably would have perished. You brat, who told you to swallow 2 types of materials without even asking? Before Wang Chen could speak, Lin Feng complained, cutting him off.
Then, don't look at me like that, quickly check how much you've improved this time. Taking 2 types of materials together should give you plenty of benefits. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Wang Chen realized he had acted recklessly, awkwardly rubbing his nose before hurriedly opening his attribute panel. Name, Wang Chen. Profession, Giant Beast Master. Level, 70. Talent, Beast Affection, SSS, Beast Pet Fusion, Divine. Skills, Beast Taming, S, Beast Revival, B, Bloodline Identification, Divine, Contract Summon, B, Instant Sword, D, Windblade Technique, C, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, B, Beast Enhancement Technique, B, Crescent Moon Slash, A, Lightning Step, A, Charged Strike, A, Double Fist Assault, A. Strength, 2,205 plus 630 points. Wisdom, 2,345 plus 100 points. Physique, 2,205 plus 450 points. Agility, 2,325 plus 400 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unallocated skill points, 0 points. Hiss. Seeing the brand new attribute panel information, Wang Chen couldn't help but narrow his pupils. All attributes break 2,000 points? This starry blood and earth dragon fruit, after taking them, actually increased all his attributes by 500 points? Just now, after recovering some spirit, Wang Chen could feel the vast power within him, but he did not expect the boost to be so great. How is it? Seeing Wang Chen standing still, Lin Feng looked over with concern. If the increase isn't big, don't worry.
After you advance to the third transition, I can use heavenly materials and earthly treasures to help you make up for it.
No. Wang Chen shook his head at the words, speaking with some shock.
The increase is huge, far beyond my expectations. Master, the Earth Dragon Fruit and Starry Blood have increased all my attributes by 500 points.
What? Hearing Wang Chen's words, Lin Feng was taken aback, revealing a look of shock even in his strong 8 transition heart. You brat, are about to soar.
After a moment, he looked at Wang Chen with shining eyes, speaking in a trembling tone.
An increase of 500 points in all attributes is already equivalent to the harvest of forging a silver body. Wang Chen nodded, his expression full of excitement. The third transition forging a silver body would bring a boost of 300 points to all attributes for a professional. He truly got a huge gain this time. Feeling excited in his heart, Wang Chen recounted to his master what he saw in the boundless starry sky, especially that feeling of being watched. After finishing his words, Lin Feng fell into contemplation. He never expected that Wang Chen would encounter such a situation after taking the starry blood. Especially that feeling of being watched. It made Lin Feng's heart arise a terrifying guess. The owner of the starry blood, the transformed star, might still exist. However, Lin Feng thought about it and decided not to share his guess with Wang Chen. Alright, this is the normal phenomenon of taking starry blood. You only experienced it because you took it together with the Earth Dragon Fruit, which doubled the difficulty. Oh. Hearing this, Wang Chen secretly smirked. Master. Are you trying to fool a child? If this is a normal phenomenon, why did you think for so long? However, Wang Chen did not pursue the matter further. His master must have his reasons for not speaking. After thinking about it, he mentioned the matter of being invited by Gao Yuanfeng, seeking his master's opinion. You can decide on this yourself. Going out for tasks and teams doesn't really mean much to you. After all, when you enter the combat arena, your senior brother will definitely pull you over. Lin Feng shook his head, speaking in a somewhat indifferent tone. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen was momentarily stunned, and then his expression turned somewhat subtle. He had forgotten about this. In the combat arena, he had a rock-solid backing. Other students would need to worry about military merits upon entering the combat arena, but as this privileged character, he probably wouldn't have such trouble. But Wang Chen currently had no idea that being drafted by his senior brother wasn't such a wonderful thing. Then the disciple will take my leave and prepare for the third transition. Thinking about it and finding no other questions, Wang Chen voluntarily stated his departure. Lin Feng nodded, waving his hand to summon the 2 little guys, Bing Cheng and Su Su, who had been playing crazily in the domain space. By the way, those 2 little ones underwent the impact of the starry will with you, they should have also gained some benefits. At the end, Lin Feng suddenly thought of something and mentioned it. Oh? Hearing this, Wang Chen was taken aback, then a delighted expression emerged on his face. The 2 little guys gained benefits from the starry will impact. This was truly an unexpected joy. Then the disciple will take my leave. Once I complete the third transition, I will come to pay my respects to you, master. Respectfully bowing to Lin Feng, Wang Chen happily hugged the 2 little ones and left the domain space. Chapter 188, Preparing for the Third Transition. In the domain space. Old man, what extraordinary thing has this kid done? Why is your mood so different today? As Wang Chen held on to Bing Cheng and Su Su, leaving the domain space, a graceful figure appeared beside Lin Feng. It was Antu. It is indeed extraordinary. Lin Feng recalled Wang Chen's earlier gains, replying with a tone full of emotion. He had previously obtained 3 drops of star blood, of which he had traded away 2. As far as he knew, 2 disciples of certain old geezers had a bad outcome after consuming this star blood. One had his intelligence permanently reduced, turning a good talent into a waste. The other had survived the impact of the star will, but ended up with mental issues, unable to face people during the day, only daring to act at night, also considered a waste. When Wang Chen consumed the star blood, Lin Feng had actually prepared a backup plan. If Wang Chen couldn't withstand the impact, he planned to use the original power of the domain space to heal the damage done to him. Although this would mean Wang Chen wasted a chance for attribute enhancement, it was much better than having his intelligence permanently reduced. However, Lin Feng didn't expect that not only did Wang Chen withstand the impact, but he also gained such huge benefits from it. After the third transformation into a silver body, it was equivalent to other professionals transforming twice. With Wang Chen's already far superior strength compared to practitioners of the same level, this gap would only grow larger in the future. My closed-door disciple will probably achieve greater success in the future than his senior brother. Thinking this silently in his heart, Lin Feng turned to Anchu beside him and asked, "How are those 2 little ones?" "They're great." Seeing Lin Feng's reluctance to say more, Anchu didn't press further and nodded, saying with some emotion, "The potential of those 2 little ones is something even I can't see through.
They're likely already beyond the level of cosmic divine beasts.
What? Hearing Ant Yu's words, Lin Feng's heart was tossed into chaos, unable to help but exclaim. Beyond cosmic divine beasts? Does that mean?
He spoke in disbelief.
Exactly. These two little ones might very well be sacred beasts.
Ant Yu nodded, her tone filled with longing.
Old man, what kind of luck is this? At this moment of affirmation, Lin Feng couldn't help but question his life. Darn.
I will stay in the domain space for a month without going out. Lin Feng rubbed his hands together, making a decision in his heart. Having a prodigy as a disciple, and his disciple's beast pet is also a sacred beast.
This luck.
Lin Feng felt he must be out of good fortune now. If he went out now, he worried he might be struck by lightning.
Tisk.
Hearing his words, Ant Yu shot him an annoyed glance.
Not going out? Have you forgotten you still have another student? Baby is now her beast pet, you can't be biased. With a cold snort, Ant Yu took a step forward and disappeared. This.
Lin Feng stood there, feeling somewhat dazed.
In the dormitory area of Yanlong University. Burp.
Master, I ate so much today. Bing Qing and Su Su lay on the bed, exposing their bellies, hiccuping without the bearing of divine beasts. Beside them, seeing the two little ones, Wang Chen lightly slapped their little heads in disapproval. After leaving his master's domain space, he went to meet Gao Yuanfeng and had a gathering in the canteen. Though he had not yet confirmed joining Gao Yuanfeng's team, the two sides had a pleasant conversation. Especially the two little ones, they ate with great delight. In the end, Wang Chen felt a bit embarrassed.
Though he didn't know the exact costs, just seeing Gao Yuanfeng's forced smile when they left indicated it was quite a hefty sum. Master, why don't we join their team? They seem really nice.
Exactly, after joining their team.
So lively. Bing Qing and Su Su squeezed beside Wang Chen, their faces full of anticipation. Go away. Wang Chen pushed the two little round creatures away and shot them an annoyed glare. You are here for the excitement? Bah. I'm too embarrassed to say it directly. Then.
He ignored the disappointment on the little creatures' faces and quietly opened their attribute panels to take a look. His master said that Bing Qing and Su Su had also benefited from the impact of the stellar will, so it was just right to see what changes had occurred.
Beast pet, Ancient Overlord. Extreme Cold Dragon. Nickname, Bing Chung. Gender, female. Age, 2 months, youth stage. Level, 70. Rank, Ancestor Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth, SSS.
4-dimensional attributes, Strength 3750, Intelligence 3750, Stamina 3750, Agility 3750.
No buffs, equipment, or item bonuses. Skills, Frost Body, SSS, Extreme Cold Breath, SSS, Ice Hell, SSS, Dragon Might, SSS, Frost Fury, SSS. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Introduction, brief. Beast pet, Nine-tailed Celestial Fox. Nickname, Su Su. Gender, female. Age, 1 month, youth stage. Level, 70. Rank, Ancestor Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth, SSS.
4-dimensional attributes, Strength 3550, Intelligence 4250, Stamina 3550, Agility 3650.
No buffs, equipment, or item bonuses. Skills, Illusory Body, SSS, Crimson Eye, SSS, Enchant All Beings, SSS, Nine-tailed Annihilation, SSS, Mark of Enslavement, SSS. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Introduction, brief. All attributes increased by 100 points?
After looking at the two little creatures' attribute panels, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Wang Chen's eyes.
This enhancement was equivalent to both little creatures leveling up twice. Given the current experience points needed for Bing Qing and Su Su to level up, it would take at least a week if they relied on fighting monsters. Indeed, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Thinking of his experiences in the boundless starry sky, Wang Chen shook his head with a sigh.
That transforming star had an unimaginable strength. In his feeling, even his master Lin Feng was merely a fraction in comparison. Perhaps only ancestral divine beasts like Bing Qing and Su Su could surpass it when they grew to their ultimate state. This world is more vast and powerful than I imagined.
Enhancing my strength is urgent. I am still too weak now.
Thinking this in his heart, Wang Chen grabbed the two little creatures that had come close again.
Let's go.
We'll head to the training ground to burn some energy.
We need to prepare for the transfer mission this afternoon, and you two can't be so lazy. Chapter 189, Hell Difficulty Transfer Task. Transfer Temple. At the front desk. Hello, I'm here to accept the third transfer task. Wang Chen suppressed his excitement and handed his data terminal to the front desk staff. Okay, please wait a moment.
The staff took the data terminal and started operating on the computer.
Soon.
Sir, your information has been logged. Please pay the fee here, and my colleague will guide you to accept the task. The staff returned the data terminal to Wang Chen while handing over a QR code.
Okay, thank you.
Wang Chen nodded, paid the fee of 1,000 gold coins, and followed the staff to the back area of the temple. This was a spacious area, with no decoration in sight. It was all composed of silver-white metal. In the center, an irregular stone over 3 meters high floated, defying logic, emitting a gentle light all over. It was the Transfer Divine Stone. As soon as he got close to the Transfer Divine Stone, Wang Chen felt a surge of power boiling within his body, as if it were cheering and jumping for joy. Sir, place your hand on the Transfer Divine Stone, and you will receive a random transfer task. If it is a simple or standard difficulty transfer task, the Divine Stone will directly teleport you to the corresponding area. Approaching the Transfer Divine Stone, the staff said with a smile. Hearing this, Wang Chen did not hesitate. He placed his hand on the Transfer Divine Stone. Buzz! A bright light lit up on the Divine Stone, and a mysterious power enveloped Wang Chen's whole body.
In the next second, a message appeared in his mind.
Dear professional, welcome to receive your class change task.
Checking. Current level of the professional is level 70, eligible for class change. Third class change task is being generated, generation complete. Task requirement, hunt a level 100 wild monster boss, Hell. Do you confirm?
A Hell difficulty class change task?
After absorbing the information in his mind, Wang Chen couldn't help but be stunned.
The class change tasks issued by the class change stone range in difficulty from easy, average, difficult, to Hell.
Hell difficulty. This is simply a nightmare for those changing classes.
From this task, Wang Chen could see, for a professional about to class change for the third time, to hunt a level 100 wild monster boss was almost equivalent to sending him to death.
However, fortunately, level 100 is still within my coping limit.
With Wang Chen's current strength, a level 100 wild monster posed no pressure for him. Even if the wild monster boss was far stronger than the wild monsters of the same level, as long as he was well prepared, Wang Chen was confident he could slay it.
It's just that.
This time, the class change task would likely take a lot of time. Difficult and Hell difficulty class change tasks must be completed by professionals in the outside world. Now, what Wang Chen faced was where he should find a level 100 wild monster boss. Since the revival of the Heavenly Will, the area of Blue Star has multiplied by thousands and tens of thousands, with countless wild monsters and demons appearing. Among them, there were indeed terrifying existences that were strong enough to rival gods. However, a level 100 wild monster boss was just an insignificant presence compared to these. In the years right after the revival of the Heavenly Will, wild monsters were virtually everywhere in the wilderness.
However,
this situation was already an old tale from hundreds of years ago. Since the appearance of professionals, the humans of Blue Star have mastered the extraordinary path, and their strength has shown explosive growth. Those powerful wild monsters and demons have been almost completely eradicated, even those that remain are intentionally kept to hone the newcomers. For example, the Wanshou mountain range outside Dongling City is in such a situation.
However, Wanshou mountain range only faces first and second class professionals. It does not meet Wang Chen's requirements. It seems I need to find Senior Gao and the others to ask. Thinking quietly in his heart, Wang Chen directly chose to accept the task. Buzzing.
In an instant, the class change stone shimmered, and a beam of light flew onto the back of Wang Chen's hand.
In the next second,
he saw a small class change stone pattern appear on the back of his hand. This pattern was lifelike, just like a tattoo, but the color was different from the class change stone's current appearance, being black. This was the task mark. It contained the power of the class change stone. As long as Wang Chen successfully slayed a level 100 wild monster boss and met the task criteria, the power stored in it would directly allow Wang Chen to undergo the third class change transformation. This saves trouble, so I don't need to make another trip to the class change temple. After receiving the information from the mark, a hint of surprise flashed in Wang Chen's eyes.
And beside him,
the staff member guiding him glanced with surprise when he saw Wang Chen was not teleported by the class change stone.
Professionals taking on simple and average difficulty tasks would be directly teleported to the task location.
This handsome guy is really unlucky. It seems he received a difficult difficulty class change task. The staff thought in his heart, looking at Wang Chen with a hint of sympathy. The death rate for difficult difficulty class change tasks is as high as 50%. Sir, the casualty rate for difficult difficulty class change tasks is extremely high. Before you proceed with the task, you should. The staff member thought for a moment and opened his mouth, intending to remind Wang Chen of a few things.
However,
as soon as he spoke, he saw a black class change stone pattern appear on the back of Wang Chen's hand. Seeing this scene, the staff member swallowed the words he was about to say.
Black? Is this a hellish difficulty job transfer quest? Thinking of the meaning behind this black pattern, the expression on the staff's face was filled with sympathy and pity. A 50% death rate for difficulty job transfer quests, and for hellish difficulty 10 deaths without life. This handsome guy must have hit the jackpot. What's wrong? Wang Chen turned to look at the staff, somewhat puzzled about why the other person stopped speaking midway. It's nothing. Sir, you'd better prepare early. Looking at Wang Chen, the staff spoke gently. I know a few good shops, their materials are quite solid. As he spoke, he stuffed a business card printed with the word heaven into Wang Chen's hand. This is the contact information, I think you might need it, sir. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen glanced at the card and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Heavenly Coffin Shop? Ah, this? Isn't it just a hellish difficulty job transfer quest? Are you trying to remind me to arrange my funeral in advance? Thanks, never mind. Wang Chen shook his head helplessly and raised his hand to return the business card. I don't need this, you should give it to other job holders. Saying this, he quickly left the job transfer temple. Behind him, the staff held the business card of the Heavenly Coffin Shop, saying nothing for a long time. Chapter 190, North Wind City. After leaving the job transfer temple, Wang Chen smoothly obtained information about the level 100 wild boss from Senior Gao Yuanfeng. The wasteland? Through the map, Wang Chen searched for the location of the wasteland, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This wild monster gathering place is located outside North Wind City on the Dragon Kingdom border, bordering the White Bear Kingdom, stretching for hundreds of miles. The level of wild monsters varies widely, starting from level 40, equivalent to a second transfer job holder, all the way to level 170, equivalent to a sixth transfer job holder. It can be said that this is one of the highest spec wild monster gathering places raised in Blue Star. This place, just from the introduction, I can tell it's not safe. No wonder Senior Gao Yuanfeng warned me to be careful. After checking the information about the wasteland, Wang Chen's face became somewhat serious. With the two countries bordering each other and being a wild monster gathering place, there are bound to be all kinds of dangers. Even in the likes of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, there are bounty hunters, so the wasteland will surely be even more perilous. Forget it, there are no better options, so it'll have to be that. Thinking it over, Wang Chen no longer hesitated. In today's era, level 100 wild monsters are easy to find, but level 100 wild boss monsters are indeed a rare species. After all, wild monsters categorized as boss level will certainly drop treasure chests after being killed, and the materials on them are also quite precious. Killing one might yield rewards even greater than those from level 140 or 150 wild monsters. This leads to every appearance of a boss level wild monster, causing job holders to swarm like wild dogs smelling blood. Adventure guilds and various small and large adventure groups even specifically form teams to explore wild monster areas to hunt these boss level wild monsters. So, those challenging wild monster areas around level 100, even with boss level wild monsters appearing, would have a pitifully small chance for an individual to snatch a kill from those big and small forces. After all, with many monks and little meat, once these boss level wild monsters emerge, countless pairs of eyes are immediately focused on them. And in the wasteland. In this gathering place where the highest level of challenge reaches 170, there are even more boss level wild monsters, thus increasing the chance of a personal kill. Dragon Kingdom border. North Wind City. When Wang Chen took the teleportation array and arrived in this border city, he was instantly dazzled by the hustle and bustle of the place. Although this is a border city, its level of prosperity can be compared to first-class cities in the inland of the Dragon Kingdom. Even in terms of job holders, the number can almost be compared to that of top-tier cities. Due to the existence of the wasteland, almost all the residents coming and going in North Wind City are professionals. Looking around, even the weakest ones are at least level 40 in their second transfer, while the strongest. Wang Chen currently cannot see the levels of others but can feel a deep pressure coming from them. What a truly prosperous place. The number of professionals here must be at least several 100,000. Walking on the streets of North Wind City, Wang Chen curiously looked around. Among them were not only Dragon Kingdom professionals but also those from the neighboring White Bear Kingdom to the north. These guys, with their naturally tall physiques, walk down the road like door panels, as robust as raging bears. Just from their size, these guys give off a feeling that they are not to be trifled with. However, these professionals from the neighboring country oddly gave Wang Chen a sense of harmony with this city. Especially when they spoke in poor Dragon Kingdom dialect, haggling with the street vendors, Wang Chen found it strangely amusing. Until he passed through the city and arrived at the entrance area of the wasteland, Wang Chen was still caught up in this peculiar observation. But soon, the noise from the entrance square drew his attention once again. Iron Blood Adventure Group is looking for collaborators. Our group has 8 members, with the weakest at level 80 in their third transfer. The class composition is reasonable, and our reputation is well known. We seek reliable collaborators. Interested parties, please come for a face-to-face. Setting off. Setting off.
Dawn Adventure Group offers a one-day tour of the wasteland, taking you to see the gathering place of high-level wild monsters for just 100,000 gold coins.
Just 100,000 gold coins. Want to level up quickly? Want to get rich overnight? Want to have a heartfelt chat with a gentle priestess? Hire our Holy Light Adventure Group. For only 200,000 gold coins.
You can enjoy the attentive care of a broad-minded priestess and the all-day protection of a heroic battle cleric.
Solo players looking for teammates. Solo players looking for teammates.
Seeking a reliable melee fighter, preferably someone who can take hits and deal damage. You can sign a contract under the notarization of the city guards, absolutely guaranteeing no tricks.
Those below the fourth transfer, please do not disturb.
The square at the entrance was filled with a cacophony of voices, and the bustling atmosphere made it feel just like a chaotic market.
Wang Chen watched the scene, listening to the noisy sounds around him, and couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia.
It reminded him of his last adventure trip to the Beast Mountain Range. Although the Beast Mountain Range couldn't be compared to here, this strong gaming vibe still felt quite subtle to him.
However,
although it was similar to the games from his previous life, this was a real world. He was not a player in a game with countless resurrection coins.
It's better to be cautious. I still need to be a bit more cautious.
Looking at the fierce professionals around him, Wang Chen thought helplessly. Among the professionals in sight, at least one-third were above the fourth transfer.
In other words, one-third of the people here were stronger than him. I should hurry and enter the wasteland.
Staying here too long makes it easy for others to see me as a fat sheep.
Wang Chen adjusted his hat's brim and stepped toward the entrance.
However, he wanted to keep a low profile, but his slightly immature face stood out too much in the crowd, making it impossible not to draw attention.
Little brother, do you want to enter the wasteland alone for training?
Before he reached the guard at the entrance, a somewhat charming female voice suddenly echoed in Wang Chen's ear. Upon hearing this, he frowned and quickened his pace towards the entrance, not wanting to pay attention to this inexplicable flirtation. But the next second, he had to stop in his tracks. A figure, armed and dangerous, was standing directly in front of him.
If he hadn't reacted quickly, directly crashing into that deadly weapon. Sorry. I don't want to join the group.
Stepping back awkwardly, Wang Chen frowned and looked at the unexpected guest. This was an extremely tall and charming woman, and standing in front of her, Wang Chen, who was already over 1.8 meters tall, appeared to be a whole head shorter. The priest's robe she wore indicated her profession. Seeing this person, a hint of surprise flashed in Wang Chen's eyes.
Chapter 191, News of the Boss. Beifeng City. Entrance square of the wasteland. Wang Chen looked at the woman blocking his path, instinctively frowning.
This was the same person he had seen earlier in the square, the broad-hearted priestess from the Holy Light Adventurers Guild, who had been recruiting with a loudspeaker.
He couldn't tell if she was gentle or not.
But it was indeed as she had advertised, it was truly turbulent.
Cough.
Sorry, I don't plan on hiring an adventurer group. Taking a step back, Wang Chen awkwardly averted his gaze and spoke with feigned indifference.
Little brother, why must you reject me so coldly?
Seeing Wang Chen's somewhat awkward appearance, the female priest chuckled, her eyes glinting mischievously.
You are only level 70, the wasteland is too dangerous for you.
If you hire our Holy Light Adventurer group, Sister can take you to explore the depths of the wasteland. Or, you can also do some things you want to do. As she spoke, the female priest leaned in closer, reaching out to lift Wang Chen's hat.
I don't need that.
Wang Chen's mouth twitched, and he stepped aside to avoid her hand. His purpose here was to hunt a level 100 wild boss. He knew he had to avoid conflicts with other players to succeed.
Moving alone would help him avoid a lot of trouble. Moreover, he really wasn't interested in driving large vehicles at all.
I'm just wandering around the outskirts, I won't go deep into the wasteland.
And Wang Chen paused for a moment and sincerely said, I can't even afford the 20,000 gold hiring fee.
As his voice fell, he stepped forward, intending to bypass her.
But at that moment, little brother, are you sure you don't want to enter the depths of the wasteland?
There's a level 100 wild boss wandering around there recently, and it will be very lively in the depths for a while. The female priest fixed her gaze on Wang Chen, her tone playful.
Upon hearing this, Wang Chen paused in his tracks. A level 100 wild boss? No way?
He looked at the female priest with suspicion in his eyes. Little brother, your expression really makes sister sad. The news about the level 100 wild boss isn't a secret, you can find someone around here to ask and verify. The female priest feigned shyness, clutching her chest, an expression of heartbreak on her face.
He.
Seeing this scene, Wang Chen coldly snickered in his heart but believed her words a bit. After all, if the information about the level 100 wild boss was false, it would be easy to expose the lie by asking others.
However, I've disguised myself to be so ordinary, how did this woman choose to target me? Wang Chen wondered in his heart, still keeping a vigilant eye on her.
Thank you for the reminder, but a boss-level wild monster is beyond my reach. You can find someone else who is interested. As he finished speaking, Wang Chen quickly walked towards the entrance of the wasteland, waiting to obtain a pass to enter. This time, the inexplicably persistent woman did not continue to chase after him.
Soon, Wang Chen arrived at the front of the line. Please register your personal information, the purpose of entering the wasteland and the expected duration of stay. The guard at the entrance pointed to the QR code on the table, signaling Wang Chen to register himself. Seeing this, Wang Chen was not surprised. He directly used his data terminal to scan the QR code. As a large monster gathering area jointly controlled by Dragon Country and Bear Country, the entry inspection at the wasteland was exceptionally strict. After all, stepping into the wasteland, in a sense, was like leaving the country. Without security checks in place, no admission permit is issued. Who knows what kind of people return from the wasteland to North Wind City? This system can help North Wind City eliminate over 90% of the ill-intentioned folks. As for those wanting to sneak through, the 6th transition guard in charge of registration, along with 30 elite city guards stationed nearby, will tell them just how powerful the Dragon Kingdom's fist is. Ding dong! As Wang Chen finished filling out the data on the terminal and clicked submit, a prompt sound immediately rang on the device controlled by the guard. Wang Chen? Student of Flame Dragon University? 30 days? Seeing the information displayed on the screen, a flicker of surprise passed through the guard's eyes, and his gaze lingered on Wang Chen's face for a moment. It's too dangerous for you to enter the wasteland alone. I advise you to hire an adventure team to accompany you. Although it will cost some money, at least your safety will be guaranteed. The guard spoke up to persuade him. He was responsible for the registration here and knew well about the dangers of the wasteland. Someone like Wang Chen, a little guy going alone, probably wouldn't even see the wild monsters in the wasteland before being turned into prey by greedy bounty hunters. As his words fell, the professionals waiting in line instantly looked at Wang Chen with surprised expressions. Wow! Who is this kid? Li actually took the initiative to remind him? Amazing! Old Li always looks cold. When did he become so kind-hearted? Interesting, this kid's background must be extraordinary. Old Li speaking up now probably isn't just to remind this kid but also to warn certain folks not to set their sights on him. This little guy looks so young, could he be a student from some top university? The crowd was buzzing, and their eyes on Wang Chen and the guard were filled with disbelief. At the same time, several malicious glances quietly withdrew at that moment. At the entrance. Thank you for the reminder, I just want to go in and broaden my horizons. Hearing this, Wang Chen politely thanked him. Then I wish you a smooth journey. Seeing that Wang Chen insisted, the guard didn't continue to persuade him. Here is your admission permit, remember to keep it on you. After handing Wang Chen a card, he waved and let him pass. Thank you. Taking the permit, Wang Chen quickly crossed the entrance, his figure gradually disappearing. After he left, the guard shook his head and operated a few more steps on the device behind Wang Chen's information. Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. This kid is a treasure of Flame Dragon University. Let the city officials worry about him. He sighed and signaled the next waiting professional to register. Meanwhile, the female priest of the Holy Light Adventure Team only withdrew her gaze after she saw the figure in the wild disappear. Julie, you've fallen for that kid, haven't you? You're so reluctant. Just then, a female battle cleric, wearing armor and with a chain mace at her waist, came to her side. If you're really worried, you can chase after him now. Looking at her companion, the battle cleric teased. That's a great idea. Upon hearing this, Julie clapped her hands, excitement flashing across her face. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and set off. No way? Are you serious? Hearing her words, the battle cleric's face was full of astonishment. Are you serious? Outside Northwind City, the battle cleric of the Holy Light Adventure Team looked at her companion with a face full of surprise. She never expected that her casual joke would receive such a response. Of course. Hearing her words, the female priest Julie said seriously. Xiao Yaya, that kid is a wealthy landowner, not to mention, scraping a single hair off his leg is worth more than what our adventure team earns in the wasteland for a month. The opportunity is now, we must seize it. Placing her hands on her companion's shoulders, Julie was already daydreaming about how to spend a large pile of gold coins. No. The battle priest was choked by these words, looking at her companion with a doubtful gaze. Are you joking? Him, still a wealthy man? He can't even come up with 200,000 for hiring. I see you want to take the sisters to jump into a fire pit. With an annoyed shove, the battle priest pushed Julie's hand away, her face filled with skepticism. TCH. Hearing her companion's words of distrust, Julie pouted, scanning her companion with sympathetic eyes. Luyu, have you turned your brain into muscle? You really don't recognize that guy? He has been very famous recently.
Upon hearing this, the battle priest Luyu raised an eyebrow, her face showing some hesitation. But after carefully recalling, she couldn't find a matching image for the young man in her memory.
Stop keeping us in suspense, what did you really discover?
After a moment, Luyu shrugged her hands, asking helplessly.
Wang Chen.
The strongest freshman in the whole country this year.
What were you thinking while watching the live stream? Upon hearing her words, Julie looked at her with disappointment. He is Wang Chen?
Upon hearing this, Luyu was stunned, looking at her companion in disbelief.
How did you figure that out with him all wrapped up? Are you stupid?
Julie rolled her eyes at him, speaking with a peculiar tone. At first, I wasn't sure, but it was just a guess because of that little guy on his shoulder.
However, the anomaly at the checkpoint told me my thoughts were confirmed. If he wasn't a student of Flame Dragon University, would that deadpan face waste time reminding an ordinary professional? Damn.
Upon hearing this, the expression on Luyu's face instantly turned excited. The strongest freshman in the whole country has come to the wasteland, this is big news.
Keep your voice down.
Seeing her companion in this state, Julie quickly covered her mouth, dragging her aside.
Do you want everyone to know this news?
We just need to silently hold on to our fortune.
Luyu
nodded quickly, her eyes sparkling with the shine of gold coins. Hearing about the reward of the strongest freshman in the nation, reaching 50 billion gold coins, just by exposing a few digits from Wang Chen's fingers could let their adventure group spend a long time.
What are your plans?
Looking at Julie, Luyu asked with a face full of excitement. She had long set her sights on a piece of golden equipment, but unfortunately, she had been short of funds and hadn't gotten it yet. Perhaps if they pulled this off, she could finally have what she wanted.
That kid is very vigilant, we need to plan well.
His level is only 70 now, and every corner of the wasteland holds danger for him, we just need to catch the opportunity for a chance encounter, best to save him. As she spoke, Julie paused, reached out and patted her companion's shoulder.
By that time, we can surely squeeze every gold coin off him.
Hurry up and call Xiao Yu and the other two back, we will immediately enter the wasteland, if we are even a little late, that kid will be long gone.
Wasteland. As a gathering place for super large wild monsters, the environment here is completely different from the myriad beast mountain range.
As far as the eye can see, there are no plants taller than 1 meter, mostly resilient weeds and thorns, or simply a wasteland of white. Besides that, after passing through the checkpoint outside Northwind City, the surrounding environment began to darken. The piled-up dark clouds in the sky diluted the sunlight, making the area within hundreds of kilometers appear eerie. After passing the checkpoint, Wang Chen set off at full speed. After the enhancement of Star Blood and Earth Dragon Fruit, his four-dimensional attributes have already far exceeded those of a third-tier professional. With the support of such powerful attributes, his speed was almost as fast as a galloping horse.
Soon,
he had passed through the buffer zone between the wasteland and Northwind City, starting to encounter some sporadic wild monsters. However, most of these wild monsters were around levels 40 to 50, which made Wang Chen completely uninterested. So, after curiously glancing at a few of these natives of the wasteland, he continued driving on his way. However, besides these ordinary wild monsters, he also encountered some professionals who had entered the wasteland to collect magical materials. From them, he got the information he wanted.
The 100-level wild monster boss that the female priest mentioned outside Northwind City.
According to what Wang Chen heard, this 100-level wild monster boss had just been leveled up and was currently wandering in the central area of the wasteland. It was said that this 100-level wild monster boss was a skeleton lord, with over 10,000 minions under its command. With the boss and the numerous skeleton soldiers and skeleton knights, its comprehensive strength could already rival that of 5th-turn professionals. Thus, this 100-level wild monster boss had not yet been included in the hunting scope of the professional forces in Northwind City.
As for the reason,
here we must mention the rules set by Dragon Country and White Bear Country regarding this wild monster gathering place in the wasteland. For the sustainable development of the wasteland, professionals above 6th turn cannot enter the wasteland to kill monsters and level up.
5th-turn professionals wanting to enter must submit a written application in advance and consume precious points.
For a 100-level wild monster boss, adventure groups and guilds are reluctant to invest such resources, as it simply isn't worthwhile. Therefore, those strong professional forces are currently watching and waiting, allowing news of the 100-level wild monster boss to spread like wildfire. On one hand, they are gathering 4th-turn elites, on the other hand, they want the ordinary professionals to clear out the minions of that 100-level wild monster boss first, creating an opportunity for them to reap the rewards later. Currently, around this 100-level wild monster, there are only scouts from adventure groups and guilds, which is an opportunity for me. First, by hunting the wild monsters on the outskirts, I can level up Bingqing and Susu, and then take advantage of the situation when they make their move. An hour later, Wang Chen found a sheltered spot to rest while planning his next steps.
Chapter 193, Swamp Giant Lizard. Beast Pet, Ancient Overlord. Extreme Cold Dragon. Nickname, Bingqing. Gender, female. Age, 2 months, juvenile phase. Level, 70. Rank, Ancestor Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth, SSS. Attributes, Strength 3750, Wisdom 3750, Constitution 3750, Agility 3750. No buffs, equipment, or item bonuses. Skills, Frost Body, SSS, Extreme Cold Breath, SSS, Ice Hell, SSS, Dragon Might, SSS, Frost Fury, SSS. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Description, brief. Beast Pet, Nine-tailed Celestial Fox. Nickname, Susu. Gender, female. Age, 1 month, juvenile phase. Level, 70. Rank, Ancestor Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth, SSS. Attributes, Strength 3550, Wisdom 4250, Constitution 3550, Agility 3650. No buffs, equipment, or item bonuses. Skills, Illusory Body, SSS, Crimson Eye, SSS, Enchantment of All, SSS, Nine-tails Annihilation, SSS, Mark of Slavery, SSS. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Description, brief.
Bingqing and Susu were both currently at level 70, with a further 10 levels to go before reaching their youth phase limit. This time, Wang Chen had asked for a month's leave from school and brought ample supplies in his storage gear. This month was enough to raise Bingqing and Susu's levels to 80, the limit of their youth phase, giving them the power to contend directly with fourth-turn professionals.
And by that time, Wang Chen would also receive significant feedback and increased attributes from their 10-level gains.
With their mutual understanding, even if they faced an elite fourth-turn professional squad later, they would have a considerable chance of winning. The Skeleton Lord has over 10,000 minions, and those adventure groups and guilds will surely wait until the helpers of the Skeleton Lord have almost been cleared out before they make their move. I still have plenty of time left. Before they made their move, they would first raise their strength to the reasonable limit. Sitting in the sheltered valley, Wang Chen unfolded the simple map of the wasteland, drawing circles on 2 areas. This map was traded from the previous adventurer he met, marking the situation and danger zones of the wasteland, providing some reference for his upcoming actions. The 2 areas Wang Chen circled were the places he planned to grind for levels in the near future. The regions on the map were marked in black, red, blue, and white according to increasing danger levels. The black area had a challenge level of over 130. The red area had a challenge level between 80 and 130. The blue and white areas had a challenge level from 40 to 80, but sometimes featured monsters over level 80, so even if the challenge levels were the same, the danger varied. The 2 areas Wang Chen chose were in the red zone with challenge levels from 80 to 130. One was occupied by a level 90 swamp lizard, and the other by a level 100 ghoul. These 2 areas just happened to be around the territory of the Skeleton Lord. After grinding through the monsters in these areas, Wang Chen could easily swing by the Skeleton Lord for some action. At first, he originally planned to directly find trouble with the Skeleton Lord's minions, but after thinking it over, he gave up on that idea. Bingqing and Susu's strength was too remarkable. If they caught the attention of the various adventurer teams and guild spies, it would be impossible to fish in troubled waters. That's basically it. After arranging his next schedule, Wang Chen carefully confirmed his location before putting away the map. Let's go. First, we'll go find trouble with the swamp lizard. Calling out to Bingqing and Susu, Wang Chen continued on his way. On the outskirts of the wasteland. Damn! Is this guy a rabbit or something? How can he run so fast? On a storm wolf as big as a calf, Julie looked at the empty surroundings, helplessly rubbing her forehead. Beside her were 3 other storm wolves of the same size, carrying 3 members of the Holy Light adventuring team. Julie, did you see incorrectly? At this moment, Liu on the left spoke up. Are you sure that was Wang Chen? A level 70 little guy can't run this fast. We're riding storm wolves and still can't catch up. After they reached a consensus, they immediately entered the wasteland. But after chasing in Wang Chen's direction for an hour, they hadn't even seen a ghost. If they hadn't heard information from a group of adventurers earlier, they would think they were on the wrong path. How would I know? Hearing her words, Julie rolled her eyes in exasperation. Maybe he flew away on a dragon. Impossible. Liu shook her head. If he flew on a dragon, such a large target, we wouldn't be able to miss it. Let's keep chasing. Maybe he has some kind of transportation that makes him faster than us. That's all we can do. Hearing her words, Julie nodded, and the 4 girls continued on their journey. Finally found it. Wang Chen stood at the top of a hill, looking down with a blank expression. Before him was a swamp, shrouded in a thin mist. In this mist, he could see many huge figures moving, their menacing scales and claws releasing a chilling aura.
It was the swamp lizards. 1, 2, 3, 56.
He swept his gaze over the swamp lizards, satisfied with a nod.
56 swamp lizards, not a waste of the long journey he made. Time to get to work. Calling out to the two little ones, Wang Chen moved his feet. He jumped straight down from the top of the hill. Bang! The next second, he crashed to the ground at the edge of the swamp like a cannonball. Swish, swish. In an instant, the giant lizards rolling in the swamp were startled, and pairs of bright red eyes fixed intensely on this unwelcome guest invading their territory. Roar, roar, roar. When they recognized the identity of this unexpected visitor, every swamp giant lizard began to roar in excitement. Human! How dare a human intrude into their territory? It looks like they would have a feast today. Roar, roar, roar. Without any hesitation, the swamp giant lizards went wild, their scarlet eyes gleaming with undisguised ferocity, rushing towards their prey one after another. As if in just a second at night, delicious flesh and blood were about to benefit their companions. Chapter 194, Crazy Slaughter. Roar, roar, roar. Under the dim sky, brutal roars echoed one after another. In the desolate swampland, more than 50 swamp giant lizards moved their strong limbs, charging like a tank brigade towards a small human not far away. The earth trembled, and dust swirled up. That frenzied momentum gave a sense of unstoppable force. However, feeling the tremors of the earth and the unmasked brutality of the swamp giant lizards, Wang Chen showed no fear, but rather a faint excitement arose within him. Monster, swamp giant lizard. Level 90. Combat style, close range. Skills, bite, charge, tear the ground, mudstone guardian. Type, normal. Monster, elite swamp giant lizard. Level 95. Combat style, close range, ranged output. Skills, mud wave, bite, charge, tear the ground, mudstone guardian. Type, mutated. Wang Chen glanced at the information returned by the detection skill, and his fighting spirit surged even more. 50 level 90 swamp giant lizards, 6 level 95 elite swamp giant lizards, it seems I have found their gathering place today. Let's go. Ice clear, crispy, it's time to work. He instructed the two little creatures, and in the next second, Wang Chen dashed out at lightning speed. Instant sword. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the leading elite swamp giant lizard. Swish. With a fierce swing of his sawtooth sword, the blade aimed directly at the elite swamp giant lizard's head. With a bang. Under the effect of his terrifying strength combined with the instant sword attack boost, the head of the elite swamp giant lizard was instantly severed, its stinky blood gushing out like a fountain. Roar, roar, roar. Seeing the death of this elite swamp giant lizard, the remaining 55 swamp giant lizards went completely crazy, their scarlet eyes bursting with a tangible red light. For these beast-like monsters with almost no intelligence, blood did not instill fear in them, instead, it made them more furious, their gazes towards Wang Chen more brutal. On the other side, after the death of the level 95 elite swamp giant lizard, a cloud of mist-like energy split into 3 portions and instantly entered the bodies of Wang Chen and the two little creatures. As expected of a level 95 monster, the experience gained from this is nearly equivalent to 1/10 of what I get from clearing a silver-level secret realm. Glancing at the experience bar, a hint of joy appeared in Wang Chen's eyes. For him, the early stages of clearing silver-level secret realms provided considerable rewards. After all, given his level and previous status, it was the first time entering the silver-level secret realm, and he fully enjoyed the benefits of the first clear bonus. But as his level increased and he cleared the secret realms more frequently, the rewards after each completion would gradually decrease. In the end, it became a shackle that limited Wang Chen's rapid leveling up. Because even if he had power far beyond his own level, he still couldn't break through the level restrictions and enter the higher-level golden secret realm dungeons. In this way, the gains from the silver-level secret realm dungeons were a drop in the bucket for him and for Su Su and Bing Qing, two bottomless pits. In fact, the rewards from clearing a silver-level secret realm dungeon were even less than if he killed a few wild monsters far above his own level. Continue, the wasteland is the best leveling area for me. As long as I don't provoke those terrifying creatures deep inside, I can quickly transform all my recent gains into strength. Lost in thought, Wang Chen's feet were still moving non-stop. Whoosh. Instant sword, second strike. His figure was like a ghost, charging again towards the encircling swamp giant lizards. Bang bang bang. The harsh sounds of collision echoed in the swamp, as Wang Chen, along with the two little ones, Bing Qing and Su Su, transformed into terrifying killing machines, slaughtering the swamp giant lizards at an unimaginable speed. Bang bang bang. With each strike of Wang Chen's serrated sword, a swamp giant lizard would undoubtedly be beheaded or dismembered. Every attack and evasion was as precise as a textbook example. However,
At this moment, the speed of slaughter he displayed paled in comparison to the two little ones. On the side, Bing Qing showed her battle state, her massive dragon body over 5 meters long rampaging through the group of swamp giant lizards. Everywhere she went, blood and limbs flew, and without even using skills, those swamp giant lizards were torn to pieces by her sharp dragon claws. On the other side, although Su Su did not exhibit the same brutality as Bing Qing, the scene of battle was even stranger. The little one agilely weaved through the group of swamp giant lizards, a peach-pink alluring glow constantly swirling around her. Those swamp giant lizards enveloped in the peach-pink light, just a second ago were viciously trying to feast on the small white fox, but the next second, they charged at their own companions like the most loyal guardians, disregarding life and death. For a time, the entire swamp was like a hurricane unleashed, the crimson blood even tainting the gray mist, turning the area into something bizarre and evil. Meanwhile, as Wang Chen was leveling up frantically, on a hillside around the swamp, an uninvited guest was watching him with an expression of utter horror.
This person is too abnormal?
Watching the figure below stirring up a bloody storm, the uninvited guest cautiously lay on the hillside, disbelief filling his eyes. He was a middle-aged practitioner with a cold appearance and 2 small mustaches. From his equipment, it could be seen that he was an assassin.
Damn! Is this kid really level 70? Even a level 100 great sword warrior couldn't be this ferocious, right?
The assassin practitioner carefully concealed his presence, his heart churning wildly.
His name was Zhou Hai, a 3rd transformation 95 level assassin, a lone wolf wandering in the wasteland.
Because of the restrictions of entering the wasteland, having a 3rd transformation 95 level strength in this area of wild monsters was considered above average. Thus, Zhou Hai was doing quite well in the wasteland. Even when acting alone, he could still earn substantial rewards. Especially since sometimes he would perform some traditional crafts in monster gathering areas, making him quite infamous among ordinary practitioners in the wasteland.
When did such a ruthless person appear in the wasteland?
Level 70, killing the 95 level swamp giant lizards like slaughtering dogs.
Which top university student is this?
Lost in thought, Zhou Hai looked down at the figure traversing among the swamp giant lizards, his expression wavering uncertainly.
Chapter 195, Secret Watching. Zhou Hai's strength reached level 95 of the 3rd transition.
Only 5 levels away from the ultimate limit of level 100 for the 3rd transition. This time entering the desolate land, he made thorough preparations in advance, buying a large amount of supplies, and also upgrading his own equipment. His goal was to try to increase his level to 100 before leaving the desolate land, preparing for the 4th transition. To achieve this goal, he spent a considerable cost, purchasing information about wild monster locations in the desolate land from other adventurers, and made a complete plan for leveling up by killing monsters. This swamp, where the swamp giant lizards gathered, was the first location in his plan.
But he did not expect that. When he arrived here, he saw the current scene.
Someone had gotten there first and was madly slaughtering the swamp giant lizards he had targeted.
Damn it! Didn't that guy say this area is not visited often? I wasted my coins buying this information.
Looking at the fallen swamp giant lizards, Zhou Hai's heart was bleeding. His leveling plan specifically chose monsters, each of which was restrained by the assassin profession. For example, the swamp giant lizard, large in size and strong in power, ran like a war chariot. But its speed and perception abilities were major weaknesses.
Zhou Hai chose the swamp giant lizard as the first target because he was confident that with his ghostly speed, he could toy with these big guys. At the same time, he would easily fill up the remaining experience bar to reach level 96. But unfortunately, plans can never keep up with changes.
This kid's strength far exceeds his level, his equipment is quite impressive, and he has 2 strong beast pets assisting in battle. He is definitely not simple. Looking at the figure wreaking havoc among the swamp giant lizards below, and the faintly shining equipment, Zhou Hai's eyes were filled with hesitation. At this moment, he had the thought of making a risk-free profit again, but he was also afraid that his strength could not handle this piece of fat meat. After all, the combat power displayed by those 3 guys below was not inferior to a 3rd transition peak melee profession. Let me see again, this kid must have used some enhancement skills to increase his combat power. After dealing with the swamp giant lizards, he will definitely be in a weak state, then I might have a chance to strike. Zhou Hai quietly watched for a while, and in the end, greed in his heart overcame hesitation. In a short time, the golden level equipment flashes he saw were no less than 2 types, and among them, there were even flashes of higher grade diamond level equipment. If successful, the rewards would be more than he earned in the desolate land over the years.
It was absolutely worth the risk. As for that kid below, not simple, Zhou Hai didn't take that to heart at all. The desolate land was vast, as long as he handled the traces well, killing a few adventurers would not raise any suspicions. For example, once he took a risk and killed a member of a large adventure group from North Wind City. The other party couldn't even catch a trace of him after searching for several months in the desolate land. In the swamp. Lightning step. Double fists rapid strike.
With the moves used by Wang Chen, he looked at the swamp giant lizard on the left, which opened its fierce mouth to attack, decisively dropped his sword and dodged with lightning step. Then, his fists fell like rain.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
In the harsh collisions, the body of the swamp giant lizard was pinned in place, smashed into pieces by Wang Chen's 10 punches.
Huff! Got it!
This was already the last swamp giant lizard. After it died, more than 50 of the big guys were completely slaughtered.
After steadying his breathing, Wang Chen looked around at the chaotic battlefield.
An excitement flashed in his eyes. This nest of swamp giant lizards, over 90 levels, offered experience points nearly equivalent to his clearing the secret dungeon 4 times. Although he had reached level 70 after his second promotion and could no longer level up, the experience bars of Bingqing and Su Su, who were about to level up, were filled by this massive experience.
Beast Pet, Ancient Overlord. Extreme Cold Dragon. Nickname, Bing Chung. Gender, female. Age, 2 months, youth stage. Level, 71. Rank, Ancestor Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth, SSS. Attributes, Strength 3800, Intelligence 3800, Stamina 3800, Agility 3800. No buffs, equipment, or item enhancements. Skills, Frosty Body, SSS, Extreme Cold Breath, SSS, Ice Hell, SSS, Dragon Power, SSS, Frost Rage, SSS. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Introduction, brief. Beast Pet, Nine-tailed Celestial Fox. Nickname, Su Su. Gender, female. Age, 1 month, youth stage. Level, 71. Rank, Ancestor Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth, SSS. Attributes, Strength 3600, Intelligence 4300, Stamina 3600, Agility 3700. No buffs, equipment, or item enhancements. Skills, Illusory Body, SSS, Crimson Eye, SSS, Enchantment of All, SSS, Ninetales Annihilation, SSS, Mark of Enslavement, SSS. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Introduction, brief. The strength of the two little ones became even greater, and at the same time, their advancement slightly enhanced Wang Chen, who could not level up from another aspect. Name, Wang Chen. Occupation, Giant Beast Tamer. Level, 70. Talent, All Beasts Affection, SSS, Beast Pet Fusion, Divine. Skills, Beast Taming, S, Beast Restoration, B, Bloodline Identification, Divine, Contract Summon, B, Instant Sword, D, Windblade Skill, C, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, B, Beast Pet Amplification, B, Quarter Moon Slash, A, Lightning Step, A, Charged Strike, A, Double Fist Combo, A. Strength, 2225 plus 630 points. Intelligence, 2365 plus 100 points. Stamina, 2225 plus 450 points. Agility, 2345 plus 400 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unallocated skill points, 0 points. Bingqing and Su Su are still 9 levels away from the current growth stage limit, which means that before my third promotion, all attributes can still increase by at least 180 points. Wang Chen glanced at his and the two little ones' attribute panels, revealing a hint of anticipation in his eyes. On the day he challenged the Sky Tower, if he had the strength he had now, he was confident he could break through the 37th floor and defeat a level 110 opponent at 4th promotion. Next, I'll collect materials. The skin of the swamp giant lizard seems to be used to make silver-grade armor. Thinking this, Wang Chen grabbed the serrated sword stuck in the ground, ready to gather his spoils. But just then, Su Su suddenly sent a thought through the contract. Master, there's a little mouse watching us. Chapter 196, Fishing. Little mouse? In the ruins, upon hearing Su Su's reminder, Wang Chen revealed a smile. But soon, he reined in his smile and returned to a poker face. There are many such guys in the wasteland. As long as he shows no malice first, we don't need to bother with him. Wang Chen casually cast a glance at the top of the hill and conveyed his thoughts to Bingqing and Su Su through the contract. The wasteland, as a super-large monster gathering area, is filled with all sorts of people. There are those ordinary professionals who struggle to fight monsters for their livelihoods, earning resources. And there are bounty hunters who regard human life as nothing to satisfy their own selfish desires by harming their own kind. Even there are quite a few who have ulterior motives. Wang Chen did not plan to provoke these people, and anyway the profession observing them from a distance had not made any outrageous actions, so he couldn't be bothered. Oh. The two little ones responded, confused, then excitedly ran into the ruins to pick and choose. The swamp giant lizard, as a level 90 wild monster, had items of great value as magical materials. Their skin is extremely tough, suitable for making silver-grade leather armor. Their sharp teeth can serve as decorations or be crafted into bronze weapons after polishing. Although most of the swamp giant lizards were ripped to shreds in the previous brutal battle, after picking and choosing, Wang Chen's harvest was not small.
Over 10 complete swamp giant lizard skins, plus 5 nearly intact elite swamp giant lizard materials.
The total value is about 1 million gold coins. However,
this is quite a hefty harvest for a professional wandering in the wasteland, but for Wang Chen, its value was just SOSO. Even mosquito legs are meat, let's just consider it snack money for the two little guys. As he stored the sorted loot in his storage equipment, Wang Chen thought subtly. If it were the old him, such a harvest would have made him grin for days, but now, with gold coins in units of hundreds of millions in his account, it can only be described as mediocre.
Master, that guy is still hiding over there, should we catch this little mouse out?
After tidying up the loot, Susu hopped onto Wang Chen's shoulder and said with an eager tone, looking as if she wished for chaos.
Exactly.
Bing Ching flapped her wings and danced nearby, her gem-like eyes also showing excitement. That little mouse looks like it has bad intentions hiding over there, let's give him a good lesson.
No rush. Hearing the two little guys, Wang Chen rolled his eyes in annoyance. We're not bounty hunters, both of you tone it down.
Patting Bing Ching's head, Wang Chen found a clean spot, sat down, and began to recover his strength. Though the recent battle was brief, it was very intense, and it took quite a toll on him. In the wasteland, danger lurks everywhere, he must ensure he is at his peak before encountering the next peril. I hope you can seize the opportunity one give you.
Wang Chen glanced subtly at the hill's direction, waving his hand to take out a small recovery potion to drink. Got it. Master, you are going fishing. I want to join too.
Seeing this scene, Bing Ching, who seemed to think of something, suddenly became excited, flapping her wings and flying to Wang Chen's side, and then...
Woo woo!
She let out a weak cry, her flapping wings suddenly stopped, and her body fell right into Wang Chen's arms. Seeing this scene, the recovery potion Wang Chen had just sipped almost spurted out.
Good heavens! Where did you learn so many tricks? Staring at Bing Chang, Wang Chen was left dumbfounded. In the distance, at the top of the hill,
Zhou Hai was cautiously restraining his breath, his gaze fixed firmly on the three figures below. At that moment, he was like a statue, or perhaps the most experienced hunter, watching his prey.
However,
upon seeing the three figures below, collecting the loot from the swamp giant lizards, a flicker of heat flashed in Zhou Hai's eyes. 10 complete swamp giant lizard skins, plus 5 elite swamp giant lizard materials. This is at least worth over 1 million gold coins. After estimating the value of that pile of loot, even as a third transfer level 95 professional, Zhou Hai could not help but feel some greed rising in his heart. In the wasteland, he had worked hard for a month, and after deducting the cost of equipment repair potions, he was left with only about 200,000 gold coins. If he successfully took down this score, even without counting the value of the gear on the young man below, it would directly fill up his recently dwindled wallet from preparing materials.
For a moment, Zhou Hai could not help but feel anxious. Why does that guy look like he hasn't exhausted much? Could it be that the recent battle didn't wear him out? Impossible. A level 70 professional could slay a group of swamp giant lizards, how could it be without any cost? Watching down below as the materials were placed into their storage gear, Zhou Hai silently clenched his fists. Normally, a level 70 professional. Encountering dozens of level 90 marsh giant lizards, and among them, even 5 elite level 95 marsh giant lizards, there was only one way out, death. The kid below, along with his beast pet, managing to survive until now was already a shocking feat. Zhou Hai absolutely did not believe that they had any costs. In his view, that level 70 professional must have used some skill that burns potential, paying a huge price to achieve such results. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain the outcome. But at this moment, the situation in the swamp made Zhou Hai realize that his speculation was full of contradictions. That professional, who in his eyes should be exhausted and in a weak state, still looked radiant after collecting the spoils. This is completely unreasonable. Thinking in shock, Zhou Hai suddenly found himself in a dilemma. His greed for gold coins and fear of the strength displayed by that professional made him hesitate. He wanted to retreat but couldn't bear to part with the astonishing gains just a stone's throw away. Wait a little longer. If he doesn't show signs of weakness next, I'll pull back. With a decision in mind, Zhou Hai decided to continue observing for a few minutes. Just then, his pupils suddenly contracted. He saw the professional below find a clear spot to sit down and took out a recovery potion to drink. Beside him, the beast pet that had previously transformed into a gigantic creature directly fell weakly to the ground. Chapter 197 Blue Star does not allow such an amazing professional to exist. Ha ha! I knew it! They must have fallen into a weak state. At the top of the hill, seeing the sudden scene in the swamp below, Zhou Hai couldn't help but laugh wildly. At this moment, he felt completely certain about his previous guess. That professional below definitely used some kind of explosive potential enhancement skill to achieve the amazing feat of killing a large group of marsh giant lizards with level 70 strength.
Now, with the enhancement skill over, the massive consumption left that professional unable to hold on.
Killing marsh giant lizards with level 70 strength without paying a price? Blue Star absolutely does not allow such a powerful person to exist.
Fortunately, I didn't retreat earlier, or I would have missed this opportunity to get rich.
Thinking silently in his heart, Joe Hai took out 2 pitch-black daggers. Equipment, snake tooth dagger. Type, weapon. Grade, golden grade. Level restriction, level 95. Attributes, strength plus 150, constitution plus 50, speed plus 100. Enchantment effects, 1, increases attack damage by 10%.
2, adds poison effect. After the snake tooth dagger deals damage, the enemy will enter a 1-second paralysis state and their neural response speed will decrease by 20% for the next 10 minutes. This was the equipment he purchased at a high price after making a plan to break through to the 4th transfer, draining several years of savings. After taking out the equipment, Joe Hai simultaneously tore open a magic skill scroll. C-grade magic skill scroll, lightness technique. Swish, swish, swish. With a slight wave of magical energy, he felt his body becoming lighter. The effect of this one-time magic skill scroll was equivalent to a level 3 magic-based professional personally casting a skill, providing a 20% speed increase. The selling price in shops reached 50,000 gold coins per scroll. Logically speaking, a level 95 assassin professional like Joe Hai, when dealing with a level 70 professional, should not need to use a magic skill scroll at all. After all, there was a 25-level gap between them. However, after witnessing the tragic state of those marsh giant lizards, Joe Hai decided to be more cautious when taking action. After all, this plump sheep definitely had life-saving trump cards if he overturned a boat in the gutter.
That would be bad.
With the value of this kid's equipment, he must have a higher-level disposable magic skill scroll on him.
I must seize the opportunity for a one-hit kill.
Joe Hai thought silently in his heart, then his body sank into the shadows and rushed toward the target below. Assassin exclusive skill, Shadow Stealth.
Soon.
He arrived next to the target below, carefully observing the situation. This kid seems to be here for the first time in this wasteland, his vigilance is really poor. Seeing the target swaggering in place to recover his stamina without any caution, Joe Hai couldn't help but scoff in his heart.
Then,
he showed no hesitation, leaping out from the shadows behind Wang Chen, 2 daggers striking toward Wang Chen's back like poisonous snakes.
Whoosh! Whoosh!
Amid the violent wind, Wang Chen suddenly realized that a strong gust was coming from behind him.
Damn!
Even given a chance, you are still useless. Wang Chen thought playfully in his heart, and relying on his strong battle instincts, he immediately reflexively rolled away.
Rip!
At the same time, his shirt on the back was cut by the dagger. With a hit confirmed, Joe Hai's face revealed a cruel smile as he jumped out from the shadows, feeling the dagger hit something.
Success! He thought happily in his heart, but in the next second, his expression froze. He saw that the venomous dagger did not have a single drop of blood on it. His surprise attack only tore the target's shirt and hadn't harmed the target's skin at all. How is this possible? Discovering this situation, Joe Hai stared wide-eyed, full of disbelief. A professional 3 levels lower than him, after he launched his skill backstab, actually dodged it unscathed. I already gave you a chance, why are you so greedy?
At the same time, after dodging the attack, Wang Chen stood up from the ground, looking at Joe Hai with pity.
Are you okay? After killing so many swamp giant lizards, you actually still have such a fast reaction speed?
Hearing Wang Chen's words, Joe Hai snapped back to reality from his daze, his face filled with horror and disbelief. All the developments were completely beyond his earlier expectations.
He.
Just then, a strange laughing sound suddenly rang out, and the next second, Joe Hai found himself wrapped in heavy shadows.
This.
He stiffly turned his head and saw a 5-meter-long giant creature covered in dark blue scales next to him.
Little mouse, you finally jumped out impatiently.
Bing Qing looked at Joe Hai with keen interest, his eyes filled with excitement.
Hearing this booming voice, Joe Hai trembled in fear.
From the gem-like eyes of the giant creature, he saw mockery.
No. How can this be? Aren't you too weak to move? Is everything a lie?
At this moment, Joe Hai suddenly realized that everything he had thought and believed before was just self-entertainment.
The other party was not in a weak state at all, everything he saw was fake.
Thinking of the terrifying combat power this giant creature had shown before, Joe Hai felt despair.
He.
Foolish little mouse, how can your insignificant intelligence understand the thoughts of a noble creature like me?
You foolish guy, you will pay with your life for your greed. Roar!
Looking at the trembling Joe Hai, Bing Qing excitedly roared, the resulting gust making Joe Hai sway unsteadily.
What a challenge! Today finally offers the opportunity for the great magic dragon to spread fear in reality. He. Feel the pain.
Bing Qing extended its dragon claw, reaching towards Joe Hai. Meanwhile, Wang Chen, witnessing this scene, was left with a black line on his forehead. Goodness! He realized he had been too lenient with Bingqing. Unknowingly, this little guy had grown crooked. Thinking about it, he gave Bingqing a little slap. Ouch! Master, why did you hit me? In the next moment, the wicked dragon image Bingqing maintained instantly fell apart, looking unjustly at its master below. You better behave normally, and stop learning all this nonsense.
Wang Chen glared at Bingqing irritably, then his gaze fell on the trembling Zhou Hai. Chapter 198, The Secret Behind the Boss. In the swamp. Impossible.
Staring at Wang Chen's gaze, sharp as a sword, Zhou Hai shivered all over. He never expected that his signature move as a level 95 assassin would fail in front of a level 70 player.
Were you already prepared? Recalling Wang Chen's reaction speed, terror appeared in Zhou Hai's eyes. Having survived so long in the wasteland, he was no fool and realized the reason for his failure. From the very beginning, he had been discovered by this boy. How is that possible? You're only level 70, how could you see through my stealth skill? He looked at Wang Chen with disbelief all over his face. I gave you a chance. Hearing this, Wang Chen said in a flat tone, a deep killing intent flashing in his eyes. He was not a bloodthirsty person. When he found Zhou Hai hiding on the hill, he did not expose him. As long as the other party retreated, he would treat it as if nothing happened. But this guy, foolishly, let greed take over. Opposite him. Zhou Hai felt the killing intent in Wang Chen's eyes, fear flooding his heart to the extreme. You can't kill me. I'm a player from Northwind City. If you dare to kill me, the law enforcement team will absolutely hunt you down. We can act like nothing happened today. Zhou Hai spoke in a fierce but weak tone, and by the end, his voice turned into a plea. Ha! Hearing his words, Wang Chen let out a cold laugh. How ridiculous. A bounty hunter who kills and plunders in the wasteland dares to mention the law enforcement team? Dares to plead for mercy? The moment you stealthily came down from the hill, your fate was already decided. Wang Chen looked at Zhou Hai with indifferent eyes, his tone extremely cold. He felt not the slightest bit of sympathy for Zhou Hai's pleas. All of this was caused by the other party himself. So, prepare to greet death. With a movement of his feet, Wang Chen rushed in front of Zhou Hai and delivered a heavy punch to his head. Whoosh! 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 A chilling gust of wind rushed towards him, and the fear in Zhou Hai's eyes nearly overflowed. No! You can't kill me! I know the secret of the recent level 100 wild boss. Amidst the fear, Zhou Hai screamed hysterically. Whoosh! As soon as he spoke, the fierce wind suddenly stopped in front of him, a fist the size of a sandbag mere millimeters from his face. I survived. After the ups and downs, Zhou Hai collapsed directly to the ground. Opposite him. Seeing the other party's weak appearance, disdain flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. Tell me what you know, and I can make it quick for you. No. You must swear to let me go, then I will tell you the secret. Hearing Wang Chen's words, Zhou Hai gritted his teeth and said. Otherwise, I would rather take this secret to my grave. He knew clearly that this secret was his only chance for survival. Ha! Hearing this, Wang Chen let out a cold laugh. You won't cry until you see the coffin. Do you really think I can't pry your mouth open? Looking at Zhou Hai's stubborn refusal to submit, Wang Chen patted Susu on the shoulder. Come on, make him talk. Okay, master. Hearing his words, Susu responded brightly, her two peach-pink eyes meeting Zhou Hai's gaze. Buzz. 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 Susu's eyes instantly began to spin, a profoundly mysterious power bursting forth, entering Zhou Hai's eyes. No. A flash of struggle crossed Zhou Hai's eyes, but in the next second, both of his eyes turned the same peach-red color as Susu's. Master, your most loyal servant greets you. Immediately, Zhou Hai knelt down on the ground. Hiss. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen couldn't help but gasp in surprise. The skill Susu just used was the SSS-rated talent skill, Mark of Slavery, awakened during his teenage years. Mark of Slavery, SSS active skill, charm skill. After activation, it can implant a mark of slavery on any creature with a wisdom attribute lower than that of a nine-tailed fox. The creature with the implanted mark of slavery will be entirely under the control of the nine-tailed fox. The mark of slavery cannot be resisted until death or until the nine-tailed fox removes it. Note, current growth phase, creatures controlled by the nine-tailed fox using the mark of slavery, 0/2. Due to the description of this skill, Wang Chen had never dared to let Susu use it. This was Zhou Hai's first time. He didn't expect the effect to be so powerful. A dignified third transformation, level 95 professional, was brought to his knees with just one glance. Susu's skill is truly a monstrous weapon. I should avoid using it recklessly in the future, otherwise, if someone discovers it, my reputation may be ruined.
Thinking silently, Wang Chen patted the little guy's head with appreciation, then walked up to Zhou Hai and asked. Tell me, what is the secret about the level 100 wild boss you mentioned? The Skeleton Lord. Zhou Hai answered somewhat dazedly. Quickly, Wang Chen received unexpected news from Zhou Hai's mouth. The Skeleton Lord. It did not level up naturally, but was artificially cultivated under the influence of someone behind the scenes. According to Zhou Hai, the Skeleton Lord was originally just a level 100 elite wild monster, still far from being a boss-level creature. However, an unknown force raised its rank through blood sacrifice, turning it into a boss-level wild monster. This unknown force did not aim to benefit the professionals in the wasteland, their intentions were malicious. They planned to use this level 100 wild boss to attract professionals in the wasteland and then capture and kill them to fulfill their ulterior motives. Not only ordinary professionals, but even powerful professional guilds and adventure groups were their targets. As for why they were so confident, it was because this unknown force, although its identity is unclear, has 5 transformation experts among them. Zhou Hai said softly in the end. 5 transformations? Upon hearing his words, Wang Chen's expression became somewhat unpredictable. In a situation where 6 transformation experts could not enter the wasteland, 5 transformation professionals possessed power that nearly touched the ceiling of the wasteland. A level 100 wild boss, the hunting forces sent by major guilds and adventure groups would definitely be dominated by 4 transformation professionals. Encountering this 5 transformation expert would surely lead to a chaotic slaughter. Damn it! The appearance of this wild boss is actually tied to all these messy affairs? What a trouble! For a moment, after digesting this news, Wang Chen's mood became a bit restless. This intelligence completely disrupted the plan he had made earlier. Chapter 199 New Plan. In the swamp. After hearing Zhou Hai's account, Wang Chen fell silent. He never expected that this trip to the wasteland would encounter such a troublesome situation. He had originally planned everything well, first leveling up Bingqing and Susu to the limit of their current stage. Then, amidst the chaos, he would seize an opportunity to hunt down the level 100 wild boss. But now, behind this level 100 wild boss, the Skeleton Lord, there was a 5 transformation professional and other unknown professionals. This threw Wang Chen's plan of seizing an opportunity into disarray. There is simply no way to proceed. When Bingqing and Susu reached level 80, his strength could already match that of an ordinary level 4 profession. But in front of a level 5 profession, it was completely insufficient. If they continued to follow the original plan, it would not be taking food from the tiger's mouth, but delivering goods right to their door. What a hassle! Wang Chen thought irritably, his gaze landing on Zhou Hai, who had a somewhat blank expression. How did you find out about this news? After pondering for a moment, he asked. I have a cooperative relationship with some of them. When they spread the news about the level 100 wild boss, I took their money. Zhou Hai replied blankly. Hearing his words, a flash of killing intent passed through Wang Chen's eyes. To be mixed up with a bounty hunter like Zhou Hai, that unknown force must be a group of rogues. Are they a bounty hunter gang? Or some evil organization? Wang Chen hesitated in his heart. The situation's development was a bit beyond his expectations. If the previously made plan had an 80% chance of success, now, the chance of success was a big fat 0. Should I inform the law enforcement team of Beifeng City about this news? No way. With just Zhou Hai's words, they would never believe me without any evidence. Thoughts surfaced in his mind, but they were quickly denied by Wang Chen. Should I give up on this level 100 wild boss and look for another one elsewhere? He thought dejectedly. But at that moment, his gaze on Zhou Hai suddenly brightened. As a bounty hunter in the wasteland, hasn't anyone discovered you? Zhou Hai was a bounty hunter. Logically, such a notorious character should never be able to enter a city. Yet before, Zhou Hai said he took money from that unknown force to enter Beifeng City and spread the news about the level 100 wild boss. This was somewhat contradictory. I have a special piece of equipment that changes my appearance, so I have another identity in Beifeng City. Zhou Hai said without reservation. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a mask from his storage equipment and respectfully handed it to Wang Chen. This is my special equipment. Wang Chen took the mask, and a flash of interest crossed his eyes. Equipment, disguise mask. Type, special equipment. Grade, silver. Level restriction, level 40. Attributes, strength plus 10, constitution plus 10, agility plus 10. Enchantment effects, 1. After wearing, you can change your appearance and aura within 24 hours. Note, 1. After the duration ends, it will enter a 7-day recharge state. 2. The disguise effect of the mask can withstand the investigation of level 7 professionals. This equipment. After reading the properties of the disguise mask, Wang Chen's gaze began to flicker. Though this equipment was only silver level, its value was likely higher than that of gold level equipment. Especially the enchantment effect, which was incredibly strong, even level 7 experts couldn't see through the disguise.
Holding the mask in his hand, a bold idea emerged in Wang Chen's mind. If Zhou Hai can use this mask to blend into Beifeng City, can I use it to infiltrate that unknown force?
Since they are using the level 100 wild boss to attract other professionals, they must have some special items. Perhaps, I can get close to the Skeleton Lord in advance by bypassing its minions.
As he silently contemplated, Wang Chen's eyes grew brighter.
The more he thought about it, the more feasible he found this plan. If he could really infiltrate that unknown force, he might complete the level 3 task while also reaping a bounty in Beifeng City.
Where do you usually meet those people? After some thought, Wang Chen looked at Zhou Hai with excitement. In the Bone Forest.
We bounty hunters have an agreement with them. As long as we bleed a wild monster at the center of the Bone Forest and sprinkle its blood on the wind messenger grass, they will send someone to take us to participate in their operations. At this moment, Zhou Hai was completely open, revealing everything he knew without holding back, including the location and the contact method.
Bone Forest.
A red danger zone on the map of a wasteland, home to many skeleton warriors, one of the gathering places for the Skeleton Lord's minions.
Is that so?
After hearing his words, Wang Chen's eyes began to shine brighter. Since this was the contact method set by the bounty hunter group and those unknown forces, the chance of him successfully blending in was nearly 100%.
All right. I have no more questions.
Seeing that Zhou Hai had been drained of all information, Wang Chen lost interest in him.
Go ahead and end it.
After thinking for a moment, he decided to test the limits of the slavery mark's control.
As you command.
Zhou Hai said flatly, and as soon as he finished speaking, he tightened his grip on the dagger and plunged it heavily into his own heart.
Thud.
The body, gradually losing its life force, fell powerless to the ground.
Hiss. Seeing the scene, Wang Chen's eyes shook with disbelief. The effect of the slavery mark was more domineering than he had imagined. It commanded self-destruction, truly terrifying.
Now, Susu can use this skill to control 2 targets whose intelligence attribute does not exceed hers.
It's better to level up first and raise Susu's level. This skill will definitely play an unexpected role in my actions. Silently looting everything Zhou Hai had, Wang Chen had already made up his mind for the next action.
Susu's intelligence attribute had now reached 4,300 points, nearly matching those who had just entered the 4th transition in the magic professions. As long as he operated properly, he could get 2 fearless, obedient 4th transition helpers during his infiltration into this unknown force.
Let's go. We need to level up in the next area.
Wang Chen suppressed the excitement in his heart, destroyed all traces of Zhou Hai, opened the map to confirm the direction of his next target, and then swiftly left the swamp with the 2 little ones. The time left for him was limited. He had to speed up and raise both Bingqing and Susu's levels to 80 before blending into that unknown force.
Chapter 200, The Claw of Death. Bang bang bang. In the wasteland shrouded by night, sounds echoed continuously.
A boy with a 9-tailed fox on his shoulder and a massive creature were rampaging through a group of wild monsters.
Every attack would take away 1 or several lives of wild monsters.
Not a single wild monster could block the steps of these 2 reaper-like figures.
Huff.
After clearing the wild monsters in this area, Wang Chen let out a long breath and began to collect his spoils with Bingqing and Susu.
At this moment, it was already the 5th day since he entered the wasteland.
During these 5 days, he followed the planned route, switching between red danger zones, slaughtering wild monsters and crazily harvesting experience points. Now, this was the 4th red danger zone he had cleared. 5 days of relentless battle had directly raised Bingqing and Susu's levels by 2, reaching level 73, making their strength even more formidable.
Beast Pet, Primordial Overlord. Extreme Cold Dragon. Nickname, Bingqing. Gender, female. Age, 2 months, juvenile stage. Level, 73. Rank, Ancestral Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth, SSS.
Attributes, Strength 3900, Intelligence 3900, Constitution 3900, Agility 3900.
No buffs, equipment, or item enhancements. Skills, Frost Body, SSS, Arctic Breath, SSS, Ice Hell, SSS, Dragon Might, SSS, Frost Rage, SSS. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Description, slightly. Beast Pet, 9-tailed celestial fox. Nickname, Susu. Gender, female. Age, 1 month, juvenile stage. Level, 73. Rank, Ancestral Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth, SSS.
Attributes, Strength 3700, Intelligence 4400, Constitution 3700, Agility 3800.
No buffs, equipment, or item enhancements. Skills, Illusory Body, SSS, Crimson Eye, SSS, Allure of Beings, SSS, 9-tailed Annihilation, SSS. The Mark of Slavery, SSS. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Introduction, brief. At the same time,
thanks to the enhancements from Ice Clear and Soft, Wang Chen's four-dimensional attributes increased by 40 points, and his strength grew even stronger. Aside from his strength increase, Wang Chen also kept an eye on the situation in the wasteland during these days. He noticed that more and more professionals were entering the wasteland, most of them coming for the level 100 wild monster bosses. Moreover, as the number of professionals increased, bounty hunters began to appear more frequently, and battles were happening everywhere. In just these few days, 3 bounty hunters had already died at Wang Chen's hands.
The wasteland is getting more chaotic. Those professional guilds and adventure teams are no different from that unknown force.
The unknown force seeks flesh and blood sacrifices, while the guilds and adventure teams want cannon fodder.
They don't value the lives of ordinary professionals. As he calculated his gains this time, Wang Chen silently thought.
Based on information he gathered, the minions of the level 100 wild monster boss, the Skeleton Lord, had already been reduced by over 1,000, nearly 1/10 of their total number. At this rate, in 1 or 2 more weeks, the Skeleton Lord would likely turn into a lonely figure. And by that time, the professional guilds and adventure teams would come out to clear the field and seize the victory's fruits. I have at most 10 days left.
Next, I need to speed up monster hunting.
After packing up the harvested materials, Wang Chen returned Ice Clear and Soft to the beast pet space, then put on a disguise mask, and continued toward his next target location. The wasteland is vast, and although Wang Chen had chosen nearby wild monster areas, traveling between them still took a considerable amount of time.
As he moved through the night in the wasteland, he encountered a few scattered groups of professionals. However, both sides merely exchanged glances from a distance and quickly dispersed, keeping each other at bay.
In areas where wild monsters gathered, especially at night, unknown professionals were even more dangerous than wild monsters.
1 hour later, Wang Chen arrived at the planned 5th Red Danger Zone, the outskirts of the Death Forest. In the Death Forest, a team of 4 girls was quietly walking. Leading the group was the meat shield of the team, a holy warrior. In the middle were a priest and an archer, and at the end was a battle cleric holding a chain hammer. If Wang Chen were here, he would notice one familiar face among the 4, the priest Julie from the Holy Light Adventure team. We're here. Just ahead is the lair of the Deathclaw and the sinking demon. Let's rest for 5 minutes.
As they entered the depths of the jungle, the holy warrior in the front raised a hand and made a gesture to stop. Hearing her words, the 3 girls behind immediately spread out, cautiously searching for a clean spot to rest. As for the holy warrior, she kept observing the surroundings.
Captain, let me switch with you. You take a drink and rest for a while.
At this moment, the battle cleric Lu Yu walked over with a water bottle.
All right.
Hearing her words, the captain of the Holy Light Adventure team nodded and took the water bottle, sitting down beside her companion.
Captain, this time it's all my fault.
I don't want any share of the earnings from the wasteland this time. The High Priestess Julie leaned close to the captain and said carefully. The captain turned her head, and in the dim light, one could see her delicate brows furrowed together. We're sisters, there's no need to say this. The captain shook her head and said. Besides, everyone agreed to this matter, so it can't be blamed on you. Exactly, it's all that guy's fault, his 2 legs run faster than our windwolves. Julie said somewhat dejectedly.
The captain chuckled. It doesn't matter. If that guy really is Wang Chen.
As the most talented student at Flame Dragon University, he surely has powerful protectors around him. It's normal for us, the Holy Light Adventure Group, to average a level of 95 and not be good enough for him.
All right. Julie pouted a bit, feeling somewhat down. Okay, rest time is over, let's move on.
Julie, give the 3 of us the dim light vision boost. After 5 minutes of rest, the captain stood up and called the others over. Once they were ready, the 4 kept their original formation and continued ahead. Soon, they reached the depths of the jungle.
With dim light vision, they could see 6 enormous figures lying flat on the ground, fast asleep in the distance.
These creatures were 5 meters long, resembling lizards, but their 2 claws almost took up half their bodies. They were the level 95 challenge monsters, Deathclaws. Beside these Deathclaws, there were over 40 fallen demons scattered about.
Chapter 201, Unexpected Changes in the Weather. In the Death Jungle. This doesn't feel right.
Seeing the scene in the distance, the captain of the Holy Light Adventure Group felt a heavy weight in his heart. The intel we received earlier said there were only 5 Deathclaws here, and now it completely contradicts that. The captain spoke while looking at the archer in the group. Linlin, activate your eagle eye skill and see what's really going on. Hearing her words, Linlin, the archer, nodded, her eyes turning sharp like an eagle's.
6 Deathclaws, 42 fallen demons. Wait.
Captain, among the 6 Deathclaws, there is a level 100 elite monster. Linlin's tone became serious as her gaze swept over a silver neck of one Deathclaw. Hearing her words, everyone in the team felt a chill run through them.
Damn. This intelligence is way off.
A level 100 elite Deathclaw is as powerful as 5 ordinary level 95 Deathclaws. Julie complained, her gaze landing on the captain. Given their team's strength, they could just barely handle 5 ordinary Deathclaws plus 42 fallen demons. Now with an added elite Deathclaw at level 100, if they dared to attack, they would definitely be torn to pieces by the Deathclaws.
After all, the gap in strength between elite monsters and ordinary ones is enormous. Let's retreat. This elite Deathclaw must have migrated here recently, we need to leave. After a moment of silence, the captain said quietly. Then, the 4 of them carefully started to back away, afraid to make any noise that would attract the attention of the Deathclaws. However, the weather can change unexpectedly. Crack. Julie, walking in the middle, stepped on a dry twig. Though she immediately pulled back her foot, the noise was loud enough to be noticeable in the quiet jungle. Roar. The Deathclaws and fallen demons woke up instantly, and in an instant, the dark jungle lit up with glowing crimson eyes like lanterns. Damn. Julie, can you be a bit more careful? Feeling the cold, chilling gazes around them, the captain secretly cursed. Run. Without hesitation, she gave the command. In an instant, the 4 disregarded their footprints and quickly dashed outward. Roar. Behind them, the Deathclaws and fallen demons, detecting the scent of humans, went completely wild. With brutal roars, led by the 6 Deathclaws, over 40 fallen demons charged out in a rush. In the blink of an eye, the quiet death jungle became chaotic. Achoo! Standing outside the death jungle, Wang Chen rubbed his nose. Could it be that girl Situyu is talking behind my back again? He thought with a hint of amusement, his gaze fixed on the jungle before him. The death jungle was the 5th red danger area he planned to sweep, and it was also the most important one. This area is vast, much larger than the marshlands inhabited by swamp lizards, gathering numerous wild monsters that are several times that of the marsh. In the Death Jungle, the most famous wild monsters are the Deathclaw and the Sinking Demon. The Deathclaw is a wild monster with the lowest challenge level of 95, among them, the strongest can even be elite level 100. As for the Sinking Demon, these guys are not like the flashy lowlifes Wang Chen encountered in the Beast Mountain range. The Sinking Demons in the Death Jungle are servants of the Deathclaw, with at least a level of 70, those weaker have mostly ended up in the stomachs of the Deathclaw. There are about 1,000 wild monsters in the entire Death Jungle, I probably won't finish them all tonight. Standing outside the Death Jungle, Wang Chen took out a glimmering vision skill scroll from his storage ring and tore it open. Whoosh! A warm magic energy enveloped his eyes, instantly making the scene before him clearer. Let's get moving. After preparing, Wang Chen no longer hesitated and quickly dashed into the Death Jungle. Because still people are bold, he did not hide the noise he made at all, quickly attracting the attention of more than 10 sinking demons. Oola oola! These green-skinned little creatures howled cruelly upon seeing him, rushing towards him like a swarm. Monster, Sinking Demon Warrior. Level, 70. Combat style, close range. Skills, bite, charge. Type, normal. Monster, Sinking Demon Wizard. Level, 75. Combat style, ranged, support. Skills, basic healing, toxic ray. Type, mutated. Monster, strong Sinking Demon Warrior. Level, 75. Combat style, close range. Skills, skin hardening, bite, charge. Type, mutated. Trash. Wang Chen pulled his gaze back from the information provided by the detection skill, shaking his head in disdain. Without any hesitation, he moved his feet and met the charging Sinking Demon's head on. Swish swish swish. With his serrated longsword sweeping across, 6 Sinking Demons were instantly beheaded. Then, he swiftly dodged to the left, avoiding the toxic ray from the Sinking Demon Wizard. At the same time, he raised his left hand and pushed against the Sinking Demons behind him. Buzz buzz buzz. As magic surged, 3 enormous wind blades over 2 meters long shot out, slicing the Sinking Demons in their path in half. Bang bang. After cutting down a few large trees, these wind blades finally dissipated as magic energy. In less than 2 seconds. More than 10 Sinking Demons lay dead, except for one that sensed danger and fled. So weak. Killing these guys gives so little experience, it's hardly worth mentioning for Bingqing and Susu's leveling needs. Wang Chen shook his head, and with the tip of his foot, kicked a stone on the ground toward the fleeing Sinking Demon. Whoosh! A sharp whoosh echoed as the stone flew like a bullet, instantly catching up to the Sinking Demon and exploding its head before it even realized. I still need to find trouble with the Deathclaws, these Sinking Demons have nothing worthwhile. Glancing over the bodies of the Sinking Demons on the ground, Wang Chen couldn't be bothered to collect these low-level materials and directly stepped deeper into the jungle. Not long after he set off. Roar roar roar. Suddenly, a brutal roar echoed in his ears, and he sensed the ground trembling slightly. Wild monster riot? Or are there other adventurers in the death jungle?
The sudden change made Wang Chen stop in his tracks.
Let's go take a look. Such a big commotion, there must be a few big guys. Wang Chen raised an eyebrow and quickly moved toward the direction of the sound. Chapter 202, Mutated Sinking Demon. Roar, roar, roar. The brutal roars continued to echo in the death jungle. In an instant, the silent jungle became incredibly noisy. How many wild monsters were awakened at this moment?
As Wang Chen moved forward, he suddenly noticed the temperature around him sharply dropping. At the same time, pairs of malicious red eyes began to emerge from the shadows of the jungle.
Damn it! Did these guys poke a hornet's nest? Feeling the malicious gazes falling upon him, Wang Chen couldn't help but feel speechless. His original plan upon entering the death jungle was to create a disturbance to wake up the wild monsters inside, and then slowly eliminate them by dividing the battlefield. But now, before he even made a move, someone had already helped him complete the first step. These poor guys really stumbled into something. Thinking to himself, Wang Chen shifted his feet and instantly darted to the left. At the same time, whoosh!
A sharp spear shot out from the darkness and landed heavily where he had just been standing, embedding itself into the ground.
Roar!
Immediately afterward, with a brutal roar, over 70 sinking demons surrounded him, their scarlet eyes revealing unmasked malice. The scent of humans made each of these creatures drool.
Sinking demons above level 80? Now that's unusual.
Wang Chen's gaze swept over the surrounding sinking demons, his face showing a hint of surprise.
Monster, strong sinking demon warrior. Level, 80. Combat method, melee. Skills, skin hardening, bite, charge. Type, mutant. Monster, sinking demon wizard. Level, 80. Combat method, ranged, support. Skills, basic healing, venom ray. Type, mutant. Monster, sinking demon spearman. Level, 85. Combat method, melee.
Skills, skin hardening, charge, spear throw.
Type, elite.
Sinking demons, as one of the weakest wild monsters, had their growth limit almost capped at level 80.
Under normal circumstances, they only came in ordinary and mutated types. Now suddenly popping out an elite at level 85 would likely drive any scholar studying wild monsters mad. Because this could almost be considered breaking the racial limit of the sinking demons. This guy's heart should be worth a good price back at school.
Wang Chen's eyes, filled with interest, landed on a sinking demon with 10 wooden spears on its back, its body far stronger than its peers. This sinking demon spearman could almost be seen as the super-enhanced version of the strong sinking demon warrior. One could see just how powerful it was from the wooden spear comparable to a crossbow bolt. Its thick arms were almost as thick as the thighs of a strong sinking demon warrior.
Roar!
As Wang Chen observed from across, the sinking demons could no longer restrain their ferocity and charged forward in a swarm.
At the same time,
swish, swish, swish. Standing at the back, the sinking demon spearman hurled out 3 wooden spears, each comparable to crossbow bolts. These 3 wooden spears were sharp and targeted Wang Chen from 3 different angles. He even knows how to use attacks to restrict my movement. This guy's intelligence is much higher than the other sinking demons. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen's face showed no fear, but instead grew more interested. Facing the incoming spears, he had no thoughts of dodging. Instead, his body swayed and, in the blink of an eye, he unleashed 3 punches.
Bang, bang, bang. As expected, the 3 incoming wooden spears were shattered by the terrifying power carried within his fists. Immediately afterward,
Wang Chen did not pause for a moment, his body surged forward like lightning.
Bang!
Kneeing, he sent a sinking demon flying that came at him, and his fists struck out like a rain of arrows.
Triple punch!
At this moment, propelled by his terrifying strength, the power of his fists was equivalent to cannonballs, and in the blink of an eye, they sent the swarm of sinking demons before him flying.
A sky full of blood mist exploded.
Because he had reshaped his face with a disguise mask, he planned to sever his new identity from himself. So at this moment, Wang Chen did not use his familiar serrated long sword, but was ready to take on the role of a fighter class, a brawler.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Supported by fierce strength, every punch Wang Chen threw had considerable power. Even without the special bonus of the brawler class, none of the fallen demons could withstand a single punch from him.
Soon,
he was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, using his fists and feet to kill all the fallen demons.
These guys have quite good experience points.
Cutting out the heart of a fallen demon spear thrower, Wang Chen took a moment to glance at the experience bars of Ice Clear and Soft. More than 70 fallen demons had increased the progress of the experience bar by about 1/20th. As long as he had 20 more waves, the 2 little ones could level up to 74.
Boom! 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 Suddenly,
Just as Wang Chen collected the spoils, a violent explosion sounded from the dark jungle. A dazzling light rose up, even brightening the surrounding atmosphere at this moment.
Is this the power of holy light?
As he looked at the holy flames scattered in the distance, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. He didn't expect that among the unfortunate ones causing such a big commotion in the death jungle, there would actually be a holy-type professional.
Huff! Huff! Huff!
Heavy breathing sounds echoed continuously. The leader of the Holy Light Adventure Group knelt on the ground, barely keeping her body upright by leaning against the large sword planted in the ground.
Buzz! Buzz! Buzz!
Priest Julie quickly ran to her side, holding a life-filled orb of light in her hands, pressing it against her.
Huff! Feeling the consumed energy rapidly recovering, the leader let out a long breath.
Little Julie, your holy light healing is getting more and more proficient. Looking at the anxious Julie, the leader smiled and spoke. Leader, don't talk for now.
You can't move during the holy light healing.
Hearing this, Julie rolled her eyes, her hands cloaked in holy light remained pressed against the leader.
Holy light healing, a B-grade skill.
Exclusively for the priest class, it has a powerful recovery effect that can heal moderate injuries in a very short time and restore more than 50% of health.
The only drawback is that one cannot move during the healing. Boom! Just then, a figure suddenly landed beside them, smashing the ground into a deep pit. You two, stop mumbling here. I can barely hold on.
The next second, Battle Priest Lu Yu climbed out of the pit, wielding a chain hammer.
Chapter 203, Make some extra money. In the Death Jungle. Roar!
As soon as Lu Yu finished speaking, a brutal roar followed. An elite Deathclaw, over 6 meters tall, with a ring of silver scales around its neck walked out from the darkness.
And behind it. Roar! Roar! Roar!
In the shadow, crimson light kept flickering, as 5 smaller Deathclaws, accompanied by a large number of fallen demons, surrounded the 4 members of the Holy Light Adventure Group.
Roar!
The elite Deathclaw locked its eyes firmly on the 4 humans trapped in the middle, with unabashed malice and a hint of mockery. Darkness and jungle, this was the realm of Deathclaws. It was a dream for these 4 humans to escape as food.
Roar!
The elite Deathclaw let out a roar, and the wild monsters surrounding the Holy Light Adventure Group surged forward.
Fight! Find a way to break through.
Seeing this scene, the leader, who had regained some strength, swung the large sword in her hands, sweeping outwards.
Ripped! 3 of the fastest charging fallen demons were instantly killed by her.
However, most of the fallen demons rushing up, seeing this human's powerful strength, were quite cunning and chose to swoop to the sides. Rushed towards the archers Linlin and Julie in the team. Left the leader of the Holy Light Adventure team to the Deathclaws behind. Although the fallen demon had little intelligence, the cunning flowing in its veins led them directly to the weaknesses of these 4 humans. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Archer Linlin bent her bow and knocked an arrow, her hand almost leaving an afterimage on the bowstring, each arrow taking a fallen demon's life. But these creatures were far too numerous, and the fallen demons were quickly replaced by those charging from behind. In an instant, the encircling fallen demons seemed to show no signs of dwindling. Seeing this scene, Julie's face was filled with anxiety. As a priest, her 2 attack skills had long been used and were now on cooldown. She could only tap into her magic to cast a fatigue relief buff skill for her teammates.
But at that moment, everyone, duck!
Lu Yu suddenly shouted loudly, her chain hammer spinning rapidly in her hand. As her teammates followed her command and crouched down, the chain hammer shot out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Driven by immense power, the chain hammer whirled around and struck everything in its path. The fallen demons hit by its shattered bones and tendons, howling as they flew backward. In an instant, no less than 10 fallen demons were seriously injured.
Well done! Feeling the pressure around them lighten, Linlin and Julie couldn't help but shout in delight. However, the very next second, the joy on their faces froze. Roar, roar, roar!
Under the drive of the Deathclaws, the heavily injured fallen demons charged forward once again, leaping over the bodies of their comrades.
Their momentum was even more frenzied than before. We're done for.
Seeing this scene, Lu Yu and others couldn't help but feel despair in their hearts. Even Julie could see that these Deathclaws intended to use the fallen demons to exhaust their stamina. At this moment, not far from the battlefield, on a large tree. As expected from a wild monster that can occupy such a large territory, the intelligence of the Deathclaws is much stronger than that of other wild monsters.
They know how to use cannon fodder to wear down the enemy's strength.
Wang Chen watched the Deathclaws lingering around the Holy Light Adventure team, a hint of amazement flashing in his eyes. Previously, when he encountered wild monsters, they would charge in and attack chaotically at the scent of blood. Now, these few Deathclaws, compared to those wild monsters, were on 2 entirely different levels in terms of intelligence. It seems that whether or not there is an elite-level leader makes a huge difference for the wild monsters.
Wang Chen's gaze fell on the largest Deathclaw, which had silver scales around its neck. Monster, Deathclaw Leader. Level, 100. Combat Style, Melee. Skills, Claw Tier, Domination, Soul Shockwave, Power Burst, Frenzied Bite. Type, Elite. Monster, Deathclaw. Level, 95. Combat Style, Melee. Skills, Claw Tier, Power Burst, Frenzied Bite. Type, Ordinary. Compared to ordinary Deathclaws, the elite-level Deathclaw leader not only had greater strength but also had 2 additional skills. Wang Chen speculated that the domination skill should be the source that keeps the other lesser Deathclaws from succumbing to their bloodthirsty instincts. What luck! A level 100 elite Deathclaw leader can provide experience points several times that of an ordinary Deathclaw. Taking it down would directly allow Bingqing and Susu to level up. Time to act. If I wait any longer, my gold coins will fly away. Seeing the Holy Light Adventure Team's 4 members almost overwhelmed by the fallen demons below, Wang Chen jumped down from the tree. Bang! In the next moment, his body appeared directly in front of the 4 members of the Holy Light Adventure Team, casually crushing a fallen demon into bits. The already hopeless 4 members of the Holy Light Adventure Team. They couldn't help but widen their eyes. You. The few of them rubbed their eyes, looking incredulously at the tall figure in front. They were all prepared to face death, and at this moment, a turn of events actually appeared. Friend, help us. We are willing to pay you. The team leader shouted in surprise at this moment. But as soon as the words fell, the figure in front of her suddenly vanished. Did she see an illusion? The team leader's eyes widened. But the next second. Bang 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 bang. Suddenly, she heard a continuous sound of collisions, and blood mist rose around the 4 of them. Those drowning demons that surrounded them were almost simultaneously blasted into pieces by a powerful force. Crack crack. As the bloody fragments fell, the team leader was just about to turn her head to check. But she suddenly found that the tall and slender figure had reappeared in front of her. How much can you offer? Then, a gentle voice rang in her ears, and the figure turned around to reveal an ordinary face. 1 million gold coins. Upon hearing this, the team leader blurted out without thinking. This money was all their savings. Oh? Wang Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at the other person with a smile and at the Grand Priest he met once. 1 million gold coins was 5 times the price to hire the Holy Light Adventurers to enter the wasteland. Okay. After thinking for a moment, Wang Chen nodded to the 4 nervous women. Stay in place and don't move. You will find that this 1 million gold coins is definitely worth it. Chapter 204, Fierce Battle with the Deathclaw Leader. The 4 women from the Holy Light Adventurers looked shocked, seemingly unable to believe that this mysterious professional who had suddenly appeared had straightforwardly agreed to their proposal. Happiness came too suddenly. Boom! Just as the few women didn't know what to say, Wang Chen kicked the ground to shatter it, charging toward the Deathclaw with terrifying speed. Roar roar roar! At the same time, the Deathclaw leader reacted at that moment, unhesitatingly ordering his subordinates to attack. Roar roar roar! Amidst the violent roars, 5 Deathclaws surged with a chilling bloody wind, advancing toward the humans who dared to charge at them. Swish swish swish! Huge claws at this moment blocked all directions that Wang Chen could advance. Come on! Feeling the raging momentum coming at him, excitement flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. Instant sword! While charging, he became the sword, and his speed surged again, leaving a blur in the air. With a bang! Before the blur in mid-air could dissipate, he collided with the first Deathclaw in front of him. The increase from instant sword, combined with Wang Chen's terrifying 4-dimensional attributes, directly smashed this Deathclaw into pieces. Crash! Chaotic flesh and blood fell like a torrential rain to the ground, immediately dyeing the surface red. The team leader of the Holy Light Adventurers stared blankly at this scene, her delicate face filled with shock and disbelief. The level 95 Deathclaw was like a mantis trying to stop a car in front of this mysterious person, crushed to pieces. Beside her, Luyu, Julie, and the others had similar expressions. The Deathclaws that had chased them to the ends of the earth were now weak, as if they were made of sand, collapsing with a touch. Could it be? He is a top-tier 4-turn powerhouse? In an instant, various guesses appeared in the minds of the 4 women. Although they had a short meeting moments ago, the 4 women also noticed that this mysterious professional, who displayed such strong power, looked quite ordinary, but he was young. When did such a strong person arrive in the wasteland? As they silently pondered, joy appeared on the faces of Julie and the others. The stronger this mysterious professional is, the greater the hope for them to escape a disaster. And on the other side. After crashing through a Deathclaw, Wang Chen did not hesitate and charged towards the other 4 Deathclaws. Instant sword, 2-stage strike. Wind blade technique.
As the two skills were used in quick succession, the four Deathclaws only had time to let out a wail before their bodies fell powerless to the ground.
Roar! At this moment,
in an instant, 5 underlings had died, and the Deathclaw leader, lurking in the back to enjoy a feast, roared in anger. If one listened carefully, they could detect a slight tremor in its roar. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After the roar, the Deathclaw leader swung its sharp claws, sending out a ghostly green shockwave.
Boom!
Wherever the shockwave passed, the trees were crushed into pieces, and even the 5 corpses of the Deathclaws on the ground were turned into mush.
Bang! Seeing the shockwave coming, Wang Chen stepped on the ground, his body rapidly ascending, narrowly avoiding the impact of the shockwave. What a pity! All these materials are ruined. After landing, he glanced at the chaotic scene around him, a look of regret flashed across his face. The fur of the Deathclaws is highly valuable, and the items made from it are sought after by the wealthy. Especially shoes made from Deathclaw fur, which are a symbol of status in high society. Except for the first Deathclaw, he tried to leave the others intact. But now, they are all destroyed. Roar roar roar. On the opposite side, the Deathclaw leader, radiating a violent aura, roared again after missing a strike. Bang! After the roar, without the slightest hesitation, the thick hind legs of the Deathclaw leader pushed forward. Whoosh! The next second, it charged towards Wang Chen at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the Deathclaw leader and Wang Chen was closed, its 2 massive claws swung out at a heart-stopping frequency. So fast. This damn monster, I can't even see its movement trajectory?
The 4 women of the Holy Light Adventure Group, who had retreated to watch, were shocked at this scene. The speed of the Deathclaw leader had completely exceeded the limits of what they could visually capture. At this moment, the 4 women of the Holy Light Adventure Group deeply realized how lucky they were. If it weren't for this mysterious professional's appearance, they would certainly have perished under those claws by now.
After all, if they couldn't even see the opponent's speed, how could they talk about dodging or even counterattacking? With such speed, the Deathclaw leader was simply not something a third-turn professional could handle. Its speed could already be compared to that of a newly advanced fourth-turn professional. However, although the Deathclaw leader was fast, in Wang Chen's eyes, it still had a trace to follow. Ha! Taking a deep breath, Wang Chen slightly bent his legs, facing the overwhelming claws, his muscles tensed up suddenly. Boom! An invisible wave of energy emerged from around him, and his body seemed to rise 3 inches in that instant, his suddenly bulging muscles stretching his fitted clothes tight. The next second, he faced the rain of claws and swung his fists without hesitation. Double fist strike. Bang bang bang. The piercing sounds of collision echoed through the woods, and the released shockwave swept through the area like a raging wind. In just an instant, the ground was filled with flying dust and stones, and towering trees that could be hugged by 2 people were uprooted by the wind. Damn! This big shot is too powerful. Battling against the Deathclaw head-on? I've never seen such a tough person. The 4 women of the Holy Light Adventure Group stood back to back, struggling to maintain their balance to avoid being blown away. At the same time, their eyes were glued to the 2 figures not far away that were constantly colliding. This is definitely a fourth-turn master of the boxer profession, relying solely on his iron fists. With just one clash, I can take down 100-level elite monsters. I heard that after entering the 4th transformation, the fists of a boxer are already equivalent to golden equipment of the same level. Seeing it today, it's indeed true. This young powerhouse possesses such strength, their background must be terrifying. The 4 women of the Holy Light Adventure team watched with sparkling eyes as they observed the figure continuously colliding with the Deathclaw leader, admiration rising in their hearts. On the opposite side, the Deathclaw leader, seemingly equal to Wang Chen, was filled with fear in its crimson eyes. This tiny human not only kept up with its attack speed, but even the strength contained within that small body was stronger than its own. In the death jungle. Bang 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 bang. Wang Chen's fists collided constantly with the sharp claws of the Deathclaw leader. At this moment, Wang Chen felt his blood boiling. This raw and straightforward fighting made his control over his body's power rise at a crazy speed. So refreshing. As the battle continued, Wang Chen's shouts echoed like thunder, completely forgetting his situation, carelessly releasing his power onto the Deathclaw leader. Bang 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 bang. Amidst the ear-piercing sounds of collision, even the robust body of the Deathclaw leader was gradually unable to keep up with Wang Chen's speed, unable to withstand the fierce power blows. Roar! Boom! Along with a roar filled with pain, the Deathclaw leader could no longer keep pace with Wang Chen's speed and was sent flying by a punch. Bang bang bang! Its massive body, over 6 meters long, soared out, plowing a deep gully in the ground, crashing through countless trees. Roar! 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 The Deathclaw leader struggled to rise from the ground, fear filling its crimson eyes. At this moment, its once proud giant claws were now bloody and torn.
The human opposite it had almost shattered its two giant claws with just fists. Roar! The Deathclaw leader never expected that one day it would feel fear towards a human. Roar! With a shout lacking in strength, the Deathclaw leader turned and ran deep into the jungle without hesitation. Oh my! The Deathclaw leader actually ran away? Seeing this scene, the four women of the Holy Light Adventure team were filled with disbelief. The bloodthirsty, brutal monster, unaware of fear, was actually driven away right before their eyes? This shocking image left them utterly stunned. Could this be real? On the other side. So you can run? But too bad, it's too late. Wang Chen steadied his breath, watching the fleeing Deathclaw leader. A cold smile broke out on his face. Whoosh! A flash of lightning appeared around him, and he disappeared from his spot. Lightning step! In the next second, he seemed to teleport, arriving above the Deathclaw leader. Time to go! Looking at the panicked Deathclaw leader, Wang Chen shouted, and his body fell like a cannonball. Bang! Compared to the Deathclaw leader, his smaller body felt as heavy as a mountain. He directly pressed the frantically running Deathclaw leader down to the ground. Roar! As the roar of the Deathclaw leader just sounded, a sharp dagger pierced through its head, embedding into the ground. Thud! The wildly struggling Deathclaw leader finally met its end. Is that it? Was that only a few minutes? In the back, seeing the Deathclaw leader completely lose its breath, the four women of the Holy Light Adventure team exchanged glances, all showing disbelief on their faces. To them, the terrifying Deathclaw was as fragile as a chick before this mysterious powerhouse. The gap in strength displayed here. It's simply too big. Collect all these materials and send them to the boss. I hope he can keep the agreement we made before. After a moment of silence, the leader hurriedly urged Julie and the others to move. Soon, the girls, carefully holding the gathered materials, arrived at the place where the leader of the Deathclaw had fallen. At this moment, this monster that had almost destroyed their adventure group not long ago had been dismembered into several pieces. Its valuable skin and fur had been skillfully removed. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, none of them would believe that the pile of bloody pieces on the ground was the monster that had trapped them in despair. Boss! Here are the materials from those wild monsters. And the reward we agreed upon. Julie cautiously dragged a pet backpack and approached the busy figure. Wang Chen took it, glanced at it, then tossed it into his space ring. Next, looking at the awestruck and respectful High Priestess Julie, a flicker of satisfaction crossed his face. The effect of this disguise mask was even stronger than he had imagined. He had met Julie outside Northern City and had talked before, but now, up close, the other party couldn't recognize him at all. With this, his chances of successfully carrying out his future plans increased a bit more. Boss? Julie shrank back awkwardly, her expression somewhat flustered. Oh? Wang Chen snapped back to his senses, his gaze awkwardly retreating from somewhere high. Damn height difference. Transaction completed, may we meet again. However, he couldn't be bothered to explain, leaving just a sentence, and then he floated away. To him, this was merely an episode. Rescuing the Holy Light Adventure Group was just a test of the disguise mask's ability to fool acquaintances. After he left, the four girls from the Holy Light Adventure Group felt a sense of loss, looking at each other in silence. 9 days later. In a valley. A gigantic beast, 6 meters long, floated in the sky, opening its mouth to spit out a blue dragon breath toward the ground. Boom! Where the dragon breath passed, one menacing monster after another was frozen into ice sculptures, then burst into countless fragments. Got it. Not far away, weary Wang Chen smiled upon seeing this scene. For 9 whole days, apart from setting aside 1 hour to rest, he either traveled or hunted wild monsters. Finally, today, the last red danger zone in his plan had been cleared. At the same time, Beast Pet, Ancient Overlord. Extreme Cold Dragon. Nickname, Ice Clear. Gender, female. Age, 2 months, youth stage. Level 80. Rank, Ancestral Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth, SSS. 4-dimensional attributes, Strength 4250, Wisdom 4250, Constitution 4250, Agility 4250. No buffs, equipment, or item bonuses. Skills, Frost Body, SSS, Extreme Cold Breath, SSS, Ice Hell, SSS, Dragon Might, SSS, Frost Rage, SSS. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Introduction, brief. Beast Pet, 9-tailed Celestial Fox. Nickname, Soft. Gender, female. Age, 1 month, youth stage. Level 80. Rank, Ancestral Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth, SSS. 4-dimensional attributes, Strength 4050, Wisdom 4750, Constitution 4050, Agility 4150. No buffs, equipment, or item bonuses. Skills, Illusory Body, SSS, Scarlet Eye, SSS, Bewitching Elves, SSS, Nine-Tailed World Destruction, SSS, Slave Mark, SSS. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Introduction, brief. He also achieved an early completion of his plan, raising Iceclear and Softs levels to 80, the current upper limit of their growth stage. Next, the infiltration plan can be carried out. Chapter 206 Skillful to the point of heartache. In the Wasteland. After collecting the spoils, Wang Chen stored a specially preserved wild monster corpse into his space ring. This was meant to be used as a sacrifice to water the wind messenger grass, to contact that unknown force. Now, it was the 15th day since he entered the wasteland. Thanks to his tireless efforts day and night, the two little guy's levels successfully increased to 80, bringing his current power to the limit of this stage. Name, Wang Chen. Occupation, Giant Beast Tamer. Level, 70. Talent, Love of all beasts, SSS, Beast Pet Fusion, God. Skills, Beast Mastery, S, Beast Revival Technique, B, Bloodline Identification, God, Contract Summon, B, Instant Sword, D, Windblade Technique, C, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, B, Beast Pet Enhancement, B, Crescent Moon Slash, A, Lightning Step, A, Charged Strike, A, Double Fist Quick Strike, A. Strength, 2405 plus 630 points. Wisdom, 2545 plus 100 points. Stamina, 2405 plus 450 points. Agility, 2525 plus 400 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unallocated skill points, 0 points. Without counting equipment bonuses, all individual attributes have surpassed the 2,400 point mark, with agility exceeding 2,500 points. This splendid attribute panel is already equivalent to a newly turned 4 transition professional. All set, just waiting for the right wind. As long as I successfully complete the 3rd transition task, the massive experience I've accumulated will be enough to elevate me directly to level 80. After closing the attribute panel, Wang Chen put Su Su and Bing Qing back into the beast pet space. Currently, Bing Qiang and Su Su have reached a bottleneck in strength. To continue leveling up, they must upgrade to the next growth stage. When both little ones reach level 80, he learned from the void the materials needed for Bing Qiang and Su Su to advance to their youth phase. Extreme Coal Ice Essence. Enchantment Gem. These two materials, Wang Chen had never even heard of, and their preciousness was evident. It is estimated that obtaining them will require a significant expenditure. Time to go. After a simple calculation of his current situation, Wang Chen put on a disguise mask and started moving towards the Bone Forest. Bone Forest. At the center. This is the place. Wang Chen looked at the wind-swaying windflower in front of him and waved his hand to take out the prepared monster corpses. Windflower, a special extraordinary plant, has 2 types, the seed body and the mother body. Watered with blood, it can make windflower emit a special signal. At this moment, if anyone else holds the mother body of the windflower, they can receive this signal at the same time. In monster gathering areas, especially where communication devices cannot be used, windflower is often used for contact. At this moment, the windflower in front of Wang Chen was a seed body, not even 2 feet tall, with 4 leaves. Splash! After drawing the knife and bleeding, the blood, smelling of iron, was all poured onto the windflower. Swish! The 4 leaves immediately unfurled, and as the blood was absorbed bit by bit, faint red veins appeared on the surface of the leaves. Buzz buzz buzz. When the entire windflower turned blood red, a weak wave of magical energy suddenly spread out. And in an instant, it radiated in all directions. At the same time, after the pulse appeared, one of the 4 leaves of the windflower suddenly fell off and was blown far away by the wind. As the leaf touched the ground, it melted away like water seeping into the earth. Before long, another windflower will grow here. Seeing this scene, a glimmer of wonder flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. This is the special growth method of the windflower. Each time it is watered with blood to send a message, it will split off a new plant. Next, I just have to wait. He curiously observed for a while, then quietly moved to the side to wait. Soon. Whoosh! Wang Chen's ears perked up, hearing a faint sound of wind breaking around him, along with a strange aura in his perception. Since you are here, why not show yourself openly? After waiting for a moment, seeing that the person did not come out, Wang Chen sneered. Whoosh! A sound of wind breaking rang out. A chilling cold gleam suddenly emerged from the shadows, attacking Wang Chen's neck at an extremely tricky angle. Ha! Seeing this, Wang Chen calmly raised one hand, as if swatting a fly, and waved to the left. Clang! The flying dark weapon was directly swatted away. At the same time, Wang Chen also saw the appearance of that dark weapon. A completely black dart, less than 2 feet long. You are too weak, if you want to test me. Let's change to another person. After doing all this, Wang Chen's expression showed no waves. In the shadows.
Seeing his ambush easily resolved, a figure lurking here couldn't help but narrow his pupils. Finally, someone worth my attention. But so arrogant, let me give you a little lesson. The lurker thought coldly in his heart, changing his crossbow in hand to a dagger, carefully moving towards Wang Chen's back. Soon, when he reached behind Wang Chen and saw the other party still had that defenseless look, a glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. So careless? Then I won't be polite with what's on you. The lurker suddenly jumped out, his dagger stabbing towards the target's back like a venomous snake. However, just as his dagger was about to hit, he found his target had disappeared. Your strength is nothing in my eyes, don't play these little tricks, or I won't mind getting some more spoils. Suddenly, a faint voice came from behind him. In the next second, a hand as heavy as a mountain pressed on his shoulder. This. The lurker's body stiffened, instantly drenched in cold sweat. Sir, don't misunderstand. This is all the organization's requirement. He directly threw away the dagger, raising his hands in surrender skillfully. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen raised an eyebrow. This guy knelt down so fast? He probably rehearsed it many times before. Don't do such little tricks next time. If I didn't see your use, you would have died just now. A hint of surprise flashed in his heart. Wang Chen waved his hand, sending the lurker flying. Then, he unceremoniously picked up the dagger on the ground and stored it in his space ring. Hiss. The lurker rubbed his neck, crawling up from the ground. Seeing this scene, his mouth twitched, feeling immense pain in his heart. Good fellow. Not only did he gain nothing, but also lost a piece of equipment. He wanted to ask for it back, but under Wang Chen's cold gaze, he immediately shuddered and quickly abandoned the thought. To easily dodge the attack, while appearing behind him unnoticed. This strength could easily crush him. Sir, I just wanted to make a little joke and let you sample this dagger. The lurker said with a flattering face. Chapter 207, Boss Battle. Ha! Hearing the lurker's words, Wang Chen sneered. I thought you wanted to test if your life was hard. He looked at the guy opposite him with interest, his tone somewhat teasing. This guy is rather interesting. With a strength of level 3, level 90, he is not bad among ordinary professionals, but he is so unrestrained, a real oddball. Hearing his words, the lurker suddenly didn't know how to respond. Test if life is hard? Just now, he used the detection technique and saw nothing but a question mark. According to the principles of detection, with his intelligence attribute, he could detect simple information of professionals not exceeding 30 levels below him. Seeing nothing means the other party is at least a level 120, a 4-turn professional. He was genuinely afraid that trying it would mean death. Sir, don't joke. I am Zhang San, sent by the organization to assist you. Zhang San chuckled and said obediently. Ha! Upon hearing this, Wang Chen glanced at him. This name sounded like a fake name. However, he didn't care to respond. What is the situation with the wild monster boss now? Walking to Zhang San's side, Wang Chen asked casually. Currently, 6 guilds of professionals and adventurer teams have entered, and basically, the minions of the Skeleton Lord have been eliminated. They are expected to start preparing to hunt the Skeleton Lord by the end of today. Sir, your timing is just right, the organization will begin to act tonight. Zhang San answered truthfully without hesitation. Hearing this, Wang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, the strength of the personnel sent by the professional guilds and adventurer teams is much stronger than that of ordinary professionals. After they went down, the speed of clearing monsters doubled. Let's go. Take me to meet the others. Night fell. In a desolate area shrouded in the aura of death. Creak. Creak. A 10-meter-tall skeleton frame, riding a tall skeletal warhorse, patrolled the entire area with a group of slightly smaller skeletons. This was the level 100 wild monster boss, the Skeleton Lord. And around this area, numerous professionals quietly lurked. They all wore black robes, surrounded by a chilling atmosphere, carefully observing the surrounding movements of the wind and grass. Among the crowd, Wang Chen also observed the surroundings very attentively. However, unlike others, his gaze spent most of the time focused on the Skeleton Lord in the back and its little minions. These people were bounty hunters gathered together because of some unknown force. Because of the black robes they wore, inscribed with a special magical array, they could blend perfectly with the skeleton frames, matching their aura. So even if patrolling skeletons walked past their hiding spots, they would only regard them as oddly behaving compatriots. Taking advantage of the others waiting for their prey to bite, Wang Chen quietly cast a probe spell on the Skeleton Lord. Monster, Skeleton Lord. Level, 100. Combat style, melee. Skills, soul impact, charge, strength enhancement, death side, resurrection of the dead. Type, boss. After taking in the Skeleton Lord's attribute information, a flicker of unusual light flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. This guy was quite powerful.
Don't be fooled by his level of only 100, his direct combat strength could absolutely rival that of a 4th transformation professional. Plus, with those small minions beside him, it formed an elite 4th transformation team. Taking him down would require quite an effort. I must think of a way to let these bounty hunters and the guild and adventurer teams fight first to attract the Skeleton Lord's attention. As he waited quietly, Wang Chen planned how to take advantage of the chaos. According to the bounty hunters' plan, they intended to strike after the adventurer teams and guilds fought. At that time, with the Skeleton Lord in front and bounty hunters behind, the adventurer teams and guild would definitely suffer heavy losses. From the bounty hunters' perspective, this plan was naturally excellent for them. But for Wang Chen, it added a layer of obstruction between him and the Skeleton Lord.
They are coming.
Just then, a rogue professional suddenly appeared from the shadows and spoke to everyone. Currently, 4 adventurer teams have arrived at the scene. Each of their leaders has the strength of a 4th transformation level 120, and other members are above level 100. The 2 teams sent by the guild have strengths similar to the adventurer teams. They are still dragging in the north, probably intending to wait for the adventurer teams to start fighting before swooping in to collect the spoils. After the rogue finished speaking, everyone present wore serious expressions, their eyes filled with excitement. We don't need to worry about the guild's teams, we wait for the 4 adventurer teams to fight the Skeleton Lord, then we will act. Among the bounty hunters, a big man with red embroidery on his black robe suddenly spoke. This big man was the strongest among the bounty hunters, at level 130.
Hearing his words, everyone nodded and hid their tracks even more cautiously.
And beside him, Wang Chen subtly distanced himself from these people. Then, he quietly released Su Su and gave her some instructions. Don't worry, master, I will complete the task perfectly. After hearing this, the little one excitedly dove into the nearby bushes.
Next. Wang Chen then sat back and waited with peace of mind. Soon,
4 well-equipped adventure groups appeared in his sight and began to advance towards the Skeleton Lord. The appearance of these uninvited guests instantly attracted the attention of the Skeleton Lord.
Roar, roar, roar. With a roar, numerous skeleton warriors surrounded the adventure groups. Boom, boom, boom.
The battle erupted in an instant. The meat shield stood in front to absorb damage, while the mages and ranged classes began to unleash their might.
Fireballs, magic missiles, explosive arrows.
One after another, attacks radiating impressive waves of energy cut down the rushing skeleton warriors like cutting wheat, leaving them in piles.
Soon,
with a tacit cooperation, the 4 adventure groups advanced over 100 meters, arriving not far from the bounty hunters' area.
Standing behind the bounty hunters, Wang Chen quietly watched the distant battle.
This was the first time he saw a professional team in battle.
He had to say,
there is strength in numbers, and with teammates' cooperation, those ranged classes dealt tons of damage. On a normal day, fighting against a single skeleton warrior would take a lot of time, but under concentrated fire, they fell apart instantly.
It's time to act.
Seeing that 3 adventure groups were about to enter the Skeleton Lord's attack range, Wang Chen gave an order to Su Su through the contract.
Chapter 208, Boss Battle, Part 2. Boom, boom, boom.
The dazzling firelight dispelled the darkness, as well-equipped professionals and skeleton warriors fiercely clashed together. The tank stood in front, while the warriors attacked from the side. At the same time, the mages and ranged classes poured out their skills madly, dealing tons of damage to the skeleton warriors.
Attention front row.
The skeleton warriors are being cleared out, and the skeleton elites guarding the Skeleton Lord have begun to move.
Check your status, don't let them break through. Priest, give buffs to the tank. Shouts rang out within the adventure group.
As the voice fell, dazzling holy light illuminated the team, followed by balls of energy filled with the breath of life, plunging into the front line. As soon as the energy balls entered their bodies, the frontline tanks shook with renewed vigor.
At the same time, roar, roar, roar.
Seeing his minions falling in droves, the Skeleton Lord roared in anger. Riding on a ghostly war horse, he pointed his lance at the adventure group.
Roar. The next second, those skeleton elites, who were twice the size of the skeleton warriors, charged wildly at the adventure group. Boom, boom, boom.
These behemoths towering at 5 meters tall created an incredibly terrifying momentum as they ran, shaking the stones on the ground into the air.
Boom.
In the blink of an eye, the skeleton elites collided with the frontline tanks of the adventure group. This directly halted the advancing adventure group.
Steel Guardian. Holy Light Shield. Rock Body. The tanks all activated their specialties, firmly blocking the skeleton elites.
Behind them, mages and other ranged classes silently began to chant powerful spells, ready to focus fire on the skeleton elites.
Woo woo woo.
However, at that moment, a roar suddenly erupted from behind the adventure group.
Then, buzz buzz buzz. With a violent surge of magic, a gigantic 9-tailed fox apparition appeared in the open space. Whoosh whoosh whoosh.
Before the members of the adventure group could grasp what was happening, the 9 giant tails of the fox suddenly slammed into a seemingly ordinary patch of grass.
Bang bang bang.
In an instant, the grass was covered by a storm of fox tails.
What's going on? Whose pet beast is this? Why isn't it following orders?
The commanders of the 4 adventure groups shouted in anger at this sight.
However, the next second,
they saw more than 10 figures in black robes burst out from the grass that was just blown away.
Damn! It's an ambush.
The commanders of the adventure groups instantly reacted. His face turned a deadly shade of pale. Pull back a few tanks from the front and shift the ranged classes to attack.
Wipe out these little rats.
As soon as the order was given, the formation of the adventurers immediately began to change.
Meanwhile, on the other side,
suddenly attacked, the bounty hunters looked confused as they scrambled to find cover from the assault.
Damn it! How did that beast companion accurately find our location? Quick, quick, organize a defense.
Amid the chaotic shouts, the adventurers' attack arrived.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
In an instant, 3 bounty hunters caught off guard were hit by ranged attacks, collapsing helplessly to the ground.
Charge! These guys can't muster much power for defense, start planning ahead.
Among the bounty hunters, a level 130 giant observed this scene, his expression dark as thunder. He waved out his weapon, calling others to launch an attack on the defensive line formed by the adventurers.
In an instant, chaos erupted.
At this moment, nobody noticed a figure stealthily retreating to the side among the bounty hunters.
Well done.
After reuniting with Susu, Wang Chen patted the little creature's head, then recalled her into the beast space. At the same time, while no one noticed him, he slipped off his black robe, quietly blending into the adventurer team.
Quick, the skeleton lord is rushing over here, we need 2 melee fighters up front to take the damage. You, yes you, what are you doing squeezing into the mages? Get to the front.
Caught between attacks from the front and back, the adventurer team appeared somewhat disorganized, and just as Wang Chen blended in, he was pushed to the front.
At this moment,
after over half of the 20 skeletal guards had fallen, the skeleton lord could no longer stand still.
Roar! It rode its ghostly warhorse, raising its lance, charging at the adventurer team.
Thud, thud, thud. With the ghostly warhorse included, the skeleton lord charged like a small mountain, towering over 10 meters high.
The raging momentum was incredibly terrifying. Tanks, be ready, we absolutely cannot let the skeleton lord break through.
Brothers, give it all you've got.
As long as we can stop the skeleton lord, your rewards will be increased a level when we go back. That puncher over there, can you stop hiding at the back?
Take down this boss, and you can swap for a pair of silver gloves when we get back. In an instant, the commander of the adventurer team shouted hoarsely, rallying their spirits.
Wang Chen, who had blended in, found himself in a bad spot. Crap!
You were the one who made me stand in the front. Wang Chen, wearing a small pair of gloves pretending to be a puncher, had a somewhat complicated expression. He never expected to blend in so easily, and even more so to be placed at the front. Ice Clear, remember to seize the opportunity and land the final blow on the skeleton lord. Through their bond, Wang Chen instructed Ice Clear, and with a wave of his hand, a small blue figure disappeared into the nearby bushes.
Brothers, get ready!
At that moment, the fiercely charging skeleton lord approached.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Instantly, the 2 shield warriors standing at the front raised their gigantic shields to meet the charge. However, the next moment, these 2 shield warriors, along with their shields, were sent flying. But at this moment, the charging speed of the skeleton lord slowed down, and Wang Chen along with the melee fighters rushed up.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Several attacks landed directly on the skeleton lord, forcing it to a standstill.
Boom! And in the crowd, Wang Chen seized the opportunity, throwing a punch at the ghostly warhorse beneath the skeleton lord. A charged strike. The skill he had prepared surged forth instantly, his fist heavily striking the foreleg of the skeleton warhorse.
Thud, thud, thud. The explosive power erupted, and the ghostly warhorse, forced to a halt, instinctively stepped back a few paces under the tremendous force.
Well done. I never expected your skill as a puncher to be this strong.
The matter of switching to the silver-level boxing gloves is settled. Seeing this scene, the commander of the adventure group lit up, and the melee fighters nearby were also invigorated.
Brothers, stand shoulder to shoulder.
The skeleton lord can't pick up speed, it's just a target for the ranged classes.
Hold it down. Chapter 209, Boss Battle, 3. Boom. Boom. Boom.
After the frontline warriors and tanks held the line against the skeleton lord, the skills in the hands of the ranged classes at the back were also ready.
In an instant. Flaming fireballs, magic missiles, multiple arrows. Wave after wave of attacks fell on the skeleton lord like rain. Boom! Boom! Boom!
The explosive aftermath surged like a tidal wave, pushing back the warriors and tanks at the front who had no choice but to stagger back a few steps, bending their bodies to resist the shockwave. And on the other side, the skeleton lord, which had taken all these attacks, looked even worse. Cracks appeared on its hardened skeleton, and even the ghostly warhorse beneath it looked less majestic than before. As expected of a team formed by fourth-turn classes, this wave of attack is simply astonishingly powerful. Seeing the dreadful state of the skeleton lord, Wang Chen, peering out from behind a tank's shield, flashed a look of amazement. Back in the Tower of Heaven, he had already felt the formidable combat power of a team formed by classes. But at that time, it was just him, Bing Qing, and Susu handling it, and he had no frame of reference, only knowing it was strong. But now, with the skeleton lord as a reference, he deeply appreciated the power of teamwork. If he had been the target of this wave of furious attacks, he probably would have been gravely injured or dead. It's almost time. No matter how strong the skeleton lord is, it's just a level 100 boss, and against so many fourth-turn classes, it can't hold out for long. After another round of concentrated fire, it will probably be done for. Wang Chen silently pondered, giving a command to Bing Qing through the contract to be ready to act at any moment, while quietly looking for an opportunity. At the same time, roar! 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 After a round of bombardment, the skeleton lord roared madly, the green flames in its hollow eye sockets burning even more fiercely. Damn, humans, I will tear you to shreds. The skeleton lord's jaw clanked as its hoarse voice echoed throughout the arena. As soon as the words fell, a fierce wind suddenly swept through the entire area, and everyone felt a surge of danger within their hearts. Everyone, be careful. The boss is about to unleash a big move. The front line, hold it back, mages and archers, hurry up and attack, interrupt its skills. The adventure group's commander shouted loudly, rallying all the frontline classes to step up once more. At the same time, the ranged classes in the back also waved their staffs or drew their bowstrings, launching attacks at the skeleton lord. And at that moment, the skeleton lord's ultimate move was also ready. Soul shock. Roar. 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 The skeleton lord's jaw opened and closed, and an invisible sound wave instantly enveloped the entire area. In the next moment, the sound wave violently rolled, creating layers of white airwaves in the atmosphere. Boom. 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 A massive shockwave surged towards the adventure group, its terrifying momentum like an avalanche. Ah. Put. Hiss. The frontline warriors and tanks, who were at the forefront, instantly had their formation thrown into chaos, with many turning pale and spitting out blood. Thud thud thud. At the same time, the skeleton lord, having torn through the frontline formation with its skill, urged its ghostly warhorse, raising its lance to charge. Clop clop. Like the sound of thunder, the skeleton lord quickly reached the front line, sweeping out with its lance. Front line, hold your ground. Brothers, don't let it break through the team. Seeing this scene, the adventure group commander remained calm in the face of danger, urging the frontline classes to take the damage while also directing the mages and archers in the rear to suppress the skeleton lord, simultaneously casting support skills for his teammates. Ah! Though everyone reacted quickly, the skeleton lord was even faster. Two tank professionals, the first ones to charge, were directly knocked away, along with their shields, in front of the oncoming cavalry. Bang bang bang! However, at that moment, the long-range attacks from the back also struck the skeleton lord simultaneously. Crackle crackle. Electric sparks flickered, and flames soared into the sky. The skeleton lord was forced to a halt again, the cracks on its dark skeletal body growing larger, with some shattered bones falling to the ground. Hurry! Hold the formation steady. The skeleton lord is already on its last legs. One more round of concentrated fire, and our goal will be achieved. Seeing this scene, the commander of the adventurer team felt immense joy and shouted loudly to inspire everyone. However, just then, buzz buzz buzz. From the hollow eye sockets of the skeleton lord, a greenish flame of soul suddenly surged, making its massive head glow a haunting green. Immediately after, a chilling aura gathered around the skeleton lord, and in the blink of an eye, a giant scythe formed above it. The scythe was 10 meters long, emitting a coldness that seemed capable of freezing souls. The Grim Reaper's scythe. Damn! The skeleton lord is about to use a skill, the front line, hold the formation and retreat. This is the boss's final struggle. As long as we survive this wave, we win. Feeling the chilling pressure from the giant scythe, the entire adventurer group instantly fell into chaos. Especially the frontline warriors and tanks, upon hearing the commander's words, they cursed in their hearts. The might of this giant scythe was more than 1.5 times stronger than the momentum of the skeleton lord's previous charge. What could they use to withstand it? Their lives. Despite their complaints, the long-standing camaraderie kept the frontline tanks and warriors from breaking formation. As for Wang Chen, after sensing the terrifying pressure of the Grim Reaper's scythe, he directly hid behind a tank holding a giant shield.
Boom boom. The solidified giant scythe fell, creating visible shockwaves in the air.
The frontline professionals quickly activated their skills or raised their defensive gear to resist the Grim Reaper's scythe attack. But the power of the scythe was incredibly fierce, and the frontline professionals were sent flying like powerless insects against a car. In the blink of an eye, the mages and archers at the back of the adventurer group were exposed to the skeleton lord. Then, the sweeping Grim Reaper's scythe came to a steady stop in the air and then changed direction. Holy crap! This boss's skill has a second stage change. Mages, quickly cast shields. Everyone spread out. Seeing this scene, the normally calm commander of the adventurer group couldn't help but speak urgently. However, just then, a low shout suddenly rang out, and then the ground exploded with dirt as a wildly charging figure rushed toward the skeleton lord.
It was Wang Chen. Bro, the fist fighter, you are awesome. You pushed back the skeleton lord. I'll give you great credit when I get back. Your rewards for this mission will be doubled. Seeing this scene, the commander was overjoyed. Chapter 210, Mission completed. In the desolate land.
When the Grim Reaper's scythe swept by, Wang Chen quickly ran behind one of the tanks. He used the tank's shield and tall body as a barrier. However, seeing others being blasted away by the Grim Reaper's scythe, he realized that the tank he used as a shield wouldn't withstand this attack either. So, in a flash, he didn't hesitate to drop to the ground. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Grim Reaper's scythe passed over his body, and the whirlwind it created buried him in dust. But at that moment, a glimmer of light shone in Wang Chen's eyes.
After the Grim Reaper's scythe, the skeleton lord's chest was now wide open. An opportunity has come. With no hesitation, Wang Chen burst forth like a cannonball, instantly reaching the front of the skeleton lord. Suddenly, a fist was thrown out. A powerful strike. Bang! A loud collision sound echoed. The fist, infused with great strength, directly halted the forward momentum of the skeleton lord. Then, rapid punches. Wang Chen did not stop the attack. His fists continued to hit the skeleton lord's chest like a storm. Bang bang bang. In an instant, the dull sounds of collision kept ringing, shattered bones flying off the skeleton lord's chest. Damn! Is this brother so fierce? When did such a powerful fist master join the team? Witnessing this scene, the adventure team commander was dumbfounded, his face filled with joy. Just a moment ago, he was thrilled because the skeleton lord's charge was stopped, but now, who is this suddenly appearing guy? In the adventure team, there were definitely no such powerful fist masters. And not just him, everyone else in the adventure team, after surviving the crisis, was also stunned. At that moment, crack! With the last punch, the skeleton lord's tough bones shattered with a loud bang. His massive body was sent flying, both man and horse, under the tremendous force accumulated from the punches. Ha! Wang Chen heavily exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, feeling as if his arms were no longer his own. Finally, it's almost over. Gathering his spirits, he looked at the flying skeleton lord. At this moment, the skeleton lord looked extremely disheveled, a huge hole appeared in his chest, and the emerald green soul flame in his eye sockets flickered weakly like a candle in the wind. All of this indicated that the skeleton lord was at his last moments. The rest is up to Ice Clear. Wang Chen thought silently, taking a step, his whole being quickly dashed to the side, disappearing into the darkness in the blink of an eye. What the hell? Is this brother acting bravely? He endured the boss's most powerful counterattack but chose to retreat? Seeing this scene, the adventure team members were even more dumbfounded. Even a fool could see that the skeleton lord was already at the end of his rope. A quick strike would finish him off. Quick quick quick! Ranged professions, activate your skills now. Quickly defeat the skeleton lord to avoid any long nightmares. The commander of the adventure team was the first to come to his senses, quickly giving orders. The boss's final blow was right in front of them. He could no longer ponder the intentions of the profession that mixed into the team. Hearing his words, the adventure team members perked up, swinging their weapons and getting ready for their skills. However, at that moment, roar! A vast roar suddenly echoed, and the next second, a massive blue creature flew out of the darkness. A dragon? Damn, how can there be a dragon in the wasteland? What the hell is going on? Seeing this scene, the adventure team members preparing their skills were once again dumbfounded. Boom! At this moment, Ice Clear, who remembered the master's instructions, was not polite with them. Its fierce mouth opened, and a blue breath instantly covered the skeleton lord. Boom! The moment the blue breath hit, the skeleton lord and its ghostly warhorse were frozen, then exploded into countless pieces. Roar!
Ice Clear let out a roar, its wings sweeping down fiercely, and two massive dragon claws grabbed a shining diamond-like item from the remains of the skeleton lord, then it soared past, disappearing into the sky.
Damn! Did we just get robbed of the boss by a dragon? Is there no justice? Has a glorious dragon really done this?
In an instant, the adventure team members regained their senses, pounding their chests in disbelief.
Being robbed of the final blow by a dragon and having the boss's loot taken away. This kind of thing sounds absolutely absurd. Damn it! It must be that group of rats causing trouble. Everyone, turn around, quickly. Leave all those guys to me.
The commander of the adventure team gritted his teeth, looking coldly at the bounty hunters who were peeking out of hiding.
Damn it! The bounty hunters, immersed in the battle, weren't feeling good at all.
Their goal was to crush these four adventure teams through a pincer attack on the skeleton lord. Then, they would turn around and kill the skeleton lord.
But now,
after being inexplicably discovered, everything began to deviate from their expectations. The skeleton lord was dead. But the four adventure teams still retained most of their strength.
Brothers! The wind is tight. Pull hard. Retreat, retreat, retreat.
A big man among the bounty hunters shouted, taking a hit from the enemy and using the recoil force to escape in a panic.
Seeing this, other bounty hunters couldn't care about anything else and quickly abandoned their opponents to flee. And behind them, how could the adventure team let them escape easily? Each one chased madly with bloodshot eyes. Who? This should be far enough.
In a mountain hollow 5 miles away from the chaotic area, Wang Chen stopped, gasping for breath, and found a spot with no wind to sit down.
Who?
After exhaling a few breaths of foul air, he looked at the back of his hand with shining eyes.
The dark black pattern of the divine stone was now shining brightly. That little guy, Ice Chang, did well.
Thinking with joy in his heart, Wang Chen's mind covered the divine stone pattern.
Ding!
Congratulations, the practitioner has successfully completed the third transfer task.
Will the task be submitted now? Yes/no.
At that moment, a line of text flashed before Wang Chen's eyes.
Yes.
Without hesitation, he directly chose to submit the task immediately.
Task submitted successfully. The silver body is about to be constructed for the practitioner. Buzzing.
In an instant, the surface of the divine stone pattern shimmered, and a profound energy surged out, enveloping Wang Chen's entire body in the blink of an eye.
Chapter 211, Strong Improvement. Boom! The silver body is about to be constructed for the transfigure.
When this line of text disappeared before his eyes, Wang Chen felt as if a thunderous explosion occurred in his mind.
The next second,
he felt his consciousness break through a barrier, infinitely rising, directly detaching from his body.
Is this the change of the third transfer?
At this moment, Wang Chen's state was quite marvelous. His consciousness seemed to float in the outside world, clearly seeing his tightly closed body, yet he could also sense the changes within it. Mysterious power surged through his body, wherever it passed, whether in muscles, bones, internal organs, or even deeper cells, all were rejoicing and cheering.
Strengthening, and further strengthening. Towards a higher level transformation. This kind of improvement was completely different from upgrading attribute points. It felt more like a leap in the essence of life.
Muscle fibers grew thicker, capable of withstanding stronger power. Bone structure became denser, with a faint silvery sheen, as hard as metal.
Silver body? No wonder everyone says the third transfer is a crucial transformation for practitioners.
Feeling the changes in his body, joyful emotions arose in Wang Chen's mind. From today onward, he would completely step out of the novice stage and officially enter the realm of elite practitioners.
Buzzing.
This change may sound slow, but it was nearly completed in an instant.
Whoosh.
Soon, a pulling force emerged, and Wang Chen's consciousness returned to his body.
Hiss. In an instant, sensing the surging power within him, like an impending volcanic eruption, Wang Chen couldn't help but let out a groan.
This powerful force intoxicated him.
At this moment,
he felt that even a small mountain could be shattered with a single punch, filled with a desire to destroy something.
However, Wang Chen quickly restrained his emotions, burying the thought of destruction deep in his heart. This is just a false sense brought about by rapid power enhancement. Silver body construction completed. Giant Beast Tamer, second transition, Giant Beast Tamer, third transition,
Congratulations, you have learned the exclusive skill of Beast Tamer, damage transfer. Congratulations on obtaining a new Beast Pet contract slot, current February 3rd. Lines of text emerged again on the divine stone pattern, then vanished on the back of Wang Chen's hand.
Immediately after,
Wang Chen noticed that a certain barrier that had been binding him had disappeared.
Finally, I can continue leveling up.
Feeling the changes in his body, a smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. From now on, his level could continue to rise. The vast experience points accumulated recently finally had a place to be used. Moreover, what excited him recently was the newly added beast pet slot. This meant he would soon receive the attribute boost of a third beast pet. His own strength would grow stronger like a snowball. Starting today, the terror of the giant beast tamer profession would fully manifest in him. I wonder how much progress the beast pet shop in the capital has made on my request. After leaving the wasteland, I will first go to the capital to take a look. Young Jean White Tiger, I can't wait to combine this little guy. Excitedly thinking to himself, Wang Chen checked the newly acquired exclusive skill of the Beast Tamer. Damage transfer. After casting, within 10 minutes, 1% of the damage received by you will be transferred to your beast pet. This skill is one of the exclusive skills of the Beast Tamer, which will inevitably be obtained after the third transition, and can greatly enhance the survival ability of the Beast Tamer. After all, compared to beast pets, the Beast Tamer's own body is too fragile. An attack with the same damage might only scratch a pet, but it could seriously injure the Beast Tamer. However, the initial level of the damage transfer skill only transfers 1% damage, which is rather mediocre for the Beast Tamer. Only after elevating the skill level to a higher stage can the terrifying aspects of this skill be revealed. In the materials Wang Chen had reviewed, the skill damage transfer could reach a damage transfer rate of 10% when raised to the highest level, which is quite impressive. But, this is for other ordinary beast tamers. In Wang Chen's hands, this skill would become even more powerful. With the SSS level talent, the affection of all beasts, all his exclusive skill effects would be enhanced tenfold. The initial level of the damage transfer skill, when used, would achieve an effect of 10% in his case. If elevated to the highest level, this transfer rate could even increase to 100%. In other words, once the highest level of damage transfer is activated, during the skill duration, any damage he receives will be transferred to his beast pet. This can be called a life-saving technique. It seems that most of the skill points I gain from leveling up next will have to be allocated to damage transfer. Thinking silently in his heart, Wang Chen opened his attribute panel. Name, Wang Chen. Profession, Giant Beast Tamer. Level 80. Talent, the affection of all beasts, SSS, Beast Pet Fusion, Divine. Skills, Beast Tamer Skill, S, Beast Revitalization Skill, B, Bloodline Identification Skill, Divine, Contract Summoning, B, Damage Transfer, A, Instant Sword, D, Windblade Technique, C, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, B, Beast Pet Amplification Skill, B, Crescent Moon Slash, A, Lightning Step, A, Charged Strike, A, Double Punch Quick Strike, A, Strength, 2905 plus 630 points. Wisdom, 3045 plus 100 points. Physique, 2905 plus 450 points. Agility, 3025 plus 400 points. Unallocated attribute points, 200 points. Unallocated skill points, 200 points. Hiss. Although he had prepared for it, seeing the dazzling data on the panel, Wang Chen couldn't help but gasp. Constructing the silver body allowed him to increase all attributes by 500 points. This enhancement cannot be considered small. According to the information Wang Chen had seen online, his current four-dimensional attribute values were already comparable to those of a second transition, level 110 professional. And his four-dimensional attributes had no weaknesses, each one comparable to the main attributes of a level 110 class changer. In other words, he could compare his strength with a level 110 warrior, his speed with a level 110 assassin, even. When he picked up the magic wand, he could instantly transform into a cannon mage, competing with those magic class professionals. This boost is truly incredible. The accumulated experience has allowed me to jump straight to level 80. Now, if I challenge the Tower of Heaven, I might drop countless jaws. Feeling delight in his heart, Wang Chen's gaze fell on the free attribute points and free skill points. Chapter 212, Diamond Treasure Chest. When a professional reached the third transition, aside from the power boost gained from constructing a silver body, there was the biggest upgrade. That is, for every level gained, the number of free attribute points and free skill points directly doubled. Before the third transition, Wang Chen could only earn 10 free attribute points and 10 free skill points for each level gained, but now, from level 70 to 80, he gained 200 free attribute points and 200 free skill points respectively. By equally distributing the free attribute points, his attribute panel information became dazzling once again. Name, Wang Chen. Profession, Giant Beast Master. Level 80. Talent, Affection of all beasts, SSS, Beast Fusion, Divine. Skills, Beast Mastery, S, Gentle Beast Renewal, B, Bloodline Identification, Divine, Contract Summon, B, Damage Transfer, A, Swift Sword, D, Windblade Technique, C, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, B, Beast Amplification Technique, B, Crescent Moon Slash, A, Lightning Step, A, Charged Strike, A, Double Fist Quick Strike, A. Strength, 2955 plus 630 points. Wisdom, 3095 plus 100 points.
Physique, 2,955 plus 450 points. Agility, 3,075 plus 400 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unallocated skill points, 100 points. For the free skill points, Wang Chen put 100 points into the new skill Damage Transfer. Damage Transfer, LV1 after casting, for 10 minutes, 20% of the damage taken by oneself will be transferred to the summoned beast. A-level skills require doubling the number of skill points for each level gained. As for the remaining 100 skill points, Wang Chen had no plans to use them for now. He intended to wait until he had enough for 200 points to upgrade Damage Transfer to level 2. By that time, under the talent bonus, the damage transfer ratio would reach 40%, and the effect would be quite considerable. This time in the wasteland, all the goals have been achieved. Next, when that little guy Bingqing comes back, it's time for me to prepare to leave here. I wonder what treasures this little guy will bring me. After finishing his points allocation, Wang Chen leaned against the rock wall, feeling a bit expectant. Just now, through the Beast Mastery contract, Bingqing had informed him that she found a big treasure. Soon. Woo woo. Master, quickly look at the big treasure I brought back for you. Suddenly, Wang Chen heard Bingqing's excited voice in his ear. He turned his head to look. He saw the little creature, having exited battle mode, flapping her wings, gripping a box larger than herself with her dragon claws, flying quickly. Diamond treasure chest? From the first glance after turning, Wang Chen's sight fell on the box that emitted a diamond luster. Wow! No wonder the little one had been so mysterious, she actually brought back such a big surprise. A diamond treasure chest can guarantee the opening of diamond-grade equipment, items, or materials and skill books of equal value. Today is truly lucky. The boss was robbed, and everything dropped was also taken. Those who were eyeing the boss must be going crazy now. A level 100 wild boss, the Skeleton Lord, was extraordinarily powerful. If it weren't for those 4 adventure teams, it would have been a fantasy for Wang Chen to handle it alone before the transition. Thinking about those who lost both their lady and their troops, his mood became quite complicated. Master, quickly see what good stuff we can get from this box. Bingqing placed the box on the ground, eagerly jumping into Wang Chen's arms. Will there be delicious food inside? Little Susu curiously ran to the diamond treasure chest, her 9 tails shaking continually. How could there be food? Susu, don't say such nonsense. Hearing Susu's words, Wang Chen rubbed her head with annoyance. This is a diamond treasure chest. If it really opens to food, Wang Chen felt he would probably earn the title of the unluckiest practitioner in Blue Star. I'm going to open it. Next is the moment to witness a miracle. He silently chanted in his heart and stretched out his hand to pat the diamond treasure chest. The next second. Buzzing. The diamond treasure chest opened directly, and 3 dazzling beams of diamond light burst forth. 1, 2, 3. Ha, let's see who dares to say I'm unlucky anymore. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen laughed excitedly for a moment. Monsters drop treasure chests with a guaranteed minimum of 1 item and a maximum of 3 items. The chance of getting 3 items is lower than winning the first prize in a lottery. Before opening the chest, Wang Chen was only hoping to get 2 items. 3? He didn't even dare to think about it. But unexpectedly, he really won this time. Without hesitation, he directly took the 3 items into his hands and carefully examined them. These 3 items were 2 pieces of equipment and 1 magical material. The equipment was a 3-meter-long spear and a necklace emitting a faint glow. As Wang Chen took out the appraisal scroll, the attributes of these 2 pieces of equipment appeared before his eyes. Equipment, Lord Spear. Type, Weapon. Grade, Diamond. Level requirement, Level 100. Attribute, Strength plus 500, Agility plus 500. Enchanted effects, 1. Increases movement speed by 20%. 2. Increases health recovery speed by 10%. 3. Fearless Charge, an active skill that comes with the equipment, requiring activation by the user. Once activated, for the next 3 seconds, the damage dealt by the user with the Knight's Spear is increased by 100%. Equipment, Bone Necklace. Type, Accessory. Grade, Diamond. Level requirement, Level 100. Attribute, Intelligence plus 500. Enchanted effects, 1. Increases the power of your magical skills by 20%. 2. Increases the casting speed of your magical skills by 20%. 3. Bone Barrier, an active skill that comes with the equipment, passively activates when the user is attacked, summoning a bone barrier to protect the user. All have 3 special effects? Seeing the attributes of these 2 pieces of equipment, Wang Chen was taken aback. Is my luck too good? The Lord's Spear and the Bone Necklace are definitely top-notch among diamond-grade equipment, having basically reached the limits of diamond-level equipment. If sold, they could easily fetch several 100 million gold coins. The Lord's Spear is of no use to me.
this equipment can only exert its maximum power in the hands of a knight class. Later, I'll go to the capital city and find an auction house to sell it and recover some gold. As for the bone necklace, this piece of equipment can serve as a replacement for me later. Thinking silently in his heart, Wang Chen put away the two pieces of equipment and looked at the last item.
Chapter 213, My conscience feels uneasy. The three items were a blazing emerald green flame.
But strangely, this flame had no scorching feeling at all, instead, it emitted a chilling aura. Flame of the Lord, the soul flame of the skeleton lord, a top-tier material for death type, can be used for the promotion of death type beings.
Oh?
Seeing the information of this item, a hint of surprise flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. Its value was hard to estimate.
In Blue Star, death type professions are forbidden.
Any practitioner who changes to a death type profession would be controlled by various nations from the start, always under surveillance. Thus, it's nearly impossible to see death type practitioners in everyday life. Of course, this does not mean that the outcomes of death type practitioners are very tragic.
Except for their limited actions, their days are even more carefree than 99% of professionals.
These guys, a small part collaborate with major forces for research, while the majority are active on the battlefield, stirring up a disaster of the undead to resist the myriad races of the heavens. This magical material is very useful for death-related professionals, but if I want to sell it, it will probably take some time. Thinking this, Wang Chen put the flame of the Lord into his space ring. He planned to throw this magical material and the Lord's spear into the auction house when he arrived in the capital city. It's time to leave. After calculating his gains, Wang Chen called Iceclear and Soft to him, intending to leave this place. The next period of time will surely be very chaotic in the wasteland. Those adventure teams and guild forces that were robbed of monsters will likely search every corner of the earth to find the mastermind behind it. So, even though the wasteland can provide quite a bit of experience, he didn't plan to stay any longer. Iceclear had already made an appearance when robbing the boss. That splendid appearance must have attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives.
He certainly did not want to be chased by countless people in the wasteland. However, whoa! Master, someone is coming. It seems to be that tall guy.
At this moment, Iceclear suddenly looked into the distance, her little face showing confusion as she spoke.
The tall guy? Hearing this, Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback.
Since entering the wasteland, it seemed that the only person Iceclear described with such a term was that level 130, 4th turn bounty hunter named Li Si.
How did this guy escape from the angry adventure team's attack? For a time, Wang Chen felt a bit puzzled. After being robbed of monsters, those adventurers would act like ignited barrels of gunpowder, definitely going all out against the bounty hunters. Given the disparity in strength between the two sides, the hope of the bounty hunters escaping from their hands was extremely slim. Especially the big man, this 4th turn level 130, who was the most watched. Master, he's coming in this direction. He's already very close. Seeing Wang Chen silent, Iceclear reminded him once again. But his condition isn't good, he seems to be seriously injured? Injured?
Upon hearing Iceclear's words, Wang Chen rubbed his nose, a strange light flashing in his eyes.
This seems like a good opportunity. You two go back to the beast pet space first and wait for my summons.
After putting the two little creatures back into the beast pet space, Wang Chen put on his black robe. Then, he leaned against the rock wall, pretending to rest his eyes while his perception extended outwards. Soon, he discovered a figure was quickly approaching.
Very quickly. Click. A faint sound of footsteps echoed. Who?
Having already noticed the visitor, Wang Chen pretended to be suddenly startled and shouted.
It's me. I didn't expect you to escape too, brother.
The next second, a rough voice came from the shadow of the mountain hollow, and then a pale-faced big man walked out. It was indeed the guy who had previously led the bounty hunters to ambush the adventure team. However, compared to the spirited appearance when they first met, Li Si now looked extremely disheveled, his face pale and blood at the corner of his mouth. His black robe was ragged, soaked in blood, and there were several visible penetrating wounds.
Big brotherly? Seeing this person, Wang Chen showed a surprised expression on his face. You also managed to escape, that's great. I'm okay. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Li Si's expression became somewhat awkward. Cough cough. He coughed a few times, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. You brat are quite lucky, so many who were stronger than you, all died under the adventure team's attack. Finding a clean spot to sit down, Li Si looked at Wang Chen with a strange gaze. He. Wang Chen pretended to smile shyly. After being discovered by the adventurer team, I stood in the back, saw the situation was bad, and just ran away. Ha! Hearing this, Li Si curled his lips, his expression slightly disdainful. However, he didn't show it and instead laughed heartily and said, Brother, you are indeed wise, you saw the situation was bad early on. Unlike me, I was fooled by those guys. By the way, brother.
While speaking, Li Si paused and then pretended to be indifferent as he said,
"Do you have any large recovery potions? Sell me one." "Big brotherly, what are you talking about? Between brothers, talking about money is too vulgar." Hearing this, Wang Chen pretended to be dissatisfied and stressed his tone.
"Brother, I'm still planning to make money with you next time, take this recovery potion."
"Is one bottle enough?"
While speaking, Wang Chen took out a bottle of recovery potion.
He planned to take this opportunity to get closer to Li Si. However, "One bottle is enough, just throw it over."
As he took a step forward, Li Si said cautiously. Even though they had just participated in the action together, there was no real friendship between them. He didn't want to be approached in such a situation.
Moreover,
if it weren't for running out of supplies, Li Si didn't even plan to show up earlier.
"All right."
Seeing this, Wang Chen directly threw the recovery potion over. "The recovery potion is hard currency between us, big brother, I won't take advantage of you, this silver equipment is enough to exchange for it."
Confirming the recovery potion was fine, Li Si threw out a dagger. "No." Wang Chen's face turned angry upon seeing this.
Half of it was real anger, and half was pretense.
"A mere piece of silver equipment, is this treating a beggar?"
"Big brotherly, you're wrong this way." Without picking up the dagger on the ground, Wang Chen looked at Li Si with a face full of indignation.
"Brother still wants to follow you to make money in the future, what's just a bottle of recovery potion worth? Quickly take it back, if you do this, my conscience won't allow it." In the mountain hollow, Li Si looked at the indignant Wang Chen and was directly speechless. "Conscience? Brother!
You are a bounty hunter who kills without blinking and has done many evils.
You talk to me about conscience?" A look of shock flashed by, and Li Si instantly became cautious. "Brother Wang Wu, what exactly is your intention?" Looking at Wang Chen, Li Si asked coldly.
Seeing this scene, Wang Chen blinked.
"Oh no. Overacting. Ha ha."
"Big brotherly, your insight is indeed keen, nothing can escape your eyes."
Wang Chen laughed and took a few steps back, sitting down on the ground. "Little brother is just a bit confused. In our mission, didn't they say there was a 5-turn expert hiding in the dark? Why didn't this 5-turn expert take action when we were surrounded by the adventurer team?"
He had learned from Zhou Qing that there was an unknown force behind the Skeleton Lord, with 5-turn professionals entering the wasteland. Later, when mixed into the bounty hunter group, Li Si had also patted his chest to guarantee that if the situation became dire, the 5-turn professionals would come to help. But the result? The bounty hunters were beaten to pieces by the adventurer team, suffering heavy casualties.
Not even a trace of the 5-turn professionals was seen.
So now, when it comes down to it, Wang Chen's tone had already started to pretend to be impatient.
This.
Hearing his words, Li Si's eyes flashed with realization, and then his expression became somewhat subtle. This is not because that esteemed person didn't take action, but that he was stopped by someone. When we started to fight, he intended to join us, but was watched by those 2 observing guild teams. Although he is 5-turn, he couldn't spare any effort to support us when facing 2 full 4-turn teams.
Li Si casually explained.
While speaking, he verified the safety of the recovery potion and directly gulped it down.
"Who?"
Feeling the life energy healing his wounds, Li Si let out a breath of foul air. Having endured the skills of 2 equally matched adventurers and trekked a long distance to get here, his own strength was nearly gone. Now, as the injuries within his body were being continuously healed, even though he was filled with pain, it gave him a sense of safety once again.
However,
what Li Si didn't notice was that after he drank the recovery potion, a strange glint flashed in Wang Chen's eyes.
"He drank the recovery potion I spiced up, he's stable now." Wang Chen thought wickedly in his heart, pulling Li Si into a conversation while waiting for the potion to take effect. After a moment,
when Wang Chen asked about contacting other bounty hunters, Li Si finally sensed something was off.
"Wang Wu, who the hell are you? You've blended into this wasteland for so long, you can't possibly not know how to contact others."
Li Si looked at Wang Chen with icy eyes, one hand already gripping his weapon.
It was as if he would slay Wang Chen on the spot if he didn't answer correctly. "Heh." Hearing his words, Wang Chen let out a cold laugh and didn't answer Li Si's question, instead responding with something unrelated. "The timing should be about right." "What?" Li Si was taken aback, his gaze instantly turning icy cold. However, he did not panic, the effect of the recovery potion was very strong, and now his strength had recovered by half, filling him with confidence that he could deal with the man across from him. Yet, just as he tightened his grip on the weapon, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. "Something's wrong. Am I poisoned?"
Panic flashed across Li Si's face as he looked at Wang Chen with disbelief in his eyes. He had personally checked the recovery potion, it definitely had no toxic properties.
"How did he get poisoned?" "Congratulations, you guessed it right. Seeing his plan succeed, Wang Chen stood up with a cheerful smile. Impossible. The poison detection technique showed no reaction to the recovery potion. How did you poison me?
The cramping in his abdomen grew more intense, and Li Si stood upright, suppressing the pain, incredulously speaking. In the midst of speaking, he quietly took out a bottle of detoxification potion, preparing to drink it when Wang Chen didn't notice.
However, Wang Chen didn't care at all about Li Si's little trick. Who told you I poisoned you?
What I gave you is just a recovery potion, harmless and without toxins. I just added a tiny bit of laxative in case your absorption wasn't good.
Looking at Li Si, Wang Chen said with a grin. What?
Upon hearing his words, Li Si felt a tightening at his backside, as an unstoppable force surged wildly through him.
You? The most instinctive reaction of a human, even a seasoned professional, couldn't escape the norm.
Li Si squeezed his legs together, balancing against his weapon to keep from collapsing. Seeing he had reached his limit, Wang Chen did not hesitate any longer, worried that Li Si might really become a projectile warrior and dirty his eyes.
Want the antidote?
He suddenly spoke up.
Give it to me.
I'll trade you with my spatial equipment. Li Si gritted his teeth, looking at Wang Chen with hopeful eyes.
However,
at that moment, what he saw was not that ordinary face, but a pair of peach blossom pink eyes.
Crimson eyes. Buzzing. Almost instantaneously, Li Si's consciousness fell into a daze. The next second. Whoosh! Wang Chen moved.
Swish, swish. Just 2 swords, and he severed Li Si's head and arms. Then, taking advantage of the fact that the torrent had not yet burst, he quickly left the original place with 2 trophies.
Soon after he left,
a foul odor attracted the monsters lurking in the desolate plains, and a few dark wolves had a little feast at night.
Who? I'm back. At dawn, a weary Wang Chen appeared outside the checkpoint of North Wind City. At that moment,
the square, once filled with noise when he first arrived, was now silent, with only the guards stationed at the checkpoint. Please show your pass, go over there to register. The guard raised a hand and pointed to the registration desk beside the checkpoint.
Wang Chen handed over the data terminal in his hand.
Sir, I killed the bounty hunter in the wasteland.
Where should I go to claim the bounty?
Taking advantage of the guard's registration, he politely asked.
Bounty hunter?
The guard looked up in surprise. He took a quick glance at the handsome Wang Chen, who still had a hint of youth, and then at the registration information. The bounty can be collected right here.
But the guard shook his head, saying in a relaxed tone. You probably ran into a robbery in the wasteland, right? Bounty hunters on the wanted list in the city, the weakest among them are at level 4. The one you killed probably won't get you any money.
As he finished speaking, he returned the data terminal to Wang Chen.
But just then, bang!
A bloody head was placed directly on the table.
Sir, could you help me claim the bounty? Wang Chen said with a smile, showing a mouth full of white teeth. Chapter 215 Unexpected Situation.
The sudden appearance of the head on the table shocked the guard.
Your method is too rough.
He glanced at Wang Chen with some disdain and pulled out a box from under the table.
Let me tell you, if this guy's name is not on the wanted list, I won't give you the bounty.
While speaking, he placed the head inside the box.
Ding!
The next second, a mechanical voice sounded from the box.
Connecting to database for search successful.
Target, Li Si, level 130 warrior, rank 26 on the wanted list, bounty 10 million gold coins.
Wow!
Hearing this, the guard was utterly stunned. The top 30 bounty hunters on the wanted list hadn't changed for a long time.
You killed him? He looked at Wang Chen in amazement, his expression showing disbelief.
The information showed that the little guy in front of him was only 18 years old and at level 70.
I got lucky. Wang Chen nodded in response, speaking casually.
At this moment, if he encountered an unharmed Li Si, he really wouldn't be a match for him. He handled it entirely by taking advantage of the other party's injury.
Well, you are really lucky.
Hearing his words, the guard's expression softened a bit, and he paused before continuing.
You've got guts too. Even daring to strike at an injured level 4 elite career.
As he spoke, he took Wang Chen's data terminal and operated a few things on the instrument on the table.
All done. The bounty has been sent to your linked account. You can enter the city now. At this time, there are still hotels operating in the East District. The guard returned the data terminal and waved his hand to hurry Wang Chen into the city. All right, thank you. Politely nodding, Wang Chen walked through the checkpoint.
However, he did not stay in Beifeng City but went directly to the teleportation hall, sitting on the teleportation array to head to the capital city.
Capital City. Trading Market.
Look here, fresh baby wind beasts, cute and clingy, only 50,000 gold coins.
Don't miss out.
Selling the pattern cat at a loss, 300,000 gold coins each, 1 million coins for 3. The Jiangnan Beast breeding factory went bankrupt. The bastard boss ran away with his mistress. Spirit beasts originally worth 1 million or 2 million, now all just 999,000.
All just 999,000.
Wang Chen finished his breakfast and headed to the trading market, instantly filled with the chaotic sounds of shouting, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable.
It's really hard to adapt suddenly from the monster gathering area to the city.
He thought curiously while glancing at the stall of the runaway owner.
Hiss. Using injected beasts to pretend they're spirit beasts? This seller is truly shameless.
But soon, he shook his head and walked toward the Yuantong pet store.
A few minutes later, Wang Chen walked into the Yuantong pet store.
Mr. Wang, your visit today truly brings great honor to our store. As soon as he entered, the manager Huang Yuan hurried over.
Manager Huang, you're too kind. Wang Chen said politely.
Regarding the small shop mentioned by Huang Yuan, he didn't believe a word of it. He had previously checked the information about the Yuantong pet store, which was backed by one of the 4 major merchant associations of the Dragon Kingdom, the Yuantong Association. The Yuantong Association ranked among the top forces in the Dragon Kingdom. If compared, it was only slightly weaker than the 4 top universities.
Please, go upstairs quickly. I have prepared tea.
Huang Yuan smiled and led Wang Chen directly to the 3rd floor of the store. Mr. Wang, although the time you provided is quite tight, the shop has lived up to your trust and has prepared 3 excellent giant-toothed tigers for you. After taking a seat, Huang Yuan said with a beaming smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he clapped his hands, and 3 store staff members came up carrying beast cages.
Roar, roar, roar.
As the black cloth on the cages was lifted, 3 majestic giant-toothed tigers stared fiercely at Wang Chen and Huang Yuan.
Oh. Seeing these 3 little guys, Wang Chen's eyes brightened.
No binding agents used, Manager Huang really has great skills. He casually complimented and then unhesitatingly used the pet identification skill on the 3 giant-toothed tigers.
Giant-toothed tiger, source beast, final evolution state, Dung Jin white tiger, ancestral divine beast. Giant-toothed tiger, source beast, final evolution state, Dung Jin white tiger, ancestral divine beast. Giant-toothed tiger, source beast, final evolution state, Dung Jin white tiger, ancestral divine beast. Seeing the feedback from the skill, Wang Chen nodded with satisfaction.
Very good, very good. These 3 pets are really to my liking, Manager Huang, please pack them up for me. He took out a gold card and handed it over.
All right.
Seeing Wang Chen was satisfied, Huang Yuan became happy immediately. The giant-toothed tiger was a source beast, known for its fierce combat power, and its price was much higher than that of other source beasts.
Selling these 3 would be equivalent to half a month's revenue for his shop. Mr. Wang, please wait a moment.
I will prepare them for you right away and also give you 3 portions of food for the giant-toothed tigers. After taking the card, Huang Yuan instructed the staff to pack the giant-toothed tigers.
But just then, 3 giant-toothed tigers?
What a surprise, it didn't take much effort. A sudden exclamation sounded as a proud young man blocked the staff, staring intently at the giant-toothed tigers. Manager Huang, I want all 3 of these giant-toothed tigers.
Name your price.
The young man waved his hand, and a middle-aged man beside him, dressed as a bodyguard, took out a gold card and placed it on the table.
Young Master Lu, these 3 giant-toothed tigers have already been sold.
If you like them, the shop can help you find another one in a couple of days.
Huang Yuan was taken aback and directly pushed the gold card back. Young Master Lu?
Wang Chen, hearing this, frowned, not expecting that such an accident would occur just as the transaction was about to finish. However, he remained seated on the sofa, waiting for Huang Yuan to handle the situation.
Sold?
Upon hearing Huang Yuan's words, the young man known as Young Master Lu's expression immediately turned unhappy.
But before he could react, the middle-aged bodyguard spoke up.
Manager Huang, our 2 families have quite a bit of interaction.
Are you really going to refuse my young master's request over such a small matter? We can add to the price. Sorry.
Hearing the middle-aged bodyguard's attempt to pressure him, Huang Yuan shook his head bluntly. Our Yuantong Association has its own rules, a finalized deal cannot be changed. If young Master Lu really likes them, he can wait or go to other stores.
Manager Huang, mind your status.
Before Huang Yuan could finish, the middle-aged bodyguard interrupted with a cold shout, saying coldly. You are just the manager of a store under the Yuantong Association.
Are you sure you want to offend my young master over this little matter? Chapter 216 Young Master Lu. Yuantong Pet Store.
3rd floor. As the words of young Master Lu's bodyguard fell, the atmosphere on the 3rd floor suddenly became silent.
Huang Yuan's face was filled with anger, and his eyes turned extremely unfriendly. What the opponent said was completely disrespectful. He he. Lu Xiao, it seems you are determined to make things difficult for me today? Lu Zishan, I give you face by calling you Lu Xiao, but without that, you are just trash. Huang Yuan slammed the table, his tone extremely impatient. You dare to threaten me in my store of the Yuantong Business Association? Not to mention you, even the head of the Lu family wouldn't have the courage. Slap. He picked up the gold card on the table and threw it directly to the ground. As for you? He looked at the middle-aged guard. You, a mere servant, have even less qualification. Be careful in the capital from now on, walking too much at night can lead to encountering ghosts. Huang Yuan said the last part with an obvious threat. This. Hearing Huang Yuan's words, a hint of panic flashed in the eyes of the middle-aged guard. He never expected that the usually gentle Huang manager would be so tough today. For a moment, the middle-aged guard's face turned ugly. As a level 110, 4-turn practitioner, he dared not ignore Huang Yuan's threat. The Yuantong Business Association is one of the 4 major business associations in Dragon Country, with an incredibly deep background and wide connections. Not to mention the top practitioners who are friendly with them, just those practitioners nurtured through wealth over the years are as numerous as cows. Although there are no reported top 8-turn strong practitioners, the number of 7-turn practitioners is quite considerable. Any one of them could easily overpower a mere 4-turn like him. Lu Xiao Lu Zishan, backed by the Lu family in the capital, with an ancestor who was a 7-turn practitioner, can disregard the threat of the Yuantong Business Association. But as his servant, he had to be cautious. With the power of the Yuantong Business Association, they could easily find an excuse to get rid of him, and the Lu family wouldn't turn against them over him. In fact, if things really reached that point, the Lu family would undoubtedly say thank you to the Yuantong Business Association for removing this troublemaker. Young master. The middle-aged guard felt fear and looked at his young master for help. Trash. Lu Zishan moved away from the beast cage and muttered a low curse as he passed by the middle-aged guard. Slap. As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped the middle-aged guard's face. Though Lu Zishan had not yet transitioned, he had been consuming extraordinary creature flesh and blood since childhood, which strengthened his body and made him slightly stronger than ordinary people. Furthermore, although the middle-aged guard was 4-turn, he dared not use his strength to resist. This slap directly left a red mark on his face, visibly swelling. Huang manager, don't be angry, don't be angry. My guard spoke recklessly and offended you, I apologize on his behalf. Lu Zishan said with a smiling face, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. After speaking, he picked up the gold card from the ground and casually tossed it into the middle-aged guard's hand. Apologize? He. Then I should thank Lu Xiao for your kindness. Huang Yuan scoffed coldly and did not continue to escalate the situation, stepping down the stairs. Today I have esteemed guests present, Lu Xiao, take care, no need to send you off. He waved his hand, his tone very stiff. No rush, no rush. However, faced with Huang Yuan's unwelcoming demeanor, a murderous intent flashed in Lu Zishan's eyes, yet his feet seemed nailed to the ground. Open the door to welcome guests, Huang manager, you at the Yuantong Business Association open for business, how can you chase guests out? He said cheerfully, completely ignoring Huang Yuan's disgusted gaze as he walked over and sat down on a nearby sofa. I understand your Yuantong Business Association has its own rules, once a deal is set, it cannot be changed. However, Lu Zishan paused, looking with a cold gaze at the composed Wang Chen on the side. If the guest of this deal changes their mind, wouldn't our transaction be possible? Don't you think so? Kid. As he spoke, Lu Zishan put on a high-handed posture. You have been watching such a great show for so long, shouldn't you show a little something? Be more proactive, I have taken over these 3 giant-toothed tigers. Otherwise. Lu Zishan's words were not finished, but the threat was already overflowing. Hearing this, Wang Chen, who was watching the play, had a very playful expression on his face. This Lu Zishan was afraid of hard and soft, seeing that he couldn't provoke the Far Commerce Association, his idea actually landed on him. But. He. What are you, to dare to tell me to let go? Wang Chen chuckled lightly, his tone was not polite at all. You. Lu Zishan was choked, his still pretty face turned red with anger. You dare to talk to me like this? Do you know who I am? He came from the Lu family in the capital, although it was not the top wealthy family of the Dragon Country, it was still among the first class, quite famous in the Dragon Country. Moreover, Lu Zishan was a direct descendant of the Lu family, a genuine main family's bloodline, and now he was the 7 transformation professional in charge of the Lu family, his own great-great-grandfather. Relying on this identity, Lu Zishan couldn't say that he was lawless in the capital, but he could be flamboyant and overbearing. Since he was born, he had never been scolded in this way, with someone pointing at his nose. He. Lu Zishan laughed in anger, his eyes turned extremely cold. This young master has never seen someone so ignorant of the world. Ah San, teach this kid a lesson, let him know that there are some people he can't provoke.
Leaning back on the sofa, Lu Zishan directly gave orders to the middle-aged guard.
Swish.
At the moment his voice fell, the middle-aged guard, level 110 in the fourth transformation, grinned and instantly appeared in front of Wang Chen.
Do you dare? Seeing this scene, Huang Yuan shouted furiously, incredibly shocked.
He never expected that after hitting a wall with him, Lu Zishan would be so unrestrained, even daring to order the guard to act in his store. At this moment, the middle-aged guard had already reached Wang Chen's front, swinging a heavy slap down. The gust of wind generated by the hand from above made it undeniable that this slap could break bones. Lu Zishan's anger rose in his heart, his plump body bounced up from the sofa, kicking towards the middle-aged guard's waist, wanting to force the guard to stop.
But
his reaction was quick, but someone was even quicker than him.
Seeking death.
Looking at the middle-aged guard with a sinister smile, Wang Chen disdainfully curved his lips. If it were before his profession change, he would have to admit defeat against a level 110 fourth transformation professional.
But now. Chapter 217, so small-minded, what kind of dandy do you think you are? 3 transformations forged a silver body. Wang Chen's overall attributes surged by 500 points.
Now, although his skill level was still at the average level of 3 transformations, his 4-dimensional attributes would make even an ordinary level 110 fourth transformation professional bow down. If it weren't for his confidence in his own strength, he wouldn't have dared to take action against Lu Si, who had reached the 4th transformation limit in the wasteland.
He had even killed a level 134th transformation professional. A level 110 guard? He didn't even put the other party in his eyes. Whoosh!
Just as the middle-aged guard's palm was about to reach Wang Chen, a fist from Wang Chen shot out first, landing on the guard's chest like lightning.
Bang!
Amid the muffled sound of collision, the middle-aged guard was sent flying like a basketball, crashing heavily into the wall on the 3rd floor. It was just that the Far Commerce Association's building materials were tough, otherwise, he would have directly flown out onto the street.
Put!
As soon as he landed, the middle-aged guard spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning as pale as death.
He had taken Wang Chen's punch to tea. A single punch. Just a punch.
It injured him, a level 110, 4th transfer professional.
What kind of strength is this? So young, yet possessing such power? It's over.
Young master has really kicked a hard board this time. The middle-aged bodyguard, terrified in his heart, leaned his head to the side and pretended to be dead against the wall. A young man who looked not yet 20 has reached the 4th transfer.
In the entire Dragon Country, this is truly a rare talent. The background behind him must be unimaginable. Mr. Wang, this.
Huang Yuan, who had kicked empty, looked shocked on his face at this moment. He knew Wang Chen's strength, but his understanding stayed during the national freshman competition. At that time, Wang Chen, in his eyes, was at most comparable to a high-level 3rd transfer professional. There was no way he could be a match for a 4th transfer professional.
But now. How long has it been? A month? Why is this kid's strength improving so fast, like he's on a rocket? Huang Yuan thought in shock, pulling back his foot with a dazzling expression. Manager Huang, not bad. With a punch, taking out the middle-aged bodyguard, Wang Chen smiled and looked at Huang Yuan. He didn't expect that beneath the other's chubby body, there was such a quick reaction and strength. You have to know, professionals battle wild monsters year-round, and every upgrade helps condition their bodies. After transitioning, all professionals generally have a fairly balanced physique. Even if someone like Huang Yuan appears as a big guy, it's the result of accumulated muscles, not like Huang Yuan, who moves a few steps and his fat still shakes. Previously. Wang Chen thought Huang Yuan was just a gifted businessman. But unexpectedly, the other party actually had strength not inferior to a 4th transfer professional. So, Wang Chen's praise was sincere. After all, to have gained such a body from hard work, Huang Yuan deserves to be called gifted. You flatter me, Mr. Wang. Hearing Wang Chen's words, Huang Yuan suppressed his shock and replied with a smile. He didn't feel embarrassed at all. His body, full of wealth, was his asset for doing business and climbing the ranks in the Far East Trading Company. The two exchanged pleasantries, while on the side, Lu Zishan, sitting on the sofa, was completely dumbfounded. He stared in astonishment at Wang Chen, then at the bodyguard lying in the corner as if fainted. His expression was incredibly exciting. A single punch. Knocking out a level 110 4th transfer professional? If Wang Chen were an old man in his 30s or 40s, Lu Zishan could accept it. But the other party's age was obviously not much older than him. You dare to injure someone? After a long silence, Lu Zishan finally regained his senses from the shock. Seeing Wang Chen still standing there after making his move, he found his confidence again. Do you know who I am? You dare to hit my Lu family's bodyguard, you are finished.
Lu Zishan pointed at Wang Chen, speaking fiercely but restrained.
Ha! Hearing this, Wang Chen, who was discussing conversational skills with Huang Yuan, looked at Lu Zishan with surprise. He didn't expect. Having knocked down the bodyguard with a punch, this Lu Zishan would still be so stubborn? Bang bang bang. Wang Chen stepped forward to stand before Lu Zishan, looking down at him. Who you are doesn't matter. Do you know who I am?
He asked with a half-smiling expression.
You.
Lu Zishan swallowed hard. The horrible scene of the guard was fresh in his mind, giving him a great sense of pressure.
Who are you?
He held his breath and asked.
You don't even know who I am, and you dare to be so arrogant?
Wang Chen countered, casually slapping his hand out.
Behind him.
Seeing this scene, Huang Yuan's heart trembled.
Although with Wang Chen's background, killing Lu Zishan would have no effect at all.
But if someone really were to kill in his shop, then this manager's good days would probably come to an end.
However, Wang Chen and Huang Yuan collaborated happily, so naturally they wouldn't make it difficult for him. The next moment, Huang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Slap.
A clear 5-finger mark appeared on Lu Zishan's face, but his head did not explode like a watermelon.
Now do you know who I am?
After giving a slap, Wang Chen cheerfully looked at the terrified Lu Zishan.
No. I don't know. After the slap, Lu Zishan was completely dazed, trembling as he spoke. Slap. With a quick backhand slap, Wang Chen asked again. Now do you know? I. Lu Zishan's face was filled with horror, his eyes showing fear mixed with confusion. So stupid? You shouldn't come out and affect the city appearance anymore. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen couldn't help but shake his head. I am a professional.
According to the laws of professionals in Dragon Country, your active provocation before changing jobs and sending someone to attack me means that even if I kill you, I would only owe a little gold. He reached out and patted Lu Zishan's face. Wang Chen smiled softly and said.
I.
Upon hearing his words, Lu Zishan felt a chill rush to his brain, his whole body stiffening.
He sensed the indifference to life in Wang Chen's relaxed tone. Tell me, is 10,000 gold enough to buy your life? Ah. Wang Chen asked with a smile, but as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zishan screamed and directly fainted. Damn. So timid? Still dare to come out as a playboy?
Seeing the scene, Wang Chen felt speechless.
Chapter 218, Holy Crystal Stone, Seeking Gold Tickets. What is Lu Zishan's background?
On the 3rd floor of the Yuantong Beast Pet Shop, after watching 2 embarrassed figures go downstairs, Wang Chen turned to Huang Yuan. Although he didn't care about Lu Zishan and the Lu family behind him. But since he collaborated happily with Huang Yuan, Wang Chen still felt a bit cautious seeing Huang Yuan's initial reaction.
Second young master of the Lu family from the capital, just a playboy. Huang Yuan laughed casually and said.
It's just a family that got lucky digging up a holy crystal stone mine. The strongest professional in the family is only at 7 transitions.
For Mr. Wang, it's not worth mentioning.
While speaking, Huang Yuan's gaze towards Wang Chen carried a hint of respect.
Talented professionals, Huang Yuan had heard of and seen before. But he had never seen anyone as extraordinary as Wang Chen.
Since the transition ceremony until now, it's only been about 3 months, and he already possessed the power of 4 transitions. This speed of power increase is rare even in the 700 years since the resurrection of the celestial intentions. At this moment, Huang Yuan felt immensely fortunate about his decision to befriend Wang Chen earlier.
Oh.
Seeing Huang Yuan speak casually, Wang Chen did not take it too seriously.
However, a bit of surprise was hidden in his eyes.
By now, he was no longer the newly transitioned rookie, he had some understanding of the professional circle's affairs. Although he hadn't attended any classes since officially starting school, he learned a lot of information from the library of Yanlong University.
Holy Crystal Stone Mine. That is not something an ordinary force can control.
Once a person becomes a professional through the transition ceremony, professionals and ordinary people virtually belong to 2 different worlds. This situation becomes increasingly obvious as a professional's level rises. Not to mention anything else, just the aspect of lifespan sets professionals far apart from ordinary people. Since the resurrection of the celestial intentions, Blue Star's technology and extraordinary powers have advanced side by side, developing extremely prosperously, with the average lifespan of ordinary people now reaching 100 years. However, compared to professionals, this still seems insufficient. For example, Wang Chen, now that he has a 3-transition silver body, even if he stays stagnant from here on, he can live up to 150 without illness or disaster. Not to mention those with even stronger powers, professionals.
Even some old monsters have lived from the awakening of the will of the heavens until now.
And besides lifespan, the wealth between professionals and ordinary people is not on the same level at all.
For example, Wang Chen's parents worked hard for a whole month and could only earn 10,000 gold coins. Buying a set of black iron level beginner gear would drain their savings.
However, after Wang Chen changed professions, the gold coins he earned were counted in millions, tens of millions, or even billions. Although he is only an individual case, the wealth gap between professionals and ordinary people is quite clear.
Because of this, on Blue Star, there are two currency systems for professionals and ordinary people. One is gold coins, and the other is holy crystal stones. Among low-level professionals, gold coins are still circulating, but among higher-level professionals, all transactions are settled with holy crystal stones. Holy crystal stones are a type of ore that contains pure energy, valued similarly to gold in ancient times on Blue Star. Professionals can directly absorb the energy within to replenish their energy.
After all, when powerful professionals make a move, it's like mountains are collapsing, and while their power is great, their energy consumption is also enormous.
Relying solely on recovery potions from the market would require consumption by the ton.
As for recovery potions effective for high-level professionals, that kind of treasure, even priced in holy crystal stones, is a staggering number.
In addition to this,
holy crystal stones are also the most stable energy source, able to power various large equipment.
For example, the intercity trains running in cities use holy crystal stone energy.
Also, those magical machines that have achieved great feats on the battlefield of the heavens cannot live without holy crystal stones.
Holy crystal stones are divided into 4 grades:
low grade, middle grade, high grade, and supreme grade.
The conversion ratio of the first 3 grades is 1,000 to 1.
This means that 1 middle grade holy crystal stone can be exchanged for 1,000 low grade holy crystal stones. And 1 low grade holy crystal stone can be exchanged for 10,000 gold coins.
However,
once holy crystal stones reach supreme grade, their value skyrockets again. Even using 10,000 high grade holy crystal stones to exchange for 1 supreme grade holy crystal stone is extremely difficult. Supreme grade holy crystal stones are strategic reserve resources. The energy contained in one can allow a fortress cannon to fire 10 shots, each comparable to the full power strike of a 7th turn professional.
Countries on Blue Star are collecting them without limit. Returning to the main point. By the way, Manager Huang, you have a wide circle of friends. I have a batch of items I want to sell. Do you have any connections?
After sitting back on the sofa, waiting for the creature to return, Wang Chen suddenly remembered he had a pile of scraps in his space ring.
Mr. Wang, you have asked the right person.
Hearing this, Huang Yuan's smile widened, and his eyes almost disappeared from smiling. Our Far Gateway Chamber of Commerce is involved in many trades. We not only sell beasts but also welcome equipment, magical materials, skill books, and more. If the items you are selling are of extremely high value, we can auction them directly at our Far Gateway Chamber of Commerce. You are our esteemed guest, and items placed at the auction can be exempt from handling fees.
Huang Yuan poured a cup of tea and spoke respectfully. Oh? An auction?
Hearing this, Wang Chen immediately became interested. Speaking of auctions, he just happened to have 2 items he wanted to auction off. One is a level 100 Supreme Diamond equipment, the Lord's Lance.
The other is top-level Death-type material, the Lord's Flame.
Among these 2 items, the diamond equipment, the Lord's Lance, is not hard to sell, but the Lord's Flame is not easy to find a buyer for. Rather than taking it to a store and being pressured to lower the price, it would be better to throw it into the auction and cast a wider net. Perhaps there would be a buyer who needs it and finds it perfect.
Moreover, there's another wonderful aspect of auctions.
With many people bidding, if one encounters a wealthy buyer, the same item can sell for a much higher price.
Since Huang Yuan said there would be no handling fee, Wang Chen naturally didn't want to miss out. So,
after a moment of deep thought, Wang Chen took out 2 items from his spatial ring. Manager Huang, please take a look at these 2 items and see if they qualify for auction. While speaking, he pushed the Lord's Spear and Lord's Flame in front of Huang Yuan. Seeing this, Huang Yuan was momentarily stunned.
He didn't expect that Wang Chen was really aiming for the auction.
But soon after, the smile on his face became even wider.
Wang Chen didn't directly take the items to the auction for appraisal, but instead asked him for advice. This represented a further step in their relationship. Chapter 219 Auction. Yuantong Beast Pet Shop. 3rd floor. Mr. Wang, since you trust me, I'll boldly take a look for you. Huang Yuan politely nodded and looked at the 2 items placed in front of him. Detection spell, activate. Equipment, Lord's Spear. Type, weapon. Grade, diamond. Level restriction, level 100. Attributes, strength plus 500, agility plus 500. Enchantment effects, 1. Increase self-movement speed by 20%. 2. Recovery speed increases by 10%. 3. Fearless Charge, activates its own skill that requires activation by the user. Once activated, for the next 3 seconds, the damage dealt with the Knight's Spear is increased by 100%. Lord's Flame, the Soul Flame of the Skeletal Lord, a top-tier Death-type material, can be used for upgrading Death-type creatures. Hiss.
Upon seeing the information of these two items, Huang Yuan took a sharp breath.
Top tier? Diamond level equipment? And the level restriction is only 100? Gripping the knight's spear, Huang Yuan rarely lost his composure.
As the shop manager of Yuantong Merchant Association, he had seen a fair number of rare equipment, including many more valuable than diamond-level gear.
However, this knight's spear was a bit different. This kind of high-quality, low-level restriction equipment is extremely rare.
Such equipment, aside from being manufactured by high-level blacksmith professionals over a long period of time, can only be obtained through one means: opening treasure chests. But treasure chests will only definitely drop from boss-level wild monsters, and while items of the same value may come from chests of different colors, the chance of getting equipment is low to a horrifying degree. This makes high-quality, low wearable level restriction equipment extremely sought after in the market. Mr. Wang, although I, Old Huang, am not a professional appraiser, based on my years of experience, this equipment of yours is worth at least 10,000 low-grade holy crystal stones. If someone is in urgent need, the transaction price could rise by 30 to even 50%.
Huang Yuan spoke with a shocked tone.
Oh. Hearing his words, Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback, but then a trace of joy appeared on his face.
This price was double what he had previously estimated. Sure enough, it's best to seek out professionals for these matters. Then, Manager Huang, what about this magical material? Wang Chen smiled and pointed at Lord's Flame.
This. Upon hearing this, Huang Yuan's expression became somewhat hesitant. S-grade magical materials usually fluctuate between 1,000 to 10,000 low-grade holy crystal stones. But this material of yours, Mr. Wang, is a bit special.
Old Huang wouldn't dare to make a hasty conclusion. I can only say. Huang Yuan paused, a bit embarrassed, and said.
It could sell for 1,000 low-grade holy crystal stones, or it could fetch an astonishingly high price.
Is that so? Wang Chen nodded upon hearing. Huang Yuan's judgment was not far from his previous guess. Mr. Wang, our Yuantong Merchant Association is holding an auction tonight. If possible, I can help you include these two items in the auction list.
Seeing Wang Chen deep in thought, Huang Yuan said.
Thank you for your help, Manager Huang. Wang Chen nodded in response. By the way,
Manager Huang, you have a wide range of connections in the Far Transport Chamber of Commerce.
I have some leftovers here, could you please help me deal with them as well? Wang Chen thought for a moment and took out the space ring he had snatched.
Some things he didn't need were all stored in this space ring.
Not a bother at all, it is my honor. Huang Yuan cheerfully took the space ring from Wang Chen and began to examine it. Soon,
withdrawing his consciousness from the space ring, Huang Yuan thought for a while and asked.
Mr. Wang, how about I buy the items in this space ring for 200 million gold coins? 200 million? No problem. Hearing this, Wang Chen nodded. This was slightly higher than he had expected. Then do you prefer to settle in gold coins or with holy crystal stones? Huang Yuan asked again. Holy crystal stones. Wang Chen replied without hesitation.
He had completely moved on from being a beginner, and future transactions would all need to be settled with holy crystal stones. Not to mention, after the national rookie competition ended, the committee had kindly converted his prize money into holy crystal stones. For him, gold coins were enough for everyday use. After purchasing 3 giant tooth tigers, Wang Chen had emptied most of the gold coins he had saved in his card. As for what remained, aside from keeping a little pocket money, the rest was sent to his parents' account. Alright, I'll transfer it directly to your holy crystal stone account, a total of 20,000 low-grade holy crystal stones.
Huang Yuan operated on the data terminal a few times and said with a smile. Then I won't bother you anymore. See you tonight, and I'll trouble Manager Huang to take me to the auction. At this moment, the 3 giant tooth tigers were packed up by the staff and brought to him, so Wang Chen stood up to bid farewell to Huang Yuan. Mr. Wang is too polite.
Huang Yuan stood up, smiling as he saw him off down the stairs.
Finally. By the way, I will send you a list of auction items shortly. Although there is no information on the finale items, it can still provide you with some reference. If there's anything you need from it, you can give me a heads up. Huang Yuan added. Okay, thank you, Manager Huang. Wang Chen nodded and left the shop under Huang Yuan's reluctant gaze. Leaving the Far Transport pet shop, Wang Chen casually found a hotel to stay in. He planned to take a rest and relieve the exhaustion from over half a month in the desolate land. As for the giant tooth tigers, Wang Chen wasn't in a hurry to make them into a contract. The stir caused by the descending ancestral divine beasts was too great, he didn't want to invite trouble for himself. Ding! Just as he walked out of the bathroom in his hotel room, a reminder rang out from his data terminal. He took a look and saw that it was Huang Yuan sending the list of tonight's auction items. You two, stop bullying the giant-toothed tigers over there. Wang Chen moved Bing Cheng and Su Su, who had scared the giant-toothed tigers into shivering, aside and sat on the bed to check the list. As soon as he opened it, a dazzling array of items appeared before his eyes. Huang Yuan was proactive and thoughtful, clearly marking the information on various items and writing down his expected transaction prices thereafter. Manager Huang is a person worth collaborating with in the long run. Seeing this, Wang Chen nodded in satisfaction and began to examine the items on the list. However, just as he flipped to the last few pages of the list, an item listed separately made his eyes light up with wild joy. Chapter 220. You really know how to play. Night fell. Wang Chen and Huang Yuan arrived at the entrance of the auction house together. With Huang Yuan as an insider, Wang Chen directly followed him and entered this elegantly decorated auction house. However, when entering the auction house, a small incident occurred. Wang Chen bumped into an acquaintance. It was none other than Lu Zishan, whom he had scared into a faint not long ago. This guy, with white powder on his face, stood in the crowd with a face full of resentment, staring at him. Mr. Wang need not worry, I have already warned the Lu family from above. Huang Yuan followed Wang Chen's gaze and saw Lu Zishan, a cold smile appearing on his face. Then thank you very much, Manager Huang. Wang Chen nodded, not caring, and directly followed Huang Yuan into a private room. There are quite a few people attending the auction, Manager Huang. It seems that your Yuantong Chamber of Commerce will make a fortune tonight. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window looking at the auction floor below, Wang Chen spoke with intent. The auction hall was vast. Besides where he was, there were 20 private rooms. There were even 500 seats for individual guests below. Oh no, you're joking. Is there anything on the list that you need? Huang Yuan walked to the side, smiling as he asked. Wang Chen nodded, watching Huang Yuan with a smile that was not quite a smile. What's this? Can Manager Huang help me get it through internal connections? No. Huang Yuan shook his head awkwardly. Once the items enter the auction phase, it's beyond my control. What I mean is, if you have something you want to bid on but don't have enough holy crystals, I can help you pay in advance. Looking at Huang Yuan in surprise, a smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. Then I thank Manager Huang in advance. He did not refuse and nodded in agreement. Originally, he only wanted to see how high the price of his two items could reach at this auction, while also broadening his horizons. But on the list of items Huang Yuan sent him, he found one that truly caught his interest and he could say he needed urgently. 1000-year ice essence. A material for the next growth stage of ice clarity. This material has already surpassed the category of magical materials classified by letters and reached the level of super quality, essentially a rare treasure of heaven and earth. The Dragon Kingdom classifies super quality materials into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, in decreasing order. This 1000-year ice essence is classified as a yellow grade super quality material. Wang Chen had not been able to find 1000-year ice essence in the market or even within the school. To his surprise, he stumbled upon it by whimsically attending an auction. Concerning Ice Clarity's promotion, he must obtain this 1000-year ice essence at all costs. By the side. Hearing Wang Chen agree, Huang Yuan was first stunned, then a surge of ecstasy welled up in his eyes. My relationship with Mr. Wang has taken another step forward. Rest assured, I have abundant funds here and will never let you miss out on the auction item. Huang Yuan patted his chest and said very generously. Good. Wang Chen nodded, and the two sat quietly in the private room, waiting for the auction to officially begin. At this moment, in the seats below, Lu Zishan held a number card and found his place in the front row. Young master, who was that kid just now? Did he offend you somewhere before? Should I teach him a lesson after the auction? As soon as he sat down, his newly replaced bodyguard attentively handed him fruit. Get lost. Glancing at the clueless bodyguard, Lu Zishan felt a twinge of pain on his face. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't feel such pain right now. Ha! The bodyguard, who was trying to be kind, was scolded and stood aside with a sad expression. Seeing the bodyguard's state, Lu Zishan felt even angrier. He wanted to get revenge for losing face, and he had already started taking action when he got home. However, as soon as he was about to call for help, he was ruthlessly suppressed by his father. The Yuantong Chamber of Commerce sent a message saying they would not pursue the matter of his disruption in the shop. In other words, it was a warning not to think about retaliating in secret. Having never suffered such humiliation in his life, Lu Zishan was nearly driven mad with anger. But what could he do? He could only obediently submit under the oppression of his father. Bastard! I will definitely get this place back. Whatever you want to shoot today, I will raise the price for you. Feeling angry in his heart, Lu Zishan grabbed the water cup on the table and took a sip. Put. But the next second he spat it out. Smack! Bastard, who told you to pour me hot water?
He slaps a guard nearby, and Lu Zishan sticks out his tongue like a dog. Time passed, and the auction officially began. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Magic surged in the hall, and brilliant magical lights illuminated the somewhat dim hall.
Then, the lights shone on the auction stage, and lively music began to play.
More than 10 women draped in sheer veils, charming in appearance and proud in figure, walked out from behind the stage, offering a passionate dance, every move full of allure and seduction. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire hall became heated.
Damn! They sure know how to play. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the private room, Wang Chen watched the scene and shook his head with a smile.
First, they bring out a group of beautiful women to warm up the crowd, igniting everyone's excitement. The Yuetong Merchant Association knows well the power of lustful desires. Mr. Wang, the windows of this private room can be controlled directly. At this moment, Huang Yuan suddenly gave Wang Chen a subtle glance, then stepped forward and slid his hand over the window of the private room. In an instant, the image enlarged, and the dancing women on stage seemed to be right in front of them, even the sound of their breaths while dancing could be heard.
This is possible.
Huang Yuan moved his hand again, and the image shifted, showing an even clearer solo dance on the screen.
Wow! Seeing this scene, Wang Chen was directly shocked. These guys really know how to have fun. Mr. Wang, if you find someone you like, I can give you.
Huang Yuan said with a hint of meaning.
Stop. Wang Chen hurriedly waved his hand and took a step back, feeling embarrassed. Are you kidding me? I'm still a child. You old pervert, stay away from me. Huang Yuan didn't expect Wang Chen to react so strongly, frozen in place. He felt like he might have overdone it a bit. But at that moment, the passionate dance on the auction stage ended, and a young woman with a broad-minded demeanor stepped up to the table on stage, breaking the awkwardness in the room. Welcome, dear bosses, to tonight's auction. I am tonight's auctioneer, Tang Yuyu.
After finishing, Tang Yuyu bowed to the surroundings with a trembling motion.
Far East Auction House.
After Tang Yuyu finished her opening remarks, the auction quickly got into the main event.
Today, all of you bosses attending our auction are in for a treat.
Our Yuetong Merchant Association just had a team return from the battlefield of all heavens today, bringing back many precious treasures and rare materials unique to the battlefield of all heavens and the various races.
These are all rare treasures that are hard to come by on ordinary days. Bosses, don't miss out as you pass by. While Tang Yuyu was talking,
the staff pushed the first auction item, covered with a red cloth, onto the stage.
Items brought back from the battlefield of all heavens? In the private room, Wang Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows.
Manager Huang, your Yuetong Merchant Association really does big business. He turned to Huang Yuan, speaking with some emotion.
The battlefield of all heavens is incredibly vast and full of dangers.
For 700 years, the countries of Blue Star have only controlled a small area within the battlefield of all heavens, while the vast majority remains unknown territory to Blue Star. Being able to do business in the battlefield of all heavens and trade with various races shows that the strength of the Yuetong Merchant Association is more formidable than imagined.
Mr. Wang is joking.
Huang Yuan, upon hearing his words, smiled modestly, and then said, Actually, in the battlefield of all heavens, the danger is not as exaggerated as the rumors suggest.
In the controlled areas of our Blue Star, as long as there is no large-scale war, safety is fairly well guaranteed. But the living environment is not as good as on the Blue Star.
Moreover, among the myriad races of the heavens, not all races are hostile to us. There are some friendly races with whom we can communicate and trade. It's not just our far-reach Chamber of Commerce. Now, all forces big and small on Blue Star that have the capacity to send trading caravans are engaging in this kind of trade.
After all, Huang Yuan paused slightly as he spoke, and a look of sentimentality appeared on his face.
Among the myriad races of the heavens, even if only a small portion of races can open up trade routes, it's a market far larger than Blue Star by countless times.
Indeed. Wang Chen nodded in agreement.
Each race represents a world, or even multiple worlds. This potential purchasing power is simply not comparable to Blue Star, where market shares have long been completely divided. Moreover, Wang Chen had heard that this kind of cross-race trading, although fraught with danger and even with a probability of loss exceeding 50%, can yield profits that reach 100 or even 1,000 times. Many items that are considered ordinary on Blue Star are as treasured as gold in the worlds of other races. For many risk-taking professionals and ambitious individuals, it is a journey into the battlefield of the heavens with dreams of becoming rich overnight.
Manager Huang, with your vast experience, I really want to consult you more. Wang Chen looked at Huang Yuan and said with a smile. Then Mr. Wang, you came to the right person.
Although my strength is weak, I have had the fortune of walking through the battlefield of the heavens, and my experiences will surely not disappoint you.
Upon hearing this, Wang Chen felt a surge of respect.
He did not expect that Huang Yuan actually had experience in trading at the battlefield of the heavens.
No wonder.
He can manage a store of the far-reach Chamber of Commerce in the priceless capital city and even easily obtain information on auction items and the reserved rooms at the auction.
Huang Yuan's status in the far-reach Chamber of Commerce is probably even higher than imagined. Wang Chen silently pondered and quickly smiled, saying,
"Then I should express my thanks in advance to Manager Huang and hope you will not hesitate to teach me when the time comes." "You're welcome, you're welcome,"
Huang Yuan replied with a cheerful smile.
While the two were conversing, Tang Yuyu had already unveiled the red cloth covering the first auction item.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first auction item is a pair of golden grade gauntlets, personally crafted by our chamber's master forger. The material is chosen from 1,000-year mysterious iron, incredibly strong, and enchanted by a top-tier enchanter with 3 attributes. Among golden grade weapons, these gauntlets are indeed a premium selection. Ladies and gentlemen, whether for personal use or as a gift to juniors, they are a top choice.
As Tang Yuyu introduced the first auction item, she displayed its attributes on the large screen of the auction, showcasing it to everyone.
Equipment: mysterious iron gauntlets. Type: weapon. Grade: golden. Level requirement: level 80. Attributes: strength plus 300, physique plus 200. Enchanting effects: 1. When attacking, deal an additional 5% damage. 2. All personal skill power increases by 10%.
3. Break magic, deal an additional 10% damage to magical defense skills.
After Tang Yuyu completely introduced the mysterious iron gauntlets, the bidding began.
The starting bid for the mysterious iron gauntlets is 100 low-grade holy crystals, with each bid increment no less than 10 low-grade holy crystals.
Now, the bidding starts.
As soon as the voice fell, someone in the auction hall raised their bidding paddle.
"I bid 200 low-grade holy crystals."
This person immediately doubled the starting price, seeming determined to acquire this equipment.
However,
those participating in the auction were all big spenders, and no one would be intimidated by him.
Moments later, another voice quickly followed. 250 low-grade holy crystals.
At this point, no one cared about the minimum increment.
Directly shout upwards in this manner. Soon,
the price of this mysterious level gauntlet skyrocketed to 400 low-quality holy crystal stones, essentially reaching the limit of gold-level equipment pricing. From this moment on, the frequency of bidding began to decrease, and every increase in price was also gradually reduced.
"Manager Huang, how should I go about bidding?" In the private room, Wang Chen suddenly asked Huang Yuan.
Not long ago, he had been posing as a boxer in the Desolate Land, which unlocked a new combat stance for him. This complete set of mysterious iron attributes was good and could serve as a weapon for him in environments where it was inconvenient to use long weapons.
"You can directly input your bid here." Huang Yuan operated a bit by the window, and immediately, a numeric keypad projected in front of Wang Chen. 450 low-quality holy crystal stones. Wang Chen directly tapped a few times and selected confirm. This price was the estimated transaction price provided by Huang Yuan on the previous auction list. Sure enough, when Wang Chen's bid came out, the auction room immediately fell silent. It seems Manager Huang truly has a unique vision.
Seeing this scene, Wang Chen smiled and flattered Huang Yuan.
"Oh, it's nothing, just handled a lot in the usual days," Huang Yuan politely replied. However, just as his words fell, someone suddenly raised a sign in the auction room. 460 low-quality holy crystal stones. Chapter 222, Big Fool? Ha!
In the private room, upon hearing someone bid again, Wang Chen raised his eyebrows in surprise.
However, he did not care and entered a new bid. 480 low-quality holy crystal stones. This equipment's level and attributes were just what he wanted. A few more holy crystal stones were not a problem. Moreover, it was normal for prices to exceed the auction item at the auction. However, 500 low-quality holy crystal stones.
The next moment, upon hearing the voice of a higher bid from below, a flicker of anger flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. 500 low-quality holy crystal stones had already exceeded the extreme of gold-level equipment. "Mr. Wang, this price has exceeded the value of the mysterious iron gauntlet. There's no need for you to raise the bid further. After the auction ends, I can take you to the equipment shop under the Yuantong Chamber of Commerce for selection, absolutely good quality at low prices." Aside, Huang Yuan spoke after hearing this price and advised.
Wang Chen nodded and prepared to heed Huang Yuan's advice.
After all, spending 500 low-quality holy crystal stones to buy a gold-level equipment, he wasn't exactly someone with burning money. "I will trouble Manager Huang then." Wang Chen politely said a word to Huang Yuan, his gaze turned, intending to see which big fool called out the high price of 500 low-quality holy crystal stones. Upon seeing, it immediately made his expression a bit strange. In the auction room, a flashy young man with slick hair was looking over here with a proud expression. It was a familiar face that scared Lu Zishan.
Lu Zishan? This guy hasn't even undergone the job transfer ceremony. What's the point of spending so many holy crystal stones to buy a gold-level equipment?
Looking at Lu Zishan's proud face below, Wang Chen felt a bit confused. Mr. Wang, this kid likely bears a grudge and is purposely driving up your price. Beside, Huang Yuan, like a human spirit, directly guessed Lu Zishan's intention.
Is that so? Upon hearing his words, Wang Chen's expression shifted. That's right. Although the Lu family's power isn't top-notch in the capital, thanks to the Holy Crystal Stone Mine, their liquidity is exceptionally abundant.
In previous auctions, this kid often used such means to squeeze out others.
Huang Yuan nodded, looking at Lu Zishan with great disdain. Ha ha. Hearing his words, Wang Chen smiled, raised his hand, and placed another bid. 550 low-quality holy crystal stones. The next moment, Lu Zishan directly raised it to 600.
Seeing this, Wang Chen did not hesitate and reached out to operate on the numeric keypad again.
Mr. Wang. Seeing this scene, Huang Yuan's expression was somewhat astonished.
It seemed he never expected that the always mature and steady Wang Chen would actually clash with Lu Zishan.
Ah.
Almost forgot, Mr. Wang is still an 18-year-old kid. No matter how mature he acts, the youthful heart is still unavoidable.
Huang Yuan sighed inwardly and planned to speak out to dissuade. But at that moment,
Manager Huang, don't worry, I have my own intentions. Wang Chen directly waved his hand to interrupt him and raised the bid to 700 low-grade sacred crystals. When the price reached this point, the atmosphere in the entire auction house became strange, and many people watched this scene with great interest. 700 low-grade sacred crystals.
Does anyone else want to raise the bid? Standing on the auction stage, Tang Yuyu was extremely excited.
Although she had thought that tonight's auction items would sell for high prices, she didn't expect the first item out would nearly double. 700 low-grade sacred crystals, first time. At this moment, she was speaking excitedly while eagerly gazing at a certain seat in the auction house.
That was exactly where Lu Zishan was seated. 7.
Feeling that gaze, Lu Zishan was about to raise his paddle.
Young master.
The bodyguard beside him suddenly grabbed his hand.
This price has already far exceeded the limit for gold-grade equipment. If you raise the bid and the other party doesn't follow, you will be at a huge loss. The bodyguard advised. Hearing his words, Lu Zishan's face changed unpredictably. I'll follow one more time. 750 low-grade sacred crystals. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and said. But the next second. 800 low-grade sacred crystals. The electronic voice echoed monotonously in the auction house. As the voice fell, the atmosphere in the auction house fell silent, and all eyes turned to the booth area. That look seemed to be watching a big fool. 800 low-grade sacred crystals. This was already 8 times the starting price for the Xiantian gauntlets. Is someone really competing with Lu Zishan, this fool? This guy must have too much money to burn. Interesting, I wonder which family's young master is sitting in that booth. People in the auction house whispered to each other, reveling in the misfortune. Meanwhile, ha 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 ha.
Lu Zishan tightened his fist and laughed lowly twice, his expression filled with delight.
Spending double the price to buy a piece of gold-grade equipment? Damn guy, today whatever you buy, I won't let you be satisfied. He gloatingly fixed his gaze on the booth, as if he could see the guy inside grinding his teeth in anger. However, what Lu Zishan didn't know was that Wang Chen's expression was quite calm at this moment. Even.
His gaze towards Lu Zishan held no anger, but rather a hint of an inscrutable smile.
After a moment of silence. 800 low-grade sacred crystals, once.
Tang Yuyu also understood the situation quickly. She swiftly called out the remaining 2 times and, as if fearing someone would regret it, hammered the gavel. Congratulations to the guest in box 13 for winning the Xiantian gauntlets at the price of 800 low-grade sacred crystals. Now let's take a look at the next auction item. Tang Yuyu said with a cheerful smile. In the booth. Mr. Wang, you were too impulsive just now. 800 low-grade sacred crystals is really. Huang Yuan looked at Wang Chen, hesitating to speak. His expression seemed to almost carve the words "you are a big fool" on his face. However, to this, Wang Chen only smiled without explaining. It was just the beginning, soon Huang Yuan would know who the real big fool was. Next. The second auction item. An A-grade magic material was bid away for 300 low-grade sacred crystals. The third auction item. A platinum-grade battle bow was bid away for 600 low-grade sacred crystals. Soon. An hour passed, and the early stage of the auction ended. After a 10-minute break, Tang Yuyu returned to the stage with new auction items. Thank you for your patience, everyone. After stepping onto the stage, Tang Yuyu first bowed to all sides, then spoke loudly. Next, we will present an extremely special item among the auction goods, the first S-rank magical material of the night.
Without further ado, please enjoy, everyone.
As soon as Tang Yuyu finished her words, she reached out to reveal the red cloth covering the mysterious auction item.
Chapter 223, Wang Chen's Hard Performance. In room 13. Wang Chen stood by the window, watching Tang Yuyu below, who was full of emotion, and his eyes couldn't help but move. What a talent!
Having previewed the auction list, he naturally knew that the item about to be auctioned was the Lord's Flame he had offered.
To describe the Lord's Flame, which is special but very useless for 99% of professionals, in such extravagant terms is incredible. Even a few brief words have already stirred the atmosphere in the entire hall.
This girl's skill in speaking nonsense has probably reached its maximum level.
Lu Zishan, I hope you can lend me some strength this time.
While Tang Yuyu was still there fooling everyone, Wang Chen's gaze fell on Lu Zishan below. You have tricked me out of several hundred low-grade holy crystals, this time you need to pay back both the principal and interest.
Wang Chen thought playfully in his heart. Since auctioning the mysterious iron gauntlets.
Although there hasn't been anything he needed in subsequent auctions, he still followed along and placed a bid a few times. And Lu Zishan lived up to his expectations. Whenever he bid, he followed suit with reckless price increases. After a few rounds, Wang Chen always stepped back, letting that kid show off below, and the proud look on his face grew even stronger. He even occasionally made provocative gestures towards room 13.
By the way, Manager Huang, bidding on my own auction item doesn't disrupt the auction rules, right? Retrieving his gaze from Lu Zishan, Wang Chen turned to Huang Yuan. Of course. Huang Yuan nodded with a subtle expression.
He, being shrewd, had long seen through Wang Chen's intentions after several of his bids. Although this might be considered a loophole in the auction rules, we haven't explicitly prohibited it. After all, regardless of how it's said, the higher the final auction price, the better it is for both our auction house and the seller.
Huang Yuan said with a smile. That's good. Wang Chen nodded, his expression already somewhat impatient. Soon.
After Tang Yuyu crafted all the benefits of the Lord's Flame and showcased it to the attendees, the auction session officially began. As the first S-rank material of this auction, the starting price for the Lord's Flame is 1,000 low-grade holy crystals, and each price increase must be at least 100.
Now, the auction officially starts. Tang Yuyu's expectant gaze swept over the crowd as the auction hammer came down heavily. Bang!
As soon as she finished speaking, a loud voice rang out in the auction hall. I bid 1,000 low-grade holy crystals.
Moments later, another voice immediately followed.
I bid 1,100 low-grade holy crystals.
1,200 low-grade holy crystals.
The price of the Lord's Flame climbed little by little as time passed. However, all the prices offered were merely at the lowest increase level. This meant that after more than 10 bids, the price of the Lord's Flame had only risen above 2,000 low-grade holy crystals. This was within Wang Chen's expectations.
After all, the Lord's Flame belongs to the S-rank materials of the death attribute.
For the vast majority of professionals, it is useless. Now that someone is bidding, it's just for the title of S-rank material and because the current price is low, taking a shot in the dark. It's likely that once the Lord's Flame reaches the average price of S-rank materials, the number of people bidding will dwindle significantly.
Very soon.
I bid 3,200 low-grade holy crystals. With a somewhat hesitant voice, the bidding sounds in the auction hall all disappeared. 3,200 low-grade holy crystal stones have already reached the average transaction price of S-grade materials. Everyone is weighing in their hearts whether it is appropriate to buy this S-grade material at a price higher than average.
3,200 low-grade holy crystal stones, does any boss want to raise the price?
Standing at the auction table, Tang Yuyu's face was excited. When she got the Lord's Flame, she already knew this material would be hard to sell. Now, the price of 3,200 low-grade holy crystal stones has long surpassed the internal estimate of the previous auction. Dear bosses, death-type materials are rare, let alone a S-grade material like the Lord's Flame. Our Yuantong Chamber of Commerce has not been able to collect even one piece of such material for years.
If you miss today, dear bosses, you may not encounter it for a long time.
Seeing the atmosphere in the auction hall grow cold, Tang Yuyu could not help but seduce them with her words. She was eager to see if this S-grade material could achieve a price reversal in her hands.
However,
the people attending the auction were not fools. No one continued to raise the price despite Tang Yuyu's flowery words.
It's almost enough. It's time to make a move. In box number 13, seeing this situation, Wang Chen's expression was somewhat uneasy.
3,300 low-grade holy crystal stones.
He reached out and entered his bid.
The esteemed guest from box number 13 bids 3,300 low-grade holy crystal stones. After the ethereal electronic voice sounded, Tang Yuyu, who was about to strike the hammer, spoke with extreme excitement. As she spoke, her gaze subtly glanced at the direction of Lu Zishan in the auction hall. Previously, Lu Zishan had been confronting the esteemed guest from box number 13, and everyone present had seen it.
Tang Yuyu felt that she was probably going to complete a big deal today again. Sure enough.
As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Zishan raised his auction paddle from that side. 3,400 low-grade holy crystal stones. He said arrogantly, with his gaze directly falling on box number 13, not hiding his smugness at all.
Seeing this scene, Tang Yuyu's expression was excited. The crowd in the hall also showed expressions of enjoying the show. And in the box. Seeing Lu Zishan place a bid, Wang Chen could not help but show a satisfied smile on his face. Manager Huang, is there a way for him to see me from outside? He quickly tapped on the numeric keypad and suddenly asked Huang Yuan. Huang Yuan was stunned and did not quite understand Wang Chen's intention.
This site can be set to exhibition mode. As long as you click here, it will become transparent so that everyone present can see you.
He pointed to a button by the window. Good.
Hearing his words, Wang Chen's smile faded. He cleared the numbers inputted on the numeric keypad and directly pressed that button.
The next second, as the objects in front turned transparent, he took out the acting skills he had accumulated over 2 lifetimes and looked coldly at Lu Zishan.
4,000 low-grade holy crystal stones.
He said directly in a cold voice.
4,000 low-grade holy crystal stones.
Is there a price higher than this?
Tang Yuyu instantly ignited, her voice became extremely high-pitched.
Meanwhile, in the auction hall, Lu Zishan's pride became even more rampant. Ha 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 ha. He's panicked. Chapter 224 Lu Zishan, I must cooperate with your performance. Lu Zishan was extremely delighted.
He had never felt so carefree as he did today. The one who dared to hit him was now played within his grasp. First, he bought a mysterious iron gauntlet at a price twice the normal price. Then, in the subsequent bidding, he had been repeatedly outbid by him.
Now,
even when he wanted to bottom out, he had been interrupted again.
Look at this.
He's so angry that his face turned green, unable to resist coming out of the box.
Ha 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 ha.
Bastard, it seems you are determined to get this Lord's Flame. Today, I will definitely make you pay a sky-high price.
A fierce bleed.
Looking at the distant room 13, the cold-faced and pale-skinned handsome young man, Lu Zishan laughed proudly a few times. While speaking, he raised the auction paddle in his hand without hesitation.
4,500 low-grade holy crystal stones. He arrogantly made his bid. Wow.
In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire auction house exploded. No one expected that after bidding 4,000 low-grade holy crystal stones, Lu Zishan would dare to raise his bid again.
If it were normal S-level materials, the people present could still understand. But the Eerie Lord's Flame was a death-type material, useless for 99% of practitioners, and even had no value at all. Only in the hands of suitable practitioners could it exert its value. Interesting, interesting. Lu Zishan is going all out today.
The handsome guy in room 13 is going to be unlucky today. Even though the Lu family is not the strongest, they control a holy crystal mine, so they are definitely among the top in financial power.
If he wants to take the Lord's Flame today, he must bleed heavily. Everyone discussed animatedly, showing expressions of watching a good show.
And on the auction stage, Tang Yuyu was even more excited than ever.
4,500 low-grade holy crystal stones. Is there any distinguished guest willing to raise the price again?
Such a rare material is encountered only once every few years. If you hesitate today, who knows how long you will have to wait. Her voice was high-pitched, stirring the atmosphere.
In the private room,
Wang Chen looked at the smug Lu Zishan below and pressed his hand behind his back tightly against his thigh to suppress his laughter.
Great. This kid is truly impressive.
He gave Lu Zishan a big thumbs up in his heart while performing even more vigorously. He stared coldly at Lu Zishan, his expression filled with 3 parts anger, 3 parts disdain, 3 parts disgust, and 1 part humiliation, and coldly shouted.
5,000 low-grade holy crystal stones. Ha 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 ha. Feeling Wang Chen's cold gaze and the complex expression on his face, Lu Zishan became even more delighted. Refreshing.
Seeing this guy eat dirt in front of him was as refreshing as drinking a bucket of ice water on a hot summer day.
6,000 low-grade holy crystal stones. Without any hesitation, he raised the paddle again. Young master. The newly assigned guards beside him were now dumbfounded.
6,000 low-grade holy crystal stones were already enough to buy some rare S-level magical materials. Using it to buy a Lord's Flame was definitely a foolish act.
This Lord's Flame is not worth this price. Moreover, young master, it will be useless for you once you buy it. He tugged at Lu Zishan's sleeve, trying to advise him. You don't understand. Excited, Lu Zishan did not pursue the guard's rudeness at this moment.
With a confident expression, he said.
That kid, he must be determined to get the Lord's Flame. Did you not see? He was so angry that his veins were popping out. Ha ha, today I must push him to an exaggerated price.
After Wang Chen raised it to 7,000 low-grade holy crystal stones, Lu Zishan confidently raised the paddle, pushing it directly to 8,000.
But, seeing Lu Zishan's obstinacy, the guard was almost in tears.
Young master, if he doesn't raise the price anymore, we'll end up buying something useless, and the family head will scold you.
The guard urgently said. No problem. Everything is under control. Lu Zishan shook his head dismissively, his tone extremely arrogant.
This kid is absolutely determined to acquire this material, he will definitely keep raising the bid.
Moreover,
he paused as he spoke, revealing a mysterious smile on his face. The auctioneer's sister said it well, the Far Trade Association only auctions Death-type S-level materials once every few years, even if he doesn't raise the bid in the end, if I take it, I will have thwarted his plan. At that time, if he wants this material, he will have to come and beg me.
Ha 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 ha.
In the end, Lu Zishan couldn't help but let out a few smug chuckles. Then, he raised the 9,000 low-grade holy crystals shouted by Wang Chen to 10,000.
And at that moment,
he suddenly saw Wang Chen's body sway in the private room. If Huang Yuan hadn't reached out a hand to support him, he would have fallen to the ground.
Seeing this scene, Lu Zishan felt even prouder. Do you think this kid will get so angry he might just die?
He asked the bodyguard with a cheerful smile. Meanwhile, in the private room, Wang Chen leaned on Huang Yuan, looking so furious he seemed about to explode. Little did they know, he was almost laughing out loud inside. Mr. Wang, that's enough, if you keep raising the price, that kid might not follow anymore. Seeing Wang Chen's performance, Huang Yuan smiled and quietly reminded him. I know what I'm doing. Wang Chen nodded subtly, then looked at Lu Zishan with a furious expression. 12,000. He said in a somewhat hoarse voice. 15,000. Lu Zishan immediately followed up. 16,000. His voice began to tremble. 20,000. Lu Zishan abruptly stood up from his seat, wearing a victor's smile. 20,000, 20,000. Wang Chen's lips quivered, looking at Lu Zishan below, his eyes boiling with killing intent. 20,000. He straightened up, gave Lu Zishan a meaningful glance, then angrily closed the transparent status of the private room's window, hiding himself inside.
In the next second. Ha 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 ha. Wang Chen's uncontrollable laughter filled the private room. 20,000 low-grade holy crystals. This was already double the transaction price of those top-tier S-grade magical materials. Lu Zishan was simply too generous. Congratulations, Mr. Wang, for a fruitful day. After Wang Chen finished laughing, Huang Yuan cupped his hands in congratulations.
Not at all, if Manager Huang hadn't helped me bring the items to the auction, I wouldn't have this chance.
Wang Chen waved his hand, smiling brightly at Huang Yuan. Outside the private room, Lu Zishan looked at room 13, his expression like a victorious rooster. Proud and invincible. 20,000 low-grade holy crystals for the first time. 20,000 low-grade holy crystals for the second time. 20,000 low-grade holy crystals for the third time. Snap. Tang Yuyu knocked the auction hammer, looking at the direction of Lu Zishan with an admiring gaze. Congratulations to young Master Lu for bidding 20,000 low-grade holy crystals and obtaining this extremely precious S-grade magical material. Now, let's take a look at the next auction item. Tang Yuyu said with a bright smile, and even gave Lu Zishan an encouraging glance. Such a rich fool was truly rare in this day and age. After her words fell, the people in the auction hall looked at Lu Zishan with sympathetic eyes. 20,000 low-grade holy crystals to buy an extremely niche S-grade material. Was this guy's head kicked by a donkey? Ladies and gentlemen, it seems that after today's auction, we might just witness a play of Lu family's education. Haha, 20,000 low-grade holy crystals for a useless S-grade material, Lu Zishan will likely get beaten by his father. Interesting, it's been a long time since such an amusing scene appeared at the auction. By the way, does anyone know the identity of the kid in room 13? The chubby guy beside him should be Huang Yuan, the manager of the Yuan Tong Beast Pet Shop. This chubby guy is quite ruthless. When he just reached the fourth turn, he boldly led a merchant team into the Zhutian battlefield and came back alive by luck. Although he's just a manager, his status in the Yuan Tong Chamber of Commerce is not lower than those deacons. On the stage, Tang Yuyu was still introducing the next auction item, while the people below had completely lost interest in listening, all excitedly discussing the fun they just had. Curiosity arose about the identity of the guy in box 13. That kid looks familiar. Damn. I just remembered. It's Wang Chen, the one who just received the title of the strongest new student in the capital not long ago. Wang Chen, the best newcomer of Flame Dragon University this year. At that moment, someone suddenly exclaimed. In an instant, the expressions of everyone present became strange. No wonder he can sit in a box, the best newcomer of Flame Dragon University, he is definitely a future powerhouse above level 7. Lu Zishan probably kicked a metal plate this time.
I heard that Wang Chen is the disciple of Dean Linfeng, and his senior brother is an 8-turn expert, by zitting.
Either one of them could easily hurt the Lu family with a single finger.
Lu Zishan dares to compete with him, he clearly hasn't investigated the other's background. The crowd buzzed with discussions, and many began to think about forming connections with Wang Chen after the auction ended.
Just then. Wait a minute. Wang Chen's profession is a giant beast tamer. The Lord's flame of S-class materials is completely useless to him. Why would he fight Lu Zishan to such an extent?
Right, even if Wang Chen didn't know about the Lord's flame situation, that sly guy Huang Yuan would certainly be there to remind him.
What do you guys think? Could it be that he is doing it on purpose? Is Wang Chen deliberately setting up Lu Zishan because of the first auction item, the Dark Iron Gauntlets?
Someone subtly posed a guess, which sparked overwhelming agreement among the majority present.
After all, those who could enter Flame Dragon University were absolute elites among the young people of the Dragon Country. With extraordinary potential, their intelligence should never be underestimated. Given Wang Chen's profession, he had no reason to fight over this S-class death material.
In an instant, understanding dawned on everyone, and their gazes towards Lu Zishan grew ever more peculiar. After being reminded, they also had one more guess in their hearts. That is, Wang Chen might be the seller of this S-class death material, and Lu Zishan was set up right from the start. However, even though they knew this guess might be much closer to the truth, no one spoke it out loud. On the other side. Just moments ago, Lu Zishan was feeling refreshed and immensely proud, but as he listened to the chaotic discussions around him, his expression grew more and more unpleasant. Even when he heard the crowd guessing Wang Chen's identity, a hint of fear crept into his eyes. Relying on the Lu family, he could act arrogantly in the capital, wantonly making trouble and looking down on most people. But among those people, he absolutely did not include Wang Chen, who held the title of the strongest new student in the country. Even if Wang Chen came from an extremely humble background, a mudfoot from a small third-tier city. But now, the background he represented has already reached a level that the Lu family needed to look up to in fear.
Damn it, I won't make a big mess this time, will I? If this guy holds a grudge, I'm afraid my old man will beat me to death.
Lu Zishan thought to himself, his earlier pride completely vanished.
But what he didn't know was,
Wang Chen held no grudge against him at all. In fact, at that moment, standing in the box, Wang Chen looked at him with a very kind expression.
What a talent!
It's a pity that the people around are too chatty, letting this guy see the clues. Otherwise, the upcoming Lord's long spear could have sold for an even higher price. Standing by the window, Wang Chen looked at Lu Zishan below, whose face was ashen and whose expression kept changing, and thought helplessly.
At this moment, he still preferred to see the rebellious look Lu Zishan had before.
As the auction continued, the Lord's long spear that Wang Chen entrusted for auction finally made its grand appearance. And it was eventually sold for 6,000 low-grade holy crystals.
Quickly! The auction reached its final part.
The 1,000-year ice marrow that Wang Chen had been yearning for finally made its dazzling appearance. Next up for auction is the extraordinary magical material, the 1,000-year ice marrow, reaching the quality of yellow-grade heaven and earth treasures. This 1,000-year ice marrow has endless effects. When diluted and consumed, it can enhance the compatibility of practitioners with ice attribute magic. If made into equipment or items, it can greatly boost the power of ice attribute skills. On the auction stage, Tang Yuyu introduced the 1,000-year ice marrow with a beautiful smile. This 1,000-year ice marrow at this auction is a standard portion, starting at a price of 100,000 lower-grade holy crystal stones, with each bid increment not less than 1,000 lower-grade holy crystal stones.
Now, the auction officially begins. She lightly tapped the auction hammer. Finally here.
Hearing the starting price of the 1,000-year ice marrow, a hint of helplessness flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. As the auction approached its end, the items for sale became even more precious, with each starting bid being a minimum of 10,000. The final sale price would often multiply several times or even 10 times the starting price. Now, with the starting price of the 1,000-year ice marrow reaching 100,000 lower-grade holy crystal stones, the final selling price would likely exceed the limits of his wallet.
Chapter 226, Blood Clan Duke Blood Core. At the Yuantong Auction House.
As Tang Yuyu finished introducing the 1,000-year ice marrow and announced the bidding had begun, the atmosphere in the room instantly became lively. 111,000 lower-grade holy crystal stones. 112,000 lower-grade holy crystal stones. 114,000 lower-grade holy crystal stones. Bid after bid rang out, and the price of the 1,000-year ice marrow skyrocketed. In no time, it reached 200,000 lower-grade holy crystal stones. Even at that moment, the number of bidders remained high. In box 13, Wang Chen looked at the fierce bidding below him, his eyes darkened with helplessness.
In just a few minutes, the price doubled.
The competition for this 1,000-year ice marrow was even more exaggerated than he had imagined.
Looks like today, I'm going to bleed a lot. Calculating the thickness of his wallet, Wang Chen pressed the number pad and started to input his bid. 250,000 lower-grade holy crystal stones. In a short time, the price surged once again. After entering his first price, Wang Chen did not move his hand away from the number pad, ready to continue. But at that moment, after Wang Chen's bid was announced by the ethereal electronic voice, the atmosphere in the auction house suddenly fell silent. The guests who were ready to raise their paddles all simultaneously put down their paddles. Among them, many wore smiles as they cupped their hands towards box 13. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen was utterly dumbfounded. What is going on here? Could it be that I'm hallucinating? But soon, he realized. This should be related to his earlier interaction with Lu Zishan. Those who were participating in the bidding for the 1,000-year ice marrow saw him coming down and chose not to continue bidding. Clearly, they wanted to build a good relationship with Wang Chen, or more specifically, with his background from Flame Dragon University and Linfeng. Having figured out this reason, Wang Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He never expected that one day he would have such an advantage because of his background. But this feeling wasn't so bad. Spending 250,000 lower-grade holy crystal stones to secure the 1,000-year ice marrow. This price was simply a huge bargain. Dear patrons, this 1,000-year ice marrow is a rare find. Is there no one else who wants to raise the bid? If you miss today, you might not encounter it for a long time. On the auction stage, Tang Yuyu, in shock, spoke quickly. She never expected that such a situation would arise during the bidding of the 1,000-year ice marrow. 250,000 lower-grade holy crystal stones? This is just a third of the price of the 1,000-year ice marrow. Damn it, I lost big time this time. Tang Yuyu scanned the audience with hopeful eyes, wanting to see someone continue to raise the bid. However, everyone present had principles. After Wang Chen placed his bid, there was an unspoken agreement, and no one else shouted a price. Among them, there were some who hesitated, but seeing the peculiar smiles on the faces of those around, they ultimately gave up. In this situation, everyone tacitly chose to give in. If someone suddenly placed a bid, they would be seen as targeting Wang Chen, and that would be disastrous. 250,000 lower-grade sacred crystals once. Seeing that no one else was bidding, Tang Yuyu, understanding the situation, gloomily announced the remaining 2 times and struck the auction hammer. Congratulations to the guest in box 13 who bid 250,000 lower-grade sacred crystals. You have obtained this invaluable 1,000-year ice marrow. After speaking, Tang Yuyu cast an incredibly resentful glance at box 13. What a huge loss. In the box. Having benefited, Wang Chen paid no attention to Tang Yuyu's resentful gaze. He reciprocated by making the window transparent again. Thank you, everyone, you are not treating me, a young person, with hostility. With sincerity, Wang Chen cupped his hands in salute to the 4 directions and spoke earnestly. As his voice fell, the crowd erupted in lively chatter, and everyone rose to return the salute. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire auction house became quite harmonious. Only Tang Yuyu, with her resentful eyes, and Lu Zishan, with his fearful expression, felt out of place. After a brief pause, the auction continued. As item after item was sold, the auction reached its final stage, the most eagerly anticipated moment. Tang Yuyu took a deep breath, walked up to the auction stage, and called out in a high-pitched voice. Next up is the grand finale item of tonight's auction. I believe everyone here must be curious about this mysterious item. Many distinguished guests have come specifically for it. I can responsibly tell everyone that the value of this grand finale item will definitely meet your expectations. I won't keep you in suspense any longer. Please enjoy, distinguished guests. As soon as Tang Yuyu's voice fell, 4 staff members carried a square object covered in red cloth onto the stage. In an instant, a heavy atmosphere descended upon the auction house. In the box, Wang Chen, who had been chatting leisurely with Huang Yuan, straightened his back and focused his gaze. Though he couldn't see the true form of the item through the red cloth, he judged in that moment that this object was definitely extraordinary. Not to mention anything else, just the aura it emanated and its heaviness already showed its uniqueness. Each of the 4 staff members had reached the 4th transition in strength, and their muscles were bulging. It was clear they were melee professionals with strength attributes. Together, they could easily lift a main battle tank. However, the square object covered by the red cloth made each of their steps extremely difficult. With Wang Chen's keen eyesight, he could even see the sweat beading on the foreheads of these 4 staff members. Bang! The final grand finale item was placed on the auction stage with a muffled sound, and the entire auction house seemed to shake. Just as everyone speculated about this item, Tang Yuyu suddenly pulled off the red cloth, revealing a transparent box underneath, containing a bright red heart. This heart seemed to have just been detached from a body. It was still gently contracting and pulsating. Thump! 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 The heartbeat resonated like a drum, and an invisible pressure enveloped the entire auction house. This. Standing in the box, Wang Chen looked at the bright red heart below, and his pupils involuntarily contracted.
This was undoubtedly the heart of an exceptionally powerful, extraordinary creature. Even sealed, he could still feel the violent blood energy contained within.
Truly a grand finale item. Indeed a good thing.
Thinking silently in his heart, Wang Chen speculated about the origin of this heart. At that moment, Tang Yuyu looked at the stunned crowd and nodded with satisfaction, then gathered her strength and shouted loudly.
The final headlining item is this heart core.
It comes from a blood clan duke and was just taken out of his body 3 days ago.
Chapter 227, Our Model.
The blood core of a blood clan duke?
In the private room, Wang Chen's expression changed immediately.
Although he had guessed that this heart came from an incredibly strong extraordinary being, he never expected it to be from a blood clan duke.
That's a blood clan duke. After 9 years of vocational education, Wang Chen knew too well what that represented.
For 700 years since the awakening of the heavenly will, Blue Star fought in the heavenly battlefield, facing the most powerful and difficult enemy, which was the blood clan. The blood clan is similar to the vampires in the legends of Wang Chen's past life, yet completely different. They are not afraid of sunlight, possess immense vitality, and raise humans as blood food, ruling over several worlds. After the blood clan appeared on the heavenly battlefield, they targeted the humans of Blue Star as the next goal. The war between Blue Star and the blood clan has never ended in the 700 years of history. Even now, both sides still stand in the heavenly battlefield, constantly clashing. Even a child who has just learned to read knows that the blood clan is currently the greatest enemy of Blue Star.
The extraordinary system of the blood clan is different from the vocational system of Blue Star. They follow the path of bloodline advancement.
Every blood clan member is a noble in their world, possessing an exaggerated number of slaves and servants. The hierarchy of power goes in descending order from prince, duke, marquis, earl, viscount, to baron.
A duke is already at the absolute ruling class upper level in the blood clan world. Their strength is equivalent to an 8-turn extraordinary being.
Wang Chen never imagined that the Yuan Tong Trading Company managed to get a blood clan duke's blood core for auction, and it was fresh, just taken out 3 days ago.
This is simply incredible.
Manager Huang, I didn't expect your Yuan Tong Trading Company to have such deep foundations. An equivalent of an 8-turn strong blood clan duke, you actually. Turning to look at Huang Yuan, Wang Chen momentarily didn't know how to express his shock.
This. Huang Yuan let out a bitter laugh, still with shock on his face. Clearly, he also didn't expect that the final headlining item of today's auction would be such a precious thing. However, upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Huang Yuan quickly explained. Mr. Wang, please don't misunderstand.
Our Yuan Tong Trading Company does not have the strength to confront a blood clan duke. You should know, these blood clan beings are almost all one-man armies, and noble blood clan members possess massive armies of slaves and servants.
A duke is simply not something our trading company can provoke. This duke's blood core probably leaked out from the army. Our Yuan Tong Trading Company just bought it for auction. After hearing Huang Yuan's words, Wang Chen nodded. Indeed.
A blood clan duke not only has the power equivalent to an 8-turn strong, but also commands at least 1 million servant troops. Such a powerful formation is simply not something an ordinary force can handle.
But
I haven't heard of any major battles occurring in the heavenly battlefield recently.
How did this fresh blood clan duke's blood core come about? Wang Chen felt a bit puzzled.
At that moment, seeing that the atmosphere in the hall had almost reached its peak, Tang Yuyu spoke up. I believe all of you distinguished guests are very curious about the origin of this duke's blood core.
Then I will not keep you in suspense.
The guest selling this item has previously stated that there is no need to hide his identity.
Now, I will enlighten everyone.
As soon as her words fell, the atmosphere in the auction hall quieted down, and everyone looked intently at Tang Yuyu. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Tang Yuyu's face, then she spoke with a tone filled with yearning. This blood clan duke's blood core was obtained 3 days ago, when my Dragon Kingdom's White Legion commander single-handedly fought thousands of miles and fiercely killed a blood clan duke among 1 million blood clan servants. Our far travel chamber of commerce just happened to be present and received this blood core from the hands of the White Legion commander.
Boom!
When the words fell, the atmosphere in the entire auction hall exploded. Tang Yuyu's words were brief, but everyone could see the danger hidden between the lines. One person fought thousands of miles and obtained the blood core of a blood clan duke among 1 million troops. This achievement was simply astonishing, inspiring admiration in everyone. And from Tang Yuyu's words, they also thought of the seller's identity.
White Legion commander.
Clearly, this was the most monstrous genius in the Dragon Kingdom for nearly 50 years, by zitting.
Amazing. Just amazing.
Single-handedly fighting thousands of miles, killing a blood clan duke, the actions of the White Legion commander should be brought to light. Although the White Legion commander has only just entered the 8th transformation, his achievements have already matched those of older strong practitioners. The auction hall buzzed with discussions, and the expressions on everyone's faces were filled with excitement. Since the revival of the heavens will, great power has returned to oneself, and everyone unconsciously feels admiration for powerful practitioners. Let alone someone like Bai Zitting, an 8th transformation powerhouse who can kill a blood clan duke. However, while they were discussing, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became quiet, and everyone's gaze fell on the private room number 13.
Almost forgot. There is still a junior disciple of Bai Zitting here. Wow. If Wang Chen plans to bid for this duke's blood core, should I even compete?
At this moment, many people's feelings became complicated. Bai Zitting had just killed a blood clan duke and brought his blood core to the auction. They were about to compete against his junior disciple for this blood core.
If it so happens that Wang Chen is a small-minded person,
whoever gets this blood clan duke's blood core will have a hot potato in their hands. On the auction stage, Tang Yuyu, who was satisfied with the guests' reactions below, suddenly thought of this as well.
Damn it! Should I increase the starting price 10 times? Otherwise, if Wang Chen bids and there's no one competing with him, wouldn't the Far Travel Chamber of Commerce suffer a huge loss? For a moment, thinking about the cost of obtaining this duke's blood core made Tang Yuyu's expression become even more resentful. Meanwhile,
in private room 13,
Wang Chen still had not recovered from Tang Yuyu's words.
His senior brother fought alone for thousands of miles and killed a blood clan duke among a million troops. As a junior disciple, he just wanted to shout out.
Senior brother, amazing! This achievement is simply terrifying.
The last time I saw my senior brother, his nonchalant attitude was really deceptive.
Recalling the last meeting with Bai Zitting, Wang Chen still found it hard to believe. Who would have thought that Bai Zitting, who seemed like a laid-back good guy, would be so fierce on the battlefield of the heavens?
He is truly an example for us.
Cough cough.
Just as Wang Chen was immersed in shock, Huang Yuan suddenly coughed lightly and tugged at Wang Chen's sleeve.
Mr. Wang, this duke's blood core is extremely valuable. What do you think? Are you interested? Huang Yuan asked with a somewhat hesitant tone.
In the private room, Huang Yuan's heart had risen to his throat, staring directly at Wang Chen. He felt that he had made a mistake earlier. Although he had worked at the Far Travel Chamber of Commerce for many years and accumulated a decent fortune. But, when compared to the value of the blood clan duke's blood core, it was simply incomparable.
Ha! Seeing Huang Yuan's nervous appearance, Wang Chen shook his head and smiled. Why are you looking at me like that, Manager Huang?
Although this blood clan duke's blood core is incredibly precious, it is of no use to me. Wang Chen, feeling somewhat speechless, walked over to the sofa and called out to Huang Yuan.
Don't just stand there. Let's sit back and enjoy the show together.
Hearing his words, Huang Yuan let out a sigh of relief, and the tension on his face vanished. He set up a sign at the window, declaring no fighting in room 13, then walked over and sat beside Wang Chen.
Mr. Wang, your gaze is like a torch.
This blood clan duke's blood core has little effect on an individual. Its greatest use is to activate the blood energy within, slowly enhancing a practitioner's foundation and physical strength. For major powers, it is a treasure to cultivate the family legacy.
Huang Yuan smiled as he poured a cup of tea and pushed it over. Wang Chen nodded.
Just as Huang Yuan said, the blood clan duke's blood core only serves to add a little extra to a single practitioner, boosting some strength and vitality. Moreover, it works subtly, requiring a long stay within a specific range of this blood core. The final effect is similar to the earth spirit fruit Wang Chen had taken earlier. Even if it's bought, after using it once, it can only be shelved.
Its true use is for training soldiers.
With the blood energy stored in the duke's blood core, it can support for at least 10 years without fading. During this time, it is estimated to enhance the strength of thousands of practitioners. The no fighting sign hung outside room 13 represented the exit from the auction of the finale item. Seeing this scene, everyone in the auction house let out a sigh of relief, their gazes towards room 13 filled with goodwill.
Even Tang Yuyu on the auction stage appeared invigorated.
Ha! She let out a breath of stale air, realizing too late that the silence had lasted too long, and quickly cleared her throat to say. I'm sure all esteemed guests know the value of these blood clan duke's blood cores, I won't elaborate further.
Next, we will officially enter the auction segment.
This blood clan duke's blood core has a starting price of 500,000 lower grade sacred crystals, or 500 middle grade sacred crystals. The minimum bidding increment must be no less than 50,000 lower grade sacred crystals, or 50 middle grade sacred crystals.
Bang!
Quickly stating the auction rules, Tang Yuyu struck the auction hammer, signaling the official start of the bidding. As soon as her voice fell, a deep voice rang out in the hall. 1,000 middle grade sacred crystals. This person directly skipped the lower grade sacred crystals and doubled the price. It showed his determined desire for the blood clan duke's blood core.
Damn! In the private room, Wang Chen froze upon hearing this voice.
Initially, he felt the starting price of the blood clan duke's blood core was already somewhat outrageous.
Unexpectedly, as soon as the bidding began, the price doubled right away.
1,000 middle grade sacred crystals equals 1 million lower grade sacred crystals.
These guys really have a lot of money.
Wang Chen looked at the crowd below, a dangerous thought flashing through his mind.
If he could outbid everyone present, he felt he might become immensely wealthy. The sacred crystals he could gain would be an astronomical number, even for practitioners. What a sin!
As this thought arose, Wang Chen quickly shook his head to extinguish it. These guys were either rich or noble, and their bodyguards were far from the little trash like Lu Zishan. With his current ability, barely transitioning into the third tier, he would probably be subdued before he even took action.
This thought was too dangerous.
As Wang Chen's mind churned, the price of the Blood Clan Duke's blood core soared again, reaching 1,200 middle-grade sacred crystals.
Moreover, this price didn't even cause a ripple, soon being suppressed by another higher bid. Quickly!
The auction went on fervently, with the bids for the Blood Clan Duke's blood core becoming increasingly terrifying. It had already reached 3,000 middle-grade sacred crystals.
6 times the bottom price.
At this moment, the continuous bidding sounds in the auction hall gradually quieted down. 3,000 medium-quality sacred crystals had already approached the psychological price limit of many people present. Although their wealth was beyond this, taking out 3,000 medium-quality sacred crystals at once would still cause a significant strain on their finances. Just as the atmosphere became somewhat awkward, the guests sitting in the private rooms finally started to bid.
4,000 medium-quality sacred crystals.
The number 10 private room placed the first bid, directly increasing it by 1,000 medium-quality sacred crystals.
4,500 medium-quality sacred crystals.
The number 5 private room quickly followed, also shouting a high price without holding back.
Then came 5,000. 5,500. 6,000.
In less than a minute, the Blood Clan Duke's blood core had already reached 6,000 medium-quality sacred crystals, a full 12 times the starting bid.
Damn! They are really rich.
Wang Chen was dumbfounded at that moment.
The scene of these big shots frantically throwing money truly broadened his horizons.
6,000 medium-quality sacred crystals, if converted to gold, was already an astronomical figure. These big shots sitting in the private rooms didn't blink an eye as they shouted out their bids.
I really am still dirt poor. Thinking of his entire wealth, Wang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Soon.
With the number 9 private room bidding 7,000 medium-quality sacred crystals, the auction officially came to an end.
Bang bang bang.
As Tang Yuyu passionately delivered the closing speech, the door of the private room was knocked on. Staff members walked in with the 2 items that Wang Chen had bid for.
After the exchange, Wang Chen's wealth quickly shrank.
The 500,000 low-quality sacred crystal reward from the national freshman competition was left with just over 250,000.
But at this moment, Wang Chen also became open-minded.
The wealth that had excited him before was merely a drop in the bucket among those big powers.
If it was spent, then it was spent.
Nothing was more important than increasing one's strength.
Thank you, Manager Huang, for your company today.
After leaving the auction house, Wang Chen smiled and cupped his hands towards Huang Yuan. I will certainly trouble Manager Huang again in the future.
Mr. Wang is too polite, it is something I wish for.
Huang Yuan waved his hand with a smile, his tone very serious.
After saying goodbye to each other, Wang Chen walked towards the teleportation hall in Jingcheng.
Now that he had achieved his goal of coming to Jingcheng, it was time to return to Yanlong University to boost his strength.
Chapter 229, Perfect Transformation. Back at Yanlong University, Wang Chen directly entered the underground space of his villa. The acquisition of the Millennium Ice Essence allowed him to put the promotion of Ice Clear on the agenda.
I didn't expect to have unexpected gains from this trip to Jingcheng.
After opening the concealment formation, a satisfied smile appeared on Wang Chen's face.
His goal for going to Jingcheng was to obtain the giant tooth tiger to prepare for his third beast pet. Unexpectedly, during this process, not only did he witness the big shots crazily throwing money at the auction, but he also obtained the materials for Ice Clear's promotion.
Feeling emotional, Wang Chen took out a crystal the size of a basketball, wrapped in blue liquid.
This was, after all, a super-grade magical material, reaching the yellow level heavenly treasure level, the Millennium Ice Essence.
At this moment,
as this Millennium Ice Essence appeared in the underground space, the temperature in the entire underground space began to plummet. Almost in the blink of an eye, a series of ice crystals appeared around Wang Chen as the center.
Moreover, at the moment when these ice crystals appeared, a hint of refreshing fragrance wafted in the air.
This aroma was refreshing, making one feel invigorated, and fatigue completely vanished.
Ha!
Indeed, a super-grade material, just smelling it has this effect. The 25,000 low-quality sacred crystals I spent here are well worth it.
Feeling the commotion caused by the Millennium Ice Essence, Wang Chen's eyes were somewhat shaken. I wonder how Ice Clear will absorb this Millennium Ice Essence after that. How much improvement can one gain?
While shocked in his heart, he also became incredibly excited.
Master, master. Delicious food.
At this moment, the little Ice Clear suddenly jumped out from the beast pet space, flapping her tiny wings and fluttering around Wang Chen. Those eyes, like gems, were fixated on the 1,000-year ice marrow, filled with deep desire.
Slurp.
At that moment, she even drooled without any image to uphold.
Seeing the scene, Wang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Goodness. She really is a little food lover. It's all yours.
Patting Ice Clear's head with a little annoyance, Wang Chen handed over the 1,000-year ice marrow.
Master, you are so good. Love you.
The little one eagerly caught the 1,000-year ice marrow, then bit a hole right through the surface crystal and gulped down the blue liquid like drinking water. Then, she continued to munch on the outer crystal, swallowing it all down joyfully. After eating, the little one felt a little dizzy, smacking her lips, and fell into a deep sleep on the ground.
Seeing this, Wang Chen shook his head with a smile. Beast Pet, Ancient Overlord. Extreme Cold Dragon. Nickname, Ice Clear. Gender, female. Age, 2 months, in the process of leveling up. Level, 80. Rank, Ancestral Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth, SSS.
For dimensional attributes, Strength 4250, Wisdom 4250, Body 4250, Agility 4250.
No buffs, equipment, or item enhancements. Skills, Frost Body, SSS, Extreme Cold Breath, SSS, Ice Hell, SSS, Dragon Might, SSS, Frost Rage, SSS. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Description, brief. After placing Ice Clear on the mat, Wang Chen took a moment to check the little one's attribute panel.
As expected, after eating the 1,000-year ice marrow, the barrier of the little one's growth stage had been shattered. Stepping back 2 paces, Wang Chen quietly awaited the change.
At this moment,
the sleeping Ice Clear had her surface blue scales begin to shine, a vast and noble aura slowly spreading outward.
Clearly, the leveling up had begun.
Buzz, buzz, buzz. When the blue light on Ice Clear's body flickered to its peak, a surge of magical power erupted from within her. In an instant, Ice Clear unconsciously showcased a battle stance, her long and agile dragon body appearing before Wang Chen.
At the same time,
the blue magic power emanating from Ice Clear enveloped her entire body and slowly condensed into reality. Finally, it wrapped around her dragon body like a giant eggshell. On the surface of the eggshell, mysterious runes emitting extreme coldness flickered, resembling symbols representing the laws of ice in the world, giving a profound and mystical feeling.
Half an hour later, under Wang Chen's expectant gaze, the giant egg underwent new changes.
Buzz, buzz, buzz. An indescribable mystical wave gradually spread, the giant eggshell suddenly shattered, transforming into purest magic absorbed by Ice Clear's body.
At this moment,
Ice Clear's streamlined, powerful dragon body became even larger. From head to tail, it had reached 8 meters. If her wings spread out, the wingspan reached a terrifying 10 meters.
Besides this,
the dragon horns spiraling on Ice Clear's forehead changed to a deep blue, and the material became crystal-like, looking beautiful, filled with a chilling sense of power.
Seeing this, Wang Chen's smile grew even more abundant.
Ice Clear's leveling up had come to an end. He didn't hesitate, his mind moved, and Ice Clear's new attribute information appeared before his eyes.
Beast Pet, Ancient Overlord. Extreme Cold Dragon. Nickname, Ice Clear. Gender, female. Age, 2 months, juvenile stage. Level, 80. Rank, Ancestral Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth, SSS.
For dimensional attributes, Strength 4250, Wisdom 4250, Body 4250, Agility 4250.
No buffs, equipment, or item enhancements.
Skills, Frost Body, SSS, Extreme Cold Breath, SSS, Ice Hell, SSS, Dragon Might, SSS, Frost Rage, SSS, Perfect Transformation, SSS.
Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Description, brief.
The 4-dimensional attributes had not changed compared to before, but this did not disappoint Wang Chen.